Chapter 1. The weather is clear, yet frigid, in an obscure rural area near an unnamed city. The landscape is predominantly adorned with single-story houses or modest two-story buildings, with a few three-story structures. Belonging to affluent families, it is now early afternoon, and most of the inhabitants who indulged in midday slumber remain in their repose, leaving the streets sparsely populated. The majority of shop roll-up doors are drawn shut, and even those that are open reveal shopkeepers succumbing to sleep. Regrettably, despite the hour, nothing can deter the elderly gentlemen and ladies from engaging in their tactical intelligence exchanges at the pavilion by the intersection. Have you heard about that child from the Sioux family? One elderly lady, clad in a red cotton coat, shares gossip with her peers. A teen nearly 30, he is yet to secure employment, spending all his days cooped up at home, unseen, with no one knowing what he occupies himself with. Beside her, an elder sporting a red cap, puffing on a half-burned cigarette, wears a look of irritation. You know, well, the circumstances of his family spreading rumors at your age is unbecoming. Have some decency. Goodness, what does his family situation have to do with his inability to find work at 28? After a few years, when he's passed on, will you visit his family to experience their struggles? Speak not of what you have not endured. Instead of gossiping here, why not address your own gambling miscreant at home? Enough with the bickering after nearly 70 years of marriage. You should have learned to temper your tongue. Young Sue is resilient and hardworking. Despite the disdain shown towards him, he still tends to their needs, a virtue that surpasses our own, remarks an elder with a red and white checkered scarf, his white beard, bristling with conviction. Were I in my youth, I would have confronted them heathen. He continues, a proud gleam in his eyes as he recalls the glory of his hunting days, a hint of moisture forming in the corners of his eyes. This generation of youth is far too temperate, he adds, dabbing at his tears with a tissue. Let us cease this trivial chatter and discuss the state of the battlefield or economic news instead. Speaking of that, it infuriates me. Allow me to tell you about this wretched war in a certain residential building, which appears relatively affluent from an aerial view, a semicircular structure, stand with only one wall, while two adjacent single-story buildings are used for storage. The remaining two-story building, featuring a balcony, is the true abode of its inhabitants. Within that two-story structure, on the second floor, a young man wearing glasses and a blue short-sleeve shirt, with long hair, is busily tidying up his belongings. With black hair and dark eyes, he possesses an unremarkable Asian appearance. Lacking any distinctive traits, if one were to elaborate, they might describe him as somewhat lethargic, exuding a palpable absence of vitality. Is there nothing to eat in the refrigerator? It seems I shall have to make do with bread today, muses the young man. Indeed, he is the one referred to by the elderly as Sue and Little Sue, whose full name is Sue Lou. Now at the age of 28, he abstains from alcohol and cigarettes, having completed only junior high school. His current aspiration is to arrange a proper funeral for his parents and subsequently acquire a new smartphone, unable to resist the allure of certain enticing games. Holding his phone, Sue Lou mindlessly scrolls through the detrimental short videos that saturate the internet. Though devoid of substance and low in quality, he cannot deny the addictive nature of this content. If you also indulge in short videos, Sue Lou can only exclaim, truly captivating. Despite his reluctance to engage in conversation with others, his mind is rife with fanciful illusions. Setting his phone aside, he strides into the open kitchen, opening the refrigerator to survey its contents. Why is it filled solely with vegetables? As a jest, he quips about his disdain for constipation, likening it to an author who only releases a single chapter each day. After indulging in his mental reverie, Sue Lou retrieves a package from the cupboard, filled with an abundance of bread. Cooking? Regrettably, his culinary skills are limited to steaming rice and scrambling eggs. He tears open the packaging and chews on the tasteless bread, meandering toward his bedroom, where the curtains have remained undisturbed for what feels like an eternity. Creak, bang, clap. As he opens the door and draws back the curtains, a comforting darkness envelopes him. He climbs into bed, discarding his slippers. A splendid new day is about to commence. With a sense of delight, Sue Lou unfastens his hair ties, tossing them onto the desk. Absent-mindedly, he tucks a strand of hair behind his ear, unsure of why he does so, yet finding solace in the act. He picks up his phone, eager to resume watching videos. How terrifying is a black hole? Relaxing ASMR. The steam engine was invented in China. Boss, we miss you. A grimace crosses Sue Lou's face as he contemplates the absurdity of such content. Could it be that these are merely recommendations he frequently engages with? No, it must be the fault of the short videos. He reassures himself, uncertain if others would believe him, but he is convinced, pointing at the dark, ominous thumbnail of a video. How terrifying is a black hole? This one seems intriguing. He muses before clicking on it. We're never going to give you up. You know the rules, and so do I. Platform shoes. Sulu exclaims, tapping twice to like and once to dislike, that I thought this was an educational video. How could you deceive me like this? It's infuriating. Frustrated, he merely sought a scientific video, and now he feels cheated. Resolved to move on, he clicks on an ASMR video from his favorites, randomly selecting one. This would do. Time for sleep. As he turns off the light, he quickly burrows under the covers. Although it is still afternoon, a bit of quietude is all he needs to drift off. Something feels off. A familiar pain in his right chest begins to throb once more. Since childhood, Sulu has experienced inexplicable discomfort in his right chest, a sensation akin to having a balloon inflated within his lungs. Moreover, he did not merely experience the discomfort once, but rather, it was a relentless and recurring sensation that was utterly unbearable. This feels wrong. I distinctly recall it ending shortly. Sulu strained to recollect previous instances of chest pain, only to realize that this episode was prolonged beyond measure. Glancing at his wristband, he noted that 10 minutes had elapsed without relief. The pain intensified sharply, transcending the discomfort of inflating a balloon. It was akin to the agony of childhood leg fracturino. It was even more excruciating. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, Sulu struggled to rise and grasp his phone to call for emergency assistance. Did I ask that? Blood. In horror, Sulu stared at the viscous substance in his hand, crimson and reeking of iron. He retched again. This cannot be happening. I was perfectly healthy just this morning. It's impossible. I'm only 28, with so many shows yet to watch, he thought in anguish, his eyes filled with dread of death. A sudden wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he attempted to pinch himself awake, but his limbs felt unresponsive, as if he could not even muster the strength to move his eyes. I don't want to sleep. I refuse to die. As his consciousness gradually faded, he succumbed to oblivion. How peculiar. Where am I? Shouldn't I be dead? Could it be? No, that's inconceivable. Such things do not happen. As he slowly opened his eyes, Sulu perceived an overwhelming darkness and absolute void, darker than a coffin. Yet, he could feel his hands. Wait, it seems I'm holding something? He examined it closely and confirmed it to be some sort of container. Upon deeper reflection, he found it odd that he would be clutching a jar in such a pitch-black environment. He released the jar, mustering all his strength to stretch his arms and legs, eager to ascertain the dimensions of this place. With a soft pop, he must have touched the boundary. Sulu's hands roamed, attempting to gauge the shape and size of his surroundings. To his astonishment, it felt soft. After approximately 10 minutes of exploration or so, he estimated, Sulu finally deduced that he was encased within something resembling an egg. Could it be that I am some kind of oviparous creature? The thought of fantastical beings, such as dragons from fantasy literature, crossed his mind. As he pondered, he felt an inexplicable urge to scratch his head. Wait, something sharp and a bit soft. Could this be my ear? This cannot be right. Have I been reincarnated as an elf? Yet, I have never encountered any fantasy literature where elves are reincarnated beings. Soft egg, jar. Elf Sulu struggled to connect these three disparate concepts, seeking to unravel the enigma. But regrettably, his clever mind was insufficient to solve such an absurd conundrum. What nonsense! The keywords soft egg, jar, and elf have no correlation whatsoever. He conceded defeat. But how could he possibly give up? After all, he was Sulu's world's foremost ninja. No one could endure as he could. Sulu resolved to shatter the cocoon that had bound him, yearning to venture out and observe his own reflection in the world beyond. Enveloped in darkness, he had no choice but to rely on touch. As for the environment outside, he harbored no concerns. It could hardly be a desolate wilderness. With determination, Sulu reached forward, grasped the canister, and hurled it with force. Splash! His actions were fierce, yet the damage displayed was a mere zero. Once more, he exclaimed, fueled by frustration. If it doesn't break, I shall throw it 10 times. Splash. 1999, Gaia. Just one more throw. Surely it must yield results, he reassured himself. With a resounding pop, the soft shell of the cocoon burst, releasing a torrent of water. Sulu was enveloped by the deluge, propelled forth along with the canister, and landed amidst the snow. Wow! He expelled the water from his mouth, disbelief etched across his face. Did I truly remain submerged for so long? Is that even plausible? I recall that humans cannot breathe underwater, can they? Something is amiss. Sulu posed a trio of inquiries, discarding the last as irrelevant. The icy wind and snow stung against his skin, frigid to an unbearable degree. He realized he must find something to wear. He glanced at the now deflated cocoon, having spilled its contents. It appeared pitifully shriveled. He tore a piece of the soft shell, fashioning it into a rudimentary garment to wrap around himself. It seems rather unwelcoming. But that is of little consequence. Su Lu tightened the cocoon skin around him, grasped the canister with one hand, and stepped forward into the biting wind and snow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The frigid breeze whipped the snowflakes against Su Lu's frail form. "It is truly cold," he murmured. Indeed, one could tell the chill had rendered him somewhat tongue-tied. Su Lu trudged forward. Limping slightly, he could feel his feet growing crimson in the snow. Surprisingly, they were not cold, rather, they felt heated. Splash, splash, he stumbled, pondering if his legs had also turned red. Had he truly perished so soon after his rebirth? Surely not the mere act of reincarnation indicated his role as a central character, and death would not come so easily. Alas, troubling news arose. The warmth within his body was this a portent of demise. Su Lu's body, now prone on the ground, began to writhe with desperation. He must survive. He had just tasted death and could not succumb again. The aspiration to acquire a new phone faded, replaced by the imperative of survival. With an indomitable will akin to steel, he commenced his struggle, writhing, fervently writhing. He must endure. Not far from Su Lu's laboring form, a couple was engaged in the hunt. "Darling, while I cannot predict what we may capture, it shall undoubtedly be something splendid," the man declared, clad in a scarlet coat, his chestnut hair and emerald eyes giving him an ordinary appearance. Yet the strained fabric of his sleeves belied his true strength. He rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his watch. No, rather a plethora of watches. Chronographs, perpetual calendars, diving watches, and an array of others. It was evident that this man possessed a profound affection for timepieces. Mr. Morse, time is still on our side. The family affairs will be managed by Hawk, allowing us at least a week of leisure. If we fail to make a catch today, we can always try again tomorrow, remarked the woman beside him, who stood half a head shorter than the man. With golden hair and eyes reminiscent of aquamarine, she donned a striking crimson coat, albeit one adorned with a touch of fur. The woman cast a glance at the man, her lips tightly pressed, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. Ha ha ha, she was on the verge of breaking in a laugh. Her partner had been hunting for 9 hours without a single success. Though this was not unusual, she could hardly contain herself any longer. Demise. "Fukit, you must have faith in your husband. He will undoubtedly secure a fine quarry," Morse replied, also struggling to suppress a grin. Earlier that afternoon, he had boasted to Fukit about his prowess as a hunter, confident he would return with an impressive prize. Yet to his dismay, he had spent the entire afternoon into the evening hunting without even catching a glimpse of a bird. How infuriating it was to make a fool of himself in front of Fukit. If he could uncover the source of his misfortune, he would not hesitate to deliver a sound kick to their posterior with the ancestral shoes of their family. Wait, what's that scent? The aroma of prey. Morse suddenly turned his head toward the depths of the forest. He could not be mistaken. It had to be the scent of a prime quarry. At last, he would regain his masculine stature in Fukat's eyes. In that moment, Morse's heart brimmed with optimism. "Darling, please don the night vision goggles." Fukit assisted him in putting on the device before donning her own. With rifles raised, the couple ventured into the woods. "Something is writhing." "Stop." Morse raised his hand in signal, peering ahead with his night vision goggles. What creature could be moving in such a manner? Which gigantic mammal writhes? Wait. Morse identified a blind spot. This writhing creature appeared to possess primate-like hands and feet. Fukit had already perceived everything. Her gaze sharpened, and she set down her rifle to rush forward. "Wait, dear. That could be a new, extraordinary creature. We must exercise caution," Morse called hastily after her. "Can't you see that it's a person? We must save him," Fukit replied as she sprinted ahead. The couple moved swiftly, soon arriving beside the writhing figure. Morse crouched beside it, panting heavily, while Fukit gently approached the quivering body, shining the light closer. The little girl, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, with hair so white it nearly blended with the snow, her eye color obscured for the moment. She was wrapped in something resembling horsehide. Beside her lay a jar adorned with ice crystals. That tiny face was truly adorable, if one could momentarily disregard the dire circumstances. And those ears, wait, they were long and pointed. A fairy? Fukit reached out a hand to gently pinch the girl's cheek. And oh no, what am I thinking? She tapped her head gently, reminding herself that there were more pressing matters at hand, and then embraced the child in her arms. Strangely, it felt so warm. Hadn't she already succumbed to the cold? Su Lu pondered, instinctively leaning closer. There was an odd sensation, how peculiar. Fukit, cradling Su Lu in one arm while holding a jar in the other, was making her way towards Morse when she suddenly experienced a strange feeling. Huh? Fukit looked down as the child nestled closer. That's utterly adorable. If only my child could be as charming. Foucault mused as she gazed at the delightful little one in her arms. Despite being married to Morse for many years, they had yet to welcome a child. They had even spent considerable sums hiring the world's most esteemed physicians for examinations, only to find that both of their healths were impeccable. The outcome left the couple profoundly disheartened, yet they found themselves powerless to change their circumstances. They had considered adopting a child, but their search for one that met their expectations had proved fruitless, leaving them childless to this day. This situation had cast a shadow of disappointment over both sets of parents yearning to embrace a child. Foucault's thoughts seemed to drift to the distant Andromeda galaxy. At that moment, the infant in her arms, Ilou, appeared to sense something, slowly opening her eyes to reveal orbs as beautiful as aquamarines. An unfamiliar wave of emotion surged within Ilou as the sensation in her limbs gradually returned. Gazing at Foucault, she instinctively uttered, "Mama." This single word jolted Foucault back from her celestial reverie. Her eyes now reflecting astonishment and a plethora of tenderness as she looked down at the figure nestled in her embrace. Even Morse, who was nearby indulging in a drink, widened his eyes in astonishment. What is happening? Where am I? Am I about to become a father? I want to hunt. I am in the forest. I am indeed about to become a father. I hunted and found my child. I have a child. Morse bellowed, his fierce presence causing even the bears hundreds of meters away to tremble. As for the pointed ears, the couple paid little heed to such trivialities. Honestly, what difference did it make? The peculiar creatures of Earth were a mere curiosity. They could easily use their influence to ensure their child's legitimacy. Their thought processes were quite unconventional. Wouldn't a typical person call for help? Yet, their reaction was one of delight. Ilou, now fully awake, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her for her earlier outburst. Oh, my divine freedom. You should have obliterated me instead of allowing me to suffer social embarrassment here. Ilou's head had turned as red as an apple, her temperature soaring amidst the icy surroundings, steam rising around her. I recall that the snow should not be this warm, she thought, feeling the long-lost warmth envelop her, her mind swirling with questions. How did I fall asleep? After a few moments of reflection, she suddenly sprang from the bed, fists clenched, her elongated ears tinged with pink, her cheeks flushed. What on earth have I done? Did I just call my savior, Mama? I must be cursed. They will surely detest me. Ilou thought in shame. After her mental storm subsided, Ilou recognized something was amiss. Am I truly this short? My hair is white? And why are my hands so pale? Although prolonged exposure to dim light had indeed rendered her skin fairer than that of most males her age, it shouldn't have been this pale, nor so delicate. Ilou touched her left hand with her right, and vice versa, marveling at how beautiful they were. Wait, these are my own hands. I do not possess such peculiar inclinations. She mused, slapping her face in preparation to rise and examine herself in the mirror. Being small was quite bothersome, previously. Getting out of bed merely required her long legs to swing over the side, but now, due to her lack of height, she was compelled to crawl. With a thud, Ilou fell, her diminutive form collapsing as her once mighty presence dwindled. Outside the door, Morse and Foucault, startled by the sounds emanating from within, hastily opened it. Ilou, swathed in a blanket, lay sprawled on the floor, her delicate feet curling up. Her ocean blue eyes had transformed into swirling patterns, and her snow-white hair was in disarray. Foucault approached and gently lifted Ilou, brushing her hair aside. The glimmer of tears in her eyes only intensified her allure. Some sobbing sounds. Morse extended his hand to ruffle Ilou's hair, the sensation far surpassing that of their plush sofa at home. Foucault cast a sidelong glance at Morse, realizing he had been a bit too rough, and quickly withdrew his hand. Little one, what is your name? Foucault inquired as she guided Ilou to the bed, tenderly squeezing her leg. Her ocean blue eyes brimmed with a maternal affection as she gazed at her. Ilou was at a loss, her mind spinning from the intensity of that loving gaze. Who am I? Where am I? Why does this blonde foreign woman look at me like that? And what about that red-haired foreign man beside her? Wait, is that English? Her mind exploded with realization. I can speak English. I can understand what this foreign woman is saying. Ilou's astute mind struggled to process the bewildering situation. Her anxious eyes darted around, searching for that familiar jar. Is this love? Observing Ilou's panicked expression, Morse rejoiced inwardly. The couple exchanged glances, transmitting a myriad of unspoken thoughts. A connection that transcended the universe's limits. We must adopt, abduct, this little one, to become our cherished daughter or son. Had she lost her memory? Morse grasped Ilou's hand, inquiring. Ilou was overjoyed. Yes, yes, yes. Her adorable little head bobbed up and down like a chicken pecking at grain. She was simply too adorable, even incapable of lying. The couple reaffirmed their resolve. They must abduct this child. Fuko unfastened the necklace from around her neck and handed it to the auburn-haired man nearby. The exquisite deep blue gemstone bore intricate golden patterns reminiscent of soaring birds. Morse accepted the necklace, and under Sulu's astonished gaze, placed it around her smooth neck. What is happening? Sulu raised her hand to touch the necklace adorning her chest. This item appeared quite valuable, and it seemed somewhat familiar. Sulu pondered for a moment before abandoning her thoughts. Seeing Sulu's dazed expression, Morse and Fuko finally revealed their triumphant expressions. Success. The plan has worked. Morse suddenly lifted Sulu into his arms, exclaiming with excitement, "From this day forth, you shall be the daughter of the Kalmuset family. Your name will be Ilou Kalmuset, and dear its son." Fuko joyfully leaped into a traditional dance of a certain ethnicity, clearly showcasing the family's exuberance, while also taking the opportunity to correct Morse's daughter. Morse, cradling Sulu, merely smirked, remarking that it was all the same in their asexuality, whether child or daughter, dear. As he spoke, he playfully pinched Sulu's cherubic cheeks and pointed ears, finding them delightfully soft. I, Morse Kalmuset, consider myself a parent. I, Fuko Kalmuset, share this sentiment as well. The Kalmuset couple harmonized perfectly, as if performing a duet, each responding to the other in kind. Sulu, no, she should now be referred to as Ilou. Ilou lay quietly in the embrace of Papa Morse, gazing at his bushy beard, before shifting her glance to Mama Fuko beside him. Had she truly been reborn into a different world? Were these two foreign parents truly so eccentric? To adopt a child they had only met a few days prior. A child with pointed ears resembling a peculiar creature. What kind of madness was this? Bewilderment lingered, an unending state of confusion. While the Kalmuset couple reveled in joy, Ilou found herself questioning the very essence of her existence. She resigned herself to the situation, accepting it as is. As for how this couple would treat her, she harbored no concerns. Judging by their demeanor, it seemed unlikely they would subject her to experimentation. As for neglect or mistreatment, there was no reason for worry. She considered herself one of the most enduring individuals in the world. Having persevered through a lifetime of trials, she could easily endure a little longer. Observing Ilou's nonchalant acceptance of life and fate, an emotion akin to affection overpowered reason, culminating in an exclamation of "I can't hold back any longer," followed by a soft kiss. Ilou felt her cheeks enveloped in warmth. Confusion gave way to contemplation, leading to a sudden realization. So that was it. I understand. I have been served. Accompanied by the sound of boiling water, Ilou finally grasped what had just transpired. Her face turned crimson, and her body temperature soared as if ignited. Steam rising from her head like something out of an anime. Observing this, Morse felt an inexplicable urge to compete. "I shall show you what paternal love truly is," he declared, suddenly leaning in to kiss her. With a soft smack, Morse pressed his lips against Ilou's right cheek, while Fuko mirrored the gesture on her left. This left Ilou bewildered, caught in the midst of their affection. Is this what love feels like? Is this the sensation of being cherished by one's parents? Ilou pondered, quietly savoring the unprecedented warmth, her thoughts drifting to Alpha Centauri, standing shoulder to shoulder with 3 suns. In truth, she felt quite elated. As the warmth on her cheeks faded, Ilou opened her eyes, filled with confusion. Why is everyone looking at me? She wondered. Overwhelmed by the gaze of her father and mother, her face flushed deeper. What does it all mean? Why are they staring at me? Perhaps, should I return the gesture with a kiss? Smack, smack. Ilou savored the sensation of a supersonic kiss, feeling an inexplicable sense of intimacy. He smacked his lips, relishing the experience. The Kalmuset couple had just been graced with affectionate kisses from their precious children when they beheld Ilou's endearingly bewildered expression, so adorable that it nearly melted their hearts. They expressed gratitude to the forest for bestowing upon them such a delightful daughter and a charming son. They yearned for another moment like this, a thought shared by the couple. Yet, upon observing Ilou's face, which had turned an unmistakable shade of crimson, they felt a pang of sympathy. A simple embrace would suffice. "Come here," Fuko said, as she lifted Ilou into her arms, while Morse enveloped both Fuko and Ilou from behind. At that moment, they appeared blissfully happy to any onlooker. Perhaps life ahead would be splendid, Ilou mused, closing his eyes to bask in the warmth. In 1987, somewhere in England, near the sea, stood the unassuming Kalmuset Castle, reminiscent of an ancient royal palace. Alongside a grand mansion. It was already past 7, and Ilou lay in a plush bed, unable to rise. His pointed ears were squished and misshapen, and his golden hair was in disarray. The room was a chaotic mess, with books and bedding strewn across the floor. On the bedside table rested a ceramic jar adorned with spiral patterns and a seemingly ancient book. IRU has been a part of this family for 3 years now. How can I express it? I am exceedingly happy, infinitely happier than in my previous life. I am surrounded by loving parents and affectionate grandparents, as well as my maternal grandparents who, though perhaps not as loving, treat me with great kindness. In summary, my life is filled with immense joy. Ilou Kalmuset is filled with a profound sense of pride, though he remains uncertain as to the source of this pride. A rather pink-feathered umbrella cockatoo named Cecilia, with her crest raised, energetically bounces upon the bed, flapping her wings and emitting sounds that are not particularly melodious. Oh, dear Cecilia, please refrain from bouncing on the bed and making such a ruckus. I understand that you cockatoos are quite lively, but I would appreciate it if you could keep the noise to a minimum in my room. Ilou, with his aquamarine-like eyes, lazily protests against the incessant chaos created by his companion. Cecilia, the pink-feathered cockatoo, was a birthday gift from his father on his 5th birthday. While she is indeed noisy, she is also endearing. Initially, Ilou was eager to teach Cecilia to speak, having seen countless videos in his past life of parrots mimicking human speech. However, after nearly 2 years of effort, Cecilia has only managed to utter the word hi, and she revels in her limited vocabulary, which has become nothing short of a nightmare for Ilou. As soon as she mastered hi, he foresaw impending trouble, and indeed, calamity struck as anticipated. For the past 2 years, each morning, he has been awakened by her energetic bouncing and chaotic squawking. Despite the noise, Ilou must concede that it has proven effective. He has not indulged in a single late morning since. Thus, his grievances are merely vocal. In his heart, he harbors a sense of joy, for he has never resorted to punishing Cecilia. Good morning, Ilou, a blue and purple macaw perched on a bird stand directly in front of him greets, tilting her head and gazing at him with her yellow encased eyes. Her name is Aquamarine, a gift from Ilou's entry into the Kalmuset family. She is an exceptionally intelligent parrot, 100 times more astute than Cecilia. Although she does not possess the versatility seen in those videos from his previous life, her limited vocabulary is sufficient. Aquamarine frequently assists Ilou in opening nuts, cans, and twisting off caps, showcasing her remarkable capabilities. Ilou rubbed his eyes as he sat up, gently stroking Cecilia's feathers, before extending his hand to beckon the parrot to perch upon his shoulder. With wings outstretched, Cecilia brimmed with determination. The sound of flapping wings filled the air. Bang! Cecilia collided with the wall behind Ilou, subsequently tumbling onto the soft quilt below. Hi. Hi. Cecilia lay on the quilt, her wings spread wide, her head twisting in confusion. She had clearly aimed for her master's shoulder. How had she ended up crashing into the wall? Sighing, Ilou placed a hand on his forehead. This foolish parrot, who flew so effortlessly in the wild, even better than the aquamarine, why did she act so clumsily in his presence? Ilou donned a shirt and jeans as she stepped out of bed, glancing back at the disheveled Cecilia, who was still cocooned in her blankets. This foolish girl, yet to rise, raises concerns about her intellect. With a swift motion, Ilou yanked the covers away and seized the flailing Cecilia, carrying her a few steps to the bird perch before placing her beside the stunning aquamarine bird. Hi, Cecilia exclaimed, steadying herself as she turned to greet the aquamarine. The bird silently turned its head, casting a glance at Ilou, as if to convey its reluctance to be in the company of such a silly creature. In truth, one could choose to head to the dining table, where breakfast was already prepared at this hour. Keket, the blue-headed toucan, also needed nourishment. Yet, Ilou could not ignore her plea for help. After offering a suggestion, she proceeded to freshen up. Keket, the toucan with a blue head and black beak, was the one pet among Ilou's many that brought her the greatest peace of mind. It was capable of sleeping, using the restroom, eating, and bathing independently. Perhaps this exemplifies true self-reliance and resilience. Ilou stood before the mirror, admiring his own beauty. At a height of merely a little over 1.40 meters, he acknowledged that his growth rate was somewhat slower than in his previous life. However, he felt no urgency, for he was only 7 years old. Did he care about gender? It was of no consequence. After all, it was not something he would ever need. Instead, he preferred to focus on enhancing his own allure. The cascade of golden hair caused him considerable alarm when he first laid eyes upon it, leading him to believe that he had passed away once more. And he wept for quite some time until the couple, Carl and Musette, knocked on the door in response to his cries. After much discussion, the family eventually unraveled the mystery behind Ilou's hair. During the seasons of spring, summer, and autumn, his hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue. only to revert to its original snowy white in the winter. Ilou gazed at her pointed ears in the mirror, a smile gracing her lips. The fact that she was an elf was well known to the Kalmuset couple, the servants, as well as her grandparents. Had no one noticed anything amiss? Certainly. There were those who did. Throughout these 3 years, various clandestine organizations had visited almost every month, employing myriad methods to acquire information about Ilou or to capture her. Had it not been for the protective shield of the Kalmuset family, Ilou would likely have become a subject of experimentation long ago. Ilou expressed profound gratitude towards his beloved parents and yearned to repay them for their kindness. However, he soon realized that he possessed little in the way of tangible gifts. Thus, he turned his attention to his own body. Being an elf, his blood was of a golden hue, which, according to myth and legend, was believed to possess extraordinary properties. Consequently, he bribed the family cook to incorporate a small amount of his blood into their meals. It soon became evident that his blood did indeed hold remarkable effects, as his parents appeared revitalized after each meal, and their medical reports consistently reflected excellent health. Ilou was lost in contemplation as he gazed into the mirror, when suddenly, a tail adorned with shimmering golden scales appeared before his eyes. "Kukulkan? How did you end up in my hair?" he exclaimed, gripping the golden tail and giving it a tug. His is a petite serpent, entirely cloaked in gold and possessing a pair of pristine white wings, dangled effortlessly from his hand. Kukulkan was originally discovered by Ilou and his parents during their travels in North America, nestled within a beautifully patterned golden egg. Captivated by its exquisite appearance, Ilou brought the egg back to England. Remarkably, before they could even board the plane, the golden egg hatched, revealing a winged golden serpent that bore a striking resemblance to the feathered serpent deity Kukulkan from mythology, thus earning her this name. Iluna picked up her toothbrush and casually tossed Kukulkan onto the sink, commencing her morning routine. After completing her ablutions, Iluna wrapped Kukulkan around her arm and made her way to the dining room. Cecilia and the other 3 birds had arrived early, busily cracking nuts on their perch. Her dear father was, as always, proudly showcasing his newly acquired mechanical watch. Meanwhile, her beloved mother was cheerfully engaging with Morse, twirling spaghetti with tomato sauce on her fork while chatting and eating, her blue eyes darting around as if in search of something. Suddenly, Foucault's expression brightened as he spotted Iluna approaching and quickly pulled out a chair for her. "Little Iluna, come let your mother see if you slept well last night," Foucault exclaimed, pinching Iluna's small face with one hand. "Mom, isn't it a bit unkind to tease me like this?" Iluna relished the playful face pinching. "But you are my daughter. If I don't tease you, whom shall I tease?" Foucault replied nonchalantly, continuing to pinch Iluna's cheek. Sighing, Iluna surrendered to the affection, resignedly twirling her fork in the spaghetti, which tasted quite delightful. "Oh, my precious daughter, I have wonderful news for you. Your gift, the starry watch, has arrived." Morse suddenly interjected, pulling out a wooden box from beneath the table and sliding it towards Iluna. "Really? It's here? Father, how much did you spend?" Iluna gasped, her face nearly dropping into her plate. The starry watch was a gift that Morse had offered last year on her birthday when he had asked her if she desired a custom watch, to which she had whimsically replied that she wanted a starry watch, leaving Mr. Morse utterly astonished. Illa never anticipated that a casual remark made during last year's birthday celebration would materialize into reality. Is this the power of currency? Pushing the plate aside, Ilou opened the wooden box and retrieved the watch. How exquisite. Forgive Ilou for being at a loss for words. This watch is a perfect replica of what he had seen in a video from his past life. Fastening the leather strap around his wrist, Ilou attempted to discern the time displayed on the watch but failed miserably, as he had no idea how to read it. Nonetheless, he thought it could serve as a beautiful decorative piece. Ilou felt indifferent about it. Morse cherished collecting and admiring these watches, but using them to tell time? That was absurd. He preferred quartz watches for their precision. A total of 7 numbered starry sky watches were manufactured, with 4 designated for his grandparents and 3 for the 3 of them. As he spoke, Morse casually produced a multitude of wooden boxes, all containing starry sky watches, albeit without numbers. Foucault picked one up and donned it on her wrist. While impractical, it was undeniably beautiful. Beauty was what mattered. She then adorned both wrists with several more. Ha ha ha. Wearing 10 watches on both wrists, let us have a duel, my dear. Let us see who the true watch king is. Oh, my dear, do you think that wearing 10 watches can defeat me? I am a super watch collector, having been in this profession for over 10 years. You cannot possibly surpass me, my dear. Let us settle this once and for all. Who is the watch king? Watching Morse and Foucault, Ilou wore an amused expression. His parents greatly enjoyed playing games, and they played quite abstractly. This much was clear to Ilou. After a fervent battle lasting 10 minutes, Morse was defeated. Oh, this cannot be. How could I possibly lose? Mr. Morse fell to the ground, while Foucault triumphantly sat atop his waist, declaring her victory. There is nothing impossible. I am now the new watch queen, and you, old watch king, shall give me a massage later, understood? Foucault supported herself on her arms, locking eyes with Morse before suddenly planting a kiss on him. I love you. Ilou covered her eyes, as her parents were indulging in genuine flowers. Never mind, she thought. I must finish my meal swiftly and depart. I cannot bear to linger in this musty mansion any longer. After the three of them had finished dining, Ilou took Cecilia, the three birds, and Kukulkan and set out. There was no need to save any food for the evening, as I anticipated a late return. Ilou bid farewell to Morse and Foucault, assuring them she would return within 3 days. There was no need to rush. They should relish the scenery and, most importantly, remain vigilant for their safety. Amidst the mountains, Ilou reclined on the lawn, perusing the notes of Amados, her left hand idly sifting through a clay pot. Cecilia continued to dance exuberantly nearby, accompanied by Cocotte, while Aquamarine perched on a tree, seemingly lost in thought. Kukulkan meandered through golden locks of hair. The notes of Amados was a discovery made within her clay pot. Initially presumed to be an antique, it turned out to be the notebook of a sorcerer from another realm. For the past 3 years, Ilou has been engrossed in this book, discovering not only her own heritage but also a plethora of magical knowledge and various intriguing information. The silver gold elves, with their timeless lifespan and extraordinary talents, have forged a legendary existence. The essence of their power is inscribed within their very souls, remaining intact even through reincarnation. Unless their souls are severed, no force can strip the silver gold elves of their might. Such grandeur compels time itself to prostrate at their feet. The silver gold elves possess the remarkable trait of growing stronger with age. As time progresses, the quality and quantity of their innate magical abilities only intensify. However, Ilou is merely 7 years old, still quite young, and possessing a meager reservoir of magical energy, currently capable only of casting supportive spells, unable to unleash any offensive magic. Yet, her physical constitution is remarkably robust, allowing her to run countless laps without fatigue. Alas, Ilou gently tucked a strand of hair between her lips, a habit she could not shake off, and found it inexplicably comforting. Setting her notebook aside, she rose to straighten her attire. What of the crispy exterior? I have no aspirations of becoming a formidable sorcerer, destined to reign supreme. Simply living well suffices, for I am blessed with the love of my parents and kin. With both hands extended forward, a staff crafted from peach blossom would materialize out of thin air, adorned with a ruby the size of a fist. The brilliance here was captivating. Elmer intoned an incantation, and a gentle radiance emanated from the ruby. With a soft puff, she planted her staff into the earth, transforming it into a lantern. Gazing upwards, she discovered that the sun was shrouded by a colossal, circular thunderstorm. How peculiar! What could have caused such an enormous tempest? Ilou distinctly recalled having used his knowledge of magic to check today's weather earlier in the morning. There would be no thunderstorms within the confines of England today. How peculiar! He pondered as he lowered himself, intending to resume his perusal of his notebook. However, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the necklace adorning his neck. How strange! It seemed inexplicably familiar. With one hand placed on his hip, Ilou lifted the necklace to inspect it for any hidden intricacies. He scrutinized the golden patterns etched upon it. 2 of them resembled wings, while the object in the center remained somewhat obscured from view. Ilou brought the necklace closer, striving to discern the intricate patterns within. Suddenly, an inexplicable phrase floated through his mind. He recalled it vividly, having watched Castle in the Sky countless times in his previous life, diligently transcribing that very line dozens of times to commit it to memory. Could it be mere coincidence? Ilou pondered, firmly believing he was not a descendant of any royal lineage. The Kalmuset family? Certainly not, although he had forgotten the surname of that royal family. He was certain it did not match his own. Moreover, there was that nursery rhyme. If Kalmuset were truly of royal descent, they would not be so elusive. Disregarding these futile thoughts, Ilou redirected his focus to the necklace. As an adopted son, he bore no blood ties to the Kalmuset lineage. Perhaps it was worth a try. Even if he failed, no one would ever know. Ilou reminisced and recited in English, Right Ladabariata Eurosu Arielos Baru Nido Lilu. The necklace soared into the air, radiating a brilliant blue light, prompting Ilou to hastily shield her eyes. Hi, exclaimed Cecilia and Cocotte, bewildered, before they were startled into a flurry by the azure glow. Aquamarine also jumped in surprise, wrapping herself with her wings. Kukulkan, however, remained unperturbed, nestled within her hair. The blue gradually softened, transforming into a beam of light that pointed towards the colossal thunderstorm obscuring the sun. At that moment, Ilou opened her eyes, staring intently at her family's ancestral necklace. So? Why has no one informed me that this world is still connected to the Sky City? Cecilia and Aquamarine flew to Ilou's shoulders, twisting their heads to gaze at the necklace, while Cocotte and Kukulkan perched atop Ilou's head, equally fixated. Ilou gazed towards the storm indicated by the necklace, involuntarily clicking her tongue in frustration. How on earth was she supposed to ascend? Surely, she couldn't be expected to board an aircraft? The thought of an airplane being torn apart by the tempest sent shivers down her spine. Meanwhile, the ground beside her began to swell, as if something beneath was pushing it upward. Yet, oblivious to this, Ilou continued her tempestuous contemplation. An airplane was out of the question, and a flying carpet was even less feasible. A magical broomstick? She was uncertain if such a thing even existed in this world. How was she to ascend? As she pondered, the grass nearby appeared on the verge of rupture. Suddenly, a colossal mechanical arm, seemingly fashioned from a ceramic material, broke through the soil, adorned with a row of sharp protrusions on one side while the other remained smooth. Almost immediately, another arm followed. Startled, Ilou gasped as she noticed a line of fish spines emerging from the earth. As the spines grew larger, she hastily rummaged through the ceramic vessel, stuffing in 3 birds and using magic to levitate them behind her. Gripping her wand tightly, Ilou felt a surge of anxiety as she watched a slender, spider-like robot with elongated limbs and a pair of eyes, one large and one small, emerge from the soil. Was this a robot from the Sky City? Ilou gazed at it, suddenly enlightened, yet she dared not to let her guard down. After all, she did not possess the blood of Kalmuset, and whether it would acknowledge her remained uncertain. Emerging from the earth, the robot gradually stabilized its form, rotating its head, its 2 eyes, one large and one small, fixed upon the necklace adorning Ilou's neck. The indicator lights nestled between its eyes flickered incessantly as it wobbled toward her. Ilou raised his staff, vowing that this was the most tense moment of his 2 lifetimes. Gazing at the colossal robot, which towered 3 times his height, he swallowed hard. Behind him, the floating ceramic jar gradually silenced the 3 birds, all fixated on the approaching giant. A sprite and 3 birds thus exchanged glances with the robot. A hum resonated as the necklace emitted a radiant beam, piercing into the red emblem on the robot's chest. It lifted its mechanical arm, reaching towards its chest. Ilou was on the verge of panic, realizing that this moment would determine her fate. If she failed, she might never return home. Suddenly, the indicator light ceased its blinking, and the robot extended its mechanical arm, seemingly inviting Ilou to ascend. Could it be? Had she succeeded? Ilou gently set down his staff and picked up the ceramic jar from behind, cradling it tenderly. You cannot come out just yet, he addressed the 3 birds within. He then stepped forward, placing his feet upon the palm of the robot. The robot lowered its body, offering its palm towards its back, only retracting it once Ilou had climbed aboard and embraced its head. Her slender mechanical arms supported the ground as the robot gradually rose to a standing position, with a sound reminiscent of wings unfurling. The spikes on 2 of the mechanical arms suddenly elongated, giving rise to flight wings. With a whoosh and a thud, 2 bulging sections on its chest expelled blue plasma, propelling it into the sky amidst a tremor. Ilou grasped the jar with one hand, while cradling the robot's oversized head with the other. As he gazed at the mountains growing increasingly distant, a surge of exhilaration welled within him. This is the Sky City. I am on the verge of ascending to the city in the clouds. However, exhilaration soon gave way to anxiety. There lay a layer of thunderstorm ahead. How could he possibly traverse it? He felt a pressing urgency. Hi. Cecilia flailed within the jar, while the aquamarine gem turned away in exasperation, longing to distance herself from the chaos. Cocotte, on the other hand, felt an unsettling trepidation, her body quaking incessantly. She had never soared to such heights before. Nor could she. They were airborne, gradually approaching the colossal circular tempest. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder reverberated deafeningly, and Ilou clutched the robot tightly. The 3 birds within the jar trembled continuously, and even Cecilia fell silent. Ilou fixed her gaze firmly upon the tempest ahead, her courage surging within her. I am the protagonist. Should you dare to strike me, you shall face dire consequences come the morrow, Ilou proclaimed with audacity. With a sudden whoosh, they plunged into the storm. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck perilously close to the airborne robot, nearly sending Ilou into a state of panic. I shall not tempt fate again. I have only lived for 3 years, and I do not wish to meet my end. Tears welled in Ilou's eyes. for she had never encountered such bravado in her pampered existence. Clutching the robot's oversized head tightly, an indeterminate amount of time passed before, with a soft pop. They emerged from the tempest, arriving at the sky city of Laputa. The grand castle, adorned with red roofs and white walls, was enveloped by a towering tree. Soaring over 100 meters, this tree was colossal, surpassing even those depicted in films. Beneath its vast canopy lay multiple layers of gardens, arches, stone columns, and pathways, alongside a seemingly bottomless pond. Several strolling robots paused, gazing up at Ilou, their sensors flickering incessantly. The robot that Ilou was holding began to descend slowly, landing with a soft thud upon the grassy expanse atop a colossal pillar, subsequently propping itself up on its limbs and settling down. Ilou's shoes were tossed aside during her recent flight, leaving her bare feet to touch the grass. She had anticipated the discomfort of stepping on pebbles, yet was pleasantly surprised by the softness beneath her. Ilou curled her toes, savoring the sensations of the world above the sky city. Turning the clay pot upside down, she gave it a shake, releasing 3 birds within. Hi, 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 oh my God. Cecilia flailed about in the air, while Aquamarine perched on Ilou's shoulder, expressing her awe. And Cocotte remained speechless. Ilou gazed at the breathtaking scenery of Laputa when a bold idea suddenly struck her. She leapt up abruptly, startling the Aquamarine, which tumbled down in surprise. With a swift motion, Ilou retrieved Kukulkan from her hair and then turned her gaze towards her 4 pets. I have a brilliant idea. Would you like to hear it? Let us transform the Sky City with magic from another world. Ilou raised her hands high, and although her 4 pets could not comprehend, they could only flap about and make chaotic sounds to express their support. Turning to gaze at the castle and the colossal tree, her eyes brimmed with a yearning for the future. This, indeed, was merely the beginning of a true life. In 1991, in a familiar house in a certain place in England, Ilou gazed with a sense of excitement at the letter resting upon the table. The parchment, adorned with a crimson wax seal emblazoned with a grand H, was encircled by the images of a serpent, a lion, a badger, and an eagle, each a familiar sight to him. Turning his head, he glanced at the plump, multicolored hen by his side, seemingly demanding a reward. He retrieved some parrot feed from beneath the bed and poured it into a box. Lacking fresh meat for the moment, he decided this would suffice for now. The owl stared at the feed for a while, then shook its head and began to eat. It was no wonder he found himself reincarnated in England prior to 1991. As he stroked the owl, Ilou realized that this world was, indeed, the realm of Harry Potter. He picked up the Hogwarts acceptance letter from his desk, opened the envelope, and true to expectation, was met with that familiar scent. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Chairman of the International Wizarding Federation, Sir Merlin's Order of Merlin, First Class, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Dear Mr. Kalmuset, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st with your response. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. After a cursory glance at the letter, Ilou made his way to the living room. His name was Ilou Kalmuset, a genderless elf, who had been adopted shortly after his reincarnation in 1984 and was the sole child of the Kalmuset family. His mother, Foucault Kalmuset, was the only daughter of the Ibipos line, while his father, Mors Kalmuset, was the family's sole authority. His grandparents were Havert Kalmuset and Bina Kalmuset, who had only one child, Mors. On his maternal side, his grandparents, Yechek Ibipos and Johnani Ibipos, had likewise only one child, Foucault. The Kalmuset family was, to put it simply, extraordinarily wealthy and influential, with a myriad of enterprises. Ilou was taken aback when he first learned of their stature. His father, Mors, had a passion for watches, leading him to acquire several renowned watchmaking firms. His mother had a fondness for plants and invested significantly in impressive botanical research institutions. As for Ilou, he had an affinity for various gemstones, perfectly inheriting the Kalmuset family legacy. Since discovering the secret of the ancestral necklace in the city in the sky in 1987 at the age of 7, Ilou had not contemplated this world further. He devoted himself to the magical restoration of the city in the sky, believing wholeheartedly that his reality was intertwined with that ethereal place. Yet, the revelation that this world was actually Harry Potter-esque was exhilarating. Although he had not been an ardent fan in his previous life, he had always yearned for a magical realm. Now that he found himself within it, his joy knew no bounds. Upon entering the living room, Ilou's parents were engrossed in a television program, coincidentally featuring a scene with a clown revealing its face. It is little Iru. Upon hearing a sound, Foucault turned and saw Iru approaching with a piece of paper in hand. Come here, my dear, let mother embrace you. Changing the scene, Foucault rose and opened her arms, awaiting the affectionate embrace of the little sprite, Iru. Upon hearing those words, Ilou sprang up and planted a kiss on Foucault's cheek. Mother is still so beautiful today, he mused to himself, before retrieving the letter. Morse extended his hand to take it, reading it intently, while Foucault looked on, their expressions transforming into a captivating display. Is this true? The Kalmuset couple had no doubt regarding the authenticity of the letter. After all, their child was undeniably a bona fide elf. With the presence of an elf, the couple naturally believed that nothing in this world was beyond possibility. Of course, the Kalmuset couple might have been aware long before, considering their child was an elf. Over the past 7 years, numerous organizations worldwide have been scouring for information about little Ilou, and as concerned parents, how could they not worry? Thus, to ensure Ilou's safety, they had meticulously searched every corner of the globe. Even the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations would have been uncovered. So how could they fear not finding anything in the magical realm? The Kalmuset couple yearned to uncover every secret of their child. Yet they also respected Ilou's right to privacy. For instance, when Ilou first bribed the cook to secretly add elven blood to the dishes, they were already aware of it. Upon learning this, Foucault wished to intervene, but was stopped by Morse. He suggested they allow Ilou this freedom, fearing that otherwise, the child's feelings of indebtedness would only grow, eventually preventing him from holding his head high before them. Unable to oppose, Foucault could only shower Ilou with more affection. How wonderful! You've been accepted into a magical school. Would you like me to help you write a reply? Foucault inquired after reading the letter. Given that their child was an elf, conventional schools were not an option, so the couple was elated at the acceptance into a magical institution. Dumbledore sounds impressive, so renowned, and clearly adept at teaching students. The chief wizard of Wissenburg also seems formidable. The school should be quite safe. Morse sipped his tea, gently rubbing Ilou's little face. Adept at teaching students? Ilou was unaware, as he was not a Harry Potter enthusiast and had not pondered the plot in depth. However, he had come across short videos suggesting that Dumbledore was a cunning old man, rather dangerous. If that old buzzard were to discover his elven identity, would he plot against him? Mom and Dad, could you help me reply to the letter? The owl is right in my room. And there is no need to invite that Hogwarts teacher. Little Ilou, are you sure the teacher doesn't need an invitation? Foucault asked, opening a drawer to retrieve paper, a pen, and half a bottle of ink, glancing at Ilou, who was seated with Morse, sipping tea, eager to reconfirm. Ilou brushed aside her golden tresses, revealing her delicate ears. She shook her head gently, cradling a teacup with an air of utmost contentment. After all, she was an elf. Foucault elegantly inscribed beautiful English words onto the paper with a steel pen. Yet, this was an uncharted territory that warranted concern, nevertheless. Since little Ilou suggested there was no need for worry, the invitation would be withheld. After a cursory glance at her written reply to ensure no mistakes lingered, Foucault located the owl that had finished its feed, offering it a morsel of meat before dispatching the letter. After conversing with her parents, Ilou resolved to visit the Sky City to retrieve the 3 little ones. The parrot, left alone, might succumb to melancholy. And as she was soon to embark on her journey to Hogwarts, it was imperative that the trio did not remain in the robot-inhabited Sky City. Drawing upon her elfin vitality, she sprinted swiftly to the lower realms of the Sky City, clutching a necklace in her hand. A beam of azure light cascaded down from the clouds. Upon stepping into it, Ilou vanished in an instant. Above the clouds, within the Sky City, a multitude of robots were working diligently beneath the great tree, most of them transporting a peculiar metal, constructing a castle around its base. The original metallic hemisphere was now obscured by layer upon layer of ancient, grand castles. Additionally, some robots were tending to the flora and fauna within the garden, caring for the birds that nested in the mighty tree. Ilou stood beneath the towering tree, gazing at the inscription before him, satisfied with his masterpiece displayed on the screen. Over the past few years, in a bid to fortify the Sky City, he had unearthed various reinforcement spells from his notebook, alongside a plethora of auxiliary defensive enchantments, diligently casting them repeatedly until every possible incantation had been applied. Now, the Sky City represented his vision of the utmost safety, impervious even to the likes of Dumbledore or the head of the socket. However, the sheer vastness of the Sky City rendered it impractical to carry at all times, leaving him unable to secure his safety consistently. Robots were no viable alternative. Those mechanical beings towered over him, threefold his size, making concealment impossible. A flurry of thoughts emerged in his mind. What if he lured Voldemort to the grasslands and obliterated him with the Sky City's celestial fire weapon? Alas, it seemed unfeasible, for great wizards invariably possessed the ability to apparate, rendering such a plan futile. Perhaps he could entice Voldemort to Hogwarts, where magical barriers prohibited apparition, and then unleash a celestial fire to reduce Hogwarts to the depths of the lake? No. No. How could the charming and delightful self entertain such a madcap notion of annihilating Hogwarts? Ilou patted her face, dispelling those unwelcome thoughts. Cecilia, Aquamarine, Cocotte. She called out to her beloved pets. A flurry of wings. The three birds gracefully landed upon Ilou's shoulders and in her hair. Hi, hi. It remained the same as ever. Cecilia could only utter hi, while Aquamarine maintained an air of aloofness, rarely speaking, and Cocotte was unable to vocalize at all. Turning her gaze towards the completed robots on the screen, Ilou grasped her necklace and issued a command. The robot's sensors flickered in response, acknowledging her order, and returned to the castle to enter sleep mode. Observing the now tranquil Sky City, Ilou extended her hand to grasp a staff and opened the notes of Amados to commence her magical practice. In this alternate realm, magic is categorized into 13 tiers. The first 7 are known as common magic, the subsequent 6 as royal magic, and above them lies the ultimate divine magic. Fiery might, icebound barrier, tempestuous thunder. Air tirelessly practiced in the air, and over the years, his magical prowess had gradually strengthened, allowing him to unleash some common offensive spells and a few auxiliary spells of the king. As for divine magic, it remained far beyond his reach. Hi, Cecilia suddenly exclaimed. Eru turned his head to find her flailing at a certain page of Amados' notes. Fortunately, the tome was sturdy enough to withstand her grasping. Allura Pride opened the squawking parrot, fixating on the page before her. The Kukulkan nestled within her hair seemed to sense something, emerging to gaze as well. Amados, endowed with exceptional insight, illuminated the world with brilliance. The Princess of Time effortlessly lifted the sun and moon, her astronomical calculations far surpassing others. The paradoxes of Puzzle's theories forged invincible new laws. It is only natural that I can be woven into the ballads of the Illyro generations, for I possess this unique vision. As a being of the Illyro world, I am constrained by the weight of authority, which prevents me from traversing the realms of existence. To remedy this, I successfully created the Eye of Midos. This artifact grants me the extraordinary ability to traverse worlds at will and bestows upon me immortality. However, this wondrous creation has its flaw. To unlock its full potential, I must acquire items of extraordinary significance. The more I collect, the more powerful the Eye of Midos becomes. How shall I put it? This predicament has transformed me into a thief and collector of historical artifacts. I deeply apologize, but I have no intention of returning them. The Eye of Midos is bound to the life of its creator. Upon their death, it ceases to exist. Perhaps you, the inheritor of these notes, may wonder why. Despite being immortal, one can still die. Immortality through the Eye of Midos requires constant use. Neglecting it leads to gradual natural aging and death. I have relied on it for an indeterminate span, traversing countless worlds, and having grown weary of existence, I now long for an end. Well then to you, the inheritor of these notes, within lies an abundance of magnificent magic. I merely hope you wield it with caution. Thus, I conclude my words. Upon finishing the page, a radiant light suddenly shimmered in Iru's eyes, as though a latent talent had been awakened. She glanced at Kukul Khan, and with an unspoken understanding, fluttered her wings. Hi. Cecilia tilted her head in confusion, unaware that she had inadvertently conjured a charming little menace, traversing worlds in search of treasures. Evil laughter escaped from Ilou's lips. Heh. The thieving collector is about to be born. On the morning of July 31st, 1991, 2 unassuming blue sedans leisurely made their way toward the Broken Cauldron pub. Indeed, it was the Kalmuset family accompanied by their maid. In the front blue sedan, the family was dressed in casual attire. Ilou, seated in the back with a brown leather satchel, was listening to Never Gonna Give You Up while engaging in conversation with Fugit. Meanwhile, Morse was diligently focused on the road ahead, occasionally chiming in with a remark. The sound of turning the steering wheel, Morse deftly spun the wheel, steering into a junction that led toward a dilapidated tavern, closely followed by the rear blue sedan. Ah, we've arrived, dear ladies and gentlemen. Please gather your belongings and prepare to disembark. He gradually brought the vehicle to a stop, opening the door and gently reminding Ilou, who was still seated in the back, admiring her gems. Oh, all right, Daddy. Ilou hurriedly returned several tantalizing rubies to her small satchel. Alas, how could she not overcome her infatuation with admiring gemstones? Covering her face with her hands, she lamented that this was already the 5th time it had happened. What would she do if she encountered beautiful gems during battle in the future? Meanwhile, on the other side, Foucault, who had just descended from the carriage, noticed Ilou's gesture and the ring adorning her finger. "Little Ilou, didn't you mention that the phosphorescent stone is easily worn down in the air? Remember to take good care of it," she advised, taking the opportunity to gently pinch Ilou's cheeks. Ever since her 11th birthday, this child rarely allowed anyone to touch her face. "I am indeed taking good care of it," Ilou replied, admiring the ring on her right pinky. The pure silver band was devoid of any ornamentation, featuring an irregularly shaped, translucent phosphorescent stone. The entire ring was smooth to the touch, and as for wear, Ilou was acutely aware of it. She understood all too well the fragility of phosphorescent stones. Merely being exposed to the air could cause them to wear down. Consequently, she had used technology from Sky City to encase the ring in a layer of sapphire, ensuring it would remain unblemished regardless of how it was handled. Morse observed Ilou, whose attention was nearly distracted by the fairy galaxy, and couldn't help but admire her. "She reminds me of my collection of watches from years past." Shaking his head, he refocused on the matter of magic. Let the maid wait in the carriage. Pushing open the wooden door of the bar and greeting Tom, the proprietor, the Kalmuset family made their way to the entrance of Diagon Alley. Morse retrieved a wooden stick from the corner of the wall, counting 3 blocks up from the dumpster and then 2 blocks across. Following the directions from the letter, a small hole appeared in the brick wall, swiftly forming a wide passageway. Morse led Ilou and Foucault inside, as the passage rapidly morphed back into a solid wall behind them. The street was lined with peculiar shops, adorned with nonsensical signs, and thronged with wizards dressed in eccentric attire. "This is just like what I've seen in the movies," Ilou mused. "These plants are truly extraordinary. I have never seen anything like them," Foucault exclaimed, gazing at the odd flora in a flower shop along the street. Morse eyed a magical watch displayed in a nearby thrift shop, feeling the pounds in his pocket tremble with anticipation. Having never encountered such timepieces, he wondered if they would be more precise than quartz watches. He could hardly wait to acquire them. Magic brooms, potions, spellbooks, wizard robes, and fantastic creatures, all of these were within the realm of the Kalmuset family as they traversed Diagon Alley, marveling at the surrounding wizards and shops. The wizards and merchants nearby were also observing this family, or more precisely, the little girl with long ears nestled between the couple. "Hey, look at that little girl with the long ears," remarked a wizard with a beard, wearing feathered spectacles. "I see her. She resembles an elf, doesn't she?" Beside him, a seemingly ordinary wizard responded. The wizard with the long beard shook his head, continuing to gaze at the little girl. "No, my friend, this is an elf. Just look at her golden, flowing hair, her aquamarine eyes, and her pointed, elongated ears. She is indeed an elf. Perhaps she possesses the bloodline of some enchanted creature." The wizard beside him shook his head, unconvinced that she was an elf, deeming her merely a figment of legend, impossible to exist in reality. It was not just these two wizards. The overwhelming majority of those who beheld the little girl were engaged in discussion. Era listened to the surrounding hum of wizards and began to regret not wearing earmuffs today, noticing her discomfort. Foucault and Morse took her small hand and quickened their pace towards Gringotts. They arrived at a tall, white building, where beside the gold and bronze doors stood a diminutive figure with a beard, adorned in red and gold attire. Mr. Morse was greatly disappointed. He had assumed that all fairies were as delightful as Era. Although Era later clarified that the creature was a pixie, not a fairy, his disappointment lingered. After all, he had envisioned the tiny beings with wings as delicate as gossamer, dancing among the flowers. "It's utterly shattering to my childhood," Morse lamented. Continuing onwards, they approached another silver door inscribed with a warning for thieves. "Enter, stranger, but beware of the fate that greed may bring. To take without toil shall incur the gravest punishment. Thus, if you seek to pilfer wealth that has never belonged to you, thief, heed this warning. What you summon is not treasure, but retribution." Era chuckled at the thought, having only been robbed twice. Upon passing through, they entered a grand marble hall where approximately 100 pixies sat on high stools behind long counters. Some weighed coins with scales, while others examined gemstones through magnifying glasses, registering their findings in ledgers. The Kalmuset family approached the left counter. The pixie weighing gold coins noticed their approach and announced, 5 pounds per galleon, 17 sickles to a galleon, and 29 nuts to a sickle. Upon finishing, the pixie looked up at the Kalmuset family, and suddenly, his gaze faltered, fixating on Eru's pointed ears. However, Maintaining his professional composure, the pixie quickly regained his demeanor and directed his attention back to the Muggle man, urging him to pay promptly. Morse reached into his pocket, retrieving a stack of 100-pound notes. After counting, he selected 23 to exchange for 3,000 galleons. While their father exchanged money and their mother stood by, Ariel, feeling a bit bored, scanned her surroundings. Suddenly, her expression brightened as she spotted two familiar figures, Harry Potter and Hagrid. Hagrid was discussing a letter with a pixie while Harry stood nearby, suddenly sensing someone watching him. Turning his head, he saw a little girl waving at him. With golden hair and sea-blue eyes, her long pointed ears marked her as a fairy. He swore she was the most beautiful fairy girl he had ever seen, having encountered very few girls in his life. Blushing, Harry waved back. It was merely the first occasion when the beautiful girl appeared shy. There was no need for excessive contemplation. On the other side, Ilou observed Harry's flushed visage, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Has he mistaken me for a girl? No, even though I have transformed into an androgynous form, I shall never philosophically pursue boys. Nor shall I romantically engage with girls. I must ensure to clarify this with Harry when we meet again, Ilou pondered. Morse had just exchanged his currency when he noticed a boy in the distance, waving towards his child, and to his surprise, little Ilou was smiling in response. Exchanging a knowing glance with Fugit, the couple's eyes conveyed a multitude of unspoken messages. After returning the wave with a smile, they swiftly led the bewildered Ilou away. Meanwhile, Harry stood in confusion, watching the Kalmuset family vanish rapidly, feeling a similar sense of perplexity. What on earth just happened? A gruff voice echoed. Hagrid, having finished his conversation with the goblin, was about to take Harry to collect his money when he noticed Harry's dazed expression. I'm fine, Hagrid, Harry quickly replied, coming back to his senses. It seemed that he was a fellow student, surely someone he would encounter again in the future. Comforting himself with this thought, Harry followed Hagrid through one of the doors into the hall. Outside, Morse and Fugit gazed at Ilou with serious expressions. Iru felt an overwhelming embarrassment, her delicate feet nearly digging into the celestial realm. What are you all staring at? The funds have been completely exhausted. Why has the purchase not yet been made? Little Iru, who is that boy who greeted you? The couple inquired in an odd tone. Alas. Oh dear. Wow. Mom and Dad, please don't come over here. Iru's attempt at being endearing failed miserably, and she scurried away in distress. After much deliberation, the grand path was cleared, and the couple finally relented, allowing Iru to breathe a sigh of relief as peace seemingly returned to the world. After their discussion, the Kalmuset family decided that Fugit would procure books according to the information on the paper, Mort would fetch cauldrons and other magical supplies, and Iru would visit the wand shop to acquire a wand, ultimately concluding their errands with a trip to buy clothing. As for the animals, there was no need for purchases as they already had 2 parrots at home. Ignoring the malevolent gazes of the surrounding wizards, Ilou hastened her steps toward the wand shop. This establishment, small and dilapidated, bore a sign with faded golden letters that read, Ollivander, crafting exquisite wands since 382 B.C. Within the window, on a worn purple cushion, lay a solitary, finely crafted wand, starkly contrasting with its surroundings. Pushing open the creaky wooden door, Ilou thought to herself, oh, how cramped. Unlike the grand depictions in films, the space was modest, featuring merely a row of benches and shelves lined with cabinets reminiscent of those used for traditional medicine. Suddenly, an elderly figure appeared. It was Ollivander, startling Ilou considerably. Oh, let me see, he exclaimed. A fairy, how delightful. Ollivander's silver-white, captivating eyes blinked in surprise. I have never encountered anyone like you before. Iru was at a loss, helplessly blinking her sea-blue eyes. My dear young lady, which arm do you wield your wand with? Ollivander returned to his usual demeanor. The right arm, and I am not a young lady. I am a gender, so you may refer to me as young sir. Iru obediently extended her right arm. A gender? A look of surprise finally crossed Ollivander's otherwise impassive face. I have never encountered someone without a gender. Oh, you seem to be an elf. He suppressed his astonishment and began to take Iru's measurements. First, he measured from her shoulder to the tips of her fingers, then from her wrist to her elbow, from her shoulder to the floor, from her knee to her armpit, and finally, he measured her head circumference. His hiss and irate voice emerged from her golden locks. Kukulkan, how did you end up in my hair again? I didn't even notice. Iru pulled her out. The feathered serpent? Ollivander was astonished once more. Your pet is quite extraordinary. It will undoubtedly possess great power in the future. Please take good care of her. Now, let us continue. He glanced at Kukulkan, who sported a pair of wings and feigned nonchalance as he resumed measuring. I shall take good care of her. Every Ollivander wand possesses a unique quality. If you were to use a wand that rightfully belonged to another wizard, the results would not be nearly as remarkable. Remember, it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the other way around. Once Ollivander had completed his measurements, he selected a long box from the shelves of potions, made of cherry wood, with unicorn hair, 7 inches long, quite decent and reasonably supple. Give it a try. He retrieved the wand and handed it to Ilou. Ilou brandished her wand with a swift flourish, and a gentle blue light emanated from its tip, illuminating the entire room. Ah, I knew it. Marvelous sprite. A resounding success. Ollivander exclaimed. Ilou clutched the wand in his hand and exhaled a sigh of relief. He had anticipated that his experience would mirror that of protagonists in other fanfictions, attempting repeatedly before finally succeeding with a treasured heirloom. With a creak, the wooden door of the wand shop swung open once more. Il turned around, and Ollivander materialized at the entrance. Good afternoon, he greeted. At the threshold, Harry and Hagrid, who had just entered, were startled by the sudden appearance of the elderly man. Tilting his head, Harry caught sight of the elfin girl seated on the bench and waved in her direction. Ilou also noticed, waving her hand and returning a smile that radiated warmth. Harry felt a blush creep across his cheeks. Turning his head, he shyly glanced at Ollivander before him. Ah, yes. Indeed, a well-known scene. As Harry attempted to wield the wand, Hagrid settled onto the bench beside Ilou. Hey, you must be a first year at Hogwarts too. My name is Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Hagrid greeted the elfin girl beside him. Ilou politely responded, I am Ilou Kalmuset, an elf. Greetings, Mr. Hagrid. Sitting on the bench, she observed Harry as he attempted to wield his wand, engaging in casual conversation. A minute elapsed, and amidst a burst of light, Harry successfully discovered his wand, while Ollivander marveled beside him. Approaching the bench, Harry summoned his courage and extended his hand, saying, Hello, I am Harry Potter, a first-year student at Hogwarts. It is a pleasure to meet you. Ilou extended her hand and greeted, Hello, Harry. My name is Ilou Kalmuset, but you may call me Ilou. I am a gender, a fairy, and a first-year student. May I call you Harry? The emphasis on her gender identity struck Harry profoundly. Of course, he responded, still basking in the joy of shaking hands with a fairy girl. Yet, in the next moment, he was taken aback by the weight of her identity, feeling a mix of shock and a tinge of sadness. How could someone so beautiful lack a gender? It seemed plausible. After all, she was a fairy. The magical world was indeed wondrous, and Harry's mind began to whirl with thoughts. Ilou observed Harry rendered speechless, silently withdrawing her hand. Harry, are you all right? Oh, hello, Ilou, he responded hastily, regaining his composure. Ilou cleared her throat and continued. I believe we shall become very good friends. I think so too, he agreed, reflecting on how delightful she was. Far superior to the 2 platinum wizards he had encountered in the clothing store. As they exited the wand shop, their conversation grew more familiar, while Hagrid trailed behind, suddenly feeling rather superfluous. Though I hate to interrupt your delightful exchange, we must be on our way, Harry. The trio proceeded to the brick wall, where Hagrid produced an umbrella and tapped it, revealing a passageway. It's all right, Hagrid. Harry, we'll see each other at Hogwarts. Bye. Ilou waved. Ilou, see you at Hogwarts. Harry replied, glancing back with joy, having made his first friend in the magical world. After bidding farewell to Harry and Hagrid, Ilou and her parents continued their shopping for clothing and other items. Ilou expressed his desire to linger a while longer in Diagon Alley, to which Morris and Foucault concurred. They boarded another carriage, instructing the maid to take them home. They left him with a firearm, cautioning him to remain vigilant and to return by the following morning. Ilou disregarded the malevolent gazes and halted in a secluded corner of Diagon Alley. In this hidden nook, she retrieved a blue bandit mask from her satchel and donned it. Gripping her necklace, she summoned a robot from afar, quietly awaiting the Death Eaters to raid Gringotts, intending to slip in amidst the chaos and seize her opportunity. Although she could manage alone, her current prowess was indeed sufficient. However, it is crucial to remember that a significant portion of her strength stemmed from the Sky City. Without the assistance of those robots, her current magical abilities would render her incapable of executing a solo heist against the goblins. Thus, following the Death Eaters was the most prudent course of action. As night enveloped the alley, Diagon Alley remained aglow with lights, teeming with wizards. It appeared serene. Yet this tranquility was fleeting. A cacophony shattered the calm as 3 colossal monsters descended from the heavens, wreaking havoc in Diagon Alley. A wizard brandished his wand in attack. Shattered. The spell ricocheted off the massive creatures, having no effect whatsoever, as they turned their heads and continued their relentless charge toward Gringotts. Meanwhile, within Gringotts, unrest brewed. A dark-robed wizard wielded his wand, breaching the fairies' defenses. Avada Kedavra! The green beam of light swiftly felled one fairy, allowing the dark-robed wizard to surge inside. In a shadowy corner, Ilou observed the unfolding scene through her necklace, letting out a sinister chuckle. A robot stood behind her, and she retracted the imagery, smoothing her attire and adopting a serious demeanor before teleporting onto the robot's shoulder. It was time. The robot was set in motion. Target: the Hufflepuff Cup. The robot unfurled its wings, carrying Ilou into the tumultuous atmosphere of Gringotts. Upon arrival, 2 additional robots flanked the entrance to the underground vault, their head sensors emitting erratic lasers that melted the marble walls. Yet, under Ilou's command, they were precisely controlled, sparing any fairies from harm while effectively thwarting their advances. The fairies, now scrambling to evade the lasers, were startled to see another massive robot flying toward them, seemingly with a person atop it. Curse be it! Why had the ministry not yet arrived? A fairy named Lahu, dodging the lasers, muttered curses under her breath. I apologize. I shall compensate you with gems. In a whisper, IRU beheld the scene with a profound sense of guilt, or so it seemed. The robots soared over the heads of the fairies, swiftly traversing the passageway. Observing this, the other 2 robots converged, sealing off the corridor while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of lasers, leaving the fairies in a state of despair. Within the subterranean stone hall, the fire dragon, bound by iron chains, seethed with rage at the recent assault by the dark-robed sorcerer. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the chamber. The colossal head turned, another intruder. In its fury, the dragon's jaws gaped wide, poised to unleash a torrent of fiery breath to annihilate them. However, with a piercing sound, a laser struck the dragon down, its immense body collapsing in the center of the stone hall. Well, I must say, this is truly exhilarating. Ilou cradled the robot as she traversed one tunnel after another, ultimately arriving at Beatrix's private vault. Descending, Ilou leaped from the robot and approached to examine the enchanted doorway. Closing her eyes, she extended her hand cautiously towards it. Nothing. The book stated that those who approached would be drawn in, yet I feel no sensation at all. Ilou, shrouded in a blue bandit mask, gently touched her face, shaking her head. She retrieved a pair of sunglasses from her bag and commanded the robot to intensify the laser's power to melt through the vault. A cacophony of laser sounds ensued. Moments later, a small opening sufficient for Ilou to enter was melted into the vault door. Stepping back, she raised her hands high and then lunged forward with great force, successfully slipping into the vault with a resounding splash. In that moment, brilliance enveloped her. Ilou gently rose to her feet, casually producing her staff to cast a spell of illumination as she surveyed the treasury. On either side, black racks of indeterminate material displayed an array of exquisite silver and gold artifacts, while the center of the floor was neatly arranged with a collection of golden chalices. Ilou cautiously advanced, then lifted his gaze. At the end of the vault, at the center surrounded by a collection of golden artifacts on a black stand, lay the coveted Hufflepuff Cup. With both hands gripping his wand, he gently waved it, and the magnificent ruby emitted a captivating glow. The Hufflepuff Cup floated towards Ilou, and after a brief pause, he grasped it with both hands. Success! The medal of extraordinary significance was finally in his possession. Ilou was utterly exhilarated, grasping the golden cup with the intent to bestow a kiss upon it. However, just a mere centimeter from the cup, she came to an abrupt halt. No. There were still fragments of the soul of the socket head atop it. Kissing it would essentially mean kissing the socket head itself. Ilou contemplated as he levitated the golden cup beside him, retrieving an identical counterfeit cup from his satchel. This was a meticulously crafted imitation of the Hufflepuff Cup, so indistinguishable that even a true Hufflepuff would fail to recognize it. To differentiate it from the authentic version, he had inscribed a few lines of text on the side. After placing the genuine cup back into his satchel, Ilou returned the counterfeit to the center of the black stand. He then approached the entrance once more, repeating his previous actions, and with a splash, he emerged from the vault. Steadying himself, Ilou glanced back at the small hole in the vault door. With a flick of his wand, he restored the vault door to its original state. This was a concealment spell he had learned from his notebook. It required minimal magical energy, could last for an extended period, and was exceedingly difficult to detect, truly perfect for Ilou. He disguised the entire passageway to appear untouched, cradling the robot as he retraced his steps. On the floor of Gringotts, the dark-robed wizard had already fled. And though the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic had arrived a bit late, they were present. Oh, Merlin's beard. What a plethora of spells proved ineffective. What on earth were those two creatures? The Aurors, each wearing expressions akin to having consumed a foul-tasting bean, stared in dismay at the robot, which was indiscriminately firing at the entrance. Suddenly, the two robots ceased their firing, as if receiving an order, and vacated the threshold. With the sounds of flight and acceleration, the robot carrying Ilou surged forth from the entrance, soaring into the outside air, followed closely by the other two robots. Get down. Take cover. An Auror shouted urgently, spotting yet another creature. Wait, they're not attacking us. They are fleeing. What? There is someone on top? Another Auror. Crouched at the entrance, watched in astonishment as the three robots soared away, locking eyes with Ilou, who sported a blue bandit mask, gradually ascending into the sky. Ilou removed the mask from his face, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The previous encounter had truly terrified him. He feared that the Auror at the entrance would unleash a spell to incapacitate him. After all, he had been utterly defenseless, as vulnerable as a newborn turtle. No. Harry at least had the protective love from his mother. He had felt stripped bare, like a freshly hatched turtle without its shell. Phew, that was indeed thrilling. After straightening his clothes, Ilou caressed his necklace, gazing at the starry sky above, and turned to glance back at the receding city. All right, homeward bound, robot. Our magical journey has only just begun. Beneath the veil of the starry sky, Ilou and the three flying automatons gradually vanished, each embarking towards the castle and estate of the Kalmuset family, as well as the ethereal city in the sky. On September 1st, 1991, at King's Cross Station, the Kalmuset family arrived in their azure sedan before the clock struck 10, passing the time with leisure. Morse sat upon a bench, engrossed in a newspaper, while Foucault meticulously examined the educational supplies in their cart. Ilou, savoring a newly purchased blueberry-flavored ice cream, gazed around with curiosity. The onlookers appeared quite astonished, particularly drawn to the elven girl among the trio. Hi. From within the confines of a cage atop the cart, Cecilia was shrieking in distress, her pink wings fluttering anxiously, her feathered crown standing tall. It was an unsettling experience for her, as she had never before been confined in such a manner. This was indeed her inaugural encounter with a cage. In contrast, the aquamarine gym, also caged nearby, appeared remarkably composed, maintaining an air of aloofness without uttering a sound. Ilou crouched down, observing the flailing Cecilia with a sigh, and took a lick of her ice cream. With a free hand, she retrieved a handful of Hawaiian macadamia nuts from her bag, squeezing them tightly. With a crack, the brown shells began to fissure. In a few swift bites, Ilou finished her ice cream and offered several larger shelled nuts to the two cages. Molt and Foucault paid no heed to her extraordinary strength, as if they had long since become accustomed to such peculiarities. Hi, Cecilia exclaimed with delight as she accepted the nuts, her sturdy beak prying open the shells to savor the treat. Aquamarine took her time. By the time she began to indulge, Cecilia was nearly finished. Sitting atop the little cart, Ilou gazed at the two parrots with exasperation. Were it not for the fear of her beloved companions succumbing to melancholy, she wouldn't have brought them along, she mused, reaching once more into her bag for a box of blueberries. On the bench, Foucault had completed her inspection of the cart and was engaged in a discussion about acquisition plans with Molt. Darling, it's about time. We must be on our way, Molt announced, rising and adjusting his sleeves to reveal a watch that adorned his arm. He addressed Foucault and Ilou. Foucault glanced at the itinerary, then stood, gathering her belongings in preparation for departure. Little Ilou, I apologize, but your father and I must take our leave to discuss a grand business deal. She affectionately tousled Ilou's golden hair and pinched her soft cheek with satisfaction. All right, then you two may go with peace of mind. Ilou adjusted his golden locks, rose to his feet, tightened his trousers, and with a confident pat on his chest, struck an impressive pose, casually waving his hand to indicate that all was well. In terms of physical prowess, Morse and Foucault held great confidence in Ilou, as he had dedicated the past few years to rigorous fitness training, cultivating considerable strength. Furthermore, regarding firepower, the duo equipped Ilou with an extensive array of firearms and ammunition, leaving no room for concern. Standing by the roadside, he waved farewell as the couple departed in their blue sedan. All right, let us embark towards that express train. Ilou watched the car disappear into the distance, exhaling softly. In that moment, he liberated himself, gripping the handlebars, humming a tune, and striding with an unapologetic gait towards platform 9 3/4. In the eyes of passers-by, he bore no semblance of a refined lady. Ilou pushed the cart to the side of the pillar, suddenly sensing that the gazes surrounding her had vanished. She halted the cart and turned to observe the passers-by, only to discover that they were all engrossed in their own affairs. How magical, indeed, and rather enchanting. Ilou retracted her gaze, directing it towards the pillar that grasped the cart. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and plunged forward, enveloped in a shroud of darkness. She opened her eyes moments later, unsure of the lens through which she viewed the scene. A deep crimson steam locomotive stood beside a platform teeming with passengers. The train's front bore a golden inscription on a red sign, Hogwarts Express. Beneath the sign was a sequence of numbers, 5972. It was truly magnificent. Ilou sighed softly, pulling the cart towards the door, utterly oblivious to the gazes of the surrounding wizards, accustomed as he was to their scrutiny. After a considerable time, he found himself momentarily stunned. Oh dear, I have no idea which compartment the savior occupies. In the narrow corridor of the train, Ilou searched in vain. For all the compartments appeared identical, making it impossible for him to discern the right one. Never mind, I shall simply choose one at random and leave it to fate. With a gentle pull, he opened the sliding door, placing his luggage in the cage on the floor. The small figure with golden hair immediately nestled against the window, his adorable face reflecting a profound sense of despondency, while his aquamarine eyes brimmed with resignation. After several minutes, the sound of the whistle pierced the air. Ilou, half awake and drowsily blinking, lay on his seat, on the verge of slumber. Suddenly, the sliding door of the compartment opened, revealing a small boy with black hair and green eyes, struggling with an enormous pile of luggage and a cage containing a white bird. Ilou Kalmuset? Is that you? Harry inquired, setting his belongings down and gazing at the elf sprawled across the seat, his green eyes sparkling with delight. Ilou was startled awake when she heard someone call her full name. Turning around, she was met with the piercing green eyes of Harry, which sent a jolt of surprise through her. Goodness, Harry? Is that you? Sitting up straight, Ilou rubbed her sore ear, regretting her choice to lie on her side. That was a poor position to sleep in, she thought to herself, wincing at the discomfort. What is the matter? Harry inquired. Nothing much. Just a bit of pain in my ear from lying on my side, Ilou replied. I never expected to see you here, he remarked. Indeed, I didn't anticipate it either. As the discomfort in her ear subsided, Ilou continued her conversation with Harry. How have you been these past few days? Terribly. My aunt, uncle, and cousin have been absolutely unbearable. And you? How have things been for you? Not too bad, I suppose. My parents have been quite occupied with a significant business venture these past few months. My apologies. Ilou suddenly halted. Alas, he had forgotten about Harry's parents. He instinctively glanced at the lightning-shaped scar. No matter. The sliding door of the compartment was pulled open once more, revealing a red-haired boy. Is anyone here? He inquired, pointing at the vacant seat, for every other place was occupied. Oh, please, take a seat. Il waved her hand, and the red-haired boy took a seat, fixing his gaze upon Il and Harry. I am Ron Weasley, he introduced himself, extending his hands towards the other two. I am Harry Potter. Ilou Kalmuset. She replied, a genderless elf. Ilou and Harry exchanged greetings with Ron. Wait, are you an elf? Ron suddenly widened his eyes, fixated on Ilou's pointed ears, mumbling incoherently. Are there truly elves in this world? Do you have elven relatives? Is there really an elven kingdom? Are all elves as beautiful as you? You're so stunning. And yet you're not a girl? Ron bombarded Ilou with questions. Alas, it was as if he had taken Harry's place in this interrogation. A cursed manifestation of the world's consciousness. Shaking his head, he could only respond swiftly. I am born of nature, with only my adoptive parents, and so far, I have discovered but one other elf. My thoughts currently lean towards masculinity, and I believe we could become friends. Having answered succinctly, Ron turned his attention back to questioning Harry, a classic cinematic scene. Observing Harry under scrutiny, Ilou could not help but smirk mischievously. Harry's eyes darted toward Ilou, seemingly pleading for assistance. Noticing Ilou's unresponsive grin, Harry finally realized that his enchanting elven friend might not be as delightful as he had imagined. Gazing quietly out the window at the sheep-dotted fields, listening to the bickering of Harry and Ron, Ilou felt an unparalleled sense of contentment. What a marvelous life this is. Around 12:30, a cart laden with snacks arrived punctually. Dear, would you like to buy something from the cart? Now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. Harry turned his head, and Ilou's eyes gleamed with a blue light, fixated on the magical treats on the cart. After a bit of commotion, Ron stared intently as Harry poured the purchased goodies onto the empty seat. Ilou purchased even more than Harry, directly collapsing onto the vacant seat opposite Harry and Ron. Il sat cross-legged atop the surface, meticulously selecting intriguing and delightful items, promptly stowing them into her satchel. Ron and Harry, savoring their pies, cast bewildered glances at Il across the table. Is that satchel enchanted with a seamless extension charm? Why do you choose to store so many provisions instead of consuming them? They inquired. Consider it a wondrous elven magic. I have never encountered such items before, and they are quite fascinating, are they not? I intend to collect a few of each to savor at my leisure in the future. Ilou opened a box of chocolate frogs and, with a swift motion, popped one into her mouth before it could escape. As she chewed, she found the flavor quite delightful. Lifting the bottom of the box, she retrieved a star-shaped card. Oh, Ilou, how fortunate you are. It is a Greba, along with Ptolemy. I have no need for the card, so I shall give it to you. Ilou tossed it to Ron. Thank you so much, Ilou. Oh, Harry, that one is Dumbledore. Harry held the picture, gazing at the three-dimensional portrait of Dumbledore within. What is the game of tin-pin bowling? Ilou perused the information above, a look of perplexity crossing her face. It ought to be an amusing game, one would think. Harry shook his head, tucked the picture into his clothing, and tore open a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, eager to savor the assortment. Il did not dare to attempt it, instead sitting opposite them as they debated the flavors of the beans. Oh dear, the beans with a dry, beefy essence. The peppery flavor seems rather pleasant. Alas, how unfortunate. It tastes of bitter melon. This one has a hint of orange marmalade. Ron, with a furrowed brow, stared at the empty bag. Why am I unable to taste the delightful beans? Perhaps it is simply a matter of misfortune. Ilou boldly picked up a green bean, pinched his nose, and closed his eyes, cautiously placing it in his mouth. It was the mint flavor, which I detest the most. Smacking his lips and enduring the chill, he swallowed the bean, declaring that he would never consume such peculiar beans again. Another knock resounded at their private room door. A round-faced boy entered, tears welling in his eyes. Have you seen my toad? He inquired. The two elves shook their heads, and the round-faced boy exited in tears. Have you seen my mouse? His name is Scabbers, Ron exclaimed, grasping the rodent on his lap to showcase to Ilou and Harry. The mouse appeared quite sickly, rather unattractive. I wanted to change his color, but my spell failed. Allow me to demonstrate. Watch closely. He produced a tattered wand, its core exposed. Just as he raised it, the door swung open once more, revealing the round-faced boy alongside a little girl clad in a new robe. I believe we have already informed him that we have not seen it. Though it was merely a scene, Ilou was growing somewhat impatient, interrupted repeatedly. He simply wished to savor the view outside. Was that so wrong? The little girl ignored Ilou entirely, seating herself beside him, her gaze fixed on Ron's wand. Oh, are you casting a spell? Then let us behold your magic. Harry was astonished, while Ron appeared somewhat flustered, clearing his throat. Daisy, Sweet Cream, and Sunshine, turn this foolish, plump mouse yellow. The mouse remained in its lifeless state, showing no sign of change. Are you certain that was indeed a spell? It doesn't seem impressive, she remarked, a torrent of words spilling forth. I am Hermione Granger, by the way. May I ask your names? Hermione spoke with the rapidity of a machine gun. Ron Weasley, Harry Potter, Ilou Kalmuset, a genderless elf. Hermione's eyes widened suddenly, sparkling with the light of curiosity. Ilou gazed at Harry, poised to witness the unfolding drama and relishing the prospect of an iconic narrative. Wait, are you an elf? My goodness, you are truly an elf? So, mythical beings genuinely exist within the magical realm? Do you truly possess longevity? Your beauty must surely be an elven gift? A barrage of inquiries from Hermione bombarded Ilou's mind. Huh? Shouldn't it be Harry Potter facing the questions? Ilou was bewildered, wondering why it was her, like Ron, who was being questioned first. After a considerable time, Ilou's eyes sparkled with realization, and she finally managed to halt Hermione's interrogations. Ilou turned her head and was met with Harry's mischievous grin. It was over. Harry had succumbed to mischief. Tilting her head, Ilou fainted onto her seat, engulfed in a sorrow that she could not escape. Hermione, upon witnessing this, grew anxious. What nonsense was this? She had a multitude of inquiries to pose. Without hesitation, she shook Ilou awake and commenced a new round of questioning. After what felt like an eternity, Hermione finally departed. Regardless of the house I am assigned to, I sincerely hope not to share it with her. Ron observed Ilou's woeful state, trembling in response. And Harry, which house do you wish to join? Both of my brothers are in Gryffindor. Allow me to share a secret. Slytherin is the most dreadful house, the very place where that mysterious figure once resided. Rosen collapsed into his seat, scrutinizing a mouse from side to side. Have your two brothers graduated? What are they currently engaged in? Charlie is in Romania studying dragons, while Bill is working for Gringotts in Africa. Oh, by the way, have you both read the Daily Prophet? Gringotts has been robbed. It is truly astonishing. Harry's eyes widened in shock. while Ilou struggled to suppress her laughter. Although a robbery had occurred, nothing was taken, and concerns arose regarding the involvement of the mysterious figure. Just as the two were engrossed in their lively conversation, the compartment doors swung open once more. 3 boys entered. The one in the middle being the platinum-haired lad whom Harry had encountered in Diagon Alley. The entire train was abuzz with chatter, speculating that Harry was seated in this compartment with a goblin. As Ilou heard the voice, perspiration began to bead on his forehead. The terror was overwhelming, rendering him utterly exhausted from social interaction. With a flick of magic, he donned his wizard's robe and draped a black cloth over his head, retreating into a corner. Harry, Ron, please handle him. I have faith in you. From the shroud of darkness, a hand emerged, giving a thumbs up to Harry and Ron before swiftly withdrawing. Huh? Echoed twice. Oh, it seems I am not as noble as the legends portray. Indeed, I am merely a timid sprite. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Harry, I am Draco Malfoy. After a brief exchange of barbs, he added, until we meet again at school, Harry, and to you, the timid sprite. Just then, Hermione arrived, prompting the trio to exchange a few words before hastily departing. Ilou finally emerged from her corner, having nearly transformed into a twisted version of Pochi. With a wave of her wand, she restored the chaotic compartment to its original state. It was merely the presence of a floral peacock that had caused the disruption. Ilou removed the black cloth and took out a mirror from her bag to arrange her golden locks. Harry and Ron cast disdainful glances at her, pondering how she had merely been huddled in the corner moments earlier. Hermione sat beside Ilou, while Ron began recounting the illustrious tales of the Malfoy family. In just 5 minutes, we will arrive at the station. You two had better hurry and don your robes, Hermione remarked, observing the mountains and woods beneath the deep purple sky. She then turned to Ilou and asked, will you accompany me? I shall pass for now. I will leave shortly. Ilou replied. Ilou waved his hand, signaling Hermione to proceed first, while Ron and Harry also gestured in agreement. Very well, although you are asexual. It is prudent to exercise caution given your striking beauty. As Hermione departed, Ilou suddenly sensed 2 pairs of eyes fixed upon him. He turned around to find Harry and Ron, both seemingly blushing. Ha ha ha. I shall not intrude. I will take my leave now. Ilou masked her embarrassment with a smile as she slowly stepped outside and closed the sliding door. Once Ilou had discreetly exited and shut the door behind her, Harry and Ron finally managed to quell their blushes and began to change their clothes. Who could possibly fathom the extent of the awkwardness they had just experienced? After all, it was a strikingly beautiful elf, albeit androgynous, yet so exquisite that it seemed to transcend the very essence of this dimension. With such a presence during the change, who wouldn't feel a twinge of embarrassment? After a short while, the train decelerated and eventually came to a halt at a small, dimly lit platform, where passengers jostled and surged toward the doors. Ilou stood at the entrance of the private room, casting a mental protection spell upon himself. Soon, he would be sorted into a house, and he certainly did not wish for the old bee to glean any information about him. Although he had yet to learn the defensive magic of this world, he was well versed in the protective spells of another realm, which should suffice to shield him from the sorting hat. With a click, the door swung open. I am ready. Harry's pockets were filled to the brim with sweets, spilling out in a chaotic disarray. Ilou furrowed her brow, and Ron mirrored her expression, his pockets stuffed with candy and a little creature. The significance of a satchel cannot be overstated. Let us proceed together. The two, accompanied by a sprite, made their way towards the crowded doorway of the corridor. After enduring a lengthy ordeal of jostling and scrutiny, the trio found themselves amidst the chill of the night. Harry shivered against the cold as a lantern illuminated above them. It was Hagrid. First-year students, come this way. Harry, little Ilou, over here. Oh, are you 3 all right? The trio navigated through the throng, pushing and shoving, ultimately reaching the comforting warmth of Hagrid's imposing figure. Following him, the crowd embarked on a rather tumultuous journey, with several individuals stumbling along the way. However, the passage was fleeting and soon concluded. At the end of the narrow path, a dark lake suddenly unfurled before them, and upon the lofty hillside across the water stood a magnificent castle, its towering spires piercing the night sky, with windows twinkling beneath the stars. What a sight! How mysterious! Although it was somewhat smaller than Camelot Castle, Ilou marveled at the grandeur of Hogwarts. Beside her, Harry and Ron stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment. Hagrid led them towards several small boats moored by the lake, selecting one for himself, which sank considerably upon his ascent. We shall take these boats across the lake to Hogwarts. For 2 a boat. Mind your step. They are quite old and may capsize. Ilou, Harry. and Ron boarded a small boat, and before they could settle in, a brown figure had already claimed a spot. Neville, so? May I sit here? Well, haven't you already? Oh, thank you. Ah, you scoundrel. Ron glared angrily at Hermione across from him, who remained indifferent, while Harry attempted to mediate, and Ilou observed the unfolding drama. Several small boats glided across the tranquil surface of the lake, making their way towards the towering castle that reached towards the heavens. Ilou rummaged through her bag and pulled out a substantial piece of jerky, savoring it while watching the spectacle unfold. Harry relinquished his efforts at persuasion and resolved to embrace the chaos alongside them. Aren't you going to offer them any advice? He inquired. No need, she replied. They will gradually find their way back to harmony. Harry, which college do you intend to attend? Illa finished the jerky, resting one hand on her chin as she gazed at Harry. Gryffindor? Quite splendid. Since you have made your decision, I shall strive to share a bedroom with you. Teasing you every day. Huh? Ilou, you. Harry was infuriated. The mere thought of waking up each day to a beautiful elf playfully tormenting him made his face flush crimson. Hee, I'm just joking. How could someone as kind-hearted as I possibly tease you? Let us hope that is indeed the case. Ilou gently patted Harry on the shoulder, offering a benign smile. Bow your heads, children, Hagrid bellowed, and everyone complied, lowering their heads as the boat glided through a canopy of ivy, finally arriving at the dock. Wow, that was exhilarating, Ilou exclaimed as she leaped onto the dock, prompting the other students to disembark as well. I never want to ride a boat again. It was so shaky, Harry lamented, resting his head against the wall. He felt nauseous, having been tossed about by the bickering of Ron and Hermione during the ride. Rest assured, this will be the last time. We won't be taking a boat again in the future. Here, take this, my specially concocted anti-nausea remedy. Ilou retrieved 3 blue candies from her bag and handed them to the trio. Hermione glanced at them before swallowing one down, and upon witnessing this, Ron followed suit. The effect was indeed remarkable. Could it be magic? Hermione was astonished by the efficacy of the cough lozenge, as she felt absolutely no dizziness now. Hee. It's advanced technology, not magic at all. Ilou let out a soft chuckle as they ascended the stone steps, standing before a grand oak door. The darkness obscured her ears from view. Hagrid approached and knocked thrice, and the door swung open immediately to reveal a tall, green-haired witch with dark locks standing before them. It was Professor McGonagall, the first-year student's head. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here, she said, pulling the door wide open. Her gaze swept over the crowd and quickly settled on the blonde elf, suppressing her astonishment. She led the newcomers to an empty room at the far end of the hall. Welcome to Hogwarts. Please take a moment to compose yourselves and gather your spirits. With the ample light now illuminating the space, all the first-year students became acutely aware of Ilou's ears. Ilou expressed that Alexandria weighed heavily upon him. It seems the rumors are indeed true. A sprite has arrived at Hogwarts. A familiar voice resonated, prompting Harry and Ron to immediately lift their heads to scrutinize this uninvited guest. This is Goyle, and that is Crabbe. I am Draco Malfoy. And you? A sprite. The platinum-haired Draco extended an inviting hand towards Ilou. Well, I am Ilou Kalmuset. It is a pleasure to meet you, Draco. With so many eyes upon him, Ilou could only respond with politeness. How infuriating, social death on the very first day of school. Oh, and I haven't even enrolled yet. Ilou now felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Draco. Hey, what are you doing? Ron rushed to Ilou's side, glaring at Draco, who grew increasingly arrogant, his eyes nearly reaching his forehead. With that red hair and those tattered robes that have seen countless generations, you must surely belong to the Weasley family. Draco continued to gaze at Ilou, extending his hand once more. Ilou, join the Malfoy family. Sprites are inherently superior, and we could become friends. Regrettably, that is something I must contemplate further. In her previous life, when IRU read the original work and watched the film, she did not harbor a strong dislike for Draco, though she was not particularly fond of him either. However, this time, the embarrassment was overwhelming, leading IRU to score negative points. Who on earth could possibly admire such a venomous and arrogant individual? Oh, in her mind, IRU was metaphorically boxing Draco, yet in reality, she maintained an innocuous smile. All right, let us all calm down. Professor McGonagall appeared just in time to quell the potential chaos. Draco's face flushed crimson as he shot a glare at IRU. Professor McGonagall stepped forward and with a flick of her wand, the grand doors swung open. Follow me. She guided the newcomers into the opulent Great Hall. Above the tables, thousands of floating candles illuminated the hall with a radiant glow. On the 4 tables, gleaming golden platters and elegant goblets sparkled enticingly. At the head of the hall, a long table was set for the faculty members. Ilou concealed himself in the midst of the triad, unnoticed by anyone for the time being, though he anticipated that his luck would soon run out. Professor McGonagall placed a tattered wizard's hat upon a 4-legged stool in front of the new students, and the hall fell into an expectant silence. Suddenly, the hat split open and began to sing. You may think me unremarkable, but rest assured, for I am a thinking sorting hat. Once the hat concluded its melodic performance and bowed in all directions, it fell still. Ron gazed at the tattered hat and whispered to the 3 individuals behind him. It seemed too simple. All one had to do was don this hat. Indeed, it was exceedingly simple. Ilou offered a faint smile, already envisioning the impending mortification of the moment. Ilou, do not be so anxious. Wearing a hat is far preferable to battling a giant, is it not? Harry interjected into the conversation. Now you understand the significance of practicing spells beforehand, Hermione chimed in. Countless eyes were fixated on the scene as Professor McGonagall unfurled a piece of parchment and began to announce the names. Hannah Abbott. A small girl stumbled forward, taking her seat as the hat obscured her head. Hufflepuff. She made her way towards the Hufflepuff table amidst a chorus of cheers. Ilou cautiously peered out, fixating on Dumbledore seated at the center of the faculty. If that fellow were to discover the thoughts swirling in his mind, he would undoubtedly be ensnared in a most unfortunate predicament, reduced to a mere pawn in the scheme of salvation. No, thank you, he mused, casting another glance at Dumbledore, only to find the elderly wizard winking at him, which startled him into retracting his head once more. Dumbledore, observing Ilou's sudden retreat, was left utterly bewildered. Why the need to hide? Am I truly that fearsome? The old man pondered, confusion etched upon his face, before a moment of clarity washed over him. Ah, perhaps it is mere shyness, he concluded, stroking his beard and lifting the crystal goblet before him to take a sip. Ilou Kalmuset, Professor McGonagall exclaimed, prompting Ilou to reluctantly emerge from the iron triangle and approach the stool. An elf? The hall fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes fixated on Ilou, with most expressions reflecting astonishment. Of course, there were a few who were less concerned with the elf and more intrigued by the surname Kalmuset. Those who took note of this name were typically perceptive Muggle students, already contemplating ways to forge a connection with the elf and the esteemed Kalmuset lineage. Once seated on the stool, Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon Ilou's head. Oh, I find I cannot fully discern you. The sorting hat's astonished voice echoed in his mind, and Ilou exhaled in relief, grateful that his thoughts would remain concealed. Gradually, he began to relax a bit. Courageous. To some extent, but not excessively so. Sharp-witted, you possess great wisdom. Honest and loyal, albeit slightly. Ambitious, yet devoid of treachery. Then it must be Slytherin. Just as Ilou was about to protest, she was startled by the anguished cry of the sorting hat. Kukulkan? Are you still tangled in my hair? Hiss had emitted a disgruntled sound, blaming Ilou for bringing her to this dreary place and disturbing her slumber. However, Ilou paid no heed. Instead, she felt a surge of delight and promptly commanded Kukulkan. Kukulkan, bite it. I refuse to go to Slytherin. Hisso, damn snake. Stop, stop. Where on earth do you want to go? This is so bizarre, so peculiar. I am merely a piece of fabric. Why does it hurt? The sorting hat lamented in agony as Kukulkan continued to bite. I wish to be placed in Gryffindor. Ilou contemplated the merits and shortcomings of the 4 houses. Although in his previous life he harbored a preference for Hufflepuff over Gryffindor, finding comfort within its embrace, this time it was different. With his family's affluence, he no longer yearned for mere ease. Rather, he preferred to join Harry, Ron, and Hermione in Gryffindor. The companionship of friends there far outweighed the allure of Hufflepuff. Yes, Gryffindor. Kukulkan ceased his biting, fluttered his wings, and nestled into the golden locks to continue his slumber. An eruption of cheers and applause, louder than thunder, resonated from the Gryffindor table. As Ilou hastily took a seat, he was immediately besieged by various invitations and solicitations from all directions, all of which he declined. The subsequent sorting ceremony offered little of interest, save for Harry's admission into Gryffindor. Once the ceremony concluded, Dumbledore rose, his face beaming with joy as he gazed upon the students. Now, the feast was about to commence. He tapped his goblet, and the plates at each house table brimmed with an abundance of food. Ilou picked up a piece of pork knuckle to gnaw on, leaving the iron triangle in a state of astonishment. Feeling their gaze upon her, Ilou's cheeks flushed, and she instinctively shielded her face with her sleeve. Why are you all staring at me? Go ahead and eat, she exclaimed. I truly can't believe you can consume so much. How do you manage it? Hermione scrutinized Ilu's abdomen, which appeared remarkably flat, devoid of any bulge. Ha ha ha, it's elven magic, Ilu replied with a grin. Ilúga chuckled softly. In truth, he possessed none of the internal organs typical of ordinary beings. His parents had conducted examinations revealing the absence of stomach, lungs, brain, and liver, not even a trace of arteries. How could one bleed without vessels? A thought-provoking inquiry, silver gold elf, my young friend. It could be said that he was merely a semblance of a skeleton enveloped in a substance that resembled flesh yet was not. Continuing to indulge in his meal, the food on his plate gradually dwindled as Ilúga seized the moment to devour the last piece of fried fish and chips. He grinned, savoring the delightful flavor. Next came the foolishness of Dumbledore. A weeping mess. A bundle of remnants. Time for a speech? Harry gazed at Dumbledore, feeling an unsettling sense that he had stumbled into the wrong place. Was he a bit eccentric? He inquired of the other three. Perhaps it was a common trait among the elderly? Ilúga replied that his grandfather was quite cool and robust, yet he seemed to possess a touch of eccentricity. For instance, whenever weapons were mentioned, he would retrieve an array of peculiar items from the storeroom. It is quite common, after all, for the elderly to suffer from various ailments. Hermione nodded in agreement, while Ron appeared utterly astonished. Is it not somewhat inappropriate to speak of a great wizard in such a manner? Ron felt a sense of alienation. As the dinner concluded, the heads of the houses led the first-year students towards the common room. Oh, this is simply enchanting, Ron exclaimed, gazing at the ever-changing staircases. With Hermione and Harry echoing his sentiments, and Ilúga giving a thumbs up. Look, the paintings are moving. The figures in the wall paintings greeted the newcomers. They arrived at the end of a corridor, where a grand portrait hung, depicting a rather portly woman clad in pink attire. Password? She inquired. Dragon dung, replied Percy, the head boy. The portrait swung open like a door, revealing a circular entrance through which Percy guided them. Thus, they arrived at the Gryffindor common room, a cozy, circular chamber adorned with plush armchairs. Ilúga settled down comfortably, reluctant to leave. The iron triangle also took their places beside him, equally disinclined to depart. However, the hour grew late, and it was time to retire for the night. Having completed her evening routine, Hermione stood before the ensconced Ilúga. Come on. Let us head to the dormitory together. She grasped Ilú's foot, attempting to drag him away, while Ilúga desperately clung to Harry and Ron's ankles, resolute in his refusal. Ah. No. I am not a girl. My thoughts are decidedly masculine. I must go to the boys' dormitory. You, with such beauty, display no sense of urgency. Very well. Remain with those two until the end. Hermione, seeing Ilú's stubbornness, gritted her teeth in frustration, flung her robe, and strode through the door, slamming it shut with a decisive thud. Harry and Ron, yielding to Ilú's influence, consented to share a dormitory. And thus he stepped into the boys' dormitory amidst the astonished gazes of his classmates. How delightful. Ilúga sat by the bedside, meticulously arranging her belongings. Two open cages rested by the window, within which the aquamarine Jim and Cecilia were peacefully asleep. Ilú, is that a blue and yellow macaw? How exquisite, Ron remarked. His gaze filled with envy as he beheld the two parrots. It was evident that he harbored a certain disdain for the elderly owl that resided in his home. Oh. Her name is Aquamarine, and the other is Cecilia. Just a heads up, Cecilia can be quite vocal in the morning, and it can be rather noisy. Ilú donned a cerulean nightgown, meticulously arranging the mattress before reclining upon it, engaging in conversation with Harry and Ron. Young lads, do not be bashful, after all. I am devoid of gender, she declared, preparing to drift into slumber while enveloped in a voluminous quilt. Observing her drowsiness, Harry and Ron also readied themselves to extinguish the lights for the night. See you tomorrow, Ilú, they echoed, one after the other. As the night deepened, Ilú, who should have succumbed to sleep, found herself restlessly shifting on the bed. Suddenly, her eyes flew open as she scanned her surroundings. Confirming that both Harry and Ron were fast asleep, she cocooned herself in the quilt and rolled up her sleeves, revealing a timepiece that seemed out of place for this era. The face of the watch was a rectangular azure gemstone, while the strap was composed of an unidentifiable, highly elastic material. Hee. Ilú revealed a disconcerting smile. This rectangular gem was, in fact, a crystallized flying stone, equipped with an artificial intelligence that enabled remote control of the floating city. After all, there was still much unfinished work and verdant flora above. Hatsune Miku, he murmured softly to his watch. Ilulu. The gem began to glow, presenting a blue-haired girl with twin tails, albeit appearing as if she had just awakened. her expression rather vacant. It is Ilulu, not Iluru. Please do not err again. Let us hastily bring the floating city here. Hatsune Miku was the artificial intelligence he had engineered 3 months prior, primarily to manage the floating city in Ilulu's absence. The name was chosen on a whim, while her visage was extracted from his memories. As for the artificial intelligence, Hatsune Miku seemed rather inept, likely due to a limited database, as she even mispronounced names. Yet, she was expected to evolve over time. "Oh, it's moving towards us," Hatsune Miku responded in a slow, monotonous tone, her expression still blank. Alas, being only 3 months old, one cannot expect too much. I hope she becomes more astute as she matures. With a sigh, Ilulu closed the watch, adjusted her posture, and prepared for slumber. Unbeknownst to anyone, a storm larger than Mount Fuji was gradually approaching Hogwarts. "Morning. Hi. Hi. Hi." An uproarious voice filled the dormitory. It was Cecilia, using her booming voice to rouse Ilulu and the others. Harry, wide-eyed in bed, recalled his delightful life at the Dursleys, instantly feeling that life at the academy had become unbearably arduous. Illu, still somewhat drowsy, rubbed her eyes and gazed at Harry and Ron. "Oh, my apologies. Perhaps I should allow her to reside with the owl. However, this arrangement is quite satisfactory as it alleviates your concerns about tardiness. I am immensely grateful to you." Ron observed the flapping Cecilia and suddenly found that the parrot was not as enchanting as he had initially thought. His own owl seemed far superior. After providing some sustenance to the aquamarine and Cecilia, Illu opened the window, granting them the freedom to soar. Had she forgotten something? Illa gazed at the 2 parrots soaring through the sky, suddenly feeling as though he had forgotten something. "Kokoti, it's all right. I will strive for independence." Next came the time to tidy up, during which Illa wished to change his attire, only to be met with the insistence of Harry and Ron to hang up a curtain. Illu expressed his bewilderment, questioning why they felt shy, as there was nothing remarkable about his physique. Once the tidying was complete, they exited the dormitory, with Hermione not accompanying them. "Over there, look, a living elf. Did you see her ears and hair? Truly exquisite. Yet, I heard she visited the boys' dormitory last night. Could it be? Perhaps this elf has no gender." Along the way, Illa took Harry's place in garnering attention, as countless individuals buzzed around him like flies, their eyes wide with astonishment. He lamented that he was nearing his limit, having never experienced such a crowd surrounding him. "Please, focus on the savior instead. What is so captivating about an elf?" Illa's mind was in turmoil as she struggled to maintain an expressionless facade. "Illu, are you all right?" Harry asked, noticing the mounting attention directed at her. "I'm fine. At least they aren't surrounding me with questions," she thought, dismissing the non-existent cold sweat. Ignoring the gazes of others, Illa briskly pulled Harry and Ron toward the classroom. At that moment, the classroom was still sparsely populated, with a solitary cat quietly perched on the teacher's desk. Hermione was seated, her right hand fervently wielding a quill while her left rapidly turned the pages of a book. It appeared she had arrived early, which explained her absence from the earlier gathering. Ilias settled beside her as the 3 of them retrieved their books to commence their self-study. "Oh, I presumed you would arrive late," Hermione remarked, pausing her actions to tease Harry and Ron, whose faces bore the remnants of sleep. "Fear not, with Cecilia around. Those 2 shall never be tardy in their lifetime. Is it the pink sunflower parrot, which flutters and squawks chaotically in the morning sky? And what of the blue and purple macaw?" "Ah, the blue and purple macaw is named Aquamarine. Are they not both exquisite?" Illa's mood abruptly shifted to one of pride, her hair seemingly gleaming even more radiantly. It was evident that her family was indeed affluent. Observing Illu's haughty demeanor, Hermione spoke with a tone of discontent. As a Muggle student, with both her parents being dentists and providing a well-rounded education, she was acutely aware of the rarity of these 2 parrots, understanding that their care required more than mere financial resources. After a while, the classroom gradually filled with incoming students. Yet apart from Illu and Hermione, who were engrossed in their studies, the majority were fixated on the podium, whispering amongst themselves about the absent cat. "How peculiar. Where's the teacher?" Harry glanced around, searching for Professor McGonagall, but found no sign of her. Illu gently patted him on the shoulder, indicating that he should glance at the cat perched upon the podium. "That cat is none other than—" Let us not forget the nature of Professor McGonagall as an educator. Harry and Ron suddenly understood, their gazes faltering before the feline figure, while Illa nodded with satisfaction. And Hermione regarded the scene in silent disbelief. Just as whispers circulated among the students, the cat on the podium sprang into action, transforming into the stern-faced Professor McGonagall, startling everyone present. With her keen, discerning eyes, She surveyed the room. "I am pleased to see that no one is late," she stated, her satisfaction evident. In her experience, it was customary for most first-year students to arrive tardily, albeit by a few minutes. What I am about to convey, you must remember with utmost seriousness. With a flick of her wand, all the notebooks on the desks opened, and textbooks flipped to the first page. Transfiguration is the most perilous and intricate form of magic you will encounter at Hogwarts. A moment's inattention could land you in the hospital wing beneath crisp white sheets, destined to meet Merlin. Therefore, I implore you to approach this subject with diligence and take thorough notes. Furthermore, I expect no mischief from any student during my class. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to assign you to the wall as punishment. Consider this your warning." Ilou swiftly wielded her quill, capturing every word without omission, leaving Hermione beside her utterly astonished. Is this the speed of a human? Noticing everyone engrossed in their note-taking, Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction, contemplating that this cohort of students was indeed remarkable. Turning to the lectern, she waved her wand, transforming it into a Highland Scottish cow. With another flourish, she transfigured the candles and parchment upon the cow's back into a parrot and a western diamondback rattlesnake. How splendid! The four of them were instantly captivated, their ones twitching with anticipation. Professor McGonagall, aware of the fervor ignited beneath the Highland cow, the lectern, chose not to dampen their spirits, intending to allow the students to remain invigorated for the subsequent lessons. As the time approached, she clapped her hands, prompting the students to cease their fervent discussions. Don't be too quick to rejoice. A long journey lies ahead, beginning with note-taking. With that, Professor McGonagall reverted the three creatures to their original forms, approached the blackboard, and retrieved a piece of chalk. What followed were the lamentations of the students echoing throughout the room. Harry and Ron, quills in hand, stared in petrified disbelief at the densely packed characters on the blackboard, while Hermione, drenched in perspiration, diligently transcribed every word. Ilou yearned to be drenched in sweat. Yet lacking the necessary organs to perspire, he could only feign exhaustion while dutifully taking notes alongside Hermione. It was rather effortless indeed. As he gazed upon the plethora of intricate and profound characters sprawled across his notebook, it felt reminiscent of his previous life's academic endeavors, surprisingly lighthearted. Observing Ilou's relaxed demeanor, Harry and Ron felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, resigning themselves to silently copying the notes. After a spell of discontent, the classroom resumed its usual atmosphere. Professor McGonagall retrieved a box of matches from her drawer and magically distributed them among the students. Next, you shall attempt to transform a matchstick into a needle. Do not feel burdened. It is merely an experiment. Failure is perfectly acceptable, she instructed, with unwavering determination. Hermione was confident in her abilities. Concentrating her focus, she brandished her wand and recited an incantation, Transfigure. The original text did not provide an actual spell, so this is a creative addition. Regrettably, the matchstick remained unchanged, and Harry and Ron fared no better. Despite the setback, Hermione remained optimistic. She turned to Ilou, her eyes sparkling with peculiar excitement. You should give it a try. I sense that your elven heritage will yield remarkable results. Drawing forth his wand and directing it at the matchstick, Ilou felt no confidence whatsoever. The magic of this world bore no resemblance to the spells of his own realm. In being of a different world, he presumed his talents were lacking. Transfigure, he declared. A blue light erupted from the tip of his wand, striking the matchstick. The match glimmered with a silvery radiance, transforming into a luminous object. Staring at this match, now glowing like a light bulb, Ilou was momentarily stunned and turned to Hermione, inquiring, "Does making the match glow count as a success?" Perhaps not. It might be more akin to a color-changing spell. Try again." Hermione replied with a shake of her head, revealing her uncertainty. Ilou prodded the matchstick with his wand, preparing to cast the spell once more. Professor McGonagall cast a discreet glance from behind the podium, though none took notice. Transfigure. This time, there was a clear advancement. The match no longer emitted a silvery glow, but instead spun and rolled like a disco ball, radiating a spectrum of colors. The brilliance illuminated the astonished faces of Ilou and his companions, captivating the attention of their peers. Professor McGonagall approached their desk, waved her wand to revert the matchstick to its original state, and bestowed a rare smile upon Ilou. "Excellent work. You possess great talent. I am delighted that this year Gryffindor has a student like you." 5 points to Gryffindor. Her commendation inspired many classmates, who doubled their efforts to earn points for their own houses. "How did you manage that?" Ron inquired of Ilou, as the trio shared the same curiosity. I'm not entirely sure. It just seemed to transform inexplicably," Ilou responded, a hint of bewilderment in his voice. Ilou yearned for another attempt, thus he waved his wand once more, invoking transformation upon all things. This time, the matchstick metamorphosed into a remarkably exquisite silver needle. The iron triangle gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld Ilou. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall's smile grew increasingly wild, sensing that she had stumbled upon a great treasure this year. Splendid! Mr. Kalmuset has successfully turned a matchstick into a silver needle. Gryffindor earns an additional 10 points. Upon hearing that Gryffindor had garnered another 10 points, a chorus of hisses erupted from the Slytherin side, prompting Professor McGonagall to immediately intervene. I have stated before, there shall be no mischief in my classroom. The little snakes fell silent, for they were averse to the prospect of standing against the wall. As the crevices of stone were far from amusing, Professor McGonagall then turned her gaze back to Ilou. Mr. Kalmuset, I expect you to visit the headmaster's office this evening. With that, she departed, leaving Ilou no opportunity to refuse. Hermione watched Professor McGonagall retreat with a look of perplexity. Ilou had already turned to stone, reluctant to meet that old bee, Dumbledore, or perhaps the old bat as well. The iron triangle regarded Ilou with sympathy. Relax, it's still morning, reassured Harry. Indeed, there is ample time, and surely nothing will go awry. The Transfiguration class concluded swiftly, with Hermione achieving notable success by transforming a matchstick just slightly, earning the commendation and extra points from Professor McGonagall amidst the envious glances of Slytherin. Both Harry and Ron also made significant progress. One turned his matchstick green, while the other transformed his to red. Thus, the first class at Hogwarts came to a peaceful and uneventful end. After transfiguration, the four of them chatted as they made their way to the potions classroom. Harry, did you remember everything I just taught you? Ilou inquired as he walked beside Harry. He had just imparted some knowledge into Harry's seemingly vacant mind to prevent any embarrassment during potions class at the hands of Snape. Harry, with an utterly innocent gaze, stared at his textbook, feeling a bit dazed. Although he had memorized the material, it seemed incomprehensible to him. Oh. What does the addition of powdered daffodil root to wormwood infusion yield? Hermione, glancing at the esteemed savior beside her, couldn't help but cover her face, pondering whether she should perhaps revisit the content of the textbook. Was he truly the boy who lived? Not a problem. Just remember what I taught you, and you will have no issues in the next potions class, said Ilou, flipping his hair back and giving Harry a thumbs up, indicating there was no need for concern. Despite the possibility that Snape might pose additional questions afterward, matters beyond Ilou's control. Unless, of course, he could immediately use his wand to firmly implant wisdom into Harry's blank mind. Ron observed the interaction among the trio, inexplicably sensing the world's cruelty. I shouldn't be here. I should be underground. After a brief bout of laughter, they soon arrived at the potions classroom, which was somewhat empty, clearly indicating they had arrived quite early. Era chose a discreet position to take a seat, carefully extracting her books and quill from the satchel at her chest and arranging them neatly upon her desk. However, in the next moment, the iron triangle approached, inevitably drawing attention to her presence. Alas, a dense aura of gloom enveloped Il, leaving Hermione, Harry, and Ron in a state of bewilderment. Hermione inquired, "What is the matter with her? Why the sudden melancholy?" Ron speculated, "Perhaps she is experiencing a profound sorrow amidst her joy?" Harry remarked, "Ah, that is unfortunate. Ilou, children, I assure you, I am quite well. Iron Triangle, where did you come from?" The joyous moments swiftly came to an end, as the classroom soon buzzed with chatter, filled to capacity. With a resounding bang, the front door swung open, and a shadowy figure, cloaked in black like a great bat, strode onto the podium with an air of indifference. "You are here to delve into the intricate science of potion making and its rigorous craft. Here, there is no need for anyone to foolishly wave their wands." Snape's hollow and frigid gaze swept across the classroom, instantly plunging the atmosphere into an icy chill. His eyes slowly moved, ultimately resting upon Harry. "Harry, he truly despises me." However, Snape quickly averted his gaze, once more surveying the entire class. "I do not expect you to grasp the subtleties of potion making, for you are merely a bunch of dolts with nothing but nonsense in your heads. You will not comprehend the liquid that courses through human veins, the kind of enchanting magic that captivates the heart and clouds the mind. Yet, I can teach you how to elevate your reputation, brew honor, and even stave off death. But this is contingent upon your not being the kind of foolish simpletons who can only wave their wands." This nearly flawless opening statement rendered the entire class, save for Ilou and her three companions, speechless. "Surely, I am not one of those foolish simpletons, am I?" Ron, bewildered, turned to Hermione for clarification. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, "You must be the sort with your head filled with troll snot. I shudder to think which unfortunate soul will wed you in the future. Future someone. I truly am foolish, indeed." Ron, flustered, erupted into a quarrel with Hermione, causing Snape on the podium to glance up at the commotion, momentarily feeling as though darkness enveloped him. However, he did not reprimand Ron and Hermione. Instead, he called upon Harry. "Oh, is this not our renowned newcomer?" Harry stood at attention, drenched in sweat, and the next moment, the irritable voice rang out once more. "Potter, if I were to add daffodil and powder to the mugwort infusion, what would I obtain?" "You would acquire a potion of life and death, Professor." Snape's eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsense! Has this boy not spent 11 years in the Muggle world? Undeterred, he continued to pose questions to Harry, yet Harry, drawing upon the knowledge Ilou had recently imparted, answered each correctly. Just when Ilou believed victory was assured, and Gryffindor would not suffer any deductions, Snape's voice echoed once again. "Potter, who taught you to address a professor in such a tone? Show respect. Gryffindor loses 5 points due to your blunder." Ilou's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. My friend? Is this even permissible?" Hermione and Ron had ceased their quarrel, now regarding Snape with a look of disdain. "I never expected you to be such a professor." The reputation of Slytherin House plummeted further into disrepute, as even passing parrots felt compelled to express their contempt. The desks belonging to Slytherin emitted their signature serpent-like laughter, mocking Gryffindor for inexplicably losing 5 points. Snape's cold, penetrating gaze shifted towards them, instilling a suffocating sense of dread akin to that of a constricting python, causing the younger students to break into a sweat. The merciless voice rang out once more. "Where are the papers? Where are the quills? Hurry. Record all the knowledge from earlier." The entire classroom was enveloped in the sound of quills scratching against parchment as students feverishly transcribed notes, their wrists nearly faltering from the effort. Once the notes were completed, they entered into the exhilarating realm of practical application. Ilou playfully squeezed a slimy creature with antennae, startling Hermione, who was stirring a cauldron, and Harry and Ron, who were handling ingredients, causing their hairs to stand on end. "Ilou, enough with the antics. That thing is truly repulsive. It would be best to boil it," Hermione said, pinching her nose to suppress her urge to vomit. Harry nodded in agreement, while Ron felt that the creature's level of disgust was comparable to that of a spider. "Not at all. This creature is rather endearing. However, since it is an ingredient, let us proceed with boiling it," Ilou remarked, reluctantly setting the slimy creature down. To prevent Ilou from causing further mischief, Hermione promptly tossed the creature into the cauldron. "Oh, it's dead now," Ilou observed, watching the slimy creature being cooked. As a silver gold elf, Ilou possesses the extraordinary ability to communicate with all forms of life, and this slimy creature is no exception. Despite its lack of wisdom and its rather repulsive appearance, its incessant squirming and gurgling sounds evoke a sense of amusement in Ilou. However, observing Ilou's apparent fascination, Harry and Ron shuddered and hastily poured all the slugs from the table into the cauldron. Bang! Ilou suddenly turned around, initially believing that her own cauldron had exploded. To her surprise, it was Neville's cauldron that had met such a fate, leaving his arms and legs covered in swollen, painful boils, causing him to writhe on the floor in agony. Snape, visibly irritated, exclaimed, "You fool!" And with a flick of his wand, he cleared the chaotic scene. "I suspect you failed to remove the cauldron from the fire before hastily adding the porcupine quills, did you not?" Neville began to sob uncontrollably, his nose sprouting numerous boils. "Mr. Kalmuset, take him to the hospital wing," Snape commanded sharply, addressing Ilou, who had been inching closer. "Oh dear," Ilou said as she approached to assist Neville, gently lifting him and making her way towards the hospital wing. As they walked down the corridor, Ilou carried Neville slowly on her back, listening to his continuous cries. The poor boy was truly pitiful, and a wave of sympathy washed over Ilou. She reached a bench along the corridor and laid Neville down gently upon it. Sniffle, sniffle. Huh? Classmate Kalmuset? Neville stared blankly at the elf before him, utterly bewildered. "Just call me Ilou," she reassured him. "Rest assured, I possess a deft hand in healing magic." Ilou stood beside the seat, her hands hovering over Navi, murmuring incantations. The healing energy emanated a gentle blue glow, gradually enveloping Navi's body. All his boils vanished, and even his skin transformed significantly. Is a staff truly necessary for spellcasting? Is magic so cumbersome? Navi felt the warm embrace of the blue light, akin to a comforting presence. "How do you feel? Is it much better?" Observing Navi, now unscathed, Ilou felt a deep sense of satisfaction. In truth, she had never employed healing magic on herself, for she seldom incurred injuries, and even when she did, her recovery was swift. "Thank you, Ilou. How did you achieve this?" Navi marveled at his arms and legs, incredulous, for even his grandmother's magic lacked such instantaneous healing effects. "It's elven magic. Oh, please keep it a secret," Ilou replied, offering him a mysterious smile. "Should I still go to the school hospital? Feel free to wander about. After all, classes will be ending soon. However, I must take my leave now. Remember to keep this confidential, Navi." Ilou tidied her hairstyle and hurried toward the potions classroom, while Neville sat on a chair, watching her figure vanish from sight. In the potions classroom, Hermione wore an expression of utmost indignation, and Harry and Ron appeared equally vexed. "Ilou, you have finally returned. That old bat deducted 5 points from us again. It's utterly infuriating," Ron exclaimed as soon as he saw Ilou approach, venting his frustration about the old bat with a barrage of unflattering remarks. Ilou gazed at the three of them, offering an awkward smile that conveyed her helplessness. Amidst the numerous complaints from Gryffindor, the potions class officially came to an end. The four of them ascended the stairs from the dungeon, with Harry limping and his spirits significantly dampened, preoccupied with the fact that he had inadvertently caused Gryffindor to lose 10 points. "Fear not, Harry," Ron consoled him. "This is hardly a matter of great consequence. Old Bat is particularly unreasonable and frequently deducts points from Fred and George as well. Cheer up. Although points were lost today, with your ingenuity as the savior, you can surely leave Snape speechless in the future and claim his position." Ilou gently patted Harry's shoulder, flashed a peace sign, and with a swift motion of her hand behind her back, discreetly cast a spell. Suddenly, Harry, who had been wallowing in sorrow, felt his spirits lift. A newfound confidence surged within him, as though he had regained his zest for mischief. It was as if he were ablaze with an inner light. "What is this vigor?" Ron rubbed his eyes, gazing at Harry in bewilderment. "Where has your earlier despondency vanished to, mate?" Hermione, pondering thoughtfully while rifling through her bag of books, interjected. "By the way, didn't T. Hagrid invite you for tea this afternoon? We could go together. What do you think, Hermione?" Ilou turned to her. "I'll pass. The potions class has made me realize how much I still need to learn, so I must head to the library to study," Hermione replied, waving her hand dismissively as she departed without a backward glance. Truly the embodiment of diligence, Ilou mused, recognizing Hermione's significant academic lead. She then glanced at Harry and Ron, sighing softly. "With me around, they shouldn't falter too much, right? At least we won't merely scrape by as we used to." Shaking her head, she cast aside such thoughts. "Come on, let us go." Ilou grasped Harry with her left hand and Ron with her right, and they dashed down the corridor. "Ilou, slow down." At 2:55 p.m., on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest, at Hagrid's hut, Harry and Ron leaned against a wooden post, panting heavily while Ilou repeatedly bowed in apology. "Goodness, Merlin knows, we were nearly dragged here." Ilou ran as swiftly as a falcon, her strength overwhelming, leaving them utterly powerless to resist her pull. "Next time, please go a bit slower. My Scabbers, if he dies, my mother will surely scold me." Ron extracted the unconscious Scabbers from his pocket, giving him a gentle squeeze to ensure he was still alive. Sighing in relief, he returned the rodent to his pocket. "I'm so sorry, I truly am. I want to do it again." Bowing apologetically to Ron, Ilou then turned to Harry with a look of deep remorse. After a moment of silence, she exclaimed, "Oh no. Harry, don't you dare die on me." Ilou hurriedly rushed over to turn Harry onto his back, only to discover his complexion was a pallid shade of purple. Having spent an extended period in the stairwell, Harry's frail constitution had deteriorated further, and after the exertion of rapid movement, he was on the brink of joining Merlin in the afterlife. Following a prolonged minute of magical resuscitation, Harry finally returned to the realm of the living, expressing his forgiveness towards Ilou. Once they had gathered themselves, the trio approached the wooden cabin, where a crossbow and a pair of rubber-soled shoes rested atop a nearby wooden crate. Harry stepped forward to knock on the door, which creaked open with a struggle accompanied by low, growling barks, revealing Hagrid's large, bearded visage. "Roar, you've arrived. Hold on a moment. Step back, Fong," Hagrid exclaimed, retreating to allow the three to enter. "This place is quite charming," Ilou remarked, peering in to appreciate the rich ambience of the space. The cabin was spacious indeed, adorned with various meats hanging from the ceiling: ham, wild fowl, jerky, and an assortment of unfamiliar bird flesh. A copper kettle simmered over a fire pit, emitting a gentle hiss, while in the corner stood a bed of Hagrid's size, its quilt stitched together from an array of patchwork fabric. To the average observer, this scene might evoke a sense of disdain, but Ilou, not being human, perceived it as brimming with the essence of happiness. "Thank you for the compliment." "Don't mention it," Hagrid responded, casting a grateful glance toward Ilou, accompanied by a large black hound at his side. Grasping the hound's collar, Hagrid introduced, "This is Fong. Don't let his fierce appearance fool you. He is quite gentle, though it's best to exercise caution." With that, Hagrid released Fong. As soon as Fong was liberated, he lunged toward Ilou, but in the split second before collision, Ilou deftly brought Fong down and began to vigorously scratch his belly. Fong reveled in the attention, yet still yearned to rise and lick Ilou, but with Ilou's legs firmly pressed against his back, Fong was compelled to submit to the joy of the moment. Hagrid, witnessing Fong's unexpected defeat, was taken aback, then burst into laughter at the sight of Fong's blissful expression. "It's evident that Fong adores you, young Ilou. Truth be told, neither my family nor I have a fondness for cats or dogs," Ilou confessed, regarding the black hound beneath him with an odd expression. Upon hearing this, Fong's eyes dimmed, and his tail ceased its wagging. "You don't count," Ilou quickly added, observing Fong's spirit dimming and offering a reassuring pat. With a renewed vigor, Fong shook off the pallor of despair, his tail wagging once more as he turned his head to lick Ilou's ear. Witnessing Fong's revival and their interaction sparked a curious thought in Ilou, reminiscent of Fong's usual behavior, utterly oblivious to the words spoken around him. Hagrid turned to Harry and inquired, "Can young Ilou converse with animals?" "That seems plausible. During our potion class this afternoon, Ilou was frequently engaged in conversation with a slug," Harry replied, then added, "Oh, by the way, Hagrid, this is Ron, my new friend." Recalling the slimy, mucilaginous slug, Harry could not help but shudder. "I never wish to interact with slugs again," he expressed in despair. "Ah, I see. So the elves are truly wondrous? Oh, another little brother from the Weasley family, I presume? Welcome, welcome. I hold great admiration for your brother Charlie. He possesses remarkable skills with animals." A few minutes later, Illinois gazed at the now comfortable Yaya, who had drifted into slumber. He gently lifted the hefty creature and placed him into the dog bed, then retrieved a blanket from his satchel to cover him. Task accomplished. Ilou returned to her small wooden stool at the dining table, where Hagrid, Harry, and Ron were engaged in an animated discussion. "What delightful delicacy is this? Allow me to sample it," she exclaimed, reaching for the rock cake resting on the wooden table. However, Ron swiftly intervened. "Hey, Ilou, you mustn't eat that. It's far too hard. It nearly knocked the teeth out of Harry and me," he whispered urgently. Yet, Ilou paid no heed to his warning and promptly stuffed the rock cake into her mouth. Crunch, 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 as an array of peculiar sounds emanated from her mouth. Ron was already drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, Ilou savored the taste of the rock cake. The texture is reminiscent of ancient strata beneath the Antarctic ice cap, utterly intoxicating. The flavor is akin to the molten mantle of a level 23 rocky planet, utterly enchanting. The aftertaste evokes the cherished culinary traditions of the Kalmuset family, leaving me yearning for more. Such exquisite delight, such divine flavor. This cake should only exist in paradise, seldom to be tasted by mortals. Observing Ilou reveling in her indulgence, her face a canvas of vivid expressions, Ron nearly fainted. "Come on, mate. I know you are an elf, but must you go to such lengths? Can one truly savor such a thing?" Ron remarked, utterly perplexed by Ilou's fervor. As the debate between Harry and Hagrid paused, drawn by the sounds akin to a mine explosion, they turned to witness the spectacle. By this time, Ilou had consumed 7 pieces of rock cake, crumbs adorning her lips, and she flashed a thumbs up at Hagrid. "Mr. Hagrid, your rock cakes are absolutely delightful." Hagrid looked at Ilou, his eyes gradually filling with emotion. As evening approached and the sun began to set, the sky was ablaze with hues of crimson. The 3 companions, Ilou, Ron, and another, were traversing the path back to the castle for dinner. Ron held a rock-like flatbread in his hand, his expression one of incredulity, still struggling to believe that such a thing was indeed consumable. "Ilou, how on earth did you manage to eat this?" he inquired, tapping Ilou on the shoulder. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Ilou cast a mischievous smile at Ron and said, "If you wish to know, I shall reveal it to you. Long ago, I often consumed things that were decidedly unwholesome. Over time, I grew accustomed to them, welcoming anything without hesitation. Fortunately, my physical constitution at that time was remarkably resilient, and I somehow survived. Reflecting on it now, it truly seems extraordinary. I apologize for bringing up unpleasant memories." Though Ilou's expression remained unchanged, Ron could tell he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject, prompting him to fumble an apology. Observing his flustered demeanor, Ilou felt a twinge of gratitude. "It's quite all right. Those events belong to a distant past. Moreover, I have since transcended humanity, possessing extraordinary abilities. Ilou gently crouched down, picking up a fragment of shattered granite from the ground, and stood up, placing it directly into her mouth before Harry and Ron, beginning to chew. The crunching sound echoed as, to their astonishment, she opened her mouth to reveal the pulverized stone resting on her pink tongue, only to close her mouth again, swallowing it down. Observing the shocked expressions on their faces, Ilou felt a deep sense of satisfaction. You just ate a rock? Indeed, I am an elf. I can consume anything. The scene fell into silence as Harry stepped forward to share the information he had uncovered in the cottage, along with the small note, inquiring about her thoughts. Honestly, this isn't really our concern, but if you want to stir things up, Ron and I are all in. Hey, why drag me into this? We are good friends. After all, helping each other through thick and thin. Amidst the shimmering corridor, the unsettling sound of rocks crumbling reverberated through the air. Who could be producing such noise? It was Ilou, holding a stone salvage from a derelict building at Hogwarts, savoring it with great care. The continuous crunching noises emanating from her mouth caught the attention of the surrounding students, who noticed the stone in her hand and the remnants of powder at the corners of her mouth, signaling that this elf was indeed consuming rocks. However, Ilou's demeanor remained utterly nonchalant, showing no concern for their curious gazes and whispered remarks. In contrast, Harry and Ron, walking ahead, were not as at ease. On the return journey from the cottage, Ilou had been munching on stones she found along the way, the sounds of crumbling from behind sending shivers down their spines, akin to living next to a house being demolished. They had attempted to dissuade her, but to no avail. Fortunately, it seemed she was nearing the end of her rocky feast, and soon calm would be restored. Surely she wouldn't start prying stones from the walls to eat. Would she? The two weary young wizards exchanged a knowing smile, realizing that befriending an elf was no simple task. There were parrot-like calls, frantic dashes, and the crunching of boulders. Indeed, the ancient magical stones had a distinctive flavor and texture. Wiping the crumbs from her lips, Ilou quickly caught up with them, linking arms and sharing her reflections. If you could restrain your desire to eat stones, I believe you would be immensely popular. Popular? No, thank you. I'm quite content with the few friends I have. Just imagine if the entire school were my friends. What a nightmare that would be. Ilou shivered at the thought, clearly interpreting popularity in a rather different light. All right, let's drop it. Harry raised his hand to halt Ilou's wandering thoughts, turning his gaze toward the now-set sun. It was time to partake in dinner. He urged himself to hurry, lest the food vanish before him. As the dinner hour approached, Ilou instantly awakened, eager to dash forward with her companions. However, Ron's mere glance halted her in her tracks. Harry and Ron shared a sentiment, expressing that the suffocating sensation akin to a constricting serpent was utterly unwelcome. Realizing that they could not hasten their pace, Ilou resigned herself to walking alongside the two boys. Thus, the trio made their way to the great hall, and fortuitously, the feast had just commenced, with all the dishes freshly prepared. Hermione occupied one end of the Gryffindor table, her bag overflowing beneath her feet. A testament to an afternoon filled with rigorous study. Hermione exclaimed, "Learning, scrolls, exhilarating." Ilou and Ron sat across from her, with Harry beside him. "Hey, Hermione, how does it feel to have studied all afternoon?" "Very well," she replied, pushing a plate brimming with food forward. Hermione bent down to retrieve 2 textbooks and a pile of magazines from her bag at her feet. "I have reviewed all the magical potions in the myriad of wondrous herbs and fungi, and I have summarized the entire issue of Practical Potions Master. However, there is a powerful potion in the library, but unfortunately, I do not have a note from the professor." Upon hearing this, Ron gazed incredulously at the books on the table. "This guy is incredibly diligent. He has finished these books right at the beginning of the term. My old books are peeling, yet I haven't turned a single page." Hermione found great comfort in his expression, and Ilou, who had just paused from sipping her broth, applauded her. "Impressive, my friend. You are quite formidable." "What? There are more experts?" Harry joined in disbelief. As the food and the dishes vanished, the banquet came to an end, leaving those students who had just rushed into the hall feeling despondent. Some had even sunk to the floor in tears. Gaia, Ilou, who had been grooming Cecilia in the dormitory, halted not out of reluctance, but because she suddenly recalled that she still needed to visit the headmaster's office. Oh no. Ilou hurriedly shed her blue pajamas and donned her attire, causing Cecilia to shriek in disarray. Hi, hi, hi. The pink peach flailed about chaotically while Aquamarine, perched on the bird stand, witnessed this spectacle and let out a resigned squawk. which silenced Cecilia entirely. Just as Harry was about to drift into slumber, Ron, disturbed by the commotion outside the curtain, pulled it aside to inquire about the ruckus, only to find Ilou hastily changing her nightwear, prompting him to swiftly draw the curtain back. What a thrilling night it was! After a flurry of avian squawks and flaps, Ilou finally completed her change and dashed out of the dormitory, while Aquamarine, having subdued Cecilia, noticed the door left ajar and flew over to secure it. Meanwhile, Illa continued her frantic sprint down the corridor, her gaze fixed on the time displayed on the floating crystal. This is a disaster, a disaster. I should have scheduled this in my virtual calendar. As Ilou pondered, he sprinted ahead, determined not to let his record of never being late be shattered. Suddenly, a collision occurred. In his haste, he had collided with another person. There was no time for apologies or reparations. He quickly helped the individual to their feet and took in their appearance. The tattered black fabric of their Slytherin robes, coupled with their unkempt, jet black hair that appeared to have been neglected for years, gave an impression of neglect, the edges resembling a hastily severed cut. They clutched their right arm tightly as if concealing something, while their left hand raised a wand that seemed to emit a faint jingling sound at its tip. Their pitch black, lightless eyes fixed intently on him, conveying a tumult of emotions: anger, fear, shame, and sorrow. From the moment of contact, Ilou was overwhelmed by an indescribable wave of negative energy emanating from this person, leaving him incredulous that anyone could possess a past darker than his own. However, there was no time for contemplation. After assisting the individual, he hurriedly muttered an apology and fished a bag of galleons and a slip of paper from his satchel. If you seek compensation, you may find me at the address on this note. With that, he dashed away. The individual paused momentarily, then, noticing the heavy bag on the ground, hastily tucked it into their clothing, showing little regard for the slip of paper. Approaching the headmaster's office, Illa shifted to a walking pace, standing beneath the grand statue of Professor McGonagall, who appeared to have just arrived. "You are remarkably punctual, Mr. Kalmuset," she remarked with evident satisfaction. It had been quite some time since she encountered a student of such caliber, gifted, and possessing a commendable character. "Orange-flavored lemon drops," she intoned to the bird-shaped statue. "Are orange-flavored lemon drops still just lemon drops?" Ilou wondered, bemused. Indeed, Dumbledore's tastes were rather peculiar. Yet, considering his age, Ilou could empathize, as he himself was now a man in his 30s. The bird-shaped statue began to spiral upwards, revealing a winding staircase beneath. Once the staircase had fully ascended, Professor McGonagall led Ilou up step by step, although it would have been simpler to simply stand and let the spiral carry them upward. Formality was warranted for this initial encounter. After a brief moment, the grand doors swung open, allowing Illa to enter the headmaster's office, which bore a striking resemblance to its depiction in the films. His gaze fell upon 4 imposing pillars, 2 small staircases, and bookshelves lining the walls, adorned with portraits of past headmasters that seemed to whisper amongst themselves upon his entrance. Ascending further, he beheld a large square table, the headmaster's chair, as well as cabinets and additional staircases. Ilou's eyes were drawn to the tattered sorting hat resting nearby. There were also silver artifacts that emitted jets of steam. But what captivated Ilou most was the stunning phoenix perched upon a gilded branch. It was breathtaking, far surpassing its cinematic portrayal. Birds and marine creatures were Ilou's utmost favorites. And at that moment, he yearned to engage in a profound connection with Fawkes. Ahem, yet he would undoubtedly refrain from such actions. It is unclear when Professor McGonagall departed, but a sound of approaching footsteps drew Ilou's attention. An elderly figure with silver hair cascading past their waist, tucked into a belt, adorned with a small round hat, and possessing striking blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles, approached with an air of authority, clad in a voluminous gray-blue robe that exuded a sense of safety. Utilizing the second actor from the film adaptation, however, to Ilou, this presence was akin to facing a formidable adversary. Before him stood the most powerful figure in the entire wizarding world, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, though his judgment in selecting teachers leaves much to be desired, the most formidable elder, Albus Dumbledore, wielding the Elder Wand. The full name eludes him, as Illa struggles to recall even his own. Numerous conspiracy theories suggest that Dumbledore possesses the ability to read minds, yet Illa harbors no concern regarding this. A true champion must not only exhibit formidable physical prowess but also possess mental fortitude. Many fictional protagonists suffer from a significant flaw. While their bodies may be robust and their fists formidable, their mental resilience is often lacking. This presents a considerable vulnerability. Should an adversary glean even the slightest insight, a minor stratagem could lead to their downfall. In such cases, the protagonist may find themselves unable to articulate a defense, left to silently endure their plight. Conversely, Ilou excels in the realm of mental magic. As long as he desires, no one, not even Dumbledore, can exert influence over his mind. Headmaster Dumbledore. Ilou's knees were slightly bent as she nodded in acknowledgement. Although she was still uncertain about the true nature of Dumbledore, etiquette remained imperative. Her gesture, albeit somewhat awkward, was in accordance with the customs of the Kalmuset family when addressing an equal. Why an equal? Because Ilou believed that her abilities were on par with Dumbledore's. The truth of this would only be revealed during the battle for the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore noticed her demeanor and returned a courteous smile, which seemed to be his perpetual expression. Please, have a seat, my dear. A chair materialized before the headmaster's desk, and Dumbledore settled himself into the headmaster's chair. Ilou gazed at the adjacent chair and gracefully took a seat. Before her, a multitude of jars materialized upon the table, each filled with an array of confections, lizards, cockroaches, bees, and an assortment of other curiosities, all presented in a vibrant spectrum of colors. What would you like to indulge in? She inquired. I have a particular fondness for this cockroach candy. Indeed, it tastes rather akin to cockroaches, she mused. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. With a subtle motion, the jar containing the cockroach sweets opened automatically, revealing the candies, colored and flavored to resemble their namesake, right before her. Iluna picked up a peculiar candy and popped it into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. The flavor, while distinct from that of a genuine cockroach, was overall more palatable. Thus commenced their tasting session. The anticipated interrogation never materialized. For 3 hours, Iluna and Dumbledore exchanged banter while sampling the odd confections. As the clock neared midnight, they concluded their gastronomic adventure, allowing a certain bat lurking in the corner to alleviate its simmering frustration. Just as they were about to depart, Iluna suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. She turned to face Dumbledore, whose crescent-shaped spectacles glimmered slightly. Professor, I have a proposition. With a subtle wave of her hands, an invisible veil enveloped them, isolating them from the outside world, which caused the bat in the corner to gradually calm. Dumbledore observed with a slight adjustment of his posture, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Iluna. Very well, Mr. Kalmuset. Moments later, an undisclosed secret transaction transpired between them. It was only after Iluna's departure that Severus Snape, cloaked in invisibility, revealed himself, his expression as dark as ever as he gazed at Dumbledore. Albus, I see you have been rather foolish, admitting a sprite into our ranks. Snape's voice retained its usual somber tone, while Dumbledore merely responded with a smile. There is no need for concern, Severus. I am already aware of what kind of sprite Mr. Kalmuset is. With him on our side, Tom is destined for defeat. I hope you remember what you said today. Indeed, during the peculiar candy tasting, Dumbledore had gleaned ample information from their conversation. What seemed to be a casual sampling was, in fact, Dumbledore's strategic probing, allowing him to discern the true nature of Iluna. Was she the new White Lord or the new Dark Lord? They stood in silence as the door to the headmaster's office slammed shut. Meanwhile, in the corridor on his way back to the dormitory, Iluna wore a faint smile. Yes, she had already seen through Dumbledore and Snape's schemes. Throughout the encounter, she had not feigned ignorance but had adeptly responded to their inquiries, revealing her true character, which was not malevolent at all. In this round, an old man and a sprite combined had at least 1,800 wits between them. Miku, please upload our previous conversation to the World Archive, allowing the automatic evolution system to analyze it and predict the cognitive model of Albus Dumbledore for future encounters. Yes, Your Majesty. Hatsune Miku nodded slightly. The infinite distance locating device you provided has not succeeded. Shall we initiate the Earth as four-dimensional positioning instead? Only a handful of galleons were exchanged? That fellow is quite cautious, refraining from touching that paper. In this segment, Iluna engages in a battle of wits, while the student merely refrains from greed, desiring no more than what was justly owed. The paper that IRU extracted from her bag was, in fact, a sophisticated positioning system. With merely a touch, the concealed nanolocator would firmly lock onto the target. Irrespective of distance, it could maintain its grip even across light years. Shall we activate the Earth's four-dimensional positioning? Hatsune Miku inquired once more. There is no need, came the reply. Every school will inevitably encounter it sooner or later. At that time, we shall discern the true origin of that peculiar aura emanating from the socket. Ilou's utilization of the locator was not without purpose. Days prior, upon acquiring the Hufflepuff Cup, his foremost task was to analyze the fragment of Voldemort's soul that resided within it. While technology falters in matters of the soul, magic excels. The king's magic, soul manipulation, allows for the control of the souls of the deceased. By employing this spell, Ilou was able to conduct a comprehensive analysis of the soul fragment and subsequently input the data into the global locking device of Laputa, thus discerning the locations of all Voldemort's soul fragments. He also took note of Voldemort's aura, enabling him to identify it in future encounters with the Dark Lord or related entities. In an instant, as Ilou collided with the student, he sensed Voldemort's aura emanating from her, a presence that also lingered upon Harry. Although he was certain that this student could not possibly be a new Horcrux born from the butterfly effect, Ilou deemed it prudent to ensure the safety of his friends. The tracking attempt may have failed, yet it was clear that the student's power posed no threat to Ilou at present, allowing him to set the matter aside for the time being. You may take your leave now, Mika. The crystalline stone of flight dimmed once more as Ilou strolled into the inner courtyard, leaning against the stone railing with his left hand. Gazing upon the moonlit sky and the encroaching storm towards Hogwarts, he found a moment of tranquility and respite. How wonderful it would be if the world were devoid of violence, if everyone could simply engage in heartfelt conversations. The grand aspirations and ideals of the Kalmuset family would no longer need to be pursued. Innocence remained blameless, and sacrifices should be unnecessary. Alas, Ilou basked in tranquility, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his cheeks, his golden hair flowing gracefully in the wind. However, from the shadow cast beneath the moonlight, the sound of footsteps emerged. He turned his head slightly, revealing a figure with crimson hair gradually coming into view. The newcomer parted their lips, uttering words that sent a shiver down his spine. Greetings, my fellow townsmen. As the voice echoed, a young boy stepped forth from the illuminated shadows below the radiant moon. His medium-length, fiery orange hair was adorned with a small braid on one side, while a tuft of hair sprouted whimsically from the other. His amber eyes, seemingly sharp, lacked the distinctive brilliance of a true warrior. Did he appear more like a pretender? The boy approached the moonlit area, standing directly opposite Ilou, who reclined against the stone railing. They gazed at each other in silence. Minutes passed, and the boy's faint sharpness in his eyes waned, revealing a profound vulnerability. His legs felt as heavy as lead, rendered almost immobile. "O spirit, I have discerned your true nature," he exclaimed, attempting to move his legs. Ilou could not bear to witness the suffering of others, so she voluntarily leaped down from the stone railing, which seemed to provide the boy with a sense of relief. He appeared to brim with confidence. "You are also a traveler, aren't you, Ilou Kalmuset?" the boy remarked, his gaze fixed on the astonished Ilou, whose eyes widened in shock as her right hand instinctively reached behind her. Observing her reaction, the boy's fiery orange tuft of hair swayed slightly, exuding an air of pride. "Humph, Ilou Kalmuset, you wouldn't want others to discover that you are a traveler, would you? Then surrender obediently to the great Venivai," he cackled. Venivai announced, his tuft bouncing joyfully as he became increasingly animated, meeting eyes with Ilou and extending his arms as if to embrace his subjects. However, when he opened his eyes once more, a 2-meter-long staff had materialized just a centimeter from his head, its crimson gemstone radiating a deadly scarlet glow. Whoa! The sense of authority he had so laboriously conjured shattered in an instant, leaving Venivai utterly stunned, while his orange tuft descended into a state of chaos. Regardless of whether Ilou could remain calm, the radiance emitted by the red ruby grew increasingly frenzied. If one were to gaze down from above at that moment, they might be unaware of whose hands had crafted such a crimson giant star. Venivai was abruptly startled awake, dropping to his knees in distress, his fists raised, as his head and errant hair began to sway wildly. "Please, no. Great elf sister, traveler brother, traveler sister. I was merely pretending. I am a most upstanding citizen. Spare me. If you seek to vent your wrath, then seize my sister Vanilla instead. Whatever punishment you desire, I shall accept." With his eyes tightly shut, Venivai sensed an approaching presence, swaying even faster than a bobbing fish. Just as he thought he was about to be devoured, he felt a gentle tap upon his head. Opening his eyes, he looked up to find not a gaping maw, but rather the smile of Ilou. "I am not the kind of ruthless and decisive reincarnator you fear. Look at how frightened you are. Rise, for standing before you is a benevolent elf." To Venivai's astonishment, he discovered that his body was no longer numb, though the lingering sensation of relief had yet to dissipate, prompting him to lean against the stone railing to regain his composure. "Now, tell me, what transpired just now, Venivai? From the very beginning, you discerned that the boy before him was merely feigning his demeanor. After all, he felt no hostility, coldness, or sharpness emanating from him. These emotions were ones IRU was intimately familiar with, having encountered them countless times during weapon training and martial arts practice. The boy's juvenile pretense was transparent to him. Why should I divulge anything to you? Upon realizing that Iru was not the typical traveler, Vinaway's confidence was restored. Observing the boy's disheveled hair bobbing about, Iru felt a sense of bewilderment. This was not merely a brotherly bond, it was a second chance at life. Reluctantly, he knew he had to take decisive action. Miku, gather all information regarding Vinaway. In an instant, Iru received comprehensive details about Vinaway, including personal and familial information, social connections, and history. Meanwhile, the oblivious Vinaway, with his hair swaying and nose tilted skyward, remained unaware that danger loomed. Vinaway Asasoko, male, born on July 14, 1980. Father, Rinlo Asasoko. Mother, Zaisa Asasoko. Sister, Vinia Asasoko. Currently residing in London, originally from Egypt, having migrated to England before the Great War. Oh my, what a predicament. The previously audacious Vinia was thrown into a panic upon hearing this. Please, I beg you. Vinaway is mistaken. I should not have been so brash in reality. Yes, yes. My father, mother, and sister are all in your grasp. Just spare me, for my entire family is at your mercy. Vinaway appeared to have become excessively entangled in his own narrative. At that moment, Iru was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? He had not even completed his thoughts, and yet Vinaway had already knelt, uttering a stream of incomprehensible words. Was the world Vinaway hailed from truly so peculiar? He was particularly keen to inquire of Hatsune Miku what such a person should be called. Oh dear, a meme child. Hatsune Miku exclaimed. Ilru extended a hand to assist Vinaway, who bore a look of disappointment on her face, as if she had failed to achieve a goal. All right, you startled me. And I startled you. We are even now. Neither of us owes the other anything. Now tell me, what was your true intention behind this? The human and the elf sat leaning against the stone railing. You wanted to frighten me, did you? Just to scare me? If that's your intent, then I shall no longer engage in this conversation. Ilou wore a skeptical expression, while Vinaway appeared quite embarrassed. He merely intended to frighten her and verify the crossing code. Although he had resided in this world for 11 years and had a sister to alleviate his solitude, he still felt an unshakable disquiet. After all, it was a rare opportunity to encounter a fellow townsman, and he wished to enjoy the moment. Very well, Vinaway said, awkwardly scratching his head. Azilla returned her staff to its rightful place. By the way, how old were you when you traversed here? Were you male or female? 28, male. What about you? Huh? 28. You were only 16 in your previous life. Vinaway exclaimed, astonished, rising to his feet. This sensation was akin to conversing with an online friend for many years, only to discover he was actually his father or even a grandfather. It was excruciatingly awkward. What's wrong? Ilou inquired. I was born in 1984 and reincarnated as an elf. My parents found me while hunting in the forest. I was already 4 years old when I arrived. Adding both lifetimes together, I am merely 35. I do not perceive any signs of aging in my mental state. Besides, this life is unrelated to the last. After all, we are peers. Just call me Ilou. I was 16 in my previous life, so together we total 27. Vinaway exhaled deeply, then continued his inquiry. So, Ilou, have you ever considered returning? Not at all. This place is wonderful, if memory serves. The world I came from was chaotic, rife with discrimination, conflict, and strife. This world is so peaceful. I belong here. Why would I wish to return? It said that all traversers long to go back to your homeland, yet you are different? Illa displayed an air of indifference as she picked up a stone beside her foot and began to gnaw on it, speaking as she did so. So, it seems you are quite eager to return, are you? Come, utter a few words in Z language for me to hear. Winnie chuckled softly, responding. That should be a simple task. Yet, when he opened his mouth, he found himself utterly unable to articulate a single word, his expression transforming into one of sheer horror. Why can't I speak Z language? Am I not at 500,000? 11 years. How familiar things can become estranged. Enough to bring a nation from prosperity to ruin. From the moment you entered this world, it has already claimed you. Who nurtured you? Who loved you? Who accompanied you? Your concern should lie with your family and friends, and the bonds you share with this world. As for your past life, it holds no sway here. Go where you must. Observing Winnie, who stood frozen, his once vibrant orange-red hair now diminished, Illa decided not to intrude. She extended her hands to her feet, removing her shoes and placing them aside, and began to stroll across the inner garden, the moonlight illuminating the lawn. She allowed Winnie a moment to gather himself. After all, they were fellow townsfolk, and she could not simply disregard him. As time passed gradually, the moon ascended to its zenith above Hogwarts, heralding the arrival of midnight. Leaning against the stone railing, Winnie was slowly regaining his color. His orange-red hair began to bounce with vitality, and his weary muscles seemed to be infused with energy once more. Behold, I have descended into this world. Accept this fate and kneel before me, singing your submission, Ilou. Winnie regained the confident demeanor he had exhibited upon their first meeting, his left hand covering his left eye while his right hand extended forward, exuding an air of imperiousness that even Voldemort would willingly succumb to. Since you too have awakened, I see no need to maintain my facade any longer. Ilou smiled faintly, the previously serious demeanor fading away, replaced by a sense of normalcy. He had returned. If the Iron Triangle were present, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Bring back that earnest, endearing Ilou who comforts others." Now, let us return to the crux of the matter, Ilou. I have solidified my ideals to embark on a grand and exhilarating adventure with the Iron Triangle, and subsequently, to find a wonderful spouse. I harbor no dreams. I shall simply respond to whatever challenges arise. Vinaway adjusted the brim of his hat, his piercing gaze fixed on Ilou. To be honest, such scrutiny was rather uncomfortable. Yet Ilou understood Vinaway's nature. Noro, how disappointing. I had expected you to adopt a charming persona, captivating everyone, bending the world to your will. That would have been truly thrilling. Dame, I am asexual, a silver elf. I could never fall for a human. Are you so certain? Vinaway, do you believe an elephant could ever love an ant? Even if they are not human, if the love is not pure, it is superficial. The laughter that ensued was bright and cheerful, emanating from Vinaway, who chuckled heartily. Indeed, he concurred with Ilou's perspective on pure love. Their gazes met, and the principle of pure love was firmly established. Remarkably, their thoughts aligned entirely. All aberrations, all forms of corruption, tyranny, and depravity must be eradicated. In this world, only pure love shall endure. Genuine, unblemished love, unwavering and eternal, is our true pursuit. Everything else must be cast aside. At that moment, a star in the heavens twinkled, affirming this truth of pure love. In unison, they declared, shaking the world with their conviction. It was not until 10 minutes had passed that Ilou and Vinaway gradually regained their composure. Then Vinaway pondered a pressing question. By the way, Ilou, where is your external aid? What has become of your system? Vinaway scrutinized Ilou from every angle, yet the presence of a system eluded him. I possess no system, nor do I require such a thing. I am exceptionally powerful. I have one. You are truly lacking. Behold, the super, beginner level, enhancement system. As Vinaway struck a pose, a blue interface materialized before Ilou's eyes. Name, Vinaway Asasoko Physique. For wisdom, 8 charm, 11 the average for adults is 5. With the human limit being 15 item, iPhone 11 Pro Max, custom edition skill. This is me. Passive, unaffected by any external factors while speaking or posing accumulated values. 0 upon meeting certain specific conditions, values will be acquired. My initial impression of Ilou is that it is exceedingly simplistic, perhaps excessively so. My subsequent impression, however, reveals its utter inadequacy when compared to the systems found in online literature. The disparity is akin to that between heaven and earth. For instance, the numerical values are not acquired incrementally each day, but rather necessitate the fulfillment of specific conditions. As for charm, Ilou appears quite credible. Upon my first glance at Vinaway, I nearly mistook him for a woman. Only upon recognizing familiar features and examining his skeletal structure did I discern that he is, in fact, male. Wisdom, I presume, pertains to mental fortitude or similar attributes. Having traversed through life once, this value should be considered normal. Regarding physique, a score of 4 points indicates a level approaching that of an adult, which, when juxtaposed with Ilou, suggests a significant disparity given that he is merely human. As of today, how many points have you amassed? After a thorough review, Ilou inquired. Upon broaching this topic, Vinaway appeared somewhat embarrassed, scratching his head. I have accumulated only 2 points, which I received upon obtaining my admission notice and during the sorting process. Originally, my physique was rated at 2, which is typical for a child. Thus, one might argue that this system is rather lacking, and perhaps one would be better off without it. Ilou's expectations for the system were initially low, but now they have sunk into the negative. What kind of system is this? Perhaps we should develop technological magic together. However, it would be remiss to dismiss it entirely. It possesses a remarkably useful tool. Vinaway intended to redeem his system, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a mobile phone. Behold, The exclusive custom edition of the iPhone 11 Pro Max. Infinite battery life. Limitless storage. Indestructible. Alas, it cannot connect to the internet. How impressive. Despite its inability to access the web, it is still quite remarkable. Do show it to me. Wow, the Golden Legend has such a compact and smooth feel. Even without internet connectivity, it is worth it. Upon receiving it, Ilou expressed his astonishment, finding it 1,000 times superior to his own Nokia. However, upon opening it, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Where has my home button gone? Where are my keys? Indeed, Ilou was entirely unacquainted with smartphones, a veritable primitive sprite. Vinaway. I recall that the iPhone had only reached version 4 in my previous life. Now it was Vinaway's turn to be stunned. He finally understood why Ilou was unable to grasp the references in his words. This fellow was completely uncultured, unaware of any context. Vinaway took the time to explain. And with his remarkable learning ability, Ilou quickly mastered the use of the smartphone. After a brief conversation, just as they were about to part ways, Vinaway suddenly knelt and grasped Ilou's hand. The sorting hat does not heed one's wishes. I wished to be placed in Gryffindor, but was sorted into Ravenclaw instead. Therefore, Ilou, I have a request. I wish to connect with Harry and the others. Oh my goodness, whatever is within my capacity, I will do it. This is my lifelong request. With his orange-red tuft swaying, Vinaway looked at Ilou with eager anticipation, yet regrettably, this hope, understandable only to a select few, would receive no response. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my brother. Tomorrow morning, you may join me at the Gryffindor long table. But it is truly astounding that you were sorted into Ravenclaw. Ilou smiled gently as she released Vinaway's hand, although that anticipation would no longer receive a response. Hearing Ticula and feeling the release brought an expression of immense satisfaction to Vinaway's face. Thank you, Ilou. I am content. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Watching Vinaway gradually retreat, Ilou wore a look of perplexity. In the New Era's small theater, the first elf is Ilou, clad in a golden-blue magical robe. Her parents hail from an ancient lineage, yet Ilou is a reincarnator. The second character is Vinaway, a confident youth with a penchant for humor. Yet he too is a traveler from another realm. One fateful day, the two received their acceptance letters. They embarked on a journey, becoming the beloved figures in the dreams of countless young souls. They traversed the grounds of Hogwarts, immersing themselves in a myriad of subjects. No matter the challenges they faced, they never forgot their identities as reincarnators and travelers. One evening, within the inner courtyard of Hogwarts, their conversation drew the attention of a swarm of bees. The stars for me. Bees, so? As they turned to face one another, a serendipitous moment unfolded. And the two met, uttering words that were destined to be spoken. Ilou, wow, you are also a reincarnator. Vinaway, wow, you are also a traveler through realms. He too. As well. Ilou Vinaway, how fortuitous that we all hail from another world. Early morning at Hogwarts, as a certain parrot emitted an inexplicable cacophony, a splendid day commenced. The events of the previous night in the inner courtyard remained shrouded in mystery, known only to one individual. It was breakfast time, yet oddly, most students had eschewed the great hall, instead congregating on the lawn, chattering animatedly while occasionally glancing skyward. High above the mountains encircling the Black Lake, an unseen current propelled a mass of water droplets and ice crystals, coalescing into a colossal trapezoidal cloud that spun gracefully, accompanied by other clouds in a mesmerizing dance, all illuminated by the soft glow of dawn. However, many found its beauty suspect, for it was the sole cloud for miles around, raising eyebrows of suspicion. A bun. I inquired among the statues, and that immense cloud appeared last night, I remarked. It is indeed suspicious, having absorbed all the clouds along its path. Most alarmingly, the magic of the professors and aurors has proven utterly ineffective against it. We are unable to disperse it. In the headmaster's office, Professor McGonagall wore a troubled expression, and the other teachers exhibited a certain unease. I had already taken to my broom. The winds were fierce, laden with ice crystals, rendering any approach impossible. My protective enchantments faltered, and my broom nearly snapped. Professor Rolanda Hooch, the flying instructor, lamented, her attire in tatters, her gray hair tousled as if blown by a tempest, her hawk-like yellow eyes reflecting the turmoil of a near brush with death. You ought to visit the hospital wing, Rolanda, said Madame Pomfrey, her expression a mixture of anger and concern for her ailing colleague. I refuse to go there, Dumbledore. Is that cloud somehow connected to him? Hooch rejected Madame Pomfrey's medical assistance, turning her gaze towards Dumbledore, who stood by the window gazing at the sky. Upon hearing Hooch's inquiry, Dumbledore drew the curtains with a flick of his hand and turned to the assembled teachers. Rolanda, my magic is ineffective against it. Apparition worked, but was thwarted by a force, so we can at least ascertain that there must be a solid area within it. I can assure you, it is certainly not a creation of Tom and his followers. The cloud poses no threat to the students and can be disregarded for the time being. Upon learning that even Dumbledore's magic was rendered impotent, a wave of anxiety swept over several teachers. But Professor McGonagall's efforts to instill calm helped stabilize the faculty. Let us direct those students back. Breakfast is not yet concluded, and classes will resume shortly. The teachers chose to place their trust in Dumbledore. Meanwhile, the breakfast in the Great Hall continued, where intriguing events unfolded at the Gryffindor table. Challow, with a melodious call, the Iron Triangle, engaged in their meal, was startled. Turning their heads, they discovered Ilou leading a student clad in a vibrant orange red attire, dressed in a white top, black leggings, and a short black skirt cinched with a black belt, her feet adorned with white knee-high boots. She did not appear to be in a wizard's robe, leaving her house affiliation ambiguous. However, the scarf around her neck and the Ravenclaw emblem sewn onto the left side of her garment unmistakably identified her as a freshman from Ravenclaw. Ilou, who is this girl? Hermione wiped her mouth, her brow furrowing as she sensed the complexity of the situation. This is Vinoy, a new friend of mine, Ilou replied before stepping aside. Vinoy exuded confidence as he strode forward, introducing himself with flair. Humph. I am the great Vinoy Asasoko, a traveler from another world, a confident youth, a scourge upon the Earth's internet. I shall inevitably incite public outrage. Just as the trio was about to be captivated, Vinoy abruptly changed his demeanor, becoming somewhat verbose. My birthday is July 14th. I have a fondness for beautiful girls, enjoy memes and pure love stories. My favorite color is orange-red. And my dream is to become the strongest. I look forward to your guidance in my future endeavors, esteemed savior, honorable minister, and minister's lady. The sudden shift left the trio momentarily bewildered, with Harry and Ron still pondering, while Hermione quickly sensed something amiss. Wait a moment, you like beautiful girls? Aren't you a girl? She exclaimed. Thank you for the compliment. But I, Vinoy, am indeed a boy. However, if you desire. Sharing a dormitory with the girls isn't out of the question, he replied, playfully rubbing his face and then crossing his arms, blushing profusely. Hermione, taken aback, nearly choked, and after regaining her composure, gazed incredulously at Vinoy. A boy? But you're wearing a skirt. Oh, regarding that, I am wearing trousers underneath. Have you not heard of the Scottish kilt? Vinoy declared, lifting his black skirt to demonstrate, drawing the attention of students from other houses. However, within moments, a dark figure, resembling a bat, magically reversed the display, yanking Vinoy's south skirt back into place with a powerful force. Please be mindful of your privacy, Mr. Asasoko, Severus Snape warned ominously, his dark robes billowing around him. Ignoring the bewildered Hermione, Vinoy turned to face Snape, instantly becoming familiar, throwing an arm around Snape's shoulders. Ah, if it isn't Severus. However, before I could finish my words, Vinny was magically pinned to the long table. Severus Snape's dark gaze fell upon him. If you wish to avoid the confinement chamber, Mr. Asasoko, mind your tongue, Snape intoned. Vinny, already subdued, pleaded for mercy. Observing Vinny in such a state, Snape felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet he left with a grim expression. After a while, Hermione, seated across from them, finally emerged from her reverie. She watched Vinny, who was animatedly conversing with Harry and Ron, and began to doubt her own magical journey. Is Ilou not charming? Genderless. Is Vinny not dashing? Male. Harry is a foolish savior, and Ron is an eternal rival. What kind of friends have I chosen? If this continues, my magical career will surely perish. Hermione lamented inwardly, yet felt powerless to alter her circumstances, resigned to the relentless passage of time. Ilou, sitting quietly beside her, sensed Hermione's turmoil and could only eat in silence, offering a faint sympathy. After all, life unfolds in such a manner. Today and tomorrow are akin to peculiar candies, where one can never predict the flavor of the next piece, be it the distasteful mint, the beloved pineapple, or the indifferent melon. As time progressed, breakfast concluded, and with the awareness of her newfound companions, Hermione's dream of a magical existence also came to an end. Don't eat the sour radishes, she exclaimed, following breakfast. The five of them gathered their belongings and made their way to the outdoor flying lesson, engaging in conversation along the way. To her astonishment, Ravenclaw had a flying lesson alongside Slytherin and Gryffindor. What a delightful surprise. Vinny twisted his body, prompting the three younger ones to shield their eyes. The scene was too flamboyant to behold. It was indeed a rare occurrence for three houses to share a class. Walking behind Vinny, Ilou stroked her chin, while Vinny seized the moment to show off. Surely my confidence has altered the course of destiny. The timeline shift value has reached 11,451. 4,926. I have ascended to Harry Potter, super elf, confident youth, timeline. Although she did not fully grasp the significance of this reference, she could not help but sense an inexplicable odor. Ilou pretended to cover his nose, playing along with Winnie Wei's joke, which successfully boosted Winnie Wei's confidence. Draco Malfoy, a rather unpleasant individual, was a shared sentiment between Ilou and Winnie Wei. On the Hogwarts lawn, Madame Hooch had been waiting for quite some time, and before her lay 3 neat rows of brooms, a total of 30, looking rather rough and lumpy, resembling the ancient brooms collected by Ilou's grandfather. Glancing around, it came as no surprise that Ilou and his companions were the first to arrive. You 5 little ones are quite early. Those students are probably over there watching the clouds, Madame Hooch remarked casually. In her youth, she had never arrived early, often receiving scoldings from teachers for it. Yet she still became one of the finest flying instructors. Clouds? What clouds? Hermione pondered, finding it quite normal for clouds to be present in the sky. What was so fascinating about them that a group of students would gather to watch? Madame Hooch shook her head and said, "That cloud is quite special. Its movement and trajectory are rather unnatural. I wish to investigate it. Do you see my hair? It's thanks to that cloud." She pointed to her gray hair, tousled to one side. That must be a typhoon or tornado. They form because Hermione began to provide a scientific explanation, but her mouth was suddenly covered. It was Winnie Wei who effectively muffled her with a towel. "Humph, you don't understand? This is the magical world. Of course, there can be magical hurricanes. Don't try to measure it with science. Winnie Wei, you creep. How dare you use a towel to gag me?" Hermione fumed, furious at being unable to showcase her vast knowledge. She chased after Winnie Wei, who dashed away swiftly, leaving her panting on the ground while he stood at a distance. Laughing, this scene amused Harry, Ron, and Madame Hooch. Ilou, standing aside, was also stifling laughter. He knew precisely what the cloud was. It was merely a sky city, revealed after activating its natural concealment. Fortunately, Ilou had lowered the protective measures. Otherwise, Madame Hooch would have ended up not merely bruised but frozen like a popsicle and shattered upon hitting the ground. But then again, was that cloud in the sky a bit too conspicuous? Should he activate optical invisibility or physical invisibility? Ilou contemplated this until the clock tower chimed. The first flying lesson at Hogwarts had begun. Students appeared almost simultaneously at the edge of the lawn, racing wildly, and soon they reached the field. Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and Slytherin stood in neat rows beside the brooms, while Madame Hooch, hands on her hips, exuded confidence and poise. Darn it, that cursed cloud made me late. If I find out who created it, I shall ensure my father throws them into Azkaban. Furious, Draco seethed with anger, nearly casting a glance at the clouds. He deemed his tardiness excusable. However, the first to arrive was none other than that detestable savior, accompanied by the insufferable elf who had declined his invitation. Observing the joyous laughter emanating from Ilou and her companions, Draco's ire boiled over, his lips quivering as if about to spill forth vitriol. The noble elf mingling with the mudbloods was a spectacle of ridicule. Ilou Kalmuset, if I am not mistaken, your progenitors must surely be of the latter sort, he sneered, prompting his 2 sycophants to echo his disdainful hisses. Vinny, sensing the impending calamity, turned to Ilou and was met with a visage that had shed its usual gentleness, replaced instead by a foreboding darkness. To insult the Kalmuset lineage. Did your family not teach you the decorum of refraining from disparaging others' parents? The air thickened with tension as Ilou's fury became palpable. Nearby, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the surrounding students were struck by an unease. They had never witnessed Ilou's wrath before. As Ilou appeared on the brink of an explosion, Vinny realized he had to intervene. In a moment of clarity, he leaped forth, embracing the tempestuous Ilou just as she was about to unleash her fury. "Oh dear, Ilou, please, do not let anger consume you. It is my earnest plea for a lifetime." Ilou stifled his anger, his expression shifting from fury to tranquility. He lifted the slightly taller Vinaway and returned him to the row of Ravenclaw. In truth, he had no intention of striking him. After all, ignorance is often a first offense, and he could afford to show leniency this time. Moreover, his parents had instilled in him the virtue of tolerance towards others. And you? Vinaway, must you always resort to girl band references? It's rather peculiar. Are you familiar with the phrase "the old face, doesn't he change"? I just looked it up, and I must admit, I don't quite grasp it. That reference was a bit lackluster. Perhaps you should indulge in it less frequently. Upon hearing this, Vinaway lost interest immediately. A voice from beside him chimed in. It seems you become entangled with something bizarre. It's rather verbose. Yet you seem to enjoy it. Turning his head, he found Luna Lovegood squatting beside Vinaway. Bolstered by her presence, Vinaway replied confidently, Splendid deduction, the seer Luna. Verbose is indeed the reference. I shall eventually transform everything. Meanwhile, Ilou returned to his seat, disregarding Draco in front of him and continuing his conversation with friends. Draco, having just been ignored, was immediately incensed and prepared to retort when Ms. Hooch's voice rang out. All right, what are you all waiting for? Gather beside a broomstick. Hurry up. We cannot afford to waste a single second. Once everyone had taken their positions, Ms. Hooch added, Now, observe closely how I do it. She extended her right hand over the broomstick, and with a swish, the broom leapt into her grasp. She then raised her right hand above the broom handle and commanded, Rise. Ilou extended his right hand, and an extraordinary sensation coursed through him. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the broomstick leaped into his grasp. Hermione observed this spectacle, then glanced down at her own broom, which remained stubbornly inert beneath her feet, feeling a twinge of discomfort. There must be some trick to it. This is utterly unfair. Why is it that Ilou can do it? Ron watched the broom beneath his hand, bouncing up and down, his expression one of constipation. Truly. I am the embodiment of confidence. Oh, Quidditch broom, kneel before me in submission. Winnie was the second, juggling the broom with an air of song and dance, even pretending to strum it like a guitar, while the surrounding Ravenclaw students regarded him with a mixture of bewilderment and amusement, save for the quirky Luna, who clapped slowly in encouragement. Whoosh. Harry was the third. The broom obediently soared into his hand, as if glued to him. Hermione, filled with envy and jealousy, could only watch as her broom merely rolled over. In the last row, Draco fared the worst, as his broom danced chaotically upon the ground, mocking him. A clear testament to his ignorance of Quidditch, his previous boasts nothing but empty bravado. After approximately a quarter of an hour, all the students completed the broom summoning ceremony. Madame Hooch surveyed the three who had summoned their brooms first and chuckled with satisfaction. She then proceeded to demonstrate how to ride a broom, with Ilou mastering it instantly. Followed closely by Winnie and Harry. Splendid. 10 points to Gryffindor. 5 points to Ravenclaw. Madame Hooch was highly pleased, correcting the mistakes of the other students in the lineup, while Draco received a harsh reprimand, eliciting secret delight from a group of 5. Now, at the sound of my whistle, you will kick off with your legs, firmly. Sorry. Hold on tight. Ascending a few feet will suffice. Don't go overboard. Be careful not to lose points. Now 3-2, hey. Before Madame Hooch could blow her whistle, Neville shot upwards like a shooting star, the branches of the broom shaking loose from their moorings. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The students below wore expressions of sheer panic, and Neville, rising higher, turned pale with fear. Suddenly, the broom halted its ascent and began to shake violently. Wow. Ugh. Left, right, up, down, the broom darted chaotically. Neville's hands ached from the rough wooden handle, gradually loosening their grip, on the verge of giving way. Universal spell, as light as a feather, as buoyant as a cloud. Just below, Ilou recited the incantation in his mind. A spell that could momentarily suspend objects in the air and slow their descent. He aimed to minimize the impact on Neville. Neville was a good person, possessing the courage to protect his friends, earning the recognition of Gryffindor's sword. He was a person of honor, deserving of respect. Ilou is not the type of person who aids everyone indiscriminately, but when possible, assistance can be rendered. The experiences necessary for growth are indispensable. However, enduring a little less suffering is also acceptable. This spell will not render Neville entirely unscathed, but it will mitigate his injuries. At that moment, as Neville swayed precariously in the air, a sudden gust of refreshing wind swept over him, and his weary hands, which had struggled to hold on, finally relinquished their grip. With a resounding thud, Neville plummeted from the heights, his liberated broom soaring with unrestrained joy, ultimately crashing into the forbidden forest, where he was engulfed by the profound darkness. Ms. Hawk hurried to Neville's side to assess his condition, examining his limbs carefully. His left arm is dislocated, but thankfully it is not fractured. Once she confirmed that no other injuries were present, Miss Hawk exhaled in relief. All right, "Dear, relax," she said, swiftly lifting Neville into her arms and turning to address the students. "I will escort Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. Return the broomsticks to the shed, and you must stand like wooden posts, perfectly still. If any of you dare to move, you shall vanish from Hogwarts like that elusive golden snitch, forever separated from the realm of Quidditch." With that, Miss Hawke departed with Neville in tow, leaving the students to awkwardly huddle against the wall. That foolish giant, unable to even ride a broomstick, is quite the spectacle. I dare say his bones must be broken by now. Such a dimwit should bid farewell to Quidditch, a sport of sanctity. Once the teacher had left, Draco could no longer suppress his true nature, sneering wickedly as he began to mock Neville and the other students from different houses, with the Slytherins joining in their ridicule. Yet, in a nondescript, shaded corner, a student leaned against the wall, not participating in the taunts alongside her peers. Instead, she remained quietly observant, her gaze fixed upon the jubilant Gryffindors and Ravenclaws, her eyes reflecting nothing but yearning. Iru felt a surge of emotion, a gaze upon him. He turned to the corner, and, as expected, there stood the girl he had encountered that fateful night. Beside him, Draco and the rest of Slytherin were relentless in their taunts. "Laugh again, and the illustrious Vinny will bury your head in the ground, just like a Quidditch ball. You'll have a round, rosy backside." Vinny began to retaliate, twisting and mocking Draco. Upon hearing the remark about his backside, Draco's face flushed uncontrollably. "Oh, look at you blushing." Illa stepped forward, inching closer to Draco alongside Vinny. Draco trembled, retreating continuously. "What do you want, mudblood? Don't be shy. Let us see if your French is up to par. Do you enjoy Van games?" The mischievous super elf and the self-assured youth advanced, causing Draco to cross his arms and shiver as he backed away. "Well done," exclaimed Parvati. "This is the true spirit of Gryffindor. That girl with the fiery orange hair belongs to Ravenclaw. No, he's actually a boy. We share a dormitory." Envy multiplied tenfold, at the expense of his two little followers. Draco finally managed to shake off the troublesome Ilou and Vinny. Just then, he noticed a glimmering object on the grass. "Look, that fool's memory orb." It was a gift from his dim-witted grandmother. Draco raised the memory orb high, flaunting it, inciting ire among the students of both houses. "Huh, if I toss it into the Forbidden Forest, no one will ever find it. That fool will surely weep for a while. Just imagining that scene brings me immense joy." Upon hearing this, the students of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw felt a wave of disgust, while our righteous Harry, Ilou, and Vinny could no longer contain themselves. "Hey, Draco, your days of tormenting classmates are over. Hand over the memory orb." Ilou walked at the forefront, an irrepressible smile adorning her face. "On September 3rd, at precisely 10:20 in the morning. If you wish to obtain it, you are well aware of the rules. For reasons unknown." Draco seated himself on the ground before standing to face the trio. "I anticipated your response." Vinny grasped the flying broom, resting it upon his shoulder. "How many quarrels have we had between us?" Draco clutched a memory orb in his left hand while gripping the broom with his right. "It is difficult to say, but since the day we met, we have been embroiled in constant disputes." Harry hoisted his broom, poised for action. "It is time to settle this, Draco Malfoy." The three seized their brooms. "Come and take it." Draco mounted his broom and soared into the sky, roughly 30 meters above, mocking the three below. Hermione sensed something amiss, casting a glance at the trio, but alas, it was too late. No. The three mounted their brooms and ascended, encircling Draco in a triangular formation, his expression betraying a hint of panic. Ilou soared gracefully on her broomstick, darting around Draco like a hummingbird, her movements as elegant as his swordsmanship. Vinivi charged through the air with the swiftness of an arrow, leaving Draco drenched in cold sweat. Harry, akin to a javelin, propelled himself towards Draco repeatedly, who barely managed to evade him by trembling on his broom. This breathtaking aerial duel captivated the onlookers below, who were applauding in awe. Hermione gazed skyward, observing the clash above, then bowed her head in despair. "It's over. It's certainly over. Professor McGonagall will surely reprimand Ilou and her companions and expel them from Hogwarts." Hermione felt a cloud of hopelessness enveloping her, prompting Ron to step forward and comfort her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry, there might be a twist." Hermione glanced in the direction Ron indicated, where Ilou, Vinivi, and Harry were now riding backward. "You rascal!" He fled, she pursued, and he found himself trapped. Returning to the sky, Draco struggled to evade Harry and the others' relentless charges, feeling his strength waning, as if he could no longer endure. Without Crabbe and Goyle by his side, he braced himself for a disastrous fall. Harry, growing increasingly irate, hurled insult after insult at Draco, whose face flushed with anger. Perhaps surrendering to the great Venivi might spare him some semblance of life. Venivi laughed joyously, her orange-red tuft of hair bobbing animatedly. Hand over the memory ball and apologize to Neville, and I shall let you go. What say you? Ilou halted directly before Draco, hoping to cease the conflict through a painless transaction. Alas, the kindness of Ilou was in vain, for Draco was destined to thwart his intentions. Huh. Since you desire it so fervently, then go and seize it. Draco bellowed, forcefully hurling the memory orb towards the tower. Though the journey might diminish its potency, the orb would undoubtedly shatter upon impact. Such a naive hope. Ilou, Vinaway, and Harry soared through the air like a trio of arrows, their trajectory unwavering as they raced towards the memory orb, their speed rivaling that of a diving peregrine falcon. Meanwhile, a certain feathered serpent was in a state of displeasure. The trio's velocity continued to escalate as they drew nearer to the memory orb, their flying brooms beginning to disintegrate under the strain of such high speed. At last, with the memory orb merely a centimeter away from the tower, their hands simultaneously grasped it. What a splendid achievement! The jubilant cheers from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw echoed as they celebrated Ilou, Vinaway, and Harry's triumph over the dark wizard Draco. The four descended slowly onto the grass, surrounded by the enthusiastic embrace of students from both houses. In stark contrast, Draco, having landed awkwardly on the grass, received only a sparse few greetings. How infuriating! Draco pounded the ground with his fist, his anger surging within him, while Ilou had already broken free from the crowd's adoration and approached Draco. Elf, what are you up to? What do you want? Why, of course, to teach you a lesson and ensure you remember it. The fury emanating from Allur's slender hair transformed into increasing joy, activating her lively personality. Kukul Khan, angered by the disturbance of her slumber, decided to exact a playful punishment on the villainous Draco. Now, Kukul Khan, bite him. In a flash, the golden, elongated figure darted forth, wings of white unfurling towards Draco. Realizing the impending attack, Draco hastily attempted to evade, but it was too late. Kukul Khan had already struck her target. Hiss, hiss. How dare you disrupt my sleep? Are you not aware that young children require their rest? I shall bite you to oblivion. Kukul Khan flitted around Draco's left arm, nipping at him and causing him to tumble about in distress, while onlookers reveled in the spectacle. It was only when Draco lay incapacitated on the ground that Kukul Khan, her rage quelled, returned to nestling within Allur's golden locks for a nap. Witnessing this scene, Allur felt a profound satisfaction. Although inherently kind, he too could be provoked, and indulging in a small act of reprisal was rather delightful. Kukul Khan's playful nibbles left no wounds, and the fleeting pain dissipated swiftly, which was precisely why Allur felt emboldened to allow such antics. Oh dear, Allur, how dishonest of you, to conceal such a marvelous creature, Winnieway exclaimed, eyes sparkling with wonder, as she mischievously reached into Allur's thick golden tresses in search of Kukul Khan. Ouch! Kukul Khan, disturbed from her slumber, retaliated with a sharp bite, and Winnieway promptly ceased her exploration. However, as is often the case, joyous moments must come to an end. A voice, filled with authoritative fury, echoed through the air, causing all students to feel a chill of dread. Ilou Kalmuset, Winnieway Osisoko, Harry Potter. Emerging from the stone archway below the tower were two figures. One tall and imposing, Professor McGonagall, and the other small and sprightly, the Ravenclaw head, Phileas Flitwick. Professor McGonagall, taken aback and worried, found her composure wavering as she approached, while Professor Flitwick, though maintaining a serious demeanor, could hardly conceal the joy sparkling in his eyes. How dare you act without understanding the consequences? Should you fall, you would all find yourselves confined to the hospital wing. McGonagall strode purposefully towards the three miscreants, and the students who had been eager to support them discreetly retreated like a receding tide, heads bowed in shame. Ilou interjected, greeted by the terrifying glare of Professor McGonagall's spectacles, more fearsome than that of a lion, yet she remained unfazed. With a slight shake of her dark green wizard's hat, Professor McGonagall commanded the trio now, immediately, follow me and Professor Flitwick. Upon hearing this, the surrounding young wizards grew anxious. Please, Professor McGonagall, it was Malfoy and his lot. It was that arrogant peacock's fault. Oh, and those two big fools as well. Professor, I know they've erred, but surely a lighter punishment is in order? A student emerging from the shadows attempted to plead, but under the deadly gaze of the Slytherins, she could only silence herself. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses and replied, enough. Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, they deserve the punishment they have coming. Realizing their pleas were futile, Ron and Hermione could only cast apologetic glances at Ilou and her companions. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick led the trio, amidst the concerns of their peers and the derision of Malfoy and other Slytherins, step by step into the school. In the corridor, Ilou, Vinny, and Harry walked in a triangular formation behind the two professors. Harry trembled, moving slowly behind them, his face betraying an overwhelming fear. Ilou stood beside him, her expression as gentle as ever, exuding an aura of joy, her step steady and assured. Leading the way was Vinaway, his face alight with a wild exuberance, striding forth with an audacity that belied the gravity of their situation, presenting a stark contrast to his appearance. "Do not fret, Harry. We shall not face expulsion." Noticing Harry's anxious demeanor, Ilou gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort. It's worth noting that Ilou was the shortest among the five. Vinaway, at the forefront, turned around, arms outstretched as he walked backward, proclaiming, "Fear not, my savior, for we shall ultimately be crowned as kings. Let us embrace the adoration of the world." Wahahaha. Professor Flitwick was startled by this outburst. "Mr. Vinaway, kindly be silent." Professor McGonagall, equally disturbed, reprimanded him without turning around. Vinaway fell silent, recognizing the formidable presence of the dual master ahead, capable of treating him like a mere plaything, and the master of transfiguration, who could turn him into something unrecognizable. There was no contest. Even his most prized weapon, his tongue, was rendered useless, silenced by a mere spell that required him to keep his thoughts to himself. It was futile to provoke them. "Ilou, I apologize for involving you. It should have been me confronting Malfoy." With Vinaway subdued, Harry quietly expressed his remorse to Ilou, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Professors Flitwick and McGonagall. "It's not your fault. Draco is simply a wretched individual. Well, at least for now. You are quite righteous, seeking justice for Neville. This is the true Harry Potter I cherish, rather than the glorified savior depicted in the tales. Of course, I hold affection for both." Ilou winked at Harry, her sea-blue eyes brimming with tenderness. Harry was momentarily taken aback, though he felt no such emotion. His cheeks flushed uncontrollably as he recalled their first encounter. "He truly is gentle, albeit occasionally a bit quirky," he mused, and for reasons unknown. The fear that had gripped him dissipated. That ultimate being, the super elf. I heard it. Wasn't he had agreed that we would not become heartthrobs and instead pursue pure love together? Vinaway, regaining his confidence, cast a glance at Ilou, his eyes tinged with disdain and his tone slightly discontented. "This is what one calls gentleness, a quality of the soul that everyone ought to possess. If all could embody such traits, perhaps the world would indeed find true peace. This is what one might label a scoundrel. In my previous life, there was a saying, only scoundrels exhibit gentleness. Oh, and let us not forget the sycophants. If even innocent goodwill can be twisted by malice. If the yearning for beauty can be belittled, then kindness will be perceived as evil, becoming a term of derision. Acts of kindness are mocked, transforming into outlets for the malevolent. Those who do good are branded as foolishly ignorant. Frankly speaking, that world seems irredeemable." Vinaway fell silent. His world was indeed as such, where, whether in the deceptive online realm or in stark reality, the virtuous were ridiculed and belittled. This is also why his titles included the evil that will inevitably incite public outrage and the scourge of the Earth's internet. To stand against the malevolence of this world single-handedly is somewhat audacious. A gloomy aura enveloped Vinaway, prompting Ilou to rush forward in comfort. After a considerable time, she managed to dispel these emotions, restoring Vinaway's confidence. "It appears your previous life was quite legendary as well." Ilou gazed at Vinaway with admiration, and Vinaway, unabashed, proudly swayed his orange-red tuft of hair, a speed rivaling that of a bamboo dragonfly. "Humph. I, Vinaway, stand alone against all the evils of this world. Though I may have faced defeat, it remains an indelible legend." Behind them, Harry's small head was filled with immense confusion as he observed the two. Why are Ilou and Vinaway quarreling? Why did Vinaway, who was just so boastful, suddenly turn sullen? Why is Ilou comforting him? And how did they begin to praise each other again after that? Harry was perplexed. He truly did not comprehend. Amidst this bewilderment and mutual flattery, their journey was nearing its conclusion. They ascended one stone platform after another, passing through door after door, curious glances from fellow students following them. If they were ordinary individuals, Vinaway, did you just refer to them as ordinary people? This journey would surely be excruciating. However, the three trailing behind were no ordinary students. What shame could they possibly feel under the gaze of their classmates? At last, the five arrived at the entrance of a classroom, where Professor Flitwick beckoned Vinaway. "Come, Vinaway, follow me this way." Vinaway flashed a charming smile at Ilou and Harry. "Humph. The great Vinaway shall return as a king. Fear not, my dear friends." With a resounding thud, Professor McGonagall rapped Vinaway on the head. "Vinaway, behave yourself." He then followed Professor Flitwick, his demeanor resolute. As the door creaked open, Professor McGonagall entered the classroom, which was in disarray due to the sudden departure of the teacher. Some students were even dancing on their desks, while others were casting spells at one another. "Silence. Everyone, be quiet. Would come here." Professor McGonagall halted the mischievous students and called forth a bewildered brown-haired boy who had been watching the chaos. He stepped out of the classroom, curiously eyeing the savior. "Harry Potter," and the elf beside him. "Continue your studies. If I catch you causing trouble again, I will make you face the wall." The students were silenced, obediently returning to their seats to read. Professor McGonagall, satisfied, waved her wand to close the door. Once she left, the students resumed their revelry. Truly, they were unmistakably Gryffindors. "All right, the three of you follow me." It was uncertain whether Professor McGonagall was aware of the students' antics, as she led the trio down the corridor to a classroom of unknown purpose. Inside was a rather bothersome ghost, scribbling rude phrases on the blackboard with chalk while emitting strange noises. "Ayur-hee-hee-ayu." Professor McGonagall's voice rang out. "Get out, Peeves." The mischievous Peeves spat at Professor McGonagall, rolled his eyes, and hurled a few choice curses before rolling away in a fit of rage. However, before departing, he closed the door behind him. Once Peeves had left, Professor McGonagall turned to Wood and said, "All right, Potter, this is Oliver Wood from 5th year. Wood, I have found you 2 new players, 2 seekers. Is that true, Professor?" Wood's voice held a note of disbelief, and his gaze turned fervent as he looked at Illy and Harry, akin to a parched traveler encountering a wellspring after 3 days in the desert. Harry, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Wood's intense scrutiny, turned to Illy for assistance, but she merely smiled, reminiscent of their time on the train. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall was extolling the remarkable talents of Illy and Harry to Wood. These 2 children dove from a height of 50 meters unscathed, and even managed to seize the glass ball alongside a Ravenclaw student, showcasing a brilliance surpassing that of Charlie Weasley. Really, Wood's expression was akin to that of a prospector who had struck gold, his eyes igniting with fervor. Such performance is even sufficient to pursue a professional career. "Surely, I can't be dreaming, Professor." "Of course not." Wood's expression was progressively exuberant as he excitedly grasped both Illy and Harry by the shoulders. "Could you ease up a bit?" Illu inquired, prompting Wood to realize his own lapse in composure, and he hastily cleared his throat. "Have you watched a Quidditch match, Potter, Cormac?" "Not really, but I have a slight understanding, and you can call me Illu." Harry experienced a sense of relief, initially fearing expulsion, only to discover that he was merely joining the team. What a stroke of luck! Observing Professor McGonagall and Wood engaged in fervent discussion, and glancing at the now relieved Harry beside him, Illu contemplated briefly before resolutely making a decision. He addressed the 2 engrossed in conversation. "Professor McGonagall, Sr., may I be considered for the reserve team?" McGonagall and Wood were taken aback by his statement, as they had just been deliberating on who should fill the seeker position, given that there was only 1 slot available and the other would have to settle for reserve. Based on recent performance, McGonagall had to concede that Illu possessed greater innate talent than Harry. His ability to summon a broom and fly was unparalleled. He soared like a hummingbird, exhibiting an elegance akin to swordsmanship, a feat that few could achieve even on a global scale. Thus, the 2 had intended to place Illu as a player and Harry as a substitute. No one anticipated that Illu would instead express a desire to be a reserve player, which suggested he was quite aware of his own potential. "Mr. Cormac, are you certain?" McGonagall asked, her expression grave, while Wood appeared equally anxious, fearing the loss of a promising player. "Absolutely, Professor." Illu's gaze was resolute, leaving Professor McGonagall to exhale in resignation. Wood was elated, after all. The 2 players he had secured were not only present but also possessed the innate talent for a professional career. This moment indeed solidified Gryffindor's position. Meanwhile, Harry gazed at Illu with a mixture of confusion and bewilderment. Why would one relinquish a clearly better opportunity for oneself? In the earlier confrontation, Harry had come to realize his exceptional talent for flying, yet Illu's gift surpassed his own, exhibiting an unparalleled speed, instantaneous turns, and abrupt halts, all executed in rapid succession, feats Harry could scarcely replicate. Similarly, Vinny, despite lacking the finesse of Illu and Harry, displayed an astonishing strength in his relentless approach. Harry was certain that if he were to be struck, he would undoubtedly be left in a disarrayed state. Despite possessing far superior talent, Ilou chose to relinquish the position of seeker to him, which left Harry in a state of bewilderment. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall and Wood, Harry's mind remained preoccupied during the journey home. Ilou, walking alongside him, sensed his turmoil, yet refrained from speaking, respecting Harry's silence. Why, Ilou? You serve far better than I do. Why cede the seeker position to me? Harry halted, turning to Ilou with a face etched in confusion. However, he could also sense an undercurrent of insecurity and anger within himself. Because it is your honor, Harry, Ilou replied, his expression still gentle, even tinged with a hint of pride. This only deepened Harry's confusion as he furrowed his brow in further perplexity. But isn't honor something everyone desires? Ilou, why do you forsake it? You are undoubtedly more skilled than I. Are you pitying me? Pitying me for not flying as well as you, or Wood? Perhaps due to his own tumultuous past, Harry could no longer contain his frustration and shouted his questions at Ilou, his emotions tinged with a hint of desperation. Not at all, Ilou responded. Ilou extended her left hand to gently caress Harry's dark, short hair, a sensation he had never experienced before, causing him to shudder slightly. Suddenly transported from another realm to this one, where every aspect surpasses you and your hard-earned glory is snatched away without a word, it seems exceedingly unjust, does it not? Harry lifted his gaze slightly, astonishment evident in his eyes. People are often selfish, claiming the good for themselves while leaving the bad for others, until ultimately, nothing remains. My parents taught me that what belongs to others is forever theirs, and what is mine is eternally mine. As she tenderly stroked Harry's black hair, Ilou continued. Not everyone possesses omniscience, nor can everyone gaze from the highest vantage point upon the suffering below. Some individuals attain unprecedented glory without any effort, while others labor tirelessly throughout their lives and achieve nothing. With the audacity of their sudden arrival, they arrogantly seize the fruits of others' endeavors, basking in the adulation of the masses. Meanwhile, the original holders remain oblivious, unaware that their honor has been usurped, and they may even forge friendships with their usurpers, cultivating camaraderie. It is truly a profound injustice. Ilou's voice remained gentle, yet during a particular moment, she suddenly hesitated. Honor, that eternal glory, rightfully belongs to its creator and must never be tarnished, be it in the past, present, or future. And you, Harry? I am well aware of your character and the hardships you have endured, facing humiliation day after day. A faint sound of sobbing. If your honor were to be seized by those who descend from the heavens, you would remain oblivious, perhaps even inclined to praise them. I shall never allow your honor to be sullied, especially not by those who seek to reap without sowing. Harry's expression was one of profound shock. I, who have descended from the heavens, am imbued with a prideful demeanor, inherently gifted with talents that others could scarcely aspire to in a lifetime. Almost effortlessly, I acquire knowledge, achieving results that far surpass those of my peers. Yet, I recognize the injustice of unearned rewards, particularly for someone like me who can outshine others with minimal effort. I am Ilou Kalmuset, not a thief. If I desire honor, I shall forge it for myself rather than covet that of others. The surname Kalmuset carries immense significance, symbolizing 12 great honors and victories, as well as the relentless efforts of my ancestors. Thus, I must strive to establish my own honor, in accordance with the legacy of my name. Ilou paused her gentle caress, gazing tenderly at Harry as she retrieved a handkerchief from her satchel to wipe his face. The honor of being Hogwarts' premier seeker and the chosen one belongs to you, Harry, and will forever remain yours. Do you understand? Thank you, Ilou. Suddenly, Harry embraced Ilou, leaving her momentarily stunned, yet she reciprocated the hug, gently patting his back. What are you thanking me for? It has always been yours. All right. I acknowledge that those who read this may have numerous questions, and some may even feel emotional. Please feel free to leave any inquiries in the comments below. Let me clarify one point. This is certainly not a kitsch tale of transformation or romance. As I have previously stated that Ilou would never fall in love with a human. Ilou would never fall in love with a human. He exhibits a gentle demeanor towards most individuals, and his emotions are characterized solely by pure familial affection and friendship. Even if others were to develop romantic feelings for him, Ilou would unequivocally reject them. My characterization of Ilou is that of a benevolent spirit, possessing many admirable qualities that are rare among others, with a moral compass and worldview that surpass those of many, while also exhibiting a hint of cunning. Why does Ilou behave this way? It is, of course, because he is a silver gold elf, a legendary race, a fact that will be elaborated upon later. Criticism is acceptable, but please refrain from directing any vitriol towards me. Well, you may scold me if you wish, but do spare Ilou from your ire, for he is a creation of mine. Having just resolved their differences, Ilou and Harry walked along the path to the Great Hall. The midday sun streamed through the colorful stained glass windows lining the corridor, casting a kaleidoscope of hues upon the two. Ilou, leading the way, maintained his usual composure, though his wizard's robe bore a slight dampness at the chest, a testament to the recent tears shed by a certain savior. Harry, trailing behind, gazed at the handkerchief in his grasp, occasionally glancing at the elf ahead. Reflecting on Ilou's earlier words and his own impulsive embrace, his cheeks betraying a rosy hue. Vinaway, my dear brother, are you blushing? Ilou, I apologize for my earlier actions. Just as he mustered the courage to express his remorse, he noticed that the golden figure had vanished from sight. Yet, just as confusion enveloped him, a devilish whisper reached his ears. Oh, Harry, you're blushing. Allow me to take a look. Startled by Ilou's sudden appearance beside him, Harry was taken aback. Before he could react further, the mischievous elf advanced once more. No, Ilou, please wait. Let me be. Ilou, like a ravenous tiger pouncing upon its prey, swiftly hoisted Harry into her arms, disregarding his struggles above, and dashed towards the Great Hall. The malevolent motive behind such an action was simply that Ilou did not wish to miss lunch. Meanwhile, Harry's anguished cries echoed through the air. It was lunchtime in Hogwarts, and the atmosphere felt decidedly tense. Students from Ravenclaw and Gryffindor exchanged wary glances, while Slytherin observed the unfolding drama, occasionally instigating trouble. Only Hufflepuff remained serene, patiently awaiting the arrival of their meal. As Ilou sprinted with Harry in tow, she immediately spotted the center of attention. Indeed, it was the illustrious Vinaway. Seated at the Gryffindor long table, opposite Hermione and Ron, he appeared to be engaged in a spirited debate. You ought to return to Ravenclaw, Vinaway, Hermione exclaimed. Humph. How dare you presume to dictate my house? Hermione was nearly at her wit's end. From the moment he arrived, Vinaway, with an air of nonchalance and a nose held high, had taken a seat at the Gryffindor table, unyielding to Hermione's pleas to return to Ravenclaw. As she found herself utterly outmatched by his retorts. Your scarf. The Ravenclaw eagle emblem on your left breast. He laughed heartily. Hogwarts regulations do not prohibit students from sitting at other tables. With one foot perched upon the table and a hand cupped to his mouth, he laughed uproariously, swiftly besting Hermione in their exchange. Such unparalleled bravery. Just as Hermione was about to explode with indignation, she caught sight of Ilou approaching with Harry, her expression contorting in disbelief. She tremulously raised a finger, her words faltering. Oblivious to the tension, Vinaway turned to see the scene, his mouth agape in astonishment. What's the matter? Put poor Harry down, Ilou inquired, noticing the peculiar expressions on their faces. Ah, Ilou, the super elf. Have you betrayed our unbreakable vow and engaged in some sort of dubious trade with Harry? Oh, I simply feared I would miss lunch. So I ran with Harry in my arms. Ron, you must understand the situation. Ron, caught mid-sip of his soup, nearly choked. Each time he recalled that afternoon, his body trembled uncontrollably. Being dragged along by Ilou felt far more perilous than any scolding from his mother. Indeed, Ilou possesses immense strength. Yesterday afternoon, she dragged us to Hagrid's hut, and I dread the thought of enduring that again, Ron remarked. Hermione's expression shifted to one of realization, while Vinaway rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, he leaned in close to Ilou, a mere inch from her face, and playfully tapped her chest, mimicking a certain pink pony, saying, I will always keep an eye on you. Harry, swaying slightly, made his way to sit beside Ron and Hermione, a blush on his cheeks that was indistinguishable between embarrassment and dizziness. Harry, are you all right? Hermione inquired with concern, while Harry patted his cheek and vigorously shook his head. Not at all. Although Ilou is diminutive, her strength is formidable. I feel as though my bones might shatter, Harry muttered, his mind clouded with nostalgia for the gentle Ilou, who was always there to offer solace. Bring that Ilou back to me. I can't hear you. It's utterly inaudible. So quiet. You still want Ilou? There's no strength left. Do it again. Seated across from Winnie, Ilou could only offer Harry an apologetic expression, subtly casting a spell with her right hand behind her back. Instantly, Harry felt invigorated. His waist no longer ached, and his face lost its flush. He then began to recount the events following Professor McGonagall's summons, embellishing the tale. For were he to disclose the truth, he would undoubtedly confront Voldemort in a final showdown. Ilou and I have become players on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, the youngest in nearly a century. Ron, Bludger, Keeper. Upon hearing this, Winnie rose once more, exuding an air of unparalleled confidence and audacity that sent tremors throughout the entire house. Humph. I have also become the seeker for Ravenclaw. I told you, we shall ultimately be crowned as kings. Oh, great savior. It seems you will inevitably face the even greater Winnie in an unpredictable battlefield ahead. Ron, Bludger Keeper? He swayed exuberantly at the table, while Hermione and Ron looked up, only to catch a glimpse beneath the short black skirt, hastily covering their eyes. All three houses gazed at him with the incredulity reserved for a damp squib, save for one slow, reluctant applause that echoed in the hall. Nevertheless, Winnie remained unfazed by the slightest hint of embarrassment. Harry, lost in thought, recollected Ilou's words about the one who descended from the heavens, glancing at the still melodramatic Winnie. There was doubt, for why would Winnie introduce himself as a traveler from another world during the morning's self-introduction? He cast a curious gaze towards Ilou, but the sprite merely blinked, her expression enigmatic, inviting Harry to deduce the answer himself. This confirms it, Harry mused silently. Later, Winnie would think, what a blunder. The cat's out of the bag now. Unbeknownst to Winnie, who continued his speech, his identity as a traveler had been unveiled. His cover was blown, all thanks to Ilou. As the tower bell chimed, lunchtime finally arrived, and all four houses, especially Hufflepuff, fixated intently on their own tables. Winnie suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Glancing down to find an inexplicable bowl of butter at his feet, surrounded by bread, and both pairs of his white boots were smeared with the substance. How unfortunate. This was the last thought that crossed Winnie's mind before he began to slip uncontrollably, his body swaying left and right, seeking Ilou's gaze in desperation. But Ilou merely smiled. And Vinaway sensed impending doom. It was at this moment that Vinaway realized he had utterly failed. Thud, splash, roar. With a tremendous crash, Vinaway fell to the ground, his anguished cry echoing throughout Hogwarts. Look who it is. A mudblood, a broken fool, and a fairy. This must be your last supper. As Vinaway lay sprawled on the floor, a greasy, platinum-haired figure loomed into view, Draco, accompanied by his two henchmen, Crabbe and Goyle, who were grotesquely reveling in the moment. Have you not learned your lesson yet? Shall I let Kukulkan bite you once more? The sweet fragrance of dessert lingered as Ilou turned her head. And upon hearing the threat of another bite, Draco recalled the pain from their previous encounter, instinctively retreating, only to be blocked by his two lackeys. Fairy. My father is a board member. I shall report you to the Committee for the Regulation of Dangerous Creatures. That serpent must be put to death. Draco sneered viciously at Ilou, fully aware of Kukulkan's significance to her. He relished the thought of witnessing Ilou, the fairy, beg for mercy. Alas, Draco's desires were destined to remain unfulfilled. Oh, how impressive you are. Oh no, I meant your father is truly remarkable. Ilou remained utterly indifferent, which further incensed Draco. Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle adopted menacing expressions. Meanwhile, Vinny, who lay on the ground, was overlooked by everyone, fueling his indignation. Upon hearing Draco's words, he sprang up from the ground. That wicked Malfoy. If you keep pretending, I'll make you sore. With a strikingly confident stance, Vinny stood tall again, pointing his finger at Draco and launching into a barrage of mockery. Draco's face flushed even deeper upon hearing this, and the two stood mere centimeters apart, locked in a tense standoff. Observing this, Ilou stepped forward to separate them, delivering a light smack to each of their heads. Why did you hit me? Vinny asked, rubbing the reddened spot on his forehead as he knelt on the ground, feeling quite aggrieved. He had merely intended to teach that inherently wicked boy a lesson. There is no need for foul language. Even in a fight, one should maintain a sense of decorum. Ilou stood before Vinivi, imparting wisdom as if educating a child, while Draco, clutching his forehead, laughed heartily at Vinivi. Ha ha ha, your friendship with the mudblood is hardly steadfast. A piercing gaze fell upon them, and Draco found himself kneeling beside Vinivi, his face a mask of humiliation. Ilou, akin to a mother, lectured the two of them, leaving Crabbe, Goyle, Hermione, and Ron utterly bewildered. What just happened? How did the tables turn? After nearly 3 minutes, Ilou finally ceased her discourse and led Vinivi back to the table for a meal. Draco managed to rise, but required the support of his two lackeys due to his numbed legs. Accursed elf. Draco clenched his fists, seething with shame and indignation at having knelt before everyone, especially alongside a mudblood. Had there not been teachers present, he would have unleashed a curse upon the elf without hesitation. Ilou, do I possess magical immunity? Elf, mudblood, and that wretched Potter. Do you dare to challenge me this evening? A duel among wizards. Upon hearing the mention of a duel, Ilou's eyes sparkled with an insatiable curiosity for the unknown. Are you serious? Of course, but you are only permitted to use your wand. No physical contact allowed. Draco, brimming with pride, instantly faltered at the sight of Ilou's clenched fists. The elf's power was terrifyingly formidable. Victory could only be achieved through cunning. Very well. Your assistant shall be Crab, and mine will be Cecilia. Oh no, she is far too lively. Perhaps the aquamarine instead. Regardless of who your assistants may be, I shall emerge victorious. Although Draco was unfamiliar with the identity of Aquamarine, he dismissed it entirely, confident that he had never heard such a name within pure blood circles. It was likely another mudblood. Draco then issued a challenge to Venivi and Harry, and upon receiving their agreement, he dramatically swept away in his black cloak, accompanied by Crab and Goyle. Are you for truly serious? Wandering the school at night will cost you house points. And Ilou, are you genuinely considering a parrot as your assistant? Hermione felt a mixture of exasperation and amusement. How could she engage with these four friends? It seemed utterly impossible to enjoy herself, and this year's Gryffindor was undoubtedly doomed. Fear not, for Aquamarine is no ordinary parrot. I am certain of my victory. The great Venivi shall not succumb to anyone, especially not to the inherently wicked Malfoy. Malfoy and his diminutive companions would definitely not prevail. Are you four truly intent on roaming the school at night? Hermione was incredulous. But just as she was about to express her frustration, a sudden cacophony of bird calls erupted. Hi, hi, hi. A large, powder-pink peach descended from the heavens, its grand wings scattering the food upon the table. Cecilia, you've returned, along with Aquamarine. No bird songs graced the air. Instead, a blue and violet macaw gracefully alighted upon Illa's shoulder, affectionately pecking at her hair. Iru gently stroked the feathers of the Aquamarine in response, then reached out to lift Cecilia, who had fallen onto the plate, and took out a handkerchief to clean her. The letter from Maluch was from my parents. As Iru removed the envelope tied to Cecilia's foot, she began to open it to share with everyone. However, upon hearing the name Maluch, Hermione could no longer contain herself. What a joke. Maluch is an island located in the southwestern Atlantic off North America. This is England. How could a macaw possibly fly there? Note, the following history is limited to this world. Maluch, a unique region of the world, is situated in the southwestern Atlantic of North America, encompassing an area of 80,000 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to the size of Scotland. Originally an uncharted island, it became notable in 1776 when the then head of the Kalmuset family, Obster Kalmuset, struck a deal with George Washington, the first president of the United States, acquiring the island of Maluch. Following this acquisition, Obster embarked on extensive development, founding the city of Florway in the same year, which remains the only city on the island. Under the vigorous development led by Obster and his descendants, the Kalmuset family, Florway has evolved into a global hub for commerce, trade, finance, and technological culture, fulfilling every aspiration one might have for a great city. It boasts the most advanced technology and an unparalleled environment, earning the title of the world's foremost city, far surpassing New York, Neo-Tokyo, and any other city across the globe. Florway is home to some of the world's finest educational resources, including the venerable Atalanta University, the oldest and most erudite institution. Founded in ancient Greece by the family patriarch, Atalanta. To establish Florway as a global center, Obster relocated the university to Maluch. It is said that all geniuses yearn to enter Atalanta University, a testament to its esteemed reputation. Hermione, an academic prodigy, harbored dreams of being admitted to Atalanta University. However, upon receiving an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, her aspirations shifted. Faced with the known and the unknown, Hermione chose the latter. Nonetheless, prior to receiving the letter, she had diligently studied information about Maluch and the Kalmuset family. Indeed, the existence of the Kalmuset family is not a secret. Rather, it is well known among the populace. Since 2614, the Kalmuset family has frequently appeared in various historical events, and their existence is acknowledged across nations, with some even contemplating invasion. Though such endeavors have been thwarted for various reasons, their influence can be traced across Europe, Asia, the Americas, and Africa. To ancient peoples, the Kalmuset family represented a veritable treasury of boundless wealth, drawing the interest of numerous powerful figures, all of whom faced rejection. The origins of the Kalmuset family are intertwined with an ancient Greek myth, believed by many to be an exaggeration of actual history. Hermione was already acquainted with Ilou, specifically the adopted child of the current head of the Kalmuset family. In 1984, the adoption of a fairy caused a tremendous stir in the world, capturing the attention of nearly everyone, including Hermione, who first learned of Ilou through television. Initially, this revelation profoundly challenged Hermione's worldview. Yet she maintained her belief that it was merely an anomaly. However, prior to their encounter in the carriage, Hermione remained skeptical of Ilou's authenticity. Upon meeting him, she realized her error. He was indeed a genuine fairy. During their first interaction, Hermione approached with feigned curiosity, eager to understand this extraordinary creature. Upon hearing her words, Ilou merely smiled. Nothing is impossible. Cecilia and Aquamarine are no ordinary parrots, but rather extraordinary ones. Ilou administered the 124th generation of the Laputa genetic serum, carbon-based, to Cecilia and Aquamarine, significantly enhancing their physical capabilities. Not only could they effortlessly undertake transoceanic flights, circumnavigate the globe, dive into the depths, and cleave boulders with their bird-like wings, but they could also withstand immense atmospheric pressure with ease. Their regenerative abilities were remarkably formidable. No weaponry possessed by humanity, be it RPGs, AWM, MG-42, anti-aircraft artillery, or intercontinental missiles, could inflict even the slightest harm upon them. After all, Ilou had long regarded the three of them as family, and providing them with protection to the best of her abilities was only natural. Hermione, however, was unaware of these developments. She still wore an expression of disbelief. Yet, under Ilou's whimsical narrative, she found herself somewhat reassured. In a world where fairies and magic exist, it wouldn't be surprising if the world were to end tomorrow, Hermione mused, sensing a foreboding darkness enveloping the future. As she tore open the envelope, Ilou began perusing its contents. It seemed that the significant business deal involving Moore and Foucault was nearing completion, with only the Christmas holiday left to await. Additionally, they had sent her a few traditional family delicacies. And what was this? Upon finishing the letter, Ilou discovered a folded note on the back of the paper. It was from her grandparents, who had returned to their ancestral home in Italy to inspect the ruins of the once grand Ibipos mansion, now reduced to nothing but rubble. Just how monumental was this business venture? Her parents' work would not conclude until Christmas. Stuffing the two letters back into her satchel, Ilou felt a slight itch in her mind. Turning her head, she found Aquamarine, who pointed with a large wing to a paper-wrapped package at Ilou's feet. As Ilou's eyes sparkled with excitement, she hurriedly placed the oiled paper package on the table. The other four looked on in bewilderment, utterly perplexed as to what could possibly elicit such fervor from the sprite. "It is a traditional delicacy of the Kalmuset family," Ilou said mysteriously, observing their astonished expressions. Hermione, sitting opposite, felt a flicker of suspicion. Traditional delicacy? Could it be? Ilou wouldn't happen to possess that item from Greek mythology, the one consumed by Opal Kalmuset during his travels, would she? Hermione's countenance changed, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Affirming Hermione's insight, Ilou praised her extensive knowledge. "You all should indulge first. I must head to the library." As Ilou's certainty became apparent, Hermione began to panic, attempting to flee, but the orange figure firmly grasped her shoulder, the devilish words echoing in her ear. "Humph. A hero cannot flee in the face of battle, can they? Wouldn't you agree, Minister?" Venivi's lips moved, and Hermione's pupils constricted. Meanwhile, Ilou had commenced the meticulous unwrapping of the oiled paper package, an irresistible aroma wafting through the air and reaching everyone's nostrils. Wait, something is amiss. Harry and Ron, the first to detect the scent, were horrified to discover it reeked of decay. As the foul stench filled the atmosphere, their faces began to flush, and they slumped over the table. Moments later, Venivi, holding Hermione's shoulder, and the pinned Hermione both felt the oppressive atmosphere, prompting Hermione to struggle desperately against the grip. Yearning to escape the aura of death. Trying to flee? It is too late. With a thud, Hermione collapsed to the ground, her eyes lifeless. Venivi, witnessing this scene, was struck with fear. As he attempted to move, his body felt weak, his mind clouded. Even the orange tuft atop his head began to wither. "I am exceedingly poisoned. Accept this, world, for it shall be my final quip." With that proclamation, Venivi fell to the ground, his vibrant color fading to a pallid gray, never to rise again. But it was not over yet. The aroma of the delicacy continued to spread through the air, from the grand hall to the entire building. It ultimately permeated the entirety of Hogwarts. Whether teachers or students, magical creatures or flora, all were rendered incapacitated by the foul scent, unable to rise again. "Ah dear. What have you protected?" The centenarian Dumbledore, clinging to the last vestiges of life, struggled to crawl to the feet of Ilou, who remained blissfully unaware as she continued to unwrap the oiled paper package. "Oh, Professor Dumbledore?" Upon noticing the unconscious figure of Dumbledore at her feet, Ilou was jolted from her immersive task, only to discover that all around her, students lay sprawled over tables or the floor, unconscious. The teachers at the head table, too, were in disarray, oblivious to their fate. Ilou finally realized the magnitude of the trouble she had caused. The traditional delicacy of the Kalmuset family, known as stinky salted fish, is a rather odorous dish. It involves directly boiling seawater until it evaporates, leaving untreated white crystals that are then wrapped around fish, which have not been eviscerated, and subsequently sealed in ceramic jars. In ancient times, during their travels, the Kalmuset family preserved fish caught from the sea using this method. The longevity of stinky salted fish is remarkable, lasting hundreds or even thousands of years, but such preservation renders it exceedingly foul for the average person. This substance cannot be regarded as food. It is more poisonous than poison itself. The robust constitution of the Kalmuset family allows them to consume this dish as sustenance. Due to certain peculiar reasons, Ilou has developed a profound fondness for putrid foods, leading her to cherish stinky salted fish even more than her own family. However, Ilou remains entirely oblivious to the fact that her friends are ordinary individuals. Even Vinaway, at this moment, is merely a child and an ordinary human who cannot withstand the overwhelming stench of stinky salted fish. This is disastrous. I have truly made a grave mistake. Ilou clutched his hair tightly with both hands, gazing at Hogwarts, which lay before him in a state of devastation surpassing even that of the final battle. It was at this moment that he finally grasped the grievous nature of his actions. With his right hand, he drew forth his wand. Compelled to reverse the flow of time, he waved his wand and intoned the incantation. Ilou utilized the magic of the king, expending a considerable amount of magical energy to revert time to the moment before he opened the stinking salted fish. Upon witnessing that everyone at Hogwarts was still alive, Ilou exhaled a sigh of relief. Ordinarily, he did not breathe, as it was unnecessary. His eyes gradually opened, revealing a distinct look of confusion in his orange-yellow irises. Vinaway suspected that he had traversed time once more. Feeling Hermione struggling beneath his hands, along with Harry and Ron beside him, Vinaway soon realized that he had not time-traveled. Rather, it seemed time had merely regressed. Glancing at Ilou opposite him, Vinaway noticed him placing the greasy paper package back into his satchel, an expression of guilt adorning his face. Upon realizing that Ilou was observing him, Ilou offered an apologetic smile, causing Vinaway's pupils to dilate suddenly as the truth dawned upon him. Not my little brother, is it? Such a remarkable feat, reversing time, could it truly be? Hermione, who had been struggling beneath Vinaway's grip, finally exhaled in relief as she saw Ilou stow away the greasy paper package, ceasing her struggles. The previous aura had been one of death. She was acutely aware of the potency of the stinking salted fish, according to descriptions in Greek mythology. This food was notoriously foul, having been used by Ilou Kalmuset to vanquish a demigod sea monster. Sea monster, is no one going to inquire about my voice? Fortunately, Ilou had put it away, otherwise Hermione, along with the entirety of Hogwarts, might have been doomed. Ron and Harry, who had been patiently awaiting a delectable meal, were taken aback when Ilou suddenly concealed the food with a look of deep remorse, their expressions filled with confusion. Observing the two in their bewildered state, Hermione and Ilou explained the perils of the stinking salted fish. After listening, both displayed expressions of relief, grateful to have escaped a dire fate. What a remarkable escape! After resolving the matter, Ilou retrieved paper and pen from his satchel to write a letter to his parents, detailing the events since joining the academy, including his induction into the Quidditch reserve team and his hopes of acquiring a flying broomstick. Once completed, he tied the letter to Cecilia's ankle and, after a brief affectionate interaction with her and Aquamarine, sent the two parrots off to deliver his message. As he watched them depart, Ilou resumed lunch with the quartet, remarking that this meal was indeed rather exhilarating. Pig's trotter, I shall indulge. Angus beef steak, I shall partake. Vegetable salad, I shall savor. Vinaway was relishing his feast, voraciously consuming whatever food came his way, meats, eggs, and vegetables alike. His petite stature, slightly shorter than Ilou by 9 centimeters, failing to align with his ravenous appetite. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, though eating with abandon, maintained a degree of restraint, while Hermione appeared the most composed of the group. Ilou behaves rather peculiarly. He exclusively consumes bread, fruit pies, cakes, ice cream, and certain types of fish, showing no interest in the poultry, beef, lamb, or pork before him, resembling a staunch vegetarian. Hey, super elf, why do you not partake in meat? Despite the strange sight, Winawai, who had just prepared 2 steaks, found his mischievous hands reaching out to snatch the meat away. It's simply a matter of preference. These breads and fruits are quite delightful. What? The delectable monster steaks from Tom and Jerry are so tasty, and yet you abstain? Winawai. Increasingly perplexed, held a plate of steak to Ilou's lips, hoping to entice him to savor the flavors from the animation. The moment he caught a whiff of the beef, an involuntary look of disgust contorted Ilou's face, as if the meat were poison. Under the watchful eyes of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Winnowi presented lamb, horse, chicken, and duck. Each piece met with the same repulsion from Ilou. "Ah, let me prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Super elf, do elves not consume meat?" At the feast, I savored a pork knuckle. Winnowi felt he was on the verge of surrender. Ilou truly would not eat beef. Pushing the meat away, Ilou began to explain. "It has nothing to do with my being an elf. I've had this aversion for quite some time. In my previous life, the mere taste of such meats made me nauseous. Even the scent would induce discomfort, as I found them to possess a strange odor that repulsed me, rendering me unable to take even a bite. Oddly enough, I do not experience this with seafood. It's quite strange." Winnowi, upon hearing this, was filled with doubt. Is there truly someone who detests the flesh of terrestrial and aerial creatures, surviving solely on seafood and vegetables? How could one live like that? But you did indulge in pork knuckle. Did you not feel nauseated? Occasionally, yes. Consuming too much will do that, roughly equivalent to a pork knuckle's worth. Yet, I find pork rather unappealing, as it tends to be rather greasy. Gazing at a large cup of pineapple ice cream before him, Ilou took a spoonful and savored it with immense satisfaction. Though I feel queasy at the thought of beef, milk is still quite palatable, and eggs as well. Otherwise, indulging in these desserts would be a fate worse than death. Suddenly, Ilou caught a whiff of a delicious aroma. A hand appeared before him, holding a grilled salmon, wielded by Winnowi, who wore an expression of triumph. "Huh, Ilou, I have discovered your weakness. Bow down to me, or this salmon shall be mine alone." Faced with the tantalizing grilled salmon, and glancing at the swaying Winnowi beside him, Ilou felt a twinge of conflict. Submission was unthinkable. It would be impossible in this lifetime. Yet the salmon smelled exquisite. After some contemplation, Ilou decided he would have it all. Then, he opened his cavernous maw, enveloping the salmon along with Winnowi's right hand. The pristine white fangs gently clamped down, while a dexterous tongue eagerly licked the crispy exterior of the salmon. The delectable flavor gradually awakened in Ilou's taste buds, prompting even more fervent licking. Alas! Upon witnessing Ilou's bold action, Winnowi was taken aback, just as he intended to withdraw his hand. He realized the formidable strength of Ilou's jaws. He contemplated urging Ilou to cease, but the warm, moist sensation along his right hand, coupled with the tantalizing touch of the tongue, rendered him speechless. As Ilou continued to exert pressure, Winnowi felt his face flush crimson. His orange-yellow eyes began to spiral in bewilderment, and the words to stop eluded him for reasons unknown. "This is bad. I've been thoroughly ensnared." The surrounding students were left in stunned silence, while Harry and Ron grew anxious, having witnessed Ilou devour granite in the past. What if Ilou became so engrossed that he inadvertently severed Winnowi's right hand? The infirmary would be of no help. Just as they contemplated intervening, they noticed Winnowi's expression morph into one of utter shock, prompting Ilou to halt his actions. After approximately 2 minutes, Ilou finally released his grip. To Winnowi's astonishment, his right hand was not engulfed in repulsive, sticky saliva, but remained remarkably clean and fresh, even whiter than during infancy. Winnowi maintained a peculiar expression for a while before regaining his composure, though his demeanor remained cryptic. "A super elf? You actually consumed my hand." His eyes darted nervously, and Winnowi presented another grilled fish to Ilou. Just as he prepared to apologize, Ilou promptly engulfed his entire hand along with the fish. Thus, 1 fish, 2 fish, 3 fish. Winnowi became increasingly addicted, raiding the entire Gryffindor long table of its fish, all of which Ilou devoured without hesitation. With the Gryffindor table devoid of fish, Winnowi shifted his gaze to other houses, posing a threat. The Ravenclaw long table, the Slytherin long table, and even Hufflepuff's fish were swiftly plundered. A single elf and a single human engaged in this culinary escapade, causing a chorus of discontent to rise throughout the Grand Hall. Observing the closeness between his two friends, the trio felt somewhat superfluous. After depleting all the fish to feed Ilou, Winnowi collapsed onto the long table, appearing utterly exhausted, his hands and legs incessantly fidgeting. Coupled with his striking appearance, he was truly an oddity, causing onlookers to blush. Having fought against the world's myriad evils in his previous life, Winnowi had inevitably been tainted as well, rendering a touch of eccentricity quite normal. Ilra sat beside him, wearing a contented expression, despite having consumed nearly 1,000 fish. Her abdomen showed no sign of the feast, leaving onlookers bemused by the apparent defiance of physical loss. In truth, she felt not the slightest pang of satiety. As a silver elf, she neither experienced hunger nor fullness, perpetually existing in a state of perfection. Everything she ingested vanished without a trace, a phenomenon that perplexed even her family. Indeed, Venivi was undoubtedly an eccentric. Hermione's perception of Venivi had irrevocably transformed into that of a complete oddball, a quintessential case of adolescent delusion. How could such a person exist in the world? This conundrum left her utterly baffled. Harry and Ron nodded in silent agreement. The peculiar act of licking one's own hands was not something one would expect from a human. Venivi often hummed to himself, proclaiming his greatness, certainly embodying the archetype of an eccentric, one who fancied himself capable of spinning his own hands. Such claims were indeed misguided. Minister slumped over the long table. Venivi propped himself up on the wooden surface, gradually straightening his posture as his previously bizarre expression faded away. The great Venivi merely sought to tame the super elf through the method of feeding, albeit unsuccessfully. What? Taming a friend? What are you thinking? Are you perhaps a lunatic? Hermione sensed she had encountered a natural adversary, one who thrived on contradiction. The great Venivi would heed none of her nonsensical remarks. With a playful grimace, Venivi directed a mock face at Hermione, and thus the two resumed their playful chase around the long tables of the great hall. Marking the second such escapade of the day, one could scarcely imagine the joys that lay ahead in their collegiate life. Harry nudged Ilru, inquiring, "Why are you merely watching? Are you not going to intervene?" "There is no need to concern yourself with him," Ilru replied, choosing instead to observe the spectacle while indulging in a scoop of ice cream with her silver spoon. How could she oscillate so between tenderness and indifference? Harry pondered. Yet he could only sit back and await the conclusion of this lively pursuit. As the bell tolled, this most perilous lunch at Hogwarts finally drew to a close. Venivi, driven by some unavoidable circumstance, had monopolized all the fish, yet the four houses would forever harbor resentment towards him, particularly Hufflepuff. Although the four houses had lost their fish, they still had access to terrestrial animals and avian meats, which were entirely consumable, much like fruits and vegetables. Ilulu, it is truly delightful that everyone has survived. Vinoy, oh, not much to it. Students, not amusing at all. The trio, Hentai, Dumbledore, and the teachers, Dr. AI, how is it that I have died and yet live again? Thus, the luncheon officially concluded. Follow me, Harry. As the lunch hour came to an end, a period of respite awaited. Ilulu led the group towards the trophy display room. Their journey undertaken on foot, allowing the four to remain blissfully unaware of any notion of death. After traversing a corridor adorned with suits of armor, the five finally arrived at the trophy room, a sanctuary brimming with victory and honor for Ilulu. Countless gleaming gold and silver trophies, shields, medals, and statues radiated brilliance, each inscribed with the names of their esteemed bearers. The crystal display cases, flawless and transparent, safeguarded these accolades with utmost care. How splendid and beautiful these treasures are. I hope to become one among them, Ron mused, admiring the various awards within the case. The crystal cabinet distorted his face into a series of comical expressions, eliciting hearty laughter from Hermione and Vinoy. The great Vinoy shall undoubtedly carve his own legacy here. After sharing a laugh, Vinoy raised his hands in declaration. The endless crystal cabinets echoed his proclamation, amplifying it until it bounced back, leaving Vinoy temporarily deafened and prompting yet another round of laughter from Ron. Once the commotion subsided, Ilula guided the brave heroes deeper within, ultimately arriving at a display case dedicated to Quidditch trophies. The trio stood puzzled, while only Vinoy, understanding the significance, stifled his laughter. Ilulu smiled, pointing to a golden, shield-shaped medal showcased within the crystal case. Chaser James Potter, 1972. Is this my father? Harry exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pressed his face against the crystal wall, fixated on the medal as if to confirm its authenticity. Ron, equally astonished, gazed at Harry, brimming with excitement, nearly bursting to dance with joy. Ah, so your father is indeed such a remarkable figure, though I have my doubts. It seems that a confrontation between the great Vinoy and yourself is inevitable. Indeed, Harry, your father, James Potter, was a chaser for Gryffindor, and you have inherited his extraordinary talent and unparalleled skill. Harry was enveloped in astonishment, realizing he was witnessing a piece of his father's legacy, the man he had long yearned to know. My mother must be nearby as well, right? Ilulu, was my father truly a great man? Observing the excited and expectant expression on Harry's face, Illu reflected on the commendable and questionable deeds of James Potter and his close-knit circle of friends from the original story, momentarily at a loss for words. From the perspectives of both father and husband, James Potter appeared to be quite admirable, sacrificing himself to hold back the threat, thereby safeguarding Lily and the infant Harry. Though he ultimately perished, his actions warranted respect. In his youth, James Potter displayed arrogance and hubris, not quite fitting the mold of a good man, yet not entirely villainous either. Fortunately, he eventually repented, for had he not, Lily would not have wed him. The notion of bullying in school is indeed detestable. James often assumed the role of a moral guardian, frequently admonishing his mischief-making classmate Snape. Although it is rumored that this was merely a ploy to capture Lily's attention. Well, both interpretations are questionable. If the latter holds true, it casts a darker shadow upon him. Regardless, the act of bullying is utterly reprehensible. James and his companions indeed committed misdeeds. Yet their ultimate sacrifice and protection cannot be overlooked. Overall, he could be considered a reasonably decent individual. To you, he indeed qualifies as a great man. After a moment of contemplation, Ilou provided Harry with a satisfactory response, completely oblivious to any flaws in her words. As he continued to indulge in visions of his father's illustrious past, beside them, Vinny gave Ilou a quizzical look, as if questioning her sincerity. Ilou shrugged in resignation, conveying a silent "what can I do?" expression. Harry was still too young. Perhaps in the future, when he matures and learns more about the past, if he inquires, Ilou would simply present the facts. Feeling Vinny tap his chest, Ilou reciprocated the gesture, watching the exuberant Harry and Ron, along with Hermione clapping excitedly. They exchanged knowing glances of exasperation. In truth, Harry was not as fragile as he seemed. Vinny suddenly declared, "Huh?" Ilou gazed at him with a perplexed expression. At that moment, Vinny seemed to have ventured into more personal territory. "This is for you, Harry." Ilou retrieved a book from her satchel and handed it to Harry, who was even more exhilarated by the tome. "Is it really magical Quidditch? Is it true, Ilou?" "It was purchased by my mother, so rest assured. I am well versed in its contents. You may borrow it for as long as you desire," she replied. Harry was filled with joy once more. However, all delightful moments must eventually come to an end. After touring the trophy room, everyone returned to their respective homes to reunite with their mothers. In a rare departure from her usual habits, Hermione chose not to visit the library, but instead accompanied Harry and Ron to Hagrid's hut. Perhaps she had finally grasped the significance of nurturing relationships with others? Ilou strolled into a corridor adorned with flowered windows, sensing the approach of Vinaway behind her, her expression revealing the expected recognition. Yet, before she could turn around, an orange figure darted forward with remarkable swiftness. With a peculiar cry, Vinaway leaped up at lightning speed, perching himself upon Ilou's back, a tall figure atop a shorter one, turning the world upside down. A super sprite, engaging in trade with Harry. Along with strange historical legends, this world is indeed peculiar. What other secrets do you conceal from the great Vinaway? Speak the truth. As Vinaway sat astride Ilou, resembling a daughter riding upon her father's back, his legs swung about to maintain balance, compelling Ilou to steady him. "I had long suspected you were hiding something. There's no need to be so agitated." Il did not cast Venivis aside. Instead, she continued to forge ahead. However, Venivis yearned to descend. Yet Il firmly grasped his legs, rendering him immobile, compelled to be carried forward. As moments slipped by, behind Hogwarts, an elf and a human finally arrived at a serene, deserted meadow. Ilou gently set down Vinaway, who had been resting on her back, and retrieved 3 small cushions from her satchel, placing them on the ground before taking a seat. Observing the seated elf, Vinaway also crossed her arms and sat down, her mouth moving incessantly, her expression slightly uncomfortable. "How absurd! What use is such gentleness? Who is it for?" "Ah, of course, it is for oneself." From her satchel, she produced a small table adorned with an array of pastries, desserts, and fruits. Ilou held a cup of her homemade pineapple and blueberry parfait and offered Vinaway, who still seemed perplexed, a cup of chocolate parfait. "Are you having a picnic?" Vinaway chattered on, yet her little hands unconsciously reached out to sample the treats. "Vinaway, hey, what on earth are you doing here? Is this still a Harry Potter fanfiction? You can have whatever you desire. There is plenty in the bag. And now, feel free to ask me anything." "So, you're not actually having a picnic?" Just as Vinaway was about to inquire further, she accidentally bit her tongue. Glancing down to find her cup empty, Ilou promptly produced another. "Regarding matters of the previous world, I am indeed a primitive elf, knowing little of many things. Yet, concerning this world, you seem more like a savage, don't you?" "Oh, the illustrious Vinaway." Vinaway's face flushed at the remark, and after a brief pause, she finally began to ask questions. What exactly were you doing with Harry? There are still wet marks on your chest. We are comrades in revolution. Ah, you mean that? Very well, I shall tell you everything. With a swipe of her hand, the tear stains on her chest vanished, and Ilou recounted all that had transpired that morning. Upon finishing, Vinaway's expression transformed into one of disbelief. Such tenderness is revolting, Ilou. How could you utter such words? It's so embarrassing. You're right. It is indeed somewhat nauseating. Although only a few hours have passed, for the sake of that child's mental well-being, it is truly worthwhile. Iru's expression bore no trace of embarrassment. Rather, it was tinged with a hint of pride, which left Winnie perplexed. What is this feeling of honor about? Where has the arrogance of a transmigrator gone? I too possess a sense of pride, yet when in the presence of those deserving of respect, I cannot help but feel honored. The lives of Harry and his companions are undeniably legendary, and to count them as friends is indeed a privilege. Upon hearing this unconventional perspective from a transmigrator, Winnie found herself questioning her very existence. Shouldn't a transmigrator possess a comprehensive understanding and look down upon the masses? How could one revel in the company of the indigenous people so joyfully? Iru sensed a myriad of emotions emanating from Vinaway, and a wicked smile crept upon his lips, a sign of his satisfaction. Moreover, Harry had already grasped the meaning of the one who descends from the heavens, coupled with your description of the otherworldly traveler. It was evident that, given the child's intellect, your identity as a traveler had been laid bare. As Vinaway's expressions grew increasingly exaggerated and his emotions surged, Iru felt a certain dark amusement fulfilled within him. He took a sip of his milk tea, savoring its delightful taste. Boucher, gamin, have you so carelessly relinquished your advantage? Even mine, he lamented. Family, travelers, who truly understands? The shrimp-headed elf has exposed my identity as a traveler, revealing it within less than a day of associating with Harry Potter. This is unprecedented. I am utterly ashamed to face the ancestors of travelers. The great Vinaway is filled with embarrassment. I feign this. After a moment of composure, Vinaway returned to his usual demeanor. For he did not particularly care whether his identity was exposed. After all, it did not hinder his grand achievements. Furthermore, such exposure might not adversely affect his life. It could even render it more intriguing. With this thought, Vinaway felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The great Vinaway is unfazed. Go ahead and report the intelligence of this world. But tell me, do you truly harbor no such feelings for Harry? I have stated before, I shall not fall in love with humans, and besides, Harry already has his wife. You mean Ginny? They do not know each other yet. If you were to make a move, you could easily win her over. Upon hearing the suggestion of stealing a wife, Iru's expression shifted dramatically, turning terrifying. No. I have no intention of disrupting a marriage. If I were to witness any reincarnator or any boor attempting to steal the spouse of the protagonist or a supporting character, I would unleash celestial fire upon them, sending them to confront the Greek gods. You too. Under the piercing gaze of Iru, Vinaway felt an impending sense of doom, as if ants were crawling over his body, making him exceedingly uncomfortable. It was as if he would perish immediately should he fail to utter something. The great Vinaway holds disdain for those who covet what belongs to others. Ah, the youth is indeed teachable. Observing Vinaway's response, Iru's face lit up with a look of approval, and he gestured with his hands, giving 2 enthusiastic thumbs up, letting out a sigh of relief. Vinaway felt fortunate to have survived yet again. He never anticipated that the pure love ideals of this elf could be so distorted. He found himself immensely fond of it. This even reminded Vinaway of his previous life as struggles against evil, and he mused that with a friend like Iru, victory would surely be within reach. Now, let us return to the question and answer segment. Ahem, the question is, Iru, why are you so gentle? Vinaway savored a bite of chocolate cookie. Upon hearing the question, Ilou did not hesitate to respond. Gentleness is a virtue worth possessing. I must express my gratitude to my parents and the education I received from the Kalmuset family. Otherwise, I might still resemble the person I was in my previous life. Viniv, noticing Ilou's sudden silence at the end of her statement, abruptly interrupted the exchange. Oh, let us not dwell on that question. Instead, let us converse about this world. He covered her mouth, disregarding Ilou's wistful gaze, only to receive a bite on his hand. Very well, let us proceed, Viniv said, clutching his right hand tightly. Ilou cast a vexed glance in his direction. While the great Vinaway could do nothing but accept his misfortune, sampling the cantaloupe placed upon the small table. What is the matter with the Kalmuset family? It seems the entire world is aware of them, yet I remain in ignorance. A blue glow emanated from his right hand, as the pain that had plagued Vinaway dissipated. You are indeed quite uninformed. The Kalmuset family is my lineage, tracing its origins back to 623 BC, flourishing for a remarkable span of 614 years. With meticulous care, she spread jam evenly upon a slice of toast, smooth and flawless, adorned with small fruits. Ilou took a bite, feeling utterly satisfied, and finished it in less than a second. The founder and first head of the Kalmuset family was Ilou Kalmuset, my ancestor, a mythic figure, though he may very well be real. To learn more about his exploits, you may wish to consult the final chapter of the world's Greek mythology, the Opal Epic. My father, Morse Kalmuset, is the current head of the family, having been passed down through 69 generations. Quite a lengthy legacy, wouldn't you say? The fruits were diced into small pieces, drizzled with yogurt, honey, and cream. He despises salad dressing, all mixed together. Ilou consumed it directly from the wooden bowl, quite literally. A few years ago, I conducted some research and discovered that the Kalmuset family might have connections to the civilizations of the Americas and the two river basins. Though that remains merely speculative. Vinaway observed this scene, feeling his worldview profoundly shaken, yet he persisted. I have never perused the Greek mythology of this world. Is it available in the Hogwarts library? Ilou simply retrieved a substantial tome from her satchel, nearly 50 centimeters thick, its cover crafted from cowhide. The title embossed in gold Greek lettering. Greek Mythology, manuscript from 104 BC. Vinaway gazed at the enormous book resting on the grass, unable to comprehend even a single word, save for the English label indicating its age. There is no rush. You can take your time to learn. You have plenty of time ahead, and if you wish, I can offer my guidance as well. My gratitude is immense, but how am I to carry such a weight? Vinaway stood, attempting to lift the book, yet it remained immovable. Did Greece possess so many sheep back then? Not really, but divine power can construct such things. Gently brushing her fingers across the book's surface, Ilou recited an incantation. Once completed, she beckoned Vinaway to take it. Strangely, the book was now entirely light, easily lifted with one hand. Ilou, you are truly extraordinary. Oh no, a divine being. Do not presume I am unaware. Ilou took a seat and continued to savor the unfinished fruits and wooden bowl. In truth, the flavor of the wood was quite pleasant, far superior to that of a deceased rodent. Now, let the inquiries persist. Accepting the toast with jam handed over by Ilou, Vinaway proceeded to ask, what is Malush? I recall that in my previous life, such a place did not exist on Earth, nor was it part of the Harry Potter universe. This realm encompasses far more than just Harry Potter. It is filled with other wondrous phenomena. If the opportunity arises, I shall take you on adventures. Malush is an island acquired through a transaction between Opus Kalmuset, the head of the Kalmuset family, and the inaugural president of the United States, featuring only the city of Florway. That place is also my hometown, where I have spent a considerable amount of time over the years. In the UK, I reside in the Oran Manor located beneath Oran Castle, which is surrounded by barren land, a true wilderness. Ilou resumed indulging in a box of cookies, while Vinaway took a couple of bites as well. Should you wish to delve into the works of Opus Kalmuset, I could offer you a copy of his book, which is published worldwide and has garnered considerable acclaim. Opus Ter's influence on the world is quite profound, despite being a figure from over 2 centuries ago. He continues to be venerated by many who embrace his philosophies. Upon finishing his statement, Ilou retrieved a silver blue book from her satchel, though it was rather slim, scarcely thicker than a grain of rice. Vinaway eagerly seized it, displaying an audacity that was quite remarkable, not hesitating in the slightest. The two then resumed their conversation, with Vinaway posing an array of peculiar inquiries. For instance, he asked, does your father have a penchant for murder? Is your family part of some clandestine organization? Are you familiar with the Illuminati? Do you harbor ambitions of world domination? Might I be allowed to become the president of the United States? Despite the bizarre nature of the questions, Ilou answered them with patience. My father has a passion for mechanical timepieces, she replied. Yes and no, as far as I know. I have no interest in that, and it's not possible. After these inquiries, Vinaway found himself in a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating the essence of his friend. Gentle, tolerant, with moral standards that deviate from the norm, raised in a nurturing environment, valuing familial and friendly bonds, treating friends and relatives exceptionally well. Though she does enjoy teasing, she is truly the ideal companion, perfectly suited to be a wife, beautiful and possessing a delightful character. She embodies the quintessential protagonist of a romantic tale. But alas, she is not of the opposite sex, which is somewhat disappointing. It's hard to imagine that Ilou was male in a past life. However, Perhaps it is for the better. Wait a moment, something feels off. Suddenly, Vinaway was engulfed in a storm of contemplation, overwhelmed by a cacophony of emotions, while Ilou, who was slicing fruit, wore a bewildered expression, her golden hair nearly lifting in surprise. After a considerable pause, Vinaway finally raised his head, his expression exaggerated. "Ilou, you are the legendary male lead of the Isashi," he exclaimed. "Is that Japanese for gentle? Are you complimenting me?" Ilou could not comprehend what was negative about this term. She was inexplicably elated by the fact that Winaway seemed to be praising her. However, Winaway was growing increasingly agitated. In my previous world, the term Aisisher protagonist was indeed a derogatory one, signifying someone who is spineless, indecisive, overly idealistic, ineffectual, and lacking in strength. Was it not meant as a compliment? A sense of disappointment washed over Ilou. What on earth was being said? As she listened to the barrage of pejorative terms spilling from Winaway's lips, Ilou felt as though all those years spent indulging in anime had been in vain. When did gentleness become a term of derision? We still do not know from which era Ilou hails. The list of terms from Winaway continued to grow, and Ilou could no longer endure it. Urgently calling for a halt. "Winaway, are you insulting me? None of these words apply to me at all." "No, Ilou, if you were the kind of protagonist. Surely at least one of those words would resonate with you." Upon hearing Winaway's response, Ilou pondered for a moment before replying, overly idealistic, which indeed seemed to fit her rather well. Observing that Ilou had no inkling of the true meaning behind the term Aisisher protagonist, Winaway felt compelled to elucidate its implications from his previous world. "So you believe I am weak, ineffectual, indecisive, and lacking in strength? Winaway, do tell me you are jesting, or I shall be quite upset." Ilou felt deeply insulted. Having generously provided Winnie with an abundance of delectable treats, she found herself on the receiving end of harsh reprimands. Truly, the cruelty towards elves is excessive. "No, I did not scold you." "Wait, please no. The great Winnie must not endure such indignity." A heart-wrenching cry resonated from the grass. "Then you are not berating me? I sincerely apologize." On the verdant meadow, Ilou sat by Winnie's side, administering healing while her countenance reflected remorse. A cerulean glow continually emanated from her hands, mending Winnie's shattered insides and numerous fractures. For the third time, Winnie transformed into a pallid hue, her former radiance having faded, and her once perky tuft drooped as if she were lifeless, though, in truth, it was nearly so. Ilou, unable to restrain her strength, delivered a seemingly gentle yet remarkably fierce palm strike to Vinaway's chest. A blow so powerful it nearly transformed him into a mixture of calcium and protein. The soft blue glow enveloped him, tenderly reviving the near-lifeless Vinaway in mere moments. Gasping for breath, Vinaway reflected on the day's tribulations, having faced death twice, first through asphyxiation, then by the force of Ilou's hand, both incidents instigated by her. Being friends with a fairy proved perilous indeed. "Humph, the illustrious Vinaway forgives your transgressions, O mighty fairy. But pray tell, what prompted your earlier remarks?" As Ilou gently kneaded Vinaway's shoulders with her petite, delicate hands, a gesture of compensation, she pondered how to moderate her strength to ensure the massage was just right. The esteemed Vinaway sought to shield his subjects from humiliation, unwilling to allow them to be mocked as eunuchs or weaklings. As he relished this unexpected reprieve, Vinaway mused that perhaps his brush with death had been worth it, being massaged by a fairy. And a little girl at that, an experience he could scarcely have imagined in his previous life. It was utterly delightful. Upon hearing his words, and perceiving the peculiar, almost hentai-like emotions he expressed, Ilou merely smiled, continuing her ministrations. "But I seem no different from a eunuch. Wouldn't you agree? Have I struck a nerve?" Vinaway countered. "Not at all. In truth, I am grateful for my asexuality, for it liberates me from the clutches of repulsive desires, allowing me to maintain a constant state of comfort." His strange thoughts prompted Ilou to question his humanity. "I am not human, dear Vinaway, but a silver gold fairy. Have you perhaps overlooked this?" Vinaway, in his interactions with Ilou, remained blissfully unaware of her non-human identity, failing to recognize the divergence of their natures. This was akin to how Ilou's family embraced her, disregarding her otherness and treating her as one of their own, fostering a sense of familial warmth that brought her great joy. Upon hearing this, Vinaway experienced a moment of clarity, realizing he had long regarded Ilou merely as an ordinary traveler, often overlooking her true identity as a fairy. "Now, let us discuss your prowess." He redirected the conversation. Ilou felt a profound sense of incredulity. Did his prowess truly warrant scrutiny? Certainly not. His mastery of both physical combat and magic was nothing short of exceptional. Had one forgotten that he had just rendered them nearly lifeless with a single strike? Dismissing that would be foolish. What did raw strength matter when pitted against ranged combat? Faced with the likes of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, or Voldemort, could he truly prevail? Was the manipulation of time unable to conquer him? This was, without a doubt, the most exasperating realization since Ilou's arrival in this realm. At present, while not claiming invincibility, Ilou could certainly be regarded as semi-invulnerable. The territory of the Laputa kingdom had expanded to encompass the entire galaxy, and he maintained real-time intelligence on the cosmos, all thanks to his advancements in technology and personal endeavors. Even beyond the cosmos, he had discovered and contained colossal creatures on Earth that remained unknown to humanity. Establishing bases in various locations, he had nearly omniscient awareness of all occurrences on the planet. He had constructed immense interstellar battleships, Dyson spheres, artificial planetary rings, flying stone computers, inexhaustible energy sources, and planet-annihilating weapons, including the 729th generation Laputa mech armored soldier. Dumbledore? Grindelwald? Voldemort? How many apprentices did he possess? Even without the use of technology or magic, Ilou, with his superior physique that transcended carbon-based life forms, could easily defeat them all simultaneously. It seemed necessary to share a few secrets with Vinaway. My gentleness does not signify indecisiveness or weakness. I possess absolute confidence, which is precisely why I can afford to be so gentle. As Vinaway sensed the withdrawal of those hands, Ilou repositioned himself before him. Firstly, I shall never perish. This grants me ample capacity for tolerance. As long as I desire it, no one can best me. I can remain undefeated for eternity. With that, Ilou drew forth a long, exquisitely crafted sword from his satchel, the opal sword. Ilou unsheathed her sword, the silver blade glistening under the sun's rays, and then, before the horrified gaze of Vinaway, she resolutely severed her own head. This frenzied act left Vinaway utterly astonished, entirely unforeseen and utterly unstoppable. Witnessing Ilou's demise, golden liquid gushed forth, leaving Vinaway in a state of complete bewilderment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the golden figure stood before him once more, as if the preceding events had never transpired. The aquamarine eyes of Ilou, gleaming with pride, were accompanied by a slight upturn at the corners of her lips, which left Vinaway feeling as though his 28 years had been utterly futile, his expression one of sheer bewilderment. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. Ilou raised her opal sword, nearly as tall as herself, and began an elaborate display of self-destruction, only to instantaneously recover each time. Vinaway stared in a daze, casting doubt on his own capacity for thought. After hundreds of such displays, he finally regained his composure, his eyes brimming with exhilaration. Brother, this ability of yours is simply extraordinary. An immortal body, even the four-bladed egg, would fear me. Vinaway felt that his own system paled in comparison, next to Ilou. It seemed utterly ineffectual. System prompt. So, will love fade away? Ilou was delighted by the compliments, her golden locks appearing to strive against their constraints, yearning to rise, yet firmly bound by the magic she had invoked. However, what if you were to be sealed away? Would that not be worse than death? Vinaway sensed the considerable drawbacks of this external power. If those ancient wizards were to unite and seal her away, would not my dear subjects suffer unjustly? What a predicament this is. Upon hearing this, Ilula simply smiled faintly and gradually approached Vinaway, their faces, one belonging to a human and the other to an elf, mere centimeters apart. I require neither breath nor sustenance, fear not the cold nor the heat. Only the opal sword can inflict harm upon me. The weapons of humanity, whether from the past or the present, hold no power against me. Vinaway grew increasingly exhilarated, feeling as though he had latched onto a truly formidable ally. And what more, a delicate, fair-skinned leg of an elven maiden. Such joy transcended mere words. Moreover, I possessed the utmost confidence. Ilou extended her hands towards her neck, fiddling beneath her collar, and retrieved a blue necklace that had long been concealed beneath her garments. It featured an oval-shaped blue gemstone adorned with a golden at its center, beneath which lay a small platform with wings extending outward, also in gold. Below these designs, there was a graceful, golden arc. The necklace shimmered brilliantly under the light. Vinaway's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized that pattern, that shape. It was the flying stone necklace from Hayao Miyazaki's castle in the sky, belonging to Shida. Vinaway gazed incredulously at the necklace around Ilou's neck, the blue flying stone reflecting the expression on his face. Upon witnessing his demeanor, Ilou felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, nearly to the point of completeness. She gently polished the necklace with her scarf, the blue radiance illuminating Vinaway's face, his orange-hued pupils reflecting the necklace's brilliance. With a voice trembling with excitement, he exclaimed, "This world is so intertwined. A super elf. How did you come by it?" Ilou, thoughtfully rubbing the flying stone with her hand, replied to Vinaway, "It originally belonged to my mother, Ibipos. Shortly after my birth in 1984, she adorned my neck with it, signifying my place as her child. My mother hailed from an Italian lineage, and I suspect we are descendants of the royal family of the Sky City, for my grandfather was indeed quite affluent, amassing a considerable collection." Vinaway, upon hearing her words, rubbed his hands together, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He could hardly contain his eagerness to embrace this traversing friend, who seemed to be an extraordinary asset, more formidable than any system, reflecting on the cinematic scenes of advanced technology surpassing Earth civilization. The thunder and lightning of the Sky City capable of obliterating any major metropolis without leaving a trace of pollution, he was in awe. The holographic projection that toyed with the corpulent general and the Laputa robots capable of single-handedly annihilating a military stronghold, alongside the impervious metal walls that deflected bullets and shells. Not to mention the countless machine armies resembling locust swarms, and the flying stones that made mountains hover in the sky, all of this power could easily conquer Earth. Just the thought of it sent Vinaway soaring with exhilaration. Now it became clear why Ilou exuded such confidence. With such immense power, had she been in Vinaway's position, he would have long ceased to partake in earthly pleasures. Yet, Ilou maintained her composure and humility, a truly precious quality. "Super elf, let me see you." Vinaway's curiosity reached its zenith, and he lunged forward, eager to shower Ilou with affection, only to be firmly held at bay by her small hands, unable to approach. "Let me cherish you? Embrace you? Ilou, please don't refuse." His cheeks flushed, he wrapped his legs around Ilou's waist while his arms encircled her upper body. With a sudden exclamation, he transformed into a cartoonish figure. Through the gaps between his fingers, one could glimpse the frantic desire on Vinaway's face. A blend of obsession and endearment. If those eccentric shut-ins were to witness such a scene, they would likely abandon all resistance and allow him to surge forth. "Ah, I mustn't dwell on this." Ilou readily agreed to Wineway's request, feeling no anger within, but rather a sense of exhilaration at the prospect of fulfilling his lifelong wish. Albeit the duration of life seemed rather excessive. "Very well, let us reveal the wonders of this world, the entire realm of magic." Without a sound, Wineway was instantaneously transported to Ilou's right side, finally liberated from his grotesque form, though it appeared he had yet to fully revert to his human state. With a swift motion, Ilou rolled up his left sleeve, revealing a flight bracelet emanating a radiant blue light at his wrist. "It is now Ilou's time." Ilou extended a finger from his right hand, gesturing towards the air before him with a delicate drag. In response to this fluid motion, a blue virtual keyboard materialized in front of him, and above it, a holographic screen displayed the very cloud that had appeared at Hogwarts. "Engage all systems. This one, that one, and this as well." His 10 little fingers danced upon the keyboard with an almost imperceptible speed, tapping away in the ethereal realm above. Ilou's gaze was unwavering as she forsook advanced methods, opting instead for the most primitive technique of striking the keyboard to input a series of commands. Permission confirmation? King. Natural camouflage deactivation in progress. Personnel return awaiting execution. Shielding magic device activated successfully? The DT system welcomed her back, Your Majesty, as Ilou's fingers continued to input commands. The colossal mass of clouds hovering several thousand meters above the highest peaks surrounding the Black Lake began to shift. An unseen current of air altered its course, gathering ice crystals and moisture to form a vast, yet dispersed cloud, encircling the enormous core that was gradually dissipating. All students, teachers, and the observing personnel from the Ministry of Magic turned their attention to this spectacle, raising their heads in awe, mouths agape, and eyes wide with wonder. The clouds that had shrouded the area for nearly half a day finally began to lift, compelling everyone to fixate on the scene, fearful of missing a moment of this revelation. Moments passed, and the enigmatic sky city of Laputa began to unveil its majestic form. First to emerge was the outermost layer, a colossal ring of walls constructed from dozens of giant cylindrical fortifications, each one several times larger than Hogwarts. These formidable structures safeguarded the circular artificial landscapes within, which boasted lush forests, rainforests, and sprawling plains, teeming with countless creatures as if the very earth had been elevated. As the unveiling continued, a second layer appeared, similarly fortified but slightly smaller, revealing vast fields and other agricultural zones. 3-meter-tall robots busily traversed these areas, tending to the crops. The third layer showcased an array of exquisite buildings, representing various architectural styles: Chinese, Gothic, Greek, Baroque, and Rococo. Every civilization's aesthetic was present, encapsulating the entirety of the world. Interspersed with countless streets and natural parks, leading an aura to wonder whether the upper echelons were inhabited. With the passage of time, the fourth layer also materialized. Characterized by a distinctly Western fantasy architectural style, evoking suspicions that one had indeed arrived in a realm of enchantment. And finally, the pinnacle revealed itself, a towering ensemble of grand castles, adorned with white walls and red roofs, dominated by a colossal tree in the center. Its canopy stretching hundreds of meters in diameter, casting shadows over nearly all the castles. The scene was utterly beyond description in its magnitude. Surrounding this magnificent spectacle was an expansive garden, featuring pure white marble edifices of unparalleled beauty. As the clouds fully dissipated, the true sky city of Laputa emerged before the astonished crowd. Students of all ages, regardless of their houses, erupted into fervent discussions. Some marveled at its grandeur, others yearned for it, and a few even conspired to steal brooms and soar into the skies. By Merlin's beard, unlike the students, the personnel of the Ministry of Magic were in a state of disarray, surrounded by an overwhelming number of parchments strewn across various surfaces, with frantic individuals scribbling away, some even breaking their quills in the process. Letters that could nearly inundate Hogwarts were dispatched to the Ministry of Magic in England, the International Confederation of Wizards, the American Ministry of Magic, and countless other places, as well as innumerable missives sent to various individuals and grassroots organizations. On this day, owls flitted chaotically across the globe, many succumbing to exhaustion and plummeting to the ground, prompting even the Muggle world to take notice, much to the delight of certain media outlets. Far across the Atlantic in North America, couples and a solitary elderly gentleman sat before the television, absorbing the unfolding reports, their minds reeling. In but a moment, the entirety of the wizarding world became aware of the mysterious city in the sky. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore, indulging in jelly beans in his office, was startled by the sudden arrival of a letter. He turned to gaze out the window, dropping the candy from his mouth in surprise. "What on earth?" he exclaimed. The scene shifted to the library, where the trio was engrossed in research. Ron lay sprawled across the table, looking utterly defeated, unable to comprehend the material, while Harry paced the shelves, uncertain of what to search for. Hermione sat opposite Ron, perusing a rather insipid book on trolls. As Harry wandered, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the window, his eyes widening in astonishment. He hurried to rouse Ron from his stupor, who, upon glancing in the direction Harry pointed, also widened his eyes in disbelief. "Hermione, look outside," they urged, sneaking up to her. Hermione cast Harry an exasperated glance, returning to her book. "Oh, Harry, that cloud is merely a common meteorological phenomenon." Frustration bubbled within Harry, and he slammed the book down, forcing Hermione's head to turn toward the window, igniting her ire. "I told you. What is going on with that city?" Disregarding the book that had fallen to the ground, the trio hurriedly exited the library, finding themselves in a bustling corridor filled with students, all gazing skyward, their eyes as wide as saucers. What could that city be, floating in the air? "You just said it was a cloud, Hermione," Ron remarked. "Well, I meant it was a cloud, and now it's a city. A city floating in the sky." "Hey, quiet down. We need to inform Illy and Vinny," Harry exclaimed, leading the group as they navigated through the throngs of students, making their way toward the grassy area behind the school. As for Illy, under the scrutiny of Vinny, she found it challenging to articulate her feelings. If pressed to describe it, she would liken it to a certain pink starfish absorbing knowledge. "Super Elf, how much longer? I want to go to the island." "Amazing." Winnowi no longer gazed intently. Instead, it clung to Ilou's back like a sloth, leaving Ilou somewhat speechless. "Winnowi," I remarked, "I have only just switched the keyboard less than 30 seconds ago. Hurry up, please. You are becoming rather ambiguous." Feeling Winnowi swaying gently upon her back, Ilou pressed the final key, and the virtual keyboard instantly transformed into a cerulean hue, emanating ripples reminiscent of ocean waves. With a confident smile, Ilou proclaimed, "If you find yourself upon my back, be sure to hold on tightly." With that, he leapt into the air, causing Vinaway, perched upon him, to gasp in surprise. Vinaway quickly grasped Ilou's golden locks to stabilize himself, and as he looked down, he noticed a circular white platform appearing beneath Ilou's feet. "Let us embark," Activate optical invisibility. Vinaway heard the voice, but felt no change in the surface of his body. Ilou merely smiled and explained, invisibility only applies to others observing us. We remain unaffected. As soon as he finished speaking, the white platform ascended, carrying the duo skyward toward Laputa. Below, the three little ones hurriedly approached, left staring blankly at the small table resting on the grass. Vinaway, witnessing the scene from above, burst into laughter, though they could not hear him. The white platform soared through the clouds, and in less than a minute, they arrived at the Sky City, perched thousands of meters above. Well, we've reached the world's highest city, Laputa. It's breathtaking. Oh, is that not Hogwarts? Let us take a look at what Ilou is up to. Vinaway had already dismounted and circled around Ilou, who seemed preoccupied with some task. At that moment, Ilou began to explain, after restoring the Sky City. I divided it into 5 layers. The first layer, the apex, is the sanctum, the part depicted in the movie, where I frequently reside. The second layer is the royal city. Having consumed much Japanese fantasy, it resembles those regal cities from other worlds. The third layer is the urban area. My father taught me various architectural styles, both Eastern and Western, resulting in a city abundant with diverse buildings currently inhabited by robots. The fourth layer is the agricultural zone, where all varieties of plants are cultivated, and all kinds of creatures are raised, including those I have researched myself, tended to by robots in my absence. The fifth layer is the natural zone, where I have meticulously recreated various natural landscapes from earth, mountains, oceans, rivers, everything you can imagine is present. Oh, and you must be aware of the massive metallic hemisphere from the original film, right? I've enlarged it, though it is concealed by the structure. It can still be extended when desired. Vinaway sat cross-legged, listening intently, his heart swelling with admiration for Ilou's genius in restoring the Sky City all on his own. Deep in thought, he knelt on one knee and declared, "If you do not reject me, I wish to be adopted as your sworn family." After speaking, Vinaway's mind wandered to a peculiar thought, a very lowly mother. Hooray! I refuse. Ilou unequivocally dismissed the statements of Wei Niwei, expressing that though she could not perish, she certainly did not wish to be betrayed, especially by her own son. Super Elf, do you truly believe you are rejecting whom? You are rejecting the illustrious Wei Niwei. Perhaps you should tone down the humor a bit. As their conversation unfolded, the platform had already arrived before the castle at the sacred domain level. A circular indentation appeared on the marble-paved ground, and the platform descended gracefully, perfectly filling the void. Wei Niwei cautiously took his first step, standing atop the true sacred domain. Gazing into the distance, the sun was parallel to him, its rays illuminating the clouds in a breathtaking display. I have ascended to the Sky City. Oh wait. Am I at risk of suffocating due to lack of oxygen? Could those cosmic rays be fatal? Staring at his own hands and then at the smiling Ilou beside him, Wei Niwei was overcome by a sense of unreality. The Sky City, which he had longed for throughout his childhood, was now beneath his feet, more enchanting than any dream. Ilou gently touched a little bird that had flown nearby and remarked, "Although I myself do not require respiration and am unperturbed by such matters, these little creatures do. Moreover, we must embark on our cosmic journey, so I shall not neglect what is necessary. To the cosmos. How utterly astonishing, is it not?" Wei Niwei gazed upon the layers of buildings and natural landscapes below, her sense of wonder intensifying. The Earth's supply of flying stone mines is woefully inadequate. Venturing into the universe is imperative. Numerous planets have been thoroughly excavated, and I have even constructed several spacecraft the size of satellites. Come. Allow me to give you a tour. We have but half an afternoon to spare. With that, Ilou took Wei Niwei's hand and dashed towards the castle. They approached the grand entrance, traversing a breathtaking garden and a pond teeming with various fish. Upon reaching the enormous door, 2 towering robots, each 3 meters high, extended their arms to open it. Beyond the entrance lay a marble corridor as wide as the door itself, flanked by lush grass adorned with flowers and trees, where birds perched peacefully. IRU instructed a robot to retreat, while another robot advanced, extending its hands. One of them sat down, and the other stepped up, as the robot carried them forward. "Wait, IRU. We can see outside from here," Winnie exclaimed, pointing at the inner wall, which was transparent, allowing a view of the exterior while concealing the interior from outside eyes. "Isn't it beautiful?" Indeed, the castle is vast, spanning kilometers in width and towering hundreds of meters high. As the robot transported them, the stunning scenery elicited continuous admiration from Winnie. After a few minutes, they finally arrived at the heart of the castle. Looking up, they beheld a colossal tree, reaching a height of 100 meters. its trunk so wide that it would take hundreds of people to encircle it. It ascended through a circular opening at the castle's apex, its dense branches and leaves obscuring the view. At the base, a massive metallic monolith seemed almost embedded in the trunk, intricately engraved with a city adorned with wings, while a dense script adorned its lower section. Above this metallic slab, a gigantic rhomboidal blue crystal, measuring 30 meters in length and 20 meters in width, floated serenely, rotating and radiating a blue luminescence. Various instruments were affixed around it, both from above and below. Beneath the crystal lay a patch of grass interspersed with marble and metallic flooring. White cabinets, clothing racks, searchlights, table lamps, desks, chairs, columns, and an array of devices were arranged in a disordered yet inviting manner. Indeed, this was IRU's habitual abode. On the opposite side, directly beneath the massive crystal, was a pure white platform facing the crystal, accompanied by an extraordinarily elongated white circular table. The table was laden with documents and supplies, alongside thousands of hovering transparent displays showcasing an array of information. In front of the largest screen was a white recliner. This was IRU's workspace for research. Upon entering this realm, Winnie fixated on the blue crystal, prompting IRU to explain, "This is the core of Laputa, a colossal flying stone crystal, immensely precious. It took me nearly 2 years, excavating countless rocky planets, to finally refine it." As she spoke, IRU leaped from the robot's palm, navigating effortlessly around the casually placed furniture to reach the circular table, her right hand tapping continuously. "After years of research, I discovered that the flying stone is not only an infinite energy source, but also possesses near-limitless computational power and storage capacity. Thus, to facilitate further development, I created an artificial intelligence." "Oh, wait a moment, Super Sprite, why is this place so disheveled?" Winnie inquired, maneuvering through the assorted furniture and circumventing a bed that was only half covered by a blanket, eventually reaching the circular table. In response to this question, IRU averted her gaze, simply stating, "Do not mind that. Ahem, let us not dwell on these trivialities. Come and see this." Era gently tapped the table, and blue data swiftly converged on the white platform beneath the flying stone, forming a colossal triangular prism. The torrent of data shimmered and flowed over it like ocean waves. DT, or the dangerous evolution theory, also known as the automatic evolution system, is a crucial component of the world repository, serving as a valuable ally in the technological advancements of Laputa. Upon hearing this, Vinaway tilted his head in confusion. Noticing his bewilderment, Era began to elucidate the purpose of this system. The crystalline flying stone possesses nearly limitless computational power and storage capacity, and it can provide boundless energy externally. It is akin to a supercomputer, endowed with both processing capability and storage, yet it requires no energy input and even supplies energy in return. With such a flawless computing device, how could Era resist the temptation to engage in some intriguing activities? Thus, the World Repository came into existence. It functions as a database, gathering information from the real world, integrating and extrapolating it, thereby generating an almost infinite data universe. These data universes are independent, yet similar, providing the World Repository with endless resources. The automatic evolution system has complete access to the World Repository, retrieving data, analyzing, computing, integrating, and deducing to create even more advanced technologies, elevating Laputa's technological prowess to new heights. After this introduction, before Era could continue, Vinaway's anxious voice interrupted, "That's impressive, but what if it crashes?" "Crash? Do you think I wouldn't know how to manage it?" Era replied. Vinaway, caught off guard by this notion, scratched his head awkwardly, prompting Eru to resume his exposition on Laputa's technology. Eru extended his empty left hand, causing Vinaway to grasp it in confusion, thinking it was a handshake. But Eru merely waved it away. Tiny particles of various colors began to coalesce in Eru's left hand, rapidly forming a small metallic cube. "This is the micro-recombination technology," Eru proclaimed with pride, placing the cube into Vinaway's hand. Its lustrous golden hue prompted Vinaway to curiously bite it, leaving a tooth mark. It was pure gold. With a glimmer of greed in his eyes, Vinaway gazed at Eru, who merely smiled with a hint of mischief and explained, "We all know that the material of the entire world is composed of various microscopic structures, both inorganic and organic, carbon-based and silicon-based. The ability to manipulate these microscopic structures is tantamount to possessing divine technology in this world. Although this process requires immense energy, you must understand that Laputa is never short of energy. The micro-recombination technology allows for the precise manipulation of the microscopic structure of matter through the consumption of energy and computational power. Thus, one can transmute substances, turning iron into gold, gold into silver, or even transforming a heap of stones directly into a sophisticated lithography machine. However, I have yet to be satisfied. Upon finishing her words, under the gaze of Vinaway, Ilou raised her hands. There was no flash, nor any tremor. Instead, a small orb of white flame materialized seemingly out of thin air. Upon witnessing this, Vinaway swiftly withdrew his hands behind his back. For he was certainly not fond of this little fireball, which would undoubtedly be quite scorching. Rest assured, I shall not bestow this object upon you. It is a miniature star, more than capable of annihilating the entire Earth. In the most mundane tone, Ilou uttered the most terrifying words, then promptly swallowed the small white orb, which disappeared with a soft gurgle. Vinaway marveled once more at the elf's remarkable appetite. So, O magnificent elf, what purpose does this small orb serve? Vinaway inquired, still puzzled. The so-called technique was indeed impressive, capable of creating various intricate instruments, almost more astonishing than mere dreams coming to fruition. This brings us to the next point, Ilou said, patting her belly. You must be aware that matter and energy can be transformed into one another, correct? What I just demonstrated to you was the microscopic reconstruction technology of Laputa. It allows for the direct conversion of energy into desired matter, blurring the lines with science fiction. It is nothing short of divine. However, I have a greater fondness for its second application. Ilou settled into the freedom chair, his fingers gliding rhythmically across the keyboard. Beside him, a chair materialized for Vinaway to take a seat, and soon lines of information illuminated the virtual screen. The material world is composed of microscopic structures, capable of transformation into energy, which sparked a new idea within Ilou. If energy could be transmuted into microscopic structures, could he not create a new form of microstructure that is neither molecular nor atomic, nor ionic? With this thought, Ilou set to work, and to his astonishment, he succeeded. He birthed an entirely new particle, which he named the vibrating particle. This minuscule entity can be arranged in an orderly fashion, forming a supermaterial in the macroscopic realm, which Ilou aptly dubbed supermetal. The vibrating particle possesses mutable characteristics. When Ilou inputs specific commands, it exhibits various forms. In the macroscopic world, it can amalgamate to form gold, silver, and even living cells. The supermetal, composed of countless vibrating particles, embodies these remarkable traits, capable of transforming into life or ordinary matter, all while boasting unparalleled strength. Truly, it is a material of omnipotence. However, it is not without its vulnerabilities. Under extreme temperatures and pressures, the arrangement of the vibrating particles may falter, resulting in the fracturing or melting of the supermetal in the macroscopic world. Fortunately, such conditions are virtually non-existent in the cosmos, rendering the supermetal nearly invincible. Creating vibrating particles demands a colossal amount of energy, which Laputa can provide. Yet, the energy output of the flying stone remains inherently limited. Although Ilou has been striving to expand this capacity, he has yet to achieve astronomical levels of mass production to incorporate it into all Laputa products. Consequently, while most Laputa robots have been equipped with two microscopic technologies, their bodies are still composed of superstate ceramics. Only a select few products in the research-oriented 729th generation Laputa mecha armor have been outfitted with supermetal. After absorbing Ilou's lengthy explanation and perusing the diverse data displayed on the virtual screen, even the remarkably confident Vinaway could not suppress his astonishment. Ilou is simply extraordinary. A single sprite has conjured such an abundance of wonders. Who else could compare? Titanium is invincible. Vinaway gazed at Ilou and immediately embraced her, and Ilou, unperturbed, continued to tap away on the white table, summoning a green scallion with twin tails. Tada! This is the artificial intelligence known as Hatsune Miku. You may refer to her as Miku. She can access information from the World Library, and in my absence, she will oversee the kingdom of Laputa. Vinaway, mesmerized by her presence, exclaimed, I can't believe it. Hatsune Miku. Enthralled by the somewhat dazed Miku, he grasped Ilou and began to shake her excitedly, exclaiming, Super Sprite. Is there a Luotiani? Tito? Yabe? Green Dam? Kakamine? As Ilou listened to his inquiries, akin to a vendor calling out dishes, her expression grew increasingly vacant. With a puzzled tone, she remarked, I believe I have heard of Green Dam, but who are the others? Now it was Vinaway's turn to be bewildered. How could this sprite be familiar with Hatsune Miku yet remain oblivious to the others? Was she jesting? Subsequently, Vinaway posed numerous names of virtual songstresses. But Ilou merely shook her head, indicating her complete ignorance, which only reinforced her identity as a primitive sprite. What era does this individual belong to? Vinaway mused, observing Ilou's expression as one might regard a caveman. Ilou could only sheepishly scratch her head, acknowledging her rather rudimentary nature. After a brief moment of theatricality, the two resumed their exploration of the Sky City. Guiding Vinaway to an arbitrary section of the floor, Ilou merely waved her hand, causing the ground to descend, transforming into a suspended circular elevator that bore them deeper into the structure. The interior of the Sky City was not as dreamlike as its exterior. Instead, it brimmed with a myriad of sci-fi cyberpunk aesthetics. Enormous pillars and bridges, bathed in a cacophony of light pollution, loomed around them, while flying vessels continuously ferried goods, leaving Vinaway in awe. This sensation was akin to stepping into the rendered creations of some eminent figure, with an overwhelmingly futuristic atmosphere. Before long, they arrived at a new floor, and as Vinaway stepped upon it, she cast an inquisitive glance at Ilou. Ilou nodded slightly, raising her left wrist, where a holographic projection of a Sky City materialized, showcasing two red dots situated within the sanctum layer, in proximity to the Royal City tier. Come, follow me. A square metallic plate detached itself from the surrounding floor, carrying the two of them forward. Along the way, Vinaway beheld an array of colossal mechs displayed on the surrounding metallic platforms. To his astonishment, he even caught sight of mechs from Virtual Works, the National Team, Gundam, the Deadless, Sam, Cybertron, Mechagodzilla, Pacific Rim, Unit 01, the Invincible Godzilla, and the Hulkbuster. Nearly all were present. Wow, this is exactly what I wanted to see. It nearly fulfilled all his fantasies. Vinaway's hands began to twitch involuntarily, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. He yearned immensely to climb aboard and pilot one himself. Just the sight of them filled him with unparalleled excitement. Ilou was immensely pleased with the sight of Vinaway, proudly introducing the creations before him. What you see now are all products of my own craftsmanship, constructed from materials of the highest specifications. I have manufactured countless mechas, but among them, the ones I hold in the highest esteem are the Celestial-class Olympians and the 4 Unlimited-class mechas. However, my personal favorite remains the Grace, Divine Grace, the Star Slayer, entirely forged from supermetal, its combat prowess surpassing your wildest imagination. The 729th generation Laputa Soldier, Mecha Armor, which I am currently researching, is a scaled-down modification based on it. Once the experiments yield success, I shall surely present it to you. Seeing Ilou's generosity moved Vinaway to the brink of tears. How fortunate he was to have such a brother in this world. One who harbored no secrets, who never betrayed him, always thinking of their bond. Truly a brother one could encounter only once in a millennium. Do you cherish your brother or gold? Vinaway declared, I cherish my brother. Thus, Vinaway pledged to honor and love his esteemed brother, Ilou, for eternity, even beyond death. He first wept profusely, then his gaze turned resolute as if he were pledging allegiance, leaving Ilou astounded. If he understood a certain reference, he would surely find it amusing. Changing faces without losing points. As they continued onward, Vinaway beheld numerous wonders that had only existed in virtual realms before. The operable Hubrian, animated ship girls and gun girls, dragons that breathed ice and fire, flaming greatswords, and flying starships. Vinaway's eyes widened in disbelief. Any enthusiast of virtual creations arriving here would likely lose their sanity. Regardless of how others might react, Vinaway was already overwhelmed, letting out a series of strange cries that sent shivers down one's spine. Naturally, Ilou remained devoid of pores, quietly observing Vinaway transform into Hammurabi amidst this legislative codex. Amidst the din of exclamations, the two ventured into the innermost sanctum of the Sky City, where the ground, walls, and ceiling were adorned with a myriad of luminous patterns. Ilou stood upon a step, her right hand striking the air, and in an instant, the scene transformed into a vast expanse of starry sky. Beneath her feet, the ground shimmered with the twinkling lights of the cosmos. Vinaway was momentarily startled, but soon realized that she remained upright, suggesting that this alteration was not of the tangible world. Next, allow me to introduce you to the realm of the Kingdom of Laputa within the universe. With a gentle wave of her hand, Ilou magnified the cosmic vista, revealing a spiral galaxy. Indeed, it was the Milky Way. Ilou spoke. This delineates the territorial expanse of the Laputa Kingdom, encompassing the entirety of the galaxy. It is not that we cannot venture outward. Rather, I simply choose not to, for there exist numerous interstellar civilizations. Nonetheless, the Laputa probes have long since traversed the cosmos, and nothing escapes our watchful gaze. The scene magnified once more, revealing an area within the galaxy where millions of interstellar warships lay in a state of suspension. Their surfaces aglow with myriad colors and sizes of luminescent points. This constituted a fleet of Laputa. However, what I truly wished to unveil to you were the Olympus and other colossal celestial vessels. As the imagery shifted, we found ourselves in another expanse of the universe, where 12 immense entities floated silently. The largest rivaled the size of Mars, while the smallest approached that of the Moon. They remained suspended in the cosmic void, eliciting an ineffable awe in Winawai. The moon-sized vessel I have christened as the Night Moon deity, while the largest is none other than the Olympus. Under Ilou's guidance, Winawai gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the names and details of the 12 colossal ships. Subsequently, the two returned to the sanctum via a transporter. Winawai, still somewhat incredulous, mused at the magnitude of such formidable power possessed by Ilou, who chose to silently safeguard rather than seize the accolades of prominence. With a hint of astonishment, Winawai and Ilou settled upon a marble bench within a garden pavilion. After an afternoon of exploration, the sun began its descent, rendering the sky city even more exquisite in the twilight. Ilou smiled gently and said to him, "Let me share another secret with you. My family places immense importance on victory and honor, whether it pertains to ourselves or others. And we strictly prohibit any tarnishing of these ideals. Furthermore, I do not relish in taking credit for others' achievements. Harry is truly admirable. The triumph over Voldemort and the accompanying accolades rightfully belong to him and to everyone involved." Vinaway grasped part of the meaning but remained somewhat anxious and inquired, "But how can you ensure that? Great strength can be both a blessing and a curse. Limitations pose a significant issue. You do not have any. And it is possible that one day, quite inadvertently, you may defeat Voldemort." His voice trailed off, revealing his reluctance to contest for glory with Harry, as well as genuine concern about the feasibility of such a feat. After all, this principle is one that his friend Ilou holds dear, and beliefs of this nature can shape a lifetime. If shattered, they cannot be easily restored. Upon hearing these words, Ilou felt a sense of reassurance and responded, "To ensure that I adhere to my principles, I have established a vow." Vinaway was puzzled, and Ilou continued, "The vow is both magical and not. It is extraordinarily unique, for it can be utilized by any being, regardless of strength, as long as there is life, and its effects are immensely powerful. Once made, it cannot be violated, as it embodies the will of the world. Once a vow is taken, even deities cannot contravene it. My vow stipulates that I shall not seize victory or honor related to Harry, nor shall I employ magic beyond the prescribed limits. Understand this, and rest assured, I possess unwavering confidence." Upon hearing Ilou's explanation, Vinaway exhaled, though he was left with further inquiries. "What do you mean by magic, deities, and vow?" Ilou replied, "These are notes penned by someone from another world, detailing my racial identity and an array of information. I shall elaborate on this with you later." Ilou slowly settled down beside Vinaway, the tour having concluded, as the two, one elf and one human, gazed at the setting sun. At this moment, they no longer concealed their feelings from one another. The final barrier between them was shattered, and they became true friends, akin to brothers. How wonderful it is to have made such a good friend. Oh, wait. Is that a bit too awkward and sentimental? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the tour of the Sky City had come to an end. Ilou gently waved his hand and, using magic, transported Vinaway back to the grassy grounds of Hogwarts. In an instant, they found themselves on the soft grass. And Vinaway looked at Ilou with a hint of curiosity, asking, "Isn't this quite convenient? Why didn't we use it earlier? Did you not wish to admire the beautiful scenery? Here, take this." Ilou smiled as he retrieved a red diamond gemstone from his satchel and placed it in Vinaway's hands. "You have a point. This gem is part of my battle attire, not made of super metal, so let us reserve it for emergencies." High-tech battle attire. Vinaway's eyes sparkled as he cradled the gem in his hands, marveling at its beauty. Overwhelmed with excitement, he embraced Ilou and exclaimed, "Ilou, you are my deity." The two arrived at the Great Hall just before sunset, but dinner had already commenced. As soon as the students from the 4 houses spotted Vinaway's distinctive orange-red tuft, they hastily concealed all seafood, some even stuffing themselves to the point of resembling pigs, determined not to let their food be taken away. It was evidently a Hufflepuff trait. Harry and Ron, upon seeing the pair, quickly vacated 2 seats across from them, while Hermione wore an expression of excitement, eager to share delightful experiences with the tardy duo. "Hey, Ilou, Vinaway, did you see the enormous castle floating on that mountain by the Black Lake? No sooner had they seated themselves than the trio was eager to recount their peculiar afternoon encounters. Hermione, swallowing a mouthful of salad, said, "At first, I thought it was a natural phenomenon. I never imagined it was a city suspended in the sky. The magical world is truly astonishing. Indeed, this afternoon, many aurors from various magical ministries and representatives from different organizations came. They were on the hillside opposite the Black Lake, writing countless letters, exhausting the owls. They even paid to borrow students' owls at a rate of several silver sickles. However, I didn't lend out Hedwig. It would be too taxing for her." Harry shared his experiences, while Ron appeared somewhat dejected, saying, "Errol is far too old. Otherwise, I would have liked to use him to earn some extra money. So many silver sickles would allow me to buy plenty of things." "Aha, minister's wife. You heartless capitalist. Trying to exploit the old owl." Vinaway teased, playfully pointing a sausage at Ron in mock indignation before devouring it in a single bite. Ron merely stirred the soup before him with a resigned expression. "I just wanted to earn a little extra money. I'm truly broke." Hermione cast a silent glance at the overbearing worker before turning back to share her myriad speculations about the Sky Castle with the other two. She spoke of extraterrestrials, ancient magic, powerful wizards, and long-lost relics. Ilou applauded her, endorsing the notion of ancient relics, while also sharing an array of fabricated information that rendered the speculations even more comprehensive. Venivi's gaze at him seemed to convey the fate of the little golden idol. "Humph. The illustrious Venivi is poised to dismantle your theory." Uttering various concocted tales, Venivi once again engaged in a fervent exchange with Hermione, attempting to obfuscate her intellect with fictitious historiography. Alas, his erudition paled in comparison to Hermione's, ultimately placing him at a disadvantage and leading to his unfortunate defeat. Venivi was about to endure the ultimate humiliation. "Quack! Ilou, rescue me. Quickly, employ your invincible shirku to devise a solution." In response, Illa merely propped her head with her stone hand, extending her little pink tongue, and then let out a sound of eh, causing the light in Venivi's eyes to dim significantly once more. There were no cries of despair, only a struggle as Hermione, employing reasoned discourse, rendered Venivi momentarily silent. "Do not cease," he implored, leaning over the table, summoning his last ounce of strength to raise his left hand forward. For the spilled grape juice had created a cascade of purple liquid around him. It resembled something, indeed. Iru reached beneath his garment and gently touched his back to ascertain that there were no injuries. After confirming this, he simply ruffled Winnie's hair as a gesture of comfort. To be candid, Iru thought that Winnie bore a slight resemblance to a mischievous little sprite, and thus, a bit of playful reprimand seemed permissible. Moreover, he appeared to relish it. It is quite normal for good friends to frolic together, and besides, Winnie was unharmed. Observing the half-conscious Winnie, Harry felt it necessary to remain vigilant regarding Iru's unpredictable nature, wondering when he might exhibit his darker tendencies or brighter virtues. "Oh well, let us continue dining." Thus, dinner came to a close, and the once confident Winnie finally returned to the Ravenclaw dormitory, nearly bringing Hermione to tears of joy. The four of them then traversed the corridors and stairs back to the Gryffindor common room. Inside the dormitory, Iru removed his wizarding robe and changed into a blue woolen nightgown, sprawling across his bed, his feet playfully swaying, cradling two parrots in his arms. He intended to take a brief nap, just as Harry, who had just returned from the common room to gather some items, opened the door. He was greeted by this scene and mistakenly thought Iru was preparing to sleep, having forgotten about their duel. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Iru, we still have our duel. This is a splendid opportunity to defeat Draco. You cannot fall asleep." Illa gradually opened her azure eyes, rising from her resting position in a rather unscientific manner. Upon realizing it was Harry, she merely waved her hand slowly, then proceeded to soothe the two parrots. "Ah, it's you. I haven't forgotten about our duel. Besides, elves do not actually require sleep. There is no need for you to worry about me dozing off. If I truly fall asleep, you can always rouse me." Observing Harry's exuberance, Illa tilted her head and added, "Do try not to be overly excited, Harry." As time progressed, the clock on the wall approached 9 o'clock. Suddenly, Illa recalled something important. She slipped off her shoes, stepping directly onto the floor, and then opened the dormitory door, striding out confidently. Can you guess who closed the door? At that moment, in the common room, Hermione was seated at a wooden table, engrossed in her studies. Seeing Ilou rush out barefoot, she felt compelled to remind her to wear shoes. However, Ilou merely nodded in acknowledgement of Hermione's concern and continued on her way. Upon reaching the wall's entrance, she recited the password, granting access to the portrait of the fat lady. Sure enough, a small figure was curled up beneath the opening. It was Neville. Unable to recall the password, he had decided to lie down and wait for someone to open the door. But it seemed he had already drifted off to sleep. Ella knelt down gently, lifting Navi into her arms, and then proceeded towards the lounge. Hermione noticed Ilou's return, raising her head from the pile of books only to discover Ilou cradling the slumbering Navi. A look of skepticism crossed her delicate features as she intently observed the sprite making her way to the dormitory. With a creak, the aquamarine door swung open, and the sprite, fluttering her wings, ushered the two inside. Ilou carefully placed Navi onto her own bed, tucking her in with a blanket, and left a note on the small cabinet beside her. The password was Pignose. The note would display every future password, if forgotten. Do not linger at the door but seek assistance from a teacher. After the event, Ilou returned to her bed, lying down to await the moment of the duel. Wake up, Ilou, it's time for the wizard duel. Harry crouched at the bedside, gently shaking Ilou's arm. Stirred by the external stimulus, Ilou slowly awoke, sitting up to rub her eyes and stretch lazily. Fully alert now, she glanced at the clock on the wall, tucked the two sleeping parrots back under their covers, then leaped from her bed to embrace Harry and Ron. Don't you need to sleep? Not needing to sleep doesn't mean I can't, she replied. Shall we head out? Should we call Hermione to join us? Upon hearing Hermione's name, both boys mimicked silent gestures, prompting Ilou to shake her head in response, her small hand also forming a silent sign. Harry and Ron prepared and left first, while Ilou adjusted her trousers, tidied her golden hair, and slung her bag over her shoulder before following. However, upon meeting them, the two boys exchanged peculiar glances as they scrutinized Ilou. After a thorough examination, Ron inquired, "Why did you come out without shoes and without a coat?" "I find it more comfortable without shoes, and I'm not afraid of the cold." "So I don't need a jacket," Ilou replied, taking small steps down the spiral staircase with the two boys trailing behind. Yet, upon reaching the common room, a pink figure stood at the entrance, glaring at them with indignation. It was Hermione, sending a chill down Harry and Ron's spines. "Hi, Hermione," Ilou greeted them. But Hermione shot him an exasperated glare and remarked, "It's one thing for them to behave this way. That's to be expected, but you too." With that, she turned her attention back to the duo, her eyes nearly sparking with the fury of Zeus. Ron had shrunk behind Harry, peering out to address Hermione. "Aren't you guilty of the same? It's the dead of night, and Malfoy, that scoundrel, hasn't even invited you to duel. You're meddling unnecessarily. Do you want me to tell your brother, Percy? You don't care whether Gryffindor loses points. You only care about yourself." Despite Hermione's most serious warning, Harry and Ron paid her no mind, circumventing her and making their way to the portrait before exiting the Gryffindor common room. Ignored and fuming, Hermione felt a surge of frustration, yet with the two boys out of earshot, she could only hold her tongue. She glanced at Ilou, who stood barefoot on the rug, her eyes seemingly imploring him not to follow in their footsteps. Ilou smiled and approached Hermione, who thought he had come to his senses and was about to feel relieved. However, she suddenly found herself lifted into the air, as Ilou scooped her up and dashed out of the common room. There was no other choice. In order to align Hermione with the original storyline, forming a true trio with Harry and Ron, Ilou had to resort to this desperate measure. Thus, the necessary experiences could not be overlooked. Hermione exclaimed, "Having friends like you is truly a blessing. Would you care to accept this fortune?" The two in the corridor heard footsteps approaching from behind, assuming Ilou was following them. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to see Hermione. What is she doing back here? After a fervent debate, Ilou finally persuaded the trio to move forward, albeit with expressions of reluctance. As they advanced, a sudden clamor of footsteps echoed around them, causing the three companions to instantly become alert. They quickly enveloped Ilou in their midst, forming a defensive triangle. Although this was a classic scene, Ilou felt somewhat disinclined, as he already knew who was approaching, certainly that solitary troublemaker. Eerie laughter echoed, and the trio was drenched in sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, even recalling the ominous words of Hogwarts. "Has the magical life come to an end? Mother will surely punish me." "Absolutely. It's all their fault." The footsteps grew increasingly closer, the laughter more sinister, and they realized the individual was nearing, entering a state of heightened vigilance. In the darkness, a figure gradually materialized. The first thing to emerge was the distinctive orange tuft of hair. Wait, an orange tuft? In that moment, the trio lowered their guard upon recognizing the figure. Was it Winnie Wee? Before them stood the unmistakable orange silhouette, clad in an orange and white striped bikini. Yes, they were not mistaken. It was indeed a bikini. We stood confidently before them, wearing a women's bikini and white boots, striking a JoJo pose. My loyal subjects, hasten to worship my exquisite form. If one were to disregard the identity, it would indeed be visually appealing. However, the trio knew full well that the individual before them was male. They stared at the bewildering sight, barely managing to suppress their urge to retch. We observed the trio's disconcerted expressions and glanced down at his attire, clearly believing it to be quite splendid. Could it be that they failed to comprehend its allure? Ilou rose to her feet, gazing at the striking pose of Vinaway, clapping enthusiastically and exclaiming, "What a delightful surprise! It seems the elven prince can truly appreciate my elegance, which brings me great joy. However, it has grown rather chilly. Perhaps I should change into something warmer." After striking her pose, Vinaway shivered slightly, and with the snap of her fingers, her bikini transformed instantaneously into a crimson morning robe. The three little ones watched in utter bewilderment, but only Ilou understood that this was likely the system's storage function at work. "Vinaway, can you not behave more normally? What man wears a bikini? For a moment, I thought Mr. Felchi had arrived." Hermione, incensed, chastised Vinaway, who, unfazed, merely stuck out her tongue and retorted, "This is my freedom of attire, and how dare you presume upon my armed helicopter?" Clearly, Hermione was on the verge of exasperation, prompting Harry and Ron to hastily intervene and quell the impending eruption of her ire, though they continued to glare at Vinaway with unyielding disdain. Ilou stepped forward, guiding the group along the corridor. The rhythmic dripping sound heightened the alertness and vigilance of the three little ones, though it ultimately turned out to be a misunderstanding. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on the floor, and the curious trio peered through the glass to gaze at the sky outside. In the night sky, the floating city shimmered with brilliance, ablaze with lights, creating a fantastical spectacle that left the three in a state of awe, speechless. "I can now ascertain that there must be people up there?" Hermione's gaze towards the sky city was filled with a thirst for the unknown and an insatiable curiosity. Then he stared at the celestial marvel, nudging Ilou, who leaned against the wall, and remarked, "Truly magnificent, elven prince, your design is unparalleled." "Thank you. I am aware that my aesthetic sense is quite commendable, particularly in architecture, a skill imparted to me by my father," Ilou replied, basking in the admiration for the enchanting night sky city. After marveling at the spectacle, the five continued their journey towards the trophy display room, navigating through a labyrinth of stairs while evading various peculiar sounds. As midnight approached, they finally arrived at the entrance of the trophy display room, which seemed eerily silent. "I sense there may be no one inside," Hermione said, pressing her face against the window, her eyes scanning the dark interior of the room. Ron, skeptical, pushed her aside to peek in himself and declared, "That rascal must be hiding, especially with the teachers patrolling at night." "As long as you two are content," Hermione sighed. Gently pushing open the grand door, the five entered quietly, their eyes darting around. The depths of the room were engulfed in darkness, with the crystal display cabinets reflecting faint moonlight, barely illuminating the path ahead. They moved forward like thieves, yet the silence persisted. Harry and Ron, undeterred by the stillness, speculated that Draco had yet to arrive, and thus concealed themselves behind a crystal cabinet, wands at the ready. "They haven't shown up yet, right, Neville?" After a few minutes, Ilou crouched in a corner, glancing at Vinny beside her, only to discover that he too was brandishing his wand, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding narrative. Intently fixated on the entrance, Ilou gently tapped his head, startling the focused Vinaway with the unexpected knock. Vinaway shot a reproachful glance at the nearby sprite. With a sigh, Ilou understood that Vinaway must have forgotten the storyline. After all, having lived in this world for 11 years, it was impossible to recall everything from his past life with absolute clarity. Therefore, he extended his hand towards Vinaway's forehead, and a flash of blue light enveloped him, restoring his keen intellect. "O Prince of Sprites, I was momentarily blinded, and you have done remarkably well." Though he was unaware of the context, Ilou sensed a wave of malice and gave Vinaway's head another tap. At that moment, Ilou felt the movement of two life forms and turned his gaze towards the trio hiding nearby. "I have some unfortunate news. I sense that Felky and Loris are approaching." "What? That flamboyant peacock is playing tricks on us." Harry and Ron instantly grew incensed, especially Ron, who inadvertently exclaimed aloud, prompting footsteps from another room. "I knew it." Hermione had already pieced everything together, regretting her decision to venture out with them instead of remaining in the common room to continue her reading. "All right, my dear subjects. Quickly now, pave the way." Vinaway stood up and proclaimed, then dashed out of the trophy room with lightning speed. Ilou winked at the three and followed suit. The trio exchanged glances, aware that staying behind would surely lead to capture, and hurriedly pursued after him. The thrill of the night at the academy was truly exhilarating. Ilou sprinted ahead, his bare feet slapping against the ground, exhilarated, as it had been quite some time since he felt such joy. Vinaway, just behind him on the left, raised his arms in fervent cheer. The first night adventure of our legendary and magnificent journey, the great, censored, has arrived at his loyal Hogwarts. The three little ones followed, their hearts sinking at the raucous cries of the two ahead. They've lost their minds. These two are absolutely insane, yelling in the corridor. We are surely going to get caught. Hermione was on the verge of a breakdown, feeling the pressure mounting as she listened to the shouts and footsteps behind her. She longed to return to the common room. Seeing their companion lagging, Harry and Ron, fearing she might be caught, hoisted her along, prompting the two in front to slow their pace. Meanwhile, the exhausted Filch and Loris, both aging and weary, were struggling to keep up. "Stop, you disobedient little rascals!" Filch gasped, leaning against the wall, his chest heaving, while Loris anxiously nudged his foot. The five ahead ignored his warning, quickening their pace until suddenly a classroom door swung open, and out popped a mischievous poltergeist, cackling and eyeing the group. "Hee, pesky little fools, you don't want to be discovered, do you? If you wish to avoid detection, perhaps you should beg me nicely." Vinaway suddenly found the poltergeist rather charming, but Ilou, unfazed by the creature's taunts, retorted with a sharp "get lost," and delivered a swift slap that transcended the physical realm, connecting squarely with the poltergeist's face. The poltergeist, stunned, was not accustomed to being on the receiving end of such treatment. He had always been the one to bully others. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, Ilou's hand rained down upon him like a tempest. Though he held back his strength, the poltergeist felt humiliated and fled, weeping. The poltergeist, unable to torment the sprite, cried out in distress, "Oh, how pitiable!" Witnessing this, Vinaway gave Ilou a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Even the great wizard Dumbledore couldn't chase off the poltergeist. Yet you sent him packing with a single slap. You're even mightier than Dumbledore." The trio was equally astonished, but the poltergeist's cries attracted the attention of nearby teachers, forcing them to dash onward. Glancing back, they realized that the number of teachers pursuing them had escalated from 2 to 10. Was it truly worth such a show of force for a few students sneaking out at night? The five reached a large door, but despite their combined efforts, Ron and Harry could not budge it. Hermione, perturbed by their ineptitude, pulled them aside, brandishing her wand and declaring Alohomora. Yet, the lock remained unchanged. Ilou and Vinaway exchanged glances, instantly recognizing that the narrative had shifted. The lock to the three-headed dog-esh chamber had been enchanted. With footsteps drawing ever closer and sweat pouring down her back, Hermione was frantic. She had tried every unlocking spell to no avail. Time was running out. Ilou charged forward, her small fist crashing against the padlock with a resounding crack, shattering it. The others, caught off guard by the suddenness of the moment, hastily opened the door and slipped inside, shutting it behind them. As they listened to the receding footsteps outside, they believed they could finally relax. However, a guttural breath echoed from behind them, freezing them in place as they turned around. Before them stood a colossal black-skinned hound, possessing 3 heads, each with a snout exhaling heavy breaths. Its enormous, sharp teeth jutted from its lips, exuding a foul odor as viscous droplets dripped from its maw. 6 eyes fixated intently on the 5 intruders. This was nothing short of a nightmare, and if only it were indeed just a dream. Huddling together in terror, the trio trembled uncontrollably, each regretting their decision to heed the call of that oily-headed figure. "Ah, the infernal guardian Cerberus! The great Vinaway shall compel you to submit." Vinaway spread his arms wide and lunged forward, only to be met by a massive paw that slammed him against the wall. Struggling to regain his footing, he shook his head and muttered, "Oh, this is quite different from what I had envisioned." Ilou rose gracefully and slowly approached the 3-headed canine, extending her right hand forward. The 3 small creatures, anxious, attempted to pull her back, but they were a moment too late. She had already reached beneath the creature's massive head. "I apologize for disturbing you," she uttered, words incomprehensible to the little ones. Upon hearing her, the 3-headed dog brightened its 3 sets of eyes, and with its enormous, slimy tongues, it began to lick Ilou, emitting joyful barks. "Woof, friend." The emotion of Lu Wei resonated within her, and she understood the canine's intent. "Friend." A smile graced Ilou's lips as she gently stroked the 3 large heads. Noticing that Ilou was unharmed, the 3-headed dog began to lick her furiously, leaving the little ones in a state of bewilderment. With a thud against the floor, Vinaway cheered for Ilou. Seizing the opportunity created by Ilou's distraction, the three small ones dashed out through the open door, and after soothing the three-headed dog to sleep, Ilou followed suit. Upon her emergence, Vinaway, who had been waiting at the entrance, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him when he saw Ilou emerge spotless, devoid of any slime. She merely glanced at him and explained, "Most upper-tier and legendary beings possess self-cleaning abilities. I truly apologize for your disappointment." "Not at all," Vinaway thought. Feeling his inner thoughts laid bare, and awkwardly scratched his head. Recalling the earlier scene, he inquired of Ilou, "How did you communicate with Liu Wei? Have you forgotten?" Liu Wei was acquired by Hage from a Greek individual, and by coincidence, I am also Greek and an elf, making communication rather effortless. With her hands proudly placed on her hips, Ilou observed as Winnie nodded in sudden understanding. Truly, the acquisition of an additional language opens up a multitude of pathways. The group returned to the Gryffindor common room, where the trio lay languidly on the sofa, their faces reflecting a profound relief at having survived their ordeal. My goodness. To confine a three-headed dog within the school. Is this something a person can truly do? Ron exclaimed, gasping for breath. Harry concurred, adding, Professor Dumbledore must have lost his mind. Listening to their exchange, Hermione's face flushed with indignation. Suppressing her anger, she whispered, It's not just the two of you. And that infernal three-headed dog, it has a trapdoor beneath its paws. Are you both blind? You're the blind one. Your entire family is blind, Ron retorted, inciting a spirited exchange of insults between Hermione and himself. Meanwhile, Harry sat on the sofa, his green eyes glinting with thought, seemingly contemplating something profound. Standing at the entrance of the wall alcove, Ilou and Winnie exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the narrative had indeed taken a pivotal turn. One cannot deny that Harry is exceptionally astute, capable of swiftly connecting a plethora of information and reconstructing the essence of the events at hand, earning the admiration of both. Ah, it appears our savior has attained clarity, Winnie mused, embracing Ilou's shoulder with his left arm, brimming with anticipation for the unfolding of the story, feeling assured of victory. Ilou gazed at Harry with admiration, overlooking Neville's antics, and remarked, Neville, I find myself increasingly eager to witness Harry's performance. After a short while, Neville departed at Hermione's strong insistence, leaving the remaining companions to return to their dormitory. Following a thrilling adventure, they were all quite fatigued and soon succumbed to slumber. On the bed, Ilou closed her eyes, embracing her blanket as she slipped into a state of repose. 7 hours later, as the sun ascended from the horizon and the chimes of the clock tower resonated, the students embarked upon a new day of academic life. The four of them gathered their belongings and exited the Gryffindor common room. Ilou appeared radiant, while the other three, despite having retired to bed immediately upon their return, bore the pallor of restless dreams. Harry and Ron exchanged whispers, Hermione regarded them with disdain, and Ilou lingered at the back, awaiting a particular individual. At last, Neville arrived, immediately wrapping his arms around Ilou from behind, reminiscent of a sibling embrace. Haha, the great Neville has arrived. Are you not thrilled? He exclaimed, resting his head on Ilou's shoulder, eagerly gazing at the trio ahead. Hermione shot him a look of incredulity, while the other two merely smiled awkwardly. Undeterred by any lack of enthusiasm, Neville continued to engage in animated conversation with Ilou, and they all made their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Upon seeing Neville once more seated at the Gryffindor table, Hermione felt a sense of despondency, mechanically consuming her bacon, eggs, and toast. Across the table, Ilou indulged in a feast of salmon, shrimp, and cod, savoring every bite, while Neville offered her a slice of fruit pie, which she promptly devoured, licking her lips in satisfaction. Halfway through breakfast, a multitude of owls surged into the hall, among them 2 vividly colored macaws that clashed with the surrounding hues, clutching a long package together. Hi, hi, hi. The cacophonous squawks of the parrots compelled some students to cover their ears. It was Cecilia, accompanied by Aquamarine, who flew towards Ilou with the package. With a thud, the parcel landed atop several empty plates in front of Ilou, and the 2 parrots perched upon it, seemingly seeking a reward. Ilou retrieved 2 delectable energy candies from her satchel, offering one to each bird, which squawked joyously before taking flight once more. Wow, Fairy Prince, is this your flying broomstick? Neville exclaimed, picking up the parcel and inspecting it with great enthusiasm. Ilou tore open the letter affixed to the surface of the package, quickly reading its contents and nodding in acknowledgement. This is a gift from my parents, she announced. Let us unwrap it together. Upon uttering these words, Ilou and Vinaway joined forces to tear the package into strips, revealing a broom. The elongated wooden stick curved at one end, thickening for easy grasp and side seating. The broom's head was not crafted from rigid branches, but rather from a soft material, secured to the wooden handle by a metallic ring that appeared to be gilded. How shall I put it? This broom was strikingly similar to those wielded by witches in otherworldly realms, and Ilou was utterly enamored. Wow, is this not the very broom of a sorceress? Oh, Prince of Elves, your parents must adore you. Hearing Vinoi's playful banter, Ilou chuckled and remarked, Indeed. It is an exact replica. Fortuitously, I also possess a magical robe, let me show you. No sooner had she spoken than her attire began to transform. A grand pointed hat materializing atop her head, while her wizard's robe morphed into a different long garment, her trousers shifting into shorts. All adorned in a harmonious blend of black, purple, gold, and blue. Witnessing this incongruous display within the realm of wizards, Vinoi gasped in astonishment, pondering if he had indeed traversed to another world, mingling with some peculiar individual. Isn't it splendid? Sensing the admiration from those around her, Ilou could no longer suppress her smile. At that moment, a long package also descended onto Harry's plate. After reading the accompanying letter, Harry became equally exhilarated, having received a flying broomstick from Professor McGonagall. Moreover, it was a Nimbus 2000. The letter mentioned a joint practice session at the Quidditch pitch that afternoon. He handed the letter to Ilou, who nodded in acknowledgement after reading it, and astonishingly, she tucked her broom into the side pocket of her bag. Does your bag hold everything? The surrounding students' mouths fell agape in disbelief. Vinoi, perplexed, reached out to touch the bag, inquiring, could it be a Doryman's pocket, filled with advanced technologies from Laputa? Eagerly, he extended his hand, only to have it swatted away. Glancing up, he found Ilou's gaze dangerous yet smiling as she regarded him. Eh? Vinoi promptly resumed his composure. Thus, lunch concluded. Just as the five prepared to exit the great hall for their classes, a loathsome individual with greasy hair, flanked by two dim-witted lackeys, obstructed their path. Vinoi stepped forward, declaring, the inherently malevolent Malfoy brat. I shall deal with you now. He glanced back at Ilou for her response, and upon seeing her approval, he fully unleashed his audacity. You little brat. I've never encountered a time traveler. Do you dare to challenge me? Allow me to demonstrate what high-dimensional suppression truly means. You scoundrel. In the midst of his wild outburst, Draco's expression remained unfazed, and he audaciously retaliated against Vinoi. Mudblood, all you can do is talk. In the presence of the noble pureblood Malfoy lineage, I would disdain you even as a servant. Ha! You wretched fool. The two individuals immediately began hurling insults at one another, their words as unpleasant as could be, leaving both ancestral legacies and future progeny unable to escape the ensuing chaos. At that moment, Professor Flitwick happened to pass by and, noticing the quarrel between the two students, swiftly raised his hand to intervene. Professor, someone has delivered 2 brooms to Ilou and Harry. Upon seeing the teacher's arrival, Draco swiftly reported the incident. Yet Professor Flitwick merely nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze towards the two, offering them commendation. After bestowing his praise, Professor Flitwick addressed the bystander, Vinny, saying, Isn't this our new Ravenclaw seeker, Vinny? What brings you here? Come along with me to the pitch for some training. Before departing, Vinny stuck out his tongue in a gesture of mockery towards Draco, successfully reddening his face in embarrassment. So you believe this is a reward you deserve for violating the school rules? How foolish. After Draco had left, Hermione looked at the trio with disdain, while Ilou playfully waggled her finger, exclaiming, But dear, you must admit that we were merely acting in defense of justice. That is still a form of misconduct. Hermione retorted, her frustration palpable. She had never witnessed anyone so brazenly justify rule-breaking. Oh no, it was rather a display of mischief. Observing Hermione's demeanor, Ilou simply shook her head, recognizing that at that moment, Hermione was not truly a good friend, though she certainly embodied the essence of a diligent student, at least in theory. After a brief exchange of banter with Hermione, Harry and Ron parted ways, while Ilou chose to distance herself from both and proceeded to her class alone. Later that evening, after conversing with Professor Dumbledore, Ilou struck a deal that granted her several privileges, one of which included the autonomy to select her courses, even permitting her to forego attending classes altogether. However, the instructors stipulated that her examination results must reflect the highest standards of excellence. Ilou embraced the opportunity with enthusiasm, for he was a prodigious elf who graduated from Atlanta University in merely 3 months. In comparison to the curriculum there, the courses at Hogwarts seemed rather simplistic. Furthermore, his innate talents were unparalleled. He faced no language barriers, and his immortal spirit possessed an exquisite adaptability that allowed him to attune to the essence of life itself. These three extraordinary gifts empowered Ilou to master any subject with remarkable swiftness. In light of these attributes, Ilou harbored absolute confidence. Been away, as a fellow traveler. Why do you receive such favorable treatment? Ilou now intends to attend a class on herbalism, and under the influence of Foucault. He has developed a profound interest in these enchanting plants. Without hesitation, he traverses several corridors and meadows, arriving at the greenhouse dedicated to herbal studies located at the rear of the castle, enclosed by glass and plastic, supported by a steel framework. Countless fascinating plants, especially those that captivate Foucault, are concealed within, accessible only to those who possess a thirst for knowledge. After appreciating the surroundings, Ilou discovered, to her surprise, that the roof of the greenhouse was adorned with carvings of eastern dragons, an oddity that felt somewhat incongruous. After observing for a while, she knocked on the small door of the greenhouse, which swung open to reveal a stout, diminutive witch. She donned a brown robe reminiscent of wood and wore a pointed hat adorned with various patches, her hands encased in thick dragonhide gloves. This was none other than Professor Pomona Sprout. Glancing at Ilou standing at the door, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Ilou Kalmuset, come in, dear little sprite. I have no classes this morning, and ample time to impart some valuable knowledge to you." "Thank you, Professor. You may call me Ilou," she replied with a respectful nod before stepping into the greenhouse, which, for a plant enthusiast, was nothing short of paradise. Previously, Ilou had only seen such wonders in the Foucault Institute, the greenhouse, and the gardens of Laputa. Within, she beheld vines dancing like serpents, enormous flowers with gaping mouths, pear-shaped buds that screamed, burning stumps, and a myriad of bizarre flora, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Observing Ilou's excitement, Sprout chuckled softly, reminding her to take precautions. Ilou nodded and donned a sturdy coat and dragonhide gloves. Thus, Sprout guided Ilou through the marvels of the greenhouse, sharing insights about the enchanting plants they encountered. As they passed a plant resembling cabbage, Ilou suddenly halted to gaze at it. Sprout picked up a stick and prodded the cabbage, only for the stick to be instantly bitten into several pieces. Tossing the fragments to a nearby plant, she explained, "This is the Chinese biting cabbage, hailing from China. Though it appears merely as cabbage, one must exercise caution, for it truly bites." "Can it be eaten?" Ilou inquired hopefully, looking toward Sprout. After a moment of contemplation, Sprout replied, "It should be edible, though no wizard would partake of it, given that there are non-biting cabbages available. However, we may give it a try." Upon receiving confirmation, Ilou stretched her mischievous hand toward the biting cabbage, which attempted to snap at her, but found itself incapable of biting, no matter how it struggled. Ultimately resigned to watch as it faced the imminent approach of iron teeth and copper fangs. Mysterious crunching sounds, the biting cabbage could no longer retaliate. Ilou chewed thoughtfully, discovering that the flavor of this biting cabbage was indistinguishable from that of ordinary cabbage, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Sprout, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but applaud. Well aware of the formidable power of Chinese biting cabbage, which had once been employed by certain wizards to slay a giant beast. The prowess of this cabbage was indeed no mere boast. Was it delicious? Not at all. It tasted just like cabbage, which was hardly appetizing. Upon hearing Sprout's inquiry, Ilou revealed a sorrowful expression for the first time. If this vegetable had any merit, it would not be entirely devoid of flavor, resembling mint far too closely. Mint was his most detested flavor. Despite its utter lack of palatability, Ilou adhered to his principle of waste not, chewing it all thoroughly and swallowing it into the abyss. Once finished, disappointment etched across his face. "Thank goodness my mother doesn't include cabbage in her Italian meatballs and lasagna. Otherwise, I would prefer to endure my father's moussaka or feta, both of which are notoriously unpalatable, especially when prepared by a Greek like Morris." After this mental lament, Ilou continued to follow Sprout and embarked on his studies, beginning with the white root, a wondrous magical plant that could be utilized to brew potions or heal wounds. Proving to be quite practical, Ilou felt a sense of familiarity with the topic at hand. He recalled that in the original text, Hermione had once employed the use of the white ash, yielding remarkable results with no trace of scarring. Professor Sprout extracted 2 sprigs of the white ash and began to instruct Ilou on its application, guiding him through the process of creating white ash essence, dicing, mashing it into a pulp, and subsequently distilling the extract. Should the need arise, a touch of silver powder could be added to remedy the wounds inflicted by werewolves. Ilou sensed that this knowledge would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. After mastering the white ash, Professor Sprout led Ilou through an extensive array of botanical studies, including devil's snare, mandrake, belladonna, rue, and many others. Ilou felt that the wealth of knowledge he had acquired that morning far surpassed what Harry and Ron had learned from their first to third years. Alas, like all splendid times, this one too approached its conclusion. As noon drew near, Ilou had no choice but to bid farewell to the enchanting greenhouse and return to the great hall for lunch. Thank you for this morning, Professor Sprout. Ilou bowed her head in gratitude to Sprout, who merely brushed off the dirt from her clothes and remarked, "My dear, diligent little sprite like you is a rare sight. Do remember to attend more classes. I wish to boast to the other old wizards." Certainly. Ilou waved farewell and exited the greenhouse, making her way to the Great Hall. Meanwhile, in the Great Hall, Vinaway was regaling the trio with tales of his valiant exploits on the Quidditch pitch. Ha ha ha. I, Vinaway, am invincible. Draco, I shall surely defeat you. Cheer and applaud. For the great Vinaway shall return like lightning. On the future Quidditch field, I shall leave Slytherin in utter disarray. At the Gryffindor long table, Vinaway was enacting his legislative prowess, while the surrounding students selectively ignored him, continuing to feast upon smoked meats. Applause erupted, to which the students murmured, "Why is anyone clapping for this fool?" It's no surprise, really. Below Vinaway, our trio was having their lunch. Hermione gazed at Vinaway in disbelief, clearly questioning the Sorting Hat's accuracy. Does this guy possess any great wisdom? How did he end up in Ravenclaw? Vinaway, unperturbed by the scorn and indifference of his peers, continued to revel in his own delusion. Why? Because if my classmates dare to scorn me, it signifies I am right. If they choose to ignore me, it means they are utterly intimidated, thus I am even more correct. Regardless, I, the great Vinaway, am undeniably right. Thoughts of grandeur ran rampant in Vinaway's mind, his lips babbling nonsensical declarations. Yet, his reign of self-importance was about to be abruptly curtailed. Anyway, a tremendous force yanked Vinaway down from the table, firmly pinning him to the bench. It was Ilou casting a menacing glare at him. Niwe, still indulging in abstraction. Are we? How about taking a break? With her hands firmly on Vinaway's shoulders, he found himself unable to move, and reluctantly admitted, Vinaway was wrong. He should not play with abstractions. You have thoroughly humiliated me. Seeing Vinaway's compliance, Ilou chose not to press further, settling herself on the adjacent bench to eat. After relaxing, Vinaway resumed his customary fish-feeding routine. Harry glanced around, ensuring no one was paying attention, and suddenly addressed the two across from him. Hey, Ilou, Vinaway. I think I've figured out what is hidden beneath that paneled door. It must be something from the vault. Perhaps a cup that grants any wish. But whatever lies within seems irrelevant to us. Harry, given the situation, let us just eat. The unpleasant experience with cabbage had left Harry with a singular desire, to enjoy his meal. IRU. Anyway, I find myself yearning for fish. Observing his disinterest, Harry reluctantly continued to pick at the smoked meat on his plate, pondering how to ascertain the nature of that peculiar item. Ron joined the conversation, eager to engage in the discussion, while Hermione remained blissfully indifferent. IRU smiled knowingly at their discussion and gently tapped Winnie Way, who was feeding the fish, saying, "See, Harry is quite astute. The great savior has embarked on the right path. What shall we do now, Prince of Elves?" Winnie Way pondered this and replied, "In the main storyline, we should refrain from seeking glory for ourselves. Let us wait for other plots or create our own. This world is indeed a tapestry of narratives." Sighing for the first time, Winnie Way felt a sense of calm wash over him. After lunch, the group gathered in the Gryffindor common room. Harry retrieved a long-anticipated parcel from beneath his bed and, in front of everyone, meticulously unwrapped the exterior paper. Soon, a brand-new broomstick emerged, crafted from exquisite redwood, its surface polished to a sheen. The broom's bristles were neatly bundled, bound with brass rings, and 2 footrests elegantly extended from it, creating a striking appearance. "Dear Savior, your broom is truly magnificent," Winnie Way exclaimed, gazing at the Nimbus 2000 with an unsettling intensity. Alarmed, Harry quickly embraced the broom, fearing it might be snatched away. As Winnie Way reached forward, he held a beautiful broom in his hands, colored in shades of red and brown. While not as stunning as the Nimbus 2000, it was still quite appealing. "Behold, the shooting star, a gift from Professor Flitwick," he declared, tenderly caressing the broom. He then pressed his face against it, giving it a kiss, prompting a chorus of disgusted groans from the 3 companions. "Winnie Way, treating the broom like that is utterly revolting," Hermione exclaimed, covering her eyes in disbelief, while Winnie Way merely scoffed, unperturbed. "No, No, no. To me, a broom is akin to a car for a man. It is my beloved," he proclaimed, launching into an enthusiastic display of affection for the broom that was almost more scandalous than a schoolyard romance, albeit a rather cringe-worthy spectacle. As Ilou observed, both individuals retrieved their respective brooms and opened their bags, pulling out brooms of gold, red, and brown, all present and accounted for. With a mighty shout, Vinaway declared, "Today, we shall be bound as brothers." Harry, taken aback, was at a loss for words, while Ilou responded, "I feel the same." Witnessing this scene, Harry could only echo, "Though I am merely a warrior, I am well aware of the significance of brotherhood. I am willing to join you both in grand endeavors." Elder brother, second brother, third brother, Ron, utterly confounded by the trio's nonsensical banter, turned to Hermione for clarification, only to be met with her shake of the head, indicating her ignorance of their antics. Thus, they continued to watch in bewilderment as the madness unfolded. As the midday respite drew to a close, Ilou and Harry seized their brooms, preparing to head to the Quidditch pitch for training with Wood. The 8 towering stands formed an elliptical shape, each adorned with a checkered pattern in various colors to distinguish the houses, interconnected by wooden frames that encircled the lush green field at the center. 6 metallic goalposts, each with a circular opening, were arranged in threes at both ends of the pitch, varying in size and resembling bubble-blowing toys. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, Harry could not help but marvel, while Ilou, though well-read, felt a surge of excitement at witnessing a scene he had only seen in films. As he pondered whether to sit sideways or otherwise on his broom, Ilou ultimately decided on the latter, for it was, after all, a game. With his broom positioned beneath him, Ilou disregarded Harry's calls and took off into the sky, turning to Harry and saying, "Come on, let us practice against each other." With that, he tossed a volleyball from his bag to Harry on the ground. Catching it with a grin, Harry mounted his broom and soared into the air, engaging in a spirited exchange with Ilou. On one of the stands, Wood watched the two with delight as they exchanged blows. "Hey, you two are quite impressive." After a while, Wood approached the grassy field, carrying a briefcase, and praised them. Ilou and Harry swiftly descended from the sky, standing quietly beside Wood, brooms in hand. Wood then opened the briefcase, revealing a bludger, a quaffle, and the golden snitch, while explaining the rules of the game. It turned out they would be playing a form of basketball in the sky. Upon hearing this, Harry experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing that the evolution of ball games shares certain commonalities. Ilou shook her head in resignation and remarked, "After all, whether wizard or muggle, we are all human." The training commenced, characterized by rapid flights, abrupt halts, and a spirited exchange of balls amongst the group. Time, unbeknownst to them, slipped away, and soon evening approached, signaling that it was time for them to return. "Remember to attend training 3 times a week." "And you all flew splendidly," Wood said, waving goodbye while carrying a box before departing. Ilou and Harry then walked side by side towards the castle, where they dined in the great hall before retiring for the night. Time quietly passed, and before they knew it, over 3 weeks had elapsed in the magical lives of Ilou, Vinaway, Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They had encountered numerous adventures, from battling the inherently malevolent Draco to nighttime conversations with Hagrid and occasionally skipping classes. Their lives were indeed quite fulfilling. Vinaway had almost become the target of the entire school, as his eccentric antics and the inexplicable disappearance of seafood had drawn much attention. Ilula maintained harmonious relationships with her classmates, captivating both boys and girls alike. After all, being a beautiful sprite, she could easily be regarded as a goddess in the eyes of many. Harry's life proceeded with its usual rhythm. His academic performance was average, often necessitating the assistance of Ron to copy Hermione's homework. Fortunately, Ilulu was there to provide extra tutoring, ensuring his graduation results might be more commendable. Life continued steadily. Yet on the first day following these 3 weeks, intriguing events were perhaps on the horizon. On September 22nd, at Hogwarts, the morning dawned. With the resounding chimes of the tower clock, a new day commenced, compelling students to reluctantly emerge from the warmth of their beds, preparing to make their way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Although today was an unusual day of rest, missing breakfast would mean it would be lost forever. The trio in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory were roused by Cecilia's calls, groggily rising to dress themselves. Illy's mood seemed exceptionally bright as he donned his signature azure undergarments and loose black wizarding robe, completing his ensemble with a scarf. He gazed into the full-length mirror, admiring the perfect reflection of his striking appearance. "What's the matter, Illy? You appear quite cheerful," Ron remarked, clad in a patched sweater, glancing at him curiously. while Harry followed suit. With a playful grin, Illy slipped on knee-high socks before lacing up his shoes, casting a mysterious look at the two of them. "Today is a rather special day," he declared. "A special day?" Harry and Ron exchanged puzzled glances. Wasn't Illy's birthday on December 25th? None among them had any significant anniversaries on September 22nd, and even Hermione's birthday had just recently passed. They recalled giving her small gifts at that time, which, if not classifying them as close friends, certainly brought them closer together. "You'll find out soon enough," Illy replied, stepping out of the dormitory first. Descending the spiral staircase to the common room. There, he found Vinny and Hermione sitting face to face, one radiating joy like the sun, the other seething with fury. Illy instantly grasped the situation. Vinny had undoubtedly clashed with Hermione again, leading to her defeat and Vinny's mocking triumph. "Ah, you're here, Illy. Please help me deal with this fellow. Instead of having breakfast, he came here just to taunt me," Hermione exclaimed, pointing accusatorily at Vinny as he merely smirked, unfazed. "Not powerful enough, sis." At those words, Hermione's temper flared anew. She brandished her wand, transforming sheets of paper on the nearby table into a flurry of paper airplanes, all of which launched toward Vinny. "Humph. Overestimating yourself," Vinny declared, planting his left foot firmly on the ground, showcasing the confidence of a seasoned traveler. The paper planes disintegrated into mere fragments, a display of formidable strength. With ease, he reached through the chaos and touched the unruly tuft of orange-red hair atop Vinny's head. A true elven warrior. "Everyone retreat," Vinny exclaimed, realizing his mistake. Before he could regain his footing, Illy had already initiated a lesson in love and discipline. Minutes later, he commanded, "Vinny, behave yourself." When Harry and Ron finally descended to the common room, they were met with the sight of a now compliant Vinny, who appeared delicate and easily toppled. What an exhilarating morning it had been. After regrouping, the four of them made their way to the Great Hall, taking their seats at the Gryffindor table to commence their breakfast, which they finished in no time. Ilou, brimming with excitement, eagerly exclaimed, "Do you all know what day it is today?" She gazed expectantly at the group. "Is it the day of the great defeat of Vinoy?" Vinoy inquired dejectedly. Ilou shook her head and retrieved a poster from her satchel, placing it on the table. The poster depicted a grand moon, with several brownish-orange pastries arranged on a small tea table beneath it. "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival," she declared. "The Mid-Autumn Festival? What is that?" Ron and Harry's puzzled expressions were unmistakable. Hermione, ever the knowledgeable one, shot them a disapproving glance before elucidating the origins and significance of the festival. "But it's already December. Why would we celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival?" Vinoy exclaimed, cradling his head in his hands, utterly baffled by Ilou's enthusiasm. Holding the poster aloft, Ilou beamed at her companions, saying, "It is the Mid-Autumn Festival, so let us make mooncakes together." "Huh?" they replied in unison. After breakfast, the four of them, under Ilou's guidance, traversed an unfamiliar corridor. "Ilou, I don't wish to discourage you, but according to the encyclopedia, mooncakes require an oven, which we do not possess," Hermione expressed her concern as she walked beside Ilou. However, Ilou merely smiled reassuringly, assuring her not to worry, for the elves had their own clever solutions. As they strolled along, it felt as though they had ventured into the depths of Hogwarts. Vinoy surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing with ideas. Soon, they arrived at the wine cellar, where countless enormous oak barrels were arranged, and the air was thick with the scent of wine. Hermione pulled out a handkerchief to cover her nose, while the other three showed no sign of aversion. Inhaling the fragrant aroma, Harry queried, "Is this the Hufflepuff common room?" Ilou nodded in affirmation, confirming his suspicion. The Hogwarts kitchen is adjacent to the Hufflepuff common room, conveniently equipped with a fireplace oven. "Prince of Elves, I must caution you. The house elves there will not heed our commands," Vinoy warned. In response, Ilou confidently declared, "I have my own clever plan." They approached a wall adorned with a painting of a pear. Ilou stepped forward and tickled one of the pears depicted in the artwork, which began to laugh uproariously, metamorphosing into a doorknob. As she turned the handle, a vast expanse unfolded before them, revealing 4 long tables arranged in accordance with the layout of the great hall above. For 3 hours, they marveled at the enormity of the space concealed beneath the castle. Just then, a multitude of diminutive, unsightly beings appeared around them, clad in tattered garments, some even wrapped in paper. At that moment, Vinoy introduced them, saying, "These are house elves, the slaves of the wizarding world. They are bound to serve their masters for life." Upon hearing this, Harry and Hermione were filled with confusion. Ilou approached the little house elves and bowed, inquiring, "Greetings. May we borrow your kitchen?" The elves were taken aback and collectively knelt down. "Ilou Kalmuset. What an honor. Of course, you may use the kitchen, sir. Please feel free to give us any instructions. Thank you. Ilou replied, squatting down to gently tousle one of the elves' heads. Hundreds of little elves hurriedly retreated, respectfully clearing a path leading straight to the kitchen. Hermione rushed to Ilou's side, her eyes brimming with countless questions, yet Ilou merely replied, "You will come to know in due time." Observing this, Hermione fell silent. She looked at the respectful little elves, who were almost kneeling on the ground, and felt a pang of discomfort, wishing to do something. Vinaway stepped forward, patting her shoulder with a meaningful look, saying, "Minister, the road ahead is fraught with obstacles, and the future appears dim." However, Hermione shot him a fierce glare and continued moving forward. With a resigned shrug, Vinaway dashed toward Ilou, and Harry and Ron exchanged glances before following suit. Once they all entered, the pair on the doorknob let out a cackle, and the entire painting melded seamlessly with the wall, returning to its original state. The five found themselves on the other side of the space, where wooden cabinets overflowed with countless utensils. To the left stood a massive wooden door, which, when opened, revealed the kitchens of Hogwarts. Hundreds of enormous ovens were meticulously arranged on either side of the kitchen, each large enough to accommodate an entire cow. The flames roaring at the base made the entire kitchen decidedly warm. "Oh, how exasperatingly hot!" Vinaway exclaimed, creating a raucous commotion. Ilou silenced him with a sharp reprimand and said, "All right, we have the ovens. Let us make mooncakes." With that, Ilou dragged a wooden table from the corner and rummaged through her satchel, pulling out a plethora of ingredients to lay upon it. Vinaway, having picked himself up from the floor, gazed at the array of materials and asked, "Prince of Elves, as an outsider, why celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival? Is there a plot for rebellion? Whichever festival is enjoyable, I shall partake in. It has nothing to do with allegiance. Now, Vinaway, please bring another wooden table." As Ilou produced more ingredients from her bag, the single table could no longer accommodate them, prompting her to request another one from Vinaway. Nodding, Vinaway approached the corner and struggled to lift the table, his physique resembling that of an adult. Yet even an adult would find it challenging to move a large wooden table. "We shall assist you." The three young ones stepped forward to lend a hand. And before long, they had managed to bring the table over, merging the two tables into one long dining surface. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Hermione remarked on the kitchen's sweltering heat. She picked up a bag of granulated sugar and glanced at the mountain of ingredients on the table, questioning Ilou. "Ilou, surely mooncakes do not require this many ingredients? Professor Dumbledore has a particular fondness for sweets. Il has finally gathered all the necessary ingredients and, unhurried, begins to explain to the trio. He retrieves a book and addresses the four, stating, "Within this tome are numerous recipes for mooncakes. I suggest you take a look." Harry accepts the book, and the others lean in closer to peruse its contents. Suddenly, their minds seem to freeze as they encounter a bewildering array of terms. Snow skin, Cantonese, Suzhou, Beijing styles, fresh meat with 5 nuts, ham with egg yolk, and fruit and cream, leaving them utterly astonished. Prince of Elves. Could it be that you are an authentic citizen of Z country, secretly residing in Greece? Winnie muses, stroking his chin, as he himself realizes that there exists such a vast variety of mooncakes. Ilou chuckled softly a few times, and then remarked, "It is written by my mother." He turned the book over, revealing the inscription, authored by Foucault Ibipos, Italy. "My mother has a passion for cooking. In her youth, she embarked on journeys to study botany, nearly mastering the culinary arts of every civilization. Furthermore, she delights in innovation, often crafting extraordinary dishes, although she frequently faces reprimands from my grandfather, to which she seems quite accustomed. For instance, she often concocts peculiar pizzas." Ilou scratched his head, pondering that it might be wiser to keep this peculiar hobby to himself, for the sake of not bringing shame upon his mother. The illustrious Vinaway seldom employs the phrase "a gathering of heroes" to describe a family. Upon hearing this, Vinaway was profoundly astonished. Regarding such a family, he could only exclaim, "How astonishing!" "Well, enough of that. Let us proceed to make mooncakes." Ilou gently tapped her forehead and began instructing everyone on how to create mooncakes. The first step involved preparing the dough, as different varieties of mooncakes require distinct types of pastry. Some recipes call for honey, while others utilize syrup. As a demonstration, Ilou chose a mooncake that she recalled being quite common, employing a flaky pastry combined with lard, and then allowing the dough to rest. The three little ones followed suit, and soon their hands became sticky and gooey. However, they managed to succeed in their endeavor. Ilou nodded in approval, casting a glance at Vinaway, only to discover that he was pressing chocolate into a flat disc, prompting her to shake her head in silence. After preparing various doughs, the group utilized the waiting time to create fillings. Ilou discreetly took her bowl to a corner, wishing to keep her concoction a secret from the others. The three little ones began to unleash their creativity in crafting their fillings. Harry diced smoked meat and added an array of spices, while Ron mashed pumpkin and assorted fruits into a puree. Hermione, being the most conventional, drew inspiration from her experiences in the regular world and successfully crafted a 5-nut filling using raisins, almonds, walnuts, and sesame seeds. Meanwhile, Vinoy's approach was rather chaotic. He combined smoked meat and syrupy cheese with fruits and ice cream, along with ginger, producing a filling that would be deemed a nightmare by those in the Eastern realms. An anonymous elder remarked, "Now you understand the sensation of pineapple on pizza, I suppose?" This scene, reminiscent of a wicked witch concocting potions, sent shivers down the spines of the three little ones. They wondered if consuming such a mixture would indeed lead to an upset stomach. Noticing their distaste, Vinoy continued with his culinary artistry, unconcerned, declaring, "The great and omniscient Vinoy is creating an eternal masterpiece. How could mere mortals comprehend divine wisdom?" The trio simultaneously expressed their disdain, while Vinoy remained steadfast in his confidence. After several more minutes, all 5 fillings were completed, and the dough was ready for use. Ilou, with her mysterious filling in hand, stealthily approached and swiftly began assembling the mooncakes. Observing her actions, the remaining 4 also commenced their creations. As time ticked away, they successfully utilized all their ingredients, and the neatly packaged mooncakes were arranged on the long table. Ilou placed them all in the oven, which, without a doubt, operated with remarkable efficiency. In less than a minute, the mooncakes were fully baked. The aroma wafted through the air. Hermione blew on her flower mooncake before taking a bite, and soon Harry and Ron joined in tasting. Vinoy, aimlessly selecting, suddenly spotted a unique mooncake behind Ilou. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he pretended to pass by. Swiftly snatching one up, Ilou sensed a disturbance and swiftly turned her head, only to discover that Vinoy was about to take a bite. Panic-stricken, she exclaimed, "Wait, Vinoy. Don't eat that. To stop me means I was right all along." Vinoy shot Ilou a reassuring glance before sinking his teeth into the mooncake, chewing as his orange-red tufts bobbed rhythmically. Suddenly, an unsettling taste flooded his mouth, and Vinoy's eyes widened in horror. He wanted to spit it out, but found his muscles unresponsive. The half-eaten mooncake slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, his orange form collapsing as white foam began to emerge. "This cake is poisoned," Vinoy managed to utter with his last ounce of strength. Ilou rushed over, her heart racing, and lifted the pale Vinoy onto the table, frantically attempting to revive him. The mooncakes crafted by Ilou are not meant for consumption by carbon-based life forms. Being a silver gold sprite, it is well understood that he can indulge in anything, often partaking in substances that pose significant dangers to carbon-based beings. The reason he hurried to prepare the filling elsewhere was precisely this. The ingredients he concocted are utterly intolerable for carbon-based life. Substances such as Q compounds, solid sulfuric acid, and high-concentration toxins constitute the essence of his mooncake filling. Only Ilou can savor them, relishing every bite, while other carbon-based entities cannot endure such toxicity. Although it may seem that Vinoy is suffering the consequences of his own actions, Ilou is nearly in tears. The combination of those 3 substances would spell doom for any life form on Earth. The 3 little ones noticed something amiss when they beheld Vinoy convulsing and frothing at the mouth upon the long table, their astonishment palpable. Ilou wielded magic to carry out a rescue, as a radiant blue light continued to illuminate the surroundings. Finally, Vinoy regained his color and slowly opened his eyes. Awaiting him were not only Ilou's examination but also a lesson, while the 3 little ones looked on with glee. Early the next morning, all students and teachers at Hogwarts received a gift of mooncakes, particularly one old bee. As for Ilou, he affixed a label to each of his mooncakes, reading, "Beware of carbon-based life forms mistaking these for food." It had been many days since Vinoy had mistakenly consumed the mooncake, and since then, he seemed to have become slightly more human, albeit just a tad. Yet, life continued as usual. This morning, Ilou was attending a potions class with Snape. Possessing an exceptional talent for potions, Ilou garnered a modicum of favoritism from the notoriously biased Snape, thus receiving treatment that was somewhat exceptional compared to his peers. "Mr. Kalmuset, you have done remarkably well. The perfect application of white essence on the wound will heal it in less than 3 seconds, Snape remarked, flicking his black cloak as he picked up a small vial of white potion from the metallic stand. Though his expression remained grim, the tone of his voice indicated a hint of satisfaction. "Thank you, Professor, for your praise," Ilou responded, nodding from his seat. Upon hearing this, Snape cast a calm glance in his direction and replied, "Do not let your pride cloud your judgment, Mr. Kalmuset. You have done well with the calming drafts in others." Snape's gaze returned to Ilou, his eyes slightly narrowing. Such high aptitude, such appearance. And the manner in which he treated his friends reminded Snape of someone from his past. "Now, go to that bookshelf and fetch a copy of Advanced Potion Making. You are worthy of becoming my student." Shaking off his wandering thoughts, Snape instructed Ilou to retrieve the book. Ilou hurried to the wooden cabinet and quickly spotted a tattered textbook, upon which was inscribed a small line. "This book belongs to the Half-Blood Prince." Murmuring softly, Ilou cradled the book to his chest, closed the cabinet door, and walked back to his desk. "It seems I have arrived at this treasure first. Is that a good fortune?" As Snape observed Ilou returning with the shabby textbook, he was about to issue a reprimand, but upon noticing the unmistakable signs of usage, he closed his mouth instead. "Mr. Kalmuset, it appears your discernment is quite sharp," Snape acknowledged. "Thank you for the compliment, Professor. I share your sentiment," Ilou replied. Snape scoffed lightly, opening the materials on his desk to resume his lesson. However, before he could utter the words, "Please open," the bell of tarot rang out. An orange figure suddenly appeared at the door of the potions classroom, brimming with excitement, waving to Ilou. "Prince of Elves, I have a request. Come quickly." Upon sighting Vinaway, Ilou cheerfully greeted him, while Snape, upon noticing his presence, did not conceal his disdain, sweeping his black robe aside and stating, "It seems your friend has come to find you. For this lesson, the assignment consists of a thesis on the living potion of hell, pertinent to the next class. And it must be no less than 3 feet of parchment." Vinaway, who was animatedly gesturing, was taken aback by the specified length, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment, while Ilou nodded earnestly, indicating his commitment to completing the task. "But, Prince of Elves? 3 inches? That equates to 90 centimeters. Are you truly capable of writing that much?" In the corridor, Vinaway continued to illustrate the absurdity of the assignment to Ilou. "Is this something a mere mortal can accomplish? How outrageous. Don't worry, Niway. I have the world's library at my disposal. Not only can I manage a 3-inch thesis, but I could easily fill 100 meters with substance, devoid of any fluff. That is indeed remarkable, Detective. Your Laputa AI is truly formidable." Era's proud ears perked up, and Vinaway, captivated by the delicate, elongated shape of those ears, felt an irresistible urge to pinch them, though he refrained, at least for the moment, aware that such an action might invite retribution. Suddenly, Eru recalled a recent event, turning to inquire, "Vinaway, you appeared quite exhilarated just now. Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" In response, Vinaway flashed a lopsided grin and, with an air of mystery, replied, "I'll tell you after lunch." Era tilted his head, his ears drooping, and his cerulean eyes gleaming with innocent curiosity. "Very well, I shall wait." The grand dining hall of Hogwarts buzzed with activity as lunchtime approached. Eru, armed with knife and fork, was skillfully slicing a salmon as large as his own head, the orange, translucent flesh appearing utterly delectable. Winnie was enjoying his meal while observing from outside. Noticing Winnie's gaze, Eru offered a piece of fish, which Winnie accepted without hesitation, swallowing it whole. This harmonious and affectionate scene left Harry, Ron, and Hermione across the table with their mouths agape, exchanging bewildered glances, unable to comprehend what had transpired. "Prince of Elves, you are truly remarkable." Eat quietly and refrain from jesting. Winnie's head was playfully tapped once again. Although it didn't hurt, it was slightly annoying. Nonetheless, witnessing Eru's reprimand, he dutifully curled up defensively, cradling his head. "Prince of Elves, let us embark on a quest." After lunch, the long-awaited rest period commenced, and Winnie finally led Eru into his secretive plans. "Nevi, where are we headed?" Eru followed closely behind, ascending the spiral staircase step by step, with a mysterious smile. Winnie replied, "For the greater good." It seemed the elf was somewhat perplexed. The two ascended the staircase, frequently diverted by the moving magical stairs, and Winnie admitted, "I'm not very adept at navigation right now." Ultimately, they arrived at an inconspicuous corridor, almost dilapidated, on the 6th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Era felt a sense of curiosity, as in his memory and during Laputa's 4-dimensional scan of the castle, there was no such space on the 6th floor. Could it be that ancient wizards concealed this area with magic? What could their purpose be? As Ilou walked, deep in thought, Vinaway, observing his contemplative demeanor, began to recount. "This is the place I stumbled upon during my very first day wandering the castle, long before I had the pleasure of connecting with you. I meandered along the staircases, eager to explore every nook and cranny of Hogwarts. Upon reaching the 6th floor, I stumbled upon an extraordinary locale. The dimensions of the room were utterly incongruous with the external appearance of the castle. My curiosity piqued. I initiated an investigation, and to my astonishment, I uncovered a remarkable secret hideout. Why do you not refer to me as the illustrious Vinaway? Ilou ceased her contemplation and posed a question to Vinivi. Vinivi was momentarily taken aback, stammering for quite some time before finally articulating, "The great Vinivi does not need constant affirmation to evoke a sense of greatness in others." "Now that sounds like you, Vinivi," Ilou chuckled softly, continuing to follow him. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a colossal wooden door on the 6th floor. The door towered at a height of 7 meters and spanned 4 meters in width, adorned with intricate and elaborate carvings. Enveloped in gilded leather and studded with gemstones, creating a breathtaking spectacle that surpassed even the grand entrance of the Pantheon in Rome. The surrounding walls were crafted from marble, presenting a stark contrast to the architectural style of Hogwarts, supported by several ancient Greek-style columns, Doric, Ionic, and Corinthian. Though the haphazard amalgamation of styles caused a sense of discord for Ilou, who was accustomed to Greek architecture, he could not deny the familiarity they invoked. Observing Ilou's slightly agape expression, Vinivi swelled with pride, stepping before the grand door, arms wide open, exclaiming, "I have bestowed upon it a name, the Hidden Sanctuary." Vinivi turned, placing his hands against the door and exerting force, with Ilou joining him in the effort to push. The heavy door creaked open, revealing an extraordinarily ancient and enigmatic sight beyond. An indescribable sensation washed over them as they beheld a vast trapezoidal space. 28 colossal columns were strategically arranged, supporting the ceiling, while at the center of the expanse, 6 columns formed a hexagonal configuration surrounding a circular marble table, with 12 immovable stone chairs evenly distributed. Opposite them, 7 magnificent stained glass windows framed views of the castle's towering edifices, the expansive Black Lake, and the celestial city above, as sunlight poured in, illuminating the chamber in resplendent beauty. It seemed that no soul had graced this place for centuries, as layers of dust coated many surfaces, rendering them quite dilapidated. Yet they could not obscure the remnants of its past splendor. Ilou gazed at the scene before him, his mouth slightly agape, a sense of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. This style was reminiscent of a place he had encountered elsewhere. Beside him, Vinaway proudly swayed her fluffy hair, clearly reveling in Ilou's momentary astonishment. "Astonished, are you, Prince of Elves? Behold, this is the mysterious space I discovered all on my own," Vinaway exclaimed, draping an arm over Ilou's stone shoulder, to which he gently nodded, his fingers tracing the contours of the massive stone pillar before him. Approaching a stone table, Vinaway settled into a chair, crossing her legs and resting her hands behind her head as she declared, "The last time I stumbled upon a mysterious chamber on the 6th floor. It was thanks to a detective lady. Since I discovered this room, do I qualify as a detective too? At best, I could be considered a castle explorer, but no more than that." Her cheeks puffed up in indignation, as if she were a pufferfish, for despite sharing this splendid place with a remarkable elf, she found herself the target of ridicule, which was rather vexing. Iru approached him, observing his puffed appearance akin to that of a pufferfish, and let out a few light chuckles before settling beside him. With a playful huff, he glanced again at the ceiling, which promised delightful surprises. Suddenly, Vinaway regained his composure, pointing upwards. Iru followed suit, his pupils dilating slightly, as genuine astonishment washed over him. Before them unfolded a magnificent dome, supported by 6 stone pillars that encircled their surroundings. The ceiling was adorned with exquisite frescoes, seemingly narrating an epic tale. At its center, the grandest circle enveloped an androgynous figure, surrounded by a myriad of blossoming flowers and birds. The figure was draped in a white Doric-style robe, secured by a golden clasp, with a long crimson sash tied around its waist. Its deep auburn hair cascaded elegantly, while the left hand grasped a golden chalice and the right wielded a silver-blue sword, emanating an aura of sanctity and authority. Encircling this figure were 12 distinct squares, each depicting a monumental feat, illustrating scenes of triumph that the figure had achieved. Ilou's eyes widened in astonishment, for he recognized the individual before him. A finger prodded his cheek. It was Vinaway, who had not anticipated Ilou's prolonged shock. With curiosity, Vinaway inquired, "Prince of Elves, what has caused your surprise? Have you uncovered some hidden truth?" "I am familiar with the figure depicted in the painted dome," Ilou replied. And upon hearing this, it was Vinaway's turn to be astonished, his expression one of incredulity. Observing his surprise, Ilou began to elucidate, "Ilou Kalmuset, my ancestor. The inaugural head of the Kalmuset lineage. He was the fourth-generation king of the gods in this world's Greek mythology and also its ultimate terminator. Vinaway exclaimed, "Bush, Goman? Your background is so formidable?" After hearing Ilou's succinct explanation, Vinaway's mind buzzed. The revelation that this world possessed a fourth-generation god king, and that his brother was a descendant of such a figure, left him in awe. "How can you be so certain?" he queried. In response to this question, Ilou retrieved the sword of opal from his satchel, proudly stating, "The sword of opal belongs to Ilou Kalmuset, having forged countless great deeds alongside him. Do you not see? It resembles the sword depicted in the dome." Vinaway gazed at the sword of opal resting upon the round table, then glanced at the sword held by Ilou Kalmuset in the dome above, his mind nearly overwhelmed. "Furthermore, my family possesses several similar murals, depicting all the imagery I have seen before, all quite familiar." After a brief moment of disorientation, Vinaway finally regained his composure and looked at Ilou with excitement, feeling a mix of happiness and a twinge of envy. "Prince of Elves, you too must possess the Titan Oil Stone. Together, as brothers, who could stand against us in this world?" As Vinaway leaned in, eager to embrace him, Ilou quietly remarked, "Do not become too overzealous. Even I have yet to comprehend the extent of this world's amalgamations." "Ha! You, dear elf, bring me great joy," Vinaway exclaimed, embracing Ilou once more. Ilou did not resist, merely tugging at Vinaway's unruly hair. By the way, Ilou's mind sparked with inspiration as he grasped Vinaway's hand. "Did you summon me merely to witness this? Is there nothing else at hand?" "Not at all, Prince of Elves. I indeed have a matter of significance," Vinaway declared, climbing onto the round table. Spreading his arms wide as he proclaimed, "The great Vinaway is about to establish a world-class organization, one that will permeate and influence countless events." As Iru listened, a flicker of curiosity ignited within her. Vinavy, noticing her intrigue, became increasingly animated. "This organization is called the Extreme Atlantic Magic and Great Mystical Knight Solidarity Society." The name was excessively long, and without hesitation, Iru pointed out the obvious. Vinavy, momentarily disheartened, replied, "What about the Extreme Atlantic Magic Mystical Knight Solidarity Society? Or perhaps the Extreme Atlantic Magic Knight Society? Please, I beg you." "Still too lengthy," Iru retorted. "How about the Extreme Atlantic Magic Society? That is a request I shall cherish for my lifetime." "That sounds splendid." Seeing Iru's acceptance, Vinavy collapsed onto the round table, tears of humiliation welling in his eyes. His dreams of being a magical knight were shattered, yet he felt no despair, for joining was all that mattered. He slid his hands across the table towards Iru, grasping her hands fervently, exclaiming, "Onagai, what assure? It cannot be without you. Iru, let us form this society for eternity." "Very well, I accept," Iru replied, pulling him back into the stone chair. Vinavy was overwhelmed with joy, having expected rejection. "Wonderful. Thank you, noble elven prince," he exclaimed, embracing Iru with both arms, tears of excitement streaming down his face as he sniffled. Iru gently returned the embrace. After releasing him, Iru produced a tissue to wipe his nose. As she did, Vinavy remarked, "From this day forth, noble elven prince, you shall be our #1 member, and I shall be number 0. "That sounds delightful. Vinavy, do you mind if I make some alterations to our society's base?" "Of course not. The hidden sanctuary is a tad too spacious. You must renovate it well, just like the Japanese designers on the shows." "Certainly. The architectural knowledge my father imparted is unparalleled." Ilou raised her chin in a teasing manner and playfully stuck out her tongue. "Today marks the official establishment of the Western Magic Society, a moment worthy of celebration." "What are you looking at?" exclaimed Vinaway. "I am the protagonist here." Suddenly, a long-forgotten system notification resonated in Vinaway's mind, filling him with even more joy. Ilou, noticing his sudden elation, was momentarily taken aback, but the notifications continued to chime. "Achievement unlocked. Elf, the finest companion. Achievement unlocked. Is this the beginning or the potential end of a dream? Achievement unlocked. 0 member. Achievement unlocked. The world, my sanctuary. The society, my aspiration. Achievement unlocked. The story commences, always with joy." The system's notifications rang out in rapid succession, causing Vinaway to leap with excitement, leaving Ilou beside him in a state of bewilderment, unsure of the source of his exhilaration. Although he found her expression somewhat amusing, Vinaway took the time to explain the recent events to Ilou. After hearing this, Ilou began to feel a sense of anticipation, her eyes fixated on Vinaway as she exclaimed, "Your system is truly remarkable. Are there rewards for achievements? Are there rewards? Isn't that simple? Allow me to inspect." With that, Vinaway summoned the system panel, and granted Ilou access to view it, and together they perused a plethora of achievements. Achievement, Elf, the best companion. Congratulations, 100 points. The affection of a certain super elf towards you has reached its zenith. It is at the level of kinship. You cannot ascend any higher. He shall forever be your greatest companion. Though he may occasionally lead you astray, he will always treat you well. Achievement, the world my home. The guild my aspiration. You have founded a guild, embarking on adventures with like-minded companions, which signifies that you have forged a profound bond with this world. Keep it up, confident youth. Who has the highest affinity with you? Do not regard me as an NPC from a strategy game. Upon glimpsing the first achievement, Ilou playfully struck Vinaway's head in mild annoyance, though it was gentle enough that Vinaway hardly felt any pain. He feigned great discomfort, with a hint of grievance, saying, "It's the system's fault. It has nothing to do with the great Vinaway. Let us continue our exploration. Super-leveling system, having you is truly my fortune." After the playful banter, Vinaway and Ilou resumed their examination of the newly added achievements. After a while, they were disheartened to discover that none of the 56 new achievements bore any rewards. "I retract my earlier praise. This system is rather disappointing," Ilou said. Her face clouded with disappointment, having expected something worthwhile. Vinaway manipulated the system panel, searching for an achievement that offered a reward, flipping through the entries with increasing urgency. Until finally, in the first row, he discovered an achievement radiating golden light. Wow, golden legend. Glancing at the list, Ilou found it curious, as it seemed to relate to her earlier achievement, Elf, the best companion. However, upon clicking to view the details, their eyes widened in astonishment. Achievement, Elf, the best companion. Reward obtained, attire holy caretaker. I retract my earlier statements. Ilou silently swallowed her words back. Seeing a genuinely commendable reward, Vinaway eagerly scrolled down. Attire holy caretaker rarity. 5 stars attributes upon wearing. Constitution 10, Spirit 15, Charm 15 unique effect. Fantasy exile. All mental influences are rendered ineffective against the wearer. Special effect. Upon use, the wearer's form will undergo a slight transformation, which is non-permanent and lasts only for the duration of the attire. Exclusive weapon item. Holy spoon. Its characteristic is indestructibility. Description. The holy caretaker from the Bureau of Invisible Boundaries. An adversary of the evil King's true eyes. A killer of the delusional. Possessing the power to obliterate all fantasies. Wear it, confident youth. You shall wield the might to shape the world. Aristire. After witnessing this, Vinaway and Ilou exchanged glances, embraced one another, and exclaimed in unison, "How incredibly cool is this? Is this the true essence of the online literature system? Truly terrifying." Even Ilou could not help but marvel. Once they parted, Vinaway crossed his arms and began to act erratically, muttering incomprehensible nonsense. "Tsubaki Tsubasa? My Tsubasa, he Tsubasa-chan. Soft and adorable." Suddenly, he slapped his cheeks, regained his composure, and remarked, "This won't do. Tsubasa-chan belongs to the strategist, but the strategist is not here. He. My Tsubasa, such a dramatic change, it's utterly terrifying." Iru displayed no concern for his eccentricity. Rather, her expression was one of eager anticipation for the appearance of the ceremonial attire of the holy mediator. "Transform. Quickly transform." He shook Vinaway, who remained engrossed in the legal codex, taking quite some time to recover. "No rush. First, let us behold my divine artifact, the sacred spoon." With a flourish of his left hand and his right arm raised toward the heavens, a swirling mass of black and crimson energy coalesced around his right hand, boundless and exuding an aura of terror. At that moment, the midday sun paled in comparison, its radiance gathering, the red hue becoming increasingly resplendent. With a resounding crash that shook the heavens, the sacred spoon manifested into this world. The spoon's head, shaped in a curve reminiscent of the pie, and its elegantly contoured neck emitted a chilling silver glow. A brownish-yellow linen strip was affixed to the slender handle, providing an unparalleled grip. Everything was so perfect, so seamlessly crafted, that it was utterly delightful to both of them. Vinaway, astonished, held the sacred spoon with reverence, caressing it with both hands, unable to part with it. Like a rare treasure, he presented it to Iru and said, "Prince of Elves, please assist me in testing it." "Yes, my king." Ilou gracefully knelt on one knee, accepting the task with both hands. From her black satchel at her waist, 4 metallic cubes emerged, levitating above the sacred spoon. The scanning module at their base emitted a blue 3-dimensional light, conducting a multidimensional scan. The process was swiftly completed, and the beams from the 4 cubes formed a triangle, with the sacred spoon suspended within. Ilou gazed at the scan report, a hint of surprise crossing her features. It is indeed an entirety, she murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Vinaway inquired, what do you mean by an entirety? All matter is composed of various microscopic structures, and this sacred spoon, both at the micro and macro levels, is indeed an entirety, much like my opal sword. Therefore, theoretically, it cannot be physically destroyed. By the way, the flying stone crystals share this trait. They lack a microscopic structure yet can provide nearly infinite computational power, storage, and energy. Vinaway's eyes sparkled with excitement as he bounced on the marble table. Ilou retrieved the suspended sacred spoon, returning it to him. I've made my decision. The emblem of the Extreme West Magic Society shall be the intersection of Prince Elfru's opal sword and my sacred spoon. Leaping off the table, Vinaway grasped Ilou's shoulders and declared earnestly, this magnificent task of crafting it into a metal is entrusted to you. I shall create a few right away. The bracelet adorning Ilu's left wrist radiated a luminous glow, seamlessly transforming energy into matter, as 6 resplendent golden metals floated gracefully between the two. The opal sword and the sacred spoon intertwined elegantly, accompanied by red and blue ribbons that served as exquisite embellishments, creating a delicate tableau. Oh, how enchanting! Vinaway affixed one of the metals to his chest, while Ilu adorned her golden locks with a medal, securing it in place with a hairpin. Vinaway glanced at the remaining metals, counting them with a hint of confusion. Even with Harry, Ron, and Hermione, our assembly consists of merely 5 members. What purpose does an extra medal serve for the Elven Prince? Consider it a backup, then. Truly, the first member of the society is astute and meticulous. Ilou and Vinaway were eagerly hoping to recruit the 3 young ones into their society, imploring them to join for a lifetime. Oh, come on, Honorage, Wadacy. We shall do whatever is within our capabilities. Please, let us unite for eternity. Hermione, who was diligently working on her homework, along with Harry and Ron, who were copying her work, were momentarily taken aback by the earnestness of the elves and the youth, rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, Hermione finally set down her quill and, with an expression akin to astonishment, inquired about their intentions. Before she could finish her question, Vinaway rushed forward and clasped her right arm, eyes brimming with tears, filled with a plea. Please, refrain from uttering that which is unattainable. Hermione swiftly shook off Vinaway, but the latter wore a satisfied expression, suppressing the urge to retaliate. She turned to Ilou and asked, what is this all about? The matter was thus explained. After a series of clarifications, the 3 young ones finally grasped the situation. Ilou retrieved 3 medals from her pocket and presented them to them. I hereby agree to join the Extreme West Magic Society. Hermione, after accepting, examined the medal closely before placing it in her pocket, which surprised Vinaway and Ilou slightly, as they had thought her the most difficult to convince. Following suit, Harry and Ron also joined, pinning the badges proudly to their chests. Hooray! The elf and the youth exchanged high fives and embraced, joyfully bouncing about. Hermione glanced at them and remarked, shall we go take a look? The 2 led them to the 6th floor, where the entrance to the hidden sanctuary, or rather the Extreme West Magic Society, stood open, revealing the mysteries within. The trio couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Gold, marble, and jewels, never before had they encountered such treasures, especially Hermione and Harry, while Ron occasionally had glimpsed silver sickles and gold galleons. Isn't it magnificent? This is the wondrous discovery of the Great Vinaway, the headquarters of the Extreme West Magic Society. Vinaway spread her arms wide and climbed onto the round table. Hermione, witnessing this, admonished her, saying, get down. This is an artifact. In truth, the entirety of Hogwarts is a millennium-old artifact, including the very floor beneath our feet. Hermione felt slightly embarrassed upon hearing this, while Harry and Ron nonchalantly walked past. Taking a seat on the stone chairs, swaying their heads, Hermione joined them. Though autumn had set in, the stone chairs did not feel particularly cold. Rather, they were pleasantly warm and comfortable. The 3 wore expressions of contentment, while Ilou found this curious. He touched the stone chair, still cool to the touch, and gingerly sat down, noting, it is cold. Oh, well, it matters not. After all, I am not human. Noticing Ilou's sudden sigh, Vinaway, though puzzled, continued with exuberance. Today, the Extreme West Magic Society is established. Due to the antiquity of this place, dust was abundant. He wiped the table, leaving a handprint of dust behind. Thus, the first member, the Elven Prince, was entrusted with the task of renovating the establishment, transforming it into a more habitable space. The applause from the remaining 4 members resonated, further delighting Winnie as he continued his speech. Meanwhile, Hermione, feeling somewhat annoyed by the speech, leaned back against the stone chair to relax. However, her gaze was drawn to the painted patterns on the dome above. With a focused expression, she retrieved a book from her bag and began to compare the illustrations within to the vibrant designs overhead. In contrast to the remnants of the Opal Temple in Greece, although smaller in scale, the details here were far more intricate and the colors more vivid. Why did Hogwarts possess such artistry? Hermione pondered the implications, her scholarly mind racing. Winnie, in the midst of his declaration, caught a glimpse of her extensive notes and felt a sense of confusion. Minister, what are you writing? Don't bother me. Hermione, lost in thought, impatiently pushed Winnie aside and resumed her examination of the materials. After a moment, she took a deep breath and glanced over at Ilou, who was enjoying an ice cream. Ilou, you recognize those paintings, don't you? She inquired, pointing at the dome. Ilou set down his spoon and nodded slightly. Those are from our first family head. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, Hermione's expression grew more serious. Just moments ago, she had a sudden realization. The renowned Kalmuset family was likely not only famous in the ordinary world, but perhaps held significant prominence in every realm, known or unknown to her. She felt as though she was on the brink of discovering a profound truth. I must not dwell on this any longer. Though a flicker of fear emerged within her, her insatiable thirst for knowledge remained unquenched. What other secrets did the ancient and formidable Kalmuset family harbor that the world was unaware of? She gazed at Ilou, contemplating the path of truth unfolding before her. As the child of the current family head, Ilou must know many things that others do not. By aligning myself with him, I am certain to unveil these secrets. Though this pursuit might come at a cost to Hermione, her yearning for knowledge was too strong to ignore. Initially believing that joining Hogwarts would sever her ties to the Kalmuset family, Ilou's appearance presented an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Ilou, feeling Hermione's sudden surge of desire, was taken aback, completely unaware of the situation unfolding. Well, perhaps I should visit the library and explore the history of Hogwarts. Observing Ilou's bewilderment, Hermione ultimately chose to remain silent. Deceiving a friend for personal gain was beyond her. It would be better to consult historical texts first. And if any insurmountable questions arose, she could always return to Ilou for further enlightenment. Subsequently, Hermione placed all her materials back into her bag, as if nothing had transpired. This behavior puzzled the other 3 witnesses present. Bush, Minister, what troubles you? Winnie did not possess the mind-reading talent that Ilou had to a certain extent. He was utterly perplexed. It seems I must hasten to finish the Greek mythology and the opus text given by the elven prince. Otherwise, navigating this world will be as trivial as child's play. In this moment, Winnie profoundly recognized the significance of cognition, akin to the distinction between apes and humans. The disparity between wisdom and wisdom. I am no more than a native, perhaps even inferior to them. Shaking his head, Winnie summoned the sacred spoon. While Ilou drew forth the opal sword, their weapons crossing in unison, Harry, Ron, and Hermione gazed at the incongruous spoon. Sensing that Winnie's mental state might be somewhat questionable, who in their right mind would wield a spoon as a weapon? Ilou's sword, on the other hand, was far more striking and elegant. Even though it was a mere head taller than Ilou, the combination of silver and blue was truly captivating. Ding, ding, ding. The tower bells rang out, signaling the conclusion of the midday break, prompting a chorus of lamentation from countless students as the 5 of them descended the stairs, closing the door to their gathering. On a certain day in October, hey, Elven Prince, it was yet another tranquil and harmonious day. In the morning, just after class, Winnie strolled through the corridors after leaving the potions dungeon, intending to find Luna for some amusement, but instead, he discovered Ilou sitting alone by the Black Lake. Winnie vaulted over the stone railing and jogged to Ilou's side, playfully tapping the back of his head. Ilou did not respond, his gaze fixed silently upon the serene surface of the lake. Ignoring the lack of reply, Winnie crouched down and tapped Ilou's back again. This time, Ilou finally stirred, extending a hand to pull Winnie beside him, still intently observing the lake, and slowly said, I am contemplating how to annihilate the world. Brother, you seem to be a tad extreme. Winnie took this remark lightly, fully aware of Ilou's formidable capabilities. Should the world's standard be the solar system, he could likely achieve such a feat with ease. Ilou remained silent, gazing intently at the tranquil surface of the water, awaiting the opportune moment. Seeing this, Vinnie also quieted, joining him in his vigil. After a brief interlude, ripples suddenly broke the serene surface. Ilou's eyes sharpened, and with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he leapt into the lake without causing a single splash. Ah, It was only a second later that Vinny Wei comprehended the extraordinary event that had just unfolded. He stood in stunned silence, quickly rising to anxiously scrutinize the previously undisturbed lake. Meanwhile, Ilou was engaged in an exhilarating chase at the bottom of the dark lake, swimming with remarkable swiftness, unimpeded and at ease, surpassing even the Pacific sailfish, freed from the constraints of breathing and physical limitations, endowed with an essence that transcended carbon and life itself. He thrived effortlessly in both land and sea. There you are. Ilou pursued the fish relentlessly, and upon closing the distance, he opened his cavernous jaws and captured it in an instant. The unfortunate fish, lacking in wisdom and unable to comprehend the sounds emitted by the creature pursuing it, met its fate, vanishing into the depths of the lake. On the shore, Vinny Wei awaited anxiously, recalling the presence of a colossal octopus rumored to inhabit these waters. Having recently witnessed its enormous tentacles, he feared for Ilou's safety. With a splash, a golden figure emerged from the lake, water droplets cascading from his golden hair and pointed ears. It was Ilou, gently clutching a thrashing salmon in his mouth, its belly swollen with roe. "I'm coming," Vinny Wei managed to exclaim, though his words were somewhat muffled by the fish. Ilou glided through the water, making his way to the shore where Vinny Wei awaited. Upon seeing him approach, Vinny Wei hastily extended his hand to pull him ashore. At that moment, Ilou appeared transformed, his body remarkably clean, and his attire equally pristine. "So, you are here to catch fish? Cannot you simply fish?" Vinny Wei inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion after listening to Ilou's explanation. Ilou shook his head and replied, "I detest fishing. It is far more convenient to catch fish directly from the sea, and the experience of swimming is rather delightful. You are just like the Sea King." "Arthur, by the way, have you ever seen Atlantis while swimming in the ocean?" "I have visited a few times. It is extraordinarily beautiful," Ilou recalled. Vinny Wei gasped in astonishment. "Bushkaman, it truly exists? This world is simply invincible." As Vinny Wei reveled in excitement, Ilou crouched down and picked up a salmon from the ground, biting off its head and chewing it with nonchalance. Vinny Wei shuddered at the sight, finding the act of consuming a live fish rather cruel. "Such barbarity! Prince of the Elves, how do you differ from a beast? Would it not be better to prepare it properly and roast it? You seem to overlook a crucial detail. I am not human." Ilou continued to chew, not even discarding the skull, before taking another bite from the fish's belly. "A few months ago, I was competing with grizzly bears for fish roe. I trained them to be quite obedient." Upon hearing this, Vinny Wei declared solemnly, "Those not of my kind will surely have different hearts," and was promptly met with a playful tap on the head from Ilou, who then crouched down defensively. Before long, Ilou finished the entire fish, tidied up his belongings, and prepared to accompany Vinny Wei to class. In the corridor, the two made their way to the spell-casting classroom, appearing as close as true brothers. If all went as expected, today's lesson would be on the levitation spell. "Prince of the Elves, I can hardly contain my excitement to witness the explosive genius, Oppenheimer, in action." Vinny Wei exclaimed with unrestrained joy, envisioning the scene with immense delight. Ilou walked thoughtfully, exhaling softly as she remarked, "Seamus is undoubtedly a gifted player. Despite my numerous tutoring sessions with him, they have proven utterly fruitless." As the two conversed, they encountered Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Vinny at a corner, who were jovially linked arm in arm, making their way to the classroom. Upon entering, they settled into their seats, and before long, the other students arrived, filling the room with a vibrant buzz of excitement. "Silence, please," Professor Flitwick commanded from atop a wooden box, his hands firmly planted on the lectern, urging the students to quiet down. With a flourish of his wand, feathers began to flutter down onto the desks. "Today, I believe it is time to teach you the levitation charm. Please form pairs, with each pair sharing a feather." The students obediently divided into pairs, Ilou with Vinny, Harry with Luna, Seamus with Neville, Hermione with Ron, and Draco with his sycophant. Among them, Hermione and Ron exchanged glances filled with discontent, their eyes sparking with barely contained tension, while Harry looked perplexedly at the eccentric girl beside him, who merely smiled back. Meanwhile, the pairing of Ilou and Vinny was not only harmonious but also amusing, leaving Draco and his companion merely gaping. "Excellent, excellent," Professor Flitwick exclaimed, satisfied as he clapped his hands upon seeing the students paired off. He then raised his wand, demonstrating for the class a flick and a swish. A flick and a swish, then say, "Wingardium Leviosa." Remember, do not mispronounce it. You wouldn't want to find yourself crushed by a rampaging bull, would you? The students listened attentively, each brandishing their wands and beginning to chant the incantation. With a whoosh, the feather before Ilou soared into the air as she deftly maneuvered her wand, causing it to glide effortlessly. Vinny soon followed suit, directing his feather to dance in the air while humming, "Oh baby, you're simply too beautiful," eliciting laughter throughout the classroom. Marvelous job, Mr. Kalmuset and Mr. Osasoko. 5 points each for Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. With his friends succeeding, Ron stared despondently at his own feather, feeling utterly defeated, while Hermione, casting a disdainful glance at him, raised her wand and declared, "Wingardium Leviosa." The feather successfully floated upwards, prompting Professor Flitwick to praise it and add an additional 5 points. Observing Hermione's smug expression, Ron felt a twinge of discontent. Just as he was about to speak again, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from behind, causing all the students to turn their heads. It was revealed that Seamus and Neville, with their combined efforts, had transformed the levitation charm into an explosive spell. Sitting below, Ilou waved her wand at them, instantly rendering Seamus and Neville's appearance immaculate. Professor Flitwick, still somewhat concerned, decided to send the two to the hospital wing, contemplating whether it was prudent to teach this group of students any further spells. Thus, the lesson on charms concluded. On a certain day in October, at noon, Prince of Elves, I have a request. In the corridor, Vinoy stood before Ilou, bowing deeply with an unprecedented seriousness. Meanwhile, Ilou, seated on a stone railing and enjoying an ice cream, appeared somewhat flustered. He hastily consumed the entire ice cream along with its glass, jumped down, and helped Vinoy up, saying, "No need to bow, Neville. Just tell me what you need. I will certainly agree to what I can." Upon hearing this, Vinoy raised his head and slowly said, "Do you not think, Prince of Elves, that you bear a striking resemblance to a certain character from an anime?" "Me?" Ilou gently caressed her face, tucking a strand of golden hair behind her ear, pondering her own eyes with a sense of bewilderment. Was golden hair and blue eyes a hallmark of a particular lineage? Were not many characters adorned in such a manner? As she gazed at Ilou, who stood nearly half a head shorter, Vinny displayed an enigmatic expression, his nefarious plot gradually taking shape. He retrieved his iPhone 11 Pro Max from the pocket of his short skirt, unlocked the device with 3D recognition, and scrolled through the password-protected album. After sifting through the images, he found one and handed it to the still contemplative Ilou, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. Ilou cast a puzzled glance at him, yet without hesitation, she took the phone and gazed at the image displayed upon it. It depicted a captivating female character from the realm of anime, with emerald green eyes and golden hair fashioned into a braid secured by a cerulean ribbon. Flanking her cheeks were strands of golden hair, and atop her head rested a single, whimsically curved golden tuft. She donned a battle dress that was strikingly familiar to Ilou, featuring robust silver armor that shielded her upper body, adorned with azure stripes, while the armor seamlessly transitioned into a flowing skirt of gold, blue, and silver hues. Ilou gazed vacantly at the character depicted in the image, finding her strikingly beautiful. Everything felt oddly familiar yet simultaneously foreign. Who is this person? Niue. He lifted his head, his eyes brimming with inquiry, while Vinoy's pupils widened in disbelief that Ilou did not recognize this character. Vinoy struggled to suppress his emotions and asked, "Our king is as beautiful as a painting, the Prince of Elves. Have you not heard of him?" "Who?" "This is King Arthur, the King of Knights, the King of the Awkward Hair, the most popular character from Fate, Saber, Artoria Pendragon. You are a traveler, and you do not know this." Vinoy completely lost his composure, even neglecting to use the formal address. King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon? Ilra captured several key phrases in his words, thoughtfully stroking his chin. "I am familiar with this character. A portrait of him hangs in my home, a prized collection of the ogre household. Niue, your gender perception seems to be mistaken. Although King Arthur possesses striking beauty and shares a certain color palette with this individual, he is undoubtedly a man of great vigor." I felt faint as Niue's words struck me. What Ilra described and what was conveyed were entirely divergent. Is he truly from another dimension? Ahem. Let us set that aside for now. Do you not perceive the resemblance between yourself and her? Resemblance? Now that you mention it, there is indeed a similarity. However, my eyes are blue, while this figure in the image possesses emerald green ones. Ilou carefully appreciates this character. In her previous life, he was indeed a part of the secondary dimension, albeit in a rather diluted manner, akin to a bucket of water with but a grain of salt. By the time he immersed himself in the secondary dimension, he was already in his 20s, burdened with the necessity of earning a living and attending to his grand ambitions. He lacked the energy to delve deeply into the earlier facets of this realm, contenting himself merely with watching a few animated series. Ilou vividly remembers the first anime she ever watched, a spectacular battle of humanoid gems. Her greatest passion lies in gemstones, and she found the anime to be quite beautiful. She had heard it was adapted from a manga, but lacked the energy to delve into the comic. The term fate did not resonate with her. She had previously heard it described as a two-dimensional exploration of history, yet she had no interest in studying the past. Moreover, given that this seemed to be quite an old franchise, she had even less inclination to investigate further. Vinaway gazed at the Navi Ilulu, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. It was profoundly sorrowful that her dear friend could not comprehend or appreciate the things she cherished. The weight of loneliness was suffocating, as she had no confidant to share her thoughts with. The pain was unbearable. Fate is a franchise. There is a game, Elf Prince. Haven't you ever played it? A game? My apologies, but I have never engaged in gaming. IRU has never engaged in gaming, whether online, offline, or on consoles. This is not solely due to a lack of equipment, but also because he lacks the energy for such endeavors. Even watching an anime can be utterly exhausting for him. How could one expect him to play games? Upon hearing this, Vinaway's anxious heart sank completely. Observing IRU's utterly innocent gaze and sensing his remarkably pure understanding, Vinaway realized that IRU was indeed a paragon among reincarnators. He collapsed against the stone railing, tears of regret streaming from the corners of his eyes, his body turning a pallid shade, resembling ash. Hey, Vini, what is wrong? Upon witnessing Vinaway suddenly fall to the ground, IRU rushed over, propping him up against the wall. Expressing his concern, he even retrieved an energy pill from his satchel and offered it to Vinaway. Vinaway pushed IRU's hand away, revealing a vacant expression, as if he had been played to the point of utter defeat. Please don't act this way. There are things I can learn about. For the sake of friendship, I am willing to do anything, IRU said, genuinely worried about Vinaway's current state. Feeling the warmth of IRU's concern, Vinaway suddenly turned his head and looked at the sprite before him, inquiring, "Oh, Prince of Elves, do enlighten me. Am I in a female-oriented narrative or a male-oriented one?" IRU was momentarily taken aback by the question, then responded, "How would I know? I am not a being of higher dimensions, and there seems to be no distinction across any frequency." Under IRU's attentive concern, Vinaway finally regained his vibrancy, restoring his confidence in shades of orange and red. Oh. He stood there, raising his left hand to adjust the brim of his hat, an action that IRU interpreted as that of a rebellious youth of 17. The elven Prince Vinaway turned to IRU and inquired, "What do you believe is the ultimate goal of a traverser?" He gazed at the ethereal city suspended in the sky, which had become a familiar sight to the students of Hogwarts over the course of the past month. Ilou pondered for a moment and remarked, "Everyone's ideals and goals differ. What about yours, Ilou?" "Mine?" Ilou pointed to herself, and after a brief silence, she continued, "It should be somewhat aligned with the aspirations of the Kalmuset family." "And what might those be?" "You should take the time to explore them. Refer to the 2 books I gave you." Ilou playfully tugged at Vinaway's hair in a mock reprimand. By the stone railing, Ilou and Vinaway sat facing each other, gazing into one another's eyes yet shyly averting their gazes. "So, Vinaway?" Ilou was the first to break the silence, noticing Vinaway's renewed vigor. She recalled the earlier conversation and inquired, "What did you want me to do?" "Eh?" Vinaway was taken aback that Ilou had brought up her request again, feeling quite embarrassed. He scratched his head sheepishly and said, "I merely wish for you to don attire akin to Artoria's, to indulge in a bit of cosplay and fulfill my fantasy." "Couldn't you have just said so directly?" Ilou cast a reproachful glance at him. Vinaway quickly apologized, "I'm sorry. I just didn't expect you. As an otherworldly spirit, to be unaware of fate, it truly surprised me." "Well, it's not that I don't know it. I believe fate pertains to historical studies in the realm of anime, but I have little interest in history," Ilou replied. "What does that even mean? Are you still referring to fate?" Subsequently, the two ventured to a secluded location, devoid of any onlookers, preparing to commence the cosplay endeavor as envisioned by Vinaway. Ilou positioned herself in a spot where the light was somewhat more favorable, extending her right hand to lightly tap the necklace adorning her neck. Instantly, her attire began to transform, until it mirrored perfectly the garments worn by Artoria in the image on her phone. She tidied her hair, styling it in a manner strikingly reminiscent of Artoria's, although its length necessitated the use of an invisibility spell to conceal the excess. The once suppressed cowlick now perked up successfully, joyfully swaying and imparting a distinctive flair to Ilou's appearance, setting it apart from her previous style. "What do you think, Niwe?" Ilou lifted the corners of his mouth with his right hand, adorned with an armored gauntlet, revealing a smile that, while not particularly unattractive, was tinged with a hint of awkwardness, as he gently raised the hem of his skirt in a slight bow. It was evident that he was somewhat out of his element. This, however, was understandable, for Foucault had never coerced Ilou into donning women's attire. Although he had experimented with knee-length skirts, he had never before worn a gown of such length. "Ah, the Elven Prince, Artoria's battle skirt suits you splendidly. I am utterly exhilarated," exclaimed Vinaway, who was recording the moment with his iPhone 11 Pro Max, capturing every angle multiple times. Yet, as he positioned the camera directly in front of Ilou, he suddenly paused, stroking his chin in contemplation as he regarded him. It seems something is still amiss. "Dear Elven Prince, might you adorn yourself with colored contact lenses?" "Colored lenses?" Ilou shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity with the term. Vinaway sighed and spent several minutes elucidating the concept. This time, Ilou comprehended. It was merely a means to alter the color of one's eyes. He gently caressed his eyes, transforming his azure irises into a striking emerald hue, reminiscent of precious gemstones. Observing this change, Vinaway nodded in approval and gestured for Ilou to produce a sword-shaped prop. Ilou observed his movements with a knowing smile, then approached the adjacent stone platform. From her satchel, she retrieved her opal sword, measuring 43 inches, approximately 110 centimeters. It was worth noting that Ilou stood at a mere 130 centimeters tall. This was akin to a young girl wielding a colossal sword. A peculiar sound escaped Subalasawini from AS Nation. "Excellent, simply splendid." Aside from her pointed elven ears, Ilou embodied the innate form of the holy Artoria, truly remarkable. He seized his phone and began to take a flurry of photographs, reveling in the boundless capacity of wireless storage. "Are you ready, Niwe?" Iryu stood there, gripping the opal sword, feeling as though he had been standing for several minutes, boredom creeping in. Vinaway glanced at the album, grinning as he exclaimed, "No, no, no." He flipped through the pages, revealing a dazzling array of images featuring various anime characters, each more captivating than the last, eliciting a surprised gasp from Iryu. Characters like Maruhir, Sinknir Barian, Gilgamesh, Aqua, Ruby, Lucy Heartfilia, Azusa Izawa, Bamamai, Ijuin Unko, and Eriri, among others, filled the pages. "So because I have blonde hair, you want me to cosplay as these characters? What if I were to transform my hair to silver? Would you then expect me to embody every silver-haired character? And what about Sinknir Barian and Gilgamesh? Do I resemble a female or a male?" Though these thoughts crossed his mind, Iryu's fondness for Vinaway remained undiminished. After all, he had declared that he would do anything for his friends. This sentiment was something he could endure. Iryu proceeded to don various outfits, striking a multitude of poses, with Vinaway eagerly capturing every moment on video and in photographs. Despite a touch of annoyance, Iryu had to concede that many of the characters he had just cosplayed, though unfamiliar, were indeed delightful. For instance, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Maruhir. Although there were discrepancies in their ears and other features, the overall likeness was striking. While Iryu pondered these characters, Vinaway's voice suddenly rang out, "These are fantastic. Super Elf, let us shoot a few more." It was clear he wished to capture even more moments. "Quiet, Neville. I no longer wish to cosplay. I simply desire happiness." Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Vinaway was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure as he looked at the now sullen Iryu, who appeared to be wearing a conical hat. "Wait, what is happening?" The atmosphere seemed to turn frigid, causing Vinaway to sneeze involuntarily. When he turned back to the elf, he found Iryu had raised the opal sword, striking a combat stance. Iryu was currently cosplaying as Sinknir Barian, and he looked identical. "Wait a moment," Vinaway exclaimed, waving his hands in a flurry, shivering in the chilling environment. "What are you planning to do, Super Elf?" A gentleman engages in action without words. Sneezing is not the same as speaking without engaging. There is no further need for discussion. "Niwe, draw your sword." Illa gazed upon the shivering Winnie, frozen in fear, though a pang of compassion stirred within her. She resolutely drew the opal sword from its sheath. Upon seeing the gleaming, silvery blade, Winnie was taken aback, trembling as he summoned the sacred spoon, bracing himself for battle. In a flash, quicker than a cheetah, Illa lunged forward, her sword aimed straight at his vulnerable throat. With a clang, Winnie barely managed to deflect the strike with his spoon, their weapons clashing and sparking. Illa scoffed, dismissing the moment with a flick of her wrist as she deftly swept aside the spoon and, with a firm thrust, pierced through Winnie's defenses. Realizing the impending danger, Winnie narrowly evaded the incoming blade, but before he could turn back, Illa struck again directly, gripping the spoon tightly. He maneuvered it just in time to escape yet another deadly thrust. Do you recall who was the world martial arts champion last year? She taunted, immobilizing the spoon with her sword, looking down upon the terrified Winnie with an air of ease and tenderness. It was none other than me, your adorable opponent. With that, Ilou executed a sweeping kick, causing Winnie to lose his footing and crash to the ground, his ribs and other body parts compressed painfully, the spoon slipping from his grasp. As he struggled to rise, Ilou's sword pinned him to the earth, the opal sword piercing through his chest, nailing him mercilessly to the ground. A metallic scent of rust mingled with the red liquid pooling beneath him, gradually spreading across the tiled floor. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he turned his head to glance at Ilou, unable to comprehend his fate. Before he could fully articulate his thoughts, Ilou raised her left foot, pressing it against his back, eliciting a whimper of agony from Winnie. "Does that feel comfortable?" she inquired in the most endearing tone while uttering the most terrifying words. Although Ilou remained beautiful, to Winnie, she appeared utterly fearsome. With a swift motion, Ilou withdrew the opal sword, worsening Winnie's already grievous wounds. With both his lung and heart severely injured, especially with the lung punctured, Winnie succumbed to despair, collapsing to the ground, unable to muster even a single muscle. Ilou remained utterly indifferent to the agonizingly contorted form of Vinaway, continuing to meticulously slice through his limbs with a sharp blade. Tendons, ligaments, major and minor arteries, his left leg, right leg, all were gradually severed by Ilou, rendering the scene akin to a crimson fountain. "Ilou, what has become of you?" Vinaway's eyes were smeared with a viscous, crimson liquid. His body similarly marred. Though it could scarcely be said he possessed any other parts, he was reduced to a mere torso and a single right hand. At this moment, Vinaway had transformed to mirror the hue of his hair. "I'm quite well. And you?" Ilou's speech was still laced with an inclination to embellish himself with various suffixes. Yet the thick, red liquid coating his face and body sent shivers down the spine. "Oh, by the way, what shall we cosplay next?" Vinaway whimpered. "It hurts. It hurts so much." The muscles of his face had entirely lost their control. He could scarcely articulate his pain, only managing to emit vague whimpers. Ilou gently caressed his face, uttering, "So, what shall we cosplay? How about his remnants? Preferably something revealing, like gee, don't say that, Ilou." Each utterance felt as though myriad needles were dancing wildly within his marrow. Fortunately, Ilou had thoughtfully severed Vinaway's nerves moments before. Otherwise, his torment would have been exponentially greater. Ilou's tender words echoed in Vinaway's ears, which was peculiar considering he could no longer hear. How could he still perceive them? As his vision blurred, he sensed tears streaming down his cheeks. This was not surprising. In his previous life, Vinaway had perished at the tender age of 16, and even in this existence, he was but 11, his mental state remaining quite juvenile. "Are you crying?" Upon witnessing that solitary tear, Ilou's azure pupils briefly regained clarity before swiftly morphing into a fierce glare, exclaiming in agitation, "Crying? Why are you crying? What right do you have to weep? What gives you the audacity?" Ilou's tone grew increasingly agitated, her expression more frenzied, as she gripped the opal sword tightly, wreaking havoc upon the tiled floor. "It is I who schemes for destruction. By what right do you compel me? I refuse to be coerced." Memories from her past life surged forth, each more unbearable than the last, driving her to madness. The recollections she longed to forget tormented her relentlessly. Why must she be treated with gentleness when she was met with cruelty? Why, despite her reluctance, was she forced time and again into various tasks? She had been nothing but kind to all of you. Why must you impose such demands upon me? Why must you treat me in this manner? Ilou swung his long sword repeatedly, transforming the surroundings into ruins, his agitation escalating with each strike. At that moment, Vinaway, with his mangled right hand, grasped Ilou's ankle, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground, ending up face to face with Vinaway. With a resounding slap, Vinaway summoned all his strength to strike Ilou's face, leaving him momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Vinaway. "If you don't wish to be coerced, simply voice your thoughts. I won't allow you to create such chaos." "It hurts," Vinaway spoke slowly, maintaining a steady tone while fighting to keep his eyelids from drooping. Upon hearing his words, Ilou's gaze instantly returned to its former hue, though his body remained incapable of trembling, droplets of crimson rain cascading down. "What have I done? To strike my own friend?" Witnessing the ghastly state of Vinaway, Ilou's pupils constricted, and an unprecedented loathing for himself surged within. Noticing that Ilou seemed to regain clarity, Vinaway's racing heart finally found tranquility. As Ilou sensed the life force of Vinaway swiftly waning, the emotions within him diminished as well. Staggering to his feet, Ilou hurriedly cradled Vinaway in his arms. Blue magic flowed continuously from his body, surging into Vinaway's shattered form, swiftly mending it. Vinaway, I was wrong. You cannot die. You must not die. Ilou's body trembled as he tightly embraced the fractured Winnie, a deep sense of regret washing over him. Why had he not rejected the interruption sooner? If only he had voiced his feelings earlier, concealing those vulnerabilities, Winnie would not be in this state. He could not bear the thought of losing a friend. He simply could not. Yet, the reality of his mental illness had been exposed, and Winnie, a reincarnated soul with a fierce aversion to evil, would undoubtedly despise him. In his arms, Winnie, now undergoing magical healing, was gradually recovering. His shattered limbs were mending, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld Ilou's face, etched with fear and remorse. His once perky ears drooped completely, his eyes had lost their luster, and even his golden hair had become disheveled. Feeling the quivering small body, Winnie, to Ilou's astonishment, let out a soft laugh. How could I ever dislike you? That was not your true intention, was it? You are my dearest companion, forever my greatest ally. I concealed my mental afflictions and nearly harmed you. Ilou turned his head, unable to meet Vinaway's gaze any longer, while his hands remained dutifully wrapped around the act of healing. At this moment, the roles of the elf and the human seemed to have reversed, with Vinaway now offering comfort instead of receiving it from Ilou. Do not forget, I shall ultimately be crowned as king. A king embodies all, including you. Ilou, you shall forever remain my prince. As Ilou sensed the warmth of his concern, her expression gradually softened. Avoiding his gaze, she murmured softly, Naiwi, what kind of compensation do you desire? I shall certainly fulfill it, even if it means risking everything of Laputa and the essence of magic. Compensation? Such a delightful prospect. The feeble Naiwi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed Ilou, his gaze lingering on her elegantly pointed elven ears. May I touch your ears to my heart's content? Feel free to touch them any time. Huh? Touch my ears? Is that for real? Ilou's face slowly flushed, for she had never experienced such an intimacy. Not even from her parents, of which she was unaware. Yet, in the face of Naiwi's eager gaze, she regretted her previous actions and found herself unable to refuse. All right. Upon hearing Ilou's unwavering consent, Naiwi rubbed his hands together in glee, emitting a rather peculiar chuckle. One cannot deny that Naiwi's mental state was quite remarkable. Despite having narrowly escaped death moments ago, he now appeared completely unperturbed, save for a slight mess on his attire. Ilou felt a myriad of emotions emanating from Vinaway's embrace. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of cherries. This marked the 6th time she had blushed since 1984. Acknowledging her own culpability, she could not refuse. Yet perhaps she could delay it, at the very least, to allow him to prepare himself mentally. Could Vinaway afford to wait? Shyly averting her gaze, Ilou appeared woefully fragile, a stark contrast to her previous fervor. Witnessing her vulnerability, Vinaway felt a rush of blood to his head, hastily pinching his nose to compose himself. The sight of a bashful elven sword-wielding girl was truly splendid. He could not let his lewd thoughts wander, and with a nod, he acquiesced to Ilou's request. Pondering his own curiosity, perhaps now was the time to inquire further. Yes, Elven Prince, why were you so tempestuous just now? Did I inadvertently unearth wounds from a past life? It was reminiscent of those daily dramas where protagonists and supporting characters suddenly found themselves in emotional turmoil. Upon hearing Vinaway's consent, Ilou relaxed momentarily, only to stiffen again at his probing question, her mind wrestling with whether to divulge her thoughts. Fear not. My prince is ever forgiving. What burdens weigh upon your heart? Speak freely. After a moment of contemplation, Ilou gazed into Vinaway's eyes and slowly articulated. Do you know the significance of keywords? Vinaway paused, momentarily caught off guard as he recalled the term. Could it be that, whenever I encounter certain stimuli, my psyche reacts intensely, just as it happened earlier, akin to an animal responding to a reward mechanism? Offering a treat elicits a conditioned response, and I too. My parents take me annually to a psychologist for mental assessments. Despite their assurances of my well-being, I am acutely aware that the reality is far from favorable. Is this not a manifestation of post-traumatic stress behavior? Vinaway quickly grasped the implications, drawing upon a long-forgotten understanding of mental afflictions, and upon seeing his comprehension. Ilou nodded in affirmation. As Ilou was about to articulate his thoughts, words eluded him, and Vinaway did not press him. Understanding that the tension was merely a manifestation of Ilou's own stress, not his fault. Noticing Ilou's sudden silence, with his gaze occasionally drifting towards him, Vinaway swiftly engaged his intellect, arriving at a profound realization. His earlier actions had inadvertently provoked Ilou's discomfort, In essence, it was an imposition, a violation of consent. And the truth began to crystallize in Vinaway's mind. Sensing a shift in the emotions enveloping him, a sense of relief mingled with a tinge of guilt washed over Iru, who looked on in confusion. Suddenly, Vinaway enveloped Iru in a warm embrace, his hands firmly clasped around Iru's back, resting his head on his left shoulder. Deeply attuned to the rhythm of his breath, Ilou was startled and attempted to break free, but upon realizing that this person was Vinaway, she immediately settled down. The position of the two was quite peculiar. Vinaway was cradled in Ilou's embrace, leaving her shy and uncertain about where to place her hands. Ding! Congratulations to Ilou for achieving, Vinaway, the best partner. Forever accepting you, forever understanding you, forever by your side. Vinaway mimicked the system's voice beside Ilou's ear. And upon hearing those words, Ilou couldn't help but smile, gently wrapping her arms around Vinaway. Thank you, Vinaway. Ilou finally recognized that Vinaway did not harbor any disdain for her. On the contrary, he understood and embraced her. Humph, could the great Vinaway truly be a gentleman? Or rather a scoundrel? They embraced for a while, and after Ilou released her hold, Vinaway reluctantly let go. At that moment, the healing magic had completed its work, and Vinaway was as good as new, limbs intact. Standing upon the crimson floor, he began to strike numerous cool poses to inspect his body for any imperfections. After a series of poses, he realized that his new form fit him perfectly. Ilou's healing magic is truly invincible, as long as one clings to life. Even the slightest flicker of brain activity can be restored, without any lingering side effects. Vinaway exclaimed, "The new body granted by the healing magic is absolutely marvelous. It's simply magnificent. Now, come forth, Prince of Elves. Allow me the pleasure of playfully toying with your ears." Fully rejuvenated, Vinaway waved her arms and approached Ilou, who remained kneeling on the floor. Oh. As Iru witnessed this, his face flushed once more. He conceded that he had indeed harbored some mischievous thoughts, hoping to divert Winnie's attention to make him forget that request, planning to later compensate him with high technology and magic. Yet, how could Winnie, a being transcending humanity, be so easily swayed? He had long been augmented, far beyond the realm of mortals. How could he forget such an enticing proposition? Thus, as fate would have it, Iru resigned himself to his circumstances, bowing his head. Winnie, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, splashed crimson liquid from the floor. Ignoring the bright red staining his body, he swiftly knelt before Iru, who, by now, had shyly covered his eyes. Winnie's hand gently grasped those delicate ears, tenderly squeezing them, sending a delightful sensation through his fingertips that left him utterly captivated. Iru's ears are quite distinctive. Not as large or elongated as those of the Furong Wang, nor as diminutive as Amelia's. The contours within are not overly intricate, rather. They embody a refined and endearing quality. They resemble a superposition of the Ring King and a Japanese-style fantasy elf. The ears serve as an indicator of his current emotions. They do not typically perk up but instead rest in a gently drooping position, signifying a tranquil inner state. At present, Iru's ears are in a shy posture, tilting backward and downward. Vinaway is uncertain about the sensations of other states, but at this moment, they feel exceedingly soft and plush, possessing a delightful resilience rather than rigidity. The more one touches them, the more one becomes enchanted, and one's expression unintentionally transforms into one of exuberance. A fleeting glimmer of silver danced upon Ilou's golden hair, a detail that Vinaway keenly perceived, yet found no evidence to substantiate it. Dismissing it as a mere illusion as she continued to pinch her ears. "May I cease?" Just as Vinaway became engrossed in her playful manipulation, a faint voice from the silvery-haired sprite reached her ears, rousing her from her reverie. Turning her gaze, she was startled to find Ilou's face awash in a deep crimson hue, steam inexplicably rising from her head, reminiscent of a fantastical realm. Vinaway halted her mischievous hands, cleared her throat with gentlemanly decorum, and, with an unflinching demeanor, remarked, "Prince of Elves, your ears indeed possess a delightful texture, yet I assure you, I am not enraptured." Ilou's cheeks were flushed and swollen, her azure eyes filled with disbelief. After all, she had experienced it herself, albeit only a few times, yet it had been quite pleasurable. This instance of touch felt distinctly different from self-scratching or receiving a scratch from another. After a brief moment, her complexion returned to normal as she tidied their garments in the crimson-tiled floor. Then, she retrieved a spray can from her bag on the stone platform and handed it to Vinaway. "What is this?" Vinaway inquired, curiously examining the green canister. Ilou glanced at it and replied, "It's a remedy for my condition." A concentrated peppermint spray that, when applied to my face during an episode of rage, would likely cause me to faint. It's a Bear Defense Plus version, specifically for fending off sprites. Vinaway's eyes sparkled with excitement at such a clever solution for dealing with Ilou. Just remember not to use it recklessly. I truly detest the scent of peppermint. Ilou cast him a warning glance, and Vinaway chuckled softly, stowing the spray can into the system space. Ah, today is a splendid day, he mused. Everything will surely go well. Ahem, enough singing. Today marks the eagerly anticipated eve of Halloween for Hogwarts students, a festive occasion brimming with candies, apples, pumpkins, ghouls, and delightful surprises, offering them an abundance of pleasures. The atmosphere is jubilant. Even the morning buzzes with excitement, filling every house with a spirited ambience. The floating city has quietly hovered for nearly 2 months, and both students and teachers have grown accustomed to its presence. However, today seems to bear a hint of transformation, as it has been adorned with festive decorations. Indeed, the entire floating city has been draped in Halloween finery, with enormous ribbons, pumpkins, and bats suspended around, leaving everyone in awe and further convinced of the habitation above. Within the Gryffindor common room, although class time had yet to arrive, the students were far from idle. Ilou was providing Cecilia and Halenbo with their annual manicure, while Harry and Ron engaged in animated discussions about how to celebrate in grand style. Quiet down, Cecilia. It will be ready shortly, Ilou said, cradling a pale pink cockatoo in her arms, striving to soothe it while holding a polishing stick to tend to its claws. Cecilia's face was a mask of resistance, her feathers fluffed up in defiance, while Halenbo lay quietly on the bed, enjoying the attention. After considerable effort, Ilou finally completed the grooming, though her attire bore the marks of the cockatoo's nibbles. Harry glanced over, his eyes widening at the sight of Ilou's tattered clothes. Unable to suppress a chuckle, truth be told, the garment, worn inside out, could easily pass for a backless dress. Caring for a parrot is quite a hassle, Ron remarked. Ribbons tangled around him, peering through the gaps in his makeshift costume at Cecilia, who was frantically fussing over Halenbo, finding it rather noisy. Scratching Halenbo's great wings, Ilou sighed. Highly intelligent creatures, yet so lively, indeed quite troublesome. I still remember how they looked in their youth, with barely any feathers. Just then, Halenbo, reveling in the affection, and the frenzied Cecilia erupted, both spreading their wings to cover Ilou's mouth. I cannot breathe. Well, perhaps it is unnecessary. After finishing their tasks, the three donned their attire and descended the stairs, preparing to attend class. Predictably, Hermione and Vinaway were embroiled in a quarrel, a daily morning ritual, even on Halloween. You, Minister, I have truly never encountered a dark association. You, Yellow, Vinaway, you hentai. The circular common room was adorned with various decorations, yet it could not obscure the mutual insults exchanged by the two. Upon noticing the arrival of the trio, Hermione and Vinaway shot each other a glare, huffed in displeasure, and turned away to occupy 2 sofas. It is time for class. Let us proceed together, IRU urged both of them. The 5 hurried down the corridor. If memory served correctly, their first lesson was Professor Flitwick's charms class, and tardiness was not an option, lest they be treated as small flying objects by Flitwick. Much to the delight of Draco and his entourage. O Destined Star, may you guide me and my companions to arrive early, Vinaway shouted, sprinting ahead, while the trio could only watch helplessly before following suit. Ultimately, they arrived first at the classroom. As the 5 took their seats, Professor Flitwick, upon noticing their early arrival, applauded enthusiastically. The once empty classroom gradually filled with students who sat neatly in anticipation. Today, Professor Flitwick taught the Pro Max Ultra version of the levitation charm, which, in essence, was still the levitation charm. IRU and Vinaway displayed little interest, finding it exceedingly dull, and promptly dozed off after a mere 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Hermione and Ron engaged in a fiery debate, tensions escalating, while Draco and his 2 lackeys observed the spectacle, occasionally stoking the flames. Amidst the fervent exchange of glances, the charms lesson drew to a close. Hermione appeared to be quite the oddity, self-assuredly issuing commands, and Ron finally understood why everyone found her insufferable. In the corridor outside the classroom, Ron whispered to Harry, who silently regarded Hermione, her body trembling slightly, but it was well known that silence implied agreement. She is crying. Huh? Following the direction of Harry's finger, Ron glanced over to see Hermione indeed hiding her face in her sleeves, yet he remained indifferent, remarking, "So what? Who besides IRU and her rival Vinaway would want to befriend her? Her future husband will surely be henpecked." Future Ron, how foolish I was, truly. Beside the left wall, Ilou and Vinaway were reveling in this destined drama, an inevitable occurrence, as the trio needed to grow and transform to become the true triumvirate. Elven Prince. I feel as though we have not changed at all. I am utterly powerless. And you are still a golden retriever. Vinaway feigned anguish while surreptitiously observing the conflicted trio. Ilou leaned against Vinaway, her gaze directed forward, yet she turned her head to speak. There is no need for change. They are destined to be this way. Merely a transformation. Was not the greater merely traversing for naught? Let things unfold naturally, intervening only when necessary to offer salvation. This is the true essence. Much like Grandpa Jones. My grandfather and his companions embarked on numerous adventures with Uncle Jones, yet in the end, nothing altered. What is happening here? Is this still Harry Potter? How did it turn into Indiana Jones? Are you planning to bring in mummies as well? Vinaway listened to Ilou's words, his face laden with existential doubt, however. He too was intrigued to meet this legendary Indiana Jones, a classic icon of cinema. Meanwhile, the discord among the trio temporarily ceased, pausing with Hermione's mysterious absence throughout the morning and afternoon, as if she had evaporated from existence. This left Ron feeling quite uneasy, and Harry shared his discomfort. Upon overhearing Parvati and her friend Lavender, the two felt even more ill at ease, as if they had committed some grievous sin, overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. They endeavored to erase these thoughts, yet were unable to do so. They even sought assistance from Ilou and Vinaway, but both claimed to be preoccupied. However, the two were somewhat relieved as the banquet approached. The jubilant festive atmosphere offered a fleeting respite from the haunting absence of Hermione. Perhaps I should apologize to her. In the great hall, at the Gryffindor table, Ron and Harry gazed at the empty seat beside them, feeling an overwhelming void. Despite thousands of bats dancing in the sky and myriad pumpkin lanterns flickering above, the stark reality of that vacant seat could not be concealed. Harry and Ron truly regretted their actions, yet with the banquet about to commence, they could not leave. They could only pray that Ilou and Vinaway would locate Hermione and return her to them. Clearly, their prayers went unanswered. Ilou and Vinaway arrived at the hall, unaccompanied. As usual, sharing an intimate camaraderie, playfully bantering while seated opposite each other. What troubles you? Observing their expressions resembling that of constipation, Vinaway struggled to suppress a smile. Thinking to himself, no, I must not laugh. I must hold it in. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and in unison inquired, Hermione, has she not yet arrived? She must still be in the ladies' room, I presume. Ilou addressed their inquiries, her gaze fixed intently on the table, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the feast and the arrival of delectable dishes. Noticing Ilou's dismissive response, the two exchanged glances and silently prayed for Hermione's safety before redirecting their focus to the banquet. After a brief interval, the feast commenced, with bats and jack-o'-lanterns dancing in the great hall's air, and an array of sumptuous dishes appearing on golden plates. The students launched into a culinary battle, with Ilou and Vinaway immediately digging in, even feeding each other fish, while Harry and Ron sighed, their expressions fraught with worry as they too began to eat. Yet, just as the students had begun to indulge, a figure clad in a purple scarf, reeking of garlic, burst through the doors with a resounding crash, stumbling in a flurry of panic between the long tables of the houses. It was Professor Quirrell, his face flushed and his chest heaving rapidly, who tremulously informed Dumbledore, who was enjoying pudding, that a troll was in the dungeon. After uttering this alarming statement, he collapsed onto the floor, his scarf falling at Ilou's feet, appearing unconscious. This declaration struck the students like a splash of an egg into the Black Lake, triggering chaos among them as they erupted into a frenzy of shouts and frantic movements. Seizing the moment, Vinaway began to frolic amidst the turmoil, while Harry and Ron wore expressions of sheer terror, their thoughts consumed by Hermione's ignorance of the troll's presence. Amidst the pandemonium, the only one remaining calm and fully aware of the situation was Ilou, who observed the seemingly unconscious Professor Quirrell at her feet with a sense of disdain. In truth, this was her first close encounter with Quirrell in the past 2 months. She held the privilege of never attending defense against the dark arts classes, fully aware of Quirrell's dubious intentions. Of course, Quirrell had extended numerous invitations for her to visit his office, but she had consistently and gracefully declined. Contemplating this, Ilou discreetly nudged Quirrell's two-faced head into the middle of the aisle with her foot, finding it repugnant. At that moment, Quirrell, lying in the aisle, secretly opened his eyes. Fixating intently on the elf who remained quietly consuming fish amidst the commotion, a sinister intent brewing in his mind. Following his master's orders, he had not missed a single day since the start of term in inviting the elf to his office, only to be met with refusal each time. This had incited immense frustration in both Quirrell and his master, leaving them perplexed. However, upon reflection, they began to understand. The elf, a wondrous creature of myth and legend, must possess the ability to sense certain things, such as the master concealed beneath the scarf. Quirrell mused on the ground, his thoughts still lingering on Ilou, entirely oblivious to her fleeting glance in his direction. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, Ilou continued to savor the roasted fish on her plate, inwardly reflecting how utterly distasteful. Yet, it is fortunate that Chilo will be gone by the end of the term. At that moment, the pandemonium persisted, the great hall in disarray. Silence. Everyone, be quiet. Dumbledore conjured fireworks, amplifying his voice with his wand to finally bring calm to the panicked students. As the atmosphere settled, he nodded and directed, "Heads of houses, lead your students to their respective common rooms. Do not allow them to emerge without our notice." The heads of houses promptly rose, commanding their students, "I am the head. Follow me. Make way." Percy expertly guided the first-year Gryffindors swiftly towards the common room. Ilou, Vinaway, Harry, and Ron huddled closely together, tightly encircled by the flowing crowd. Except for those who did not require breath, others had begun to flush with color. "Hey, Ilou." Harry struggled to reach her side, hastily pushing aside the disheveled hair of the others, exclaiming, "We must find Hermione and inform her. I am exceedingly pleased for your concern, dear friend." A flash of orange hair bobbed through the chaotic throng, a thumb raised in support for Harry. Upon hearing this, Ilou smiled faintly and replied, "I was waiting for those words, Harry." With that, Ilou exerted herself slightly, leading the trio through a daring breakout, escaping the tide of humanity. Some bystanders noticed their flight and began to shout, but the four fled with remarkable speed, swiftly vanishing from sight, eluding the pursuit of both the creatures and patrollers. They scurried through the corridor like mice. "Harry, where to?" Ilou called out, sprinting behind him, keeping an eye on the others as she inquired. Harry, at the forefront, pondered anxiously before responding, "To the restroom. We need to find Hermione." "Yes, sir." Ilou and Vinaway saluted in unison, steadfastly following in the footsteps of Harry and Ron. The four of them dashed forward, soon arriving near the public restroom. A foul stench invaded the nostrils of the three, who promptly covered their noses and held their breaths, resorting to breathing through their mouths. The elven prince, how I envied him. This odor was a solid 10, perhaps even 9, in its repugnance. Observing the breathless elf, an unprecedented envy welled within the trio. Just as they were about to rush into the restroom, the sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. It was Professor Snape. Sensing the proximity of a life force, Ilou instantly discerned the identity of the approaching figure, and at the sound of his name, Harry and Ron felt a chill run down their spines. Noticing their alarmed expressions, Vinaway stepped forward, placing his left hand upon his chest, and declared with conviction, "Allow the great Vinaway to divert him. You must hasten to rescue her. I shall accompany Nivei. Harry, Ron, go quickly and bring Hermione out." Though concerned not at them, there was little more to be said at this moment. Harry and Ron nodded in agreement, watching as they departed. "Be careful. That old bat is quite malicious. Do not let Snape capture you." Hearing their words of caution, Ilou and Vinaway exchanged faint smiles, leaving behind only their resolute silhouettes. "We shall return." What was that noise? As Harry and Ron cautiously advanced into the restroom, they were suddenly startled by a series of gurgling and thudding sounds, which grew increasingly ominous. To avoid any mishap, they ducked into an abandoned stall, and Ron peered out cautiously, only to discover a massive shadow under the moonlight. Their pupils dilated as they followed the beam of light, finally spotting a monstrous creature. It stood an impressive 3.7 meters tall, its skin resembling inflamed mucus, a grotesque variant of granite, greedily absorbing the pure moonlight. Its head was as small as a football, its legs thick as oaks, and its feet bore a plethora of unsightly marks. It clutched a colossal wooden club, seemingly a branch shorn of its bark. A troll that had been discussed in their Fantastic Beasts class. Harry and Ron exchanged terrified glances. "What should we do?" Harry anxiously implored Ron, who, employing his clever mind, proposed an ingenious plan. "We can lock it inside the restroom and wait for the professors to handle it." "Absolutely not. You've forgotten. Hermione is still inside." Realizing the implication of Harry's words, Ron's eyes widened as he noticed a small stall in the girls' restroom, its door firmly locked. They bowed their heads in deliberation, yet the troll was already advancing toward the girls' restroom. With a resounding crash, the chaos began. The giant crashed through the wall, curiously advancing towards the compartment, from which emanated faint sobs. Without needing to guess, both understood the dire situation. There was no time for strategizing. They charged forward. wielding metal pipes and shattered pieces of the basin to strike at the giant, hoping to divert its attention. Their efforts bore fruit. The giant, having smashed partway through the compartment, twisted its grotesque head, its pockmarked eyes curiously fixated on them. They nearly retched at the sight. Aha! Perish in despair. With a swift leap, Harry sprang onto the giantess' neck, soaring 7 meters. Truly, he was like a superhero. Once atop, he brandished his wand, incessantly prodding the giantess' repulsive, pockmarked eyes, which not only failed to subdue the beast but incited its fury further. The giant, in excruciating pain, wildly swung its wooden club, demolishing the entire girls' restroom. The frail partition ultimately succumbed, revealing a curled-up Hermione within. "Hermione, come quickly," Ron called from atop the ruined stone pedestal. And Hermione paused at the sight of his face before dashing towards him. Just then, the club swung toward her, perilously close to striking her abdomen. In a moment of desperation, Ron frantically waved his wand, Wingardium Leviosa. The spell was successful. The club slipped from the giantess' grasp, and seizing the opportunity, Harry leaped down, delivering a powerful blow to the giant's diminutive head as it stared in bewilderment. With a thunderous crash, the giant collapsed. Ron stood in shock, utterly astonished that his spell had not only succeeded but had proven so potent. Hermione, witnessing his stunned expression, felt tears welling up in her eyes and rushed to embrace him. "Well done, Ron. You earned this." Overwhelmed by Hermione's hug, Ron became even more bewildered, unsure where to place his hands, while Harry, sprawled beside the basin, greeted them with a bemused expression, confused by their display. "Thank you, Ron, and you too, Harry," Hermione whispered, her tears soaking Ron's back. Harry struggled to rise, shaking off his drenched robes with a long sigh. That should have done it, right? The trio, having narrowly escaped, suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath them, shaking loose debris from the destruction wrought by the giant. A colossal shadow loomed closer, enveloping the three friends. Turning stiffly, they beheld a towering figure, a monstrous humanoid standing 24 feet tall, approximately 3,152 meters. This was no mere giant. It was a giant of giants. How could Hogwarts harbor such a creature? Hermione, with her extensive knowledge, immediately recognized the beast. It was indeed a giant. Its skin resembled that of a rhinoceros, possessing formidable magical and physical resistance, utterly indestructible. Its tree-like stature rendered humanity insignificant in comparison, though its movements were somewhat sluggish. Its attacking prowess remained unparalleled, essentially a magnified version of a human. Harry and Ron had descended into despair. Having barely triumphed over the ogre, they now faced a genuine giant. Standing an imposing 7 meters tall, they stand no chance. Given the circumstances, there is little choice left. The three little ones were just about to flee when the giant swung its arm, collapsing the wall and blocking their escape route. Despair engulfed them, after all. What could three small children do in the face of such overwhelming strength? They could only await their fate. Is the magic of our lives about to end? I should not have mentioned Hermione. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Harry. The giant's massive hand was already in motion, and the trio closed their eyes in desperation, embracing tightly. To dare harm my friend is to invite one's own demise. A sword, shimmering in shades of silver and blue, soared past the giant's head, severing its ear and pinning it against the stone wall behind. Who dares to harm my dearest friend? In a flash of cold light, a silver spoon collided fiercely with the giant's arm joint, causing it to recoil in pain. The three little ones looked up, and in the moonlight, a figure and a sprite stood upon the windowsill, striking a pose of ultimate prowess. Hooray! A master indeed! It was Ilou and Vinny, Harry exclaimed with delight, quickly seizing the moment to pull Hermione and Ron in front of the two as the giant's attention wavered. As Ilou beheld the three individuals unharmed, a radiant smile illuminated her face as she exclaimed, "Indeed, we have returned to rescue you." Standing beside her, Vinny struck a striking pose and added, "This is the path of friendship as salvation. Cheer for us." Moments earlier, the scene had unfolded differently. The imposing black bat, filled with indignation, advanced with swift and graceful strides, pursuing the two unidentified students ahead, none other than Ilou and Vinny, who had recently captured Snape's attention, thereby affording Harry and Ron a moment of reprieve. Their audacious antics had incited Snape's wrath, compelling him to chase after them, yet he could not close the distance. It was merely a game to them. Clad in nocturnal attire, Vinny sprinted while teasingly sticking out her tongue at Snape, her fiery orange hair bobbing playfully with every step. Ilou ran alongside his companion, attentively sensing the emotions of the surrounding life forms to ensure that they would not collide with anyone. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He looked solemnly at Vinny and said, "Harry and the others have already defeated the troll, but I sense an even greater presence approaching. It's a giant." "What? Isn't that Chilo going mad? To bring a giant into Hogwarts is utterly inexcusable." Vinny was taken aback. What level did giants belong to, and what about trolls? Did it need to be explained? Was Professor Chilo's reasoning as flawed as Hagrid's when it came to recognizing danger? "We must keep Snape occupied here, and then return to confront the giant. Vinny, you know what to do, right?" "I've been prepared for this for a long time," Vinny replied with a sweet smile. Drawing her wand from her robe, Ilou also smiled faintly, directing his wand alongside hers as they simultaneously addressed Snape. Sticky and slippery as mucus, gooey like maltose. Their wands emitted blue and red light respectively, transforming the area they pointed to into a quagmire of sticky goo. Snape had no time to react and fell directly into it, rendered immobile as if caught in a glue trap. Ilou and Vinaway exchanged faint smiles and cast a silence spell before making their way to the public restroom. Time rewound to the present. Gazing upon the vibrant smiles of the two, Harry, Ron, and Hermione struggled to hold back tears, for had it not been for the two strikes they just witnessed, they would surely have perished, reduced to mere organic pulp by that single blow. "Woohoo! As the president, I declare," Vinaway exclaimed, and the spoon lodged in the wall immediately flew into his hand. Ilou leaped across various walls and fragmented apparatus, swiftly landing on the opal sword embedded in the wall. His right hand firmly grasping the hilt, poised for action. "Let the battle commence." With that declaration, Ilou and Vinaway sprang into action, drawing the sword from the wall. Ilou propelled himself off the wall, soaring around the spacious restroom, using the giant as his focal point, leaping from the walls with relentless energy. Each jump extracting a fragment from the giant's form. The giant writhed in pain, attempting to seize him, but Ilou moved with such swiftness that he was but a blur, akin to a rubber ball ricocheting within a confined space, gaining momentum with each leap. Seeing Ilou join the fray and seize the upper hand, Vinaway was not idle. He leapt onto the giant's shoulder, and the spoon in his hand began to expand, taking on an otherworldly appearance. Brandishing the sacred spoon, he shouted, "Aristire," Italian for to roast. The magnified spoon radiated divine light as it struck the giant's head, akin to a golf ball being driven, and indeed, this was not merely a figment of imagination. To the onlookers, Vinaway was genuinely wielding a spoon several times larger than himself in battle. However, as the blows continued, Vinaway sensed something amiss. Why isn't this spoon breaking through the giant's defenses? Despite numerous strikes, the giant's head remained largely intact, save for 2 missing ears, thanks to the earlier onslaught of the opal sword, showing only minor dents from Vinaway's attacks. Meanwhile, Ilou was effortlessly wielding the opal sword with one hand, soaring through the space, leaving the giant battered and bruised, with some wounds even penetrating to the bone. Observing this, Vinaway grew heated, wildly swinging the spoon at the giant's head. Roaring in frustration at being toyed with, the giant, covered in injuries, became enraged. He accelerated his arm swings, unable to land a hit on the agile sprite darting across the walls, while fixating on the red-haired adversary striking at his head. The giant extended his wicked hands toward his crown, unaware that Vinaway, now caught up in his fervor, had neglected the impending danger. Upon witnessing this, Ilou executed a swift wall jump, soaring over the giant's massive arms, and in an instant severed the muscular tissue. The giant felt a heart-wrenching pain and could no longer command his limbs, which began to ooze a red, protein-like liquid as if sweating. "Roar! Humans!" the giant bellowed. Despite his disabled arms, he still possessed other means of attack. He began to sway his colossal body as if dancing, causing the entire restroom to tremble like an earthquake, and debris to rain down upon the heads of the onlookers. Seeing that Ilou and Vinaway were about to be hindered, the 3 small ones, who had been hiding in a corner, sprang into action without hesitation, raising their wands to unleash the curses they had mastered throughout their lives. Obstacles abound. A barrage of spells. Tripping curse. The giant suddenly felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall, his movements restricted. The debris on the restroom floor began to float and crash down upon the struggling giant. Just as the giant attempted to stomp his feet, he suddenly slipped and fell with a thunderous crash. "Well done, my friends." Ilou, leaping back and forth against the wall, observed the trio's performance. With his empty left hand, he gave a thumbs up, while Vinaway, perched on the giant's neck, raised both hands in triumph, exclaiming, "That was a powerful assist." The giant, now sprawled on the ground, stirred slightly, causing the approaching trio to recoil in fear. Ilou, standing on the windowsill, launched himself forward, wielding the opal sword, and plunged it forcefully into the giant's nape, severing its nerve. At that moment, the giant felt a wave of weakness. Realizing he could only twist his head and was utterly incapacitated, resorting to impotent roaring and cursing. Annoyed by the noise, Vinaway struck the giant's ear with his sacred spoon. With his ears already absent, the additional blows intensified the giant's agony. Have we really defeated the giant? Hermione marveled at the colossal creature struggling but unable to rise, feeling a twinge of disbelief, for it was a magical beast of immense danger. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, bravely approaching to deliver a few kicks to the creature's head. The giant, feeling humiliated and powerless, found his mouth stuffed with rubble, courtesy of Vinaway. Indeed, we are the victors, Ilou declared, descending from the windowsill to stand alongside the trio, raising his arms in celebration. However, just as he uttered those words, an unusual sensation gripped his hands holding the opal sword, and his gaze began to blur, revealing a different scene. In a pure white hall, beside a round table, stood 12 figures, adorned with crowns, toasting and celebrating victory after victory. Among them, Ilou spotted a familiar object, the silver-blue opal sword, firmly grasped in the hand of a golden-blue monarch. A jolt of fear coursed through him as he attempted to scrutinize the vision, but it began to recede like a tide. When he regained his focus, he found his 4 friends curiously staring at him. Prince of Elves, what just happened to you? Winnie leaped down from the giant's head, curiously cradling the face of Ilou, his gaze filled with inquisitiveness. Was it merely the exhilaration of victory that left him so animated? Ilou scratched his head, pondering the matter, yet ultimately chose to conceal this affair. Shaking his head, Ilou noticed Hermione was gazing intently at him, or rather, at the sword in his hand. What is it, Hermione? Ilou inquired, to which Hermione squinted and responded. Isn't that sword of yours the one belonging to Opal Kalmuset in the Opal Epic? Indeed, it is the opal sword, a magnificent embodiment of the sword in the stone from the lake, the sword of victory, the sword of kings, the sword of war, and the sword of wisdom. My grandfather passed it down to me. Ilou, with joy, held the sword in her hands, pressing her face against it in a moment of deep emotion. Upon hearing this, Hermione's heart swelled with astonishment and curiosity, her gaze fixated on the blade. How many secrets does the Kalmuset family truly possess? My intrigue only deepens, Ilou. Can you provide me with answers? Suppressing her thoughts, Hermione felt that such a moment of celebration should not be marred by contemplation. She would investigate later, for she would eventually uncover the truth. However, amidst the celebration, hurried footsteps approached, culminating in a loud bang as the bathroom door swung open. The 3 individuals, aside from Ilou and Vinaway, turned to see the newcomer, their hearts sinking. What on earth are you doing? With a thunderous shout, Professors McGonagall, Snape, Quirrell, Dumbledore, and Flitwick stormed into the chaotic restroom. As they beheld the scattered debris, collapsed walls, shattered stalls, and the 2 colossal figures lying on the floor, dread gripped them all. One was a giant towering over 7 meters, and the other a 3-meter troll. Even combined, defeating them would require considerable effort. Yet, these 3 students had first vanquished the troll, followed by the 2 students who had conquered the giant. It was astonishing to realize they were merely first years, having been at the school for less than 2 months. You, Professor McGonagall gasped, torn between concern and fear. Snape, with a swift flick of his dark cloak, stepped forward, wand in hand, to examine the giant and the troll. The giant's hide, tougher than that of a rhinoceros, was impervious to conventional weaponry. As Snape inspected the giant's body, noting the hundreds of grievous wounds, his somber expression turned towards Ilou, sword in hand, causing him to furrow his brow. It was unfathomable that a mundane weapon could penetrate the giant's defenses, a revelation unheard of among the gathered professors, who now contemplated the sword in Ilou's grasp. Ignoring his contemplative colleagues, Snape lifted the giant's arms with his wand, speaking slowly. In an instant, all muscle tissue in both arms was severed, robbing the giant of half its strength without leaving a visible wound. He then pointed out a small mark at the back of the giant's neck, stating, in a fleeting moment, the giant's spinal nerves were severed, paralyzing it without harming other bones or nerves, showcasing an exceptionally precise technique. Upon hearing this, everyone, save for the 3 students and Vinaway, gazed at the seemingly innocent and charming Ilou with astonishment, unable to fathom the immense power possessed by this youthful fairy. Ilou was the focus of several gazes, smiling as she scratched her head. Then she sheathed the opal sword and tucked it back into her satchel at her waist. Regardless of the circumstances, ladies and gentlemen, why do you not return to your dormitories? Professor McGonagall gestured for Snape to cease, her face displaying indignation. Professor Quirrell lay on the ground, pallid, while Snape returned to the faculty line, silently fixing a piercing gaze upon him, his lips moving slightly, an interaction that Harry keenly observed. Humph. What the teachers do not realize is that the great Vinny is resolute against the majority. We have initiated the Extreme West Magical Society to combat giants and trolls. Where is the applause? At that moment, Vinny, the confident youth and president of the society, stepped forward, taking on the responsibility, leaving the teachers momentarily speechless. So you came here to fight giants? What a jest. Did your textbooks not teach you how perilous giants can be? Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall glared at the self-satisfied Vinny, her frustration evident. Professor Flitwick quietly turned away, choosing for the time being not to acknowledge his association with Ravenclaw. Observing their reactions, Vinny casually remarked, "Oh dear, giants and trolls are indeed formidable, but our society merely needs to confront them with full force. What concerns them is who let them in." After all, as he spoke, Vinny pretended to scan the crowd of teachers, the moonlight finally resting upon a particular large headscarf. Alas, look at this absurd student. The professors shielded their eyes, bewildered by how he had been sorted into Ravenclaw. All right, Dumbledore, who had been observing, suddenly interjected. He stepped to the center of the room, casting a meaningful glance at Ilou and her companions, stating, "For a first-year student to defeat a giant is an unprecedented achievement. I believe we should commend them." Dumbledore turned, raising his hand towards Ilou, saying, "Mr. Kalmuset, for your courageous act and exceptional swordsmanship, you have earned 50 points for Gryffindor. And Mr. Osisoko," Dumbledore pointed to Vinny, "as a member of the organization confronting the giant at the forefront, you have earned 50 points for Ravenclaw. Lastly, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger, who fought side by side to vanquish the troll, you have collectively earned 45 points for your respective houses." Dumbledore spread his arms wide, declaring, "Tomorrow, your exploits will grace the pages of the Daily Prophet. But for now, return to your dormitories and rest." With a wave of his wand, the damaged restroom was instantly restored to its original condition, as if newly built. As the clamor subsided, the crisis at Hogwarts was averted, allowing everyone, save for 2 individuals, to relax. More importantly, the interrupted Halloween feast was once again on the horizon. In the resplendent auditorium, countless bats flitted about, while myriad pumpkin lanterns pirouetted in the air. All students and faculty gathered in joyous celebration for the annual banquet. How splendid! The banquet has arrived once more. Winnie clutched a colossal roasted leg of beef, devouring it with wild abandon, his mouth glistening with grease. He half expected the feast to vanish as it did in the original tale. Can you guess who reported to Professor Dumbledore? It was Il. Il daintily savored fruits, vegetables, and roasted fish, her lips curving into an enigmatic smile. "Prince of Elves, you are my deity," Winnie exclaimed, his face brimming with gratitude, tears streaming down his cheeks, on the verge of embracing her in sheer emotion. "No need for thanks. By the way, Neville, what did you mean by that remark to the professors?" "Which remark?" "The one about considering it further." "Oh, you mean that?" Winnie wiped his mouth and explained to Il. "In the first 4 chapters, I mentioned a 2-word game. Fearing backlash, I now propose another 2-word game. Perfectly timed for 2 groups to unite in their scorn. It is far more comfortable than having only one group to contend with." Upon hearing this, IRU was immediately taken aback. One would expect a reasonable person to offer an explanation, rather than continue to invite scorn. Was Winnie Wei's reasoning perhaps a result of her struggle against the world's malevolence? The elf shook her head, signaling her confusion. Observing her bewilderment, Winnie Wei took a hearty bite of a sausage, cheeks puffed out, and declared, "I might struggle against a single insult, but facing multiple is far more enjoyable. I have triumphed over the adversities of the world countless times." The 3 little ones across the table listened and nibbled, though they could not comprehend. They still found delight in the exchange. IRU bestowed a look of admiration upon Winnie Wei, gently patting his head with her delicate hands. Meanwhile, a certain restless tuft of red hair began to bounce once more. "Oh, right?" Winnie Wei recalled something and inquired of IRU. "Elven Prince, did you hold back during your earlier battle?" "I released 8 doubloons," she replied. Chapter 50, Shall We Celebrate? It was already mid-November, and the weather was growing colder. Since Halloween, many events had transpired. Firstly, the Academy's rankings were recalibrated. Ravenclaw secured 1st place, Gryffindor 2nd, Slytherin 3rd, and Hufflepuff 4th. The commendable standings of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were largely attributed to the efforts of IRU and Winnie Wei. Illa frequently skips classes to indulge in leisure, yet he consistently accumulates the most points. This leads Hermione to frequently admonish him, asserting that had Ilou not neglected his studies, Gryffindor would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle of the house rankings, devoid of any peculiar circumstances. The primary reason for Ravenclaw's ascendance lies with Vinaway, who, following the Christmas incident, unhesitatingly showcased his extraordinary talents. Although his points may not rival Ilou's, it is essential to remember that he belongs to Ravenclaw, a house renowned for its brilliance. With each member contributing significantly, coupled with Vinaway's exceptional abilities, achieving the top position becomes a mere formality, thus altering the perception of his peers within the same house. Ravenclaw has never experienced such a splendid commencement. Ahem, let us redirect our attention back to our esteemed Western magical society. Hogwarts, morning. The surface of the Black Lake has solidified into a sheet of ice, rendering it as impenetrable as steel, allowing even a tank to traverse its surface with ease. Surrounding mountains appear lifeless, void of vitality, save for the ethereal floating city above. Hogwarts Castle is blanketed in a thick layer of snow, transforming it into a silvery spectacle. One might mistake it for an enchanted fortress. Within a cozy dormitory on the high tower of Gryffindor, several students are nestled in slumber. Harry, shivering from the cold, tightly wraps himself in his blanket, retreating his exposed feet. On the adjacent bed, Ron mirrors his actions. Despite the roaring fire and the hearth radiating warmth, the elevated tower, especially adjacent to the window, leaves them both exceedingly frigid. In this dreadful weather, perhaps we should seek refuge in Hufflepuff's cellar, nestled beside the kitchen's multitude of roaring hearths. I might even consider requesting an electric blanket from Aunt Petunia. The wool feels deceptively artificial. Harry feels a profound sense of sorrow. As this place is even colder than his cupboard, at least the Dursleys had heating. Do wizards subsist solely on magical fare? Can they not even conjure a warming charm? When will I dare to peek out from beneath the covers? Harry laboriously retrieves his spectacles from the bedside table and glances at the clock. His heart sinking as he mutters, "Wonderful, Ron. Breakfast time is approaching, and we shall soon freeze to death." "Absolutely not. I have the sweater from my mum," Ron exclaims, shivering as he finally extricates himself from the warmth of the bed and rummages through his storage box for the dark maroon sweater sent by Mrs. Weasley. He eagerly dons it, looking as if he could devour it whole. He even tosses another sweater to Harry, and now both are clad in dark maroon. At first glance, they appear rather unsightly. However, Harry does not share this sentiment. After all, having a family member knit a sweater for him is a tremendous blessing. How could he possibly harbor disdain? As Harry beamed with an inexplicable joy, Ron merely tugged at a loose thread with disdain, continuing his rummaging through the storage box. "I need to find one more item. Il and Vinaway might require it, and it would help create a bit more space. For now, you only need to prepare one thing." A slightly dazed voice drifted to Ron's ears, prompting him to glance up in confusion towards Harry's gaze, only to find himself gaping, his hands letting go of the pair of trousers he was holding. It was Il. He lay sprawled on the bed in his signature blue pajamas, completely uncovered, merely clutching a pillow. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was Il's hair, no longer the radiant golden hue it once was. It had transformed into a stunning, pure, and mysterious silvery white. This revelation rendered both Harry and Ron utterly speechless. The silvery locks cascaded across the upper half of the bed, as if Il were lying upon them. A vision of beauty reminiscent of a snow sprite, precisely the kind they had envisioned. Yet, there seemed to be a hint of golden light at the crown, almost as if it were alive. What on earth could this mean? After what felt like an eternity, the two quietly approached Il's bedside, their eyes fixed on that enchanting silvery mane. After a moment's contemplation, Harry deemed it necessary to awaken Il. He moved to the nearby birdcage and gently touched the slumbering Cecily. Hi. Cecily was immediately roused, squawking in a frenzy. This familiar sound stirred the sleeping Aquamarine and Il, prompting them to slowly open their eyes. Illa rubbed her eyes and propped herself up, gazing at the two individuals by the bedside, still somewhat dazed as she remarked, "It's morning." Before she could ponder the implications of morning, Harry inquired, "Ilou, what has happened to your hair?" As she tucked a strand of her silvery hair behind her ear and glanced out at the heavy snowfall, her expression transformed into one of realization. "Ah, it's snowing. Don't be surprised. When the weather turns cold, my hair takes on this appearance. Isn't it beautiful?" Era sat at the edge of the bed, beginning to groom her silvery hair, while Harry and Ron observed her, nodding in agreement. After donning her attire, Era approached the dormitory door, prompting Harry to inquire about her choice of clothing. "Eru, aren't you wearing a sweater? It's quite cold outside." "Oh, it's nothing. Elves are not afraid of the cold," she replied, before opening the door and descending the spiral staircase, leaving Harry and Ron exchanging bewildered glances. In the common room below, the fire in the hearth blazed warmly, illuminating the soft sofa where two figures, one with brown hair and the other with red, lay quietly. It was indeed a rare sight. Perhaps due to the weather, Hermione and Ginny were not engaged in their usual verbal sparring, much to the disappointment of the students who regularly gathered to witness their exchanges. However, their disappointment quickly transformed into excitement, for the ethereal elf had arrived. They had never encountered such a being before. Indeed, they had never seen anything quite like it. She was undeniably breathtaking. Ilou approached the sofa where the two were reclining, her steps light and sprightly. She extended her hands to gently touch the two heads before her. Winnie and Hermione looked up, only to be met with a familiar yet enigmatic smile. "Isn't it stunning?" Winnie exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Hermione, ever the astute thinker, found herself momentarily bewildered. After all, a being capable of changing hair color was entirely outside her realm of understanding. Meanwhile, Winnie, filled with exhilaration, tugged at a strand of hair and declared, "You're like a prince of the elves. You could easily cosplay as any character. Once it was golden locks, and now you embody white, gray, and silver hair. Am I merely a confluence of various anime characters? How is it that you resemble them all so perfectly?" "Indeed, you do." With that, Winnie turned and leaned against the back of the sofa, cradling Ilou in her hands. "You are truly gifted. With just a faux box, you could flawlessly impersonate Morgan. Why did the Creator mold you so splendidly? Why am I not afforded such a blessing?" Ilou slightly turned her head, speaking with a nonchalant demeanor. "Perhaps, Niwe. It is because you were a late addition that truly stings, my friend." Venivi wept bitterly, while Ilou offered solace, and Hermione scoffed. "How dreadfully tedious." Illa departed for the Sky City to pursue her research, while Harry and the others delved into the study of magic. The seer Luna busied herself with the capture of enigmatic creatures, leaving me utterly alone in my ennui. On October 24th, 1991, in the third dormitory of Ravenclaw at Hogwarts, Venivi penned her thoughts. In the opulent Ravenclaw dormitory, a figure clad in red lay upon the bunk bed, fervently scribbling in her diary. Her orange-red tuft of hair danced with dissatisfaction, and her cheeks puffed up like a pufferfish. Who could it be? Of course, it is I, Venivia Sissoko. Today, my friends are preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving me in a state of profound solitude. I languidly shifted my body, cradling the vibrant diary, a flicker of irritation brewing within me. Yet, in a fleeting moment, my gaze fell upon an enormous tome nestled in the corner, and my eyes sparkled with excitement. I summoned my diary into the confines of the system space and darted toward the book. Ah, the magnificent me shall unravel the mysteries of this world. I reached out to wipe away the dust, and the gilded title instantly revealed itself. Greek mythology. Thrilled, I opened the table of contents and meticulously compared it, only to uncover a startling revelation. The pages dedicated to Greek mythology comprised merely half of this tome, while the other half was entirely devoted to the Opal Epic. How could one write so extensively? The Opal Epic astonishingly matched the thickness of half the book, measuring a full 25 centimeters. Never mind, I thought. I shall not dwell on it. Let me delve into it at once. Flipping through the pages, I arrived at a rather exquisite cover, reminiscent of the one atop the Society S base, quite pleasing to the eye. Below it lay a brief description. The Opal Epic consists of a prologue, the main narrative, Norse mythology, and world travelogues, with the latter being the predominant portion. Now I understand the thickness. It seems that much of it is devoted to journaling. Clearly, this Ilou Kalmuset holds a wealth of tales. I could hardly contain my anticipation. Without further ado, I plunged directly into the prologue, interpreting it through my own understanding. Abagwo Dewano, the City of the Sun, is one among the many city-states of ancient Greece from which our epic tale unfolds. Tadash, the current ruler of this city-state, has overseen an era of unparalleled prosperity, with his wisdom celebrated by the populace. He is wed to Damalos, a woman of extraordinary beauty, renowned as the fairest in all of Greece. Their love is profound and unwavering, with Tadash vowing to take no other wife in his lifetime. This enchanting romance has been extolled by the citizens and bards alike. Yet such beauty is destined to be fleeting. Damalos' beauty incited envy even among the gods. One fateful day, Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, heard mortals singing. Damalos is more beautiful than Aphrodite herself. Consumed by jealousy, Aphrodite harbored malevolent thoughts, and in a moment of careless conversation, Zeus, the king of the gods and ruler of Olympus, took notice of the mortal beauty. On a tempestuous night, Zeus transformed into the likeness of Tadash and spent an entire day in intimate embrace with the unsuspecting Damalos. When night fell, Tadash opened the door to their chamber, only to find Damilos, astonished, and himself smiling. Rage surged within Tadash. After years of devoted worship to the gods, he recognized the impostor without hesitation. He seized a spear and cast it forth, striking Zeus's toe. Zeus fled in a flash of lightning, leaving behind a stunned Damilos seated on the bed, and a silent Tadash, along with the severed toe upon the floor. Tadash approached the bed with heavy steps, and Damilos, realizing her grievous error, knelt upon the carpet, pleading for Tadash's judgment. Observing his wife and the spear lying on the ground, Tadash clenched his fists but ultimately released them. He lifted Damilos and placed her gently upon a wooden chair, soothing her softly. Overwhelmed by her husband's forgiveness for her transgression, Damilos wept inconsolably. Tadash understood a fundamental truth: the innocent are blameless and should not face punishment, a principle that underpinned his governance of the city-state throughout his life. Damilos bore no fault. The true perpetrator was Zeus, who had donned Tadash's guise. Had Zeus assumed Damilos's form, Tadash might not have recognized her either. Thus, they embraced and fell into a slumber, the night passing quietly. In the following days, Tadash renounced his faith in Zeus, instead fostering self-governance among the people, encouraging them to believe in themselves. Under his leadership, Abagwo flourished, yet a sudden harbinger of doom echoed within the palace. Damilos was with child, and it was Zeus's offspring. Upon hearing this news, Tadash nearly collapsed, steadied only by his guards as he staggered towards the chamber, where Damilos sat despondently on the bed, tears streaming from her eyes. "Fear not, my wife, it is not your fault, but the gods." Tadash once again adhered to his principles, refraining from blaming Damilos for the news regarding the confinement of Zeus's offspring. 9 months later, a boy was born, the last son of Zeus, the child of Tadash and Damilos, possessing an androgynous beauty by nature. Beside the frail Damilos, Tadash held the child, harboring no resentment, for he steadfastly believed that the innocent bear no guilt. The sole fault lay with Zeus. Both the child and Damilos were blameless. One day, the celestial beings would pay the price. Tadash named the child Ilou Kalmuset, considering him as his own son and nurturing him alongside Damilos. Thus, the realm of Ailments flourished and thrived. The people remained unaware that their prince was not of royal blood and that the queen had been coerced. Yet, such matters were of little consequence, for none cared. However, the gods above were discontented. They were oblivious to the birth of the offspring, but were acutely aware of their loss of faith from an entire city-state, as well as the surrounding territories centered around Ailments. Zeus was consumed with rage, deeming Tadash to be an affront to him. When Ilou Kalmuset turned 6, a tempestuous bolt of lightning claimed Tadash's life, reducing him to charred remains. The loss of her husband drained Damilos of her vitality once more. She was no longer the youthful beauty she once was, which served Aphrodite's purpose. The burden of governing the city-state and its territories fell upon Damilos, who, while raising Ilou Kalmuset, propagated her husband's ideals in her leadership of the people. Merely 6 years later, the toll of toil aged Damilos significantly, and amidst a stormy night, she passed away. At the tender age of 12, Ilou Kalmuset ascended to the role of city-state ruler, utilizing the knowledge imparted by his parents to stabilize Ailments. Yet, he did not forget his hatred. He had witnessed the demise of his father and mother, piecing together the facts from their fragmented words. All of this was due to Zeus and the gods above. One day, in the not-so-distant future, he would exact vengeance upon Zeus and the indifferent deities. 6 more years passed, and under his governance, Ailments remained stable. Ilou Kalmuset prepared for his departure, having appointed a temporary ruler for the city-state before embarking on his journey. The king of the skies, having watched the passage of countless years, took note of such determination and resolve, rekindling thoughts he had harbored long ago, to overthrow the divine realm of his progeny and exact retribution upon Kronos, the Earth Mother, and the pantheon of gods. The sky guided Ilou Kalmuset towards a realm untouched even by the heavens themselves, the island of Mises in the Aegean Sea. In a time long past, when the sky and earth were one, a radiant light descended from beyond the world, creating this island, impervious to mortal feet. The god of the sky firmly believed that it harbored the power to overturn the cosmos. Following the celestial beacon, Ilou Kalmuset embarked once more on his journey. His purpose now clear. Traversing mountains and rivers, he forged countless legends and tales that would echo through the ages. Aboard a wooden vessel, he arrived at this secluded isle, which was anything but an island. Mises resembled a new world, a sacred mountain towering 100-fold above Olympus, replete with rivers and valleys, teeming with diverse wildlife, and remnants of ancient structures. Yet, Opal Kalmuset paid little heed, driven by an instinct that something was calling out to him. At last, in the heart of a lake so shallow that its bed was visible, he discovered a stone with a sword embedded within it. Standing in the water, he grasped the hilt, and with a gentle pull, the sword came into his possession. Silver and blue intertwined, a stunning aquamarine encrusted in the crossguard, while delicate silks adorned the handle. A scabbard materialized at his side, and the blade glimmered with an inscription. Opal Kalmuset felt the surge of destiny, knowing the time for vengeance had arrived. He journeyed to the edge of Mount Olympus, brandishing a horn to challenge the gods. A chilling light guided him upward, his name resounding throughout Greece. As he beheld the 12 Olympian deities within their temple, he initiated a duel of life and death. The blade of vengeance pierced through Zeus, annihilating the beauty of hatred that struck down Hera. The tumultuous waves of anger toppled Poseidon, while the desolate silence buried Demeter. An unwavering resolve triumphed over Athena, and arrows that never missed hunted down Artemis. Absolute victory vanquished Ares, and the ideals once held in faith silenced Apollo. The beauty inherited from her mother dimmed Aphrodite, and unparalleled skill surpassed Hephaestus. The sacred flame of honor consumed Dionysus, as an infallible gaze ensnared Hermes. The means of defeating the gods bore little relation to their divine characteristics. When that long sword was swung for the final time, Opal Kalmuset emerged victorious. Undefeated in 12 duels, each a triumph of honor. Thus, he earned the esteemed title of King of Victory and Glory. The supreme god Zeus was overthrown, and Opal Kalmuset ascended as the 4th generation of divine ruler. At this moment, Zeus realized that Opal Kalmuset was indeed his last child, a son, fulfilling Kronos' prophecy. In this instant, Opal Kalmuset stood as the mightiest, surpassing Zeus, transcending all previous divine kings, and even the world itself. He cast his gaze upon the gods, contemplating his father's ideals, and then wielded his sword. The innocent bear no guilt. All Greek deities, save him, met their demise. Opal Kalmuset selected the souls of the gods, extracting the essence of goodness and all that was theirs, returning it to the mortal realm. Malice was stripped of power and everything else, with souls obliterated. This was his retribution. Gazing upon the corpses of the gods, the desolate temple, and the scattered creations, he conceived a notion. The death of the divine was an absolute blow to nature. Many things would cease to function. Opal Kalmuset's mission was to ensure that the world could function naturally, even in the absence of deities. He forged the powers, creations, corpses of the gods, and all apart from himself and Greek mythology into a golden chalice. This chalice could respond to the prayers of all beings, bestowing blessings, while also maintaining the natural order of the world, allowing life to flourish eternally. Thus, the world poised on the brink of chaos found stability. The Greek populace began to worship this new king of the gods, yet Opal Kalmuset remained disdainful, harboring a deep aversion to all forms of adulation. To escape it, he embarked on a journey, wielding the sacred chalice and his sword, a voyage around the world. He severed the fates of Norse mythology and forged a deep friendship with Odin. He visited the mysterious East, engaging in delightful conversations. He traversed the realms of the long-deceased, mourning their past splendor. Ultimately, he returned to Greece, laden with myriad treasures. The chalice chronicling countless tales, legends, epics, and myths, preserving the honors and victories of yore. In 623 B.C., he and his wife Asames welcomed their only child, Shumir. Following the birth of his son, Opal Kalmuset concluded his own life, merging with the chalice. Thus, the epic reached its conclusion, and the true history of the Kalmuset lineage began. How to describe it? It is nothing short of extraordinary, especially this Tadash. I fell silent, marveling at the charming and captivating ancestor Ilou, whose background is immensely powerful. If the history of the Kalmuset family connects to Opal Kalmuset, it must span over 3,000 years, simply astonishing. As for the subsequent, immensely thick portions of Norse mythology and travel diaries, perhaps it is best to refrain from reading further. Indeed, there is also Obster. Do find the time to finish it. Turning around, I reclined on the bed, feeling a slight weariness. After a while, Harry and Ron had dressed and descended, and after a lively exchange among the 5, they ventured out of the common room, ready for class. By the way, Harry, Quidditch is set to commence this afternoon. Are you prepared? In the corridor, Ilou, hands behind his back, inquired of Harry, who fell into a brief silence before replying. Not at all. It's dreadfully cold, and there is heavy snow outside. I hope it improves by this afternoon. Ah, winter's lord, may victory be mine, Winnie exclaimed, raising his arms in jubilation. The mere thought of his impending match against Hufflepuff sent his spirits soaring, and his exuberant expression caused the trio to distance themselves. Ilou shook her head and addressed him. "Niwei, you must adhere to the rules. Otherwise, honor will quietly slip away. I shall triumph like the god of victory." Just as she was about to enter the classroom, Ilou swiftly departed, leaving the four behind to grumble, but powerless to act. Ilou possessed privileges that they did not, and they were obliged to attend class obediently. Unfortunately, it was potions class. Professor Snape, resembling a black bat, appeared somewhat unsteady, his demeanor and complexion far from pleasant. Noticing only 4 students and the absence of his favorite pupil, his expression darkened further. Throughout the ensuing lesson, the 4 suffered greatly, accruing numerous points deductions for various infractions, leading to a total deduction of 30 points from both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. Snape remarked, "Your presence brings me no joy. A bunch of foolish imbeciles, points deducted." Fortunately, Vinway, who possessed some talent, managed to salvage a few points. Otherwise, they would have truly become the laughingstock of the school. Thus, until the class concluded, they exited the classroom in a state of despair, save for Vinway. Ron sighed deeply and said, "I wish I could escape this dreadful potions class like Ilou." "Don't get your hopes up," Hermione scoffed, recalling their recent grievances. "I suspect that aside from Ilou and Malfoy, Professor Snape harbors animosity towards everyone, especially Harry. He just deducted a full 20 points from him. The confident king shall not yield. This oppressive regime." Listening to his friend's discussion, Harry felt that the point deductions were entirely his fault, instilling a heavy sense of guilt within him. Seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, he stealthily slipped away, intending to confront Snape for justice. He approached the teacher's office quietly, only to find the wooden door ajar. Curiosity piqued. He peered through the gap and was met with a shocking sight. Snape lay reclined on a chair, his black robes pulled aside, revealing his left leg, which was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Standing beside him was Filch, administering ointment to his leg. Harry held his breath, slowly retreated, and then dashed back to his friends in the corridor, fearfully reporting his discovery. Hermione and Ron listened in shock, and their astonishment grew when Harry speculated that Snape must have been injured while traversing the 3-headed dog. Absurd. How foolish my people are, drawing conclusions without evidence. Furthermore, that incident occurred nearly half a month ago. Vinway, upon hearing this, scoffed and strode away, leaving the 3 in utter bewilderment. At noon, in the Great Hall, a tardy Ilou took her seat at the usual spot. The moment Vinway entered, he spotted her and leaped up to embrace her excitedly, exclaiming, "Elven Prince, where have you been? I've missed you dearly. Busy with research. Always with your research. No one has played with me for half a month." Vinway expressed his dissatisfaction, playfully pinching Ilou's cheek. Remembering the earlier incident involving Harry and the others, he curiously inquired, "Elven Prince, I perceive a discrepancy. Wasn't Snape supposed to have been bitten on November 1st? How is it that I have only now been bitten in mid-November? Perhaps it is due to the world consciousness." Ilou gently pushed aside the approaching Vinway, disregarding the incessant tirades, and resolutely placed the pot atop the world's head. Vinway, visibly enraged, clenched his fist and proclaimed, "Dare you oppose a traveler? World consciousness, your path to demise is inevitable. Niwei, you cannot prevail." The orange-hued figure, struck by despair, slumped into the seat beside Ilou, resembling someone who had labored for 3 hours on a time-limited event only to find it abruptly ended, with rewards vanishing into thin air. Upon witnessing this, Ilou gently reassured, "Do not fret. You still possess your extraordinary, yet somewhat subpar, enhancement system. Accomplish some achievements, acquire skillful artifacts, and soon enough, you shall ascend to the pinnacle of the world's mightiest. But this wretched system rewards me only once every few years." He lamented, "Fear not, for you may still utilize my technological prowess." With a joyful exclamation, Vinway clung to her, excitedly exclaiming, "Your spirit is truly marvelous. If you do not shun me, I shall." Yet before Vinway could finish, the tower bell tolled, thwarting his grand plans involving his beloved lowly mother for the second time. How infuriating. Cursed be the malevolent spirits of the tower. Vinway glared furiously at the grand clock by the castle entrance, his teeth grinding in frustration. The doors to the hall swung open, and a throng of students poured in. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, as per tradition, took their seats opposite one another. This afternoon marked the Quidditch match, and the teachers stood at the podium, briefing the students on important matters in the order of the interhouse competitions before the lunch commenced. Seething internally, Vinway ravenously stuffed food into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. "If only I could change my hair to a more appealing shade of blue," he mused. The trio observed the enraged Vinway in confusion, continuing their conversation while eating. Before long, lunch concluded. and the students retreated to their dormitories for a brief rest in preparation for the afternoon's Quidditch match. Although he detested the color, Ron donned a scarf of various hues to avoid freezing. He was quite disdainful of the outdated shade but wrapped it around his neck nonetheless. Harry approached, requesting a scarf, which he draped over the edge of his bed before donning his Gryffindor jersey. He discovered the uniform to be rather loose. Likely due to the absence of students of his age for many years, all the clothing was oversized. Meanwhile, on the bed, Ilou, with the assistance of Aquamarine, dressed herself as well, though the colors did not quite complement her. She preferred blue and contemplated switching houses. Sorting hat, I did say loyalty, albeit just a smidgen, wishing for the match to proceed smoothly, hoping no Slytherin would knock him down and leave him in a heap of broken bones, the fragile seeker. Gazing into the full-length mirror, Harry felt an unprecedented sense of charm, far surpassing the days when he was confined to wearing old sweaters. Ron poked his head out from a pile of sweaters, admiring Harry's appearance with applause. That jersey looks fantastic. I wish I could be a player too. Fear not. You shall. Elena picked up her enchanted broom and winked at the two. As the lunch break concluded, all the students and faculty, brimming with excitement, gathered at the Quidditch pitch situated beside the castle. The stands were overflowing with spectators, with students waving banners of their respective houses, cheering for their teams. And the atmosphere crackled with tension as fierce rivalries ignited among the houses. Harry, standing on the oval pitch with his teammates, could feel the sweat trickling down his back as he gazed at the enthusiastic crowd above. He dared not contemplate the dire consequences should they lose. It would feel as if his magical life would come to a sudden halt. Behind him, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, placed their hands on Harry's shoulders and casually remarked, "Don't worry, Harry, even if we lose, the professors won't tear you to shreds. That fate is reserved for us. The finest beaters. Enough of that. You too. Don't frighten Harry. This is his first match." Wood approached, broomstick in hand, giving the twins a light thump before reassuring Harry, "Fear not. Harry, you are the best seeker." Casting a glance toward the Slytherin team ahead, Harry swallowed hard. A few dozen meters above the teams was the Gryffindor spectator stand, where they were engaged in a heated exchange of insults in response to Slytherin's provocations. Unlike her peers, Hermione, adorned with a woolen hat and a thick scarf, sat comfortably in her seat, exuding an air of coziness. However, her tranquil day was about to be disrupted, for her adversary had arrived. Indeed, it was Vinny Weasley, clad in his perpetually unchanged outfit of a white top, black skirt, black tights, and white boots. He perched himself directly behind Hermione on his broom. The scent of rivalry hung in the air, causing a frown to form on Hermione's brow. As she turned to hurl an insult, she spotted Elena and Ron joining her, prompting her to shoot a glare at the orange-haired boy instead. Vinny merely smirked, unfazed by Hermione's disdain, and slung his arm around Elena's shoulders. "Look at that Slytherin. He resembles a giant," Ron exclaimed, pointing at Marcus Flint on the opposing team. Vinny cupped his hands to his eyes in a mock telescope gesture and retorted, "Don't be ridiculous. Giants aren't that ugly. He is more like a troll. Specifically a mountain troll." Upon hearing this, Allure reproached the two, saying, "Neville, Ron, you have truly exceeded all bounds. Are you not aware that casually commenting on another's appearance is a rather rude act? Elven Prince, when did you start to resemble the minister in your demeanor? Enough of this chatter. Look, Harry and the others have already taken flight." Ron, engrossed in the match, gestured animatedly with his hands. With a resounding shout from Madame Hooch, the competition officially commenced. Meanwhile, on another viewing platform, Jordan sat beside Professor McGonagall, excitedly providing commentary. However, before he could elaborate for long, he was promptly silenced by a series of stern reprimands from Professor McGonagall, which was hardly unjust given Jordan's incessant chatter. As Harry soared through the air, inundated with the relentless commentary, he felt overwhelmed. "Oh, come on, Savior. You can do it." In a rather ironic twist, despite being a Ravenclaw player, Vinny was seated in the Gryffindor viewing area, vocally supporting the Gryffindor team, much to the disdain of the other houses. Hagrid, with his immense stature, squeezed through the crowd to join them, equally spirited alongside Vinny. "By the way, Elven Prince, is not your ancestor the King of Victory and Glory? Pray to your forebears for Harry's triumph." Iru shook her head, pointing towards the crowd in the other stands. "They too are praying to the King of Victory and Glory." Vinoy followed her gesture and indeed spotted a group of students engaged in various incantations, fervently chanting for Ilou Kalmuset to bestow victory. Is the Opal epic truly so renowned? Undoubtedly, Harry is on the brink of triumph. Vinoy, prepare yourself for a match against Hufflepuff. Nearby, Hermione and Ron were taken aback, gazing skyward. Indeed, Harry was skillfully maneuvering his broomstick, chasing a glimmer of gold. The atmosphere was electric. Look, Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter, has begun his pursuit of the golden snitch. Oh. How will Slytherin respond? Jordan intently followed the thrilling aerial battle, providing commentary. Oh, Marcus Flint has maliciously and disgracefully collided with Harry. This is infuriating. My apologies, Professor. What is happening? Harry seems to be losing his balance. The spectators watched anxiously as Harry swayed precariously. At that moment, Hermione, holding a telescope, seemed to have discerned something. She tugged at Ron's sleeve. Ron, perplexed, nonetheless seized the telescope and directed it towards the direction Hermione indicated, before indignantly removing it and exclaiming, "Oh, it's that old bat. He still wishes to harm Harry. All-powerful are you, Hermione. Think of a solution quickly." Ilou shook her head in refusal, continuing to watch the match. Hermione, after a moment's contemplation, swiftly departed from the Gryffindor viewing stand under Ron's gaze. Once Hermione had left, Ilou and Vinaway exchanged a glance, and soon after, flames erupted from the stand where Snape was seated. Following the ignition of the flames, Harry, high above, suddenly felt a sense of liberation. No time to revel in this newfound freedom, he hastily darted toward the golden snitch. Amidst the cheers from Gryffindor and the jeers from Slytherin, he seized the snitch, bringing the match to a triumphant conclusion. "We are the champions." Hagrid, Ron, Hermione, and Neville lifted Harry in celebration, while Ilou and Vinaway, standing nearby, clapped and exclaimed, "Oh, thank you so much." Listening to his friend's congratulations, Harry beamed with joy. The feeling of friendship was simply magnificent. After Gryffindor's match against Slytherin, a brief respite ensued before Ravenclaw faced Hufflepuff. "Oh, now it is my time." The orange-red figure soared atop a broomstick, gliding to the center of the Quidditch pitch. Raising both hands to address the crowd, "Let the cheers erupt. Let the applause resonate. In this arena, where even the wildest dreams dared not tread." The moment was proclaimed by the illustrious Vinaway. His fervent voice echoed throughout the stadium, silencing all four houses, with only the teachers, Vinaway's friends, and a handful of others offering sparse applause. Everyone was captivated by his commanding presence. "This is me. Now you know who the real leader is." Vinaway was truly a social daredevil, managing to utter such audacious words before the gaze of thousands. An act that commanded profound admiration. Ilou gazed upwards, admiring the confident, orange-red figure above, a twinge of envy flickering in her heart. The subsequent matches unfolded precisely as Vinaway had foretold. Within a mere 15 seconds of the commencement, he seized the golden snitch, annihilating Hufflepuff and etching his name into the annals of Quidditch history, earning a jubilant cheer from Ravenclaw House. On the field, facing Vinaway, Hufflepuff expended every ounce of energy, yet could not prevail, for their opponent was no ordinary foe. After the match concluded, the crowd returned to the castle, their fervor still ignited. The trio of friends slipped away unnoticed, though both Ilou and Vinaway were acutely aware of their intentions, likely off to seek Hagrid. As they returned in a state of considerable displeasure, "This world is a remarkable one, where countless individuals bear burdens, innovate, and stride towards the future, igniting bonfires in the dark of night to build a flourishing civilization. Yet it is equally a flawed world, rife with the reckless outpouring of malice, malevolent thoughts leading to slander and mockery, inciting discord, with hidden conflicts and the flames of reality's warfare consuming every corner. It is also a mundane world, where the majority lack aspirations, merely existing for the sake of existence, with the lives of ordinary individuals often characterized by mediocrity or outright failure." Thus, he mused, the greatness within himself ought to ascend to lofty heights. This world is not benevolent, a sentiment shared by many, whether in the digital realm or reality. It is saturated with malice, myriad conflicts, incitement of division, discrimination, and deep-seated enmities, among countless others. Most choose silence, allowing such malignancy to flourish unchecked. Yet there exists a group of individuals who might be deemed normal, engaged in a perpetual struggle against another faction, a phenomenon observable throughout the ages. Regardless of the balance of good and evil, it bears little significance. Like schools of fish, they cannot alter the currents of the ocean, and thus, this world is eternally destined to remain as it is. In a village of a certain nation, there lived a couple who, in this chaotic world, could be regarded as normal. The wife was gentle and capable, adept at all household tasks, while the husband was wise and composed, passionate about his work and family. Their life together was filled with affection, absent of domestic violence, insults, or quarrels. The husband frequently assisted the wife with chores, while she often prepared meals and laundered clothes. occasionally surprising him with gifts such as gaming consoles or collectible figures. To their neighbors, this family appeared quite unconventional, for after all, domestic violence and mutual insults were considered rather commonplace, were they not? Years have passed, and he was born as the child of this couple, who lavished upon him their utmost tenderness, abundant affection, and the most tolerant of philosophies. Within this perfect love, he blossomed day by day, perhaps becoming the happiest child in the world. One fateful day, amidst a dilapidated junkyard, the young boy discovered a computer that captivated him immensely. He pleaded with his parents to acquire it, and they consented, on the condition that he would care for it diligently. He eagerly agreed, and this worn-out machine, which would soon transform the world, was meticulously repaired by him, ultimately connecting to the vast expanse of the internet. With innocent curiosity sparkling in his eyes, he ventured into a forum, where an overwhelming tide of comments and replies surged forth, profoundly impacting his impressionable mind. This was not what his parents had taught him. Why were these individuals engaged in mutual attacks? Why were they hurling insults at one another? Having been raised in what he believed to be the only normal family in existence, his moral compass, values, and worldview were shaken for the very first time. Upon hearing the commotion, his parents rushed in and, upon witnessing the content displayed on the screen, swiftly shut down the computer. They explained to him the madness of the world and cautioned him against aimlessly browsing the internet in the future. He looked at his parents, bowed his head, and chose silence for the first time, unable to comprehend the behavior of those individuals. In response, his parents adopted a policy of tolerance, accompanying him during his subsequent online sessions. As information flooded into his mind, his perspectives were continuously reshaped, giving birth to an unprecedented and radical ideal within his young soul. Is the belief of the masses inherently correct? Is their chosen path truly the righteous one? Absolutely not. On the contrary, the masses are the most foolish. They heed only the superficial discourse and engage in conflict. Just like the relentless waves of the ocean, uniform in their malevolence, they allow no room for dissent. All individuals are foolish. If that is the case, let me, the Great One, the sole entity with clarity, overturn this decayed world. Let us challenge the vast evils of existence. I shall equally disdain all that this world presents. Is it always thus? The world is rife with malevolence. In order to avoid harm, people too embrace wickedness, with evil celebrated as righteousness, while the original virtue is condemned as a new form of malevolence. He defined this world as evil and himself as the lone savior, vowing to rescue humanity from its darkness. This resembles a delusional fantasy often associated with youthful exuberance, which may elicit scorn and ridicule from the populace. Yet, as he gazed at his parents with hopeful anticipation, they acknowledged his aspirations. Indeed, as his father and mother, they were naturally inclined to embrace his ideals, offering both understanding and support. With their encouragement, he embarked on his own path, immersing himself in countless books and absorbing the wonders of the world, all in a quest to fortify himself. Upon entering the realm of the internet, he defied the world, engaging in confrontations that sparked a series of verbal skirmishes. Some, perhaps swayed by his charisma, joined his ranks in opposition to the establishment. Others remained obstinately deluded, continuing to wage war against his formidable presence. The scale of this conflict gradually escalated, capturing the attention of national authorities, some of whom even initiated manhunts against him. Yet, it proved futile. He considered himself a brilliant genius. In the vast expanse of the internet, how could he be ensnared? He devised a program for himself and his followers, ensuring that information perpetually morphed every second, rendering the identification of truth nearly impossible. He orchestrated an unprecedented cyber warfare, proclaiming himself the singular and magnificent savior, rallying his followers to incite a revolution against the world. In less than 2 years, numerous critical government sectors faced attacks, and one nation after another plunged into chaos. Panic ensued as people scrambled for resources in shopping centers, as if the world had descended into apocalyptic despair. He beheld this breathtaking spectacle, mirroring his aspirations. But no, this was incorrect. His vision should have been to overthrow the decaying world and subsequently reconstruct a realm of reason and clarity. Yet, what had he accomplished? Leading assaults on servers, crippling vital networks, coercing millions into existential despair. The self-proclaimed Great One had, in his pursuit, become an embodiment of malevolence, morphing into the very evil he once detested, even emerging as the greatest evil on the planet. Ultimately, it will incite the wrath of the people. In reality, seated before his computer desk, he grasped his hair tightly, perplexed, unable to fathom where he had erred. In the desolate silence of the living room, his parents appeared haggard. The government's chaos had led to his father's professional failures, while the turmoil among the populace rendered his mother unable to procure anything. Under his influence, the world had descended into an abyss of destruction. He picked up a pair of scissors, yearning to escape from it all, yet ultimately set them down, lacking the courage to proceed. Since that moment, another faction emerged within the shattered network, waging an enduring battle against the group responsible for the world's devastation. How ironic it was that the self-proclaimed savior, a madman he detested, had become the embodiment of evil, aspiring to enact justice while committing acts of murder and arson. Nevertheless, the story concluded with his demise. The broken couple turned their knives toward their beloved child, and he offered no resistance. Thus, the architect of this tragic war perished. Everything had come to an end. He had become tainted by an indelible sin, yet it mattered little to him. He was indifferent, leaving the judgment to those in that world. He was now known as Vinovi, and indeed, the illustrious Vinovi. Ilou, I can see it now. Each of you possesses remarkable skills. As November drew to a close, December was imminent. Vinovi chose not to engage with his friends, instead sitting alone on a stone railing, cradling his chin in his hands, pouting as the heavy snow fell behind him, indicating a disturbance in his mood. Today, he felt exceptionally melancholic. It had been about a month since the Ilou cosplay incident, and since then, Ilou seemed to have refrained from contacting him out of guilt, which left Vinovi feeling quite unsettled. This sensation was akin to experiencing an inexplicable itch after a hot shower, a cacophony of emotions that was utterly unbearable. Currently, Ilou seemed to be accommodating him at every turn. While such behavior would be viewed as commendable by most, Vinovi found it unsatisfactory. He yearned for a spirited elven sword-wielding girl, one who would not submit to him. Thus, he pondered how to alleviate Ilou's guilt and restore her to her former self. With his orange-red hair bouncing, a plethora of ideas surged within him. What should he do? Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Vinovi: self-sabotage. Yes, he would emulate a certain lifeless gaze, first berating Ilou vehemently, with a hint of personal grievance, and then delivering a sound thrashing. In doing so, Ilou would have justifiable grounds to retaliate, free from her guilt. Such a genius plan. Truly, he was the great Vinovi. What was he waiting for? Winnie leapt down from the stone railing and hurried towards Ilou. On a deserted balcony on the third floor of the castle, Ilou was once again indulging in a pineapple-flavored ice cream, clearly relishing it. Suddenly, Ilou's ears perked up at the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. He set down his ice cream, puzzled, and the next moment, an orange-red figure tumbled before him with a thud. "Ah, Winnie, what brings you here?" he exclaimed, swallowing the ice cream along with its cup, and then helped the fallen Winnie back to his feet. Winnie shook his head vigorously, attempting to regain his composure. He felt as though a multitude of Cecilies were spinning before his eyes, emitting hoarse cries. "Oh dear," he muttered, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him before finally returning to normal. Winnie fixed a piercing gaze on Ilou and spoke slowly, "Fairy Prince, I shall liberate you from this abyss of malevolence." His words took a full minute to articulate, and the unsettling intensity of his stare left Ilou feeling somewhat unnerved. After a brief silence, Ilou finally spoke up. What do you intend to do?" "I shall." "You shall." "Never before have I encountered such gall." "Do you dare?" "Allow me to demonstrate what true." "I shall." Winnie erupted into a tirade, leaving Ilou utterly bewildered and unable to comprehend his intentions, merely gazing on in confusion. "With that effeminate demeanor, even my pigs and dogs would not deign to acknowledge you. You would do well to end it swiftly. When I regard you as a person, could you at least attempt to act like one? Do not look at me with those eyes. I fear I might contract conjunctivitis. You are nothing but a cucumber, and a rather misshapen one at that. It's simply ridiculous. Fortunately, your disguise is convincing. Otherwise, I would truly believe you to be a..." As Ilou listened to the myriad of outbursts, a considerable span of time, perhaps over 10 minutes, elapsed. Vinovi, exhausted from his tirade, offered her a glass of lemon water with a tender gesture. Observing the hand before him, Vinovi fell into a contemplative silence, then downed the drink in one go, casting a dubious glance at the currently composed elf. "Indeed, I have become rather unpracticed. Merely 11 years have passed, and my combat prowess has diminished to nothing. My aggression is woefully inadequate. Moreover, why is this elf's demeanor so remarkably stable? Is there not even a semblance of vexation?" After allowing his mouth a brief respite, Vinovi resumed his diatribe. Ilou furrowed her brow slightly yet refrained from uttering a word. Thus, he continued his invective for nearly 20 minutes until fatigue overtook him, and he lowered his head, yearning for his keyboard. Upon lifting his gaze, however, he found that Ilou had already departed, leaving behind an empty glass on the stone railing. The remnants of lemon water at the bottom gradually congealing into ice. I should have engaged directly. Though I might not prevail, the elf prince would not retaliate. Witnessing the dismal failure of his rescue mission, Vinaway could only depart in disappointment, contemplating the preparations for a new endeavor. He wandered the corridors, seeking Ilou while pondering the forthcoming confrontation and how his friend might save herself after awakening. He strolled aimlessly, searching in vain. Sweet heavens! What has become of Ilou? In desperation, Vinaway resorted to employing his external enhancements, activating his ceremonial garb to harness the power of the fantasy realm in his quest throughout Hogwarts. Students passing by, upon witnessing his peculiar appearance, hastily averted their gazes. The sandstorm wall has gone mad. Fortune smiled upon Vinaway, for he ultimately discovered Ilou, whose complexion appeared rather unusual. In a concealed corner unnoticed by anyone, he promptly deactivated his attire, tiptoeing stealthily towards her, making no sound, intent on a surprise attack. Ilou, seemingly oblivious, maintained her silence until Vinaway approached her from behind, raising his left fist to deliver a powerful strike upon her back. Forgive me, elf prince, but this is my final blow. However, sensing something amiss, Vinaway noted that despite his fist making contact, there was no sensation, as if he were merely swinging through the air. Unwilling to accept defeat, he struck once more, yet the same inexplicable absence of feeling persisted. What could be the cause of this? The long silent elf slowly turned its head, devoid of any expression, yet its eyes brimmed with ferocity. This fierce gaze sent a chill down Winnie's spine, reminding him of events from a month prior. Haha, since the objective has been achieved, I shall take my leave. He mused. No, Winnie, you cannot leave. Upon witnessing Ilou revert to her former self, particularly sensing the tension in the air, Winnie's legs trembled slightly, his hair standing on end, as he contemplated a hasty retreat. However, before he could take a single step, Ilou had firmly grasped his hand, and despite his utmost efforts, he found himself unable to escape. With a movement of his throat, Winnie realized that today he had nowhere to flee. And this calamity was an inevitable consequence he could not evade. Only a reckoning for his own misdeeds awaited him. That elven prince, allow me to explain. Wait. No. Where are you applying that medicine? Regret had come too late. Ilou glared with fury, abruptly tripping Vinaway to the ground. Swiftly, her small fist descended upon his back like a meteor shower. Ah, how could this be? Ah, arg. Each strike was relentlessly dismantling his physical form, eliciting a wail akin to that of Tomcat from Vinaway. Some passers-by, drawn by the commotion, approached to investigate, only to hastily retreat upon identifying the two. What a spectacle, remarked a student. 15 minutes later, Vinaway lay on the ground, utterly transformed from his former shape into that of a beast, while Ilou, perched upon his waist, had calmed somewhat, though her cheeks remained puffed. Do you have any last words, Vinaway? She inquired, gripping his chin, her gaze towering over him. Completely disregarding his battered state, Vinaway struggled to part his lips, managing to utter with difficulty, If you dare call me a mere fish again, I would die without regret. A prolonged silence ensued. Ilou was momentarily speechless, taken aback by Vinaway's dying utterance, questioning if there truly existed someone who, even at the brink of death, harbored such peculiar thoughts. This individual was utterly remarkable. Although Ilou had not sensed any malice from Vinaway earlier, her anger had compelled her to strike. Fine. I shall grant you a minute. Hurry and explain yourself. Otherwise, prepare for your demise. Observing his near-death state softened her heart, allowing him a moment to bid farewell to the world. Then I shall speak, he replied. Huh? You wish to justify your beating me to alleviate your guilt? What sort of genius logic is that? Indeed, he asserted. Fairy Prince, you must believe me. Upon hearing his explanation, Ilou stared at him wide-eyed, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. She had chastised him for a good while and even sought him out just to retaliate. All for this? So, was it indeed her fault? Yet, although his intentions might have been noble, who would remain unperturbed after being inexplicably beaten and scolded? Surely, anyone would feel anger, wouldn't they? After a fierce internal struggle, Ilou concluded that her earlier actions were justified. Vinaway had brought this upon himself. This fellow was simply asking for a beating. Fairy Prince, can you save me? Vinaway felt his innards decaying, and upon hearing a weak voice, Ilou finally noticed that he appeared alive but was, in fact, on the brink of death. Here I come. In an instant, her demeanor transformed back to one of cheerfulness as she cast a healing spell upon Vinaway, who was nearly reduced to a pulpy mass beneath her. Bathed in warm blue light, Vinaway felt his body growing warm, the various tissues mending and reconnecting. At last, he regained the ability to move. With a contented sigh, Vinaway exhaled deeply, his spirits lifted, and gazed up at Ilou, still seated upon his waist. Fairy Prince, may I now descend? To be candid, I must admit that I am indeed suppressing my emotions. This, however, is a falsehood. His current trepidation in uttering this phrase is solely to evoke a sense of disgust in Ilou, prompting her departure. How navi! Ilou merely snapped her fingers, and Vinaway's entire musculature relaxed, which elicited an expression of eager anticipation from him. Prince of Elves, you are truly famished. Do not misconstrue my intentions. I intend to teach you a lesson. For instance, with a mere glance, Ilou noticed a rose-gold charm tumbling from Vinaway the wizard's pocket. With a mischievous grin, she retrieved it, presenting it to Vinaway. Panic was visibly etched across Vinaway's face. It was his exclusive iPhone 11 Pro Max. What was Ilou doing? Dear Vinaway, I trust you wouldn't want any secrets on your phone to be discovered, would you? Ilou cradled her phone in both hands, casting a progressively dangerous gaze towards Vinaway. The trembling Vinaway was utterly flustered, yet he feigned composure, clearing his throat and declaring, It's fine. I am not afraid at all, for you cannot unlock it anyway. A 3D unlock, you say? Indeed, it holds a certain intrigue, he attempted. But upon his first try, the lock screen displayed an error. Ilou regarded this unprecedented marvel of the new era with a fleeting glance, yet that was where her interest ceased. Humanity's technology proved to be utterly fragile. Ilou smiled faintly, her hand brushing across her face, causing her features to instantaneously transform into those of Winnie. The placement of her signature tuft and braids mirrored his appearance perfectly. Save for the gaze. Bush, Goman? Upon witnessing his own likeness reflected back at him, Winnie could no longer maintain his composure, succumbing to a rising panic. Meanwhile, the Ilou within him paid no heed to the struggles beneath, effortlessly unlocking the 3D interface. All right, Winnie, let me see what secrets you conceal, she declared with determination. Directly accessing the settings to explore the hidden treasures within Winnie's storage space. By then, Winnie had relinquished his resistance, covering his face with his hands, repeatedly telling himself, This is merely a dream. I am still seated before my broken computer desk. Wait, is that 1NB? Ilu's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the unit displaying 1NB. What does this even signify? Although it falls far short of the data refuse produced by the DET system's singular data universe every millisecond. It is nearing the temporary data output generated by Hatsune Miku each minute. Vinny, have you stored tens of thousands of internet files within your device? The entirety of humanity's accumulated knowledge could scarcely match that. You are truly impressive. I must continue to explore. Defying the odds, Ilu delved into the storage categories and discovered that the videos and images alone amounted to a staggering 3NB. This was exceedingly abnormal, though everything seemed rather peculiar. Without further ado, he clicked inside, and as he beheld the dizzying array of unknown images and videos, Ilu felt a rush of warmth and crimson flood his face. Reminiscent of the moment he was picked up by his parents in the snow. He was rather innocent and had never encountered such content before. Ah, Vinny, you hentai. Vafanculo. Idioti. Ilou unleashed a torrent of profanity from the depths of her cognition. Her hand gesturing the amiable Italian sign inherited from her mother, steam rising from her head as she covered her face while cursing Winnie. Meanwhile, Winnie appeared utterly oblivious to her outburst, his head resting on the ground, tears streaming down his face. For he realized that he had met his social demise right before the eyes of his closest friend, a fellow traveler. Everything was utterly ruined. His reputation, in Ilu's eyes, had likely plummeted to the abyss. The existence of a traveler had come to an end. Humiliating tears pooled on the ground, while Ilou continued her relentless tirade. Unlike humans, she possessed no physiological limitations. Thirst or hunger were mere fictions, allowing her to vent her frustrations for as long as she desired. The sustained barrage of insults lasted an entire hour before she finally fell silent. With a peculiar gaze fixed upon Winnie, she turned her head and pouted, saying, I will begrudgingly understand you, as is the nature of male humanity. Winnie, startled, lifted his head, scarcely believing that Ilou had come to terms with this outrageous reality. Is that true, brother? Stop with your jokes. Is it really true? The orange-red figure sprawled on the ground wept tears of joy. Ilou, still seated upon his waist, observed silently, her eyes occasionally drifting to the glowing screen of her phone. After a moment, she coldly remarked, though I comprehend your plight, it does not imply that I shall cease my scrutiny. The legacy of my past life must remain concealed. That decayed world should vanish with the winds. It must not be discovered by anyone. Sensing the turmoil radiating from Winnie, Ilou let out a wicked laugh, exclaiming, "Winnie, today I shall uncover all your little secrets." "You are in for it now." Winnie lamented, "I was wrong. I should not have spoken so recklessly." As he attempted to beg for mercy, Ilou swiftly blocked his mouth with her right knee, rendering him unable to do anything but struggle helplessly. Ilou maintained a rather distorted posture, with his left foot resting upon Vinaway's waist and his right leg precariously positioned atop Vinaway's head. More alarmingly, he audaciously executed a full 360-degree rotation of his head, turning away from Vinaway to peruse his phone. With an eerie chuckle, he exited the storage space, sliding his fingers across the screen as he once again pursued his objectives within the notes and photo albums. Amidst Vinaway's mournful wails, Ilou wore a sinister expression, cruelly initiating the exploration of the notes, line by line delving into Vinaway's personal diary. Vinaway, who writes a diary if not a serious person? Well, me. From this labyrinth of over 100 million words, Ilou could glean just how richly Vinaway had lived in his past life, encompassing a vast array of social circles, forums, and an impeccable backup of websites. From the minutiae of secret software passwords to the sordid thoughts that plagued his mind, and the melodramatic lines echoing with adolescent angst, to billions of IP addresses reaching countless households. However, these were mere trifles compared to the crux of the matter, Vinaway's staggering collection of hundreds of thousands of diaries. The latest entry was dated just yesterday. Still notes? The more he read, the more his enthusiasm surged. If one were to evaluate Vinaway in human terms, it would undoubtedly be, he has truly lived. Oh, what a legendary existence you had, Vinaway. As he flipped through the pages at an ever-accelerating pace, Ilou, with a memory surpassing that of any human, inscribed every word indelibly in his mind. Beneath him, Vinaway had already succumbed to lifelessness. The once vibrant and lively orange-red now dulled to a ghostly gray, his illustrious deeds no longer concealed. He was finished. Ilou perused all the documents before him, reflecting inwardly, only to realize the vast expanse of knowledge that eluded his understanding. What is Niue? What do these terms signify? He turned his head towards Vinaway and accessed the internet section, yet found himself utterly bewildered by the content within. "Allow me to elucidate," Vinaway said, regaining his composure as he adjusted his glasses, his voice imbued with profound emotion. "I shall transform into the mystical monkey of a May mountain, a certain saint of primordial origin, embodying the frothy skin atop warm milk, traversing to every household in the virtual realm. Food and divinity shall unite. The deepest oceanic trenches shall converge with the fruit-eating primates, and the elusive snow leopards of the treacherous mountains shall resonate with the opening theme of the animated series. I am the embodiment of all that is wicked in the digital world, the manifestation of all evils that plague this existence. This is the reason why the illustrious Vinaway ascends as a savior." Ilou, unable to comprehend even a fragment of what Miku uttered, requested a summary of Niue's words. Vinaway passionately recounted his grand odyssey and myriad accomplishments, leaving Ilou's expression one of utter bewilderment. Although he grasped little of the discourse, he increasingly felt gratitude for not having ventured into the internet realm. "Merely listening to your words has given me a headache. What a pity, O Prince of Elves. If you, too, were to witness the malevolence that resides within the network, you would surely rise in rebellion as well. Perhaps I overthink. I lack your audacity. And in the eyes of humanity, your actions might be perceived as nothing more than the antics of a jester." Ilou returned her focus to her waist, exiting her notes to peruse her album. She had no desire to engage with anything related to the internet, for she believed it would only dampen her spirits and diminish her vivacity. Upon entering, she discovered several folders, and her eyes lit up at one titled Anime Beauties. Ignoring the collection, she eagerly clicked inside. Ilou harbors a little-known passion. He is, in fact, an admirer of young maidens, although he holds no interest in humanity at large. He possesses a genuine fondness for the delicate physique characteristic of youthful girls. He harbors a strong aversion towards mature women, particularly disliking ostentatious makeup and the nauseating tones that often accompany it, largely influenced by his mother, Fukit. Fukit detests heavy makeup and the garish allure of crimson lips. She steadfastly embraces her own aesthetic. Despite being in her 30s, she exudes the charm and spirit of a character straight out of a two-dimensional world. Under her influence, Ilou has developed a similar penchant. This inclination also explains his fascination with plants and marine life. Observing Ilou's unprecedented gaze, Vinaway was filled with curiosity and glanced at the realm the elf was exploring. To her surprise, it was his collection of beautiful maidens, his cherished trove of two-dimensional Lolas. Meanwhile, Ilou had evidently caught sight of the Lolas as well, but with a mere flicker of his gaze, he swiftly moved on. Vinaway sighed in relief, reassured by his nonchalant demeanor. Ilou truly finds Loli to be quite beautiful, but that sentiment ends there. His racial identity and inherent psychological state dictate that he harbors not even the slightest interest in desire. Furthermore, he is committed to preserving beauty rather than destroying it. Your interests are indeed diverse. I hope you do not behave this way in reality, otherwise, I might reluctantly take it upon myself to execute you. Just as he began to warn Vinaway, Ilou stumbled upon hundreds of intriguing images. Upon clicking, he noticed that the hair and eyes were identical to those of Vinaway. Curiosity piqued. He opened the details and questioned, "Is this you, a human in distress?" He raised his phone to Vinaway's face, to which Vinaway candidly replied, "This is not me, but I too wish to become like her. Vinaway, it has only just dawned on me today that you have been wearing women's clothing all along." Ilou glanced at the image and then at Winnie, realizing that aside from their gender, the two resembled each other strikingly. Almost as though they had stepped directly out of an anime. It was astonishing. My aspiration is to learn from the esteemed Master Qianyun and to become as extraordinary as he. Although Master Qianyun is yet unfamiliar with me, I have already come to regard him as my rebirth parent. Who is this Master Qianyun? He is a true paragon of eccentricity, an idol that we, as transcenders, should aspire to emulate. United in partnership with the little loner, Qianyun, rising from the east, I hold you in the highest regard. I must strive to be as humorous as you. Upon hearing this, Ilou pondered thoughtfully and then, without reservation, remarked to Winnie, "You, as a comedic character, are hardly funny at all." "What?" Winnie, in despair, shed a tear while murmuring, "It pierces my heart. I am unworthy." Witnessing his plight, Ilou gently patted his head in consolation and continued to peruse the album filled with anime characters. He discovered many of the roles that Winnie had previously urged him to cosplay, as well as familiar figures and those he had never encountered before, which profoundly challenged his narrow worldview of the anime realm. "Could you please return my phone?" "Not just yet," came the reply. "Huh?" Winnie struggled to raise his head, eager to protest against Ilou, only to find that he had activated his own Wi-Fi, unexpectedly connecting to a network. Ilou waved her phone in front of him, saying, "How about I connect you to the internet? Am I not generous?" Winnie Wei instantly brightened up, eagerly praising Ilou's wisdom and prowess. The Lapita has deployed detectors across the universe, equipped with networking capabilities, but their primary responsibility lies in scanning and gathering cosmic information to construct models. Among them, the farthest one, named the Pioneer, is nearing the outskirts of Laniakea. However, do not rejoice too soon, for in this age, there is no internet. What you are connecting to is merely the virtual universe of the repository, engaging with those virtual beings. Nevertheless, there is an upside. You can connect to a plethora of virtual universes, encompassing all sorts of hierarchies. How marvelous! Prince of Elves, you are my deity. Before Winnie Wei could revel in his excitement for long, he was once again subdued by Ilou, a situation that persisted until dinner, when he finally found respite. Today's outcome was a defeat for Winnie Wei. The super elf emerged victorious, subdued by the elf prince for an entire day, though he is my dear friend. Such humiliation shall not be forgotten. If the elf prince dares to offend again, his ear shall be pulled until he is comfortable. On November 29, 1991. In the Ravenclaw dormitory number 3 at Hogwarts, Winnie Wei furiously scribbled. Within the opulent male dormitory of Ravenclaw, an orange-red figure occupied the upper bunk. Gesturing animatedly with his phone while penning his diary, his cheeks puffed up in indignation. So, who is this incredibly beautiful, confident youth in orange-red? Indeed, it is the magnificent Winnie Wei. That is to say, me. I am absolutely furious. The elf prince, just a mere elf. Where did he find such audacity to ambush my phone and expose my secrets? This is outrageous. The great king has been defeated by a prince who has submitted. Should this word spread, I would become the subject of ridicule. I tossed and turned in bed, contemplating how to exact my revenge. Aha! Suddenly sitting up straight, I devised a brilliant plan to understand his family better than he does, rendering him speechless. No one knows the Kalmuset family better than I do. The first step is to finish reading the book he gifted me. I leaped off the bed, rummaging through the cabinet at my desk, searching for that precious tome. I gauged the thickness of the book and found it to be quite thin. Opening the first page, I clearly read, This book is a special edition for the inner world, containing secret information. To avoid causing panic, please do not disclose it to the outer world in any manner. Secret information. A new game, indeed. With both hands, I eagerly flipped through, urging knowledge to fill my mind swiftly. The 17th century undoubtedly marked a significant epoch, as does every era in its own right. The preceding century witnessed Christopher Columbus's discovery of the New World, which heralded immense benefits for European civilization. The church gradually waned in influence, while science and economy flourished with remarkable rapidity, facilitating increasingly frequent exchanges among nations. It can be deemed a prosperous age in terms of global civilizational advancement. However, conversely, it was also a time shrouded in darkness. The transatlantic slave trade had become a commonplace atrocity, with vast profits prompting European nations to engage in morally reprehensible accumulation, indifferent to the lives of their own kin. In a secluded corner of Great Britain, the Kalmuset family, descendants of the esteemed Ilou Kalmuset, continued their isolated existence. 2 millennia had elapsed since the epic's inception, and the Kalmuset family wielded divine authority yet refrained from intervening in the world's trajectory. They existed more as observers of civilization, silently traversing every corner of the globe, meticulously documenting and collecting all that transpired. Many nations were aware of their existence, yet no one possessed the means to challenge this ancient behemoth. Thus, the Kalmuset family held considerable sway in the clandestine realms. The current head of the family, Ilou, harbored a profound disdain for the outside world, deeming all individuals as culpable, and consequently eschewed any form of communication with them. In the summer of 1620, a European nobleman paid a visit, accompanied by a retinue of dozens of horses pulling numerous wooden cages. He rapped upon the gates of Ilou Manor, nestled beneath Ilou Castle. Ilou, with a face contorted in distaste, opened the door and immediately noticed the wooden cages within, containing hundreds of enslaved individuals. This European noble sought to negotiate with the Kalmuset family, aspiring to unlock the pathways of the hidden world, promising greater wealth and power in return. Upon hearing the noble's request, Ilou's countenance darkened, further diminishing his already bleak perception of the outside world. Nevertheless, he accepted these individuals and handed the nobleman a piece of paper. This paper served as a ticket of entry, yet it did not guarantee the noble's safe passage. Unbeknownst to him, Ilou had silently relayed a command to his secret guards to eliminate him. The trembling slaves staggered through the grand entrance of the Ilou Manor, and as the colossal doors closed behind them, their hearts plummeted into despair. Yet, the reality was not as bleak. Ilou provided them with shelter, clean garments, and sustenance, employing them as servants of the Kalmuset family, affording them a level of respect and remuneration they had never dared to dream of. Oblivious to the chaos of the outside world, which he felt powerless to alter, Ilou ruled his household with authority. Thus commenced the lives of the servants. In stark contrast to the tumultuous world beyond, their new existence could only be described as paradise. Ilou and his wife, Safushi, treated them without discrimination, even forging friendships with some of them. As time flowed quietly by, the year 1666 arrived. In this year, Safushi gave birth, and Ilou named their child Opist. The entire family rejoiced in celebration, yet ominously, Safushi's health deteriorated, rendering her bedridden. Unlike the robust lineage of the Kalmuset family, Safushi lacked such resilience. After bearing her child, her frail body succumbed, confining her to her bed indefinitely. In this moment of need, her dear friend and confidant, Yami, stepped forward to take on the responsibility of caring for both Safushi and the newborn Opist. A former slave herself, Yami had lost her elder sister to sale. Yet Safushi had embraced her with sisterly affection, prompting Yami to vow to look after mother and child. Ilou permitted Yami to serve as the nurse for Safushi and Opist. For a significant event was unfolding in the hidden world, one that required the current head of the household to quell unrest and ensure stability, safeguarding the secrets of multiple realms from exposure. Thus, Opist grew up, blessed with 2 mothers, one by birth and the other by nurture. Within the confines of the Kalmuset estate, he mingled with the servants as if they were true kin, transcending barriers of color and origin. He cherished this world. One day, he posed a question to Yami. What is the world beyond like? Growing up in the manor, the young Opist was blissfully unaware of the perils that lay outside. Yami, reflecting on her past tribulations, chose not to answer his inquiry, instead gazing at him with a tender smile. Observing Yami's gentle expression and Safushi's bittersweet smile from her sickbed, Ilou's curiosity about the outside world deepened, and a seed of longing took root in his heart. Upon reaching the age of 16, Opist, having matured within the family's ideals, was poised to venture into the wider world. Yet, as he eagerly embarked on his journey, he was met with the hostility of the world at large. Why? Were they not all of the same kin? Why must they inflict harm upon one another? Witnessing a world rife with the ravages of war and lamentation, Opus found himself bewildered. This was a reality that clashed with his beliefs. He urgently sought answers from his father, but Ubrot merely shook his head, urging him to seek his own path. Having traversed every corner of the world, every civilization, and every nation, standing amidst the ashes of villages, Albst finally comprehended the true essence of the smiles that mothers once bore. This world is far from idyllic, yet despite this reality, he continued to hold a deep affection for it. At this moment, the tender shoots of hope within Albst had begun to flourish. He harbored a seemingly fanciful dream of achieving peace in the world, where all could coexist in joy. Ubrot acknowledged his child's vision, and Safuxi and Yami also bestowed their encouragement. Thus, Albst set forth on his own path, filled with hope, stepping into the world to aid its people and propagate the ideals of peace. However, time and again, failures beset him. Wealth, power, greed, beauty, and all manner of selfish desires. Even kin could wield a blade against one another. Even brothers could turn upon each other. Yet, Albst did not waver. His love for this world and everything within it compelled him to save. As time raced forward, being a descendant of the Ilou Kalmuset, the lifespan of the Muset family was notably lengthy, around 120 years. In 1710, Albst lost his mother and all his childhood friends. By 1742, his father Ubrot, aged 117, also approached the end of his life. No one recognized him anymore. The era had left him entirely alone. Albst continued to pursue his ideals, advocating for peace. Just when he thought he would endure this silence indefinitely, in 1776, the solitary savior Albst finally witnessed a turning point, a newborn nation. The investment talent passed down through generations of the Muset family indicated that this nation would herald a shift in the world, destined to rise to prominence one day. Albst took action. A clandestine agreement was forged with this nascent country. He acquired an island in the southwestern Atlantic of North America, naming it Maluch, establishing the city of Florway, and constructing the Albst Manor on a high slope beside a river along the coast. His vision had taken shape. Since peace could not naturally manifest in the world, Albst would intervene, secretly control all nations and civilizations, secretly dominate the 7 continents and 4 oceans. Let the entire world become my dominion. Since you cannot coexist, allow me, Albst, to orchestrate. Like puppets on a stage, let us enact the eternal drama of peace. The Kalmuset family, after more than 2 millennia of abstaining from global interference, has resurfaced, orchestrating clandestine operations behind the scenes. They established the Opus T group to wield influence over economic discourse, compelling nations to sign treaties of coexistence and secrecy. They manipulate the world from the shadows, determined, even through such distorted means, to rescue it and restore everlasting peace. The Opus T also proposed a philosophy wherein, in the grand ideal of salvation, no individual should be sacrificed. Should victory and peace be contingent upon sacrifice, then, no matter how prosperous or celebrated it might be, it would hold no significance in the eyes of Opus T. This devotion to the world stems from Opus T's profound love for it. The future is undeniably destined for peace. In 1790, Opus T passed away at the age of 124, leaving behind a son, Goshiro. Thus, the ultimate ideal of the Kalmuset family took shape, and each subsequent head of the family has diligently followed this path of salvation. Initially, their control over global affairs was absolute, but it has gradually transformed into a vigilant guidance of world development with occasional interference. I find myself astounded by the formidable legacy of the ancestors of the Elven Prince. Their love for this world drives them to govern for the sake of peace. It evokes memories of my past life. Did I also have such choices? Perhaps not. The existence of the internet has broadened human awareness, unless one, like Opus T, commence plans in the distant past, people are bound to perceive it. Such grand ideals, are they not? They resemble the aspirations of saints. Setting aside the Opus T, I let out a sigh. As the Elven Prince remarked, this world is indeed quite different. Will the future really be peaceful? Why ponder so deeply? What relevance does it have to me, a mere individual? Wait, am I not here to seek vengeance against the Elven Prince rather than engage in philosophical musings? Frustrated, I shoved the book into the drawer and returned to my bed, beginning to jot down my thoughts on my phone. Ilou, wait for me. December 23rd, Hogwarts. As Christmas approaches, the festive atmosphere at Hogwarts grows ever more vibrant. with snowflakes drifting down from the sky and a half-meter blanket of snow adorning the ground. Much to the delight of the students. Even the sky city above the mountains is adorned with colossal ribbons, streamers, fairy lights, and a Christmas wreath larger than Hogwarts itself. The arrival of the holiday signifies nearly a week of splendid vacation, with some students returning home to celebrate with their families. Not only are there sumptuous feasts, but also presents from elders and a bit of pocket money. How marvelous! What an exhilarating holiday! Our ensemble of heroes is also in celebration. Just yesterday, Vinny made a grand transformation in the Great Hall using the festive decor, only to be met with a scathing reprimand from Snape and a nearly 1-meter-long detention. "Det, it's my turn to shine." Yet, this did not dampen Vinny's fervent enthusiasm, which was indeed formidable. "Let us go. Christmas. Yay." Vinny emitted a sound reminiscent of a wild boar in the corridor, flailing his arms like a chicken, which prompted others to sidestep quietly. Even Ilou beside him shook her head, remarking emotionlessly, "Please, Vinny. Let us keep the festive spirit without those grotesque sounds that only Quirrell would make. It's quite repulsive, you know." The absurdity of Vinny quickly subsided as he leaned toward Ilou and whispered, "But I am the comic relief character. I ought to be funny." "You are not funny at all. Do you enjoy being the subject of others' mockery?" "I cannot comprehend," she replied. "Hey, Harry, Ron, and Hermione," witnessing Vinny's antics, decided to distance themselves as they made their way to the potions class in the dungeons. This potions class was quite relaxed. The bat-like Snape did not impose excessive scrutiny upon them, primarily due to Ilou, his most favorite student, being present. Otherwise, the other four would surely have faced dire consequences. However, as the class transitioned into the practical potion-making segment, Draco, accompanied by his 2 sycophants, approached them with provocation. "Hey, look who we have here. Our illustrious Harry Potter. Can you guess which unfortunate soul has to spend Christmas alone at school?" The silver-haired boy's mocking laughter echoed, joined by his 2 lackeys and other Slytherins, inciting indignation in the Iron Triangle. Vinny sprang forth with a loud thud, standing before Draco and retorting with a sneering voice. "Our little harpy is still nursing his wounds from Slytherin's dismal defeat in Quidditch, his heart burdened with resentment. Oh dear, my worthy opponent. Unable to bear the thought of Slytherin winning and thus resorting to taunting Harry, reduced to tears and lamentations. How pitiful." Upon hearing this, Draco's face flushed with embarrassment. He was known for his low attack and defense. At that moment, Ilou emerged from the crowd, having just assisted Neville in steaming a slug to prevent that foolish child from burning himself. Hearing Draco's words had incited a flicker of anger within Ilou. Mocking another's lineage was unbecoming of ancient nobility, particularly given Ilou's considerable bias against Draco. "And what of you, Draco? Are your companions merely sycophants, subservient for their own gain? Your father, Mr. Malfoy, values your performance, yet is repeatedly disappointed. At least Harry has friends who genuinely care for him. What do you have? A mouthful of paternal influence or an abundance of power?" This retort left Draco utterly speechless, his eyes glistening with frustration as he turned desperately to Snape for assistance. However, Snape merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, ignoring him entirely, and continued to reprimand the foolish students. Indeed, once one acquires something more desirable, most will abandon the old. Draco was so incensed he felt on the verge of tears. It was a pitiful sight. Meanwhile, Harry, supported by Ilou and Vinny, felt a warmth in his heart upon witnessing his friends stand up for him, not even sparing a glance at Draco. As potions class concluded, Ilou and Vinny performed as usual, earning 35 and 20 points for their respective houses. The mischievous little imp deserved to be thoroughly trampled during the recent stir-fry. I truly relished the moment. Vinny laughed heartily at the 4 of them, and this time, the Iron Triangle applauded him. Ilou nodded and remarked, "He is indeed rather unimpressive. Yet your performance is commendable." Vivi, overjoyed, immediately embraced him and playfully nuzzled against his ear. "Oh, by the way." Vivi suddenly recalled something during their playful antics and eagerly whispered in Ilou's ear, "The invisibility cloak for Christmas Eve. We could request the Savior's assistance to help deal with that troublesome little demon. Apologies, but I might not be able to participate." Ilum turned her head and gently pushed him away, leaving Vin away with a perplexed expression, unable to comprehend the reason behind her actions. "A few days before Christmas, I will also depart. I will first accompany my parents to the sacred domain for a ritual, and then return to Malush, all right?" It was not only Vinaway who was puzzled. The trio of little ones also wondered why Ilum would not remain at Hogwarts during Christmas, particularly Harry, who felt a deep sense of disappointment. Ilou found herself under the gaze of 4 pairs of eyes, scratching her head as she explained. Why are you all looking at me like that? You know December 25th is not only Christmas, but also my birthday. There's a family dinner, and my uncles, aunts, sisters, and juniors will all be present. My father will be in the city center, delivering a speech broadcasted to the world, and my mother and I will accompany him. Ah, so you have a sister, exclaimed Vinoy, suddenly transformed into a girl resembling a floating red apple. Not by blood. Most are just daughters of my father's friends. Ilou clarified. As the three younger ones gradually comprehended, even Harry felt a sense of relief. After all, everyone has their own life and cannot be by someone else's side at all times. Ilou, you must have many relatives from such a prestigious family, right? Hermione pondered before asking, to which Ilou nodded, responding to the curious glances from her companions. Indeed, there are many. My parents have the most friends from their youth. Like Auntie Jingya, during their time at Atlanta University, they even established a research institute together. Then there are my grandfather's friends, like Grandpa Jones and Grandpa Ha. In short, there are many. Not everyone can attend every Christmas, but some are certainly expected to be there. Now I understand more about this ancient family. Hermione nodded in satisfaction after listening. Vinoy gave a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, Elven Prince, I wish to call you the master of the strongest network of relationships. I have one request. I hope you will grant it. Go ahead, Niwei. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can agree, Ilou replied, nodding with excitement. Vinoy leaned closer to Ilou and whispered a request. After they parted, Ilou looked at Vinoy with a puzzled expression, as if to confirm whether he truly desired this request. To which Vinoy nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. What a peculiar request, Ilou mused, glancing down at the paper in her hands, which bore some Japanese characters. Vinoy's request was for her to passionately read these words aloud, albeit in a tuneless manner. After a moment, amidst the curious gazes of the three younger ones and Vinoy's expectant eyes, Ilou began to sing the words softly. Has higher Soryo? Kaze no you and I? Tsukiyahara wa? Pataru pataru. Upon hearing the incredibly familiar off-key lyrics, Vinoy was overjoyed, clutching his heart and dramatically collapsing to the ground, his eyes sparkling with pink hearts. He was utterly ecstatic. Unable to restrain himself, he began to hum along. This is undoubtedly the perfect Christmas. The four of them effortlessly accepted the fact that Ilou would be leaving for Christmas, especially since Hermione also planned to return home for the holiday. For Ilou, a sprite from a well-to-do family, it was entirely normal. Due to the Christmas holiday, they did not attend classes, instead reveling in an afternoon of carefree fun, marking the final moments of Christmas spent with Ilou. Why does that sound so ominous? Ilou wondered aloud. On December 24th, at 2 a.m., in the stillness of the night, when all had succumbed to a profound slumber in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, the aquamarine gem perched upon its stand sensed that the time had come. It climbed onto the bed, gently nibbling on Ilou's ear. Is it time, Aquamarine? Ilou murmured, awakening to the familiar sensation on his ear, still somewhat dazed. Upon noticing Ilou's consciousness returning, Aquamarine blinked its eyes, encased in yellow, and softly exclaimed, yes. Ilou propped herself up, stretching lazily, and conjured garments for herself through magic. With a gentle touch, she lifted the slumbering Cecilia from the bed, cradling her tenderly in her arms. At this moment, she was exceedingly earnest, for it was imperative that Cecilia did not awaken anyone else, as that would lead to complications. The aquamarine parrot perched quietly on Ilou's left shoulder, and once she had tidied up, it playfully nibbled at her hair. Content with the cleanliness of the freshly made bed and the tidy nightstand, Ilou nodded in satisfaction, zipping up the pouch at her waist, ready for departure. With a flourish, she cast a common spell. The world opens to me. I shall navigate without losing my way. She made a heart gesture towards the sleeping Harry and Ron. And without a whisper of sound, enveloped in silence, Ilou vanished from the Hogwarts dormitory, accompanied by her two parrots. The night in London shimmered with brilliance as Christmas approached. The streets were adorned with an abundance of decorations, and the falling snowflakes added a unique ambience. Outside King's Cross Station, streetlights illuminated the bustling roadway, where countless vehicles passed by, while a solitary blue car remained parked at the curb. Inside the car sat a man and a woman. The man sported a full beard, resembling a jovial uncle, while the woman, with her flowing golden hair, appeared youthful, almost like a beautiful maiden. These two were Morse and Foucault, awaiting the return of their child in the small car. My dear, is little Ilou all right? Morse inquired, worry creasing his brow as he gazed out at the swirling snowflakes, while music played softly within the vehicle. Foucault, sitting in the passenger seat, merely smiled, patting Morse's arm adorned with mechanical watches, and reassured him, "Look at you. Little Ilou is remarkably capable. Aside from that perilous snow day, you need not fret." No sooner had she spoken than with a sudden pop, Ilou appeared in the back seat, cradling her two parrots, blinking at the pair in front of her. "See? Here I am," Foucault exclaimed with a sweet smile, reaching back to affectionately ruffle Ilou's hair. "How's your life at the academy, dear? Have you made as many friends as your father and I?" "Thank you, Mom. Of course, I have many friends, 4 of them." Ilou relished the affection, nuzzling in response. Through the rearview mirror, Morse observed the mother-daughter duo, donned his sunglasses with a charismatic grin, and declared, "Then let's settle in. Our first destination, the sacred domain for the festival. Buckle up." Ilou nodded while holding the parrot. Morse slammed the accelerator, and the blue sedan surged forward with an energy that belied its appearance, racing towards the distant Oran Manor. In less than an hour, the family arrived at Oran Manor. Nestled beneath the Oran Castle, Morse skillfully maneuvered the blue sedan onto the tarmac where the aircraft awaited. Once parked and the cabin door sealed, the family disembarked, with Morse swaggering toward the cockpit, while Foucault and Ilou took their seats in the passenger area. A crackling sound emanated from the intercom, followed by Morse's enthusiastic voice, "Fasten your seatbelts, dear. We are bound for Greece." The plane accelerated down the runway and ascended into the sky, gradually soaring above the clouds. Seated with her eyes closed, Ilou cradled Aquamarine and Cecilia, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Beside her, Foucault watched her child drift into slumber, a gentle smile gracing her lips, before turning her gaze to the expansive sky. In the Mediterranean, at an airport along the shores of the Aegean Sea in Greece, dawn had just begun to break, with the sun slowly rising on the horizon. A small private jet descended gracefully onto the runway. Morse exited the cabin and gestured for the ground crew to refuel. Shortly thereafter, Foucault and Ilou followed suit. "It's still so beautiful," Ilou exclaimed, gazing at the gradually illuminated horizon. At that moment, she was no longer holding Aquamarine and Cecilia, who remained aboard the aircraft, peacefully asleep. Foucault affectionately patted her head and remarked, "It's the same every year. It never ceases to amaze." At this moment, Morse drove another white sedan to pick them up, heading towards a harbor by the sea. Soon after, the family boarded a small boat, gradually making their way to a location at the heart of the Aegean Sea, vanishing beyond the horizon. As they sailed into a mist-laden area, Morse, clad in a life jacket, stood on the deck reciting a passage in Greek. As his incantation echoed, the thick fog over the water began to dissipate, revealing an extraordinarily beautiful island, the family sanctuary of Mysis. A magnificent towering mountain emerged before them, enveloped in countless clouds, its peak radiating a divine light, enveloping it in an aura of sanctity. Thousands of ancient Greek structures, both in pure white and vibrant colors, stood resolutely upon the island, accompanied by several expansive lakes, their streams gently flowing, nurturing the entirety of Mysis. Over 3 millennia ago, Eupalchus had acquired the sword of Opal here, and henceforth, this place became the sanctum of the Eupalchus family. The island housed innumerable temples, including the Sanctuary of Secrets, the Family Temple, and the Temple of Accusation, each varying in size and purpose. Within the Sanctuary of Secrets lay the treasured possessions collected by the Eupalchus family over the past 3,000 years, including artifacts from Eupalchus's journeys around the world. The family temple displayed portraits and sculptures of the family heads through the ages, preserving their legacies. The Temple of Accusation imprisoned those deemed by the Eupalchus family as threats to world peace. Once inside, there was no escape. In addition to these 3 temples, many others served a myriad of functions. The small boat docked at the shore, and the Ilou family disembarked, proceeding to a modest wooden cabin by the water to change clothes. As this was an annual ritual, they adhered to tradition by donning ancient garments known as chiton. Shortly after, they emerged, with Foucault standing behind Ilou, arranging her hair and gently pulling out the still-sleeping Kukulkan, placing him in Ilou's pocket. "Don't be nervous. Just as you did in previous years, present the sacred chalice and then step back," she reassured. "I understand, mother." Ilou, adorned in a white chiton, nodded solemnly. As Morse approached, wearing straw sandals, he embraced Foucault and then led Ilou towards the family temple situated in the shallow lake. "Wait," Foucault called out, watching the father and daughter recede into the distance. "Little Ilou, the criminals in the Temple of Accusation are dangerous. Be cautious while delivering their meals." Turning back to Foucault, Ilou jumped and waved in acknowledgement before following her father toward the majestic family temple at the center of the lake. Upon reaching the water's edge, Ilou gazed into the crystal-clear depths, slowly dipping her feet in, then sprinting about, splashing water joyously. Morse did not scold her. Why would he? For he too was relishing the moment. Despite being a man in his 30s, he still possessed the spirit of a child. They arrived at the family temple. A majestic marble edifice soaring over 40 meters, adorned with ancient frescoes that seemed to transport them back in time. Thanks to the unique environment of Miss Island and the diligent preservation efforts of the Kalmuset family through generations, this remarkable structure has withstood the test of a millennium. The family temple consists of two distinct sections, the outer circular structure and the inner circular sanctuary, to which they were headed. As the ancient wooden doors creaked open, the father and daughter stepped inside, advancing through the circular corridor. 68 statues of family heads were evenly distributed along the corridor, each vividly painted, capturing the lifelike expressions of the patriarchs. Behind each statue, a mural depicted the notable deeds of the individual during their lifetime. Ilou gazed intently. And although this was not her first visit, she marveled anew at the exquisite craftsmanship of the Kalmuset family in the art of sculpture, which appeared almost lifelike. Eventually, they followed a path to the very heart of a circular edifice. The dome of the structure was vaulted, adorned with stained glass depicting 12 monumental achievements, while the surrounding circular walls were embellished with various historic deeds. The marble floor of the room, intricately painted, seamlessly connected to the shallow lake outside, rendering the entire surface a crystal-clear expanse of water. At the center of the room stood a magnificent marble statue, its pigment crafted from gemstone powder, ensuring that it had not faded over the millennia. The masterful sculpting rendered it so lifelike that it seemed to breathe. This was the statue of Ilou Kalmuset, akin to the statue of Athena in the Parthenon, draped in garments of gold, with her left hand raised as if cradling something, and her right hand grasping at the air as though wielding a sword, yet holding nothing. The androgynous beauty was perfectly captured, even the statue itself evoking deep emotion. The king of victory and glory, Ilou Kalmuset, filled with reverence, Morse slowly approached the statue and knelt on one knee, with Ilou following suit, her eyes brimming with admiration. After a solemn recitation, Morse turned and said, "Little Ilou, please bring forth the Holy Grail and the sword." Ilou nodded at her father, retrieving the opal sword from her satchel, followed by a golden chalice. The exterior of the cup was adorned with intricate Greek inscriptions, while within it lay a magnificent aquamarine, its translucent hue reminiscent of a vessel brimming with water. This was the sacred chalice of the Kalmuset family, an artifact crafted by Ilou Kalmuset from the very fabric of Greek mythology. Once cast into the air, the two relics floated serenely in Morse's hands. His azure eyes gazed reverently upon these treasures, and gradually he raised his hands toward the statue, allowing the opal sword and chalice to soar into the outstretched void of the sculpture's hands. As the sacred items found their rightful places, the eyes of the statue, embedded with aquamarines, radiated a brilliant light, while the dome, constructed of stained glass, began to shimmer. A cascade of light descended from the sacred mountain, filtering through a deliberate aperture in the dome, illuminating the statue of Ilou Kalmuset. Gradually, the brilliance faded, and the opal sword and chalice detached from the statue's grip, soaring back to rest before Ilou. The ritual for the coming year was complete. The entire world would revel in harmonious weather. Morse stood tall, hands on his hips, exhaling a sigh of relief. Ilou carefully placed the sword and cup into her satchel, then stood up and addressed Morse with a hopeful tone. "Father, may I take a stroll? I would like to bring some food to those in the Temple of Conviction." "Of course, my precious daughter," Morse replied, bending down to affectionately stroke Ilou's cheek with a warm smile. "Once you have finished, make sure to return promptly to keep your mother company. I will take care of a few more tasks, and then we shall return to Malucha to celebrate Christmas with Misaka and the others." "Thank you, father. You and mother are the best." Ilou smiled brightly, then planted a kiss on Morse's cheek before dashing away. Leaving the family shrine, Ilou joyfully ran along the shallow lake, intending to visit the secret shrine to procure some delightful treats. His father would undoubtedly not hold it against him. Ilou arrived at the secret treasure temple with a lively bounce, a magnificent edifice composed of numerous geometric forms interconnected by various rectangular prisms, soaring to a height of 100 meters. As she pushed open the heavy wooden door, encased in iron, a dazzling array of collectibles instantly captivated her gaze. This temple, established by the Kalmuset family since 300 years ago, and yet to be fully filled, boasts an almost complete collection of treasures from every civilization across the globe. Ancient Egypt. The illustrious realm of Hwagwa, the venerable cultures of India, including the civilizations of the two river valleys. Indeed, it encompasses everything imaginable. One might even encounter relics long thought lost to time. You may wonder if these treasures were illicitly acquired. Not at all. The past patriarchs of the Opust family, though somewhat naive to the ways of the world, traversed the globe in search of collectibles, purchasing remarkable items at substantial prices when they came across them. An amusing anecdote often recounted is from the 1960s, when the family head visited the British Museum and deemed it a grave injustice, a violation of the ideals of world peace. Consequently, he wielded his influence to orchestrate the return of all artifacts from the British Museum, leaving it utterly bare. Yet, feeling that the emptiness was unsightly, he subsequently retrieved a selection of items from the secret treasure temple to replenish it, thereby filling it once more. Although many treasures were taken from the secret treasure temple, the actual loss of its collection amounted to scarcely a fraction of a billionth, a testament to the sheer abundance contained within. Ilou moved gracefully through the corridor, unhesitating and assured, intimately familiar with every path and corner of the temple. Along the way, he passed numerous treasures, stone walls adorned with carvings of 3 figures, a demon blade, a stone mask with a missing hole, bronze arrows engraved with insects, a mysterious corpse encased in glass, a white whistle, malleable white clay that could be shaped into lifelike figurines, hefty golden scriptures, and exquisite crystal skulls. As he passed a golden chest, Ilou could not resist pausing. If his memory served him right, this was the ark discovered by Grandpa Jones. After lingering for a moment, he continued onward, ultimately arriving at a vast chamber. The floor was riddled with enormous pits filled with a variety of gemstones, red gems wrapped in black, powder blue star-shaped stones, clusters of 3 powder blue gems, orange-red teardrop gems, smooth blue triangular stones, powder blue gems shaped like crystals, transparent blue cubic gems, and colorful star-shaped octahedra. These gemstones were piled high, some reaching heights of over 100 meters. If Vinaway were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment and then faint from excitement. For these were all currencies from a 2-dimensional game. Yet, it was clear that Ilou, who had no interest in games, was unaware of the actual value of these gems. He merely found them delectable and often indulged in secret snacking. He would devour a pile each time, but the temple's stock of such gems was vast, allowing him to feast as much as he desired. Meanwhile, in the slumbering Hogwarts in England, Vinaway suddenly furrowed his brow. Having dreamt of something distressing, someone was consuming those precious gaming currencies as if they were mere rice. Vinaway exclaimed in outrage, "Damn it! What a waste! Hee, such delicious gems." Ilou chuckled to himself, covering his face in delight, before diving headfirst into the mound of gemstones, swimming amidst them. Were he human? The impact of so many gems would surely result in fractures, but he was no mere mortal. Though his form felt soft to the touch, it was, in fact, remarkably resilient. In the depths of the gemstone sea, Ilou swam freely, his gaping maw voraciously consuming and crushing everything in sight, much like Jerry. He was intent on indulging in a delightful feast. As he continued his gluttonous pursuit, with his cheeks puffed out, Ilou stumbled upon a mound of gems, dark yet radiant with a yellow hue. Curiously, he picked up a few and exclaimed, "Are these called source stones? They are truly exquisite and must be delectable. Why does IRU know that this substance is called originium? It is undoubtedly because each pile of gemstones is accompanied by a stele, upon which their names are meticulously inscribed, albeit their uses remain unwritten. Despite the absence of such descriptions, he possesses an innate understanding of the gemstones' various properties, as their textures and flavors exhibit subtle distinctions. Gazing at the gemstone in his hand, IRU would undoubtedly have been salivating had he the capacity for it. He shook his head and, without a moment's hesitation, swallowed it whole, savoring its essence. The taste was quite delightful, reminiscent of a hint of processing and the flavor of lost reason. Upon experiencing the exquisite taste of this gemstone, IRU immediately commenced his indulgence. He feasted for several minutes, yet the pile of gemstones showed no visible depletion, after all. It had been amassed over 3,000 years, boasting an astonishing reserve. Satisfied and blissful, IRU reclined atop the pile, not because he was full, but rather because he sensed that time was of the essence, and he must not tarry. It was time to hasten to the Temple of Atonement to deliver sustenance to them. After resting for a brief moment, he staggered to his feet and, with a lively bounce, dashed out of the hidden temple, arriving at the Temple of Atonement perched upon the sheer cliff. The temple, resplendent in gold, exudes a robust exterior, adorned with numerous straight lines and sharp angles, imparting an air of sanctity, yet unmistakably imbued with a distinctly infernal aura. Ilou leapt onto a conspicuously elevated stone platform, pressing his hand against it. With a resounding boom, the obsidian doors of the temple creaked open, revealing a golden interior flanked by chambers that housed prisoners. These chambers lacked conventional doors, instead featuring shimmering blue energy barriers emanating a dim glow. One might liken it to the prison of Asgard. The Temple of the Condemned was constructed by the ancient Ilou Kalmuset 3 millennia ago, imbued with his divine essence, rendering it impervious to all. Here, the powers of Ilou's uncles and aunts would falter. Within these walls resided various prisoners who posed a potential threat to world peace, captured by both Ilou Kalmuset and successive family heads. Among them were reincarnators, transgressors, demigods, and a plethora of other bizarre entities. Ilou felt a sense of relief, as he had not been deemed a menace to global harmony and thus had not been incarcerated. Not to mention, Benaway had also escaped confinement. As he stepped onto the golden floor of the temple, the great doors slammed shut behind him, ignoring the myriad of repugnant emotions emanating from the prisoners on either side. Ilou continued onward. The prisoners, sensing his indifference, grew increasingly irate, contorting their bodies against the energy barriers, attempting to snarl and scream, only to be repelled by a burst of blue light that sent them crashing to the ground. Amused by their comical display, Ilou made a face at them and swiftly ran away. He ventured into another area, where the walls on 3 sides bore 12 energy barriers, each serving as a cell. Within each cell was a girl, one of whom was even brandishing a large sword and striking the energy barrier. Beside each room stood a metallic plaque detailing the prisoner's information, while at the center of the entire chamber loomed a marble tablet inscribed in Greek: criminal name, spatial seismic source quantity, 12 brief information, first discovered in Eastern Asia, responsible for disasters resulting in millions of casualties, confirmed by the family to pose a threat to world peace, captured in 16661678 by the family head, Obrit, and imprisoned in the Temple of the Condemned. Indeed, the 12 girls confined within those cells were designated as spatial seismic sources, seemingly innocuous, yet harboring immense peril. Ilou first encountered them during his initial visit to the sanctuary, guided by his grandfather. Although they were undeniably beautiful, he remained acutely aware of the peril they posed and did not lower his guard. Nevertheless, Ilou forged a somewhat amicable relationship with them, especially considering that only the zero-space resonator had claimed the lives of millions, while the other 11 had only just emerged before being captured by Obrit. Periodically, he would visit them, bringing along delectable treats. For instance, the first space resonator had a particular fondness for soybean bread. Ilou approached the cell of the spatial source, which had been relentlessly striking the luminous barrier, and turned to greet, "It's good to see you again, number one." Number one. A strikingly beautiful young girl standing at 155 centimeters, with flowing purple locks, halted her actions upon seeing Ilou and hurried to the light wall. "Ilou, do you have any soybean bread?" she inquired, her urgency palpable. After all, within this prison of divine retribution, no delicacies were delivered. Indeed, it was even worse than a human prison, where at least inmates received nourishment. "Of course, I brought you plenty," Ilou replied, nodding as she reached into her satchel and retrieved a sizable loaf, extending it directly through the luminous barrier to number one. Only members of the Kalmuset family could traverse the light wall freely, allowing Ilou to interact with these prisoners in a relaxed manner, unperturbed by the fear of them escaping. Number one's mouth watered as she eagerly seized the bread and began to devour it, reminiscing about the last time she had enjoyed such a treat. When exactly was that? Prisoners within the Divine Retribution Temple were oblivious to the passage of time. Outside the barrier, Ilou watched quietly, offering another loaf once number one finished, before proceeding to distribute food to the other spatial sources at their cell doors. Among them, several malevolent spatial sources mocked Ilou's stature. The shortest among them barely reached 144 centimeters, while Ilou remained diminutive even after the passage of years. Particularly, number 3, with her dark twin tails, laughed the loudest. She was quite irate about her confinement and found little joy in conversing with the other spatial sources, seizing every opportunity to amuse herself whenever Ilou visited. Ilou, unfazed, handed a plate of sweet treats before departing, leaving behind the furious girl with twin ponytails, stamping her feet in anger. He meandered and arrived at a luminous wall where a girl with orange-yellow hair was confined, only to discover another girl who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, locked in a neighboring cell. According to the inscription on the metallic plaque, subjects number 5 and 6 were twins. Yet they were sequestered in separate chambers due to Aberrotha's concerns regarding potential shared abilities between their spatial sources. After making a round, Ilou distributed a modest portion of food to all 12 cells. "Ilou, you are my friend. Could you possibly release me?" pleaded the first spatial source from within its cell, lamenting the solitude of confinement and the lack of delectable sustenance. Following the consumption of a soybean flour bread, the first spatial source sprawled on the bed, voicing its grievances. Ilou, upon hearing, simply shook his head, responding, "I'm afraid that is not possible. After all, you have no control over the spatial calamities, do you? If released, it could lead to numerous disasters, much like the repercussions from the zero spatial source." Instantly, the first spatial source wilted, silently munching on a box of soybean flour bread that Ilou had provided, resigned to its fate. Ilou remained silent after tidying up the remnants of the meal, departing from the area containing the spatial source of the tremors to visit another prisoner's chamber. At this moment, one might exclaim that if Vinaway were present, his eyes would surely widen with astonishment, for this was a character from a certain anime. What? Ilou? He was unaware of this particular work, merely recognizing the spatial source as a unique calamity of this world. Had Vinaway known, he would undoubtedly weep profusely, exclaiming, "How could you imprison such an adorable girl?" As Ilou traversed the resplendent corridor, he arrived at another cell, similarly isolated from the outside by a luminous barrier. Inside was yet another girl, though she appeared as if she were lifeless. With chestnut hair styled in braids on either side, she donned a black work uniform and white tights. Her visage could only be described as desolate, the walls of her cell inscribed with the words in Japanese. A nearby metal plaque crudely chronicled her information: criminal name, John Titor, presumed to be an alias. True name undisclosed. Quantity, 1 brief information. A criminal from a future parallel world, based on her behavior, presumed to be of Far Eastern descent. In 1980, she descended upon the rear of Opus Estate via a satellite-like device named the Time Machine, claiming to seek the IBM 5100 computer. Confirmed as a time traveler from the year 2010-2040 of another world, due to the resemblance between her original world and ours, she possessed foreknowledge of potential future events. To avert a butterfly effect that could precipitate a crisis, the current head of the family swiftly apprehended her and imprisoned her within the Temple of Transgressors. Note: the Time Machine is now housed in the secret treasury, with critical components destroyed to prevent technological leakage. Observing her condition, Ilou felt an urge to speak, yet ultimately chose silence. He stepped through the luminous barrier, placing several plates of food on the cabinet before sitting beside her on the bed. Frankly, Ilou felt that this criminal, John Titor, was wronged. She was merely an ordinary girl, lacking the formidable power of the spatial source, yet confined in such a manner. However, he found himself powerless, for this was a decision made by the family, and it was his father, Ilou Kalmuset, who had personally executed the order. Should the day come when Ilou himself was deemed a threat to world peace, he would accept that label, for what else could he say? The Kalmuset family bestowed upon him a home, while his parents enveloped him in love and warmth, feelings that Ilou, who had never experienced such affections, found impossible to reject, thus deepening his unspoken emotions towards the family's decision. Nevertheless, he sensed that this contradicted one of the core principles of the Kalmuset family, the innocence of the blameless. Undoubtedly, the family's pursuit of peace seemed somewhat extreme. "John, how do you find today's meal? Is it to your liking?" Ilou inquired, as she picked up a plate of food from the cupboard and presented it to the stillness of John Tito. "Oh, I almost forgot." Noticing her prolonged silence, Ilou suddenly recalled something and retrieved a pair of bamboo chopsticks from her satchel, offering them to her. "I thought East Asians preferred using chopsticks. Here you go." Silence reigned once more. John Tito offered no response, not even a blink, leaving the cell echoing only with Ilou's incessant chatter as she endeavored to amuse him. "Well, I shall take my leave then. Enjoy your meal. I shall return next time." Ilou sensed the endless silence within his emotions, realizing that there was nothing she could do. Therefore, she left the meal behind and exited the light barrier, intending to find Moors and then return home. John Titor quietly watched her depart, gazing at the untouched meal before him, and at last, he gently moved his chopsticks. Meanwhile, before the light barrier, Ilou, now cloaked in optical invisibility, observed her eating, a smile gracing her lips before she contentedly departed. In this temple of confinement, even death eluded the prisoners. "Dad, I'm back," a cheerful voice echoed in the corridor. As Morse, who was tending to the statues of the ancestral heads, turned to see his daughter Ilou rushing towards him. With a thud, Ilou leaped onto Mors's back, clinging tightly. "Little Ilou, have you finished your inspection?" Mors effortlessly grasped her small feet clad in straw sandals, ensuring she wouldn't tumble. "Yes. Let us find Mom and then go home. Then hold on tight." Mors grinned, and beneath him, 2 wheels began to spin. With a whoosh, they soared out of the family shrine without disturbing the statues. Such is the might of the family's divine power. On the coast of Miss Island, Fugit was idly squatting on the ground, studying the plants flourishing in the sacred realm. How did this blueberry grow to a meter high? Divine power. And what's the deal with this 7-meter-tall dandelion? Divine power. Regardless of her efforts, she couldn't unravel the mysteries. The University of Atlanta never taught Fugit how to wield divine power. "Dear Mom." Upon hearing the calls, Fugit quickly turned around to find her husband and son returning. She raised her hands in joyous exclamation, "Hooray!" The family embraced tightly, laughing as they boarded the vessel to depart. This family was anything but ordinary. On the coast of the Aegean Sea in Greece, at a certain airport, after the ritual on Miss Island, the Ilou family prepared to board their flight. Currently, professionals are inspecting the safety of the aircraft and transferring items from the private plane to the commercial jet. They were not taking their original private plane, but rather a commercial flight from Greece to Malucher, as the former aircraft could not sustain such a long journey. And acquiring a larger plane for personal use seemed an excessive endeavor. Thus, they opted to travel with others on a commercial flight. Now, they are seated at the airport, awaiting boarding. Gently caressing the sleeping Cecilia in her arms, Ilou's touch was tender. The aquamarine parrot, nibbling on her hair, caught Ilou's attention. She looked at its prominent beak and remarked, "Aquamarine, don't you think it's time to file that beak?" "Don't." The parrot immediately covered its head with its wings, shaking its head vigorously at the thought of having its beak filed down. "While most matters could be negotiated, this was non-negotiable for you, Aquamarine. Once we return home and bathe you both, I will attend to your grooming. No sneaking off to Rio de Janeiro to find Blue." Aquamarine lowered its head in resignation, aware that escape was futile. "Fear not, I shall merely smooth the serrated edges of your beak," Ilou reassured, unable to resist rubbing its wing upon witnessing the parrot's adorably pitiful expression. Just then, the airport announcement echoed. "Boarding for the flight to Malucher has commenced. All passengers, please proceed to the boarding gate." "All right, let's go," Morse exclaimed, springing from his seat and leading the family in line to board the aircraft. Ilou's seat was by the window at the rear right of the plane, with Morse and Fugit sitting beside him on the left. "You can catch a little nap. We still have several hours of flying ahead," Fugit said, gently stroking Ilou's golden hair. Nodding in response, Ilou cradled Cecilia and Aquamarine, gazing out at the gradually rising scenery beyond the window. She closed her eyes, her thoughts drifting, and instantly fell asleep. Soon, they would be home, and uncles, aunts, and sisters would be arriving as well. The anticipation filled her with joy. Above the southwestern Atlantic of North America, within the commercial aircraft, Ilou, nestled by the window at the rear right, was asleep with Aquamarine and Cecilia in her embrace. Outside, the sun had risen above the horizon, slowly ascending through the clouds, its warm rays filtering through the glass, illuminating the ferry and the parrot. Next to her, Fugit was just waking, rubbing his eyes as he glanced outside. Realizing they had reached their destination, he reached over to pinch Ilou's cheek gently. "Little Ilou, wake up. We are home." Ilou felt a familiar sensation of gentle kneading as he opened his eyes and yawned. Upon noticing his lingering drowsiness, his mother, Fugit, tenderly turned his head towards the window. The view outside was strikingly different. Countless skyscrapers stood tall, and the sky was dotted with hundreds of airships. The grand metropolis sprawled like clusters of neural cells, interspersed with patches of greenery. At the bustling port, a magnificent statue overlooked the endless passage of ships, while colossal machinery transported goods, facilitating the flow of unimaginable wealth. This was Maluch Floorway City, covering an area of 80,000 square kilometers, with Floorway City itself spanning 5,002 square kilometers. It was established in 1776, boasting a rich history of 215 years. The city is technologically advanced, surpassing the outside world by approximately 20 years, and possibly even more in certain aspects. With a resident population of 10 million, it is divided into 24 districts, each named after successive family heads. The statue at the port, remarkably reminiscent of the Statue of Liberty, is the Opus statue, gazing toward the island of Misai in the Aegean Sea. Beneath the aircraft, the view revealed the Opus district of Maluch Floorway City, covering approximately 1 0.005 square kilometers, making it the largest of the 24 districts and a proud representative of Maluch, one of the most prosperous and developed cities in the world. The Sado River flows from west to east, bisecting the city, where towering buildings cluster around the central edifice, a striking 777-meter-tall structure known as the New Era Building, the global headquarters of the Opist Group. Maluch is not merely a country. It possesses a uniquely special characteristic. Its government is intrinsically linked to the Opist Group, or rather, it is an integral part of the Opist Group itself. Ilou's father, the contemporary head of the family, Morse, is the current master of the Opist Group. Ilou's uncles and aunts served as leaders of the Opist Group across various continents and nations, in pursuit of global economic control and the manipulation of public opinion. The Opist family established the Opist Group, which has flourished for over 200 years, embedding itself into every facet of human life worldwide, from daily necessities to lifestyle choices. All are inextricably linked to the Opist Group, which secretly governs both obscure and illustrious companies across all industries. Thus, the current market competition can be perceived as a familial squabble among the offspring of the Opist Group. Gazing out at the bustling city below, Ilou felt a sense of belonging wash over him. He smiled at his mother and gently roused the sleeping aquamarine. Foucault turned to awaken Morse, who had dozed off against her shoulder, and playfully pinched his nose. Within moments, he startled awake, exclaiming, "What? Is the plane crashing?" Upon seeing the smiling face of Foucault, he sighed in relief. "You frightened me, dear. I thought we were plummeting into the Atlantic." "What are you talking about?" "We are about to land at the airport. Hurry and get ready." After the family prepared themselves, the announcement signaled that passengers should brace for landing. With a slight jolt, the aircraft successfully touched down at Idoli Airport in the Opist district. With a click, the cabin door opened, and the family held hands tightly as they followed the other passengers down the staircase. Before them rose the majestic Misurasa mountain range, towering into the clouds. Although the Milou area is small, it is not lacking in wonders, exemplified by the mountain range before them, whose highest peak reaches 700 meters. The summit is named Lamaresu, after the family patriarch, thus bestowing the mountain range with its distinguished title. Ilou perched upon Morse's shoulder, marveling once more at the exquisite beauty of Maluch. The family then disembarked from the aircraft and entered the expansive terminal of the airport. The arrival hall, adorned in festive decorations for the holiday season, was bustling with countless travelers, most of whom were returning to Maluch Opistor to celebrate, while other districts boasted airports as well. Opistor was the most prosperous, hence attracting the largest influx of visitors. Morse settled into a chair, donned his sunglasses, and meticulously styled his chestnut locks with a comb, not merely for the sake of appearance, but also in anticipation of someone. Foucault joined him, while Ilou, with the consent of his parents, took the opportunity to venture out with Aquamarine and Sasha. After all, this was their territory, and it was perfectly safe. The mishap in the far north would certainly not repeat itself. It was truly delightful to once again behold those splendid parrots. Ilou, with Aquamarine and Sasha in tow, dashed out of the airport, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Upon arriving at a quaint park, he took a seat on a bench and began to call out. With his voice echoing, dozens of parrots, resembling jewels carved from precious stones, emerged from the grand trees, fluttering their wings as they gracefully descended beside Ilou. While Aquamarine and Sasha huddled together, their expressions peculiar. Ilou joyfully caressed the parrots, and for the first time, a sensation of indecency flickered in her gaze. These were the illustrious gem parrots unique to Milou. As their name suggests, they are remarkably large, adorned with feathers that shimmer like precious stones. Some possess skin that resembles gems as well. Their appearances vary in an array of colors, categorized into several breeds such as sapphire, emerald, and ruby parrots. However, despite their chromatic differences, they are capable of interbreeding. The gem parrots are a protected species in Milou, with a population of merely 1,000, cherished worldwide. While one can keep them, it is exclusively permissible for residents of Milou, who must apply to the Milou Biological Conservation Center. There exists another secret, the aquamarine gem. She is, in fact, a hybrid of the gem parrot and the violet blue macaw. As for why she was taken in by Ilou, it pertains to another distinctive trait of gem parrots, which also contributes to their scarcity. These parrots are a monogamous species, living in profound affection for up to a century. Yet only a rare few choose to reproduce, with most discarding their eggs. In the case of the aquamarine gem-S parents, one was a violet blue macaw from a natural zoo in Milou, and the other a wild sapphire parrot. Upon their first encounter, they fell deeply in love. displaying their affection within the zoo, and eventually the violet blue macaw laid an egg. However, influenced by her sapphire parrot mate, she astonishingly abandoned the egg. Fortunately, the egg was discovered by the staff and promptly delivered to the conservation center. Coincidentally, Morse, who happened to be wandering by, took a keen interest in the egg and brought it back for Ilou. The young Ilou tenderly cared for the egg, and upon hatching, it revealed the aquamarine gem, who inherited traits from her mother, the violet blue macaw. Nevertheless, biologists speculate that she may unexpectedly transform into a gem parrot upon reaching a certain age. Surrounded by dozens of gem parrots, Iru's heart blossomed with joy and utter delight. The parrots were magnificent. In her embrace, Cecilia felt a pang of jealousy, intensely jealous. Anxiously, she spread her wings to disperse the flock of these flirtatious birds, erupting into a cacophony of squawks. Beside her, Aquamarine observed with newfound admiration, a glimmer of envy in her gaze. Yet, she maintained her aloof demeanor, refraining from any display. "Hey, come play again next time," Iru called out, waving goodbye to the departing gem parrots. In response, Cecilia resumed her squawking. "Hi, hi, hi. Such a flirt. The finest parrot can only be me. You're not allowed to look at other parrots. Only at me. Cecilia, I am not fickle. I merely appreciate beauty. Alice and the others are truly stunning. Even Aquamarine has said anything. Hi, hi, hi. You even named those parrots." At this, Cecilia was consumed by jealousy, flapping wildly. Iru, aware of her fault, felt a wave of guilt wash over her as she attempted to defend herself. Aquamarine watched their antics, though her eyes mirrored those of a parrot. They conveyed emotions akin to those of a human. He was defeated. In her argument with Cecilia, Ilou found herself ensnared in a web of contradictions, ultimately leading to her dismal defeat. After all, this particular sprite had a penchant for infidelity, already entangled with two parrots yet still attempting to flirt with others. To placate Cecilia's ire, Ilou reluctantly acquiesced to her demands, agreeing to share a bath in the tub. It seems Cecilia harbors her own peculiarities. After a brief stroll in the park accompanied by the two parrots, Ilou glanced at the bracelet adorning her wrist, realizing time had slipped away, prompting her to hasten back to the Idoli airport terminal with her pets in tow. There sat Fugit, resting with her eyes closed, while Morse admired his handsome visage and engaged in casual banter with some peculiar figures in black attire. Upon Ilou's return, the couple waved her over. "Where's Kia? Oh, I can't wait to see Mayuri." As the figures in black departed, Morse returned to his seat, embracing Fugit and exclaiming. Fugit opened her eyes, gazing out at the descending aircraft beyond the glass wall, patting Morse's head and saying, "Patience, my dear. With the holiday rush, there are many flights. We must wait a little longer." Ilou, seated nearby, observed her parents and then turned her gaze back to the planes, silently lowering her head to continue grooming the feathers of her beloved Aquamarine. Like Morse, she too eagerly anticipated the arrival of her uncles and aunts. "Huh, mother is back. Morse, come greet your grandmother." With a resounding bang, the doors of the Idoli airport terminal swung open, revealing a 161 centimeters tall East Asian girl with tea-colored hair, striding in with a suitcase in tow. Sporting sunglasses and clad in a Japanese school uniform, her suitcase appeared so small that it seemed to cave in. Adorned with a peculiar frog plushie at her waist and a distinct red plum blossom emblem of the Opus group on her left chest. Astonishingly, she wore shorts beneath her short skirt. Ilou, engrossed in grooming the parrots, brightened at the sight of the girl, exclaiming, "Aunt Kia." Indeed, this girl was none other than Ilou's aunt, Kia Misaka, the childhood companion of Fugit and Morse, and the head of the Opus group for Asia. Morse humorously referred to her as the perpetually single, 30-something woman who had yet to find a husband or marry Toma. "Ah, Kia has arrived." Upon her sight, Morse sprang from his seat, rushing to Kia Misaka with remarkable speed. "Indeed, your grandmother has come." Kia Misaka lifted a foot to kick at Morse, who deftly dodged, glancing around and inquiring, "Where are Mayuri and Kuma? Where have they gone?" He surveyed the surroundings, then turned to Kia with a mischievous grin, saying, "So, what about Toma? I see, you're still yet to confess to him. Almost 40, and still no progress. Morse, you incorrigible rascal." Upon hearing the words, Misaka Kyono was instantly enraged, and arcs of electricity crackled around her. Unfazed, Morse casually remarked, "How many times have we shocked each other?" The two were on the verge of a fierce confrontation when three figures appeared. A tall man, standing at 177 centimeters, with a scruffy chin, clad in a white lab coat, a petite woman, 153 centimeters tall, adorned with a blue sun hat and possessing black hair and green eyes. And a boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, measuring 168 centimeters. Tada! It is I, the mad scientist, Phoenix, alongside the super electric girl and the second member of the World Mechanism Research Institute, Morse. I have returned. Am I late? The tall man introduced himself as Phoenix, while the girl beside him was named Misa Mayuri, and the hedgehog-haired boy was called Shitashu Toma. The three, along with Morse, Misaka Kyono, and other familiar faces, were childhood friends, all now in their 30s, collectively known as the Atlanta Academic League. Indeed, they were also the uncles and aunts of Ilou. Although not everyone has arrived yet, most have returned. I feel as if I have returned to our university days at Atlanta, when we established the Research Institute together. Morse exclaimed, joyfully raising his hands in celebration. Misaka Kyono, upon catching sight of Shitashu Toma, instantly flushed and hurriedly began to compose herself. Oh no! He just witnessed my violent side. At nearly 40, I cannot afford to make any more mistakes. After quickly tidying up her appearance, she offered a smile to Shitashu Toma, who blushed and turned his gaze away. Misa, Uncle Kuma, Uncle Toma, Ilou, delighted to see her uncles and aunts, dashed away from her parrot. Little Ilou. Misa gently greeted her, affectionately ruffling Ilou's hair. Phoenix chuckled heartily, also patting Ilou and saying, truly a super sprite. One can feel the surging magic within her. It commands the mechanism to bow in submission. Yes, why does she get to call you sister while I must be aunt? Misaka Kyono protested, her arms crossed in indignation. Morse, observing this delightful scene, patted Misaka Kyono on the shoulder and remarked, by the way, Misa and Kuma are married. Can you guess who among us is still single? It's you, Misaka Kyono. You've gone too far, Morse. Misaka Kyono retorted. Shitashu Toma bore witness to Misaka Kyono's flustered state, caught in Morse's playful antics. Alas, he had long desired to confess his feelings to Misaka Kaya, but unfortunately, in this world, both of them were stubbornly proud. Were it not for Morse and other close friends, they would have long since drifted apart. Sighing, Misaka Kaya relinquished her pursuit of Morse, bending down to open her suitcase and retrieving a wooden box, beckoning everyone over. Come here. I have something wonderful for this Christmas. What could it be? Did you rob a store in Fuyuki City? Morse floated over, inquiring. Misaka Kaya, disregarding her appearance, delivered a playful smack to him, exclaiming, I have no interest in their ridiculous war. That cursed cup has been tainted. What are they even fighting over? The magical world is quite fascinating. Isn't it? Misaka Kaya shot him a glare, carefully opening the wooden box under the watchful eyes of the group. Inside, golden light flickered, revealing exquisite Japanese sweets. Nanny? Is this really? Takamachi Tima and Phoenix Arisher covered their mouths in disbelief, inhaling the delightful aroma. As Easterners, they recognized it immediately. Indeed, these are the confections from the Naya family Matsukasa. They are incredibly precious throughout Japan. I bought them specifically. Wow, Kaya-chan, you're amazing. Phoenix Arisher could not contain herself, promptly grabbing one and popping it into her mouth, then offering one to Mayuri. Kaya-chan is so thoughtful. Delicious. Thank you. Aunt Kaya. Listening to the praises of her friends, Misaka Kaya felt an immense sense of joy. She had finally gained a victory. Then away. Am I not the protagonist? Am I truly not the protagonist? Morse who? As everyone savored the delectable sweets, Morse looked around, raising his head to scan the surroundings. Noticing his curiosity, Misaka Kaya asked, What are you looking for, Morse? There are still some among us who have yet to arrive, Morse replied, swallowing his morsel. Phoenix Arisher tapped his head, stating, As the master of mechanisms, we are no longer in our student days. Every gathering does not guarantee everyone has presence. To be safe, I should make a call. Shaking his head, Morse retrieved a flip phone from his pocket, preparing to dial. Seeing this, Misaka Kaya quickly exclaimed, Oh, you forgot. Silly me. I thought I couldn't use my phone here in New Tokyo. She covered her face mid-sentence, realizing they were in Malush, not New Tokyo. Indeed, that's right. In Malush, which is approximately 20 years ahead in technology, mobile phones, computers, and other electronic devices have become commonplace. They even have the internet and various websites. Online shopping, food delivery, videos, and games are as if one has stepped into the 21st century, or perhaps even more advanced. Hello? Timekeeper? Timekeeper? Verdun? Morse had already dialed the phone, but all that came through was a series of crackling sounds. Clearly, she seemed to be caught in a downpour, Or perhaps she was on the move without any signal. It might be best not to disturb her. Misaka Kyono snatched the phone away, hung up, closed the flip cover, and swiftly tucked it into Morse's pocket. Wishing to forget about that girl with the red apple. Well, even though the torrential rain had long ceased, let us set off. Morse sighed, took Ilou by the hand, and led the throng away from Midori Airport. Upon reaching the parking lot outside the airport, 2 blue sedans had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as they spotted Morse and her companions, the doors swung open, and out stepped a striking white-haired gentleman wearing sunglasses. "Hey, Hawk!" Morse exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace him. He removed his sunglasses, flashing a charming smile as he replied, "Morse." Indeed, this man was Hawk, the esteemed steward of the Kalmuset family, who had grown up and studied alongside Morse, joined the research institute, and was also a dear friend of Misaka Kyono, Mayuri, Phoenix Kuma, and Furiko. "It has been a long time. How do you do? Aren't I dashing with this white hair?" Hawk greeted the others with a wave, to which Phoenix Kuma nodded and applauded, looking sharp. The overseer of the organization, still so vibrant after a year. Hawk chuckled. "It's been a while, Brother Hawk." "Indeed. It has." Ilou dashed out from the crowd, eager to greet Uncle Hawk. Uncle Hawk. Yet, before he could finish, the door of another blue car swung open, and 2 maidens clad in maid attire promptly appeared at Ilou's sides, each grasping one of his arms. "Wait, Morgan? Alina? What are you doing? Why are you dressed like that and out here?" Gazing at the 2 maids on either side of him, and then at the smiling faces of the aunts and uncles nearby, Ilou's face turned crimson. The explanation was that the insufferable golden-haired one wanted to conceal the arrival of the young master. Absolutely not. It is clearly that detestable silver-haired individual who seeks to monopolize the young lady. "I have come to safeguard her." The golden and silver-haired maids exchanged glances. Indeed, they were the very maids, M and A, who had appeared in the 3rd chapter concerning the theft of the golden cup. They had been assigned to Ilou by Morse and Foucault. However, one believed that Ilou should be treated as a daughter, while the other insisted that Ilou was a son, leading to frequent disputes that only Ilou could mediate. The silver-haired one, slightly taller, was named Morgan, while the golden-haired one, a bit shorter, was called Alina. Ilou felt that these 2 were the very embodiment of Aquamarine and Cecilia, with a compatibility of 99. 99. "The aunts and uncles are here. Let go of me." Ilou hurriedly wriggled free from their grasp and dashed to his father Morse's side in an attempt to evade them. Upon witnessing the young lady's swift departure, Alina turned to chastise Morgan. "It's all your fault for being too enthusiastic. You scared the young lady away." Correction. It should be the foolish golden-haired one who disregarded the presence of others in his eagerness, came the retort. As the 2 maids appeared ready to bicker once more, Ilou quickly intervened, wondering who the real maid was. "By the way, Uncle Hawk, where is Sister Osuni?" "She is in the manor, little Ilou." Osuni, Hawk's daughter, was 2 years older than Ilou. 13 years ago, her birth mother had abandoned her, leaving Hawk with only the newborn Osuni. Morse, Foucault, and Hawk together nurtured her. And when Ilou was adopted 7 years ago, Osuni naturally became her elder sister. Ilou harbored a deep fondness for her elder sister, often indulging in playful activities together. In addition, she had another sister named Levis, the daughter of one of Morse's friends. "Come along, ladies and gentlemen, let us embark." Hawk approached the vehicle, feigning a gesture of respect, while Morse chuckled heartily and settled into the driver's seat. The remaining 5 passengers followed suit, whereas Ilou, persistently persuaded by her 2 maids, found herself nestled between Aquamarine and Cecilia in another car. Next stop, the Obster Manor. Buckle up. The 2 azure sedans glided out of the parking lot, seamlessly merging onto the spacious roadway. Towering tropical trees flanked the road, their branches adorned with vibrant gem parrots and a myriad of other tropical avian species. Maluch, as an island, appeared remarkably unnatural in the eyes of numerous natural scientists. Within its modest expanse of 80,000 square kilometers, one could encounter majestic mountains and glaciers, lush forests and swamps, and even arid deserts. It was, in essence, a miniature world. The scientists were left astounded, embarking on investigations that ultimately yielded no fruitful discoveries. Thus, one particular scientist, after a tranquil life, uttered a parting remark before his demise: "Maluch, go to your." It was indeed a source of amusement. After a few minutes of travel, the 2 vehicles ascended the Nipler Bridge, which spanned the estuary of the Sato River. The waters of the Sato River originated from the Lamaresa mountain range, flowing eastward across the entirety of Maluch Island, nourishing 13 districts, with the Obster district encompassing its 2 estuaries. Constructed 70 years prior, the Nipler Bridge stood as the largest among all bridges over the Sato River, connecting both sides of the Obster district. As they traversed the entire bridge, Ilou and her companion gradually reached the far side of the Opus Estate district, where a prominent hill loomed above all else, crowned by the Opus Estate itself. This was their destination. Passing through the bustling residential area, they officially entered the grounds of the Opus Estate. The estate's gate swung open slowly, allowing two blue sedans to enter in succession before closing tightly behind them. The elevation of the hill stood at approximately 400 meters, with the Opus Estate perched atop it as they ascended along the winding road. Halfway up, Misaka Kuya rolled down her window to gaze at the harbor below, exclaiming with admiration, "The old man still has quite the enthusiasm. With such an arsenal, it seems to surpass many nations, doesn't it?" Following her line of sight, the independent harbor at the base of the hill was dotted with hundreds of warships and submarines, vessels that had long been retired, dismantled, or sunk in Ilou's previous world, yet remained pristine here. This formidable armament was part of her grandfather Yechek's collection, consisting of ships he had purchased, recovered, and salvaged. Indeed, the old man had a profound affection for these artifacts, and even her father contributed. "Look, that's the Enterprise. Truly magnificent," as she admired those venerable vessels. Renowned for their heroic deeds, Misaka Kuya felt a swell of gratitude that they had not been callously discarded, but were instead meticulously preserved by Yechek. After a while, they finally reached the pinnacle of the hill, where a towering 15-meter pine tree stood beside the road, adorned with partially hung Christmas ornaments and lights. Before them lay a grand Greek-style fountain, and behind it, the main residence of the Opus Estate, a colossal structure resembling an H shape when viewed from above. Standing 40 meters tall, with a roof of reddish-brown tiles and light brown exterior walls, comprising 10 stories, each adorned with balconies except for the first floor. It exuded an aura reminiscent of an ancient estate from another world. However, Ilou felt it embodied the essence of a secret garden, aligning perfectly with her vision of an ancestral home. With a decisive clunk, they halted beside the fountain. Morgan and Alina were the first to alight, promptly moving to the back seat to respectfully open the door. Ilou felt a wave of discomfort but nonetheless hopped out, cradling Cecilia and Aquamarine. "Just as I remember it." "Mors, are you not going to renovate at all?" Kuya inquired. "The new constructions are located behind the main residence," Morgan responded, stepping out of the car. Misaka Kuya gazed upon the sprawling estate and recalled her solitary existence in a modest two-story building in New Tokyo. How infuriating. Here I am, the Asian head of the Opus Group, yet living so humbly. It was indeed true that the fellow and Kuma lived together. While Thomas shared a home with his sister, here she was, all alone. "Don't be disheartened, Kuya. More sorrow awaits you." Morse chuckled, successfully igniting a spark of energy within Misaka Kuya once more. The two began to frolic amidst the attention of onlookers. Their exuberance belied their age of over 30. Ilou gazed at her raucous father and aunt, feeling as though she were witnessing a scene with Winnie the Pooh and Hermione in distant London. The recently awakened Hermione suddenly experienced a chill. "Enough. Yakarasi, my beloved son." A thunderous crash resonated as a bottle struck Morse with pinpoint accuracy, causing Misaka Kuya to feel a pang of fear. Who could possibly vanquish the malevolent puppet master that controlled this wicked world? The grand oak door of the mansion slowly creaked open, revealing 4 figures standing atop a raised platform. 2 were young and handsome boys, and 2 were young and beautiful girls. The Greek elder Havrek, the Italian fervent arms collector Yechek, the dancing girl of the land of white angels, Bina, and the renowned French medical sage, Joan. Astonishingly, they were 4 World War II veterans born in the 1910s and 1920s, Ilou's grandparents. These legendary soldiers were the masterminds and executors of the famed Kyoto operation. Their presence made it evident that they were extraordinary individuals, possessing unparalleled cunning, might, wealth, and unique intellect. They were indeed the ancestors of Morse. Haha. The current master of the organization has been bested in a single blow by a former master. Morse, you have regressed. Grandpa, Grandma, Grandfather, Grandmother. Upon seeing her elders, Ilou entrusted Cecilia and Aquamarine to Morgan and Alina before rushing forward to embrace them. After a heartfelt moment, she kissed each of them on the cheek. Speaking of Ilou's ancestors, one cannot overlook the Kyoto operation, which astonished the entire world. As World War II neared its conclusion, coinciding with America's deployment of the atomic bomb, Havrek, Yechek, Joan, and Bina stealthily commandeered the comet-shaped stealth bomber that Malush had hidden, arriving in the Far East within an hour and obliterating all of Tokyo. They transformed Tokyo into New Tokyo. Later, when Ilou's grandfather learned of this, he berated them fiercely. This operation was recorded in history, not solely for its content, but because the comet-shaped stealth bomber they wielded instilled immense shock and fear in nations worldwide. Departing from Malush, they reached Tokyo within an hour, carrying bombs capable of annihilating the city, a feat that seemed like extraterrestrial technology to the people of that era. It undeniably conveyed to the world that Malush had the capacity to destroy any location within an hour, rendering it entirely unpredictable and indefensible. This is the reason why the Kyoto operation is etched in history. An amusing anecdote is that during his student days, when Morse recounted this event to his friends, Misaka Kuya became the subject of great laughter. "My most splendid grandson." Havoc tenderly tousled Ilou's golden locks, while Yexek beside him playfully pinched her cherubic face. The defeated Morse stumbled to his feet, rubbing his head and muttering, "Oh, Dad, that hurt a bit. Come on. The body of the current head of the family is not so fragile. Let's tidy things up and invite our friends inside." Havoc cast a disdainful glance at him, then lifted Ilou and followed his old friends into the house. What an infuriating situation. Morse sighed, securing the car with the others before entering. As the oak door slowly closed behind them, inside the main residence's living room, everyone slumped onto the plush sofas, with a massive low table at the center adorned with an array of fruits and snacks. The 200-inch television mounted on the front wall displayed content from the Malush anime channel. "Your home remains as extravagant as ever," Misaka Kuya exclaimed, reveling in the comfort of the sofa and letting out a sigh, reminiscing about the humble state of her own home. "Alas, too much to say brings only tears." "Indeed," Morse replied, cradling Foucault while proudly stating, "It's all thanks to the discerning eye of the head of the Obster family for constructing such a magnificent residence." Havoc stood up and gave Morse a gentle tap, urging him, "Hurry and prepare. You must go catch some fish. Noon will be upon us before you know it." "Understood. Understood. I've arranged everything already, but there are still some who have yet to arrive." No sooner had he finished speaking than the main door swung open, revealing a silver-haired girl in a top hat, elegantly approaching with a suitcase. One of her eyes, partially obscured, glimmered with a calm light as she spoke slowly. "Apologies for my tardiness." "Oh, Verdun, I thought you wouldn't be coming this Christmas," Morse exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards her, only to be met by the suitcase she firmly held in front of her. Indeed, this girl was Ilou's aunt, a dear friend of Morse and the others, Verdun, the current head of the European division of the Abuster Group and the spokesperson of the Coexistence Declaration's mysterious realm. Although she had crossed the threshold of 30, she still radiated a youthful beauty. Not a single one of Morse's friends appeared aged. Perhaps they were touched by some essence of longevity? "By the way, Verdun, why did you arrive so late?" Misaka Kuya inquired curiously. Residing in East Asia, she assumed Verdun would have arrived earlier than herself and Mayuri, as well as Phoenix and Kaio. "I couldn't secure a flight, so I took a cruise instead. I boarded 4 days ago and have only just arrived," Verdun sighed, removing her hat and hanging it on a coat rack before settling beside Misaka Kuya, placing her suitcase at her feet, her expression betraying a hint of discomfort. She truly detested traveling by sea, having paid an unimaginable price to return home for Christmas. Upon noticing Ilou's discomfort, she retrieved a piece of candy from her bag and offered it to Aunt Velton, saying, "Here, a remedy for your nausea." "Thank you, little Ilou," Velton replied with a grateful smile. After consuming the coconut candy, she immediately felt a significant alleviation in her physical state, as the earlier sensations of nausea and dizziness vanished. "Is everyone nearly assembled?" Morse pondered, scratching his head while observing the jovial crowd before him. Just then, the living room door swung open, and 4 figures entered slowly. "It seems everyone is indeed present. There's one more thing, Morse. You must not forget your uncle." "Morse, do you have so many friends that you've overlooked one?" At the forefront was a figure whose gender was ambiguous, standing at a mere 160 centimeters. Accompanying him was an elderly man with a gray, hedgehog-like hairstyle. And behind them trailed a man in a blue shirt and a little girl with white hair. "Grandfather, aha grandpa, Uncle Long, Sister Osuni," Morse exclaimed, nearly forgetting his elders and friends, feeling quite foolish. As the current head of the family, it was rather embarrassing to forget them. The ambiguous figure was Nebel, Ilou's grandfather. Born in 1874, now 117 years old. Like most of his family members, he had inherited the beauty of Ilou Kalmuset, possessing an androgynous allure that made him appear youthful even in his advanced years. Morse and Harvard were somewhat exceptional within the Kalmuset lineage. as they had not inherited the striking appearance attributed to Ilou Kalmuset, which was indeed regrettable. The elderly man beside Nebel was the head of the Opist group in Summer Country, a friend of Nebel for over 70 years. His true name was unknown, but he was affectionately referred to as Old Man and Haha Grandpa, a title that Ilou playfully extended with an additional grandpa. The man in the blue shirt was named Qin Long, and Old Man was his uncle, who had a niece named Xiaoyu. Ilou, have you forgotten about your sister? Osuni inquired, her white hair contrasting with her sun-kissed skin as she regarded Ilou with slight dissatisfaction. Of course not, Ilou exclaimed eagerly, rushing over to grasp Osuni's hands. Sisters Livis and Osuni are both my dearest sisters. Then, who do you prefer more? Ilis hesitated, pondering the matter at hand, a question of mortality. No matter how one might respond, it would inevitably be deemed incorrect. How could such a predicament befall him? Enough of this. Why did he find himself taking it so seriously? Usini gently patted Isla's face and raised her right hand, summoning a toucan that promptly flew to her. Cocotte, let's chat. You haven't spent time with her in nearly half a year, Usini remarked, handing Cocotte to Ilis, who delicately placed the bird atop her head. One couldn't help but marvel at the slumber of a certain feathered serpent. Cecilia, who had been perched on a bird stand in a frenzy, immediately erupted into a cacophony upon witnessing this scene. Nearby, Aquamarine shot her a disapproving glance, covering her head with her wings to resume her rest. All right, esteemed gentlemen, ladies, and venerable elders, the annual family gathering of lumberjacks commences now. Out of nowhere, Morse produced a microphone, dancing wildly in front of the television, basking in the glow of luminous components. Hooray! Time to gather intelligence on the secret operations. Indeed, what a riveting conversation it turned out to be. As time swiftly passed, the group engaged in their discourse, and before long, noon approached. Morse rolled up his sleeves, glancing at his mechanical watch and nodding, declaring, "It's time. Let us prepare to set sail for fishing." Just then, Misaka Kyuka, who had been animatedly chatting, suddenly approached Morse, hands clasped in fervent prayer. Can I go? Can I go? Not a chance. What would you do? Use your superpowers to electrocute fish? Hey, don't say that. I can tone it down a bit. Listening to their exchange, Phoenix Institute's Kuma stood up, waving his white robe dramatically. No, no, no. Mr. Kyuka, your superpowers must not be employed for fishing. Sorry, Kyuka. But electrocuting fish is strictly prohibited, Mayuri added, much to Kyuka's disbelief, as she had never expected her closest friend to refuse her. Disheartened, she turned to Kamiju. No, no. Kamiju, what about you? Sorry, Kyuka, but Morse and the others are right, Kamiju replied with an awkward chuckle, scratching his head. Seeing her crush also reject her fishing request left Kyuka despondent, and with a thud, she collapsed onto the plush carpet. No. Snowflakes flutter and the north wind howls. The world is shrouded in a vast expanse. Don't worry, Kyuka. Mayuri will stay with Foucault and Velton at the manor to prepare for the evening banquet. Yes, Kyuka. There's no need to be so sorrowful. Velton approached, taking Kyuka's hand, while Foucault consoled her. You'll be able to enjoy some delightful treats more than those men. Oh, how fortunate I am to have you all. Kyuka gazed at them, her eyes gradually softening, before noticing Isla's and Usini sneaking closer, and she rushed towards them, tears streaming down her face. Little Ilis. Usini, let me hug you. In an instant, a spirit embraced Misaka Kyono tightly, causing Osuni to frown at the sensation akin to steel. Upon feeling the touch of her junior, Misaka Kyono released Osuni and cried out louder while clutching Ilulu. When will I ever capture the attention of Kamijitoma? At the Opus estate, at the coastal family port, powerful figures including Morse, Phoenix Institute Kuma, Kamijitoma, Cheng Long, and Havoc had already boarded the ship, waving farewell to Foucault, Mayuri, Misaka Kyono, and Ilula below. I actually wanted to take them fishing. But it seems that's not possible. As the ship gradually departed from the port, Yichak gazed at the warship he had left behind, feeling somewhat regretful. Havoc, leaning against the railing, remarked, taking a warship for fishing would be quite the spectacle. The more conspicuous, the better. At that moment, their father approached and playfully tapped both of their heads, admonishing, one more thing. I must remind you not to treat taking a warship lightly. Joanna and Bina exchanged amused glances as they observed their husbands being scolded. Meanwhile, Morse was in the cockpit conversing with Kamijutoma, Phoenix Institute Kuma, Chung Long, and Havoc. Kuma, Chung Long, Havoc, Toma? What fishing tips do you all possess? Haha, Morse, you've come to the right person. I, the mad scientist Phoenix Institute Kuma, present my invention, Smart Bait number 1. Kuma excitedly pulled out a red spherical bait with a hook and elaborated. This smart bait is infused with the scents of hundreds of fish species, which it releases into the water to attract various fish. Impressive as always, Kuma, Morse exclaimed. Taking the bait and turning to Chung Long, Kamiju Toma, and Havoc with eager anticipation. What about you? Using fishing rods. Using fishing nets. All right. Just as expected from honest men, you haven't changed after all these years. Morse's enthusiasm quickly waned upon hearing their straightforward responses. At the Opus Estate's main kitchen, Foucault stood by the stove, donned in a black apron and a white chef's hat adorned with countless folds, with a knife raised in her right hand. She exuded vitality and enthusiasm. Allow me, a life scientist and culinary master, to showcase my skills. Suddenly, behind her, Mayuri, Misaka Kyono, Osuni, Ilulu, and Velton erupted into enthusiastic applause. Hearing the clapping, Foucault's spirits soared, and she promptly began preparing an array of dishes for the Christmas feast. First, she retrieved a turkey from the cold storage adjacent to the kitchen. This turkey was unlike any other in the world, thanks to Foucault's enhancements as a life scientist. It was more tender, juicier, and far more aromatic. As convenient and delectable as the white-feathered chicken. In a mere moment, Foucault skillfully disemboweled the turkey before the eyes of the onlookers, extracting its innards and filling it with spices before marinating and refrigerating it. Observing Foucault's fluid motions, Misaka Kuya felt a surge of motivation and, touching the turkey, began to wield the knife herself. Then, oh, my turkey. Oh, my hand. Billy. Surely. Kamiju wouldn't approve of a girl who can't cook and would destroy the kitchen. She collapsed to the ground, tears welling in her eyes. Prompting Mayuri to rush over with comforting words. Don't be sad, Kuya-chan. Sighing, Foucault knelt beside her, reassuringly stating, do not worry, Kuya. Culinary skills do not carry much weight in matters of love. When Morse fell for me, his Greek cuisine was far from exceptional. Besides, Kamiju is a master of household chores and will certainly not disdain you. Meanwhile, at another table, Wharton, Ilou, and Osuni exchanged glances and began to tackle the enormous turkey before them. Let us stick to tradition, shall we, little Ilou and little Osuni? All right. They both chimed in unison. Ilou, unlike her mother Foucault, did not possess a fervor for innovative cuisine, while Osuni held no strong opinions regarding cooking. Wharton nodded, taking up a knife to deftly cut the turkey and vegetables, while Ilou and Osuni prepared a mixture of butter and spices in a bowl. Soon, they had smeared the butter and stuffed the turkey with onions, carrots, celery, and garlic. Wharton, pleased with the marinating turkey, squatted down and retrieved 2 jars of candy from her suitcase, handing them to Ilou and Osuni. You did splendidly. Here's a reward for you. It's bitter candy. Thank you. And Wharton. The preparations for the Christmas feast were in full swing, with Foucault bustling about, while the utterly inept Misaka Kuya and the somewhat capable Mayuri assisted with minor tasks. Wharton, Ilou, and Osuni also contributed, busily preparing desserts which were swiftly stored in the cold storage once completed. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the grand entrance, arousing their curiosity. Illa set down the glass bowl used for whipping cream and hurried to open the door. Beneath the midday sun stood a dapper elderly gentleman, donning a cowboy hat, a satchel at his waist, a revolver slung at his side, and a whip in hand, with a cigar perched in his mouth. Grandpa Jones. Hey, little Ilou. This was none other than Indiana Jones, the world-renowned explorer, archaeologist, and esteemed professor at Adderland University, whose remarkable life was intertwined with legends and friendships with the likes of Harvard and Nobel laureates. Uncle Indy, Dr. Jones, Misaka Kuya, Foucault, Wharton Mayuri, and others peered from the kitchen, and Indiana waved at them, greeting. Hey there, little Foucault, little Misaka, little Wharton, and little Mayuri, under the warm hospitality of those gathered. The Indiana cowboy hat and whip were hung on the coat rack, and then he settled onto the sofa. I apologize, Uncle Jones, but my father and grandfather have already set sail. Ah, that is to be expected. After all, I am neither as aged as they are nor lacking in health. I shall remain at home with you all to prepare for the dinner. Indiana extinguished his cigar, accepting the situation, and made his way into the kitchen, donning an apron to assist Ilou and the others with the preparation of the ingredients. Oh no, murmured Foucault, emerging from the cold storage with a sigh. We are short on supplies. I believe the last time we restocked the cold storage was 2 years ago. Misaka Kuya, taken aback, exclaimed, Has it truly been that long since our last shopping trip to the center? Time flies. With a shake of his head, Foucault withdrew a sheet of paper from the drawer took out a pen, and wrote down a list before handing it to Ilou. Little Ilou, I entrust this task to you. Please purchase all of these items. They should suffice for this Christmas. I will go to the mall in a few days to buy some additional things. Yes, Mom. I promise to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Ilou saluted, casting a reassuring glance at Usuni before dashing out of the kitchen. With her shoulder bag slung across her back and adorned in a blue coat and pristine white shoes, Ilou stood before the mirror, feeling exceedingly beautiful. She knelt down to comfort her beloved Aquamarine and Cecilia at her feet, saying, I'm sorry, but this time I cannot take you along. Please stay safe at home. Hi. I understand. Ilou waved goodbye to the two of them, bidding farewell to the occupants in the kitchen before opening the grand door to the garage. He stepped into a spacious, flat building adjacent to the main residence, lifting the roll-up door to reveal an expansive runway flanked by hundreds of elegant, captivating, and stylish automobiles. Whatever vehicle one could desire was present. Over 90% belonged to his grandfather, Havrick's collection. In his youth, Havrick was quite the dandy, constantly preoccupied with flaunting his wealth, impressing others, and courting women, amassing a plethora of cars, fine wines, and designer brands. This is also the reason why Havrick earned the moniker of the dandy old man. It wasn't until after World War II, when he fell in love and married Bina, that he became somewhat more subdued. Ilou navigated through the dazzling sea of vehicles, finally arriving beside a blue sedan. It was a 1958 Chevrolet Impala in a delicate shade of azure. Havrick had feared that this small gift, intended for young Ilou, would gather dust in the garage. Every aspect of the car resonated with Ilou's aesthetic sensibilities, from its model and exterior to the interior. All harmoniously embodied his favorite combination of blue and silver, exuding a refreshing aura. Deeply enamored, Ilou undertook a few minor modifications, employing lapta technology and otherworldly magic, thus transforming this vehicle into something extraordinary. For instance, due to her height, Ilou elevated the driver's seat. As Ilou approached, the headlights of the vehicle swiftly illuminated, and with a crisp sound, the door swung open. He gracefully settled inside, and the door closed behind him. Although Ilou was merely 11 years old in this world, one must not forget that he was a prodigious elfin genius who graduated from Atalanta University in just 3 months. Moreover, graduates of Atalanta, regardless of their age, are accorded special privileges in Maluch, making the acquisition of a driver's license a trivial matter. Ilou's driving skills are exceptionally remarkable, surpassing those of both his father and grandfather, and even exceeding the prowess of his grandfather's friend, a certain Josta. Miku, activate the navigation system. Yes, Your Majesty. The control panel illuminated, and a three-dimensional representation of Hatsune Miku materialized above, while the display in the lower right corner showcased a comprehensive navigation map of the entire Maluch Floorway City. All set. Cocotte, let us embark. Ilou gently reassured the cocoa-colored creature perched atop her head, deftly maneuvering her hands and feet with an effortless grace. In an instant, the vehicle unleashed a power that defied its model, soaring out of the garage and onto the runway as the roll-up door clattered down. They sped directly out of the estate, racing along the winding road, gliding steadily on the road several hundred meters below, the charm hanging from the rearview mirror undisturbed. Exhilarating. Ilou felt an overwhelming sense of comfort as she reduced her speed to match the flow of the surrounding vehicles, passing through the residential neighborhoods and ascending the Nipple Bridge. Lowering the window, her golden hair danced in the breeze, and she reveled in the refreshing sea air, oblivious to the fact that it felt as though summer had arrived. After nearly a minute of driving, Ilou departed from the bridge, entering the vibrant heart of the Obster district, known as Haisha. Towering skyscrapers loomed above, throngs of people bustling about, while the array of shops lining the streets dazzled the senses. Among them, the tallest structure, the Epic Tower, stood out dramatically, adorned with an array of festive Christmas decorations due to the holiday season. As she continued her journey, Ilou arrived at Golden Square, the largest plaza in Maluch, where 10 majestic Christmas trees stood tall. Surrounding the square on 3 sides were countless high-rise buildings, and at the center of the plaza stood a monument, encased in glass. Upon the stone wall within, a parchment was affixed, inscribed with signatures in various languages, some familiar to humanity and others utterly incomprehensible. This parchment was none other than the Declaration of Coexistence, a document signed over 2 centuries ago by the head of the Obster family in conjunction with influential figures from the earthly realm and various secret worlds, including the realms of magic, sorcery, mysticism, superhuman abilities, and science, among others. The public was merely aware that the monument housed a declaration, yet due to linguistic barriers, its specific contents remained unknown. Presently, the secrets of the Declaration of Coexistence were known only to the Kalmuset family, the upper echelons of the Obster group, and other leaders and power brokers from various realms and large organizations. The essence and purpose of this declaration were straightforward: an agreement between Obster and all worlds to conceal themselves, vanishing from the sight of the earthly realm and ordinary citizens. It was agreed that when the Kalmuset family ultimately achieved world peace, all secrets would be gradually revealed. At that time, as envisioned, every world and every community would coexist harmoniously, ushering in a true era of peace as Obster had long desired. Ilou cast a glance at the monument in the distance outside the car window, and a faint smile graced his lips. Since his arrival, he had absorbed an abundance of knowledge, including the ultimate aspirations of the Kalmuset family and the existence of other realms. He was certainly aware of the wizarding world. After all, wizards featured prominently in numerous fictional works. Due to his upbringing, he understood the importance of restraint, consciously refraining from delving too deeply, and steering clear of any notions reminiscent of Harry Potter. The vicinity of Golden Square boasted a plethora of renowned shops and malls, and Ilou intended to visit his favorite shopping center. Upon arriving at the mall, he parked the car with precision, swung open the door, and stepped out, stretching his limbs. Above him, the cocoa bird flapped its wings, producing the characteristic clattering sound exclusive to toucans. Ilou gently patted her head before making her way towards the entrance of the shopping mall. The surrounding staff waved at her, and the customers bustling about, purchasing festive supplies, greeted Ilou with cheerful nods. In truth, the entire population of Malush was familiar with Ilou, for she was the child of the mayor and the head of the Obster group, a sensation that once captivated the world. However, their reaction was not one of overwhelming fervor. This was due, in part, to the generally high standard of civility among the citizens, and also because the prevalence of advanced technology had instilled a sense of convenience in their lives. Moreover, there was another noteworthy detail. All visitors to Malush received a pamphlet that clearly outlined essential guidelines, including several pages dedicated to the Kalmuset family, which cautioned against approaching or disturbing family members indiscriminately. One page provided a brief overview of Ilou, accompanied by a warning and advisory. Please refrain from taking candid photos, recording, initiating conversation, or causing disturbance. She should be treated with the same regard as any other individual, lest one face the consequences. Nevertheless, these warnings held little weight for the residents of Malush, who continued to approach Ilou for photographs and casual conversation, and Ilou, in turn, was more than willing to oblige. After all, they were all inhabitants of Malush, a community of kin. Chocolate, breadcrumbs, flour, milk, cream, low-gluten flour, cinnamon powder, and unsalted butter, guided by magic. A shopping cart advanced slowly ahead, with a cocoa top perched atop her head and a list provided by Fucot in her left hand. Ilou merely needed to direct her gaze, and the required ingredients would automatically soar into the cart. The surrounding customers exhibited no surprise at this spectacle, as Ilou was known for her whimsical shopping methods, making items levitate at will, commanding parrots to assist in procurement, and rallying a vibrant array of colorful individuals to swiftly empty the shelves, particularly the pink items. After all, with the existence of elves, it was hardly astonishing that magic was commonplace. The residents of Malush displayed remarkable adaptability to such seemingly startling phenomena. Furthermore, there were ingredients for Mayuri's sushi to consider. As she continued her shopping, the cart soon brimmed with goods. Observing the increasing throng of customers, Ilou opted against retrieving another cart and instead waved her hand to utilize magic, causing all the ingredients to levitate behind her. Before long, an eclectic assortment of items floated in her wake. Cocoa Tot turned its head, curiously pecking at a butter block as large as itself, alongside 3 bottles of olive oil. After a considerable period of shopping, Ilou finally gathered everything on her list and approached the checkout counter. The cashier, wielding a blue metallic scanner, swiftly processed her items, and the computer nearby instantly calculated the quantities and total price. Ilou rummaged through her satchel, extracting a cerulean-hued metallic card, which she effortlessly swiped to complete her transaction. This card was, in fact, a divine creation bestowed by Ilou Kalmuset, one of the blessings of boundless wealth for his descendants. In the most literal sense, it possessed infinite riches, functioning across any device, and enabling the withdrawal of tangible currency, such as green bills, red notes, yen, precious metal coins, or even plastic currency. All of these were genuine, available for limitless use, and remarkably, the currency generated by this infinite wealth would not incite inflation, everything would be meticulously balanced. It was precisely because of this that the Kalmuset family remained untainted by worldly gains, resisting all temptations, as wealth and power are inextricably linked. However, Morse harbored disdain for this artifact, as he preferred to expend only the money he had earned himself, while Fugit had far fewer scruples regarding expenditures. Provided the sources were legitimate. Iru's words mirrored those of his mother. As a side note, Misaka Kyono couldn't help but envy this. She was rather impoverished. Upon returning to the parking space, Iru opened the car door and the trunk, placing all the materials into the back seat and the trunk. Excellent. Everything is in order. Kokot, shall we depart? With a series of swift movements, Iru closed the door and executed a flawless maneuver, driving out of the parking lot and onto the adjacent main road. Thanks to Iru's adept modifications to the suspension, the piled materials in the back made no chaotic sounds. And despite the speed, the ride remained exceptionally smooth. It's still early, Kokot. Let's go explore. Noticing the display next to the dashboard had yet to reach noon, Iru promptly decided to indulge in some leisure, steering onto another road. As they entered the Lamire district, the scenery instantly transformed from bustling commerce to a vibrant two-dimensional world. The buildings along the road were adorned with an array of posters showcasing various styles of anime, and a large screen was playing a popular series, while people on the streets engaged in cosplay. Here, themed dining, merchandise sales, virtual singers, concerts, and fan creations were all abundant. It felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different city, in Malucha, a place approximately 20 years ahead of the outside world. The advancement of technology and the proliferation of electronic devices allowed people to encounter a myriad of experiences online, leading to a flourishing subculture. The residents of Malucha exhibited a remarkably high level of cultural appreciation, and the unique culture of anime was embraced wholeheartedly by all demographics, from the elderly to adults and youths, free from the need for concealment or fear of discrimination. This place was also filled with numerous virtual creations unlike anything from Iru's previous life. He often indulged in watching them at home and frequently purchased delightful items in the Lamire district. As Iru drove along, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure in front of a display case at a figurine shop. He promptly parked beside the road, opened the car door, and rushed over to greet them. With golden hairstyle to the sides, a strand of it falling on the left, he donned a purple coat with a green lining and a patterned purple tie around his neck. At that moment, he was engrossed in admiring the figurines in the display case. Uncle Kira, Nanny? The individual was taken aback, instinctively retreating and turning to see Ilou greeting him with a cheerful smile. Oh, it's you, he remarked. This man is named Yoshikage Kira, aged 33, residing in the Malucha district of Springfield, unmarried, and employed at the Bingo chain department store, where he dutifully concludes his workday at 5 o'clock each afternoon. He is a non-smoker, indulging occasionally in alcohol, and retires to bed at 11 o'clock each night, ensuring a full 8 hours of sleep. Before slumber, he enjoys a tender kiss to his beloved two-dimensional wife, followed by a 20-minute viewing of anime. Like freshly spun cotton candy, he bears no marks of fatigue or stress, and his health check reveals him to be in excellent condition. He possesses a 7-figure savings account in dollars, with a passion for the two-dimensional realm, visiting the Lamiller Street area daily to acquire various merchandise, particularly for his favorite character, ensuring that he does not miss any new releases. He purchases 4 copies of each item, 1 for collection, 1 for display, 1 for introduction, and 1 for enjoyment. The acquaintance between Yoshikage Kira and Ilou is quite straightforward, dating back to a summer long past. It was during this time that Kira sought to purchase figurines and fortuitously encountered Ilou, who was on a quest for DVDs. Kira perceived Ilou as someone who had stepped out from the two-dimensional world, while Ilou found Kira to be quite amiable, leading to their friendship. Indeed, it was as simple as that. As previously mentioned, Yoshikage Kira leads an incredibly tranquil and fulfilling life. Uncle Kira, are you here to buy figurines again? Indeed. My favorite character has released new merchandise, which I cannot afford to miss. However, as Kira gently caressed the glass, his gaze gradually shifted from hope to a profound silence. Upon witnessing this, Ilou hurriedly inquired, "What is the matter? What is amiss?" In a state of utter despair, Kira Yoshikage slowly replied with a voice filled with hopelessness. "It is out of stock. I have prepared for this for 15 days, took a leave today, and yet, indeed, it is a lamentable predicament." The figurine he had eagerly anticipated is unattainable. Moreover, Kira Yoshikage leads an exceedingly regimented life, and this setback has undoubtedly shattered the order of his existence. Do not be sorrowful, Uncle Kira. On Christmas Eve, you may very well receive a blessing from Santa Claus. Ilou approached, gently clasping Kira Yashiki's hands in a gesture of comfort. Kokot chimed in with her cheerful sounds, and gradually, Kira's shattered spirit began to mend. Thank you, Ilou, he said gratefully. By the way, it's Christmas Eve. Shouldn't you be at home? Where is your father? The cold storage at home is lacking supplies, and we can't prepare the Christmas desserts, she explained. Mother sent me out to buy some items. As she spoke, Ilou stood on her tiptoes, pointing at the pale blue 1958 Chevrolet Impala parked by the roadside. Observing the back seat overflowing with goods, Kira nodded in response. Make sure to return home quickly after shopping, and be careful. Before he could finish, a bicycle sped down the street, ridden by a blue-haired high school student who shouted for everyone to clear the way. Kira quickly pulled Ilou aside, narrowly avoiding the bike as it whooshed past. The young cyclist turned his head to apologize. Thank you, Uncle Kira. Who was that high school student? Just a troubled child, Kira replied. His parents indulge in pleasures and have racked up debts, leaving him to bear the burden. He is likely in a hurry to deliver goods. It seems he couldn't break in time. Don't take it to heart. As long as you're unhurt, that's what matters. Of course. I'm not bothered at all. It was just an accident, Ilou assured him. Kira smiled reassuringly, ruffled her hair affectionately, offered a few words of caution, and then took his leave. Goodbye, Uncle Kira. After bidding farewell to Kira Yashikij, Ilou drove away from the Ramel neighborhood, heading towards another destination. After a while, she arrived at the outskirts where a modest high school stood. Behind it lay a parking lot, to the right was a sports field, and directly in front of the entrance was a statue of a white horse. A roadside sign clearly indicated the name of the school, Canalot High School. By the way, this high school is affiliated with Atlanta University. With Christmas approaching, many students wandered about, and something quite peculiar caught the eye. The students exhibited a vibrant array of colors, their hair, skin, and eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of hues. Yet, it seemed that everyone had grown accustomed to this diversity, showing no surprise whatsoever. Ilou parked her car and, accompanied by Kokot, ventured into the school. With the festive season upon them, all the students were bustling about, their tired yet determined expressions a constant sight both inside and outside the school. Ilou approached the white horse sculpture, where a girl was leaning against it, dozing off. She was clad in a leather jacket, her skin a warm shade of orange. As for her hair, if one must describe it, it resembled the vibrant colors of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Hello, Yue, shining brightly. Ilou quietly approached her, crouching down to greet her. Yue Shuashuo was roused from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Despite her blurred vision, she regarded the newcomer with discontent, exclaiming in indignation, Do you not have eyes? How dare you disturb me? Who possesses such audacity, senior? As she recognized the figure before her, Yue's expression shifted from confusion to anger, and then to astonishment, her gaze suddenly becoming clear. She hastily rose to her feet and stood at attention, apologizing, I am truly sorry, senior. I was quite disoriented just now. It's quite all right. Ilou waved her hand dismissively, reassuring her not to be alarmed. Yue Shuashuo, at the tender age of 17, was a student at Atlanta University, studying under Ilou's father, Morse. It is worth mentioning Atlanta University, an ancient institution with a history spanning over 2 millennia, founded by the esteemed Kalmuset family, a legacy of significant complexity. Atlanta University not only educates prodigies from the contemporary world but also from other realms. It boasts 27 colleges, each specializing in diverse fields such as magic, science, and superpowers. Among these, only 7 colleges admit talents from the current world, while the remaining 20 cater to the gifted from hidden realms. 3 years prior, Yue Shuashuo was admitted into the College of Magic at Atlanta University due to her remarkable aptitude. On the day of her enrollment, Principal Morse took note of her somewhat unruly disposition alongside her exceptional talent, deciding on the spot to personally oversee her education. This educational venture proved fruitful. Yue's previously chaotic demeanor saw considerable improvement, becoming somewhat more radiant. Under Morse's guidance, she began to forge friendships, the first of which was with Ilou. Ilou graduated from Atlanta University 5 years ago, and within a mere 3 months, naturally became a senior, younger than Yue Shuashuo. Moreover, with her father being Morse, their acquaintance was further simplified. Morse, indeed, wears many hats, serving as the contemporary head of the family, the chief executive of the Opus Group, and the president and professor at Atlanta University. How has Yue Shuashuo fared in Canalot? Quite well. she has managed to get along with those 5 peculiar girls. And her classmates are rather nice. Yue Shuashuo let out a sigh of relief, admitting that this lifestyle is incredibly fulfilling and delightful. Morse, as a teacher, is commendable, showing no hesitation in supporting her endeavors wholeheartedly. It is far better than before. Yue Shuashuo spoke in a whisper, almost imperceptible to human ears. Yet, how could Ilou, not being human, fail to perceive it? Instantly intrigued, she inquired, where? The one in the sculpture, Yue Shuashuo replied, gesturing towards the white horse statue ahead. Ilou nodded, suddenly reminded of something. By the way, Yue Shuashuo, didn't you mention wanting to seize that crown? When are you going? I can assist. Please, no. Let's forget that impulsive thought from 7 months ago. Yue Shuashuo hurriedly covered Ilou's mouth, casting a cautious glance towards the white horse statue. They lingered in that tense silence for a while until she finally sighed in relief and released her grip. After briefly moving her tongue, Ilou inquired, Yue Shuashuo, are you truly afraid of that crown figure? Afraid is an understatement. Yue Shuashuo exclaimed, his hands clutching his head, revealing an expression reminiscent of a troubled past. I never wish to encounter her again in this lifetime. Then let those thoughts fade away. Malush is the safest place in the world. And you are undoubtedly the finest student of your father. He will surely protect you. Humph. Who would dare to challenge you? They would undoubtedly return defeated. Besides, I am here as well. Ilou was unaware of many things, particularly the intricate details of the equine realm. His only certainty was that Yue Shuashuo was his dear friend, a junior, and a student of his father. Thus, he embraced Yue Shuashuo, though his arms could only reach her abdomen. Thank you, senior. Your words bring me much reassurance. By the way, if there is nothing else, we should depart swiftly. I suspect Pingqi Pai will arrive soon, and we shall inevitably find ourselves entangled in another peculiar gathering. Oh, Pingqi Pai? Ilou raised his gaze to the surroundings. To be candid, he did not harbor any particular dislike for this individual. Yet neither could he claim to have any fondness. However, should he inadvertently stumble upon a gathering organized by the Pingqi faction, he would likely slip away quietly. Alas! Despite the immortality of Ilou's spirit and his boundless energy, he found little joy in festivities. Such occasions were best reserved for holidays, birthdays, or special events. Not for daily indulgence, which he could hardly endure. Thank you for the reminder, Yue, he mused. I must discreetly make my exit. In but a fleeting moment. Ilou vanished from Yue's sight, and the pale blue 1958 Chevrolet Impala in the parking lot zoomed away. Tada! Who wouldn't want a delightful Christmas party? A figure with pink, voluminous hair arrived fashionably late. It was met only with Yue's awkward smile. Hey, the elf from the Sky Kingdom has fled. Yue, why didn't you alert me sooner? I was planning to gift Ilou some Christmas candies. Perhaps the senior doesn't favor them? That moment had indeed been perilous. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Ilou felt that had he lingered just a moment longer, he might have found himself spending Christmas at Cantrelot High, inundated with countless parties. The cocoa in his vehicle emitted a rhythmic sound as he drove into Hayasha. However, just as he intended to cross the Nipar Bridge, he unexpectedly spotted 2 familiar figures inside a clothing store. It was Morgan and Alina. What were they doing outside? Intrigued, he parked and stealthily slipped inside. Even Coco held its breath, finally revealing that Morgan and Alina were, astonishingly, holding swimsuits. This was, in fact, a swimwear shop. She should like this, Alina exclaimed, lifting an exceedingly revealing bikini, her eyes sparkling with affection. On the contrary, the young master would prefer this, Morgan remarked impassively, holding up a pair of blue swim trunks adorned with a heart and the word LOV. That wretched silver-haired fellow is far too conservative. Don't you wish to admire the exquisite curves of the lady's form? Reject that notion. The golden-haired fellow's thoughts are far too indecent. And the cute swim trunks are forever just. Paired with the young master's petite frame, they embody true perfection. By the way, silver-haired fellow, what do you think of a Christmas outfit paired with nothing underneath? The lady would surely be thrilled. I refuse, yet I am intrigued. Hiding in the adjacent changing room, Ilou could hardly contain his blush, feeling steam rise within him, which prompted Coco to emit a sound of distress. Tap, 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 tap. Morgan and Alina, drawn by the remarkably familiar sound, curiously approached and parted the curtain. To their astonishment, it was the young master and the lady, realizing their secret had been unveiled. Morgan and Alina promptly knelt on the ground, while Ilou cast a dangerous glance their way. What on earth are you two doing? The shy sprite, blushing profusely, emitted a sharp crackle. Alina, kneeling before her, trembled as she lifted her gaze, hastily defending herself and accusing the silver-haired Morgan beside her. It's all this silver-haired fellow's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Such an unhesitating act of deflection. Ilou could only say, what a true embodiment of Alina. Glancing over at Morgan, she remained expressionless. However, upon hearing Alina's accusation, she silently nodded and, with her wise blue eyes fixed upon Ilou, unabashedly stated, I deny it. Yet I concur with the foolish words of that golden-haired fellow. Therefore, young master, do come and properly punish Morgan, who dares to aspire to such heights. Huh, what? The sound of rapid tapping filled the air as Ilou, Alina, and Cocotte were left in shock. Could it be that Morgan is not merely a maid-am, but also a maid-am? The tapping continued. Being ravaged by the lady. How can such a fortunate circumstance exist? That wretched silver-haired fellow. I shall never allow you to succeed. The lady belongs solely to me. Ilou turned her head stiffly, gazing at the silver-haired maid Morgan, who knelt on the ground. In a moment of panic, Alina exclaimed, believing that her mistress was truly about to punish Morgan. Determined to thwart the silver-haired one's intentions, she steeled her resolve and lunged toward Ilou. It is I, my lady. It is I who wished for you to don the vacuum Christmas attire. It is I who desired to see you in a bikini. It is I who yearned to admire the perfect curves of your body, defiled. Please, punish me to your heart's content, my lady. Ilou's face flushed a deep crimson once more. Unable to contain herself, she unleashed a punch that sent Alina flying. With a resounding crash, a massive V-shaped indentation appeared on the opposite wall, with Alina firmly embedded within it, her expression oddly one of satisfaction. A store clerk peered out from behind the counter, and upon recognizing Ilou, returned to watching videos nonchalantly. Clerk, no big deal. We'll just wait for the Abuster group to compensate. Morgan turned to glance at the Alina behind her, a faint smirk gracing her lips. She had succeeded, although her earlier thoughts had not been entirely false. Indeed, she possessed an air of superiority. As the instigator, Ilou finally regained her composure after the earlier incident. She hurried over to extricate Alina from her predicament, subsequently healing her wounds with magic. Who exactly is the maid here? It feels as though I am serving two eccentric young ladies. Perhaps I should have heeded my father's advice and sought a small managerial role instead. Moments passed, and Alina flawlessly revived, her emerald eyes fluttering open as she luxuriated against something soft, a silly grin spreading across her face. All right, enough of this indulgence. Gather your purchases. I shall drive you both home. With a giggle, Alina clumsily rose, and she and Morgan collected the numerous shopping bags filled with various swimsuits. Ilou regarded the array of swimwear with a sigh, ultimately relenting. She produced a metallic card and approached the register to settle the bill. Before leading the two maids outside to the car, initiate spatial expansion, Ilou commanded, opening the door and stepping inside. The interior space had transformed significantly. An additional seat occupied the front passenger side, and the rear seating area had doubled in size, yet from the outside, no changes were visible. The two maids settled into the front seats. Alina tossed her shopping bags into the back seat, reclining comfortably. Morgan, expressionless, fastened her seatbelt, assuming an impeccably proper posture. Miss. Speaking of which, since you permitted us to purchase swimsuits, will you wear one? Alina gazed at Ilou with eager anticipation. Even Morgan slightly inclined her ear. Ilou turned her head slightly, attempting to mask her embarrassment, and replied, You're thinking too much. I have no intention of wearing one. However, you both might receive a proper punishment from me. Are you afraid? With that, she pressed the accelerator, speeding down the road, the fierce wind drowning out Alina's disappointed voice. At that moment, Malush was blanketed in snow. Focused on driving, Ilou suddenly narrowed her eyes and hit the brakes sharply, fixating on a figure at the intersection. Alina, yawning and still groggy, leaned toward the window. What is it, miss? A member of the Eastern Alliance has appeared in Malush. What? No way. Do they dare come here? Alina, filled with curiosity, followed Ilou's gaze, while Morgan slightly turned his head. A silver-haired European gentleman was seen in an intimate exchange with a dark-haired individual from the Far East, suggesting they were a couple. The residents passing by cast peculiar glances at this pair, for it had been quite some time since they had encountered someone from the Far Eastern Alliance. The relationship between the Far Eastern Alliance and Malucher is notoriously strained, particularly with the Malucher denizens, the Kalmuset family, and the Opter group, who are embroiled in deep-seated animosity, effectively leading to an estrangement. To comprehend this discord, one must delve into the annals of history, from ancient times to the present. The rapport between the Kalmuset family and the Far East has been fraught with tension. The Far East sought to conquer the Kalmuset family as part of their ambitions for global domination. While the Kalmuset family aimed to exert control over the Far East to realize their own aspirations of world governance, this accumulation of grievances culminated in a significant rupture, which truly severed ties, stemming from a kidnapping incident at the end of 1985, with Ilou himself at the epicenter of this turmoil. At that time, Ilou was traveling in the Far East with his parents, and when he stepped away to purchase a bottle of cola, a group of men clad in black suddenly abducted him. At that juncture, Ilou had yet to acquire the skills of magic or martial arts, remaining indistinguishable from an ordinary child. Ilou sought assistance from the nearby police, yet they acted as if he were invisible, averted their gaze, and allowed him to be abducted without intervention. Thus, he was taken to the secret organization's underground surgical table, encircled by individuals adorned with octopus-shaped skull insignias, who commenced various experiments upon him. As no medication proved effective for Ilou, he was left to silently endure until Morse, leading the Sacred Clan's elite guards, breached the base and liberated him. Foucault, cradling the weakened Ilou, promptly departed the Far East, while Morse proceeded to the regional government, having uncovered official documents within the base. The outcome was all too evident. Morse, infuriated, severed nearly all normal relations with the Far East and even wielded his family's influence to impose sanctions in the hidden world. He received a response that ignited his fury. "Why concern yourself so deeply, Mr. Morse? We both know this sprite may be referred to as your adopted daughter. But she is not human. She is a monster. Why do you care? There is no need to grant her human rights. She is filled with experimental value. Should we succeed in unraveling the mysteries surrounding sprites and the legends, we could restore the Far East to its former glory." Morse was already aware of the organization's name, the Hydra, Northern Division, which was closely intertwined with the government. Meanwhile, upon his return to Malush, Ilou developed a profound aversion towards the Far East, never able to forget the gazes of those officers and the frenzied emotions of the researchers. "I sense no malice. For safety's sake, I should return and inform my father." Ilru averted her gaze and drove across the Nipel Bridge, heading towards the Obster Manor. IRU parked the car back in the garage and strolled towards the main residence, accompanied by Morgan and Alina, while a multitude of materials and various shopping bags floated behind her. "Mother, sister, aunt, grandfather, I am back." With a loud bang, the door swung open, and Foucault emerged from the kitchen, balancing a platter of pizza. Velton, Misakakuya, and Mayuri all peeked out, along with Indiana, who was clad in an apron and donned a cowboy hat. Cecilia, perched upon a birdcage, emitted a sharp cry, while the nearby aquamarine quietly distanced itself. "Hooray!" exclaimed Yasuni, covered in flour, as she rushed over to embrace IRU, inadvertently smudging her with flour and turning her into a ghostly figure. "Sister." IRU wiped the flour from her nose and playfully smeared it back onto Yasuni's face, complaining, "It feels all prickly and uncomfortable." The two maids behind her exchanged glances and hurriedly rushed forward to tidy up IRU's face, their expressions revealing a hint of concern. Foucault, standing before the kitchen, set down the pizza and approached IRU, delving into the enormous floating pile of materials like a cloud to inspect them. Nodding approvingly, she said, "Very good, little IRU. Now, please place them in the cold storage." "Certainly." IRU saluted, then snapped her fingers, causing the materials to vanish instantly and reappear in the adjacent cold storage. Misakakuya approached, holding a pizza, and eagerly inquired, "Little IRU, come quickly and taste the pizza I made." As IRU gazed over, she noticed the pizza was peculiarly strange. Despite its charred appearance, it emitted arcs of electricity. Could it be a pizza imbued with superpowers? Eagerly accepting it with both hands, IRU, under Asuni's concerned gaze, could hardly contain herself and took a bite. Instantly, her mouth was enveloped in a tingling sensation, suffused with the brilliance of lightning. It turned out that Misaka Kyoko had not used an oven, but rather harnessed her superpowers to cook it, infusing it with a tremendous amount of electrical energy. Fortunately, IRU was not human. Otherwise, she would have been rendered stiff the moment she took a bite. Vinny, who had not made an appearance for a while, remarked, "Well, now I have no choice but to eat it." Kyoko's pizza was indeed delicious, but it was best not to share it with others. "Oh," Misaka Kyoko lamented, covering her face in sorrow, while Mayuri comfortingly patted her head. Vilting, who had remained silent for a long time, approached and observed the remaining electric pizza, stating, "Little IRU is right. I cannot even guarantee that Lucy could consume this entire pizza. For carbon-based life forms, consuming such a dish is still premature. It appears I truly lack the essential culinary skills of a charming maiden." "How vexing. What are you worried about?" Foucault approached Kyoko, saying, "Once you marry Toma, Your culinary skills one team matter. It's inconsequential whether you possess them or not. But Toma might not even like me. Misaka Kyoko cried out, holding her head in despair. The others hurried to console her, while Indiana, leaning against the wall at the kitchen entrance, watched the young ones and couldn't help but reflect. Youth is indeed wonderful. It reminds me of my days fighting alongside that ruffian. As time passed, the snow fell heavier from the sky, blanketing the entire militia in silver. It was well past noon, and with no sun in sight. The Christmas decorations glimmered even more radiantly. Meanwhile, the residents of the Opust Manor were preparing for the Christmas feast, indulging in a delightful respite. This is so relaxing. Isn't it, Kyoko? Everyone reclined on the sofas in the living room, and Fukot turned to Misaka Kyoko as various cool sounds from the television filled the air. Misaka Kyoko, weary, lifted her gaze and murmured, although my physical condition is relatively good, I still feel a bit tired. I long for a hot spring. I want to go too. I remember the last time was during last Christmas, my Yuri chimed in. Well then, let us go and soak for a while to unwind. Fukot said, stretching lazily before leaving the living room to prepare the necessary items. As Ilou observed Fokit departing, she too rose to prepare for her transition to another chamber. Morgan and Alina watched his retreating figure, exchanging whispers. Should we follow? No. I refuse to be a voyeur. But perhaps we could glimpse the lady's figure. One maintained an expressionless demeanor, while the other exhibited a rather lascivious inclination. The two maids exchanged high fives, thus sealing their nefarious pact. On the sofa, Yusuni observed them, silently covering her face. Meanwhile, Illa traversed the elongated corridor, flanked by walls of a deep crimson hue adorned with intricate patterns. Ancient wooden doors stood resolutely closed. Portraits of ancestral family members adorned the walls, each possessing an androgynous beauty, with chestnut hair and sapphire-like eyes. The likenesses of Opust, Nebel, Ogalier, Plagius, Guid, Altus, and Longimgus were all encased in gilded frames. Illa gazed upon those adoring eyes filled with reverence. Had his youthful days not long since faded, he would have undoubtedly declared, I shall aspire to be as great as the esteemed heads of the family throughout the ages. Gradually, Ilou arrived at the end of the corridor and pushed open the grand oak door, revealing a vast, semicircular space before him. This area, nestled within the curved corners of the main residence, mirrored the shape of those very corners. The walls flanking the arches were adorned with enormous windows, through which snow gently fell, while opposite stood a tiered platform reminiscent of an opera house, boasting 4 levels. The seating faced a raised dais at the curve's apex, upon which rested an ancient grand piano, its deep mahogany hue embellished with somewhat coarse engravings. The instrument appeared quite worn, casting doubt upon its ability to still produce music. Ilou ascended the high platform and approached the piano, gently caressing the slightly cracked and faded keys. Her fingers danced across them, producing a somewhat off-key yet enchanting melody. A glimmer of nostalgia appeared in her great-grandmother's eyes as Illa lifted the lid and raised the support, settling onto the bench. This piano, in fact, belonged to her great-grandmother, Ilou Kalmuset, who had crafted it herself, now over a century old. It may sound somewhat exaggerated, yet during the nearly year-long period immediately following Illa's adoption, her great-grandmother Ilou was still alive, having been born in 1850 and living to the age of 135, sharing a deep bond with Ilou. Ilou possessed a profound love for music and was enamored with various instruments. When the grand piano was invented, she was overjoyed, dedicating years to learning from artisans, ultimately creating a piano that reflected her own tastes. She had always hoped for kindred spirits to share her passion. Yet neither her son Nebel nor her grandchildren or great-grandchildren showed any interest in music. Still, she held on to that hope until Ilou's arrival. Ilou, the silver gold sprite, possesses an extraordinary talent in many areas, music being one of them. He harbors a profound affection for music, a resonance that reaches the very soul and captivates him entirely. Upon their first encounter, Ilou realized that the person she had been waiting for had finally arrived. Despite the century-long gap in their lifespans, they became inextricably close, even more so than Morse and Fokit. Ilou imparted various techniques of performance to Ilou, teaching him how to perfect his singing voice and sharing the vast knowledge she had acquired throughout her life in this world. However, it is a poignant regret that Ilou could only sing and perform, lacking the ability to compose lyrics or create melodies, yet Ilou was unperturbed by this limitation. Do you know why Ilou enjoys adding various suffixes, notes, and waves to his speech? It is indeed a reflection of Ilou's influence. Though their time together was less than a year, Ilou's essence was indelibly imprinted upon Ilou's immortal spirit. He cherished his great-grandmother, perceiving her as flawless, the most perfect being in existence, without comparison. He would not permit any slanderous words to tarnish her name, nor would he tolerate any clumsy imitations. Beautiful moments are always fleeting. On a snowy night at the end of 1985, Ilou passed away peacefully, surrounded by family and friends. It was the first time Ilou witnessed the departure of a relative and a friend. Yet, he did not mourn, for he could see that Ilou departed in happiness, having finally met the person she had sought for nearly her entire life just before her passing. After nearly a year together, Ilou had found contentment, and Ilou felt joy for her. As the final notes lingered in the air, Ilou opened his eyes and gently caressed the old piano. To outsiders, it appeared to be nothing more than a discarded relic, but to him, it was priceless. In his youth, Ilou often pondered why Ilou's piano was placed beneath the window, exposed to direct sunlight, deteriorating over the years without any repairs or tuning. It was only when he inquired that Ilou embraced him on the piano bench and explained, "Do you not appreciate the sensation of time passing, Ilou? In my childhood, I painstakingly crafted her from wood and assembled her parts. We grew together. Though she has aged, I have not. She has borne witness to my life from childhood to old age, through the changing tides of time, becoming increasingly worn. This mysterious feeling becomes more pronounced with each passing day. Through her, I can sense the passage of time, a vivid reminder of life itself. However, it is better to cherish the present moment, don't you think? I hope you will treat her kindly." Initially, Ilou found this notion difficult to comprehend, for after all, shouldn't humanity aspire to immortality? To ensure the eternal existence of oneself, and that which one holds dear, is a concept embraced by the majority of humanity. It was only as he delved deeper into the history of the Kalmuset family that he began to comprehend why Ruby harbored such thoughts. Strictly speaking, the Kalmuset family has transcended the boundaries of humanity. They are descendants of the Opal Kalmuset, possessing lifespans and powers that surpass the ordinary. With a lifespan of approximately 120 years, aside from a few like the head of the family, Opist, who lament the brevity of life and their unfulfilled ideals, the majority of family members perceive it as excessively long. Ruby exemplifies this sentiment. At 135 years old, she stands as one of the longest-lived among the ancestral heads. Devoid of grand aspirations, seeking only tranquility and beauty. For her, this span of life feels interminable. In the family mythos, all departed heads return to the Holy Grail, gathering upon the sacred mountain. "Dear great-grandmother, how have you fared?" In Ilou's eyes, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered. Above him, the cocoa-colored creature paused, emitting a series of rhythmic clicks as it affectionately nuzzled its masteress hair. "All right, Kekit. I shan't linger for long. I shall depart shortly." Ilou gently caressed the beak of Cocotte to soothe it, then rose and approached the stand, preparing to close the cover. At that moment, a small figure emerged from the audience behind him, revealing a look of contentment. The individual descended the steps softly and quietly approached Ilou from behind. "Little Ilou. Here to reminisce again, I see. Wait, dear grandfather." Standing at a height of 160 centimeters, with an androgynous and exquisite visage and chestnut-colored hair, it was none other than Nebel. Upon recognizing him, Ilou quickly stood at attention. "Grandfather, why did you not accompany father to fish?" "Of course not," Nebel replied, shaking his head as he moved closer and seated himself on the piano bench. He struck the keys and remarked, "What fun is there in fishing? I long for the days of hunting." Hunting was one of the most significant rituals for the Kalmuset family before Christmas, led by the head of the family along with others. However, since Ilou's adoption, hunting had ceased to occur. The reason for this was Ilou's extraordinary gift of hearing the voices of life. Hunting necessitated bringing children along, but taking Ilou would be tantamount to murder. The agonizing cries of life would incessantly echo in his mind, an indelible torment. Thus, Morse had canceled the hunts, opting instead for Ilou to remain at home while they ventured out to fish. The environment in Milou was remarkably pristine, thanks to the Kalmuset family's protection over the past 2 centuries, with the surrounding waters teeming with fish, allowing for bountiful catches in no time. However, fishing was prohibited in Milou. Only the Obster group was permitted to conduct large-scale fishing. On certain special days, the government would allow fishing, and during those times, anglers from around the world would flock to the area. "I apologize, dear grandfather. It is all my fault that we cannot hunt." Ilou, overwhelmed by a sense of shame, lowered his head, reflecting on the tradition of hunting that had faded away because of him. Upon hearing this, Nebel shook his head gently and consoled. "It is not your fault, dear Ilou. At my age, despite my good health, I still require ample rest. Hunting, while joyous, is fraught with danger and demands considerable effort. Not to mention, the game we bring down often cannot be consumed for various reasons and must instead be offered and burned. Nebel tenderly stroked Ilou's golden hair, recounting tales from his own hunting days as Ilou stood patiently by, listening intently. Little Ilou, do not linger here too long in nostalgia. While reminiscing about the past is not inherently bad, it is far wiser to focus on the present, such as indulging in Foucault's pizza. After imparting this reminder, Nebel took his leave. Ilou closed the piano lid, secured the windows on either side, approached the wooden door, turned back for one last glance, and then departed. Indeed, Ilou harbors a deep nostalgia for his great-grandmother. However, one must not forget that he possesses a remarkable gift known as the spirit of immortality. Everything is merely a transient visitor in the realm of eternal life. His endowment renders him impervious to sorrow, allowing him only to comprehend and then release his emotions. When, in the future, another relative or friend may pass away, he might still respond in the same manner. As he closed the grand oak door, Ilou let out a sigh and turned to observe the curtain at the right side window, which was conspicuously billowing, an unmistakable indication that two figures were engaged in a playful scuffle. "Come forth, Morgan, Alina," he gently beckoned, and the curtain was lifted by an invisible force, revealing the two maids tumbling onto the carpet, awkwardly raising their gazes to Ilou. "You've exposed us, miss. How did you know we were here?" they exclaimed in bewilderment, for the curtain's disguise should have been seamless. Upon witnessing the somewhat foolish antics of the two maids, Ilou felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, and he silently facepalmed, pondering, "Have you two forgotten my abilities? Why do you think I'm not out hunting? I heard every thought you entertained just now." "Ah," Alina suddenly comprehended, standing at attention and shyly confessing. "I merely wish to admire the beauty of Miss while she plays the piano. I had no ulterior motives." "Incorrect. That golden-haired fellow just uttered a plethora of indiscreet remarks." "And I, too, mentioned the masters," Morgan interjected. "Hey, were we not to keep this a secret?" Alina blurted out, abruptly seizing Morgan by the collar, scrutinizing her expressionless face with inquiry, while Morgan remained immobile, not even casting a glance in Alina's direction. Thus, the two maids resumed their playful quarrel. Ilou gazed at the two of them, gesturing with her magic to separate them. With a hint of exasperation, she remarked, "You two are truly exceptional, one a subtle pervert and the other brazenly vulgar. It seems a waste to have you both as mere maids. Perhaps I ought to hire a small steward to manage your antics. If this is the lady's wish, then I shall undoubtedly revel in it." "Agreed." Ilou slightly parted her lips as if to speak, but ultimately chose silence. Perhaps it was best to let them be. She had no desire to become a capricious young lady who arbitrarily punished others. Sometime later, in the main living room, Indiana sat on the sofa watching television, her apron hanging on a rack. Cecilia and Aquamarine were perched on the birdcage, peacefully asleep. At that moment, Ilou and Morgan, along with Alina, entered through the door. "Eh? Where are mother, aunt, and sister?" Observing the emptiness of the living room, now solely occupied by Indiana, Ilou expressed her confusion and inquired, "Grandfather Jones, where have they all gone?" "Oh, little Ilou," Indiana replied, "little Foucault and the others left after their rest. I'm not certain of their destination." "I see." Ilou nodded slightly and turned towards another door, closely followed by Morgan and Alina. "Miss, where are you going?" Alina inquired with curiosity, as she was not well acquainted with the layout of the main residence. Typically, she relied on Morgan to guide her, and this direction was unfamiliar to her. "I am heading to the bath for a soak, a little indulgence. Do you wish to join me?" Alina immediately nodded enthusiastically, much like a chick pecking at grain, while Morgan cast a longing glance, unhesitatingly agreeing. Ilou merely nodded in response. Why was there such an untroubled acceptance of this candidness? It was absurd. Ilou harbored no interest in humanity in that regard, and was indifferent to Alina's peculiar behavior. After all, he possessed nothing of interest. Merely a smooth expanse devoid of anything noteworthy. Furthermore, could there truly be humans captivated by curves? If so, those individuals must possess an imagination as vivid as Alina's. Though Ilou occasionally experienced a twinge of shyness, it was fleeting. Should he be provoked, he would not hesitate to send you hurtling out of the solar system. Then away. My fortune shines brighter than that sun. Morgan and Alina, one displaying a blank expression while the other laughed maniacally, followed Ilou into the bathing area of the main residence. Once inside the changing area, they began to change their attire. Ilou placed his garments into a satchel, wrapping himself in a towel, his flowing silver hair glimmering brilliantly, adorned with a blue necklace around his pale neck. Although devoid of any biologically distinctive features, The shape and curvature of his arms, calves, and waist were, in both form and essence, nothing short of perfection. Alina gazed intently at every detail, her mind conjuring various scenarios, swallowing hard as she did so. Morgan, appearing calm, was actually employing mirror reflections to observe, her hand reaching into the wardrobe to retrieve a pen and sketch on paper. Ignoring the peculiar emotions and gazes of the two maidens, Ilou opened the door, and a wave of steam enveloped him. The entire bathing area was constructed of stone, with the floors, walls, ceilings, and pillars adorned with beautifully patterned mosaics made of colorful tiles, even embellished with gems and precious metals. After all, such adornments were trivial to the Kalmuset family. This place resembled an ancient Roman bathhouse, as the original opus had been designed according to the bathhouses of those ancient Roman family members within the sanctuary. Ilou picked up a wooden bucket filled with various tools and slowly walked to the stone platform beside one of the bathing pools. She took a ladle from the bucket and scooped up the water beneath, splashing it onto her body until she was thoroughly drenched. Hurry up. Don't let the steam seep into the compartment and soak your clothes, phone, and other belongings. In the midst of a peculiar transformation, Ilou waved to Morgan and Alina, urging them to prepare swiftly. Then, she rose on her toes and submerged herself in the warm bath, creating a cascade of bubbles. All right, here I come. Like a bolt of lightning, Alina leaped into the bath without even donning a towel, her gaze fixed on Ilou, who was reveling in the experience. Her expression one of sheer delight. Good news, she has reacted. Better news, she's nosebleeding. And the best news, she's utterly flustered. Alina. You tend to go a bit overboard during bath time, Ilou remarked, observing Alina's cheeks flush a deep crimson, which only made her blush even more. At that moment, the partition door finally closed as Morgan approached, slipping into the water beside Ilou, her silver hair floating gracefully. When Ilou gently touched it, Alina's displeasure was palpable. How infuriating. Why do both that silver-haired fellow and our current miss share the same hair color? This is utterly unfair. No. It is indeed a privilege for the young master to share my hair color. It is rather splendid, Morgan retorted, provoking Alina further. Just don't get too carried away. Let us not forget your role as a maid. The two resumed their playful squabble, splashing water everywhere, akin to a scene from an anime swimsuit episode, providing an exquisite visual feast for any onlooker. As Ilou watched the pair, she drifted toward the other side, opting not to intervene, allowing them to expend their energy freely, seeking solace akin to Cecilia's. Relishing the warmth of the bath, Ilou wore a contented expression when suddenly, a cascade of golden hair fell beside her, accompanied by a gentle tap on her shoulder. Why, little Ilou. Startled, Ilou turned to find it was her familiar companions, Fucote, Velton, Misaka Kyuko, Osuni, and Mayuri, wrapped in towels, all smiling at her. Meanwhile, Morgan and Alina suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Mother, sister, aunt, you've come to bathe as well? No wonder Grandpa Jones was unaware of your whereabouts. Yes, I just went to prepare, Osuni replied as she stepped into the bath beside Ilou, with the others following suit. The warm water enveloped them, easing their tension. Indeed, Fucote, your family's bathhouse is delightful, far superior to the hot springs in New Tokyo, Mayuri and Misaka Kyuko exclaimed, feeling rejuvenated as the warm water washed away the fatigue accumulated from preparing for the Christmas banquet. Of course, the construction standards of Opus Terrace are unquestionable, coupled with dear renovations. I dare say this is the finest bathhouse in the world, without exception. As I gazed upon my family, Ilou swam toward the opposite side of the bath, followed closely by Osuni. Observing the intimate exchange between the young ladies, Alina, concealed in the corner, bit her silver teeth, tears streaming down her cheeks, while Morgan maintained a stoic expression. As they soaked, Misaka Kyuko and Fucote began to splash water at each other, engaging in playful antics within the bath. In a moment of carelessness, Misaka collided with Fucote's chest, feeling the soft sensation, which left her momentarily stunned. Misaka. Fucote, you? Misaka exclaimed, her face a canvas of disbelief. She pushed Fucote away and quickly glanced at Mayuri and Verthin, realizing, to her astonishment, that they had both grown taller despite being childhood friends. At that moment, she noticed Osuni, who was laughing heartily with Ilou, and the fruits that floated on the water's surface widened her eyes in shock. But I'm only 13, she thought, at over 30 years old herself. With no discernible changes, not even the slightest bulge, she questioned the nature of such useless fat. The contrast to her own physique incited a sharp, piercing sound from Misaka. And after splashing a significant amount of water on everyone, she launched a sudden attack on Fucote. The soft sensation overwhelmed Misaka, leaving Fucote startled and utterly bewildered by her old friend's sudden aggression. Surprised, Misaka recoiled, staring in despair at her hands. She felt the weight, the softness pressing against the fabric, and the sensation of yielding resistance, an experience that felt as if she had been ensnared. Ah, Fucote, if you grow just a little taller, you'll be a genuine mature woman, Misaka exclaimed. Huh? I have the perfect girlish figure. My proportions have been just right for 17 years, Fucote retorted. The idea of being a mature woman is repulsive to me. Don't curse your friend, Kyuko. Upon hearing this, Misaka's temper flared, and she scolded vehemently. How can you complain? You are truly ungrateful. If I had your proportions, wouldn't Kamiju be enchanted in no time? We'd be on the path to marriage and children. Misaka was at a loss for where to begin her tirade. Fucote remained silent. Recalling that Misaka had not always been like this, her behavior now seemed more extreme than when she dated Morse. Was it repression? Alas. Being older and alone was indeed frightening. Enough. What are you even thinking? Misaka huffed, puffing up her cheeks like a pufferfish in the bath. Her words were ineffective. As Fucote's expression shifted to one of pity, while Verthin offered a calm acknowledgement, and Mayuri smiled. On the other side, Ilou wore an odd expression. Sensing the tumultuous emotions of those around him, a chaotic blend of feelings swirling in every direction. The emotions of Misaka Kyono and Alina fluctuated like the stock market, exhilarating and intense. What is it, Iru? Osuni dipped her finger in water and traced it on Iru's face. Iru shook her head and replied, It's nothing, sister. I just spaced out for a moment. As the two conversed, Misaka Kyono suddenly turned her head, her expression strikingly terrifying, and lunged directly at Osuni. Seeing this, Iru hurriedly stepped in front. The result was that she was firmly embraced by Misaka Kyono. Little Iru, let Annie have some fun. Aunt Kyono. Wait, no? Ilou let out a piercing cry, and in the living room, Indiana and Nebel, seated upon the sofa, could not help but exclaim in unison, Ah, the joys of youth. The revelry continued unabated until 1:30 in the afternoon, when the company reluctantly emerged from the bathhouse, ready to embark on the preparations for a new round of the Christmas feast, primarily to welcome the fish caught by Morse and his companions. Ilou, are you all right? Asked Osuni, dressed in an apron and perched on a stool, her concern directed towards Ilou. I'm fine, Ilou replied. Aunt Kyo was just a bit overly enthusiastic. But thanks to Aunt Verthin's mystical arts, I was able to be restrained. Iru still felt a lingering fear. She had just been frightened by Misaka Kyono's electric outburst. Although Iru feared nothing, she did not wish to harm her dear aunt. Then away. What about me? Should I question the authenticity of the accomplishments? Although the healing arts are indeed remarkable, I nearly had my DNA unraveled. No need for thanks. Kyono is rather overly concerned about her physique. I sense that Kamiju does not place much emphasis on appearances, rendering anxiety unnecessary. Nearby, Veritin was crouched on the ground, tending to her suitcase. The glass pen in her hand bore visible cracks, evidently a result of the earlier electric shock from Misaka Kyono. Have you all rested well? Fucote called from the kitchen. Come over, it's time for some pizza. Coming. I want some too, Neri exclaimed. Me as well, Mama. My sister wants some too. Everyone eagerly raised their hands and rushed into the kitchen. At that moment, Fucote was stretching the dough, evenly spreading tomato sauce, and sprinkling in basil leaves, cheese, and mozzarella. Once prepared, she used a large spatula to lift it and placed it into the oven for about a minute. Afterward, she drizzled a bit of olive oil. And the delicious margarita pizza was complete. They could hardly contain their excitement as they began to savor it. Fucote's culinary skills were unparalleled, the exquisite taste and texture eliciting continuous praise from all. Ilou rolled up a slice of pizza and swallowed it whole, then rushed to stand on a stool beside Fucote, eager to observe his mother crafting pizza. However, what he beheld was an utterly horrifying sight. Pineapple. Mother, what are you doing? Ilou screamed, for he considered himself half Italian. How could he refrain from shrieking upon witnessing such a scene? A new era has dawned. I, Fucote, as a representative of the new generation of Italians, must cast aside outdated customs and stride into a promising future. Fruit pizza shall be my inaugural venture, Fucote proclaimed with fervor, his hands continuing their work as he sliced pineapple and sprinkled it over the tomato sauce. Misaka Kyuko, Osuni, Mayuri, Indiana, and Nebel merely frowned at the spectacle. Velton gazed at the pizza on the cutting board, furrowing his brow as he remarked, though I am not Italian, and the sonnet is absent. I must voice my thoughts. This is absurd. Mother, Ilou cried out as if engulfed in immense anguish. Although pineapple is his favorite fruit, delightful in every conceivable manner, Its presence atop a pizza is an entirely different matter. Do not be so rigid, dear Ilou, much like the old man. Fruit pizza is truly delectable. A taste that once savored, one cannot easily forget. Focata, armed with quality ingredients, wielded a wooden spatula to theatrically maneuver the pizza before sliding it into the oven to bake. Ilou leapt off the stool, exclaiming anxiously, "What a disaster! If grandfather finds out, mother will surely scold me." Glancing at the clock, he realized time was running short. He could already envision the impending battle of filial piety that would soon unfold. After a moment, Fouquet retrieved the pineapple pizza from the oven, its tropical aroma mingling with the scent of melted cheese, causing Misakakuya to salivate. Fouquet sliced the pizza into 10 portions. And with swift hands, Misakakuya seized the slice laden with the most pineapple, declaring, "I knew my instincts were correct. This is absolutely delicious. Of course, my culinary skills are unparalleled." Fouquet replied, unabashedly basking in the praise, giving herself a thumbs up. "Since the sonnet is absent, I might as well indulge a little too." Noticing Misakakuya's delight, Velton took a small slice for herself. "I want some too. Please, give me a piece." Meanwhile, far away in Europe, at the headquarters of the Obster Group, a certain orange-haired girl sitting in an office reviewing documents suddenly sneezed. "Achoo! Timekeeper?" Outside, a silver-haired girl from France, waiting with a bouquet, silently shed tears. Returning to the scene where everyone was enjoying the pineapple pizza, Ilou had retreated to a corner, gazing at the pizza on the table, utterly devoid of appetite. Although he could eat anything, the distinction between being able to eat and enjoying it was stark. Much like some children despising broccoli, even when they were perfectly healthy and capable of digesting it, they would resolutely refuse to eat. Pineapple was Ilou's favorite fruit. Yet when combined with pizza, he simply could not bear it. He loathed mint and cabbage even more. The mere thought of that nauseating coolness and flavor made Ilou reconsider the pineapple pizza, though he still adamantly refused to partake. As Fouquet reveled in her delicious creation, she noticed Ilou distancing himself from the group and approached him with a slice of pizza in hand. "Oh dear, little Ilou, won't you have a piece?" "No." Upon seeing the slice, Ilou immediately turned away. Fouquet chuckled. "You have no choice, little Ilou." With that, she playfully prodded the slice toward his mouth. The mother and son engaged in a comical dance, one persistently turning away while the other continued to poke. Ilou's ears drooped slightly, and a strand of silver hair atop his head began to subtly escape the confines of its magical seal. It was evident he was making a significant effort to restrain himself. At this moment, Vinaway, who could only exist in the narrative, lamented, "Hey, I have been struck, and I have no part to play this Christmas. I won't eat." "Little Ilou, you are being picky. It's not right." Fouquet shook her finger, continuing her relentless poking with the pizza. Just then, Velton intervened, halting Fouquet's antics. "All right, Fouquet, little Ilou truly does not wish to eat." "Thank you, Aunt Velton." Ilou, feeling liberated, expressed her gratitude to Fouquet before swiftly darting to the side of Osuni. Witnessing this, Fouquet had no choice but to relent, shoving a slice of pineapple pizza into her mouth. The pizza-making festivities continued, with Fouquet crafting an abundance of innovative pizzas, earning unanimous praise from everyone except Ilou. Meanwhile, in the distance, the orange-haired girl sneezed repeatedly, while the silver-haired girl, defeated and despondent, wept while clutching a crystal ball. What a delightful pizza feast it was. "Mom, please stop for a moment and finish eating. Otherwise, it will be a disaster when Grandpa returns." Ilou couldn't help but remind her mother, who was still tirelessly baking pizzas alongside a table laden with an array of fruit pizzas. Fouquet merely smiled, unconcerned, exuding confidence. "The old man cannot overpower me. Little Ilou, you need not worry." With a reassuring glance towards Ilou, Fouquet continued her pizza-making endeavors, prompting Ilou to sigh and join Osuni in play. But was it truly so? Meanwhile, on the high road of the Opister Manor, a refrigerated truck sped along. Morse was at the wheel, with Phoenix Institute's Kaima seated beside him. In the second row sat Neru, Hawk, and Long, while in the third row were Harvick, Yechek, Joan, and Bina. It was evident they had returned victorious. The truck's compartment filled with precious seafood. "Kaima, your wisdom bait number 1 is truly remarkable. What a bountiful harvest." Neru exclaimed. "Humph, I, Kaima of the Phoenix Institute, am no mere charlatan. Haha, I shall have the world utilizing wisdom bait number 1. It's rare for you not to have a mishap this time. Well done," Neru commended, recalling the unforgettable incident during their school days when Kaima invited him to test the mind extraction device, a moment he could never forget. "You truly excel. As Kaima basked in his friend's praises, he felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment, prompting even more enthusiastic compliments from the others. The wild elders in the third row exchanged satisfied glances at the merriment unfolding in the front rows. Harvick patted Yechek on the back, grinning as he inquired, "What do you think little Fewcoat will prepare for us when we return? Who knows? I hope she doesn't come up with any more of those innovative dishes. I can't handle it." Yechek shrugged, though he secretly looked forward to it, knowing his daughter's culinary skills were unparalleled, truly the best in the world, albeit often accompanied by whimsical creations that frustrated him. "I hope Fewcoat keeps it simple this time. We just caught fish, and while the machines and nets lend assistance, I'm genuinely exhausted and long for a relaxing soak at the bathhouse. And one more thing, you all ought to take a bath." The elder in the second row covered his nose, waving away the pungent scent of fish that had permeated the air, rendering even his finest waistcoat foul. "Understood, old man." 9 others responded in kind, expressing their own discomfort with the pungent fishy scent that clung to them. Nevertheless, the exuberance of their bountiful harvest overshadowed any repulsion. Morse jested, "We must tread carefully lest we taint the baths of Opus. We wouldn't want to foul those jewels, ha ha ha." Morse, "I have already devised a countermeasure for the accusations regarding the machinery. I assure you, I shall not sully the baths, though my right hand may inadvertently eradicate those family deities. After all, soaking a bit longer poses no issue. As for you, Toma, your divine right hand is hardly impressive." Laughter erupted among the group as they made their way toward the main residence of the Opus estate. The refrigerated vehicle passed by the festively adorned Christmas tree. Ascending the hilltop, Morse parked beside the fountain, leaped out of the car, and the others followed suit. They gathered at the back of the vehicle, opening the freezer to transport the frozen seafood. The Opus estate had few servants, as the Kalmuset family preferred to engage in many tasks personally. Morse, exhibiting immense strength, effortlessly lifted a fresh, 1-meter-long tuna with a single hand, sparks seemingly emanating from his body. Toma and Chunglong also utilized their own strength to hoist dozens of bags filled with seafood, causing the Phoenix Institute's fierce troop to break into a sweat. He glanced at the nearby super elder, discovering that Havoc and Yechik possessed similar primordial power. To his astonishment, he then turned to see Joanna and Bina also sharing in this remarkable strength. The fierce troop of the Phoenix Institute fell silent, gripping a half-meter-long tuna with all his might, only to find it utterly immovable. With a sigh, he relinquished his efforts and approached the main residence, intending to prepare the necessary utensils for processing the seafood. As he opened the door, a peculiar aroma wafted out. The group inhaled deeply, finding the scent quite pleasant. Until suddenly, Yechik's pupils widened in shock. The fragrance was that of pineapple and pizza. "Wait, could it be?" Joanna gasped, covering her mouth. Though not Italian, she had grasped the unfolding situation. That child, Fewcoat, has innovated again. Before she could intervene, Yechik, veins bulging, charged forward, his eyes aflame with fury. Havoc slightly parted his lips, recognizing a display he had not witnessed in some time, a fury akin to that seen during the Pacific theater of World War II when an Eastern soldier insulted pasta, leading Yechik to deliver a punch that sent him deep into the sea. "Brother, I think you need to calm down, old man." This time there was no reasoning with him. Yechik shoved Havoc aside and stormed into the main residence, marching furiously toward the kitchen. Morse looked at his father in confusion, wondering why he did not intervene. The elder simply adjusted his glasses and said, "There's one more thing. Do not reason with an irate person, or you may find yourself in a position akin to Cheng Long confronting Tulu, out of your depth." "Understood, understood. Hey, old man." On the other side, the revelers in the kitchen, oblivious to the unfolding events, continued their joyous celebration while indulging in fruit pizza. Only Ilou sat trembling in the corner. Acutely aware of the emotional turmoil around him, he sensed the arrival of Morse and the others as they reached the harbor below the hill, prompting him to alert Fewcoat. It was a futile endeavor. Beside him, Osuni looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden melancholy that had befallen Ilou. Suddenly, the kitchen door was kicked open with a resounding crash, and Yechik stormed in, his eyes narrowing at the assortment of fruit pizzas on the table. A fiery aura seemed to emanate from him as he pointed an accusatory finger at Fewcoat, who was indulging in a slice of pineapple pizza. "Do you have any idea what you are doing? We are Italians. Pineapple pizza is the most abominable creation in the world." "Oh?" Fewcoat retorted, defiantly rising from the table, standing 7 meters away while continuing to savor the pizza. "I refuse. I, Fewcoat, am the strongest in the realm of culinary arts. Innovation is paramount." To be ensnared by the past, shackled by tradition and rules, such cuisine has no future. I will not abide by it. Stay zitto. Figlio de puttana. Fucot. You simply do not understand pizza. Yexek shouted, his frustration escalating as he observed his daughter's nonchalant demeanor. Just then, Illa dashed from the corner and clutched Yexek's leg. Grandfather, Mom may be at fault, but please, let us not resort to fighting. If not for Illa's inability to cry. The scene would have likely turned into a cacophony of tears, as he detested family quarrels above all else. Seeing his granddaughter's pleading expression, Yexek's anger dissipated somewhat, however. The overwhelming scent of pineapple in the kitchen made it difficult for him to relent. Little Ilou, go outside and stay with your father and the others, he said, bending down to stroke Ilou's silver hair in a comforting gesture. He then glanced at Misaka Kuno, Mayuri, and Verton, commanding, everyone, to the living room, none shall remain. Upon witnessing this, Ilou wished to struggle further, yet she was gently pulled away by her sister, Asuni, who led her out of the kitchen. Nearby, Velton cast an apologetic glance. As the group exited the kitchen, with a resounding thud, the kitchen door was firmly barricaded by an upright table. Ilou gazed back with concern, fully aware that her mother and grandfather were not in any danger. Inside the room, Fucot and Harvick stood opposed to each other, akin to sworn enemies. Old man, your era has come to an end. I am now the reigning monarch of the culinary realm, a master whose legacy shall endure eternally. Silence, Fucot. I am your father. Then let us engage in a contest of paternal affection and filial piety. You shall come to regret this. Yesek's gaze intensified as he swiftly withdrew a steel rod from the wall, pointing it menacingly at Fucot with utmost seriousness. Fucot, undeterred, seized a fruit knife from the cutting board, wielding one in each hand. With a flick of her wrist, she sliced a pineapple into fragments, then, with a blink, executed a graceful pass. Beware, my dear daughter. Yesek lunged, swinging the steel rod directly at Fucot's knees. She deftly leaped onto the countertop, evading the attack, and hurled the fruit knife back at Yesek. Say molto. Spinning with the steel rod, the fruit knife ricocheted perilously close to Fucot's ear, a strand of hair becoming ensnared in the wall. You possess some skill, old man, but you are far from defeating me. Fucot retrieved a knife from the wall, striking it against another to create sparks, then charged towards Yesek. Yesek, with a disdainful smirk, dismantled another steel rod, brandishing dual weapons that conjured a tempest within the kitchen, sending the towels on the floor flying towards Fucot. The razor-sharp blade sliced through the towels effortlessly, yet it was evident that the gale could not hinder Fucot's assault. Yesek, you have lost both will and strength. As she declared this, Fucot thrust the knife towards Yesek's throat, only for it to be intercepted by the swirling steel rod. Yesek smiled faintly, exerting tremendous force to shatter the dual blades. Fucot, sensing the peril, hastily retreated to grasp a new fruit knife from the rack. Thus began a fresh round of combat, a back-and-forth exchange, though Yesek maintained the upper hand. Despite his advanced age, he was still a veteran of the Second World War. Outside the kitchen, the others listened intently to the intense sounds of battle within, quietly adjusting the television volume. Only Ilou gazed anxiously at the kitchen door. Obstructed by the table, her heart attuned to the emotions of Fucot and Yesek, discerning their clash through the subtle tremors in the air and surrounding matter. I hope all is well. At that moment, Morris and the others had already transported all the seafood from the freezer truck. The Phoenix Institute's Jiajin struggled under the weight of 2 bags of large shrimp, and with a thud, he dropped them to the ground, panting heavily. From the sofa, Mayuri rushed over to assist him. The pears are excellent. Oh, Mayuri, I believe it is better for me to remain a humble researcher. The formidable Kaima, standing at a height of 177 centimeters, leaned against Mayuri, relishing the tender caress from his beloved wife, rejuvenating his spirit. Meanwhile, Toma and Chenglong observed the affectionate display between the couple with a tinge of embarrassment, while Hawk shrugged nonchalantly, for he had long since abandoned any interest in women. On the other hand, Misaka Kaino sprang up from the sofa in a fit of frustration, exclaiming that it was utterly unjust. Why should the romance between Mayuri and Kaima flourish effortlessly while her relationship with Toma faced relentless challenges? Morse, the answer lies in the fact that you are a 30-something, extraordinarily single woman who has yet to find a partner, let alone marry Toma. In response, Misaka Kaino emitted a sharp cry, only to be silenced by a swift punch from the arriving Morse. Morse, that was rather violent, commented Velton. Observing the dazed Misaka Kaino lying on the ground, her mind seemingly in disarray, Morse, unfazed, remarked, Kaino is a powerful lightning girl. She has a strong constitution. As the scene unfolded, Ilou, seated on the sofa, subtly leaned closer to Osuni, continuing to observe the activity in the kitchen. Satisfied that Misaka Kai no was in no immediate danger, Morse excused himself to check on the seafood inventory, joined by the senior members of the group, while the others settled down on the sofa to rest. After a while Ilou was intently focused on the sounds emanating from the kitchen, Morse returned from his inspection and called out, "Come here, little Ilou. It's time to prepare the fish." "Coming, Papa," exclaimed Ilou as she leaped off the sofa and dashed towards Morse and the grandparents. With pride, Morse boasted about the bounty of their recent fishing expedition, knowing well that aside from salmon, Ilou's favorite seafood was tuna. Thus, he had plunged into the sea, engaging in a physical struggle to stun the fish before tossing them onto the boat. It became clear that this family preferred not to fish with rods, but rather to dive into the sea for easier catches, a tradition passed down from whom? Ilou Kalmuset. Indeed, that would be me. Stinky salted fish, this is nothing short of a massacre. Ilou gazed upon the array of seafood spread across the ground, his heart brimming with joy. Although he could indulge in only a fraction of the meat, the presence of fruits, vegetables, seafood, and delectable desserts rendered him thoroughly content. His favorites among these were undoubtedly the pineapple and grilled fish. Perhaps it was the combination of grilled fish and pineapple that could truly captivate him. "Father, I'm about to dig in," exclaimed Ilou as he crouched down, seizing a petite yellowfin tuna and devouring it eagerly. Vivid red juices trickled from the corners of his mouth, lending him a wild appearance. "Don't just focus on eating. First, prepare the fish." "Understood." Ilou nodded and drew from her waist bag a sword of opal, nearly her own height. She unsheathed it and made a few swift motions before commencing to adeptly cut the large fish laid upon the ground, all under the gaze of the onlookers. On board, Morse and the others had already bled the fish and removed their entrails, allowing Ilou to seamlessly slice off heads and tails. Deb one, skin, and chop the fish with remarkable precision, leaving no excess whatsoever. These fish had been caught less than 2 hours prior, and with the impeccable storage conditions, they were exceptionally fresh, even causing a glimmer in her father's glasses. The opal sword was extraordinarily sharp, and coupled with Ilou's flawless knife skills and her thorough understanding of each part of the fish, the task was completed swiftly. "Dad, how's my knife work?" she inquired eagerly. "Splendid, little Ilou," Morse exclaimed, lifting her up and planting a kiss on her cheek, while the surrounding Harvick, Joni, Bina, and her father applauded in praise, causing a rosy blush to bloom upon Ilou's cheeks. At that moment, Mayuri, Misaka Kyono, and Velton were also drawn over, carefully avoiding the scattered fish bones, their eyes fixed on the fish meat displayed on the table. Misaka Kyono's eyes sparkled with desire. She was utterly captivated. Despite being the head of the Obster group in Asia, she lived in a modest 2-story shack in New Tokyo, often subsisting on discounted bento from the local store. For her, tuna was akin to a delicacy from the heavens. "I can envision 1,000 delightful ways to prepare it," she declared, reaching out her sinful hand towards the fish, only to be halted by Morse. "Mayuri, sashimi must be delightful, and sushi too, right? Grilled or in soup would be wonderful as well," she mused. "Indeed, French confit is also excellent," agreed. Mayuri and Velton were not deterred, already pondering the tastiest preparations for the fish, while Misaka Kyono glared at Morse in frustration, receiving only a cheeky grin in return. Sparks crackled around her as she forcefully broke through Morse's defense, using electricity to heat a small piece of fish, devouring it ravenously. "Kyono, you must be the most impoverished regional head. Don't you ever treat yourself to a good meal?" "What do you know?" Misaka Kyono replied, her mouth full. "This is about integrity, a heart devoted to peace, not to money. Then you should treat yourself well. After all, if you were to perish, what value would the world's prosperity hold for you?" "Humph." Morse sighed, perplexed by Misaka Kyono's mindset. Though she earned a substantial salary as a regional head, she consistently donated a significant portion, leaving just enough to scrape by. In life, one must prioritize oneself, allowing everything else to take a back seat. Ilou glanced at her father and joined her aunts in circling around the fish. Soon after, the commotion in the kitchen began to subside. The table that had blocked the door was shattered by a kick, and Foucault emerged, stretching her limbs and yawning, unscathed save for a few disheveled strands of hair. Following her, Yechik also stepped out, appearing uninjured, though he held 2 battered steel pipes in his hands. "The old man is quite formidable. You've grown stronger. Managing to hold your own against me." They both laughed heartily, the earlier tension dissipating. Before them lay Ilou and the others, along with the fish and meat. Excited, Foucault approached to inspect the delicacies, already envisioning the exquisite dishes she would prepare for the Christmas feast. Ilou dashed over to check on her mother and, satisfied, nodded in reassurance. "Mother, I will tend to the kitchen." After her inspection, Ilou sought her mother's approval, to which Foucault nodded, inquiring about her son's silver hair. Ilou entered the kitchen, raising her hands, as magic was poised to unleash. In a flash of azure light, the kitchen was instantly restored to its former glory. The severed steel pipes and shattered fruit knives were miraculously intact, and even the fruit pizzas on the table were revived. Ilou observed the unfolding events with a satisfied nod before stepping out of the kitchen. Outside, Foucault had already rallied everyone to begin processing the seafood. And Ilou joined in the efforts. By the time the preparations were complete, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. The group retrieved the freshly refrigerated ingredients to commence the preparations for the Christmas feast. Mayuri, with a smile, prepared Japanese cuisine, and the exceptionally fresh seafood promised delectable sushi and sashimi, tantalizing Misaka Kyuko, who was helping out. Foucault busied herself with an array of dishes, effortlessly crafting Chinese, Italian, and French cuisine. With the assistance of Shizuru, Toma, and Verthin, their collaboration seamless. Meanwhile, Morse, Hawk, Jackie Chan, and Phoenix Institute's Kyoma refrained from cooking, instead engaging in more strenuous tasks such as frequently shuttling between the cold storage and the kitchen, monitoring the oven, and preparing the banquet table. The senior group departed the living room, enjoying a conversation in the garden with Indiana and Nebel. Gazing at the slowly descending sun, Hawk expressed his sentiments. "Time flies. Another day has swiftly passed." Old Father echoed this sentiment, agreeing that it felt as though the day had scarcely been lived. Yechik nodded in acknowledgement. "By the way, Indiana." Disregarding Yechik's comment, Hawk abruptly turned to inquire, "What did you bring back for this Christmas? Any treasures? Dream on. It's a gift for little Ilou. I left for fishing without waiting for you. How ungrateful. Have you forgotten how I once led you all in treasure hunting? Truly, your conscience must have been fed to the dogs." Indiana rolled his eyes at him, then patted his bulging pocket. Hawk, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "You're not as young as you used to be, Indiana. Your body isn't what it once was. You can't run and jump like you did back then. Well, you should have informed me beforehand." Nebel, who felt like a child caught in the middle, waved his hands to quiet them down and then spoke slowly. "Let us not bicker. The opportunities for gathering together will become increasingly rare. Cherish these moments. Indeed, I don't possess the longevity you all do. I want to live to see the year 2000, Indiana sighed, glancing at Yechik, Hawk, Joanna, and Bina, who all appeared to be in the prime of their lives. A moment later, he inquired, "Nebel, how do your legs and arms feel? Is the phantom limb sensation still strong? Though empty, I've grown accustomed to it over the years." Nebel smiled faintly, using his left hand to remove his right arm, revealing the healed scar beneath. It was a prosthetic limb, extending directly to his shoulder, leaving the entire sleeve empty once detached. He displayed no concern, playfully twirling it around to the astonishment of Indiana. Indeed, Nebel was devoid of a right arm, and even a left leg. What remained were merely high-tech prosthetics produced by Malucher, nearly 60 years prior, on the European battlefields of World War II. Nebel had shielded an injured Soviet soldier and a German girl, enduring a fierce bombardment from the enemy, resulting in the loss of his right arm and left leg, which were replaced by prosthetics. Fortunately, both the Soviet soldier and the girl emerged unscathed, and the enemy expended all their ammunition in that bombardment, facilitating a remarkably smooth counteroffensive and indirectly reducing casualties. That Nebel survived the blast was nothing short of miraculous. Most of his family members, including Ilou, chose to refrain from mentioning Nebel's amputations, yet he bore an immense pride. To him, it symbolized honor. Sacrificing an arm and a leg for 2 lives while indirectly minimizing Allied losses was truly invaluable. Such opportunities for valor were rare indeed. Indiana gazed at Nebel's empty sleeve, feeling an overwhelming sense of sorrow, reminiscing about his own youthful escapade during a train chase, where the madcap doctor and soldier had posed genuine peril, nearly costing him his life. After toying with the prosthetic for a moment, Nebel reattached it and resumed chatting with the others. As the sun sank lower, the snowfall intensified, and smoke began to rise from the main house's chimney, carrying the enticing aromas of the evening feast through the doors and windows to the elderly gentleman outside. Recognizing that the time had come, they departed the garden and returned to the main house, where the living room was already prepared for the Christmas banquet. A 4-meter-long table displayed an array of delectable dishes, for platters brimming with glossy roasted turkey stuffed with fruits and vegetables, for hot pots from the summer country. Hundreds of meticulously crafted sushi and sashimi by Mayuri, various desserts made by Fucote and Vertine, Italian cuisine, French dishes, warm home-cooked meals prepared by Suji, and delightful Christmas confections lovingly made by Ilou and Yusini. Each dish was artfully arranged, with 4 flickering candle holders gracing the table, the warm fireplace, abundant streamers, the perfectly adorned Christmas tree, and a pile of wrapped gifts enhanced the festive atmosphere. "Merry Christmas, everyone!" Ilou exclaimed, bounding down the staircase in his Christmas attire. Followed by Yusini, who wore the same outfit but with a touch of reluctance, murmuring, "Merry Christmas." After their greetings, 2 figures, one golden and the other silver, tumbled down the stairs, wobbling as they stood up. It was Alina and Morgan, donned in Christmas-themed made outfits adorned with ribbons and topped with Santa hats. "Miss, Merry Christmas," they chimed. "Yes, Merry Christmas," came the flat reply. Observing the 2 maids and their delightful demeanor, Ilou emitted a melodious laughter akin to musical notes, and reciprocated with heartfelt blessings. The dinner had concluded, and what lay ahead was the genuine banquet. Fucote leaped from the kitchen, exclaiming with the exuberance of a young girl, while Mayuri, Misaka Kyuko, Wilting, and Shirzwatoma clapped their hands and joined her. On the sofa, Morse and company had been eagerly anticipating this moment. One of them sprang onto a dining chair, donning an adorable expression, "Merry Christmas. Let us commence our feast. Indulge to your heart's content." The kitchen is stocked with an abundance of delightful dishes. Fucote approached and pulled out 4 chairs for Osuni, Ilou, Alina, and Morgan to take their seats. Before settling down with the other girls, the elders exchanged glances and also took their places. Once Misaka Kyuko noticed everyone was seated, she boldly declared the commencement of the banquet and began to feast heartily, prompting everyone else to follow suit. "Rice cakes. I shall partake. Spicy crayfish. I shall partake. Turkey. I shall partake. Fresh tuna sashimi. I shall partake. Grand hot pot from the summer kingdom. I shall partake." They all feasted together, while the official channel on the television broadcasted greetings from various nations, showcasing the celebratory scenes of the residents of Maluch, eagerly savoring the pineapple pudding, pineapple ice cream, pineapple candy, grilled fish, and fried fish. Ilou found himself surrounded by Morgan, Alina, and Osuni, who were incessantly offering him delectable dishes, causing his cheeks to bulge. Just then, as he playfully declared "I love you," a sudden ringing emanated from his pocket. Hastily wiping his mouth, he reached in to retrieve a blue flip phone adorned with parrot stickers. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a video call request. Who could it be? The curious gazes of his relatives surrounded him as he pressed the button to answer, revealing a familiar figure on the screen, accompanied by the equally familiar exclamation, "Prince of Fairies." Moments earlier, in Hogwarts, England, Winnie, Harry, and Ron had discovered Ilou's abrupt departure early in the morning. Their initial reaction was a cacophony of lamentations echoing throughout the school, followed by a seamless return to their revelries. After all, Ilou had merely returned home. He had vanished entirely. With the Christmas holidays at Hogwarts, they were determined to enjoy themselves thoroughly. However, the lack of Ilou's protective oversight left the school and its students in disarray. The trio wreaked havoc, much to the chagrin of Snape, whose countenance darkened, while even the usually amiable Professor McGonagall wore a stern expression. Only Dumbledore continued to chuckle merrily. Thus, they indulged in a day of unrestrained merriment until the sun dipped below the horizon. The atmosphere was exhilarating. In the festively adorned Great Hall, Winnie sprawled across the Gryffindor table, stretching his arms in delight, reveling in the absence of Ilou's governance. Beside him, Harry and Ron were enjoying sweets provided by the teachers, relishing their fun. Yet, with Ilou absent and the mischief they had engaged in, a tinge of guilt lingered. Harry and Ron, possessing a relatively high moral compass, felt a flicker of remorse, unlike Winnie, who was unconcerned. "Your suffering is irrelevant to my enjoyment. We share no special bond. Once I am done reveling, you may wallow in your misery. Don't impede my joy," Winnie lamented. Regrettably, Ilou would not be present at the evening feast, and they were left pondering what he might be doing. Staring at the array of candies on the table, Harry found himself reminiscing about the charming fairy. Upon hearing this, Winnie, propping himself up and squinting, teased, "Missing the Prince of Fairies? Fear not. Even in death, he would not lose even a single silver hair." Ron interjected, admonishing, "What does your longing for Ilou have to do with life or death? If Ilou were here, you wouldn't have finished your sentence before being stuffed with candy by Winnie." Yet, Even Winnie felt a slight yearning for the Prince of Fairies. Rubbing his chin, an excellent idea suddenly struck him. I have a brilliant notion. As he spoke, Vinaway raised his hand under the gaze of Harry and Ron, seemingly grasping a candle suspended over the Great Hall. With a flicker, an iPhone 11 Pro Max materialized in his hand, and he mimicked Doctor Strange. Humph. This is the exclusive customized version of the iPhone 11 Pro Max. With this, I might just be able to converse with the Elf Prince. Upon witnessing the splendid device Vinaway brandished, Harry's eyes instantly sparkled with disbelief. Is this a phone? He exclaimed, recalling having seen phones on the Muggle News Channel, which the Dursleys frequently watched, fantasizing about the day that Dudley, that big oaf, would whisk them all away to live there. Typically, Ilou would not appear on television. The news would be available only in newspapers published by the Opus Group, and Petunia and Vernon would merely hand him the paper, never allowing him to look at it, lest he develop fantasies about magic. This is far superior. Vinaway chuckled, activating the 3D unlock feature. He discovered an app on the main interface labeled Detmicool, its icon resembling the emblem of Laputa. The astute and brilliant Vinaway immediately grasped its purpose and unhesitatingly tapped on it. Vinaway Osisoko, identity verification successful. Level, Prince A girl with dual ponytails and a shade of 39C5BB appeared, mechanically inquiring, "This is the managed AI Hatsune Miku. How may I assist you?" Nice. Truly worthy of the Elf Prince, everything is well thought out. Vinaway cheered, quickly responding, "I wish to have a video call with the Elf Chess King. Hurry. Dialing now." "Please hold," Hatsune Miku replied languidly, as the interface transformed into a typical video call mirror. With a chime, the mirror effect vanished, revealing Ilou. Her blue eyes filled with confusion. "Hey, who is this?" she asked. "The Elf Prince." Returning to the present, Ilou, after absorbing Vinaway's words, suddenly understood. As her family cast puzzled glances at her, she explained, "He's a good friend I've made, Vinaway Osisoko." "A friend?" Foucault nodded slowly, while Morse pressed on with a crucial question. "Is it a boy or a girl?" Upon hearing her father's inquiry, Ilou turned the phone to face the others, and both Morse and Foucault's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting a cute little girl to appear on the other end. Ilou clarified, "It's a boy. He just loves dressing in women's clothing." What an intimate way to refer to him. Morse completely missed the point, instead latching onto a key phrase. Could it be that little Ilu's boyfriend? Before he could finish his thought, Foucault smacked him on the head, scolding, "Don't jump to conclusions." Ignoring her parents' bickering, Ilou turned back to her phone, only to find that Vinaway had become utterly dazed. "What am I witnessing? Misaka Makoto, Shina Mayuri, Okabe Rintaru. My father, Jackie Chan, Wilting, the Maidress Sister Wong, and my king. Which realm is this? Have I stepped into a comprehensive anime narrative? Is Godzilla lurking about? Has the Elven Prince truly been raised in such an environment? This is infuriating." Vinaway's head felt as though it might explode. With so many beloved virtual characters materializing before his eyes, who wouldn't lose their mind? Was he not the protagonist? Why was all the fortune bestowed upon Ilou? Nivii? What troubles you? Observing Vinaway's bewildered expression, Ilou was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. "Fear not, for the great me is unscathed." Vinaway quickly composed his features, planning to engage Ilou in a more profound conversation upon her return. For now, he simply wished to relish the presence of those dreamt-of characters. "Elven Prince, I have a lifelong request. How many lifetimes do you possess? Speak, then." Seeing Ilu's unwavering agreement, Vinaway wasted no time and exclaimed loudly, "I desire the Christmas blessings of everyone at this table." "Are you referring to uncle, auntie, and sister?" "I must inquire," Ilou replied, placing her phone down, and received affirmative responses from the others. Thus, Ilou directed her phone toward the group, showcasing Vinaway's eager expression. "Ha ha ha, since you are a friend of the super elf, I shall bestow upon you the blessings of this world. Merry Christmas." Little Ilu's friend, Doodaloo, who would wish blessings upon a stranger. "But for little Ilu's sake, I shall grant you a spark of goodwill. Merry Christmas." Merry Christmas. One more thing, do not casually seek blessings from others. As for Morgan and Alina, they declined, believing that such a caliber of individuals should not dare to befriend their esteemed young master. As Ilou observed everyone extending their heartfelt congratulations, she retrieved her phone, only to discover that Vinaway had already succumbed to his true nature. "Vinaway, please behave normally. My family is right here." Realizing that Vinaway was on the verge of revealing his true self, Ilou hastily covered the speaker and whispered a reminder into the microphone. On the other end, Vinaway diligently wiped away the drool that had begun to escape him, mindful of not embarrassing the elven prince. It was essential to leave a splendid impression on everyone regarding his friendship. Any revelation of his true nature could be postponed for another time. Once Vinaway had tidied himself, Illa handed the phone over to her father. Morse accepted it, and the surrounding crowd began to take notice, engaging Vinaway in conversation that spanned from social dynamics to partner preferences. Morse, with his relentless inquiries, left Vinaway feeling quite flustered. Is this what meeting the parents is like? Meanwhile, Ilou, casually enjoying a pineapple pie, remained unfazed. This was not unfamiliar territory for her, the last time she befriended Uncle Kira. Her father had also subjected her to a similarly awkward interrogation. He resembled a devoted father, keen on discerning suitable men for his daughter. Yet, Illa bore no resentment, for she was acutely aware of her own romantic prospects. She was unlikely to engage in unreciprocated affections, and even if someone were to express interest, she would decline. The affairs of love were best left to Vinaway, the protagonist in this narrative. Ilou would gladly serve as his advisor. Perhaps he might even find a virtual persona to pursue. Ilou temporarily disregarded the morbid chat from across the table after finishing her pineapple pie. She then picked up a fish and corn wrap, dipped it in some sauce, and began to eat. It is noteworthy that before Columbus discovered the New World, only the Kalmuset family in ancient Europe cultivated and consumed corn. As she savored her meal, Alina, seated to her left, suddenly opened her gaping maw and devoured a corner of the corn wrap, prompting Illa to express her dissatisfaction. Alina, you still have food on your plate. With no other option, Alina exclaimed, but your dish smells so sweet. I simply cannot resist. Hearing her peculiar statement, Ilou instantly lost her appetite for the corn wrap. After a moment of silence, she relinquished it to Alina. As long as you're happy, you truly are remarkable. Meanwhile, Morgan, sitting on the right, watched as Alina received her so-called reward and gently tugged at Ilou's sleeve, signaling his desire for one as well. Reluctantly, Ilou handed him the corn wrap she had just taken a bite of. Observing both maids joyfully indulging in their corn wraps, Ilou finally let out a long sigh and prepared to take a bite of another, only to find that Osuni was also gazing at her. You too, sister? After a series of corn wrap exchanges, Ilou realized her plate was devoid of any remaining wraps, leaving her feeling despondent. A large documentary titled Who is the Maid? Illumi shifted perspectives to the other side, where Vinaway's death chat had concluded. After enduring numerous inquiries from Ilou's erudite relatives, he barely managed to survive. He had come to realize that he had entered a crossover narrative, and a rather poor one at that. Do you believe I could have my system confiscated? Vinaway sensed that little Ilou might not be entirely trustworthy. Her moral compass seemed questionable through their conversation. Morse vaguely detected the true nature of the orange-haired girl, yet Vinaway, being the embodiment of evil, was adept at concealing his intentions, making it difficult to probe deeper. You overthink. Little Ilou's gaze must be infallible. Why not question your student? You Hueshua? I sense that realm of horses is far more perilous. Upon hearing this, Misaka Kyuko was incensed. How can a good father suspect his virtuous daughter? She plucked a grape and hurled it at Morse, striking him squarely in the mouth. She appears quite charming. This child should pose no significant issues. Even if there are, little Illy can handle them. I agree to this union. Just as Morse was about to consent, Fucoat covered his mouth and, with exasperation, said, Darling, don't be so eager to send our son away. She then handed the phone back to Ilou. After Aluna retrieved her phone, she gazed at the screen with concern. Are you all right, Niwe? Still here. Your father is rather overly concerned about your lifelong affairs. It's quite normal. After all, I am not human. Just contemplating my future reveals my inevitable solitude. Prince of Elves, you seem to be in quite a predicament. Let us leave it at that. Niwe teased. Satisfied with the conversation, intending to end the call as they would meet again in 2 days. Indeed, Iluna nodded and added, Merry Christmas, Niwe. Don't forget to check the Christmas gift I sent you tonight. And a Merry Christmas to you as well. On the other end of the screen, Niwe made a heart gesture before hanging up, wearing a contented grin that left Harry and Ron, who were nearby enjoying candies, with gloomy expressions. We agreed to a video call with Iluna, yet it seems you were the only one present. We could only watch helplessly. Are you implying that? Nodding in agreement. Voldemort has 17 forms. Australia boasts 47 million kangaroos, and there is only one savior. If Voldemort seeks to dominate the world, then each must face 671. 4286, approximately, million kangaroos and 142,857,1429 saviors. Niwe, do you comprehend this? You do not. You care for nothing but yourself. Indeed, Niwe replied, somewhat off-topic. Return to the perspective. After the call ended, Aluna tucked her phone back into her satchel and resumed her meal, as her family discussed the vibrant little red-haired girl, sharing various opinions. Little Aluna's friend exuded a lively aura. I truly believe this. Yet, I sense he is a rebel against the mechanisms, a fellow great resistor alongside me. I tell you, he is a bit eccentric, but he will make a good friend. Her father found it acceptable. As Ilou listened to the discussions around her, a subtle joy blossomed within her heart. How delightful it was to witness her friend being acknowledged. Hello? Can you hear me? At that moment, the television on the wall abruptly interrupted its broadcast. The camera extended and pivoted toward the dining table, while the speaker emitted a perplexed voice. Ilou? Uncle? How strange. The Washington network is truly unreliable, especially this White House. The television continued to produce sounds, prompting Ilou to leap from her chair and rush to the screen. She grasped the remote control and pressed the call button, causing the image to instantaneously shift to that of a little girl incessantly tapping on the screen. Her golden, silky hair cascaded down, adorned with a large burgundy bow atop her head. Her eyes sparkled in a captivating shade of emerald green, and she was clad in a charming burgundy dress. Ilou gazed at her in astonishment, exclaiming, Sister Lavis. Indeed. The young girl before her was none other than her other sister, Lavis Valentine, a close companion of Morse and the daughter of the current president of America, Fanny Valentine. Oh, Ilou. Finally connected. I detest Washington. Lavis ceased her incessant tapping, her large eyes fixed on the camera. Upon recognizing Lavis, everyone at the dining table greeted her, though Yusuni displayed a look of impatience. Curiously, Ilou inquired, Sister, why have you returned only now? It's all because of Uncle. Lavis, in a fit of anger, pointed towards Morse, who was sipping wine at the dining table. It's his fault for dragging my father into the presidency, moving to this dreadful Washington with its abysmal signal and residing in this wretched White House. My father is perpetually swamped with work. With Christmas approaching, there's that unknown individual who sent something, leaving my father overwhelmed, never stepping out of his office. It's all Uncle's fault. Lavis vented her frustrations, nearly gritting her teeth as she concluded her tirade, all eyes now on Morse, who appeared unfazed at the table. Why are you looking at me? Morse turned, perplexed, yet continued to shake his glass of wine. Misaka Kyono spat at him mockingly. You truly are a remarkable brother. Per Fanny. He volunteered entirely. There was no coercion. And he even signed an agreement. See? Wiping the spittle from his face, Morse left the table, walked to a nearby cabinet, and retrieved a document titled Voluntary Agreement. Who would believe that? Deceive yourself if you must, but don't try to fool your brother. It's wrong to deceive friends. Rue doesn't like it. Agreed. As her uncles and aunts voiced their objections to Morse, Lavis could not contain her laughter. Just then, the door behind her swung open, revealing a weary man with curly blonde hair clad in purple. Father. Lavis quickly turned to face her dad, while Ilou on the other side of the screen greeted her uncle. Fanny yawned in response and then reminded Lavis, prepare for the Christmas speech later and assist your mother, Mira, with some tasks. Fanny's words came out in fragments, his exhaustion evident, as if he could collapse at any moment. Lavis nodded in acknowledgement, watching her father limp away. She exhaled in relief, turned back to the camera, and declared angrily, This is all Uncle's fault. My father looks like he is about to collapse. I do not want a stepfather. At this point, Morse was utterly unable to defend himself, resorting to clumsily sipping his wine while enduring the scorn from Misaka Kyono. Lavis calmed down slightly and waved at Ilou, saying, Goodbye, Ilou. I must go find Mother to prepare, and don't forget, Merry Christmas. I almost forgot my gift. Ah, dear sister, Merry Christmas. With a crackle, the call was abruptly terminated, and the television resumed its original channel. Ilou set the remote down and returned to the dining table. Morse. I dare say being friends with you is undoubtedly a stroke of misfortune, Misaka Kyono remarked, tearing off a turkey leg and nibbling on it. Morse's expression darkened as he uncorked a bottle of wine and began pouring it for Misaka Kyono, with a whimper yet unwilling to back down. Misaka Kyono seized a bottle from the side and began to pour liberally for Morse in return. Neither party was willing to yield, while others like Foucault, Verthin, and Mayuri chose not to intervene. On the opposite side of the table, the group of super elders observed the scene, bursting into hearty laughter. Ilou glanced at her father and aunt, then at the bottle of wine elegantly placed on the table. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly reached out, pouring a modest amount into her petite glass. At the age of 35, she pondered, what harm could there be in indulging in a little wine? Moreover, It was the kind with a lower alcohol content, so there was truly no cause for concern. Ilou has a fondness for fruit wines. He finds beer too bitter and white spirits too spicy for his taste. Fruit wine is simply the best. He took a delicate sip, and the sweetness was accompanied by a hint of bitterness and a touch of saltiness. His father once mentioned that mixing cola with Sprite yields a delightful drink. Is that true? He yearns to try pineapple wine. As Ilou savored his drink, the ever-watchful Osuni narrowed her gaze, fixated on Ilou's manner of drinking, radiating an air of danger. Little Ilou is learning the ways of alcohol. Let us hope he does not become a tipsy Sprite. Meanwhile, Morgan and Alina exchanged eager glances, directly vying for the bottle of wine. Mrs. Mine. That should be handled by me. In the midst of their playful tussle, Alina seized the opportunity and snatched the bottle, raising it to her lips and drinking heartily, leaving both Osuni and Morgan speechless. Ilou remained indifferent to the dispute among his maids, for he had no intention of consuming an entire bottle of wine. He merely wished to savor a taste. Having finished the contents of his glass, he contemplated trying the champagne on the other side. Within mere seconds, Alina had downed the entire bottle, her cheeks flushed and her gaze hazy, punctuated by occasional little burps. Hee, I'm drunk. That golden-haired fellow cannot handle his liquor. Morgan, wearing an expression devoid of emotion, sought to distance herself from the situation. But in a sudden fit of drunken exuberance, Alina threw her arms around Morgan, clinging tightly and nuzzling against her. It was evident that, in her intoxicated state, Alina had mistaken Morgan, who shared the same hair and eye color as Ilou, for him. Miss, you're the best, Alina exclaimed, her drunken affection overwhelming Morgan, who at that moment harbored a singular thought. This is madness. She contemplated tossing Alina onto the ground, allowing her to become better acquainted with the carpet. Just as Morgan was about to act on this impulse, Ilou intervened, swiftly rendering the inebriated Alina unconscious before using magic to lay her gently on the sofa, covering her with a blanket. This is a rather lenient approach towards that golden-haired individual, I assent it, Morgan remarked. No, this is indeed the correct way to handle it, Ilou responded. Morgan, you ought to learn this well. While the cold beauty of ice has its merits, one must adopt a gentler demeanor with their closest kin. Refusal. Who considers her kin? Despite her words, Morgan's gaze quietly lingered on the slumbering Alina. Observing this, Ilou revealed a mysterious smile. All right, let us continue our meal, shall we? However, as Ilou was about to resume eating, he noticed that Misaka Kyono and Morse, unbeknownst to him, had developed flushed cheeks and were weeping profusely. Clearly, yet another two had succumbed to intoxication. Wah! Woo! The two cried incessantly, while the attendants, Kamiju and Foucault, busily dabbed at their tears with towels. I am the most disastrous regional leader in the world. 12 years. 12 years. I still haven't captured that nefarious organization of shadowy figures responsible for global terror. Even the researchers I was about to apprehend have inexplicably vanished. Misaka Kyono lamented, her sobs accompanied by streams of tears and snot. Hearing her cries, Morse began to wail even louder. I am even more of a failure. As the 69th head of the Kalmuset family and the current global leader of the Opus Group, I lost my daughter during that expedition to the far north. She was abducted by Hydra in plain sight. All these years have passed, and I have yet to bring that organization to justice. Little Ilou's vengeance remains unfulfilled. Where is my dignity? The crowd listened to the drunken ramblings of two individuals, fully aware that their words stemmed from the depths of their hearts. Misaka Kyuka and Morse remained intoxicated, alternating between bouts of sorrowful weeping and fits of wild laughter, resembling lunatics. Anything new happening on your side? Morse inquired slowly, his hand unconsciously filling his glass once more. New happenings? Misaka Kyuka pondered with a dazed expression, tapping his head and muttering, let me think. It seems that vampires have appeared in New Tokyo, along with man-eating monsters. There have been several murder cases, and in Fuyuki City, there were over 100 incidents. Morse let out a peculiar laugh, lifting the bottle to continue drinking. Instantly, Misaka Kyuka adopted a serious demeanor, refusing to be outdone, and took up 2 bottles to drink vigorously. It appeared that these two were hidden alcoholics. Phoenix Institute Kuma observed the frenzied duo and suddenly had an epiphany, reaching for a bottle on the table intending to knock them out for a moment's respite. This action was promptly halted by Mayuri, who delivered a playful slap to Kuma, eliciting laughter from Morse and Misaka Kyuka, who then collapsed onto the dining table with a loud thud. Nevertheless, the objective was accomplished, successfully quieting these 2 hidden alcoholics, allowing everyone else to continue enjoying the warm Christmas dinner. The Christmas pudding made by Foucault was exquisite, and Mayuri adored it. The stargazing pie was delightful, albeit a tad too authentic. Ah, Toma, your miso soup and ramen are divine. I feel as though my inspiration has surged. Thus, the laughter continued until the conclusion of the Christmas dinner, at which point Morse and Misaka Kyuka finally roused from the sofa, slowly rising to face a splitting headache. To drink wine to such an extent, we truly are unmatched. Don't drag me into this, exclaimed the descendant of gods. You are even more unmatched. The others, having tidied the dining table, looked on speechlessly as the two began quarreling upon waking. Enough bickering, Fukot interjected, firmly pressing down on the heads of Morse and Misaka Kyuka. It's Christmas, yet you're arguing. What will happen during the speech at the city center later? Moreover, we are about to exchange gifts. Faced with Fukot's imposing demeanor, both men chose to submit and hurried to their respective rooms to fetch their Christmas presents. Fukot let out a sigh of relief and beckoned everyone to retrieve the gifts. When you get angry, Fukot, you look truly stunning. Miss, could you perhaps display that again? The now awake Alina gazed at the departing Fukot. Her expression one of enchantment as she made a request to Ilya. How have you turned into such a submissive? Ilyin was taken aback, as he perceived that Alina's emotion had seemingly emerged in an instant, without any prior indication. Nevertheless, he firmly declined, stating, "What a beautiful thought. But I do not fancy SM. Being struck can be quite painful." At that moment, Morgan aptly mocked how satisfying it is to witness the golden-haired fellow's loneliness thwarted. Thus, Alina's face flushed with warmth. You too. Ilou stepped forward to separate the impulsive duo, adopting a parental tone as he began to lecture them. Observing Morgan and Alina, who knelt in attentiveness, even the usually composed Osuni could not suppress a chuckle. Vinaway, I did it too. Draco, yes, wait, it was you. After a brief session of admonishment, the group returned to the living room, settling together on the sofa, thus marking the official commencement of the Christmas gift exchange. Naturally, the first to receive a present was Ilou, whose birthday coincided with Christmas. To circumvent the predicament of preparing two gifts, Ilou had proactively suggested that his birthday and Christmas be celebrated together, deeming one gift sufficient. With merely a cake required for his special day, Ilou sat on the carpet with palpable excitement, accompanied by Osuni, while Morgan and Alina stood respectfully behind them, though in truth, their demeanor was anything but respectful. Ahem, allow me to begin. The centenarian Indiana rose to his feet, carefully retrieving a cloth pouch from his aged satchel and solemnly presenting it to Ilou. Era hurriedly opened the bag, revealing an ancient mechanical artifact accompanied by a plethora of research materials. The mechanism was only half complete, resembling a fragmented watch movement, and oddly reminiscent of a compass. The Antikythera mechanism, Era exclaimed, to which Indiana chuckled and affirmed, indeed, that is precisely it. After a moment of silence, Nebel spoke up, inquiring, Indiana, isn't the Antikythera mechanism under the study of Basil? Have you pilfered it? Indeed. He clutches this contraption day and night, neglecting food and drink, as if possessed by madness. Perhaps it was the research materials that the deranged doctor on the train was examining back then that drove him to such a state. I merely took this to ensure his well-being, Indiana explained. Upon hearing Indiana's account, the elder members of the Super World War II group erupted in laughter, exclaiming, You are quite the character. On the carpet, Era was enraptured by the beauty of the Antikythera mechanism, expressing gratitude with a heartfelt, thank you, Grandpa Jones, and leaning in to plant a kiss on Indiana's cheek. Ha, little Eru. Indiana laughed, ruffling Eru's silver hair. At that moment, the eccentric scientist, Phoenix Institute Kuma, straightened up from the sofa, bursting into derisive laughter. Ha. Allow me to present my gift, a true testament to science. With manic glee, the mad scientist brandished a tattered portable computer, proudly showcasing it to the crowd. I found this treasure at a street market in New Tokyo. Behold, a red-haired AI. Huh? Such marvels exist at a street market? Kuma, your luck is extraordinary. I am truly unfortunate. Surprisingly, while the Laplace Center possessed one, the existence of such technology in the outside world was indeed astonishing. Todoroki Mayuri and Kagane Kuri had spent a considerable time selecting items. Listening to their comments only inflated Kuma's pride further as he elaborated. No. Have you not heard of the prodigious youth from Mikawachu in New Tokyo who developed the AI Noah's Ark? Never heard of it. Misaka Kyuka shamefully covered her face. As the Asian head of the Obster group residing in New Tokyo, her ignorance was utterly unacceptable. It seems you are unfit for your position, Kyuka. Step aside for me. The great mad scientist, Phoenix Institute Kuma. Get lost. Do you believe I won't electrocute you? Misaka shot him a glare, contemplating the chaos that would ensue if she entrusted Asia to this eccentric. One day, you shall bow before me, Kuma boasted, then handed the portable computer to Eru. Upon receiving the portable computer, Eru began to examine it closely, feeling a vague sound emanating from within. How curious, he pondered. How did Kuma acquire such a remarkable device? Kuma replied with a triumphant laugh. Ah, my astonishing intellect. Before stowing the portable computer back in his bag, Iru gazed at her family with eager anticipation. Foucault cleared his throat and withdrew a sealed iron box adorned with a flower emblem, the insignia of the Polar Life Research Institute. A warning symbol affixed to the side suggested it contained something reminiscent of a biohazard. This is a stone I discovered while leading a research team in the Arctic. It cannot be destroyed by any means and has been tested to exhibit signs of life. As he spoke, Foucault opened the iron box, revealing a blue light emanating from within, showcasing a stone suspended inside, covered in moss and ice. A stone? Seriously, Foucault, you present a mere stone? Misaka Kuya, who had been sipping on a drink, spluttered in surprise upon seeing the contents of the box. Foucault smirked with disdain, explaining, let me reiterate. This is an ancient life form. I am unable to study it further, so I have decided to gift it to little Iru. But it's just a stone. It doesn't even move. Kuya retorted, rolling her eyes as she tapped the stone, which responded with utter silence. Who told you that movement defines life? What about trees? They do not speak, Kuya silently criticized, retracting her hand, dismissing the object. After all, her own intended gift did not seem particularly impressive either. Foucault, with an air of pride, held out the box to Iru, who carefully examined the stone before pressing it to her forehead, trying to sense its essence. All she perceived was a profound void. Nothing else resonated within her. How fascinating. Typically, I can communicate with any form of life. But this moss-covered stone feels as if it is made of plastic. Nonetheless, I believe this stone represents a life form. Her instincts were seldom wrong. And her mother's intuition was even more reliable. Thank you, Mother. After her inspection, Iru placed the stone back into the iron box and tucked it into her satchel. To her, an unknown entity like this was a splendid gift for a research-loving sprite. Ah, Foucault said, joyfully tousling Iru's golden hair, pleased by his son's admiration. All right. It's my turn now. Misaka Kuya pushed past Foucault, kneeling before Iru as she rummaged through her pocket, producing a metallic frog pendant. Behold, the limited edition Malush commemorative platinum frog pendant, celebrating the 215th anniversary of the city's establishment, with only 30 pieces available worldwide. Are you excited, little Iru? Well, Ilou's expression transformed into a perplexed as she received the Guadai pendant, gazing at the enchanting frog in her hand. Observing Misaka Kyuko's excited demeanor, she ultimately accepted it. For the frog was quite adorable, albeit not as charming as a parrot. Thank you, and Kyuko. No need to thank me. Misaka Kyuko replied with a cheerful smile. Morse, unable to contain his amusement as he beheld the Guadai pendant, burst into laughter, mockingly exclaiming, You gifted a frog. Ha! Do you even know who released this Guadai? It's from the global headquarters of the Obster Group. It's as common as dirt. Kyuko, you'd be better off heading to Lamel Street to buy little Ilou a limited edition silver figurine of the protagonist from The Witch's Journey. You, Misaka Kyuko bristled, sparks of indignation flying as she found herself at a loss for words, for she truly struggled with the art of gift-giving. Otherwise, she would be unable to enhance her relationship with Kamijitoma through such gestures. In Kyuko's mind, gifts ought to be precious and rare, which is why she chose the Guatai. However, Mayuri, lounging on the sofa, suddenly wilted upon hearing Morse's remarks. Carefully extracting a metallic figurine from her pocket, she lamented. Mayuri's gift is also a limited UPA commemorating the 215th anniversary. Do you think little Ilou will be unhappy? Morse fell silent, bewildered as he stared at Mayuri. Are you serious? Don't you all consider what the recipient likes before giving gifts? Why is it that you only gift what you yourselves prefer? Who is this gift truly for? Morse, you wouldn't dare mock my dear Mayuri, would you? Phoenix Institute's Kuma cast a perilous glare at Morse, to which he responded. Exasperated, I'm not trying to critique. You should at least think about what little Ilou would appreciate before you give something. Enough. Mayuri's gift. Aunt Kyuko's gift. Ilula cherishes them both. Ilou hastily intervened to prevent an impending quarrel, adorning her bag with both the UPA and the Guatai. Morse could only manage a resigned smile as he presented Ilou with a parrot-themed illustrated book. Following him, Kamijitoma, Hawk, Vertine, and the Super Elder group also presented their gifts, which included those from Ilou's two maids and her sister, Osuni. After bestowing their gifts upon Ilou, It was time for the group's Christmas gift exchange, beginning naturally with Ilou herself. Dad, here. Ilou extracted a delicately crafted box from her satchel and presented it to Morse, who eagerly opened it to discover a mechanical watch. As he carefully lifted it, he noticed something peculiar. It was astonishingly light and remarkably thin. Upon holding it upright, he realized the entire watch measured a mere 0.88 millimeters in thickness. What extraterrestrial technology is this? He exclaimed, having never encountered such a slender mechanical watch. Even quartz models could not achieve such a feat. Morse's eyes widened in astonishment, and he embraced Ilou in jubilation. Ilou, enveloped in his embrace, laughed joyfully. This exquisite timepiece was crafted using Laputa technology and designed personally by him, employing precious supermetals for perfection. Is it to your liking, father? Oh, I adore it. Morse exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Ilou's cheek, which caused her face and ears to flush, steam rising from her head, startling Bakoko, who began to screech in alarm. After a moment of exuberance, Morse finally calmed down enough to set Ilou down. Foucault, with anticipation, cupped her face and inquired, "What delightful treasure has little Ilou prepared for mother?" "Of course, it's a wonderful gift," Ilou replied with a grin, producing a notebook. "This is my collection of magical plants from Hogwarts Academy." She then pulled out several packets of seeds, exclaiming, "These are seeds of magical plants. Mother will surely adore them. They are of a most extraordinary variety." "Little Ilou is truly remarkable," Foucault said, suppressing her excitement as she kissed Ilou's cheek. In addition, there were Uncle Jin's brand new electronic repair kit, Uncle Ma's recipes, the little UPA and Guadai that he had personally forged, gifts for Sister Mayuri and Aunt Kyono, Aunt Welting's suitcase maintenance kit along with an array of mysterious tools, and Uncle Hawk's stylish sunglasses. There were models of military equipment for Grandpa and Grandfather, building blocks, the adventures of Gus, medical surgical instruments for Grandma and Grandmother, and ancient medical textbooks that I had unearthed. Antique blue and white porcelain for Grandpa and Joan's grandpa, along with handmade medals and stickers from Grandfather. Ilou nonchalantly retrieved the Christmas gifts from her satchel, methodically distributing them to their respective owners. Everyone, upon receiving their presents, was filled with astonishment and showered Ilou with affectionate kisses. Witnessing the joy that illuminated their faces, Ilou beamed with delight. Behind her, Alina gently nudged her, eagerly inquiring, "Miss, what about mine?" "Patience, please," Ilou replied, affectionately ruffling their hair, as she remained the shortest among them. She then rummaged through her bag and produced 2 exquisitely wrapped gift boxes, placing them into the embrace of the 2 maids. "Here you go, ladies." Morgan and Alina, unable to contain their excitement, eagerly unwrapped the gifts to reveal 4 stunning outfits, 2 maid uniforms, and 2 sets of casual wear, complete with undergarments. Alina's casual ensemble boasted hues of gold, red, and white, while Morgan's was adorned in shades of blue and white. Each piece embellished with a whimsical cartoon sprite's smiling visage and an aquamarine gem. "Oh my, could it be?" Alina exclaimed, inhaling the garments, which emanated a delightful and subtle fragrance, perfectly balanced and far from overwhelming. "Indeed, I personally crafted these outfits for you both. Are you not thrilled? Young master, you are simply marvelous." "Absolutely, without a doubt, the finest master in the world," Alina exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she enveloped Ilou in a warm embrace. However, Ilou gently pushed her away, stating earnestly, "Alina, ensure you wear them well. And you too, Morgan, keep each other accountable." "Understood. Thank you for the gifts, young master." Illa nodded with satisfaction. At that moment, the voice of Osuni could be heard beside her. "What about the elder sister? Is there nothing?" "Of course there is. I shall never forget the gift from my sister." Upon hearing Osuni's somewhat disappointed tone, Illa visibly became bashful. She rummaged through her bag and soon produced a small blue box. Upon opening it, a silver necklace emerged, adorned with a petite aquamarine gem. "Tada! The gift from my sister, a blue diamond necklace." Ilou delicately cradled the necklace in his hands, presenting it to his sister, Osuni. The gems adorning it were all excavated by him, meticulously cut and polished under his skilled hands. The entire necklace was a labor of his craftsmanship. "It's beautiful," Osuni remarked, gently tapping one of the stones. She understood the quality of the gem, and it warmed her heart to receive such a generous gift from her brother, whose greatest passion lay in gemstones. "Let me adorn you with it," she exclaimed. Nodding in agreement, Osuni lowered her head as Ilou unclasped the necklace, gently draping it around her neck before fastening it securely behind. "Perfect," Illa declared, retrieving a small mirror for Osuni to admire her reflection. As she gazed at the necklace resting on her neck, she joyfully caressed Ilou's head. The gentle touch made Ilou feel comfortable, his ears drooping slightly. He was so petite that he didn't even need to bow his head. Osuni could simply place her hand atop it with ease. After a moment of affectionate stroking, they paused, and Ilou, Osuni, Morgan, and Alina began to play on the carpet while others exchanged gifts. Meanwhile, the secretive confessions between Misaka Kuya and Shimazuka Toma had once again met with failure, while Mayuri and Phoenix Institute Eskuma showcased their affection. Velting and Foucault savored their tea with calm composure, and Hawk teamed up with Morse once more, as the elder group reminisced about their glorious past. In the living room, all activities unfolded beside the Christmas tree. Adults laughed and chattered while the children played joyfully. As the clock struck 8, it was time to head to the city center for the Christmas speech. Everyone changed into their festive attire and left the main house, making their way to the garage. Ilou started his light blue 1958 Chevrolet Impala, carrying Velting, Osuni, Morgan, and Alina on their journey. Meanwhile, Morse and Hawk drove their respective blue sedans with the remaining guests. The three cars descended the estate's hill and entered the roadway, heading toward the golden square of Hayasha. The snow along the road had been cleared, and they passed over the Nippon Bridge, parking at the entrance of Hayasha's outer city. As the snow began to fall, Misaka Kuya stepped out of the car, feeling the chill of the wintry night. At that moment, she was no longer clad in her Japanese school uniform, but adorned in a beautiful kimono. It is hardly surprising that Ilou harbors a degree of fondness for the occasion. After all, in Japanese anime, it is customary for heroines and heroes to don traditional kimonos during the Christmas season. He vaguely recalls this tradition. Indeed, although the snowflakes are delicate, Mayuri still feels a slight chill in the air. She, too, has adorned herself in a kimono, exhaling a cloud of white mist as she breathes out. Beside her, Ilou's entourage has also arrived, with Velthine donning a long-awaited winter gown, while Morgan and Alina have changed into the maid outfits that Ilou had recently gifted them. Come, let us proceed, they declare, navigating through the bustling crowd. Morse bends down to draw a smiley face on the glass of a nearby shop window, leading the group toward the golden square. At this moment, the streets are teeming with life, illuminated by radiant lights. As the residents of Maluch don an array of vibrant attire, all brimming with excitement, the guards of Maluch diligently maintain order, calmly directing the throngs of people to ensure everything remains orderly. Ilou and her companions wove through the bustling crowd, occasionally pausing at roadside stalls to indulge in delectable snacks and procure charming souvenirs. Thus, they strolled and stopped until they arrived at the Golden Square. The square was already teeming with people, with guards stationed on elevated platforms overseeing the festivities. The crowd erupted in cheers, while the towering buildings surrounding them displayed a myriad of jubilant images on their screens. At the Coexistence Declaration Monument, a grand platform had been erected, flanked by enormous screens on either side and behind the monument, with a podium positioned at the center. The staff beside the platform were engaged in casual conversation, appearing quite relaxed. Upon noticing the arrival of Morse and his party, they eagerly waved in greeting. A staff member with golden hair remarked, "Mayor, everything is prepared. We are merely awaiting your address." Morse nodded in acknowledgement and turned to his family, exclaiming, "Now is the time for merriment. Let the work remain. The rest may go and enjoy." Hooray! Ilou, Osuni, Morgan, and Alina cheered in unison, clapping their hands together. Misaka Kuya, observing the joyful antics of the children, stomped her foot in frustration and directed her gaze towards Morse, demanding, "I want to play too. Dream on, get back to work." Morse retorted, giving her a couple of nudges and, disregarding her desperate struggles, pushed her onto the elevated podium beneath the glaring spotlight of thousands of cameras and the watchful eyes of the audience. Facing the multitude of spectators and the hundreds of recording devices, Misaka Kuya's expression became painfully rigid, yet she felt too embarrassed to retreat, thus steeling herself to commence her speech as the Asian head of the Obster Group. "Dear residents of Malush, esteemed citizens of the world, Morse, Bakayuru, Ayu." Despite her benevolent demeanor, Misaka Kuya's internal curses were directed at Morse. The latter, unable to contain his laughter from the rear of the stage, was playfully scolded by Foucault, while the others erupted in merriment. "Is no one going to speak on my behalf?" she lamented, as she was held back by a flustered Kamatama. Meanwhile, the quartet of children had already begun exploring various stalls, catching goldfish, aiming toy guns, tossing darts, and winning plush toys. They indulged in temporary amusement activities, such as inflatable castles and mobile trampoline cars, their laughter ringing out as they reveled in the fun. Ilou, in particular, embodied the spirit of a carefree child. "Hee hee hee. Alina, breathless, knelt in the snow, giggling uncontrollably. She had just enjoyed herself immensely, having helped her lady win a silver ring with a toy gun, which her lady then gifted to her. "Hey, golden-haired girl, get up." Morgan imitated a voice from a cartoon, pulling Alina to her feet. Upon glancing at her backside, they noticed that the hem of her maid outfit was now dusted with snowflakes, some parts becoming quite damp. "I've dirted the maid outfit my lady gave me," Alina cried out in alarm, but Ilou, upon noticing the snowflakes, made her skirt immaculate once more, restoring Alina's spirits. "No need to fret about dirt. A good wash will do. It's woven quite sturdily." Master, don't spoil the golden-haired girl." Morgan pushed Alina playfully, who then crouched down, scooped up some snow, and fashioned a snowball to toss at Morgan, who retaliated without hesitation. The two engaged in a spirited snowball fight, leaving themselves covered in snow, with stray flakes even landing on the nearby watching Ilou and Osuni. "You two have hit me," Ilou exclaimed, brushing off the snow from her face and aiding her sister Osuni in removing the small ice blocks from her hair. "It was the silver-haired one's doing." She threw the snowball. False accusation. It was the golden-haired girl. Alina and Morgan exchanged mutual accusations, prompting Ilou to cease her inquiries. She crouched down and, with a flourish of magic, summoned the surrounding snow to coalesce into an army of snowballs, directing thousands to charge toward the two maids. Realizing there was nowhere to escape, the maids understood they were ensnared within a 30-meter radius of snowball fury, left to endure the affectionate onslaught from their master. In a mere instant, Alina and Morgan were transformed into two snowmen, and Ilou, ever considerate, conjured Santa Claus hats to adorn them. She then procured 2 carrots from a nearby stall, and with branches and stones gathered from the thicket, fashioned faces for the snowmen. "Perfect?" Illa gazed at the snowman with a satisfied nod, beckoning Osuni to join her. Together, they excavated holes to reveal the faces of Alina and Morgan. Then Illa took out her phone and captured a snapshot with a click. Illa did not go too far. After finishing the group photo, she released the 2 maids. The 4 of them strolled through various shops, purchasing a plethora of food and toys before returning to the podium at Golden Square. "Father, we are back," the 4 exclaimed, proudly showcasing their treasures to the adults. Ilou leaped up and affixed a sticker on her father's arm. "As long as you had fun, that's what matters." Kyono's speech should be concluding soon. "Next, it will be my turn." Morse nodded, his hands sweeping over the heads of the 4. On the opposite side of the platform, Kyono Misaka's speech was nearing its end, and the residents below appeared drowsy. The live-streaming photographers, Zhang Jian included, were struggling to keep their eyes open. "On Christmas Day of 1991, we will, and finally. In summary, I will." Kyono Misaka concluded her speech, which seemed to revive the residents, while viewers from various nations rubbed their eyes in response to the dimming lights. No one noticed Kyono Misaka limping off the stage as vibrant lights illuminated once more, heralding the entrance of the next speaker. Next up, we have Ilou Kalmuset, the current mayor of Malush, the global head of the Obster Group, and the 69th head of the Kalmuset family, who will deliver this year's Christmas blessings. "Indeed, it is I." Morse instantly appeared at the back of the podium, prompting cheers from the residents upon their recognition of him. "Wonderful, it is a new Christmas. On behalf of all Malush, the Obster Group, and the Kalmuset family, I extend blessings to the world, wishing you peace in every day to come, and may there be no more wars henceforth." "I am not particularly adept at speeches, so let us be more direct," Morse declared, abruptly tearing the podium from its stand and smashing it to the ground, raising his arms high and exclaiming, "Merry Christmas to all." The residents of Malush, resonating with his enthusiasm, erupted in cheers, for this was indeed their mayor. It was evident that while the citizens of Malush possessed high moral standards, their spirit seemed distinct from that of people in other nations. "Today and tomorrow, let us celebrate." Morse reveled alongside the crowd, as those behind the platform began to dance. Jean Yuri and Phoenix Institute's Kyoma performed a duet, drawing applause from Velton, Fokit, Jackie Chan, Kyono Misaka, Shujong Toma, Hawk, the Super Elder Group, and the children. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, Morse's gaze fell upon 6 figures that appeared almost inhuman. Alarmed, he called for a halt. "Stop for a moment. I believe I see something unearthly." The spotlight followed his pointed finger, revealing 2 overweight individuals, 2 girls, an infant, and a dog. "Oh my, it is the Griffin family. How utterly disgusting. Have they smuggled themselves over again? Can the American police not manage this properly? A family of beasts, indeed." The surrounding residents gradually retreated, with some adults covering their children's eyes to shield them from witnessing the abhorrent scene before them. "Oh, Mr. Morse, Surely my family and I are not such a threat simply for celebrating Christmas just once, came the protest. A large white dog adorned with a red collar emerged from the Griffin household, astonishingly walking upright. Celebrate Christmas? Brian, do you truly expect me to believe that? Morse scoffed, picking up a shard of the podium and hurling it forth, his derision unabated. Who does not know the disgraceful conduct of your Griffin family? The white dog, named Brian, fell silent. They were indeed not merely here to celebrate the holiday. Just moments ago, the bespectacled, rotund Peter had robbed an innocent citizen, seizing their possessions without a shred of remorse. I do not appreciate your words. Who do you think you are? Just a mere mayor. Dare you challenge me? Peter, the hefty figure, stepped forth, pointing defiantly at Morris while gesticulating with his corpulent form as the officers readied their batons. Who? Oh, that rotund fool. Morse laughed in disbelief. It was the first time he had encountered anyone outside his family declaring war upon him, and in a contest of physical prowess no less. Very well then. Let us indulge this, Peter. With a mocking chuckle, he strode to the edge of the platform and leaped down, the force of his descent shattering the cobblestones of Golden Square, creating a shallow crater. Behold the form of a demigod. Morse rose slowly, igniting sparks across his body for all to witness. Peter, witnessing this spectacle, gulped and began to retreat, seeking to evade the confrontation, but was swiftly apprehended by the approaching officers who seized his arms. Oh, Peter! Father! Defeat him! Peter's family was encircled by the officers, their concern palpable as they watched him ensnared in dire straits. Yet one among them, a figure with an egg-shaped head, appeared to revel in the impending conflict, an evil grin betraying his anticipation. May I withdraw from the fight? He pleaded, a futile hope. Not a chance. Away with you. Morse smiled faintly, delivering a powerful punch to Peter's abdomen, followed by a flurry of strikes to various joints, rendering Peter unrecognizable, a mere shadow of humanity. The crowd erupted in cheers. Now, let me send you home. As he gauged the situation, Morse twisted his wrist and, without any wind-up, launched a punch that sent Peter soaring, transforming him into a shooting star that veered off towards American soil. Hooray! The crowd cheered, praising this act of valor, as such beasts deserved no less. Having dealt with Peter, Morse turned to the remaining Griffin family, raising his hand in a commanding gesture. Dear citizens, it is time to address these scoundrels. Is this truly happening? 3 oddly dressed youths emerged from the surrounding crowd and charged directly towards the Griffin family. You are the enemies, aren't you? What? Are you the foes? Without hesitation, 2 of them rushed in to launch an assault, while the third, after finishing a glass of red wine, joined the fray. The onlookers cheered, adding to the comedic chaos. Maluch, a place of simple folk. The Griffin family, besieged by the onslaught of numerous fists and feet, was utterly defenseless. The blonde woman, the portly blonde man, and the unattractive brunette were all being pummeled. Brian and the sinister-looking figure lay on the ground, desperately navigating through the throng in search of an escape. Suddenly, they spotted a silver sprite in the corner, indulging in ice cream. Their eyes lit up. They recognized her. That sprite. She was Stewie, the mayor of Morse's daughter. We can use her to threaten Morse. Brian explained his plan to the figure named Stewie. Oh, that sprite is truly exquisite. I shall make her my slave. Stewie cackled, her voice entirely unbefitting that of an infant. A dog and a man nodded in agreement, continuing to weave through the crowd until they soon approached Ilou. They forcefully pushed through the surrounding people, and Stewie pulled a concealed dagger from her baby overalls, intent on directly kidnapping Ilou. IRU remained blissfully engrossed in her ice cream, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Get lost. Killer Queen. A dapper gentleman with golden locks rushed forward, unleashing an unseen force that sent Brian and Stewie sprawling. This man was none other than Yoshikage Kira, who merely sought to enjoy a peaceful Christmas, yet found himself confronted by an assailant targeting his anime companion. IRU, it would be wise for you to return to Morris' side, Kira advised, smoothing the creases of his collar to restore the pristine appearance of his suit. I understand, Uncle Kira. I assure you, I will be fine. Exercising caution is prudent. I am off to collect my complimentary Christmas anime gifts. Take care. Ilou waved farewell, and after a gentle reminder from Kira Yoshikage, she gracefully stepped away, even kindly kicking Brian and Stu, who obstructed her path. Not far away, 6 vividly colored individuals sat silently on a bench, observing the surrounding clamor. What a lively scene. I wish I could join in the fray, exclaimed a girl with rainbow-colored hair, her fists clenched in eagerness to engage in the tumult. Beside her, Yue, sipping a drink, sighed. Yunbao refrained from joining in. I certainly do not wish for our teacher to witness me in a state of disarray. Yunbao, the rainbow-haired girl, lowered her head in disappointment, while a girl with pink hair timidly remarked, "Fighting is not virtuous, but those 5 truly deserve it. I just saw that hefty fellow using a slingshot to target a parrot perched on a branch." "Indeed, you are right, Ro-Ro. Ladies, look, how despicable," exclaimed another girl, wearing a cowboy hat and scrolling through her phone, already informed of the Griffin family's misdeeds from a video app. What a lack of decorum. Utterly revolting. Such malfeasance cannot simply be dismissed as a party affair. Let us just discuss it, but not get involved. Yue crossed her arms, having already spotted the conspicuously silver sprite on the other side. "Do not be like that, Yue. They are merely receiving their just desserts. Pity is unnecessary," advised a girl with purple hair named Jinshi, clearly misunderstanding Yue's sentiment. "I am not pitying those scoundrels. I merely advise you all against engaging in this commotion," Yue clarified. "You were concerned your teacher might see you? How do you know?" Yue was taken aback as a girl named Apple Jia pushed her playfully, wearing an expression of understanding. "I get it. Being caught in wrongdoing by your mentor, right? Hey, don't let your thoughts wander." Yue increasingly felt that forging friendships was quite a challenge. Why must the teacher assign such tasks? Is friendship truly necessary for learning magic? Meanwhile, at the center of Golden Square, the Griffin family had been thoroughly beaten, their forms unrecognizable. Brian and Stu, who had fled earlier, were dragged back for further punishment, much to the satisfaction of the onlooking citizens, with hundreds of cameras vying to capture the spectacle. Distant in England, Miss Granger was watching the Christmas live stream with her family. "So, all right, dear citizens," Morse announced as the crowd parted to create a pathway. "The Griffin family must be weary by now. Allow me to escort them home. It saves on travel expenses." The crowd nodded in agreement, and with a slight smile, Morse approached the battered family. Gathering strength in his left foot, he forcefully stomped down, causing the ground to crack open, launching the Griffin family's gelatinous forms into the air. With a swift series of 5 kicks, Morse sent the 5 blobs soaring like shooting stars, hurtling towards the direction where Peter once stood. "Hooray! Our esteemed mayor!" The crowd erupted in cheers, marking the conclusion of the minor mishap caused by the Griffin family. Morse leaped backwards, returning to the platform, and with an audacious grin, he embraced the citizens' adulation, proclaiming, "Rejoice! Merry Christmas!" A tremendous roar resonated throughout Golden Square as the Christmas festivities continued. Steering clear of the jubilant throng, Ilou made his way to the back of the platform. At that moment, his family was engaged in conversation while savoring their food. Ilou cast a quick glance and noticed that one person was conspicuously absent. Ilou inquired of Fucoat with a hint of confusion, "Where is grandmother?" Fucoat, looking up, responded nonchalantly, "She received some news and is celebrating." "Celebrating? What is there to celebrate?" Ilou wondered, perplexed. "Shouldn't we remain at Golden Square for the Christmas festivities? Why leave?" At that moment, Yechik interjected, "She has learned of the demise of her adversary, which brings her immense joy, so she invited some old friends to join in the celebration." "Grandmother's adversary? Died today? Today?" Upon receiving the news, Ilou pondered deeply yet could not fathom any answers. Who could be his grandmother's adversary? Dying on Christmas, how extraordinarily coincidental. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, Ilou decided to relinquish the thought and joined his family, for his grandmother had not departed forever. They would meet again soon. Gulping down a can of beer, Misaka Kuya quickly finished it and shook the empty can, casting a glance towards the vending machine nearby before striding over. "I'll have a juice. I've had quite enough of alcohol today," she muttered, wiping her mouth as she extracted a coin from her pocket and inserted it into the machine. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately opted for orange juice and pressed the button. Silence ensued. Unconvinced, Misaka pressed the button again with fervor, yet still, no response. What kind of technology claims to be 30 years ahead of the times? This is all a sham. A vending machine has swallowed my coin. Sparks began to arc from her body as she gathered energy in her right leg, preparing to dismantle the machine. Hey, Kuya, if you break it, you'll have to pay," warned Morse, peering out from the gap between the high platform and the screen, alerting Misaka Kuya, who was on the verge of destroying the vending machine. Turning incredulously, she exclaimed, "What? Are you serious? It devoured my coin. It didn't really swallow your coin, regardless. If you break it, you'll owe money. Not even your status as the head of the Opister group in Asia will exempt you. After all, I am your childhood friend. Triple the compensation," he retorted. Misaka Kuya nearly laughed in disbelief, her current concern not being the financial repercussions that lay ahead. With electricity crackling around her, She delivered a powerful kick, rendering the vending machine into scrap metal. With a thud, the orange juice can popped out, and she gleefully retrieved it, pulling the tab and relishing her drink. 43 times the compensation, Morse added, and Misakakuya erupted in exasperation. Bakayuru. Ilou could not help but chuckle at the scene before him. Casting a glance at his family, he soon turned away. He took a seat on a nearby bench and retrieved his phone from his satchel, proceeding to check his messages. Upon opening a video application, he discovered that Morse's Christmas greeting had just been released and had swiftly ascended to the top of trending content. Upon further inspection, he was astonished to find nearly 10 million comments. Truly, the residents of Maluch possessed an impressive efficiency when it came to engaging online. Ilou perused the comments section. Noting the plethora of amicable remarks, a subtle smile gracing his lips, he relished such an atmosphere. He refrained from immersing himself in the vast expanse of the internet, both in this lifetime and the last, partly due to a lack of capability and partly out of trepidation. He contented himself with watching videos and anime, occasionally seizing the moment to share a meme in the comments. Presently, Ilou felt an urge to express his well wishes. He clicked to the bottom, swiftly composed a comment adorned with a meme, and sent it forth, a warm blessing materializing before his eyes. Al is the best. Wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. Ilou's ideas, which translates to parrots, are the best. It was crafted for him by Misaka Kyono. The avatar features a cartoonish depiction of a large aquamarine gemstone, which he himself illustrated in 1995, commemorating the first flight of the aquamarine. Just moments after posting, Ilou's phone chimed with a flurry of notifications. Upon opening them, he was astonished to find numerous replies. Perfect golden spiral. You too. Heart emoji. Right at your doorstep? This IP address is quintessential military. The true essence of greatness. Victory emoji. Wait, am I also? Then it's all good. Old Lady Jinjo, hello? May I inquire if you are Miss Ilou Kalmuset of the Kalmuset family? Aoyama is gone. Replying to Old Lady Jinjong, I'm shocked indeed. I have transcended. Replying to Old Lady Jinjong, knowing it's the Kalmuset family. How dare you be shocked? Renaming costs 7 coins. Replying to Old Lady Jinjong, military police are on their way to your doorstep. Old Lady Jinjong, replying to renaming costs 7 coins. Alice was mistaken. Alice will no longer dare to boast online. Crying emoji. Do you have confidence in helping me wear a kimono? The mighty hand of the Kalmuset family. What is joy? Happiness. World's evil. I see you are lovesick. Ilou gazed at the myriad of comments with a look of bewilderment. Her mind swirling with thoughts. How did they discern my identity? The Navi Ilou remained oblivious to the fact that all comments revealed their IP addresses, and her account bore a crimson emblem proclaiming family member certification, heir of the current patriarch. The innocent elf was entirely unaware of it all. Ilou glanced through the crowd, his racial instincts assuring him that these individuals harbored no malice. Consequently, he chose to dismiss any lingering concerns and continued to engage amicably with those in the comments section, discovering an unexpectedly pleasant sensation in the exchange. The celebration extended for a considerable duration, lasting until 10:30 in the evening, with citizens still absorbed in the revelry. However, Ilou, disinclined towards festivities and with matters to attend to, sought the counsel of his family before driving back to the Obster Manor. Upon arriving at the Obster Manor, he parked his vehicle in the garage and pushed open the grand entrance of the main residence. Utilizing voice activation, he illuminated the entire house. Turning his gaze, he observed the tranquil slumber of Aquamarine and Cecilia on their perch, and he quietly approached them. Awake, my dears, it is time for your bath. Ilou gently scratched the heads of the two parrots. Aquamarine opened its eyes before bedtime, let out a chirp, and then nudged Ilou's small hand with its beak. Cecilia soon awakened as well. Upon seeing Ilou, she emitted a sharp, excited sound, visibly thrilled, but upon noticing the cocoa-colored creature atop Ilou's silver hair, she began to cluck softly. Now, let us retreat to the bathroom for a bath. Afterward, we shall sleep while still warm. Ilou extended her arms, inviting them to perch upon her shoulders. Aquamarine and Cecilia stirred their little claws and promptly settled in place. Take a bath. Hi. Cecilia appeared quite delighted, fluttering her body joyfully. Ilou turned her head to nuzzle against her beak before ascending the staircase, which led up to the 4th floor. At the top of the stairs, a door adorned with a whimsical fairy cartoon awaited, alongside a shelf on the wall for placing belongings. This was her bedroom. Ilou approached and turned the doorknob, the door creaking open with a click. Entering from the right side of the room, she found the space modest in size. To her left lay the bathroom, while the outer wall featured 2 windows, with one wall left bare. A bed of moderate dimensions was positioned beneath the first window on the left, its covers and pillows in disarray. Beside the bed stood an elongated desk, stretching towards the right wall of the bathroom, equipped with drawers below. Upon the desk rested an unfinished painting, alongside a pencil holder, raw minerals, and a parrot perch. Above, the wall displayed 4 shelves adorned with an eclectic array of figurines, books, raw gemstones, and 3 or 4 bags of parrot feed. Opposite the desk stood a bookshelf and wardrobe, brimming with casual attire, while the more feminine garments, such as the dresses prepared by Fouquet, were tucked away in a drawer beneath the bed. In front of the wall devoid of windows, a wooden climbing frame was placed, complemented by a suspended climbing structure connected to the ceiling and various parrot toys. A hole in the back wall linked to Fouquet's greenhouse, which housed an abundance of fruit trees and tropical plants, allowing for the convenience of the pets' living arrangements, with a pathway specially constructed for them. The area between the desk, bed, parrot activity zone, and wardrobe was adorned with a carpet, upon which 2 sofas faced a television mounted on the right wall of the bathroom. Scattered on the floor were incomplete building block models. In front of the bedroom door, a rectangular dining table stood, flanked by a cabinet storing snacks, located opposite the parrot activity zone and to the right of the bathroom, where he often indulged in meals. Now, are you all prepared? Ilou closed the door, removed her shoes, and placed them in the shoe cabinet by the entrance. Barefoot, she stepped onto the wooden floor. Cecilia, brimming with excitement, eagerly descended to the ground and hopped toward the bathroom. Aquamarine remained more composed, taking flight to the climbing frame to wait. As for Coco, she lingered stubbornly atop her perch. Perhaps it was best to let her be, considering they had not seen each other for nearly 3 months. Illa settled onto the bed, beginning to disrobe, her coat, shirt, and tank top sequentially falling away. Just as she was about to finish, Palenbo suddenly swooped in, clutching a white towel, and draped it over Ilou's form. Put it on. Do not expose yourself. Eh? Why must I wear it? Despite her verbal inquiry, Ilou obediently wrapped herself in the towel, feeling there was nothing particularly needing concealment, especially within the confines of her own home. Palenbo was truly peculiar. Even Cecilia had said nothing. Once she had secured the towel, Ilou entered the bathroom, accompanied by her 3 birds. The bathroom was somewhat compact, featuring a large bathtub seamlessly integrated into the wall, along with a wash basin, a washing machine, and a dryer. Ilou picked up a stool and settled beside the bathtub, twisting the faucet to test the water temperature before turning it to the maximum, allowing the water to fill the entire tub. Before long, the bathroom was enveloped in a veil of steam. In truth, both parrots and toucans are ill-suited for hot baths, a fact that Ilou was acutely aware of. Despite the presence of medicinal solutions, he remained deeply concerned, fearing that something might go awry with the 3 of them. How is the water temperature? Is it comfortable? Ilou gently poured water over Cecilia's wings, observing the contented purrs that emanated from her. With a sense of assurance, he picked up the spray nozzle and began to thoroughly drench the 3 birds. After ensuring they were all adequately soaked, Ilou took the shower gel and worked it into a lather, meticulously massaging each bird with great care for approximately 5 minutes before rinsing them off with the spray once again. Following this, the trimming phase commenced, a task that promised to be rather effortless. Ilou retrieved the nail clippers and the polishing stick, directing a tender smile towards Aquamarine, Cecilia, and Cocotte. In the past, he had employed the opal sword for this purpose. His exceptional swordsmanship made it remarkably sharp and efficient, yet it tended to frighten the pets, leading him to gradually abandon its use. Aquamarine, open your beak, he instructed. Reluctantly, Aquamarine complied, revealing her enormous beak. The purple-blue macaw is the largest of the macaw species, characterized by a large and pointed bill. However, Aquamarine seemed to be even larger than her contemporaries of the same species, likely due to her hybrid lineage with the sapphire macaw. Boasting a length exceeding 110 centimeters and a weight reaching 2 kilograms, with still more growth to come. Ilou delicately held a grinding stick, carefully honing her sharp beak, exclaiming, "My, how large you are, Aquamarine. Your length nearly rivals my height." Upon hearing this, Cecilia, feeling somewhat competitive, edged closer to Aquamarine for a comparison. Despite Cecilia's stature surpassing nearly all salmon-colored cockatoos, with a length approaching 90 centimeters, a notable difference still existed between her and Aquamarine. Hi. Do refrain from arguing. After all, you are not of the same species, so such size disparities are entirely expected. Ilou meticulously honed his beak while providing reminders, and before long, he had perfected it. Nodding in satisfaction, He picked up a pair of nail clippers and swiftly began to trim the claws of the aquamarine, as it was exceptionally obedient. Following this, he employed the same technique to groom Cecilia and Cocotte. Once the task was completed, Ilou tidied up his belongings and dipped his feet into the bathtub. Seeing the opportune moment, Cecilia hurriedly joined him, leaving Aquamarine and Cocotte to stand by the tub's edge. There was no alternative, after all. As Ilou had promised to bathe with Cecilia, one cannot help but marvel at the remarkable quality of Kukulkan's slumber. La la la. How does the song go? Ilou, cradling Cecilia in the bathtub, began to lather bubbles while singing, only to abruptly halt mid-verse, as if he had forgotten the lyrics. At this juncture, one might interject, aren't you spiritually immortal? How could you possibly forget? The answer, in this life, being a silver gold elf grants him spiritual immortality. But in his previous life, he was not. Never mind, let us not dwell on it. Shall we continue to frolic with the bubbles, Cecilia? Ilou skillfully fashioned a striking bubble hairstyle atop her head, and with a handful of shower gel, she began to create frothy lather, applying it to Cecilia's delicate, peach-hued feathers. The delighted Cecilia emitted a soothing coo, prompting Ilou to intensify her playful actions. The bath's edge became splattered with foam, leaving the aquamarine gem and Cocotte soaked, causing them to shake off the suds. Slow down, they chirped in unison. My apologies, Aquamarine and Cocotte. Do join us. Ilou first bowed her head in apology, playfully flicking bubbles onto the two birds, before inviting them into the bathtub as well. Cecilia, sensing the commotion, voiced her displeasure, stretching her damp wings to maintain distance from the others. With a laugh, Ilou orchestrated an unforgettable bubble bath for her beloved pets. After approximately 20 minutes, Ilou emerged from the bathroom with her companions. Had it not been for Aquamarine and Cocotte, Ilou would have undoubtedly luxuriated in the fish tank for several hours. Her bathing ritual was not for cleanliness but sheer enjoyment. How does it feel? She inquired, turning off the hairdryer and gently tousling Cecilia's fluffy feathers. The texture was truly delightful. At that moment, Cecilia became soft-spoken, her beak brushing against Ilou's hand, occasionally producing a sweet coo, reminiscent of a charming character from a whimsical anime. Ilou has a fondness for her, yet he still believes that the lively Cecilia is far more delightful. The aloof and taciturn character resembles Aquamarine, while the gentle and reticent one embodies Coco. Let Cecilia retain her vivacious spirit. Now, it's time to return and rest. If hunger strikes, perhaps indulge in some fruit and enjoy a refreshing slumber? Ilou bestowed a gentle kiss upon 3 pets, a bird among them, before releasing them back into the play area. He then settled onto the sofa, switched on the television, and prepared to indulge in a brief respite. Suddenly, his ears perked up at the sound of approaching vehicles near the elf.Not manor, accompanied by familiar emotions that signaled the return of his family. In a flurry, he hurried out of his bedroom and raced down the stairs to the living room to greet them. As the front door swung open, Ilou dashed forward, arms wide open. "Welcome back," he exclaimed. "Ah, we're back," responded Cocotte, bending down to change her shoes, while the others waved in acknowledgement. At that moment, 2 maids, one clad in gold and the other in silver, came rushing over. "The young lady has returned first. Next time, let us take another vehicle," quipped Osuni, as she squeezed past the 2 maids, presenting Ilou with some souvenirs she had purchased, all exquisite gems. Without hesitation, Ilou accepted them. The family placed their acquired gifts on the floor and dining table before collapsing onto the sofa to rest. After a brief moment of relaxation, Morse stood up, casting a glance at the clock on the wall. "It's time for bed. Let us tidy up. We've had a full day, and tomorrow we have more to accomplish. I'm exhausted. I hope I don't doze off during the meeting," he declared. Yuzaka Kyono rose and stretched, eager for sleep. "Let us wash up and then retire to our respective rooms," he suggested. Since its completion, the main house of the elf.Not manor had never been fully occupied, a testament to the thoughtful considerations of the head of the elf.Not family. In unison, they responded, making their way to the washroom. After freshening up, they ascended the staircase. Mayuri and Hanajika shared a room, as did Morse and Cocotte, being a married couple. Velton and Yuzaka Kyono occupied one room, while Shizuto and Hawk, along with Jackie, shared another. The elderly trio claimed 3 rooms, with Nebel, Old Father, and Indiana sharing one. Alina, Morgan, and Osuni were accommodated in a room not far from Ilou's, facilitating easy nocturnal communications. "Good night, little Ilou. Sleep well," Cocotte said, ruffling Ilou's hair as she waved and descended the stairs. "Good night, Mom and Dad," he called out, watching his mother depart. Just as he was about to return to his bedroom, he noticed the door of an adjacent room slightly ajar, revealing 3 pairs of sparkling eyes. "Good night," Ilou waved, and the door gradually closed. Upon returning to his own room, Ilou changed out of his clothes into his pajamas, arranged his pillow on the bed, and hugged another pillow as he lay down, half covered by a blanket that was snugly tucked between his legs. Ilou felt immensely comfortable. The sensation of being partially covered was truly delightful, offering both warmth and a hint of coolness. Although sleep may not serve me well, the comfort is undeniable. He held the pillow tightly, burying his face deep within it, feeling no need to breathe, simply exquisite. Ilou maintained her tranquil state, her thoughts drifting as she slipped into a profound slumber. Her lips gently parted and her ears occasionally twitched, exuding an aura of serene bliss. It was truly a splendid night, yet the next chapter remains elusive, just as Ilou was lost in her dreams. The flying stone bracelet on her left wrist suddenly emitted a crimson glow, revealing a colossal warning symbol, accompanied by the jarring announcement of Hatsune Miku. Warning. The Vita in 310 base in the demon city of Shagwa and the Vita in 311 base in the far eastern Nagasaki have experienced containment breaches. Titans designated East Sea Dragon King and Yamada no Orochi have escaped containment. The two adversaries are racing towards one another, projected to converge at the junction of the Yellow Sea and the East China Sea, which will incite colossal waves. Ilou was abruptly roused from his slumber by the jarring sound of an alarm and the vibrations that accompanied it. Groggily glancing at his wrist, he instantly regained his composure and stood up. What on earth is happening? A surge of fear coursed through him as he hastily activated the virtual screen to examine the global map, discovering 2 colossal red dots hurtling towards one another between the Magic City and Nagasaki. This moment inevitably brings to light the secrets of this world, particularly the Vitanian base and the Titan behemoths. For years ago, shortly after Ilou had unlocked the Laputa technology, he conducted a superficial scan of the entire Earth and stumbled upon a plethora of astonishing phenomena. The Titan behemoths were among them. Ilou found that enormous creatures lurked in every corner of the planet, their sizes defying belief, not merely in the hundreds or thousands of meters, but rather in the exaggerated scale of tens of thousands of meters. Ilou named it Titan, understanding the significance of familial legacy, while also contemplating his own scientific journey. He felt compelled to take action, thus establishing Vidalon bases in various corners of the world to house, monitor, and analyze these Titans. The distribution of Titans is extensive and densely populated. Consequently, each Vidalon base typically manages multiple Titans. Ilou refrained from deploying robotic forces at the bases, instead ensuring an ample supply of sedatives to keep the Titans in a state of slumber for the majority of the time. The quantity of sedatives was more than sufficient. Even with occasional blood draws, tissue samples, or minor surgical procedures, the Titans remained undisturbed. Ilou harbored a slight sense of moral ambiguity. However, his intentions were not solely for his scientific pursuits but also aimed at fostering global peace. Perhaps Ilou was justified in his actions? Moreover, considering the Titan's robust and resilient nature, routine experiments would not result in significant harm. Ilou manipulated the virtual screen, scrutinizing the information relayed from the Vidalon bases 310 in the magical city of Shagwa and 311 in Nagasaki, the farthest east. He observed that the sedatives posed no issues. The slumber of the East Sea Dragon King and the Yamada no Orochi was disrupted almost instantaneously. It was peculiar. The sleep memory stored at each Vidalon base was more than sufficient. Even the Titan number 2, the earthly python, could be plunged into deep slumber at the press of a button. Yet, now, 2 smaller Titans had abruptly awakened. How strange. Titan number 2, the earthly python, is the largest Titan discovered by Ilou on Earth and one of only 2 planetary-class Titans. Are you familiar with the Drake Passage? That is the resting place of Titan number 2, measuring 1,000 kilometers in length and equally wide. Should it awaken, the ecological balance of the entire planet would be jeopardized. However, even the earthly python could succumb to Ilou's sedatives. So the awakening of the Yamada no Orochi and the East Sea Dragon King was indeed alarming. Miku, how long until these 2 entities encounter one another? 10 minutes or less. Both the Yamada no Orochi and the East Sea Dragon King are Titans of over 10,000 meters. Although they may not rank among the largest Titans, they pose an apocalyptic threat to humankind. Once they collide, a titanic battle would ensue, generating monstrous waves that would devastate the surrounding shores, plunging the Yellow Sea and the East China Sea into chaos. Ilou had to set out immediately. Curse this Christmas for such calamity. Miku, prepare the airship. I shall return at once. Era hastily rose to her feet, neglecting to don her clothing, and merely grabbed her satchel. With a single thought, she transported herself to the distant Laputa, the Sky Castle in Hogwarts, England. At that moment, the Christmas festivities were still in full swing. Students were celebrating, and teachers were dancing. Suddenly, a thunderous noise erupted from the heavens, startling them all. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Vinouille, who was sipping butterbeer, as the sound startled her, causing the goblet in her hand to crash to the floor, shattering into pieces. The crimson liquid splattered across the ground. "Filch, what on earth is happening?" Dumbledore called out, as Filch hurriedly burst through the doors of the Great Hall, frantically pointing outside the window. "That Sky Castle. Something strange has appeared." "What?" Upon hearing this, the crowd surged toward the inner courtyard and corridors, gazing upwards to discover an elongated object adjacent to the massive Sky Castle. It measured an astonishing 10,000 meters in length. Adorned in a style and color reminiscent of the Sky Castle, equipped with an array of advanced weaponry, and illuminated by thousands of searchlights, which flickered and emitted a piercing wail. "Oh, my Sky Castle! Prince of Elves, what sort of confusion is this?" Vinouille cried out in despair, as Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed as to why she was invoking Arrow. The perspective shifted back to the Sky Castle. Illa stood upon the sanctified tier, clad in a magical military uniform of the Laputa Kingdom. Behind her loomed thousands of Laputa robots, while ahead, an airship swiftly approached, coming to a steady halt at the port on the walls of the sanctified tier, before lowering its hatch. Onward, Ilou ascended, following the rising hatchway until arriving at the central control room, where a character resembling a dual ponytailed figure from a two-dimensional realm awaited, none other than Hatsune Miku. "Miku, how long until we reach the Magic City?" "Approximately 1 minute," she informed. "The glimmer has been initiated. Please remain patient. Meanwhile, the Laputa robot will leave to intervene." "Very well. Expedite the process and keep a vigilant watch on the surrounding coastline." Hatsune Miku nodded mechanically, her hands resting on the virtual screen as she commenced autopilot operations. Below, in Hogwarts, onlookers gaped at the colossal airship as it ascended and then departed at a velocity imperceptible to the naked eye, their mouths agape in astonishment. "By Merlin's steel balls! By Merlin's urn! By Merlin's love-filled red undergarments! Your Majesty, what approach will you take regarding the Yamada no Orochi and the Dragon King of the East Sea?" As the vessel soared, the scenery outside whirled past like a carousel before Ilou's sapphire-like gaze. The atmosphere seemed rather lighthearted, prompting Hatsune Miku's peculiar inquiry to elicit a sideways glance from him. "Why do you ask that?" "The customized automatic evolution system you designed for me is currently in operation. I require all pertinent information, including your inquiries and responses." "I see. I find that quite reassuring." The thought of Hatsune Miku evolving into a genuine young lady filled Ilou with exuberant joy. Yet another cherished companion. How delightful. In this state of mind, Ilou responded, "If they behave, imprison them back in their original habitat for a slumber of countless millennia. However, should they disobey, they shall be minced and processed to serve as sustenance for Lamasuna. Given the Titan's high material and energy density, she would undoubtedly relish it." "Thank you for your response. I understand now." Hatsune Miku nodded slightly, her hands continuing to manipulate the virtual screen to steer the vessel. Ilou smiled faintly, his gaze returning to the fleeting scenery outside, which, though ephemeral, was captured effortlessly by his keen perception. The vessel traveled at remarkable speed, covering a distance of 11,993 kilometers in just about 1 minute, transporting them from England to the skies above the magic city of the Summer Kingdom. Ilou gazed out of the window, observing the bustling metropolis below, which was in the midst of celebrating Christmas. One could only commend its status as an international city, showcasing a remarkable level of acceptance. As they approached their destination, Ilou's expression sharpened, and he began to perceive the emotions of the surrounding life forms, from the smallest insects to stray animals, and the diverse throngs of people. He was acutely aware of it all. "Your Majesty, there's no need to proceed further. I have already sensed the presence of the two." As Ilou opened his eyes, he sensed the imminent confrontation unfolding hundreds of kilometers ahead between the formidable Yamada no Orochi and the Eastern Sea Dragon King. The Laputa robots soared around them, unleashing beams of light to obstruct the titanic clash. With a commanding order, the vessel's armaments ignited in a crimson glow, propelling forward with alarming speed against the backdrop of night and ominous clouds. The inhabitants of the magical metropolis gazed upward, witnessing the intermittent flashes of red from the clouds, mistaking them for the herald of thunder. Below, tumultuous waves roared, the Titan's wrath echoing like thunderclaps. The ship pierced through the clouds, Finally arriving at the battleground where the Yamada no Orochi and the Eastern Sea Dragon King were locked in combat, the two colossal beasts, akin to lunar mountains, bellowed at each other, one exuding an aura of majesty and sanctity, adorned with antlers, serpentine form, and a fish-like tail, equipped with claws reminiscent of tigers and bears. Its ethereal whiskers stretching 100 meters, while its immense body loomed, partially submerged in the sea, embodying the dragon of traditional Summer Kingdom lore. The other creature, undeniably sinister, boasted 8 massive dragon heads and 8 elongated tails, each spanning thousands of meters. Its back was adorned with colossal rocky trees, while its belly was grotesquely decayed, oozing pus and blood, overshadowed by 8 ominous clouds. The sight was both fearsome and repulsive, as these titanic beings provoked one another. Their sheer magnitude was more awe-inspiring than Mount Everest itself. The monstrous display of nature unleashed chaos upon the seas, thunder reverberating. It resembled an apocalyptic scene that would terrify any ordinary person who dared to witness it. Ilou cast a glance before rising from the central control room and stepping onto the deck. The torrential downpour of potato-sized raindrops and the colossal bolts of lightning that struck him failed to disturb him in the slightest. Halt! Ilou issued a thunderous warning, a stark contrast to his diminutive stature. Return to your habitat. There remains a chance for survival, or else embrace eternal slumber. The Dragon King of the East Sea lowered his immense dragon head, approaching the vessel, which appeared to them as a mere bird in flight. Fixating on the tiny figure of the sprite. Insignificant human. Nay, you are not human. His gigantic pupils swirled, magnifying every detail of Ilou, while his whiskers flowed. He discerned the complete absence of any human scent or sensation, even devoid of the essence of Earth and extraterrestrial being. An alien titan? Ghidorah has already been vanquished, succumbing to eternal slumber in Antarctica. After an indeterminate span of years, yet another extraterrestrial titan has emerged, a diminutive alien titan. How do you wish to meet your end? The authoritative voice resonated throughout every corner as the Dragon King of the East Sea opened his colossal maw in intimidation, the spittle splattering onto Ilou and enveloping him entirely. An alien titan? It seems there are numerous mysteries on Earth yet unknown to me, but that is of little consequence now. You have but 2 choices, to slumber or to perish. Choose wisely. The magic of Ilou scorched the surrounding dragon's saliva, drawing forth the opal sword and pointing it at the Dragon King of the East Sea. Such audacity, oblivious to the peril that lay ahead. The 8-headed serpent, Yamada no Orochi, brushed aside the Dragon King's formidable head, encircling the vessel with its colossal heads, an acrid scent of blood emanating from its form, yet Ilou remained unfazed. You have no choice. From that fateful battle, I have slumbered for a millennium, and now awaken once more. How could I possibly seek to halt my advance? Ao Guang. You and I are destined to clash. This time, Yamada no Orochi outright disregarded Ilou, swinging its 9 heads to declare war upon the Dragon King of the East Sea. The grievances that had festered for millennia intensified the sanguine stench surrounding it, and its malevolence grew palpable. How dare a serpent contend with a dragon? Yamada no Orochi. If you possess the courage, then come forth. I am the Dragon King of the East Sea, sovereign of these waters. The 2 titanic dragons roared, and the prelude to battle concluded. They charged at one another, igniting the war between titans. Yamada no Orochi lashed its 8 tails, ensnaring the Dragon King's massive form and dragging him beneath the waves, while all 8 heads lunged to seize different parts of the Dragon King's body. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon King, feeling the sting of pain, thrust his antlers into the belly of Yamada no Orochi, churning the putrid flesh. A sensation akin to a mixer swirling within the gut. This prompted the heads of Yamada no Orochi to howl in agony, releasing their grip on the Dragon King's form. Free at last, the Dragon King soared through the sky, his immense antlers radiating brilliance, as the surrounding waters surged towards Yamada no Orochi, slicing through its skin like blades. Ilou, upon witnessing the scene, urgently called out to Hatsune Miku. The waves have intensified. The shore is in peril. Has the Planetary Environment Regulator been activated? The Planetary Environment Regulator, a colossal device developed by Ilou, possesses the capability to meticulously regulate the environments of rocky and gaseous planets, transforming them into perfect ecosystems where life can emerge and thrive. Additionally, it can be employed to manage various calamities on the planet, including hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions. And it even has the potential to convert a frigid wandering planet into a flowing mass of molten lava. Ilou exhibits a profound concern for Earth. Although a singular device suffices to regulate the entire planet, he has nonetheless installed a planetary environmental controller on each tectonic plate. Once activated, Tsunamis will only manifest within combat zones centered around ships, leaving the surrounding coastal cities untouched. That is reassuring. Ilou nodded with a sense of relief, raising her left hand to command the Laputa flying machines to engage in battle. Below the vessels, circular openings released a cascade of oval projectiles resembling eggs, which swiftly unfurled their arms and extended membranes, transforming into aerial combat forms. Open fire. The sensors of hundreds of thousands of machines flickered as they circled the two titans embroiled in combat, unleashing countless beams of crimson lasers. These merciless rays struck the titans, scorching their skin until it melted and charred down to the bone. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea and the eight-headed serpent writhed in unbearable agony, their movements becoming erratic amidst their cries of anguish. How audacious! Alien titans, do you dare declare war upon Earth? Ymir and his kin shall not spare you. What fate awaits here? I have no interest, but dare to tarnish the honor created by the Kalmuset family, and I shall not stand idly by. The honor forged by the Kalmuset family represents an everlasting peace, both now and in the future. I shall uphold and defend this honor with unwavering determination. Cease all actions. This is your final warning. With a surge of magic, Ilou conjured a colossal question mark in the sky, exerting pressure upon the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea and the eight-headed serpent. Arrogant alien titans, Earth shall never submit to the void of space. Join forces with Ghidorah if you wish. Seeing the threat from the extraterrestrial forces, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea and the eight-headed serpent temporarily set aside their conflict to ally against the diminutive creature before them. The enormous dragon claws slashed towards the vessel, attempting to rend it asunder, but were met by a robust, flickering barrier that proclaimed, access denied. Surprised by its formidable resilience, the Dragon King summoned the surrounding waters to rise in a column, dragging the vessel down while conjuring lightning to strike. In the central control room, Hatsune Miku felt no tremor, as she was merely a virtual projection. With an expressionless demeanor, she manipulated the virtual screen, and the vessel surged upward with immense force, evaporating the surrounding seawater and absorbing the lightning to convert it into energy. Thank you for your hospitality, dear Uncle Titan. In the sky, a projection of Hatsune Miku delivered an expressionless speech, inciting the East Sea Dragon King to furious wrath. He lifted his massive form and enveloped the vessel, attempting to crush it. His elongated dragon body coiled tightly around the ship. The vast azure scales, akin to jade, rubbed against the defensive light barrier, producing an unbearable cacophony. The East Sea Dragon King relentlessly tightened his grip, his sharp claws scratching with the intent to compress the vessel, the radiance, into a mere radiance. Zip, yet alas, his efforts were in vain. The radiance remained unscathed, with its searchlights continuing to illuminate the Dragon King's form. Hatsune Miku, stationed in the central control room, observed the pressure index on the screen, her expression still devoid of emotion. The East Sea Dragon King appeared as though he had not eaten in eons indeed. It seemed he had not feasted for several millennia. Wait, did sleeping pills count as sustenance? Shifting the perspective back to the deck of the vessel, Ilou effortlessly propped up the Dragon King's body with one hand, inadvertently shattering a scale, creating a space for herself. The East Sea Dragon King, embroiled in his fervent struggle, felt the shattering of his scale and trembled. It was a scale he had nurtured for millennia. Just moments ago, during his battle with the Yamada no Orochi, it had only developed cracks. The East Sea Dragon King, increasingly enraged, lifted his great head and opened his colossal maw, capable of devouring Mount Tai, unleashing torrents of water, lightning, and frigid cold, instantly encasing the water-wrapped vessel in ice. Hatsune Miku, glancing at the information panel, calmly waved her hand, causing the ship's exterior to glow and radiate heat. The searchlights rotated and emitted beams of light rivaling the temperature of the sun's surface, shattering the East Sea Dragon King's ice and breaking several hundred more of his scales. Abomination! The Dragon King exclaimed, realizing he had gained no advantage. He immediately rolled away with his massive body, gazing at the shattered scales and the scorched, melting flesh. He felt both pain and heartache. Ao Guang, you are utterly pathetic. The 8 heads of Yamada no Orochi erupted in mocking laughter, then focused their fierce gaze on the vessel. Behold, Yamada no Orochi swirled its body, using one tail to strike the ship heavily against the surface of the sea, alternating with its 8 tails in a relentless barrage. Had it not been for the vessel's unidirectional gravity system, chaos would have ensued. Ilou on the deck experienced a dizzying array of perspectives, sometimes amidst the clouds, at other times in the sea, then soaring through the air. Observing from the East Sea Dragon King's vantage point, the vessel endured thousands of strikes. Yet aside from the defensive light barrier flashing warning symbols, it seemed to endure without consequence. Yamada no Orochi. Your efforts are utterly futile. What do you know of Ao Guan? You, the Dragon King with shattered scales, have no right to judge me. I, Bakayuru. Two titans relentlessly battered the vessel while hurling insults at each other's national treasures. Their thunderous voices reverberated, leaving humanity in peril of having their insides crushed by the sheer force of the sound waves. Observing these two titans engaged in such futile endeavors, IRU's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Are they perhaps suffering from some form of mental affliction? Suddenly, she found herself disinclined to prepare materials for Ramasuna. Ilou pondered thoughtfully, deciding to terminate this crisis that resembled a farce. He waved his hand, and hundreds of thousands of Laputa war machines surged forth, each tethered to a luminous cable. In mere moments, they ensnared the Dragon King of the East Sea and the Yamada no Orochi, twisting them into a grotesque knot, leaving them thrashing helplessly in the ocean. It is time for the two of you to surrender and return, or face becoming mere fodder. Ilou raised the opal sword with one hand, its blue magic morphing into a fearsome purple lightning that crackled ominously. I shall never bow to the void of space. Alien Titan. You are utterly ignorant of the dying defiance of the Earth Titans. The Dragon King of the East Sea contorted his face into a grimace, his antlers radiating a cerulean glow, as turbulent waves transformed into towering columns of water that pierced the sky, revealing the ocean floor beneath, where marine life was laid bare. I shall join you. The Yamada no Orochi lifted its dragon head, spewing forth a foul mist of blood from its belly and maw, merging with the colossal water columns, conjuring an apocalyptic scene. Countless crimson water spouts surged skyward, as the creatures of the sea disintegrated into bones and dust. Bolts of lightning descended from the clouds, illuminating the water columns with their electric brilliance. What are you two plotting? A sense of foreboding washed over Ilou as he sensed the terrifying virus lurking within those water columns. Should it spread, both humanity and other creatures would face imminent extinction. With this plague, we shall proclaim our existence. The Dragon King of the East Sea and the Yamada no Orochi erupted into sinister laughter. Ilou, witnessing the water columns ascending into the atmosphere, comprehended their nefarious intention. You intend to unleash the virus into the atmosphere, spreading it to every corner of Earth, leading to annihilation? Indeed, the Dragon King mocked, for although revered by the ancient people of the Xia Kingdom as the Dragon King of the East Sea, he remained essentially a titan, harboring no affection for humanity. Extinction was merely a means to an end. Other titans would create life anew. Meanwhile, aboard the International Space Station in outer space, astronauts gathered at the windows, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the confluence of the Yellow Sea and the East China Sea, their expressions fraught with terror. There, a crimson cyclone had formed, swirling rapidly and sweeping across half of East Asia, its ominous hue continuing to spread. The astronauts, gripped by fear, hastily reached for their communication devices to alert their respective governments on Earth. Feeling the encroaching storm of the viral tempest, Ilou was genuinely enraged, furious. Initially, he had hoped to let the two remain dormant, but now they would obediently become fodder and fertilizer. At the outset, Ilra harbored no intention of slaying the two titans, for they had yet to incur any casualties and lacked the audacity to do so. Moreover, Ilra possessed ample confidence in ensuring an outcome devoid of sacrifice. More significantly, Ilra deemed it a tremendous loss to extinguish the lives of two titans, as the Earth is home to thousands of these colossal beings, each harboring immeasurable scientific value. The East Sea Dragon King and the eight-headed serpent were no exceptions. Ilra did not wish to forfeit such invaluable specimens. However, this concern has become irrelevant. The demise of the two titans is now a foregone conclusion. Human lives, on the other hand, cannot be restored. Although Ilru wields the soul manipulation technique to control the spirits of the deceased, this world is governed by a reincarnation mechanism. The souls of the departed swiftly undergo rebirth, a process in which Ilra cannot intervene, as it is a law of existence bestowed upon the world by the family's sacred chalice. Hence, you too may now meet your end. King's magic, thunderous divine blessing. Bestow upon me a crown of glory, command the realms with thunderous might, and cleanse this place. A crown crackling with lightning hovered ominously above Ilru's head, and his once azure eyes transformed into a shade of regal purple. The silver blade of the opal sword shimmered with terrifying bolts of thunder, sealing your fate in the realm of oblivion. Ilou gradually directed the tip of her sword towards the two titans. With a crackling sound, the cables binding the Dragon King of the East Sea and the Yamada no Orochi instantaneously vanished, as the Laputa robots flickered with green light and retreated to their vessels in the sky. In the central control room, Hatsune Miku manipulated the screen, lifting the capture, granting these two titans one last futile opportunity to struggle. Seeing the cables dissipate, the Dragon King of the East Sea erupted into gleeful laughter, mistakenly believing that the extraterrestrial titan had abandoned the fight. Beside him, Yamada no Orochi began to thrash its body, its 8 grotesque dragon heads displaying menacing smiles, while even the rotting flesh of its abdomen spewed forth in a chaotic spray. Haha, is this all? The enemy from space is merely a shadow of its reputation. Pathetic. Utterly pathetic. Are they retreating already? Unbeknownst to the two titans, death loomed ominously as they continued to stir the waters and summon thunderclouds to assault the vessels. The towering crimson water columns grew ever more bizarre and curious, continuously feeding into the atmosphere, expanding through the cyclone created by the Dragon King of the East Sea. Meanwhile, Ilou stood silently on the deck of the vessel, disregarding their taunts. The lightning upon the opal sword blazed brighter and more ferociously, with arcs of electricity manifesting around Ilou, intertwining with the heavens and the earth, accompanied by the thunderous roars of the clouds. Have you finished your dying words? Ilou's expression remained impassive, while the Dragon King of the East Sea let out a mocking laugh. Unaware that defeat is inevitable, you still dare to be arrogant in your futile resistance. Yamada no Orochi, eager to join in the ridicule, suddenly sensed something amiss. The air and the sea around them were saturated with a terrifying electricity, and its body began to feel unwell. It was a long-forgotten aura of death. No, this is not mere bluster. Aogong, run. Yamada no Orochi rolled its massive form, halting the spread of the blood mist from its abdomen, and began to stir the seabed's rocks in a desperate attempt to flee. With a fleeting glance, Iryu realized that it was too late for regrets. Enormous thunderclouds suddenly materialized before the 8-headed serpent, emanating a purplish glow and producing a thunderous roar that sent the fleeing beast reeling back. This is dire. The Dragon King of the East Sea, witnessing the 8-headed serpent being repelled, attempted to disperse the ominous thunderclouds. When his efforts proved futile, he hastily summoned towering pillars of blood to assail Iryu. Ilou gazed upon the towering blood columns surging towards her, and with a mere flick of her left hand, she extracted the viruses within, transforming them into pure seawater that gracefully returned to the ocean floor. How could this be possible? Those thunderbolts should heed my command. The antlers atop the East Sea Dragon King's head flickered with light as he endeavored to disperse the encroaching storm clouds, only to discover that the very lightning he had summoned had spiraled beyond his control. The millennia of servitude by humanity had dulled his awareness of his inherent frailty among the Titans, leading him to mistakenly believe himself a formidable and exalted deity. Now, witnessing the chaos of the uncontrollable storm clouds, the East Sea Dragon King was gripped by a genuine sense of dread and the looming specter of death. Rest assured, it will not hurt at all. Death is but a fleeting moment, followed by eternal slumber for you all. The crown above shimmered as her violet eyes fixed upon the two titans. Ilou stepped forward, defying gravity, and stood suspended in the air. Before the terrified gazes of the East Sea Dragon King and the Yamada no Orochi, Ilou traversed step by step until she stood before their colossal heads, raising the opal sword high. No. I am the East Sea Dragon King, the sovereign of the aquatic realm, ruler of the Eastern Sea, the deity of rain, thunder, floods, tides, and tsunamis. Panic overtook him, and in desperation, he erratically commanded the surrounding water columns to strike at the advancing Ilou, his former sanctity utterly diminished, resembling a feeble snake upon the land. Yet all was in vain. Before the water columns could even approach, they were summarily returned to the depths of the ocean. As Ilou neared ever closer, the electric charge in the air thickened, and the breaths of the two titans grew increasingly labored, each inhalation a tormenting agony. Spare me. Spare me. The East Sea Dragon King trembled in supplication, while the Yamada no Orochi resigned to fate, its 8 heads closing their eyes, awaiting the embrace of death. Ilou sensed the emotions of the two titans, harboring a modicum of interest in the Yamada no Orochi, while regarding the Dragon King of the East Sea with disdain. He could perceive that the Dragon King's heart remained unchanged, still brimming with arrogance, contemplating a potential escape after a successful plea for mercy, hoping to unleash chaos once more on his return journey to his lair. You possess no remorse. This statement fell upon the Dragon King like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him and tearing away the faade of his insincere plea for mercy. An alien titan, Jormungandr, and that one will not spare you. Upon my demise, you shall meet your own end. You will invoke the wrath of all titans, the fury of the entire earth. Ah. Ilou merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," igniting the wrath of the Dragon King of the East Sea, who unleashed a torrent of invective. Now, prepare to face your inevitable fate. Savor your final breath, your last encounter with the rain, your ultimate moment of awakening. At this instant, the surrounding space has transformed entirely into a tumultuous shade of violet. Viewed from the vastness of outer space, the once crimson vortex has faded, now shimmering with a resplendent purple luminescence. Ilou raised the opal sword high above her head, its crown gleaming, and her eyes crackled with lightning as she gazed down upon the raging titans, then made a decisive downward sweep. A fearsome thunderbolt cleaved through the titanic forms, illuminating them in a flash, and for a fleeting moment, the world transformed into a pure white void, devoid of sound, color, and sensation. When the blinding whiteness receded, the tumultuous waves had become tranquil, and the storm clouds in the sky had subsided. The two titans standing in the sea remained motionless, frozen in place, their bodies stiffened. Indeed, they were dead. The visage of the East Sea Dragon King retained its arrogant expression from life, with bared fangs and flowing whiskers, mouth agape in a grotesque grimace. The 8 heads of the Yamata-no Orochi lay with closed eyes, utterly still, their decaying flesh congealed into odorless clumps, with some seeping into the ocean. An extraordinary stillness enveloped the scene. These colossal titans, larger than mountains, had perished, having only moments before wreaked havoc, nearly ushering in an apocalyptic end. Now laid to rest in a ghostly manner. The crisis was averted. Ilou regarded the colossal, lifeless forms before her with a sigh before turning away towards her vessel. Experimental material reduced by 2. The crown of lightning above her dissipated into starlight, her eyes reverted to their gentle sea blue hue, and the opal sword was sheathed once more. In the space station beyond the atmosphere, astronauts observed the vanishing crimson vortex, exchanging bewildered glances before reporting back to ground control. In the nearby city of Magic Capital, citizens watched in astonishment as a dazzling purple light flashed along the coastline, followed by the dissipating storm. They felt both perplexed and relieved, resuming their festive celebrations. Some residents hailing from Maluch captured this stunning spectacle on camera and shared it online, prompting monitoring stations worldwide to issue announcements. Thus, the crisis of apocalyptic proportions on this Christmas was averted. The actions of the East Sea Dragon King and the Yamata-no Orochi bore no significance, merely paving their own paths to hell. Report to the commander, the plan has failed. Those two titans did not succeed in annihilating East Asia. A magnetic field beyond monitoring enveloped their maritime domain, swiftly leading to their demise. In a hidden corner of the world, a masked figure knelt, relaying information to the shadow ahead. I see. A silhouette emerged from the darkness, clad in an archaic military uniform, the light just grazing his features, rendering them indistinct. Continue the plan. The Kalmuset family is still awaiting. The masked individual raised his left arm in salute, the remaining light fortuitously illuminating the insignia on the man's cap, Hydra. As dense clouds gradually dispersed, the pure white moonlight cast its serene glow upon the tranquil sea, where the remains of the two titans loomed, both majestic and terrifying. Ilou had returned to the deck of the Glory, gazing at the two titans before him. He extended his hand. King's magic, soul conduction. The deceased offered up their souls, whether living or dead. Even the Grim Reaper would return to the realm of the underworld. A swirl of azure light and a vibrant crimson glow emerged from the corpses of the East Sea Dragon King and the 8-headed serpent, soaring towards the vessel and gracefully settling in Ilou's palm. These were the souls of the two titans, inexplicably unbound by the constraints of the Holy Grail. If preserved, who could say they might not be resurrected? Ilou observed the object in her hand for a moment, then retrieved an instrument to place it inside before tossing it into her satchel. It was not a considerable loss. These two souls would facilitate my continued research into the realm of spirits, she murmured softly. With that, Ilou teleported back to the central control room, settled onto the sofa, and tossed a pineapple hard candy into her mouth. She then instructed the Laputa robots to transport the corpses of the two titans back to Orochi, to be processed into feed. Orochi is located at the extremity of the Andromeda arm of the Milky Way and is one of the many realms of the Laputa kingdom. After unlocking Laputa, Ilou devised various plans, one of which involved the construction of city-states throughout the kingdom's territory. The dominion of Laputa encompasses the entire Milky Way, within which Ilou has established countless city-states. Some are built on planets, while others are steel constructs that orbit celestial bodies or move autonomously. The Olympus fleet also qualifies as a city-state, albeit with a design heavily inclined towards combat. Other city-states possess combat capabilities, exhibiting both scholarly and martial prowess, enabling them to switch functions at will. According to Ilou's blueprint, the Sky City of Laputa serves as the capital of the kingdom. Although it is smaller than all other city-states, it remains the most versatile, with capabilities at their zenith. 3 Laputa robots ascended into the sky, positioning themselves to form the vertices of a triangle, then flew off to secure their places, thereby instantly transforming the enclosed triangle into a jump gate. The head sensors of other Laputa robots emitted beams of light, a portion directed towards the 2 titans, using the beams to lift them gently towards the triangular jump gate. Another segment illuminated the sea, rectifying the disturbances recently caused by the titans. As the titans and robots gradually vanished into the jump gate, the sea was restored. The Laputa robots accomplished their mission and returned to the vessel for dormancy and readiness. "Well, let us return," Ilou remarked, gazing at the sea, which appeared unchanged. She nodded and commanded the vessel to set course for home. Hatsune Miku adjusted the screen as the magnificent radiance ascended into the clouds, retracing the path taken earlier. Passing over the magical city, Ilou smiled at the vibrant metropolis below. The towering buildings announced the chimes of midnight, heralding the arrival of December 25th, Christmas Day, which also marked her birthday. "Happy birthday to me." Iru clasped her hands together in a gesture of blessing for herself. As Hatsune Miku, who was deftly maneuvering the vessel back home, turned her head to gaze at her creator, a blissful smile graced her face. Though she did not fully comprehend the significance of a birthday, witnessing Iru's joy stirred within her an inexplicable sensation. "Well, look at that silly expression of yours. Shall we return home?" Ilou gazed at the visage of Hatsune Miku, bursting into laughter, inadvertently crushing the pineapple hard candy in her mouth. "Happy birthday, Your Majesty." The clumsy AI entity exhibited a genuine, foolish grin. A colossal shining vessel appeared beside the celestial city of Sanctum, ascending back into space after completing its return journey, destined for its port at the space station adjacent to Jupiter. Before the grand gates of the Sanctum Castle, Ilou stretched lazily, shedding her military attire in favor of her original nightwear. She patted her cheeks, waved a farewell to Hatsune Miku, and with a fleeting thought, returned to her bedroom at the Obster Manor. In a blink, Ilou found herself standing on her bed, placing her satchel on the carpet beneath the desk. The flightstone necklace around her neck glimmered with a cerulean light as she gazed out the window, where the citizens celebrated by igniting fireworks in the sky, filling her with a sense of relaxation. Another year of peace and safety, how wonderful it is. Leaning against the window, she admired the fireworks, completely oblivious to the illuminated blanket at her feet, cast by the open bedroom door, and to Fucoat, who stood at the threshold, utterly astonished. "Little Ilou? What is the matter?" Ilou turned her head in inquiry, still unaware of what had transpired. Upon recognizing that the newcomer was her mother, she let out a piercing scream, the flying stone necklace around her neck intermittently shimmering with light. "Mother, what brings you here?" With a sudden plop, Iru sat on the bed, her face flushing crimson as she instinctively covered the necklace adorning her neck with her hand, cautiously inquiring of Furcoat, fervently praying that the secret of the necklace had yet to be unveiled. At the doorway, Furcoat shook her head, her expression transitioning from a state of bewilderment to one of enlightened understanding. Lifting the pineapple-flavored birthday cake in her hands, she proclaimed, "Of course. It is to celebrate little Iru's 11th birthday." Relieved, Iru let out a sigh, feeling as though a heavy weight had finally been lifted from her heart. What a relief. "I thought Mother had discovered something." However, before Iru could bask in her moment of joy, a mischievous grin spread across Furcoat's youthful face, reminiscent of a lovely maiden. She placed the cake on the nearby dining table, clasped her hands behind her back, and slowly approached Iru, step by step. "Has little Iru been hiding a secret from her mother? Just now, your necklace was glowing, you know, Mother." At this remark, Iru could no longer contain her composure. Her expression visibly turned frantic as she pulled the quilt beside her to shield her chest, yet the blue radiance emanating from the necklace remained undeniable. This was a disaster. Iru knew she could conceal no secrets from her family, especially not from her beloved mother, the enchanting Furcoat. "Oh my. It seems that little Iru has some rather significant matters exposed," Furcoat said softly as she settled beside the bed, towering over Iru by approximately 50 centimeters, effectively casting a shadow that obscured the light streaming in from the doorway. "Mother." Ilou was exceedingly anxious, the blanket that she had originally used to shield her chest slipping away. The flying stone necklace shimmered brilliantly, the emblem of the Laputa kingdom distinctly visible. Given that little Ilou harbored so many secrets, her mother, Fucote, contemplated a fitting punishment. With a mischievous grin, she reached toward Ilou's neck, prompting Ilou to close her eyes tightly, seemingly resigned to her fate of punishment. However, after a moment, feeling nothing, Ilou opened her eyes in confusion, only to find her mother, Fucote, grinning playfully. No punishment? She questioned. Ha ha ha, what are you thinking, little Ilou? How could I possibly bring myself to punish you? Fucote laughed heartily, successfully transforming Ilou's expression into one of wide-eyed wonder. The necklace continued to glimmer as Ilou carefully pointed to her chest, the flying stone still radiating light, enveloping the two in a soft blue glow. Fucote stifled her laughter, gently tapping Ilou's right cheek, and softly remarked, I have known everything for quite some time. One must be rooted to the earth, coexisting with the winds, wintering with the seeds, and singing of spring alongside the birds. We belong to the land, our homeland. While the vistas from heights are undeniably beautiful, if one becomes too enamored, they may find it impossible to return to the ground. Hippopos, have you known for a long time? Ilou's expression shifted from anxiety to confusion, her once clenched hands now relaxed. Of course, Fucote said, retracting his hands after a gentle squeeze. How could I possibly be unaware of the necklace that has been passed down through generations of the Hippopos family? Being the sole heir of the patriarch? Ilou's expression grew increasingly perplexed, unable to comprehend why Fucote had known about the necklace from the very beginning, yet chose to bestow it upon her. Little Ilou, there is no need for confusion. I am your mother. Fucote instantly discerned the questions lingering in Ilou's heart. With his left hand resting upon Ilou's shoulder and his right caressing the luminescent flying stone necklace, he began to weave a tale. It was a distant past, an era before the dawn of current civilization, which we might refer to as a precursor to civilization. The technology of this bygone age was rudimentary, resembling the lives depicted in Western fantasy literature, with constitutional monarchies, rural landscapes, and burgeoning metropolises. This civilization advanced steam technology, deploying steam-powered machines for labor. One fateful day, gods descended from the heavens. These so-called deities were, in truth, an extraterrestrial civilization wielding unknown technologies. They discovered a rare mineral on Earth known as flying stone, coveted throughout the universe. The refined flying stone became an object of desire for other civilizations. The gods, possessing the secret of extracting flying stone, transformed into a super civilization capable of traversing the cosmos at will. Upon realizing the existence of this mineral on Earth, they descended to compel humanity into submission, elevating the city-states of the land and earning the reverence of humanity as gods. Generously, they imparted the technique of flying stone extraction to the skyward city-states, establishing a select group of humans as royalty and founding the Laputa kingdom, ruled by the gods. After depleting the necessary resources of flying stone, the gods departed. Consequently, the Laputa kingdom was governed by its royal lineage, who possessed all the knowledge imparted by the gods. To enforce the subjugation of the terrestrial populace, they unleashed celestial fire and calamities upon the world. Yet, an unforeseen calamity befell them. A peculiar virus swept through the Laputa kingdom, claiming the lives of countless citizens and royals, leading to its gradual disappearance into the annals of legend. Centuries passed, and the people of the earth, in pursuit of the treasures and technologies of the skyward Laputa kingdom, fervently advanced their steam technology. At last, they reached a steampunk level of innovation, enabling them to elevate their realms into the skies without reliance on the gods. Thus commenced an era of grand voyages, as city-states set sail toward the heavens in search of the Laputa kingdom. As these airborne realms traversed the clouds, the remnants of Laputa's royal family, witnessing this audacious display, were filled with fury. They summoned the tempestuous wrath of the sky, raining down thunder to obliterate all floating city-states. The age of exploration swiftly waned, the city-states were decimated, and their technologies consumed by flames, forcing humanity back to the earth. This time, the Laputa kingdom faded entirely into myth. A great span of time passed, and 7 centuries ago, the remaining royal lineage of Laputa could no longer endure. They fled the skyward city, clutching a necklace capable of commanding the entirety of the Laputa kingdom, and returned to the terrestrial realm. Thus began the legacy of the Italian Hippopos family, who carried with them the vast wealth extracted from Laputa. Fearing the enmity of the ground dwellers, they retreated into rural obscurity. The secrets of the Laputa kingdom were passed down through generations, with the Hippopos family diligently guarding the mystery of the flying stone necklace. Centuries later, the necklace transitioned from the hands of Yechek to those of Fucote. Ilou listened quietly, memorizing every word without fail, his gaze fixed on his mother's smiling face, deepening his curiosity. So, his mother is a descendant of the royal lineage of Laputa? Indeed, that is the case. Foucault proudly lifted her chin, reveling in the revelation of her family's secret to her son, and Ilou responded with heartfelt applause. Is this the reason why grandfather possesses such wealth, enabling him to acquire all the retired military equipment in the world? So it is as I suspected. The old man's fortune has been entirely devoted to this, resulting in a depletion of the family's savings. Ilou nodded slightly, comprehending why the flying stone necklace resided with her mother and the source of her grandfather's family's wealth. Not only did her father, the Kalmuset family, harbor numerous secrets, but even her mother's Ibapo's family possessed an obscure history. Indeed. Ilou's family seemed to epitomize Vinoui's remark. I seldom use a gathering of heroes to describe a family. Mother, have you ever visited the Sky City? Ilou pondered another question, tugging at Foucault's sleeve. Foucault excitedly reminisced, of course. Your father is unaware that when the old gentleman revealed the secret of the necklace to me, I immediately recited the incantation to summon the robot. The Sky City is truly magnificent. As a beautiful maiden, it was only natural for her to yearn for the skies. Then why didn't you stay there? It's beautiful and filled with wealth, isn't it? Little Ilou, that's an excellent question. Foucault chuckled, leaping off the bed and taking Ilou's hand to guide her to the wall of the desk. Look over there, little Ilou, what do you see? Ilou followed the direction she pointed and gazed at the wall adorned with photographs, each capturing moments of joy shared by his family, birthdays, Christmas celebrations, and summer days spent at the beach. The smiles radiating from the images exuded warmth and affection. Suddenly, Ilou found himself at a standstill, as if a realization was dawning upon him. Observing his child's reaction, Foucault gently picked up a photograph and remarked, Look, dear Ilou, this is family, my beloved ones. There exists another sentiment tied to one's hometown, yet it seems indistinguishable from the love for family. As my ancestors have said, to take root in the earth, to coexist with the winds, to endure the winter with the seeds, and to celebrate spring with the birds. The city in the sky may be beautiful, but beyond its beauty, it holds nothing. It is not my hometown, and those I cherish are not found there. Is that so? Ilou pondered the photographs, and clarity washed over him. A place devoid of those he loves holds no significance, no reason to cling or remain. Foucault was indeed a person deeply attuned to emotions. And so was Ilou. Furthermore, do you recall my full name? It is Foucault Ibapos Roida Baru Uru Laputa. Little Ilou should have realized this from the outset. Perhaps he was a bit slow on the uptake. Yet, I cannot even recall my own full name. So am I truly slow? With the clouds of confusion dissipating, Ilou discovered the answers he had long sought, restoring his former self. Indeed, he was not slow. However, it seemed there remained a question that his mother had yet to address. This left Ilou perplexed once more. Had he not exhausted all his inquiries? What could possibly be left? The question was, why did I entrust the necklace to little Ilou? This, upon reflection, Ilou felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was not the biological child of his parents, merely an adopted son. Why then would he be given the family heirloom? The flightstone necklace, a precious legacy, when he was not of their blood. This contemplation ignited an internal conflict within Ilou, as he wrestled with the thought of whether he was truly worthy of inheriting such secrets as an adopted child. Yet, the answer was simple. Little Ilou is my son. And I love you. That alone suffices. Genuine affection is the ultimate weapon. Without hesitation, Foucault embraced Ilou, momentarily shattering his inner turmoil. Mother, he sighed. Iru felt a swell of emotion, teetering on the brink of tears, yet utterly powerless to express it. After all, he was not human and could not shed a single tear. The mother and child embraced for a brief moment before Foucault gently placed Iru back onto the bed, tucking him in with care and bestowing a tender kiss upon his forehead. Mother, do you have a wish? Iru suddenly inquired just as Foucault was about to depart. Foucault tilted her head in puzzlement. A wish? Yes, I will help you fulfill it. Though it was supposed to be little Iru's birthday, the focus was shifted to granting my wish, yet there indeed was one. Foucault knelt beside the bed, leaning closer to Iru's ear as she softly whispered, I hope little Iru can have a few younger siblings. Upon hearing this, Ilou felt an unusual surge of emotions, yet she nodded happily. Foucault smiled gently, inadvertently knocking a coin off the desk as she stood. The coin rattled before falling into Ilou's bag. Unaware of this incident, Foucault waved her hand at the bedroom door. Don't forget to take Mom to see it later. The snowy Christmas night was imbued with warmth, as adults and children alike received gifts that belonged solely to them. In Malucher, Alta's district, Springdale, The solitary Kira Yashikage listened to the noisy commotion from the neighboring Simpson family. Silently, he unwrapped a present adorned with a blue ribbon from beneath the Christmas tree. Upon discovering its contents, his eyes sparkled with delight as he lifted it with excitement. The gift featured a vibrant blonde girl, elegantly poised at a desk, holding a magnificent sword and dressed in a school uniform, one leg gracefully draped over the other. Indeed, this was the highly coveted figurine that Kira Yashikage had long desired, a rare limited edition. Noticing the name tag on the box, from dear friend Ilou, he mused. This child has put in great effort. I truly appreciate it. With that, he began to admire the figurine closely. Meanwhile, in the Malucher, Opister district at Cantlot High School, Yue Shua sat listlessly on the edge of her bed in a small house within the student residence area, wearing her pajamas. She glanced out at the falling snow, and then at the package gifted by her senior, eventually deciding to unwrap it. Gently, she pulled apart the golden ribbon and peeled off the outer layer of paper, revealing a crimson book alongside a thick blue tome. The crimson book bore the audacious title, How to Conquer the World with Ease and Joy, while the blue book was inscribed with Life and Magic. I've already said not to conquer the world again, Yue Shua thought, her memories of the past flooding back as she hastily shoved the crimson book into her cabinet. Breathing a sigh of relief at the sight of the blue tome, she remarked, This is acceptable. I indeed need to understand how life and magic intertwine. As she opened the book and immersed herself in its pages, a piece of paper fell out, inscribed with the words, It's me. If you still want that, essence, I will certainly assist. Senior, Yue Shua exclaimed, burying her head in her hands. Startling Applejack, Rainbow Dash, Twilight Sparkle, Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie, and Rarity, who were in the living room unwrapping gifts beneath the Christmas tree and on the sofa. Dear, did you just scream? Would you like a cupcake? Is it because you dislike the gift? Please keep it down. Do you mean to say my lightning Pegasus was rejected? Oh, that book in your hand seems quite intriguing. As the evening glow shimmered, I observed my friends, clutching tightly onto a blue book and a piece of paper, revealing a somewhat awkward smile. On this snow-laden night, Minnie and Maluch received a remarkable gift, and of course, others from distant places did as well. In a luxurious villa in America, Lavis eagerly unwrapped her present, revealing a dazzling yellow diamond ring that sparkled in her hand, igniting her excitement. Oh, how splendid! Ilou has certainly not forgotten about her sister. Father, look, how radiant! Lavis quickly adorned her finger with the ring, gleefully showcasing it to Fanny, who was slumped on the sofa. As president, albeit reluctantly thrust into the role by Morse, he was utterly exhausted after a night of relentless obligations. A gift from little Ilou? Truly exquisite. Before he could finish, Fanny tilted his head and collapsed sideways onto the sofa, startling Lavis, who hurriedly rushed over, calling for her mother. In the distance, at Hogwarts in England, all who shared a friendship with Ilou received gifts. Dumbledore was presented with a pair of woolen socks and a box of chocolates, the latter being a popular product from Ilou's uncle, Willy Wonka. Professor McGonagall received a new set of sewing needles. Snape was gifted shampoo from the Obster group. Hagrid received a biological control guide, and Professor Sprout received a small kit for cultivating and managing plants. In the Gryffindor common room, the illustrious Vinny Weasley was joyfully unwrapping gifts alongside his heroic companions and the minister's spouse. I detest sweaters, especially in this color, Ron remarked, eyeing the deep purple sweater crafted by Mrs. Weasley, already devising a plan for its disposal. This is a handmade sweater from family. The Dursleys would never gift me anything. Nearby, Harry, sitting by the fireplace, looked puzzled. In his view, gifts made by others were incredibly precious, considering he had never received anything of worth. Ron's expression morphed into one of incredulity, before he tossed the sweater to Harry, saying, Then it's yours. Thank you, exclaimed Harry, eagerly pulling the oversized garment over his head. Suddenly, Vinny burst into laughter for reasons unknown, prompting Ron and Harry to exchange looks of bewilderment. I'm not laughing at anything else but the minister's spouse's lack of appreciation for familial bonds. Gifts from friends and family should be cherished. Should the day come when your brother is no longer with us, dear minister, you shall undoubtedly regret it. How could George and Fred possibly die? They bully me all the time. I'd be the one to go first. Vinny chuckled heartily upon hearing Ron's words, then proceeded to unwrap his own gift. Moments later, a pink woolen scarf emerged, expertly knitted by his sister, Vanilla, a true masterpiece. As he gazed at the end of the scarf, where the name Big Brother was intricately woven with orange-yellow yarn, he joyfully donned it around his neck. Truly, my dear younger sister possesses remarkable skill. Do you have a sister? Did she knit this? Ron appeared genuinely astonished, entirely unaware that this peculiar individual, Jean, had a sister, and judging by the scarf's appearance, she must be quite talented. Humph, feeling envious? My little sister is gentle, meticulous, and adorable, akin to a beautiful maiden among the stars. What do you think, Madam Minister? Ron looked at Winnie, somewhat speechless. He did feel a twinge of envy. Ginny was rather lackluster, and he felt as though he were the odd one out in the family. No, even worse than that. Harry, caught between the two, was at a loss for words and could only cling tightly to the invisibility cloak in his hands. The commotion was merely temporary, as Winnie and Ron quickly resumed their brotherly bond, continuing to unwrap gifts. Wait. Winnie tugged at the corner of a gift from Ilou, and his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Harry and Ron glanced over curiously, only to witness Winnie's hands moving with lightning speed, reducing the wrapping paper to mere dust, revealing a headset adorned with blue stripes. What is this? Harry and Ron were utterly clueless about the device, while Winnie's demeanor grew increasingly resolute as he murmured, "It is destiny. I have come to understand my fate. Now, let it begin." With the bewildered gazes of the other two upon him, Winnie donned the headset, initiated the zero frame, and with a thud, collapsed onto the ground, activating his long-lost eccentric mode. Hey ha he ha. Winnie's body began to writhe like a serpent, limbs entwined, emitting steamy vapors that incited a fervent heat. While he uttered lewd remarks, Harry and Ron were left dumbfounded, stammering. What on earth is this? This is an advanced playstyle where one can gaze upon oneself and transform into the ideal form. I adore you, my senior. A Winnie danced in his cross-dressing form, his voice irresistibly alluring, even emanating pink hearts from his body. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were at a loss for where to begin with their commentary. The scene was far too eye-watering. Why on earth did Ilou send this? In the distance, Ilou, who was contemplating a phone call, felt a chill run down her spine. What is happening? There is not sensation, but surely Niwei must be enjoying the gift I sent him? The headset is perfect for immersing himself in watching anime. Just as Winnie was indulging in his eccentric antics, a sudden ring from his pocket interrupted him. Harry stepped forward to remind him, and only then did Winnie, blushing, remove the headset. Moshi Moshi? What is all this commotion? Niwei, do you have time? A familiar voice from the other end, laced with urgency, made Winnie feel a bit puzzled. It was nearly 1 o'clock. Shouldn't he be asleep at this hour? However, he responded, of course, I have forged a pact with the vile chaos of this world, transcending humanity to attain endless time. That's splendid. Now do keep me company. In an instant, Vinaway's eyes transformed into mere dots, but before he could utter a word, he vanished from his spot, leaving Harry and Ron, who were eavesdropping nearby, utterly bewildered. Without so much as a blink, Vinaway found himself in a bustling fantasy town, where he dazedly set down his headset, gazing at the surrounding architecture, the towering trees, and the castles against the starry sky, realizing he was in the royal district of the Sky City. In a CAF before him, Iru was savoring a cup of pineapple juice, her hands trembling slightly, betraying her unease, and upon seeing Vinaway, she hurriedly waved with delight. Goman, what brings you here? The wooden door of the CF jingled as Vinaway pulled up a chair opposite Iru, a lovely maid robot beside him offering a glass of orange juice. I hope you do not hold it against me for wishing for a friend to accompany me. Let us begin the explanation from earlier. The great Vinaway forgives your transgressions. I am eager to hear the details. Time rewinds to the earlier moment in Iru's bedroom at the Obster Manor, where Foucault had just closed the door behind her. Feigning sleep, Iru sensed Foucault's departure and abruptly opened her eyes, sitting upright, her thoughts in utter disarray. Sleep was an impossibility. With the Titan crisis looming ahead and the threat of exposure trailing behind, Iru had completely lost any inclination to rest. Moreover, her slumber was not true sleep. Due to her race, she merely closed her eyes and endured hours in darkness, all the while her consciousness remained fully alert. Initially, Iru had entertained the notion of idly passing these hours, but now that desire had evaporated, the events that had just transpired had utterly shattered her interest in sleep. It was simply impossible to slumber. Iru sat at the edge of his bed, his thoughts in disarray as he pondered how to spend this Christmas Eve. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Why not engage in research? The technology of Laputa had not seen any significant breakthroughs for 3 months, particularly concerning the mass production plan of the 729th generation Laputa mech soldiers and their armor. The super metal required for this endeavor could not be produced on a large scale due to material constraints and excessive heat. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to exert himself further. With this determination, Ilou felt an invigorating surge of energy. He placed a lifelike robot on his bed, and in an instant, he was transported from his bedroom to the celestial city of the Holy Domain. However, just as he was about to make his way to the castle, Ilou hesitated. Momentarily frozen in thought, Ilou felt a twinge of loneliness, yet as if by fate, he thought of his dear friend, the reincarnator, Vinaway. Without a moment's hesitation, Ilou promptly dialed the phone. Vinaway, do you have a moment? Upon receiving the desired response, Ilou was nearly overcome with joy. Hastily teleporting to a CAF in the royal city, feigning the appearance of having waited long. Upon seeing Vinaway, he clumsily masked his elation. Is this your intention? To have the great me accompany you in scientific endeavors? Well, should you choose to decline, that is also an option. Vinaway regarded Ilou with a scrutinizing gaze. His orange-yellow eyes now remarkably serious, fully exerting themselves to pierce through the facade of the elf. Ilou also took notice, and to be candid, he harbored considerable apprehension regarding Vinaway's potential refusal of his request. In terms of emotional depth, Ilou found himself lacking in comparison to Vinaway. Although he had lived for 27 years in his previous life, the experiences he accumulated appeared substantial but were, in truth, quite meager. His existence was akin to that of a mere shadow. Vinaway, on the other hand, had only graced the world for 16 years. Yet he had succeeded in overturning the very fabric of reality, rendering his life experiences and insights far beyond Ilou's comprehension. Had Ilou not been a silver-gold elf, he would have likely been seen by Vinaway as nothing more than a transparent plastic bag filled with water. The two now found themselves in a role reversal, one calmly savoring pineapple juice while the other scrutinized intently, much like the moment when they first encountered one another. Upon hearing the firm rejection, Ilou's gaze darkened and his hand trembled ever so slightly, while Vinaway, with a mischievous grin, continued to assert, no. The light in Ilou's eyes instantly rekindled, and the silver tuft atop her head now made a valiant effort to rise. Were it not for the binding magic, it would have undoubtedly taken its true form. My dearest friend, the heart that embraces darkness is truly one I cannot refuse. I shall reluctantly accompany you for this night. Splendid, Niwei. Ilou rose to her feet, exulting with a jubilant cheer. With a single command, the city of the sky ascended, breaking through the atmosphere and soaring into the vast expanse of outer space. Vinaway gazed out at the shifting panorama of the sky, feeling momentarily dazed. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Would they suffocate? No, the city of the sky possesses a self-sustaining ecosystem. Although I do not require oxygen, the flora and fauna within still depend on it. A wave of relief washed over him. Vinaway, feeling unburdened, raised the glass of orange juice before him and drank deeply, finishing it in no time. Yet, when he sought a second glass, he was astonished to find that the cup had miraculously replenished itself. Ilou discerned his confusion and offered an explanation. The micro-reconstruction technology, do you recall? It truly embodies the fusion of science and sheer tenacity, a marvel of our lifetime. Vinaway shook his cup and continued to drink, reassured by the notion that natural health would not lead to demise, and even if he were to perish, Ilou could bring him back. The Sky City ascended with remarkable speed, swiftly breaking free from Earth's atmosphere and entering the realm of space. Vinaway gazed at the scenery outside, mesmerized. This was only his second venture into the cosmos. During his first journey, he had been tasked by his supporters and had scarcely the chance to appreciate the view. The stars shimmered brilliantly, and the celestial river streaking across the sky was breathtaking. Such beauty could never be captured by an ordinary camera, evoking a profound sense of one's own insignificance, as if a lifetime would not suffice to behold all that one yearns for. Every layer of the Sky City illuminated, advancing into the dark yet radiant expanse of space. It was truly magnificent. Where are we headed? Vinaway inquired while gazing at the starry sky. Ilou pointed toward a twinkling star in the universe and introduced, one of the nations of Laputa, Orochi, located at the edge of the Perseus arm of the Milky Way. Wait. The edge of the Perseus arm of the Milky Way. The Elven Prince. Even if I were to weather the sands of time, I could never reach such a place. While Vinaway noted the grandeur of one of the nations, he could not help but feel despondent at the thought of a distance measured in light years. Ilou waved her hand to ease his tension. Isn't there a concept of warp in science fiction? Laputa possesses it as well. Otherwise, how could I have encompassed the entire galaxy within my domain? Upon hearing this, Vinaway realized the truth. It was all too easy to forget that he was merely masquerading as a character from a trivial Harry Potter narrative. This realization was not surprising. He took a sip of tea. Anyway, if you feel faint, remember to hold onto the robot beside you. Faint. That's inconceivable. I've traveled to space twice. Ilou spoke to Vinaway, and with that, he felt at ease. He began to tap rhythmically against the glass window beside him, and in an instant, the melodious voice of Hatsune Miku resonated throughout the Sky City. Do not be concerned. Please proceed with your actions. The capital will commence its leap. The next destination is Olocus. As the electronic announcement concluded, the surroundings of the Sky City rapidly receded. Vinaway gazed out at the scenery, feeling slightly dizzy, and quickly took a sip of the orange juice in his hand. By the way, Prince of Elves, do you not possess teleportation magic? Why not employ it? Ilou suggested playfully. It would be a delightful experience, wouldn't it? Your elves are quite remarkable, he added. Everything was swiftly vanishing, transforming into fleeting shadows. Though the Sky City was not small, comparable in size to Mount Fuji, it still appeared diminutive amidst the vast environment. The duration of the leap was brief. Vinaway silently counted approximately 20 seconds in his mind. Suddenly, the surroundings returned to normal, devoid of any sound, not even a whisper. The Sky City was illuminated by a colossal source of light, causing Vinaway to squint, his jaw dropping in astonishment. In his line of sight, a golden-hued spherical body floated in space, its surface intricately adorned with elaborate runes, from which radiant light emanated. Four enormous rings enveloped it, revolving with grace. Surrounding this gigantic construct were various space stations, orbiting in a synchronized dance. This is Olocus. What do you think? Is it not splendid? Ilou inquired. It is somewhat beautiful. But what is that luminous structure? Vinaway pointed at the glowing edifice. Ilou turned to observe and explained, a failed experiment, infinite energy V3. It appears quite lovely. And dismantling it would be a waste, so it remains here as a spectacle. What experiment? You created this? Vinaway asked incredulously. A research endeavor concerning infinite energy. Ilou replied calmly, sipping her pineapple juice. She then traced her hand across the CAF's glass window, transforming it into a screen displaying a plethora of dazzling and overwhelming information. Just a fleeting glance at the information caused Vinaway's head to throb, prompting him to hastily shield his eyes. Vinaway, you do realize that Laputa exists solely due to the levitation stones, correct? But what if one day I were to lose the levitation stones? Oh, one blow. Indeed. Ilou gracefully glided over the seemingly indecipherable runes, and a projection materialized upon the dining table of the two, revealing the gigantic structure outside the window. Thus, I embarked on an exhaustive study of boundless energy, aspiring to diminish our reliance on the levitating stones. However, as you can see, the outcome was a monumental failure. That colossal edifice outside is a remnant of the experiment. It has transformed into a veritable artificial sun, radiating light incessantly with an extraordinarily prolonged lifespan. Do not be deceived by its current beauty. It nearly detonated in its inception. Vinaway nodded in a somewhat bewildered manner, feeling as though he were a primitive man at that moment. Ilou continued, the scene back then was nothing short of magnificent. Had I not managed it adeptly, the entire universe would have witnessed a breathtaking pyrotechnic display. I captured all reflections of the boundless energy V3 and its own emitted brilliance, along with those elusive rays, using extensive magical spells, thereby concealing the grandeur of the eruption. Thus, no civilization in the cosmos noticed what transpired here. After absorbing Ilou's words, Vinaway was utterly astounded. He had never fathomed such a method of handling the situation. Affecting a facade of calm, he took a sip of tea and remarked, magic is indeed remarkably effective. Indeed, it is quite potent. Since that experimental failure, I have conducted dozens of experiments with entirely different parameters and designs, all resulting in dismal failures. Left with no other option, I repurposed them all into cities. You truly possess a commendable disposition, Vinaway responded with a peculiar smile, sensing that both he and Ilou were traversers. Yet their fates diverged vastly. One was equipped with a system, while the other, though lacking such a structure, wielded various enhancements and an array of otherworldly relatives. The elven prince seems to indulge in an extravagant lifestyle. Could this perhaps be the retribution for overturning the world? As Vinaway continued his musings, Ilou had already begun to hum a melody, directing the Sky City into orbit. They arrived at the largest space station in Okairos, where an exceptionally prominent circular base awaited, evidently reserved for the Sky City. Under the joint operation of the artificial intelligence Det and Hatsune Miku, the Sky City was flawlessly nestled into the circular base. With not a hint of error, IRU expressed her gratitude to the nearby female robotic maid and then seized Winnie's hand, racing out of the CAF and onto the streets of the royal city. Despite the presence of a colossal light source, the Sky City retained its daytime visage with clouds, rainbows, and other natural sky phenomena, creating an ambience indistinguishable from that of Earth. As Winnie strolled through the streets, he marveled at how remarkably it resembled the royal city of a fantasy world, where the thoroughfares were populated predominantly by elongated robots akin to those from Laputa. With only a handful of female robots in sight, suddenly, Winnie's eyes sparkled with excitement as he noticed the existence of an Adventurer South guild on the street. He cursed under his breath, lamenting his lack of magical prowess. Yet, he had not yet undergone any assessments. Perhaps there was a glimmer of potential within him. A possibility that he might be someone extraordinary? The mere thought of this brought forth a twisted and maniacal grin upon his face. Ilou led the way ahead, seemingly indifferent to the performance of her friend. Perhaps this was a manifestation of preferential treatment, bias and tolerance intertwined. Very well, for now, let us proceed to the sanctum layer. As for other places you wish to see, we can visit them later. As the two walked, they arrived at a circular platform beneath a colossal city wall. Upon stepping onto the platform, they paused momentarily, and it began to ascend swiftly. Niue, this is for you. Ilou retrieved a metallic card, shimmering in gold and silver hues, from her satchel and handed it to Vinaway. It serves as the prince's identification for the kingdom of Laputa. With this, you can access nearly every corner of the kingdom, and the robots will heed some of your commands. Ah, a new enhancement has arrived, Vinaway exclaimed, taking the metallic card and tasting it for its flavor. Only to reconsider the impracticality of such an act. Losing it would spell disaster. Rest assured, simply envision it, and it will transform into the corresponding shape. Upon hearing this, Vinaway grasped the card tightly in his hand, meditating on it. When he opened his hand once more, the card had morphed into a splendid soup spoon. He waved it a couple of times, finding it inferior to his divine spoon, and subsequently returned the card to the system space, as they admired the surrounding scenery. After a while, the platform came to a halt at the sanctum layer. The two stepped off, arriving at the grand entrance of the castle. As before, two towering robots stood guard on either side of the door. Ilou waved her hand, and two robots automatically pushed open the grand doors of the castle. Once again, the vast corridor greeted their eyes, flanked by a myriad of plants and trees. Vinaway and Ilou entered together, and soon they arrived at the grassy area beside the colossal tree in the heart of the castle. Above them, a massive crystalline flying stone was connected by an intricate web of lines, while below lay a white circular platform accompanied by a ring-shaped table, surrounded by an assortment of disordered furniture. Have you not tidied up yet? I can hardly find my footing, she remarked. Haha, let it be this way. After so many years, I've grown accustomed to it. Oh, Elven Prince, do not tell me your bedroom is in a similar state. Ilou awkwardly scratched his head, guiding Vinaway through numerous obstacles to a floating chair by the circular table. The display on the table read, 2824th new material basic model? Failure. Is this the research you are engaged in? Vinaway turned in his chair to glance at it, indicating his complete bewilderment. Ilou, leisurely scrolling the keyboard, explained, to mass-produce the 729th generation Laputa mech warrior, the flight stone must output energy at a high capacity. The heat generated during this output can damage even supermetals. So I intend to create a new material. Is the solution to a problem merely to recreate another one? I am profoundly astonished. Vinaway's expression reflected confusion. He could not comprehend why one would need to fabricate a more challenging issue to resolve an existing difficulty. Isn't this merely digging one's own grave? This approach would provide a permanent solution. As long as the new material can successfully withstand such extreme heat, I can confidently utilize energy in the future. The various plans in the preparatory files can then be put into practice. Monolithic landscapes are trivial matters. Your Majesty, such wonders could lead to ruin. Vinaway began to grasp a fragment of understanding. A permanent solution, much like his own approach, would be to overturn the world to prevent it from becoming shrouded in darkness again. Thus, there would be no more evil in the world. Cammy, the plan is successful. Vinaway unleashed a resounding, Hall of Fame-worthy laugh, achieving remarkable effect. Oh, that's entirely different. Ilou was at a loss for where to start his reproach. While Vinaway's approach might be a permanent fix, it was utterly dissimilar to his own. I see. I can tell you didn't understand at all. Vinaway continued to spin in his chair, while Ilou incessantly elaborated. After a while, Ilou finally arrived at a crucial point. On the circular table was a special blue button adorned with peculiar mechanical patterns. With a gentle press, the white circular platform in the center of the table swiftly descended. Vinaway, I present to you the prototype of the 729th generation Laputa Mech Warrior Zero. As his words fell, the platform ascended once more, revealing a rectangular white metallic bed, upon which lay a beautiful girl, surrounded by several floating devices conducting scans. She is rather beautiful. Wait a moment. Vinaway glanced over, initially impressed by Ilou's aesthetic taste. Feeling an unsettling familiarity, then suddenly realized something was amiss. He leaped from his chair and rushed to the platform. By the mech armor, you actually created this. Vinaway gazed at the beautiful girl on the metallic table, astonished yet overwhelmingly delighted, for he recognized her. She resembled a certain race from a particular work. Identical in every way. With cascading hair of a deep purple hue, seemingly adorned with iridescent glimmers, the figure possessed a form reminiscent of humanity, complete with facial features and limbs. From the lower part of the body extended two soft, tubular appendages of blue, while high-tech mechanical wings graced the back. Notably, the head lacked ears, instead featuring two triangular mechanical structures, from which metallic tendrils stretched toward the cheeks. The sides of the head bore intricate patterns akin to a disc-shaped mechanism, with a flat blue halo suspended above. There were no discernible biological gender characteristics. The chest and lower body were strikingly flat, yet curiously, the abdomen bore a navel. Most of the body was enveloped in a white bionic material, while the joints exhibited mechanical architecture. Positioned slightly above the chest was a diminutive rhomboid device, encased in a transparent shell that enclosed a blue crystalline structure, likely akin to the massive flying stone atop the head. The enchanting maiden lay motionless on the metallic table, appearing to be in a deep slumber, with only the scanning sounds of the surrounding hovering instruments breaking the silence. "Prince of Elves, you are truly a genius," exclaimed Vinaway, his eyes sparkling as he circled the metallic table. Unable to resist temptation, he reached out to caress the robotic form, feeling that this moment was worth a lifetime. "Ah, thank you for the compliment. This is the new model of robot that will replace the current Laputa machines. My magnum opus." However, Vinaway suddenly halted. Casting a piercing gaze at Ilou, and solemnly inquired, "Pray, answer truthfully. Have you ever encountered the concept of no game, no life?" "Ah?" Ilou appeared bewildered by Vinaway's question, pondering for a moment before softly asking, "What is this no game, no life?" "Welcome to the extraordinary adventure of the original elf's confident youth." Upon hearing this retort, Vinaway felt as though struck by lightning, his mind nearly fracturing under the weight of confusion. After a moment of stunned silence, he collapsed to the ground like a shattered marble statue of ancient Greece. From an unknown source, a voice echoed, "Snowflakes flutter, the north wind howls. The world lies in a vast haze anyway." Illa hurriedly rushed over to Winnie, anxiously employing magic to check for any negative effects, only to discover that he bore none. This left Ilou even more perplexed. "I wish for tranquility," he murmured. "Who is tranquility? He is past. Do not dwell on him." Winnie seemed to abandon all thought, succumbing to an extended silence, unresponsive to Ilou's persistent calls. Desperate, Illa resolved to forcefully interrupt this state. "Awaken," she declared resolutely, striking Winnie sharply across his right cheek, leaving a significant crimson mark. The intense pain jolted Winnie awake, his eyes fluttering open, yet they appeared hauntingly vacant. "Winnie, you have returned to us." "Ah, Prince of Elves. I may need to alter your title to the primitive elf. What on earth are you saying? I do not comprehend a word." With Ilou's support, Winnie leaned against the circular table, observing her continued bewilderment. He sighed and began to elucidate the earlier events. "Are you suggesting that I, without any guidance, created the mechanism seed from the game of life? Is this truly the case? Such an extraordinary coincidence. Furthermore, the capabilities of that mechanism seed mirror precisely those of the design I conceived. Analysis, offense, and appearance, simply astonishing." Iru's mouth fell slightly agape in astonishment, completely unprepared for the realization that he had inadvertently conjured an element from a virtual creation of which he had no prior knowledge. What a genius he must be. "I knew it. After all, I am a genius sprite. It seems you have yet to grasp the situation." Vinaway watched Iru, who inexplicably wore a joyful expression, and found himself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he was ultimately delighted, for he understood that this world now harbored yet another intriguing element. Who on earth scribbled such nonsense? "Very well, let us continue." Iru shook off his elation, cleared his throat, and resumed his seat. Vinaway gazed longingly at the mech on the metallic table, choosing instead to stand beside it. "Allow me to inquire, dear Prince of Fairies, is this the only model of your mech? Are there no distinguishing functionalities among the various types?" "Certainly not. That would be excessively cumbersome. All mechs are versatile. With the aid of micro-reconstruction and reorganization, each mech possesses any functionality I have designed, including the ability to replicate the skills of others, with updates available thereafter. The ability to replicate is simply extraordinary. Is such a feat truly achievable through technology? It is magic, known as simulated reenactment, completeness. As long as this spell is forged into each mech with the updates, it can be accomplished. Vinaway sighed, yearning for such brilliant intellect and execution capabilities. Not to mention such an astonishing enhancement. Unless he could accomplish something impressive, his own enhancement system seemed increasingly inadequate. Meanwhile, IRU had embarked on a fervent endeavor from his chair, lips pursed, his hands dancing across the virtual keyboard at a speed unfathomable to carbon-based beings. Even a single glance could strain the eyes. Attempt 2942 for a new foundational model of matter? Failure. Attempt 3189 for a new foundational model of matter? Failure. Attempt 3797 for a new foundational model of matter? Failure. Attempt 4? Failure in scientific research is, for most, a tedious and irksome endeavor, with the exception of Ilou. Observing her work ethic, Vinaway discovers that Ilou possesses an innate workaholic trait. The quest to create new substances continues, with the number of failures soaring into the 5 figures, leaving Vinaway exceedingly bored. Yet, there were moments of relief, such as when the artificial intelligence, Hatsune Miku, took on the role of a psychological counselor, engaging Vinaway in conversation. However, her somewhat vacant demeanor did not amuse the illustrious Vinaway, who refrained from entertaining the simple-minded. Naturally, this workaholic suggested another means of diversion, the data universe, a realm where Vinaway could explore virtual creations and engage in intellectual duels with the civilizations residing on the data planets. After a brief foray into this virtual realm, Vinaway concluded that it was exceedingly dull. The virtual creations, derived from real-world data, bore insignificant flaws that Vinaway could not tolerate. The invincible mode in the custom universe proved too monotonous for his taste, and the civilizations within the data universe were too fragile to withstand any challenge, which he found unacceptable. After some time, the bored Vinaway lay on the ground, twisted and crawling in despair. While the metallic device on the table failed to pique his interest, for that lifeless hunk of metal could offer no wondrous feedback. Vinaway, if you're bored. How about a chat? Ilou inquired, still focused on her perpetual tasks. A chat? The maturity of adults is indeed different, but very well. Vinaway ceased his contortions, propping himself up to regard the multitasking Ilou. Dear princess of the elves, how did you spend your Christmas? It went quite well. Many uncles, aunts, and sisters attended. Although there was a slight mishap during the evening lecture, it added to the entertainment, so overall, it was quite delightful. With a light and airy voice, Ilou engaged in conversation with Vinivi, recounting all the events of this year's Christmas. Perhaps the enchanting language of the silver gold elves possessed a unique charm. For Vinivi found himself utterly captivated, devoid of any boredom. Yet, he sensed that the Christmas festivities were rather subdued. Was this truly the grand celebration in Millishare? Vinivi felt that this Christmas lacked grandeur, consisting merely of a mayor's speech and the revelry at Golden Square, insufficient and unimpressive compared to the vibrant celebrations in other nations. In Millishare, Christmas was not regarded as a major festival, merely a modest observance. Not a major festival? What else do you have? Vinivi inquired. Ilou paused momentarily while typing before continuing. The Festival of All Nations, the All Nations Games, the anniversary of Millishare's founding, and the birth of Obster. These are the true grand festivities, celebrated with fervor in Millishare, and some even garner global participation. Oh, the Festival of All Nations was hosted by Obster over 2 centuries ago, where all nations that have benefited from Obster gather to celebrate, engaging in cultural and economic exchanges, with numerous goods available for sale. The All Nations Games, also organized by Obster, is derived from his family's ancient texts, lasting a month. It could be seen as a modern continuation of the ancient Greek Olympics, with the entire world participating in jubilant celebration. Ilou continued. The founding celebration and Obster's birthday are self-explanatory, I presume? The festival occurs every 3 years, the games every 4 years, while the founding and birthday celebrations take place annually. Exciting news awaits us. In 3 years, 1994, the festival, the games, the founding, and the birthday will all coincide in the summer. It will surely be a lively occasion. Vinivi mused on the vibrant tapestry of the world. He unearthed a box of orange juice and began to drink heartily, feeling the timing was fortuitous. 1994 needed no elaboration. for it heralded the fierce competition of the four strong, coupled with the four festivals to be celebrated in Milishare that year. Venivi could scarcely fathom the exuberance that awaited, envisioning fresh narratives flowing like a river. What a delightful prospect. He hoped that time would hasten its pace, wishing for no unforeseen interruptions along the way. As Venivi and Ilou conversed more deeply, discussing the Kalmuset family's realm, the titans of the world. In tales of uncles and aunts, he eventually found himself devoid of words, the magnificent world of evil once again sinking into a dreary stillness. How lamentable. Seeing his despondent demeanor, Ilou, unable to bear his plight, paused her actions and said, "I apologize. I thought you could withstand the tedium as I do. Why not explore the Sky City? Really? Indeed, you possess the access rights, and most places are open to you." Ilou nodded, contemplating, her fingers hovering over the keyboard, before adding with a hint of concern, "Venivi, remember not to exit the space station, or you may be instantly vaporized by the light and heat emitted from the endless energy V3. As soon as Ilou finished speaking, she observed Venivi rejuvenate with an immediate surge of vigor. All right, I won't court danger like my parents. You need not worry, Prince of Elves. Still, exercise caution. Don't be as verbose as the elders." With a swift turn of his head and a sudden movement of his legs, Venivi dashed out of the castle with an unprecedented speed. Ilou, still seated in her chair of freedom, felt a twinge of concern, prompting her to instruct Hatsune Miku to conduct remote surveillance. "Miku, please keep a close watch on him, will you?" "At your command, Your Majesty." Ilou nodded, watching the green-haired girl with twin ponytails disappear, before continuing her collaborative work with Det on the calibration of the theoretical model for new material foundations. Meanwhile, Venivi was eager to embark on his own nocturnal adventure in the Sky City. The remnants beyond the sky emitted a radiant glow as he hummed a tune, striding with an air of indifference toward another castle within the sacred realm. A mischievous grin crept across his face. Indeed, he sought to unearth the secrets of the Elven Prince, avenging the betrayal of the thousands of study materials on his phone. "Let us start here." With a resounding creak, he pushed open the massive wooden door, revealing a scene reminiscent of the main castle, filled with an abundance of greenery, leaving only a long corridor. Venivi's expression darkened. What inspired the Elven Prince's fervent love for plants? "Foucault, plants are paramount. No rebuttals accepted." Shaking his head, Venivi resolutely stepped inside, convinced that beyond the greenery lay a trove of more verdant delights. Standing at the corridor's end, he gazed at the plethora of beautiful plants before him, his brows twitching in disbelief. Whose orchard simultaneously bore pears, stone fruits, aggregate fruits, akene fruits, citrus fruits, melons, and berries? Was he in the presence of a sage? Despite his thwarted ambitions, Venivi approached the fruit tree and plucked several fruits to sample. To his surprise, they were quite delectable. Crunching away, he stuffed his cheeks with an abundance of fruit, his face swelling as he exited the small castle. Back on the marble-paved road, Venivi surveyed the surrounding architecture, contemplating his next destination. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and pointed decisively toward a quintessential Western fantasy castle to his left. "This shall be it. Onward." With arms outstretched, Venivi dashed forward, using his head to force open the grand entrance. The scene within starkly contrasted with the exterior. It was a laboratory brimming with technological flair. Glass vials bubbled ominously, various hoses and tubes snaked across the floor, ceiling, and walls. Countless petri dishes and transparent jars contained some unnerving flora and fauna, while others, though still somewhat visible, were far from pleasant, all exhibiting slight movements. Indeed, the Elven Prince possessed a workaholic disposition, having established such a multitude of laboratories. Even at the tender age of 11 and standing approximately 140 centimeters tall, Venivi had to continually bend his body to avoid the peculiar equipment. After navigating a challenging gauntlet of avoidances, he finally reached a work desk at the center of the room and settled into a chair. Suspended above were 5 large screens, adorned with colorful sticky notes, surrounded by a plethora of papers and documents. On the desk lay a remarkably attractive 2-dimensional keyboard. Venivi casually picked up a document to peruse. Kong, Physiological Cognition Reversal Experiment, Malicious. The experiment on the thousandfold traits bears an element of the bizarre. The clinical trial of the gender transformation potion piques one's curiosity. The imperfect, all-plant cultivated fruit tree. Venivi perused the materials indiscriminately, finding no interest in anything apart from the softening agent. Resolute to experiment, he resumed his examination of the documents. On rack 47, a glass triangular flask, adorned with a warning label, contained a viscous liquid that transitioned from pink to grayish-white, emitting a faintly fishy odor. Adjusting his chair, Vinaway approached the shelf brimming with potions. Meticulously searching for the designated one, he successfully located the potion by its rack number. The label appeared somewhat aged, as though a new one had been affixed over an old one. Gender Transformation Potion LV49. 1E, Original State of Ingredients. Prohibited for use. He read aloud. A thrill coursed through him. Finally, the elven prince had procured something of interest. Vinaway set down the documents, seized the potion, and, with a slight twist of his lips, uncorked the bottle. Peering at the peculiar liquid, he inhaled its indescribable aroma. Even his orange-red tuft seemed to droop. Holding his nose, he pondered whether to consume it. It was imperative to proceed. Regardless of failure or success, the ultimate pleasure would be his own. With a resolute heart, he poured the entire contents into his mouth. The indescribable taste and scent of the pink and grayish-white liquid overwhelmed his palate, binding his lips and teeth with its viscous, stringy texture. As he swirled it around, the urge to vomit surged within him, becoming increasingly hard to suppress. Ugh, how nauseating. I feel like I want to vomit. Vinaway clutched the empty flask tightly. Raising it with both hands, his head slightly bowed as he summoned the great willpower that could overturn worlds to suppress his body's turmoil. After only a couple of swirls, his tongue could endure no more. He stifled the urge to retch and, with great effort, swallowed the liquid, yet his teeth and mouth remained coated. What a sensation! It felt as though I had been scoured by a strong alkali. My mouth was rudely pried open and filled with a root vegetable. Exhilarating. Vinaway's tuft danced, and stars sparkled in his eyes, seemingly reveling in this forced, peculiar sensation, truly a perverse delight. He stood in place, holding the flask, anticipating a transformation within his body. Yet after several minutes, nothing transpired. Is this it? I merely experienced a thrill. Vinaway scoffed as he lifted the flask, only to notice the label bore a strange expression. Inquisitively, he tore it open, revealing the information beneath the old label. This liquid is a byproduct of the Titan Makini's special behavior, characterized by a viscous texture, with a pink and grayish-white gradient and an unpleasant odor. Studies indicate a certain probability that it can induce sexual transformation in mammals from the genetic level, possessing some value for biological research. Usage is strictly prohibited. So that's it. Vinaway stood frozen, his body gradually stiffening. Although the label did not explicitly state it, he had come to a realization of what he had just ingested. Surely, it must be gold. He let out a desperate cry. His nose tinged with emotion, his eyes reddening, and he wept loudly, simultaneously dialing Ilou's number. Prince of Elves. I have consumed a level 49. 1E transformation potion's raw material. Woe is me. I cannot go on. Meanwhile, in the Grand Castle, Ilou was engrossed in research when his phone flew from his bag to his ear. Listening to Vinaway's lamentations, he multitasked and replied, that is merely a byproduct of the Titan Makini's peculiar behavior. This Titan dances periodically, which I have termed as special behavior. At such times, a sprinkling of starlight appears around, and gathering it transforms into this liquid, which has a chance of inducing biological transformation. However, there is a time limit. It likely expired around 2 years ago. No matter, you've consumed it now. Vinaway, why are you crying? Upon hearing this, Vinaway abruptly ceased his weeping. Realizing he had misinterpreted the situation, it was not his fault. The misleading label from the Prince of Elves had caused his confusion. So it was merely a matter of self-induced fright? Now at ease, he decided to hang up. Lightly, Vinaway disconnected the call, while Ilou remained perplexed, utterly bewildered by Vinaway's oscillation between tears and laughter. Having concluded his whimsical ordeal of self-fright, Vinaway carefully set down the beaker, letting out a satisfied burp, before departing the laboratory's small castle to continue his adventures in the sky. He hummed a cheerful tune, exploring the dozens of small castles surrounding the main fortress. Despite having stayed up late, fatigue eluded him entirely. In the royal garden of the sanctum level, Vinaway reclined on a marble bench, sighing deeply. Although he had traversed the surface of the sanctum level, he had yet to uncover any secrets that could provoke Ilou's alarm. His path to revenge was fraught with challenges and obstacles. He could not fathom that the Prince of Elves was so flawless. The fleeting madness he had witnessed still lingered vividly in his mind. And surely there must be undiscovered truths lurking in concealment. Vinaway's gaze swept continuously across the garden, his piercing scrutiny assessing the towering trees and vibrant flower beds. At last, he stumbled upon an unusual stone slab nestled in the grass. He rushed towards it, only to discover that it was a gravestone. Surrounded by various flowers imbued with special significance, in memory of my great-grandmother, Lube, the most wonderful person in the world, I shall love you forever. Can you hear the music? Though I still cannot compose, alas. The great-grandmother of the Prince of Elves? Oh, the European funeral customs baffle me. To place a gravestone in the garden? Nevertheless, I shall pay my respects, for this individual held great importance to the Prince of Elves. After a moment of contemplation, Winnie retrieved several frangipani flowers from the system space and placed them atop the gravestone, lacking the knowledge of proper rituals. He clasped his hands together and bowed at a 90-degree angle. Despite his earnest effort, the gesture appeared somewhat peculiar. Once the homage was paid, he approached the nearby pond. Its crystal-clear depths concealing a myriad of structures below. It was evident that there were indeed splendid locales beneath the surface, and he felt an irresistible urge to explore. How might he bring about the world's downfall? Winnie stroked his chin thoughtfully, his tuft of hair bobbing as he pondered how to reach the submerged realms. Pacing back and forth, suddenly his foot slipped on the damp grass, and he lost his balance, plunging into the water with a resounding splash. Under the surface, Winnie struggled to swim upwards, yet for reasons unknown, he continued to sink, his previous swimming skills seemingly rendered useless. Is this the end? He repeatedly mused within his mind. If he were to perish in such a manner, it would be utterly frustrating, an illustrious harbinger of chaos drowning in the garden of a friend, no less. In his frantic struggle, he inadvertently inhaled, the pond's water rushing into his nasal passages and lungs. Strangely, he did not experience suffocation. Instead, a refreshing chill coursed through his body. Could this water be breathable? In his past life, he had indeed researched the concept of aquatic respiration, noting that many scientists were engaged in such studies. While some had succeeded, the experience of inhaling such a liquid was excruciating, fraught with the risk of infection and potential death. Winnie was genuinely astonished. He had never anticipated that IRU had developed a method for breathing underwater, much less that it would be implemented in the pond. Inhaling felt remarkably similar to breathing air. Wait, could the water in the other layers also possess this quality? That would be utterly delightful. With reckless abandon, Winnie breathed in deeply, bubbles escaping from his nose and mouth. His vibrant orange hair flowed gracefully as he glanced up at the illuminated surface above him and swam toward the bottom of the pond. With a splash, Winnie emerged from the water, coughing as he reached the underground realm. Just as he had imagined, a vast expanse awaited him, though the sensation of breathing was pleasant. The transition back to air remained uncomfortable. Once he expunged the liquid from his lungs, he stood tall, surveying his surroundings. Indeed, it was a quintessentially fantastical setting, a network of corridors adorned with crimson carpets and walls crafted from white stone, embellished with luminous crystals. Clad in a spare outfit from the system space, Winnie traversed the corridors until he arrived at a massive, dark brown wooden door. A sign on the adjacent wall read, "The King's Collection Room." At last, would he be able to uncover the secrets of the Elven Prince? Winnie unhesitatingly pushed open the grand door, unaware that the prince's identification within the system space had flickered momentarily, alerting Ilou, who was engrossed in work far away in the main castle. The interior of the room was vast, with countless square and circular columns supporting a ceiling adorned with intricate paintings. The floor was entirely covered with a rich red carpet, and at intervals, crystal display cabinets showcased exquisite treasures. Curiously, Winnie approached one of the cabinets, which housed a magnificent and colossal square aquamarine, far larger than the obelisk he had encountered during his travels to America, seemingly of even superior quality. Was it crafted by technology or forged by nature? He glanced at the metallic nameplate beneath the display, Bigness, December 5th, 1997. Discovered by the wonderfully charming me, a miracle of nature. What a priceless treasure. Winnie began to examine each item, discovering that every piece in the collection was extraordinarily delightful. Any one of them could secure a lifetime of comfort. How immensely wealthy could a prince of the elves be? Just as Winnie, filled with excitement, momentarily forgot his purpose for visiting the exhibition room. A hovering projection gradually took form. It was Ilou, seated in an ethereal manner, his gaze curiously fixed, while he rhythmically tapped his feet in the void. Beside him floated a sinuous line that danced in the air, while Hatsune Miku stood respectfully nearby, her expression as impassive as ever. It appeared that the void projection merely displayed Ilou without projecting the surrounding items. Winnie, what brings you here? Startled by the sudden voice, Winnie jumped, but upon recognizing Ilou, he exhaled in relief and replied, "I came from the pool beside the garden. There must be a secret here." "Very well, Explore as you wish. This place holds my cherished collectibles. Just remember not to touch anything indiscriminately." Although Ilou was answering, her eyes and hands continued their motions without any alteration. Vinaway, observing Ilou's projection resembling a void, almost lost his composure. "Pray tell, could you elucidate what this is?" Vinaway pointed towards a colossal display case containing a massive, dark purple, shimmering object that resembled a scale, albeit an extraordinary one, stretching 100 meters in length. The case bore no metallic plaque to provide any introduction, leaving Vinaway utterly perplexed. "This." Ilou temporarily ceased her movements, directing her gaze towards the immense artifact. "This is the scale of the Titan number 1, in Dragon, Bartpine, the most formidable Titan in existence, and the second largest in size, residing on the seabed of the North Arctic Ocean. This particular scale is the smallest one plucked from him, having lost over 99 of its original mass during my cutting and research." "What?" Vinaway stared in astonishment at the scale. The Titan, a creature seemingly defying the heavens, had such a plethora of varieties that it could be dubbed the End Dragon. Could it possibly engage in combat with the god of war? "Bartpine, currently dormant, please do not disturb." These Titans are indeed prodigies. Vinaway could not help but express his admiration. He mockingly offered a fist salute and bowed towards Bartpine's scale, then discreetly inquired of Ilou. "Since you have extracted its scale, you must have made some discoveries, have you not?" "How did you know?" Ilou responded with a hint of confusion. Vinaway waved his hand, smiling enigmatically, as if he had grasped some secret insight. "Well, I did conduct a bit of research on Bartpine," Ilou admitted, momentarily pausing her work. From the air, she conjured a virtual screen displaying a magnificent silver-blue dragon, both sacred and elegant. "This is Ramasuna, a planetary-level creation. It embodies Bartpine's genetic material, along with the genetics of all Titans worldwide, infused with Kukulkant's blood and my enhanced programming to cultivate an artificial Titan. Acquiring Kukulkant's blood required considerable persuasion on my part. I dare say it represents the pinnacle of fundamental biological life, as well as my magnum opus in the realm of life sciences. Isn't it splendid? The East Sea Dragon King and the Yamata no Orochi are to be fed to her, though I fear it may not suffice. Indeed, you are truly an extraordinary elf." Vinaway stroked his chin as he gazed at the image of Ramasuna. Firstly, this elven prince must have been deeply influenced by Western fantasy. Not only did the architecture reflect this aesthetic, but even the creatures that could be cultivated mirrored such designs. Admittedly, they were indeed beautiful. The dragon's tail, robust yet tapering, was adorned with feathers, and its physique, as solid as rock, exuded both strength and elegance, covered in shimmering silver scales, with feathery accents and a spine embellished with blue, reminiscent of a dinosaur. Its expansive silver wings, comprising 3 pairs, were not merely leathery but also cloaked in dense silver plumage. The foremost pair featured silver claws at the joints, serving as forelimbs, while its hind claws were exceptionally sharp. The head took the form of a pointed triangular cheese, adorned with exquisite silver horns and feathers, its eyes wide open, revealing blue irises and fangs. This dragon was clearly one capable of wielding ice magic, devoid of any semblance of saltiness. Having perused Western fantasy literature, the elven prince was beyond redemption. What connection does my fondness for Western fantasy have with you?" Ilou was filled with questions. At that moment, Vinaway continued, "Do you not dabble in some mystical cultivation, or the like?" "I do not fancy cultivation. Magic is far more entertaining. How splendid it would be to one day traverse such a fantastical continent. Cultivation would inevitably be overshadowed by magic. Magic would surely eclipse cultivation." The super elf and the confident youth exhibited divergent viewpoints, igniting a grand debate, which Ilou found rather unappealing. Engaging in disputes over others' preferences was a grave taboo for him. For now, he would refrain from such actions unless faced with a more serious matter, such as the issue of pure love. Where could Ramasuna be at this moment? Why do I not see her? Although they were indoors. Vinaway pretended to search around theatrically. Iru took a sip of pineapple juice and glanced at the screen, her brow slightly furrowing as she remarked, "That child has ventured to the silver heart black hole. Truly, as they grow, they become increasingly disobedient. How adorable they were at birth, such a tiny being, now. They are indeed beautiful, yet they remain unchanged from the past. Why do I feel like an old matron? Do you possess some peculiar attributes as well?" "Strictly speaking, I am indeed her mother. Is that so strange? My parents treated me similarly, regarding my mother being an elf. Yet her lineage stemming from the Titans and the feathered serpent, Vini displayed a classic bewildered expression. He was well aware of Iru's emotional depth. Surely, at this very moment, this elven prince has begun to feel a twinge of maternal affection for the dragon-like titan named Ramasuna. How absurd. He increasingly believed that the creator of this world must be somewhat unhinged. Reflecting on his experiences from the previous chapters, he mused that this unknown creator must indeed be a pervert. Sweet creator, what nonsense have you penned? If you cannot write, then refrain from doing so, Vini grumbled, nearly exclaiming in ancient Egyptian, lest his ancestor from the Tigris-Euphrates region rise from the earth to slap him. It was one thing to become Egyptian, but speaking in Egyptian was quite another. The projected Iru, having grown weary of his complaints, cast a silencing spell upon him, only lifting it a minute later. Be civil. Civility is unattainable. It is impossible in this lifetime. If I were civilized, how could I topple the world? Vini made a face. While Iru's mantra-like recitation failed to penetrate his defenses, rendering her attempt ineffective. After this brief farce, Vini resumed his tour, compelled to admit that the king's collection was indeed vast, filled with a plethora of items. Among them, the gem collection was the most abundant, particularly the raw stones. While artifacts were scarce, numbering only in the thousands, he beheld various albums from the king of pop, along with a signed top hat and jacket, and photographs taken together. Such are the advantages of wealth. The elven prince certainly dined well. He had only attended one concert, and that was through his father's relentless efforts to secure tickets. What envy! Watching Vini, with his hands cradling his face and starry-eyed, Iru chuckled softly. When he first arrived in this world, he had yet to realize that person existed, as there was a photograph on his father's nightstand. Once aware, he never missed a concert, despite the difficulty in obtaining tickets. Even so, he would never resort to unscrupulous means. How impressive, isn't it? I possess no privileges, technology, or magic whatsoever. I am already envious. This clearly seems fabricated. I suggest you send it to me for destruction. By the way, does the elven prince have some connection to that individual? And does he have tickets for Miliche's concert? Upon hearing Winnie Wei's words, Ilou's projection chuckled heartily, saying, there is no such intricate relationship. You are overthinking it. Even if he is my father, at most, we merely share an acquaintance. If I must speculate, it is perhaps due to my uniqueness as an elf that I stand out and attract more attention. I have witnessed 3 concerts by Milush, and prior to that, I had not yet been born. Ah, indeed, the heavens have bestowed upon you a striking visage. I sincerely hope he fares well in this world. An elven prince? You. Winnie Wei glanced at Ilou, his eyes revealing a myriad of emotions, to which Ilou replied, patting his chest, let us not speak of me. My father is also present. He cannot possibly remain indifferent to such significant matters of the world. Perhaps the 21st century will usher in an era of peace? Then I can rest easy, although I must remain vigilant. Ilou pointed to another display cabinet and then whispered softly in Vinaway's ear, my dear Vinaway, in case you are unaware, that goddess still exists in this world, albeit carefully concealed by a mysterious hand. Is that so? Vinaway's expression gradually became more exaggerated, his orange-yellow pupils suddenly dilating, and then he abruptly realized something. Heavens! I take back what I said earlier. This world is truly magnificent. I adore it. By the way, noble elf prince, what is it about gemstones that captivates you so? After perusing those albums and signatures, Vinaway continued to explore the collection room. As he surveyed the treasures, he discovered that nearly 13 of the items here were mineral gemstones of all varieties, including even a meteorite diamond large enough to be handled. Ilou possesses a particular fondness for gemstones that exude refreshing colors, such as sky blue, sea blue, and mint green. Her affection for these stones is unequivocal. They are undeniably exquisite, sparkling with brilliance and imbued with various significances. The minerals she collects are no less remarkable, gathered from the surfaces of diverse planets. High-tech for collecting stones? Vinivi, perplexed by Ilou's inexplicable excitement, could not fathom why, in an era of advanced technology and magic, one would cherish such commonplace stones found throughout the cosmos. I cannot comprehend this further. These stones can be artificially synthesized and hold no value. With your level of technology, surely no gemstone or mineral possesses any rarity. What significance could these stones possibly hold? After hearing Vinivi's remarks, Ilou paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Her joy so profound that even the projection could not conceal her elation. Had she been capable of tears, she would have laughed until she cried. Vinivi, feeling a bit embarrassed, was left puzzled by his elfin friend's amusement. Was there an error in his words? Not entirely. In a certain sense, you are correct. What distinguishes this from telepathy? Realizing that Ilou's emotional perception was ever-present, Venivi's expression turned serious, and his thoughts began to wander. What insights do you possess? Gemstones have no inherent meaning since their inception. Much like the world itself, significance is eternally ascribed by sentient beings. Consider cherished possessions or the unique experiences of certain individuals. These originally devoid of meaning become imbued with significance by those who appreciate them. Take diamonds, for example, mere stones that, in a future world, have become commonplace. Yet, I still hold an affection for them. You are familiar with diamond rings, I presume? A trivial stone transformed into a vessel for the emotions of two individuals, witnessing their bond, and thus acquiring a special significance, no longer regarded as trivial. Of course, I do not extol the virtues of overpriced diamond rings. I detest such hype. Listening to Ilou's lengthy discourse, Venivi found some merit in her perspective, albeit insufficient. Ilou continued, "The gemstones I have collected bear witness to the joy I felt upon discovering them, each accompanied by the wondrous tales we have shared, thereby acquiring their unique significance." Just like her, in her projected form, Ilou joyfully raised her right hand, displaying the lovely peridot adorning her pinky finger, which shimmered in a radiant mint green under the light. Venivi was not unfamiliar with this ring. After all, Ilou wore it conspicuously around the academy, sparking discussions among numerous students. So, do not underestimate her. This gemstone could even be regarded as a testament to my arrival in this world when I discovered it. It was lodged near my front tooth, likely swallowed in a moment of clumsiness while crawling on the ground. Venivi, do you realize the magnitude of this fortune? Though its quality is modest and its size small, I fortuitously acquired it in such circumstances. She witnessed my initial arrival into the world, being discovered and embraced by my parents, my first birthday celebration, and the joyous gatherings. Together with my great-grandmother, we played music, and as I gradually grew up, I encountered Harry and then you. When an ordinary object accompanies you on a marvelous adventure, it transcends its mundane nature, becoming a testament and record of the journey. The mere sight of her inevitably evokes those cherished memories. The notion of being stuck on teeth feels rather abstract. With a heart full of joy, Ilou meticulously polished the surface of the ring, eagerly showcasing it, and one could discern from his words the depth of his elation. Vinoy's amber eyes fixated on the glimmering phosphorescent stone, enveloped in a fleeting silence, a sense of melancholy stirring within him. It seemed he truly possessed nothing to commemorate his existence. The grand journey of his past life, the path of salvation shared with companions, bore no tangible relics, destined to reside solely in memories that would inevitably fade until forgotten, until no one remained to recall them. This lifetime, however, was quite pleasant. His parents and sister were wonderful, and life was filled with happiness. Yet, he still lacked anything to serve as a memento. What would happen when the time came? At that moment, a wave of emotion surged within Vinoy. He felt an intense envy towards Ilou, who could eternally cherish all his experiences, even the unpleasant ones, never allowing them to slip from his memory. He admired Ilou's ability to live so brightly after the trials of his past life. Indeed, this must be a retribution for the evils that upended the world, a blessing bestowed upon those who have endured a lifetime of suffering. You speak wisely. I realize I have been rather narrow-minded. Well, let us not dwell on that. Ilou was enveloped in a myriad of emotions. In a state of projection, she rose onto her toes and gently tousled the fiery orange locks of Vinoy, offering solace. There is nothing to envy. In fact, I find myself envious of you. Simply be yourself, and do not dwell too much on the past. Focus on the present. The Creator has truly bestowed upon you a remarkable gift, an extraordinary talent indeed. I can scarcely fathom how delightful it would be if, one day, a fortunate soul were to become your partner. To be understanding, gentle, and capable of intuitively grasping thoughts and providing comfort at any moment. How utterly blissful that would be. Suddenly, the desire to console you in matters of love has dissipated. Ilum silently withdrew her hand and cast a displeased glance at Vinoy, who smirked mischievously, forming Ave with his fingers. Behold the greatness of Vinoy. Indeed, his stubbornness was unyielding. As the whimsical interlude of peculiar emotions came to an abrupt end, the grand journey of the world resumed, this time with an apparent interest in treasures such as gemstones. The king's collection was not haphazardly arranged. Rather, each artifact occupied its own designated area, though Vinoy meandered aimlessly. As he wandered, he stumbled upon the section housing cultural relics, akin to stepping into a museum, filled with exquisite items from various civilizations. However, at that moment, he felt compelled to exclaim, History is but a fabrication. Napoleon led his army and personally constructed 514 ancient Egyptian edifices. The Superman of France. I have no ancestors. Haha. No further comment was warranted. Continuing his exploration, Vinoy passed by an inconspicuous display stand, his eyes widening in surprise as he pressed his face against the glass case, fixated on the item within. It was a relic suspended by some technology, a jade seal carved from azure blue nephrite, measuring 3 centimeters in length and 5 centimeters in height, with one corner adorned in gold and inscribed with seal characters, commanded by heaven, may it last forever. Wow. The imperial seal of the nation. What treasures do you possess? What? Ilam's projection reappeared, and upon observing Vinoy's face pressed against the display case, she remarked with a hint of realization, I thought it was something significant. But it's merely the imperial seal. Merely? Vinoy's expression was one of incredulity, his desire for the artifact evident in his eyes. The value of things is bestowed by humanity. Those who do not appreciate it deem it worthless, while those with affection perceive its worth. To me, this artifact is rather ordinary. Ordinary. Vinoy was nearly reduced to laughter, incredulous that Ilam could regard the imperial seal as anything less than extraordinary. It was a treasure long coveted by countless sons of the Xian nation, a symbol of power, beauty, and wealth, a pinnacle of 5 millennia of yearning. With it, I would be emperor. Oh, Ilam replied nonchalantly, her tone devoid of any hint of desire, as if conversing about an inconsequential stone by the roadside. Oh, what do you mean, oh? In your previous life as a man, did you not yearn for such a thing? Vinoy's eyes widened, his voice sharp with inquiry. Yet his hands and face remained glued to the display case, still embracing the ethereal imperial seal. Upon hearing the question, Ilou retorted, Niwei, do you really believe I yearn for power? Indeed, he did not. If the elven prince were truly so, he would have long since enslaved the earth. A light bulb illuminated above Niwei's head, unmistakably a manifestation of his noble abilities. Now I comprehend, he exclaimed. You truly possess a perspective that deviates from the ordinary. After a moment of reflection, Niwei redirected his attention to the imperial seal of the realm, which floated gracefully in the display case. Though Ilou showed little interest in the artifact, it captivated Niwei. If he were to obtain it, he could claim the title of emperor, adding a new chapter to the annals of history and commencing a lineage from himself. While it may not confer actual authority in contemporary society, the mere thought of it satisfied a psychological yearning. Elven Prince, where did you find such a mesmerizing relic? It brings me such joy. Ah, that is quite simple. Ilou replied, having concluded a 7-digit model test, albeit with failure. Yet, he remained unfazed, explaining, the information from the data universe must be gathered from reality. A few years ago, I undertook a 4-dimensional scanning project of the Earth, collecting all available data. Subsequently, I inputted that data into the World Library, and upon completion of the analysis, that revealed a new discovery to me, including the imperial seal buried 10 meters beneath the surface in the Central Plains. The power of technology is indeed formidable, Niwei mused. Elven Prince, does this not amount to theft? Ilou paused, squinting in contemplation. It seems so? Wait, hold on. Do not mislead me. No one has discovered it. How can it be considered theft? Oh, the European brigand. Niwei chuckled, covering his mouth in mockery. However, this time, Ilou did not take offense, knowing that Niwei was not referring to him, but to others. After a bout of laughter, Niwei pressed his face closer to the display case, unabashedly declaring, Elven Prince, since you do not cherish this object, which is tasteless to you, why not bestow it upon the great Niwei? I shall safeguard it with utmost care. Such fanciful thoughts, Ilou retorted, delivering Niwei a playful thump via projection. Even the pioneer outside Laniakea can hear the schemes in your heart. While I may not hold it in high regard, it will still prove useful in the future. Niwei clasped his head with both hands, his expression reminiscent of a character afflicted with a dramatic ailment. Though he declined the offer, he bore no sorrow. For it had been a jest, albeit one that could have been better. Yet, he remained puzzled. What purpose does the imperial seal serve? Shall it be ground into powder to be consumed like an ancient Egyptian mummy? I would never grind the imperial seal into powder for consumption. No. While my teeth are sound, I do not indulge in the casual ingestion of jade dust. Ilou initially responded calmly, but upon realizing his mistake, he hurriedly corrected himself. While Vinoy began to mock, grinding jade into powder and drinking it. You must be invincible. Clearly, you've been watching too many marketing accounts. Indeed. There was a kernel of truth in his words. In his previous life, Ilou had consumed an abundance of short videos, with some intriguing ideas deeply etched in his mind. Yet, he found himself perplexed by certain memes. The answer lay in selective ignorance and peculiar worldviews. I intend to use it to forge the Eye of Midos, for the Imperial Jade Seal possesses extraordinary significance and would be most suitable. The Eye of Midos. What on earth is that? Oh, how he had forgotten to inform Vinaway about this matter. Shaking his head, Ilou retrieved Amidos's notebook from his bag, flipping to the relevant page to provide a detailed introduction. He even projected a prototype he had simulated based on the notes, which was the creation of Amidos himself. The intricate mechanical structure, crafted from silver and gold metals, resembled a fusion of the Eye of Agamotto and a mechanical watch, built upon a metallic ring. Various circles and gears operated within, akin to the rings of a Dyson sphere, visible from both sides, with some protruding outward. Engravings of intricate spells and alchemical runes adorned the surface, tightly interlocking and concealing the wonders within. Upon opening, one would discover a miniature universe composed of countless shimmering points of light, resembling nebulae, star rivers, and galaxies. Upon closer inspection, these radiant points revealed themselves as the orbits of celestial bodies woven from golden and silver threads, with the luminous gems therein resembling true stars. At the center of this mechanical marvel lay what seemed to be a genuine miniature cosmos. The gears, rings, shell, and threads were crafted from metals of profound significance, while the extraordinary gems became the stars traversing along the threads. According to the notes, it possessed the ability to grant eternal life, transmute stone into gold, and offer various alchemical functions, along with the power to traverse worlds and embark on infinite travels. Vinaway listened in a daze, his expression slackened. He had initially thought that the existence of Laputa and Costa was already absurd, only to discover that there was also an infinite traversal narrative. How extraordinary. According to the Elven Prince, the more significant the object used to forge the Eye of Midos, the more powerful the artifact would become. The meaning represented by the Imperial Jade Seal was self-evident. Utilizing it for this creation seemed far from a waste. In an instant, Vinaway relinquished the notion of becoming an emperor, instead desiring to partake in the infinite traversal, where he could journey to some familiar worlds. What sheer delight that would be. What progress have you made? With so many treasures in the collection room, it should be more than sufficient, right? This inevitably brought to mind the Gringotts robbery incident. Embarrassingly, I must confess that I was one of the masterminds, but I managed to acquire that item. Ilou, displaying a gesture of remorse with her finger circling in the air, soon stood proudly with her hands on her hips. With a flick of her magic, she retrieved the Hufflepuff cup from her satchel, presenting it before Vinaway. The Badger's cup. Although anticipated, it was indeed one of the robbers from the newspaper. Vinaway picked up the golden chalice, gazing upon it as if it were a rare treasure. Examining it from every angle, even going so far as to touch and lick it, which caused Ilou to frown in disapproval. She hastily reminded him, "Do not forget. This is a Horcrux. Licking it equates to, I know. It's merely a fragment of a soul. Besides, this is the Badger's cup, an exceedingly rare item." What a peculiar designation, Badger. Vinaway's lack of understanding regarding Ilou's terminology was expected, for such references are best grasped through literature and video. For a sprite whose thoughts were consumed by gems and parrots, these notions were somewhat advanced. He recalled that the Harry Potter narrative featured many blue holes. Yet the likelihood of encountering such phenomena in this world was exceedingly slim, and the reasons need not be elaborated. A certain sprite mused, "Who else wishes to disrupt character relationships? No matter, you must remain true to your essence to see things through. I do not comprehend." Vinaway continued to admire the golden cup for a while longer before returning it to Ilou, placing it back into her satchel, and resumed his appreciation of the Imperial Seal. As Ilru observed his enthralled demeanor, she waved her hand to open the cabinet, revealing the Imperial Seal of China, which gradually floated into Vinivi's grasp. "You may play with it for a little while, just a moment." Sensing his burgeoning excitement, Ilru promptly acquiesced, allowing Vinivi to indulge in his fascination. "This jade is truly exquisite. The corners are beautifully crafted, the inscriptions are elegant, and the form is remarkable. The gold is perfectly proportioned." Their hands traversed every facet of the seal, engaging in a playful caress. Vinivi emitted an unsettling laugh, relishing the fact that this artifact had once been touched by Emperor Qin Shi Huang and many other emperors, which filled him with joy. "Vinivi, you seem to have a keen interest in such treasures." Of course, the illustrious Vinivi is a genuine Egyptian residing in London, seeking to reclaim treasures for my homeland. This statement, however, seemed rather incongruous. Ilou fell silent, aware that Vinaway possessed limited knowledge of this world, yet it seemed implausible that he was so utterly uninformed. Had he never visited the British Museum? All those artifacts were transported from the sacred domain. Since he expressed such fascination, I shall present to you the grand ceremony of Emperor Qin Shi Huang's ascension, captured live aboard the vessel Jigwangs. With a wave of my hand, an image materialized above the display case, revealing a scene from over 2 millennia ago. Within the somewhat smaller hall, the emperor, adorned in a dragon robe, sat regally on his throne, while civil and military officials respectfully occupied the sides before him. The ceremonial officer recited the edict aloud, and countless treasures were presented. Observing this footage, Vinaway gaped in disbelief, stammering as he pointed, "Is this for real? Of course, it is genuine. Just look at the antiquity of the architecture and garments." The limitations of technology rendered the hall rather modest, and those robes were not particularly comfortable. "This is impossible. Could it be that you synthesized an image of Qin Shi Huang using debt? Do you really think I would squander computational power to create an image of Qin Shi Huang, whom I do not even admire?" Vinaway gently nodded, and Ilou quickly gathered her composure, then playfully gave him a thumbs up. "Since you wish to be fanned by this matter, I truly feel I have betrayed the teachings of my great-grandmother." "Then do explain," Vinaway said, touching his left cheek, where he felt only a soft sensation, devoid of any pain. "Very well. Ding ding ding. The marvelous class on Laputa technology commences. It is well known that our ability to perceive the form of objects is due to light reflecting off them and entering our eyes, a process that never ceases. The reflected and emitted light continues to exist, which is why we can see the stars. A light year refers to the distance light travels in a year. As we gaze upon the stars, they are, in fact, located thousands or even billions of light years away from us. Light requires time to traverse, which means we are merely witnessing the light emitted or reflected by those stars in the past, essentially their former appearances. Therefore, theoretically, if our technology is sufficiently advanced, we can accomplish one remarkable feat, observing the past. Isn't that a bit of an unfair advantage? Vinaway sat cross-legged on the red carpet, mildly critiquing this blatant display of prowess, devoid of any subtlety. "Silence," Ilou commanded, prodding the ground with her opal sword, her vibration beckoning Vinaway to listen closely as she continued. "By positioning the observational device at the appropriate light-year distance, we have the opportunity to capture scenes from the past. For instance, at a distance of 2,000 light-years, we could witness Earth as it was 2,000 years ago. Although the light may be diminished by dust and various entities over those 2 millennia, rendering it exceedingly difficult to observe, it remains a feasible endeavor with the aid of magic and technology." As she spoke, Ilou projected a colossal mechanical spacecraft, reminiscent of Voyager 2, yet vastly larger, adorned with an array of sophisticated instruments. This was the successor vessel, the Light-Bearer. I had imbued it with acceleration magic, enabling it to traverse over 2,000 light-years away from Earth within a mere year. Utilizing this craft, I captured the splendor of Earth, which, after Death's meticulous restoration, materialized into the image of Qin Shi Huang you just beheld. Moreover, the Light-Bearer possesses the remarkable ability to continue its journey, documenting the historical events of Earth from any point in time. "Oh," Vinaway nodded, gazing at the imperial jade seal in her hand, and remarked, "How fantastical. Magic is truly remarkable, and when combined with your genuine personal technology, it becomes even more extraordinary. Is there anything even more outrageous we could conjure?" Ilou smiled gently. "Of course there is." After speaking, another projection appeared beside the Voyager, depicting a spacecraft resembling a more compact version of Voyager 1, adorned with 2 solar wings. "This is the Pioneer, the first probe I designed," she continued. "As for this device?" Vinaway tilted her head, gazing at the projection with curiosity. Ilou elaborated. "It is powered by a crystal of flight stone, and I employed numerous acceleration spells. Thus, after its launch, it traversed beyond the Lania Chaos supercluster in a mere 4 years. Due to the properties of the flight stone, I can communicate with the Pioneer without any time delay, allowing us to exchange information anytime, anywhere. I also equipped the Pioneer with an instrument that produces melodic sounds in the vacuum of space through spatial vibrations and magical resonance, all performed by me. Oh, and I captured several photographs of human spacecraft." With that, Ilou retrieved a few colorful photographs from her bag to show Vinaway. Among them were familiar faces: the Hubble Space Telescope, Dongfeng Hong 1, Voyager 1 and 2, Galileo, Pioneer 10, the Apollo Lunar Module Eagle. Launch pads and landing sites on the lunar surface, and Armstrong's footprints. Observing Ilou's excitement as she unveiled the photographs, Vinaway helplessly waved her hand. All right, Elven Prince. It is clear that you are a space enthusiast. Ilou did not deny Vinaway's words. Instead, she produced an extraordinarily thick tome from her satchel. Take a look at this. Vinaway leaned in closer and discovered that the book bore the 4 grand characters, Yonglidadian. The mystery was unraveled. Undoubtedly, the technology of Laputa originated from it. Vinaway sighed, not displaying excessive astonishment, but rather turned the pages with keen interest. Could this also have been captured by the Enlightenment? He mused. It appears to be an exact replica of the original. Indeed, it was assessed to be inferior to modern encyclopedias. The pages of this book contained far more than it initially suggested, as if ensnared in an enchantment, seemingly endless. Was this technology or magic? After perusing only a few pages, Vinaway closed the book. After all, this tome was essentially an ancient version of an encyclopedia, a primitive keyword search, which in modern times would be better served by an online search. Furthermore, it paled in comparison to contemporary encyclopedias. More importantly, he found no information regarding steam engines or photolithography, which left him profoundly disappointed. Truly, European missionaries were deceivers, claiming to have brought high-tech treasures from the Ming dynasty. In his view, they had lost even the remnants of their pink Merlin undergarments. Was it reasonable to expect ancient knowledge to surpass modern understanding? Meanwhile, Ilou, as if possessing a mind-reading ability, instantly penetrated Vinaway's thoughts. Casually, she returned the Yonglidadian to her satchel, sat back, and prepared to continue her work. The tangible projection is quite remarkable, Vinaway remarked, running his fingers through Ilou's silver hair, the sensation indistinguishable from reality. Ilou quietly responded, I understand that my current form should be sitting in midair, and my hands are striking at the air. Then why not change it? I find it amusing. A divine thought indeed. You too. The two exchanged words fluidly, akin to intimate friends who knew each other well. Yet, to truly reach that level, one must not only bare their hearts but also resolve ideological conflicts. Enough digression. Niway, do you wish to continue playing? Yes, Vinaway replied, having departed from the king's collection room. Strolling through the subterranean layers of the sanctuary, while Ilou's projection floated beside him. Then I shall take my leave. Remember to return to the castle once you finish. Ilou waved one hand, and with a whoosh, the projection vanished. Vinaway shook his head and continued to stride forward, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. He was determined to pilot a mech. His pace quickened to a run as he recalled the location of the space he had previously visited with Ilou, where the virtual creations of mechs were still parked. This place truly exuded coolness. As he gazed upon the magnificent mechs that had once only existed in his imagination, Vinaway felt saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. He dashed forward until he stood beneath a towering Gundam, reaching out to touch its foot. What a thrill! However, after wandering back and forth, he could not find the entrance to the cockpit and thus abandoned the idea of piloting the Gundam. Shifting his attention instead to the nearby crane orchid. There lay a ladder. Yes, he would pilot the crane orchid. Vinaway hurried to the other side, looking up at the colossal form of the mech, an exquisite fusion of a beautiful girl and a machine. After being single for so long, even a mech seemed enchanting. Yet, it was no surprise, as the mechs in the national team were quite striking. The Queek, the Chi-Sang, the Hanging Orchid, and the Golden Sparrow all stood beside the crane orchid, each possessing a unique allure. Nevertheless, Vinaway's interest was firmly set on the crane orchid. Gripping the ladder, he ascended step by step. To be honest, he felt rather outdated. Couldn't they have a small teleportation device? This manual ascent gave off a primitive yet high-tech aesthetic. After climbing for nearly 2 minutes, Vinaway finally reached the face of the crane orchid. He retrieved his identification from the system space, and with a click, the featureless visage unfolded, revealing the cockpit within. Prince identity authentication successful. Vinaway entered and settled into the seat, ready to take action. Only to realize a critical flaw. There were only male components, no female ones. It was utterly unmanageable. Just as he sighed in exasperation, preparing to depart, the entire cockpit suddenly sealed itself, and the surroundings transformed to reflect the outside world. With a screen illuminating before him, Option 1, Traditional Driving Scheme. Option 2, Intelligent Driving Scheme. Option 3, Autonomous Driving Scheme. I knew it. The Elven Prince must have made modifications. Vinaway excitedly clapped his hands and unhesitatingly selected Option 3. Upon doing so, darkness enveloped him momentarily before brightening once more. Vinaway's perspective soared to an extraordinary height, allowing him to gaze eye to eye with most of the surrounding mechs. Outside the cockpit, the face of the crane orchid displayed Vinaway's features, complete with an inexplicable orange-red tuft. It was a sensory connection for first-hand piloting. Absolutely exhilarating. Vinaway raised his arm, and the crane orchid's arm mirrored his movement. The sensation impossibly smooth, devoid of any damping delay or acceleration, as if it were truly his own limb. It felt as though they had merged into one, allowing him to experience that extraordinary sensation akin to the Guanga 02, perhaps with a slightly different twist. Winawai admired his own arms for a moment before cautiously grasping the ladder before him and taking his first step out of the Heliconia's docking base. The sensation was utterly extraordinary, beyond the realm of words. Winawai was exhilarated. He advanced carefully, taking small, tentative steps, fearful of colliding with the other mechs surrounding him. To an outside observer, the Heliconia appeared quite comical in its movements and expressions, resembling a cautious thief evading detection. After a while, Winawai finally reached the exit. Judging by his direction, he deduced that he was at the rear of the sanctum layer, facing a massive city wall. It was time to attempt flight. He hoped the Prince of Elves would not hold it against him for pilfering his mech, lacking any knowledge of the proper techniques. As he had neither read nor could find the manual, he simply closed his eyes and leaped upwards, guided solely by instinct. There was no sensation of falling. When he opened his eyes, Winawai discovered he was suspended in the air. Looking beneath him, he noticed there was no flame spewing forth. He caught sight of a panel beside him, which displayed a radiant blue crystalline polyhedron accompanied by various informational entries. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. The flight stone was indeed effective. With its combination of levitation, computational power, energy, and absence of side effects, it was the epitome of perfection. It was no wonder that Laputa, possessing such an extraordinary technology, could aspire to dominate the galaxy, though the king intended to impose limitations. Now he thought, it was time to explore outer space. Winawai performed an unknown dance in the sky, then steered away from the Sky City towards the vast expanse beyond the magical barrier. Inside the castle, Ilou observed the monitored images from various units, indifferent, as he continued with his tasks. Let him play for a while, he mused. The Heliconia passed through the magical barrier, entering the searing void of space. The boundless energy of V3 lay quietly ahead, radiating an incessant warmth that rendered the area devoid of any celestial bodies, filled instead with Hiroki space stations. Winawai spread his arms to embrace the heat. His sensations connected to the mech, allowing him to perceive the external warmth. Despite the heat, it was not uncomfortable, perhaps due to the materials and design. Though wonder could lead to ruin, one could not deny the beauty of this blazing sphere. He shielded his forehead with one hand, realizing that even direct gazes did not induce discomfort. It was marvelous. Was this the legendary mechanical ascension? With that thought, he decided to explore further. Without hesitation, Winawai soared towards the surrounding space stations, only to realize, as he drew near, how minuscule he appeared in the presence of these colossal stations, comparable to the size of moons. In contrast, the Olympian fleet seemed insignificant, deemed inferior to the magnificent V3 energy source. To be honest, I previously held a rather indifferent view, but now I find those colossal celestial vessels to be rather shabby, almost reminiscent of prison architecture. I sincerely hope that the Elven Prince will bestow upon them an upgrade. Vainly, distancing himself from the space station, ventured into the relatively open expanse of space. Activating his mech for some solitary amusement, armed with a magma weapon, he began to poke and prod in various directions. Alas, in the weightlessness of space, he often mismanaged his strength, swinging either too swiftly or too slowly, causing himself to collide and spin aimlessly in the void. I must abandon my former notions. Maneuvering a mech in zero gravity is indeed a formidable challenge. In the vacuum, the more the bird of paradise struggled in an attempt to stabilize, the faster it spun. Eventually, surrendering to the chaos seemed the only option. After a brief tumult of spinning and drifting, the bird of paradise collided with the metallic ring of the endless energy V3. While sound may not travel in the vacuum of space, Vainwe could certainly perceive the dull thud of impact. Finally, he managed to come to a halt, relieved that he would not become space debris. Rising to his feet, he was astonished to discover that he could stand upon the surface of the ring. As he stamped his foot, a sense of solidity returned to his heart. This must be due to the immense mass of the endless energy V3, which exerted enough gravitational pull to allow him to stand firmly. After all, it is several times larger than the sun. Standing on the seemingly endless ring, Vainly felt as though he had transformed into a human on Earth. The vastness surrounding him was overwhelming. However, the heat was oppressive. It felt as though he were enclosed within a hot water bottle wrapped in 3 meters of thick towels. Even clad in his mech, he could feel the sweltering warmth. Vainly fanned himself with his hand, brushing against the bird of paradise. Although the cockpit was equipped with temperature regulation, he had no idea how to operate it. "I must leave quickly." With a powerful push of his legs, the bird of paradise broke free from the gravitational pull beneath him and soared back into the cosmos, but it appeared to have little effect on cooling him down. Wait. Vainly suddenly realized that heat does not transfer in a vacuum. The warmth he had absorbed would take a considerable amount of time to dissipate. He had accumulated too much heat during his movements in space. Space is truly perilous. I must return home. The expression on the bird of paradise transformed into one of desperation, tears streaming down. Its orange-red tuft bobbing fervently as it raced toward the sky city anchored to the space station. It was imperative to reach that destination. With a resounding thud, the mech re-entered the magical energy field, and the heat radiating from its body dissipated almost instantaneously, bringing a refreshing sensation to Vinaway. This was invigorating, a reminder of vitality. Vinaway landed gracefully on the marble construction site before the castle gates, striking a pose reminiscent of that iconic scene from The Shawshank Redemption. A downpour would have only enhanced the moment. Just then, the castle gates swung open, and a projection of Hatsune Miku emerged, gazing upwards at the kneeling bird of paradise. She gestured elegantly in the air, and with a soft pop, Vinaway was ejected from the cockpit, tumbling before Hatsune Miku. "Ah, Miku?" he exclaimed. "Welcome back, Your Highness. The time is 3:06, 12 a.m. It is time to return to your duties." With a sigh of disappointment, Vinaway looked at Hatsune Miku, and then cast a reluctant glance at the bird of paradise, ultimately trudging into the castle. Hatsune Miku, expressionless, paid no heed to the bird of paradise and also stepped inside. "Prince of Elves." "Oh dear," Vinaway exclaimed as he spotted Iril diligently at work, rushing over to embrace her unshod feet, causing her to frown slightly at the unexpected contact. "All right, please stop. Sit over there," she instructed quietly, moving her feet out of reach. Realizing he had lost his plaything, Vinaway leapt onto a nearby floating chair with a lament. He sighed, feeling as though he had returned to a tedious existence. Observing Iril's focused demeanor, he turned his attention to the screen before him. "Let me just browse a bit," he mused. Vinaway transformed the virtual keyboard into a physical one and, within less than half a minute, mastered the usage of the Laputa network. Embarking on his inquiry into the Egyptian sector, naturally, he aimed to delve into classified information, confident that the elite prince would not refuse such a request. Casually, he opened the robot deployment section, intending to pour himself a glass of orange juice when his hand froze near his lips. For he beheld the following: City-State, Osilro's robot deployment, total units 278, 321 billion, currently active 100, 74 billion, in dormancy 178, 181 billion, status, all undamaged. What? Vinaway nearly dislocated his jaw in shock. He had assumed that the total number of robots would not exceed 100 million. Yet, here lay nearly 300 billion units. And this was merely from one castle. This was an absurd advantage, utterly beyond belief. Furthermore, the display indicated a critical piece of information. Each robot required a flying stone crystal for energy and computational power. Now it was clear why there was a shortage of flying stones. "Prince of Elves, you truly are a burden on the people's resources." Vinaway tugged at Iril's sleeve, urging her to look at the figures on the screen. However, she merely responded with confusion. "Is there a problem? Is there not a problem? I can scarcely comprehend these numbers," he retorted. For the kingdom of Laputa, these figures were actually quite trivial. But what of the flying stone crystals? Were they merely the stones found on the streets? Above Winnie's finger, the massive crystalline tetrahedron of the flight stone gleamed. "You wholesale flight stones, don't you?" "Each robot is equipped with one. This is standard configuration. The flight stone ensures that robots remain perpetually up-to-date, capable of continuous usage and upgrades. And each robot requires only a modest amount." Era gently waved her hand, causing the metallic platform at the center of the circular table to stir slightly. From the chest of the mechanized figure, a fragment of blue, nearly imperceptible, crystalline flying stone ascended. Despite its slender form, this delicate shard possessed an astonishing computational power and functionality. Each robot produced by Laputa bore a similar trait, though the cost was considerable. This thinness reminded me of a certain mouse slicing bread. Vinaway, with a stoic expression, fixed her gaze on the crystalline flying stone fragment. However, her demeanor shifted once more. Her countenance serious as she intently addressed Ilou. Even if each robot utilizes minimal materials, the cumulative total remains astronomical. Your Highness, did you not assert that there is a scarcity of flying stones? Why then do we not reduce the materials utilized? It is absolutely imperative that we do not compromise on the quality of materials. The robots still require upgrades, she continued. Moreover, while resources may be limited, Laputa's highly efficient mining operations have mitigated this issue, ensuring that the reserves of flying stones remain relatively stable, thus alleviating any cause for concern. Highly efficient mining? Vinaway raised an eyebrow, regarding Ilou with suspicion. Surely, you do not propose any inhumane methods? Ilou momentarily ceased his work, gesturing with his hands as he elucidated the concept of highly efficient mining. The flight stone mineral is exceedingly rare throughout the universe, making its discovery a formidable challenge. Furthermore, once found, would one truly resort to crushing planets one by one for collection? Such an approach belongs to a bygone era. It is far too sluggish. As he clasped his hands together, a small black sphere emerged upon their separation, its terrifying gravitational force warping the surrounding space and light. At this moment, Vinaway began to sense something amiss. This is my newly invented method of collapse collection, he proclaimed. The principle relies on the distinction between flight stones and conventional matter. It is well known that flight stones lack a microscopic structure, thus setting them apart from other substances. This characteristic allows us to collect them through the process of collapse. By selecting a star system or nebula rich in flight stone minerals, we can induce its collapse into a massive celestial body. Materials possessing a microscopic structure will coalesce tightly, while the structureless flight stones will be expelled, never merging with the forming body. Unbeknownst to Ilou, who was basking in the pride of his genius idea, Vinaway's expression had gradually morphed into one of peculiar intrigue. This method is convenient and swift, and the subsequent refinement process for the collected flight stones will be streamlined. Henceforth, we can initiate collection wherever minerals are present. I deem it efficient. Ah, the cosmic war criminals, are they? The nebulae of the universe seem quite densely packed. You truly demeaned yourself by ruling the galaxy, Vinaway mused, already anticipating the extremities often exhibited by civilizations of immense power. He perceived Ilou as still too gentle. Not at all. There are countless civilizations beyond mine. The number of life-sustaining planets exceeds 1 billion, to say nothing of those cosmic civilizations. Just beyond our galaxy lies the demise Galactic Empire, Ilou replied, his heart buoyed by the nameless praise, though he quickly waved his hand in modesty. Demise? That name sounds familiar. Vinaway noted, diverting his attention from his friend's buoyancy to the inadvertently revealed crucial information. It is a super-empire whose territory nearly rivals that of the galaxy itself. I recently launched 742 billion probes in its direction, which collectively detected it, ruled by a species with long tails. I must admit, I gained detailed intelligence about Demise through stealthy infiltration using detective. I intend to establish diplomatic relations with them, though I may require your assistance in negotiations. You ought to be more resolute. For instance, conquer it. Transform into a peace society war criminal. I have already devised numerous strategies. It's simply omitting an entire volume of the Yongle Encyclopedia. Marvelous, simply marvelous. Listening to Vinaway's utterly inhumane notions, Ilou's expression shifted from joy to confusion. If he possessed a stomach, he would undoubtedly be inclined to retch. Is this truly what intelligent life is capable of? It seems I must establish a more structured approach to the education of the mechanical beings in the future. This epitomizes efficiency and value. Everything is driven by profit. Suddenly, Vinaway's petite visage drew near, startling Ilou, who instinctively swatted at her, though fortunately missing. The startled sprite possessed considerable strength, especially with a miniature black hole in hand. To expect Vinaway to gather fragments from here, and there would be fanciful. Oh, Prince of Sprites, perhaps it is time to retract your powers. I find myself curious as to why this black hole does not disrupt the fabric of space. This is due to the gravitational restraint device, Niwei. I advise you to embrace kindness. The moral compass of sentient beings must not be compromised. Without it, one cannot truly be deemed sentient. If sacrifice is the only path to victory and peace, then I deem it utterly meaningless. Ilou, cradling a small object in his palms, swallowed it down with a gentle hiccup, leaving Vinaway once again in awe of that unparalleled appetite. Could mint and meat be the only two weaknesses of the elven prince? After indulging in a black hole, Ilou resumed his work, while Vinaway propped his face up with one hand, continuing to peruse the materials. His understanding of the illustrious Laputic kingdom, which dominated the galaxy, remained rather superficial. Where were the advanced weaponry to come to his aid? He eagerly flipped through the pages, utterly delighted by this technology that transcended human capability. Soon, Vinaway found himself immersed in the debt system, where a plethora of astonishing information unfolded before him, accompanied by the thoughtful analyses of debt and Hatsune Miku. Truly remarkable. The Hyperion Chronicle, an immense system constructed from countless detectors, responsible for gathering information from across the universe, creating precise models for the repository, and correcting errors with microsecond accuracy, while simultaneously infiltrating all civilizations with information. Mechanistic, by calculating the movements of minuscule particles throughout the universe. It achieves a certain degree of predictive capability regarding the future, holding considerable value. Additionally, it can forecast the reality of the universe through simulations within a virtual cosmos. The Stakeholder Initiative, dividing the universe into designated regions, confining all civilizations to fixed areas, ensuring communication and preventing conflicts. The Fantastical World Project, crafting celestial-level magical formations. Infusing the world with enchantment. The electronic doodles of a certain sprite, self-regulation, modifying natural laws within a defined scope, diverging from external realities. Observing all this, Vinaway felt that Ilou was truly remarkable. In just around 7 years, he had transformed Laputa in such a manner that even the original god would scarcely recognize it upon arrival. Perhaps it was time to bestow the title of Doctor upon the Prince of Sprites. He yearned to witness a civilization treat planets like marbles, just as the previous one did. Prince of Sprites, would you accept the title of Doctor? There are so many titles, I feel unworthy of the name Doctor. And King holds a certain charm already, though I do feel somewhat undeserving of it. Very well, remember to invite me to play marble games in the future. Vinaway did not press further. He believed the title of Prince of Sprites was an insurmountable pinnacle for him as well. He inadvertently pressed a key on the keyboard, leading him to another interface displaying the bold words, 1991 Human Birth Statistics. Since he was already there, Vinaway began to peruse it, and within moments, his eyes widened in astonishment. Who were these individuals? Far East Asia. Yui Hirasawa, 1991. 11. 27 Far East Asia. Ritsu Tainaka, 1991. 8. 21 Far East Asia. Mio Aoyama, 1991. 7. To buy my word, Kaon. Vinaway was utterly dumbfounded, yet the most exhilarating revelation awaited him further on. Far East Asia, Ai Hoshino, 1991. 3. 7. While the preceding information was somewhat acceptable, this particular entry was utterly explosive. Vinaway never anticipated that this person shared the same world as him. Moreover, she had only just been born. If calculated, this meant that in 2010, Ai Hoshino would be 19 years old at the time of her demise, while Aqua and Ruby would be entering high school at the age of 14 in 2024. The allure of this cross-dimensional narrative was exhilarating. Vinaway could potentially encounter it during that time. Just the thought of it. He struggled to contain himself, exited the page, and returned to the original interface, reminding himself to remain composed. Vinivy, with a determined heart, continued to peruse the intricate and grand plans laid before him. He noted the abundance of elaborate technologies and engineering marvels, yet the scarcity of offensive or defensive weaponry struck him as peculiar. How could it be that Laputa, a civilization traversing the cosmos, lacked formidable weaponry? While their dominion may have been confined to the Milky Way, was this not rather lacking? What if other advanced civilizations declared war? Vinivy pondered these questions, though he would soon find clarity. The microscopic structures of all matter require energy for their sustenance. Without it, they succumb to absolute stasis. If one could instantaneously strip away the energy from any microscopic structure, causing it to cease, such a mechanism would indeed constitute a formidable weapon. Upon the successful experimentation with microscopic reconstruction technology, the elves conceived another notion. For the nascent cosmic era of the Laputa kingdom, the possession of potent weaponry was imperative. Although they yearned for peace, sufficient strength was essential. Research into new weaponry commenced shortly thereafter, and the elves dubbed it the disabling weapon. Should it be perfected, it would render them invincible across the cosmos. Regrettably, as the research progressed, the elves discovered that seizing energy in an instant appeared beyond the reach of contemporary technological means, or, more accurately, beyond the capabilities of the Laputa kingdom's present technology. What to do? In matters where technology falters, magic must emerge. By intertwining magic and technology, the elves successfully crafted the envisioned disabling weapon, capable of instantaneously siphoning energy from all within a designated range. This approach bordered on invincibility. as everything in the universe is inextricably linked to energy. The defenses and armaments of technological civilizations rely on energy for operation, as do living beings. Before an attack or defense could be initiated, the enemy would find themselves abruptly suspended in a state of physical stasis, truly formidable. However, a predictable dilemma arose: where to contain the seized energy. Energy cannot simply vanish into thin air, nor can it be conjured from nothingness. Although this principle has been nearly upended by the Flight Stone, it remains one of the fundamental laws of the universe. The appropriated energy would enter an unusable state, for the time being, and its destructive potential was significant, necessitating a suitable container. Here, the exquisite magic once again proved invaluable. The energy could be housed within a small box, serving as both a reserve energy source and a weapon in times of dire need. Upon witnessing this weapon, Ivy felt an immense sense of fulfillment. At last, there existed an extraordinarily powerful sci-fi weapon, albeit with a hint of magic. Surely, the disabling weapon was invincible, as the world cannot exist without energy. Compared to entities like the Trisolarians, they were mere trifles. A single discharge would render them physically motionless. Struggling would be futile. Even the water droplet would be irrelevant, as one strike could induce both stasis and collapse. If the weapon's range were limitless, might it not plunge the universe into an eternal silence? The mere thought of it filled one with unbounded joy. Winnie squirmed excitedly in his chair, his mind conjuring up a myriad of schemes for universal annihilation. Were there legal restrictions on thoughts, he would have faced execution countless times over. The diligent Ilou, working nearby, felt a chill run down her spine, pondering what could have transformed him in such a manner. The internet, perhaps? Indeed, it seems so. Had he been born in an era devoid of connectivity, Winnie might have taken on a more anthropomorphic form, yet he likely would not have fared much better. I remain the illustrious Winnie. Such a formidable weapon, it must be presented forthwith. What a fanciful notion indeed. Ilou, without a moment's hesitation, outright declined. Ineffective weapons are not particularly rare. One could easily obtain a Laputa robot equipped with such a device, or, in the absence thereof, craft one on-site using conventional assembly techniques, micro-reconstruction, and internal magical arrays. He had already informed all the city-states to prohibit any provision of weapons to the prince, while still allowing assistance in other areas. Is his stinginess rooted in the fear of transforming the solar system into a popsicle? Such an extreme possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. However, it is not so drastic. At most, one might merely freeze the sun to observe the effects on humanity. With a light-hearted chuckle, Vinaway deftly shifted the topic, exiting the page concerning ineffective weapons to continue browsing. He yearned to explore the governance of the Laputa kingdom, albeit a mere facade. Before long, he found this section and successfully grasped the exceedingly abstract structure of governance. It is divided into 4 tiers: the royal core, the kingdom, capital, core, the city-state core, and the individual. The highest authority, the king, is capable of issuing royal decrees. The kingdom can issue kingdom edicts, and the city-states can proclaim city-state orders. As for the 4th, it is virtually non-existent, at least for the time being. In simpler terms, the royal core is essentially Ilou. The kingdom core is represented by Det, or Hatsune Miku, and to Vinaway's astonishment, the city-state core is managed by an AI, implying that each city-state possesses its own artificial intelligence. It turns out that Laputa is not limited to merely Det and Hatsune Miku as its AIs. What of the AI from Alocus? This is straying too far. Vinaway finds this governmental structure exceedingly abstract. Bushko and others, with such advanced technology, still adhere to such an archaic city-state system, as if they genuinely aspire to construct a modern-day Greek polis. They have even retained a semblance of autonomy. This kingdom is truly beyond evaluation. Nevertheless, the operability of this structure likely hinges on those AIs. For Vinaway struggles to fathom how such a flawed governmental framework could function otherwise. Moreover, there is Hatsune Miku's functionality. Vinaway recalled Ilou's previous remarks, stating that the primary purpose of creating Hatsune Miku was to manage the Laputa kingdom. It is indeed remarkable how Hatsune Miku enables the seamless operation of this flawed structure. Her efforts are truly commendable. However, this structure must have predated Hatsune Miku. Thus, how did it operate in the absence of her presence? Vinaway stiffly turned his head toward Ilou, who was diligently at work, already forming a notion in his mind. Could it be that, in the past, it was solely the Elven Prince managing the entire operation of the Laputa kingdom? That would be an insatiable workload. Is he truly a sentient being? It is difficult to imagine that he was once human. It is largely as such. I believe it is primarily due to their influence. I find the management quite effortless. My concerns are not overly burdensome. To my dear family, encountering a workaholic elf endowed with boundless energy and an indomitable intellect akin to a monster is a formidable challenge, exhausting every effort without triumph. Diligence is indeed a virtue, yet it should not dominate one's existence. As the illustrious Vinaway aptly appraises those two-dimensional characters imbued with workaholic tendencies, though it is said that I do not feel fatigued. Working a bit more is of no consequence, and after all, I shall not perish, shall I? Ilou felt no sense of discontent. His perfect physique, exceptional talents, and mental fortitude rendered him distinct from carbon-based life forms. Even with relentless toil, he encountered no difficulties. Truly, he possessed a physique akin to a beast of burden, an immaculate source of infinite energy. It would be a grave oversight for capitalists not to harness his abilities, allowing him to toil like a hamster in a wheel for energy production. While Vinaway harbored no aversion to work, he certainly did not wish to labor with such fervor. He could only admire Ilou's rare qualities. The display screen had reached an astonishing 8-digit figure, signifying that not a single attempt at designing new materials had succeeded. Seemingly trapped in a deadlock, what formidable resolve must this elf possess to persist in such endeavors? It appeared that he required assistance from the forces of darkness. The 11.235, 869th simulation resulted in failure, insufficient heat resistance. The 11.237, 149th simulation, failure due to excessive brittleness. The 11.238, 562nd simulation, failure from inadequate impact resistance. The 11.240, 001 ST simulation failure. Much like a human ensnared in a sealed room, every attempt futile, Ilou found himself in a similar predicament, with countless material models ending in failure. The innate talent of the silver-gold elf granted him a mortal spirit, unyielding to fatigue, eternally brimming with vitality. His mental state, emotions, and various traits remained constant at that moment, impervious to deterioration. This included negative emotions such as anxiety and fear, which also persisted, unremovable. His immortal gifts bestowed upon Ilou an undeniable confidence, allowing him to overlook these flaws, maintain his gentleness and kindness, and nearly perpetually disguise himself. However, this did not conceal the immutable truth of his negative emotions. At this moment, Ilou's heart was stirred by adverse feelings, such as anxiety regarding new technologies, self-doubt about his abilities, and guilt for having brought Vinaway to Sky City to engage in futile endeavors alongside him. My apologies, Vinaway, for wasting your time with me throughout the night and depriving you of sleep. Iru paused in his keyboard tapping, curling his legs on the chair, appearing despondent. Having endured such a life, his spirit was, in truth, quite fragile. It was only due to his adept concealment and the influence of the silver-gold elves that he appeared so lively. Fundamentally, he had not changed much. Within him lay a deep-seated taboo. The thought that intervening in others' lives could lead to their downfall weighed heavily on his conscience. While he made every effort to mask this in front of strangers, it became increasingly difficult to maintain such facades in the presence of his own family and friends. The abrupt shift from diligent work to sudden melancholy in Ilou left Vinaway utterly bewildered. He found it increasingly difficult to comprehend this peculiar state of mind. Why the sudden descent into despondency when one could simply remain vibrant and lively? The shared traits of characters from the two-dimensional realm are indeed alarming. They often plunge into bouts of emotional turmoil. It seems I am not exempt from this phenomenon. What exactly is amiss? I sincerely apologize for whisking you away to the Sky City only for it to culminate in the squandering of an entire evening. You ought to be joyfully unwrapping Christmas gifts instead. Is this all there is? Is it a sweet male narrative or a female one? Vinaway was rendered speechless. The waste of time had become a norm. For those who traverse realms, spending several days engaged in futile pursuits is particularly common. Why the sudden surge of guilt and the inclination to kneel in apology? Must one be so sensitive? Was he not a man in his past life? Enough, enough. Over the past 11 years, I too have been rather aimlessly busy, so this small waste of time is inconsequential. You should continue with your research. Vinaway gestured dismissively. Yet Ilou still appeared somewhat dejected. Perhaps not. Let us return home and rest. Vinaway was left in utter confusion. What is going on? Please elucidate. Do not suddenly retreat into silence. Ilou's explanation unfolded with a languorous tone, and Vinaway listened patiently, gradually grasping the situation. Is this it? Such trivial matters could be approached with fresh ideas and innovative thinking, couldn't they? Yet, I have simulated every conceivable microscopic structure grounded in reason, only to meet with failure. even worse than that of vibrational particles. I feel utterly inept. Alas, dear elven prince, what can I possibly say? Vinaway massaged his temples, baffled by the disappearance of Ilou's former innovative zeal and technology. How could he be stumped by such a trivial issue? Is he not a supreme elf? It seems that the great malevolence of the world is needed to guide the lost souls. Is this the rationale for introducing a second protagonist? Such a despicable justification. Very well, then. The purpose of my existence at this moment is to clear the fog for our king and lead the way. Vinaway rose slowly, transforming into a riddle maker, exuding an aura of youthful exuberance, though still falling short of true enigma. With a flourish, he turned Ilou's chair to face him, his eyes radiating an overwhelming dominance. Gaze closely, elven prince, for in the realm of subversion, I shine brighter than the resplendent sun. With a wicked smile, Vinaway extended his hand to his chest, from which a crimson glow erupted, gradually revealing a spoon handle wrapped in brownish-yellow linen. He grasped it firmly and pulled it from his chest step by step. At this moment, the time for upheaval had arrived, bestowing upon me the power to astound the world. The sacred spoon of the divine conductor, symbolizing the shattering of illusions, was now fully extracted from his chest. Vinaway held it in his left hand, while his right eye inexplicably donned a blindfold, and his hair seemed to lengthen. Who decrees that common sense must be infallible? That scientific principles are invariably effective? I beg to differ. Is gravity indeed correct? No. Have you witnessed it with your own eyes? How can you be so certain of its validity? Is the conservation of energy accurate? Einstein, what does he know? Has he ever seen energy speak? How can the conservation of energy be definitively proven? Must matter possess a microscopic structure to exist? Atoms and molecules are trivial. The universe is vast. How do you verify that every substance harbors a microscopic structure? Vinaway's words dripped with a contrarian spirit, leaving Ilou utterly dumbfounded, unsure of how to respond. Yet, Vinaway's tirade continued unabated, and he could only accept it all without reservation. Are those scientific principles truly correct? Are they rendered more accurate after being questioned and revised? Has it always been right just because it has always been so? Why must we adhere to conventions? Why follow scientific laws? Science is trivial. The world is not dictated by those peculiar laws. Why must sweetness abide by rules? We must break, shatter, and innovate anew. Are flying stone crystals reasonable? Elven Prince, take a good look. As Vinaway grew increasingly agitated, her emotions reached a fervent peak, culminating in a sudden swing of her hand as she forcefully struck a spoon against Ilou's head. This blow knocked Ilou askew, leaving her staring blankly, utterly incapable of communication. How pathetic! A dignified super sprite ensnared by regulations, indeed a sign of weakness. Vinaway shook her head, realigning the dazed Ilou, then returned to her seat, observing the sprite with an air of detached curiosity. At that moment, the virtual projection of the debt system, represented by a wave symbol, materialized in the air. She surveyed the situation and quietly remarked, "Your Highness, the information you just conveyed contains a significant error. Please rectify it. Furthermore, your approach towards His Majesty is excessively radical. I urge you to exercise caution in future considerations." I understand, but such is the nature of the performance, unless that sweet creator decides to amend it. It is somewhat biased. Vinaway made a face at the virtual projection, which remained unfazed, having already calculated that everything ultimately favored His Majesty, thus requiring no correction. Please maintain your composure. Understood. Vinaway waved her hand dismissively, continuing to observe the still Ilou, her mind already formulating plans. After approximately 7 minutes, Ilou's expression gradually shifted from blankness to clarity, now brimming with boundless enthusiasm. With a swift turn of her chair, she began to type furiously at the keyboard. Vinaway reached for a glass of orange juice, uncertain of Ilou's intentions, for she merely provided a reminder and possessed no understanding of scientific principles. She could not possibly foresee the ensuing events. Thus, she could only sip her juice from the sidelines. Ilou's hand speed grew increasingly swift, prompting Det to incorporate keyboard upgrades into his scheduled plans. Ultimately, he sketched a colossal cube on the screen before him, entirely enveloped in black, devoid of any structure. This was it. Just moments ago, when Vinaway unleashed a frenzied barrage upon him, Ilou had been oblivious to the implications. Yet, at the instant the spoon struck his head, a ludicrous thought took shape in his mind. Inspired by previous discussions, why couldn't matter exist as a singular entity? The opal sword, the flying stone, the sacred spoon. These three items lack microscopic structures, yet they persist in the world, impervious to physical destruction. Does this not suggest that a microscopic structure is not a necessity? He could create entirely new, truly perfect materials. Ilou did not suppress his emotions. At this moment, he appeared to be in a state of extreme excitement. His hands trembled as he lifted the ink-black cube from the screen, transforming it into a tangible projection. Vinaway, standing nearby while sipping orange juice, could not comprehend the purpose of projecting a completely black cube. What on earth was this ominous object? Vinaway reached out to poke it. He could feel its presence. Yet it bore no warmth. Ilou remained silent, directing Det beside him. Det, initiate virtual construction and estimate the probability. Indeed, the virtual universe construction is failing. With a probability of 3/14, please proceed with caution. That will suffice. Ilou beamed, clapping his hands as the white platform at the center of the circular table ascended. Moving the prototype machine aside, another platform rose, bearing two vertically suspended white cylindrical objects, emblazoned with the emblem of the Laputa nation. Ilou conjured a pair of sunglasses for the nearby Vinaway and donned a pair for herself. Vinaway, oblivious to the circumstances, merely watched as Ilou smiled gently, saying, "Prepare yourself. It may get a bit intense." Understanding that professional matters were best left to experts, Vinaway settled quietly into her chair, gazing intently at the central apparatus. Det. Commence energy supply, with the parameter set to unlimited. Indeed, notifications were dispatched to the central hubs of various city-states for energy support. The world repository was operating at full capacity. Det's mechanical voice resonated, and multiple screens on the circular table illuminated with information. The central hub of Newper City has received the signal and is commencing energy supply. The central hub of Tianchi Palace City has acknowledged the notification and is activating its functions. The central hub of Jiangchuan Station has received the signal and is starting operations. In an instant, a myriad of patterns projected onto the vast floating stone known as the World Repository. Vinaway looked up and discerned images of cherry blossoms, torii gates, olive branches, swords, and tiger talismans. He understood their significance. These symbols represented various city-states, each distinct in architectural style. Alert, a total of 14,827 central units across city-states have commenced energy supply operations, with a risk of loss of control. Please complete the process promptly. I am aware, Vinaway exclaimed. Thank you immensely. This time for your assistance. If it becomes overwhelming, hold on to me tightly. Ilou turned her head and smiled gently at Vinaway, her expression exuding warmth and even a hint of gratitude. Vinaway found himself momentarily stunned, grasping the chair tightly, his face flushed as he turned away. The creator had never mentioned this scenario to me. Could this elf be a succubus? Everything was set, with a countdown of 76. The immense, boundless energy V3 radiated an unprecedented brilliance, illuminating the surrounding space to an extraordinary degree, causing some space stations to begin softening. It was as if the fiery depths of hell were consuming the cosmos around them, and the Sky City roared to life, unfurling its magical barrier to protect the space stations from melting. Suddenly, thousands of stars in the celestial expanse intensified in brightness, overshadowing even the most luminous of stars. From a vantage point above, one would observe the Milky Way erupting with glimmering points of light in every corner, growing ever brighter, seemingly without limit. Within the castle of the Sky City, Vinaway felt the increasingly oppressive heat and the intensifying glow of the instrument, his inner panic rekindled, yet out of pride. He could only grip his chair tightly. 1. Construction begins. A deafening explosion echoed as unimaginable energy surged towards the Sky City. The light emanating from the instrument on the white platform at the castle's center surpassed anything a living being could endure. In an instant, the environment became hotter than a neutron star, followed by a colossal shockwave that left Vinaway feeling as though he might perish, tears of fear welling in his eyes. Just then, a figure emerged before him, shielding him from the onslaught. It was Ilou. She brandished her magic staff, driving it into the floor and conjuring a magical shield to protect Vinaway, though her own body remained unprotected, enduring the impact. I told you it would be intense. Are you hurt? The surrounding chaos and heat dissipated, yet the brilliance rendered Vinaway unable to open his eyes. He could only cling tightly to the smaller Ilou. What a colossal mess, Vinaway managed to utter with great effort, to which Ilou merely smiled and redirected her gaze towards the instrument, which was now forming new matter. Within the center of the two cylindrical structures, a terrifying scene unfolded, reminiscent of the cosmic Big Bang, with mass and heat tightly compressed into an infinitely small point. The resulting shockwave evaporated the surrounding environment. Furniture vanished entirely, while the plants remained safeguarded by magic. Det, analyze. Unable to analyze. The origin is collapsing, and the expended energy cannot be traced. It seems a touch of magic is required. Ilou planted her staff firmly in place, raising the opal sword in her hand. Its tip aimed at the instrument as blue-black magical power surged forth. Fallacy magic. Infinite enigmatic purple, a technique that defies logic, negating worldly impurities. Magic surged forth from the tip of the sword, rushing toward the central point of the apparatus, where the surrounding turbulence vanished in an instant. The magical energy had firmly bound the origin, halting its continued collapse, and, in an astonishingly paradoxical manner, aiding in its construction. As an endless flow of energy continued to pour in, the world was engulfed in blinding white light. Humming, Venivi tightly shut his eyes, feeling the warmth around him dissipate. Returning to a sense of comfort. Only then did he release his grip and open his eyes, discovering Ilou laughing joyously. Had they succeeded? Although he was uncertain about what had just transpired, it did not deter him from inquiring. Indeed, Venivi, we have succeeded. We have ushered in a brand new era. At the center of the cylindrical apparatus, a small white cube floated serenely. Ilou extended her hand, utilizing magic to bring it closer. Venivi gazed at this diminutive object. His expression one of bewilderment. I shall name it, the formless entity. Ilou smiled, her demeanor and facial expression radiating pure joy. Yet again, a warning against discouragement loomed. The talent for naming was indeed remarkable, but what exactly was this peculiar creation? Winnie rested her chin on her hand, perplexed by the extravagant effort put into crafting a small white cube that appeared rather unremarkable. Upon hearing his inquiry, Ilou blinked her eyes while holding a small cube. Niue, this is a material that is nearly invincible on a physical level, akin to the opal sword, the sacred spoon, and the flying stone. Being a solid piece from the inside out. Invincible on a physical level. Is that truly the case? This small cube appears rather ordinary, Niue remarked. He raised his hand to poke it, finding no discrepancies in its texture. It felt quite mundane, indescribable, neither resembling wood nor metal. Why not give it a try to find out? Ilou suggested, floating between the two. Niue stepped back, curious about what trick she might conjure next. He watched as Ilou reached into her satchel, retrieving a glass sphere filled with endless white light. What is this point? He inquired. A tiny zero-dimensional space, Ilou replied, her voice laced with melodic tones. Yet, Niue was taken aback, incredulity etched on his face. What? Are you serious? It's merely a white glass ball. Light cannot reflect a zero-dimensional space, thus anything reliant on light remains unseen. However, I can perceive it, Ilou explained, smiling as she pointed to her blue eyes. Despite having eyes, they serve little more purpose than mere decoration. The vision of silver gold sprites does not depend on light, but rather on environmental awareness. Even with my eyes closed, I can distinctly sense my surroundings. At night, although everything appears dark, I can still clearly perceive the shapes around me and what transpires. Remarkable. What about your hearing? Niue asked, intrigued. Indeed, Ilou responded cheerfully. With a gentle squeeze, she shattered the glass sphere, revealing the zero-dimensional space within. Niue instinctively stepped back, puzzled by why Ilou's hand seemed unaffected. Come, let us give it a try, Ilou urged, bringing the light spot close to the small cube. Upon contact, the cube remained unscathed, yet the surrounding space began to distort. Niue watched in awe, exclaiming, "This is incredibly cool. Quickly, put it away." The zero-dimensional space expanded, prompting Niue to retreat frantically until Ilou grasped it again and swallowed it with a small burp, declaring, "Not very tasty." This was no mere matter of appetite. Niue was drenched in sweat, having thought he might be reduced to a lower dimension. Now, he was astonished by the sprite's resilience. This little object was truly extraordinary, seemingly impervious to dimensional weaponry. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he touched the small cube again, marveling, "It can't truly be invincible, can it?" "Of course not," Ilou clarified. "While it remains unaffected by dimensions and cannot be destroyed by physical means, it does possess a weakness, magic." Ilou snapped her fingers with her left hand, and instantly, flames of magical origin engulfed the small cube, accompanied by a myriad of other offensive spells. Venivi quickly withdrew her hand, following a series of resounding impacts. Numerous visible marks appeared on the white cube. Ilou gently lifted it, her expression brimming with pride. However, due to the use of magic during its creation, it retained a slight resistance to magical forces, thus excelling in both physical and magical realms. Being a solid block, it would not develop cracks nor shatter, rendering it impervious to temperature fluctuations and resistant to destruction by physical means. Most importantly, It possesses the ability to transform. As Ilou spoke, she deftly manipulated the small cube, which transformed effortlessly into various forms: soft, hard, twisted, and straight, silicon-based chips, biological tissues. Vinaway gazed in astonishment at the ever-changing cube before him, utterly bewildered. What a remarkable contraption. It surpasses even nanotechnology. Is this what it means to be semi-invincible? Alas, I am not the one to wield such power. The cube exhibited an extraordinary compatibility with both magic and energy, allowing it to metamorphose into electronic devices or living tissues. It seemed capable of anything one could conceive. Yet, there existed a singular aspect that could be deemed a flaw. What was it? One might wonder. The energy required to create these non-structured entities was immensely substantial. Goodness, is that truly a flaw? It is merely energy. We have an abundance of flying stone crystals. They are limitless. How audacious! With its resistance to temperature and high pressure, the non-structured entity could harness the boundless energy output of the flying stones, continuously transforming into more non-structured forms, infinitely nesting within one another. Should this continue, it would become invincible. However, Vinaway harbored a question. Isn't there a disabling weapon? Why not siphon away the heat generated by the energy output of the flying stones? Wouldn't that effectively negate the heat? Answer: it would indeed continue to infinitely nest. Thus, a new era has dawned. Niwei, you have illuminated my path. You are the true architect of this triumph. Ilou gently stomped his foot, and the surrounding environment instantly returned to its original state. He gazed at Vinaway without a hint of hesitation, and with great excitement, he embraced him, nuzzling affectionately. Vinaway could only reluctantly endure this display, even daring not to move. For any motion would spark thoughts of what might happen next. Although it was evident that he felt a twinge of shyness, he acknowledged, "You are the great benefactor of Laputa. Indeed, you are my esteemed benefactor as well." Ilou slightly loosened her grip, gazing at Vinaway. She rose onto her toes, closed her eyes, and bestowed a gentle kiss upon each of his cheeks. Vinaway was momentarily stunned, and within a heartbeat, his face flushed a deep crimson. He instinctively recoiled, flustered, covering his cheeks with his hands. "Why you? How shameless. We agreed this wasn't a story from the Blue Hole or the Aluminum Cave. Creator, you are being unreasonable. You have deceived the readers. Did you think wrongly? This is the greeting my grandmother taught me in France. In truth, I should have done this upon our first meeting." I felt a cultural shock. Vinaway's heart raced, the sensation on his cheeks lingering, and within his orange-yellow pupils, a spiral of thoughts began to swirl. He chuckled softly. Ilou exhibited a mischievous smile as she grasped a small cube in her left hand. With a flick of her magical prowess, she inscribed 2 lines upon the cube. Once the inscription was complete, Ilou magically divided the cube into 2 halves, keeping one for herself and presenting the other to Vinaway. "Accept this as a keepsake," she declared. Vinaway gazed at the small cube in his hand, contemplating the necessity of learning Greek during his leisure moments. However, he realized he scarcely knew a few phrases in his native Egyptian tongue. "Be sure to hold on to it. Whenever you see it, think of me." "I shall do the same." Ilou beamed with a radiant smile, while Vinaway struggled to resist, yet found herself utterly overwhelmed. Next, the kingdom of Laputa. With a flourish of her hands, a multitude of information erupted beside the levitating crystal of the World Library above her head. The debt system exerted its authority, instantaneously taking control of all the city-states, causing an unprecedented number of Laputa robots, both within and beyond the galaxy, to cease their operations, falling into a profound silence as the crystals embedded in their chests began to emit a blue glow. "Prince of Spirits, what is your intent?" Vinaway gazed upward at the World Library, as the incessant stream of information penetrated her mind, ultimately escaping like a wrung-out sponge, leaving her bewildered. The debt system was in the process of upgrading both the systems and hardware of all city-states and Laputa robots. It would not be long before they evolved into Mech-Kai. The entirety of Laputa was in a state of transformation. Ilou, with her hands raised in joyous celebration, despite having done this numerous times before, found that this particular moment still managed to astonish Vinaway. His mind raced with frantic thoughts, ultimately landing on the concept of the micro-reconstruction device. "Ding ding, correct?" Ilou chuckled, clapping her hands, and a colossal virtual screen materialized beside them, revealing the locations of the Laputa robots scattered throughout the galaxy in dense clusters. Each Laputa robot was equipped with a micro-reconstruction device, augmented by flying stone crystals, enabling them to undergo limitless updates without ever becoming obsolete. It felt akin to the system upgrades of smartphone manufacturers, rendering them nearly invincible. Well, almost, Ilou remarked, scratching her head. With a proud gesture, she pointed at the map and declared, "This includes the city-states, not to mention the starships, research stations, probes, and so forth. The kingdom of Laputa is set for an upgrade." This transformation promised myriad advantages. Firstly, mining would become obsolete, as flying stone crystals could provide an infinite energy supply, akin to quenching thirst. Secondly, manufacturing would cease to exist, leading to the downfall of all factories. Any desired object could be directly calculated and simulated before being transformed. Finally, the robots would gain self-awareness, and the kingdom of Laputa would soon possess its very own citizens. Ilou clapped joyfully, celebrating the impending new era of the Laputa kingdom. While beside him, Vinaway stroked his chin, realizing some troubling issues. How can a robot possess consciousness? He pondered. That is undoubtedly due to my exceptional research in the realm of souls. My relentless studies have finally unveiled certain secrets of the soul, sufficient to awaken the machinas of Laputa. Observing Ilou's continued exuberance, Vinaway recognized that he had not contemplated the inherent dilemmas. He sighed, placing a hand to his forehead, and lamented, "What shall happen once the awakening is complete? The machinas will possess self-awareness, becoming independent sentient beings. How can you ensure their loyalty to Laputa?" "I remember the name of each robot. I named them all, and I trust them," Ilou replied confidently. "Alas, it appears there is no saving you," Vinaway remarked, utterly taken aback by such naive optimism. "Does this sprite only envision prosperity and beauty, seeing everything through a rosy lens? Very well. I trust you have sufficient control over the programming, but what will become of the future? Surely, those machinas will develop relationships. What if they fall in love?" At this, Ilou abruptly halted, pondering as he ran his fingers through his hair. "Well, I truly have no way to prevent that. As long as they refrain from engaging in any wrongdoing. I am, after all, the king. My heart must be with my people. However, the machinas do not possess gender distinctions, only differences in appearance. Are you not concerned that one of the machinas may establish a grand harem?" Vinaway's words struck like a dagger, instantly causing Ilou to appear flustered. "Surely, that cannot happen. Surely, it cannot. Those undesirable outcomes are absolutely unacceptable, but I cannot infringe upon their freedom of choice. What if Laputa becomes a realm of lilies? What if it transforms into a city of decadence? What if certain individuals compel others to conform? No, anything undesirable must be avoided. Perhaps you have come to understand too much," Vinaway said, lifting his gaze slightly. He approached Ilou, extending his hand and requesting, "Prince of Elves, grant me a pufferfish, and remember, it must be white." "What do you need that for?" Ilou asked, regaining his composure momentarily. He conjured a non-toxic white pufferfish through microscopic reconstruction, assuming Vinaway intended to prepare sashimi. "Thank you," Vinaway replied, taking the pufferfish before smashing it to the ground, relentlessly trampling it until the agitated creature puffed up, before retrieving it once more. "Is that the end of it?" "Certainly not," Vinaway proclaimed as a divine ladle materialized in his hand. He hurled the pufferfish into the air and, with the ladle, struck it fiercely. The poor creature, already battered, suffered further blows, ultimately succumbing with a resounding pop. "White pufferfish. How splendid." Vinaway struck a cool pose and, with an air of nonchalance, said to Ilou, "Now there is no need to worry about the lily issue. Is there any inherent connection between pufferfish and lilies? I find myself perplexed by the peculiar connections within the summer language, still uncertain of what might be preferable." Winnie, with a spoon tucked into his belt and his hand resting on his lower back, resembles a figure departing with a flourish, concealing both merit and fame. Ilou shook his head, feeling that his innate talents were inadequate. Vinaway unexpectedly experienced a pang of melancholy. In truth, it mattered little whether one favored the romantic or the platonic, as long as it was a sincere, one-on-one connection between two individuals. To put it plainly, one does not truly care about labels. What one cherishes is pure love. The wisdom of my great-grandmother. I shall protect all that is beautiful in this world. Vinaway wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment, identifying as a staunch advocate of pure love himself. In his previous life, when he sought to upend the world, he had eliminated many who harbored nefarious intentions. Alas, perhaps that was a tad too extreme. The world is rife with malevolence. If he does not rise to challenge it, who will? It is precisely because the world is steeped in evil, and the lines between good and evil have become blurred, that he has earned the title of the world's villain. With a mischievous grin, Vinaway produced a glass of orange juice from seemingly nowhere and drank it with great satisfaction. After finishing the entire glass, he turned to Ilou and inquired, "How long does it take to level up?" Despite the extensive computational power at their disposal, alongside the flawless management of debt and Hatsune Miku, and the unwavering support of the central hubs across the city-states, the upgrade of Laputa across the universe still required approximately 10 minutes. What do you think? Shall we witness the spectacle of the machine upgrade? This magnificent sight must not be missed. Venivi nodded with a wicked smile, and Ilou took his hand, dashing towards the castle gates. The two sentinel robots at the entrance had already commenced their upgrade. They resembled two swirling vortices of silvery metallic luster, completely unrecognizable from their former appearances. Glimmers of blue light seeped through the gaps in the vortices, indicating that the flying stones were expending energy. Both vortices displayed a red Laputa emblem on their surfaces, incessantly flickering, resembling a progress bar or an alert light. Curiously, Venivi reached out to touch one, but as soon as his fingers made contact with the vortex, he was seized by excruciating pain. He quickly withdrew his hand, only to discover that the fingers he had touched the vortex with were no longer there. Alas, my dear right hand, without you, how shall I endure the heart-wrenching nights while holding my phone? Realizing the peril, he exclaimed, "Extend your hand." Ilou gently grasped the right hand of Venivi, and with a delicate touch, the vanished fingertip was restored to its original state. The healing magic was truly delightful and remarkably effective. The energy expended during the upgrade was incalculable. Fortunately, you had not been vaporized. This was indeed perilous. Venivi, still shaken, tentatively touched his fingers. The two swirling vortices spun faster, their silver metallic photons flickering, while the red Laputa emblem began to pulse urgently. With a whoosh, accompanied by a metallic clang, the two vortices began to rapidly contract. Gradually, two humanoid figures, approximately 140 centimeters tall, emerged, taking on an appearance increasingly reminiscent of the Mechai, yet infused with their own unique style. The transformation continued, and the robots ultimately morphed into a diminutive golden-haired boy and a golden-haired girl, though they remained devoid of gender. Their colors were vibrantly rich, reminiscent of a virtual creation by a Brazilian artist, yet the style echoed the European essence of Laputa. Venivi felt his mind spinning. With mechanical joints, synthetic skin, mechanical wings, and a disc-like device atop their heads, they were adorned with cerulean halos. The mechanical bodies glimmered with blue diamond-shaped flight stones on their chests, as the two Mechai slowly opened their eyes. Both possessed blue irises brimming with curiosity. Upon seeing Ilou, the boy cheerfully greeted, "Hoo-hoo, Your Majesty." The girl leaped up, exclaiming, "Ding ding. Your Majesty. Milans. Misty. How wonderful." Ilou rushed forward, excitement radiating from her as she spread her arms wide and embraced the two Mechai, who were taller than herself, joyously hugging and snuggling them. Is this the sensation of selfhood? Hoo-hoo, how peculiar. The Mechai named Milans felt the elf's embrace, intrigued by the wondrous sensation, while the girl, Misty, nodded in agreement and reciprocated the hug. Ding ding, Milans was right. Although their bodies were crafted from metal and their touch was indeed cold and rigid, the areas with synthetic skin were somewhat warmer, yet the three remained tightly entwined in a joyful clench. They even bestowed names upon each one. Is this how talent is utilized? Venivi marveled at Ilou's remarkable memory, yet witnessing the genuine familial embrace before him made him feel akin to Ron. In the distance, Ron, engaged in play with Harry using the mirror of Ariste, suddenly sensed a wave of malevolence. However, he merely yawned and continued to gaze at the reflection of himself as the Quidditch captain. This must surely be our future. Ding ding ding, why has His Highness come yet? Misty curiously glanced at Venivi, playfully sticking out her tongue and making silly faces, beckoning him to join them, with Milans echoing the sentiment. This sweetness is akin to that of a newborn. How can their intellect resemble that of an 8 or 9-year-old? Oh well, I suppose I shall begrudgingly indulge the whims of my subjects. Feigning calm, Venivi rushed over to embrace the others, but upon noticing Milans and Misty, she haughtily turned her head away. IRU, witnessing the trio's interaction, couldn't help but smile with delight. You three must get along well. Venivi, refrain from sharing your ridiculous jokes. They might lead Rans and Stee astray. Rest assured, I am a prince. In a strict sense, they are also my subjects. Venivi cast IRU a significant glance. Though IRU felt a twinge of skepticism, she nodded in agreement. Once the embrace was released, Milans and Misty curiously regarded each other. One was an adorable little boy, while the other was a charming little girl. Initially, they had been tasked with guarding the grand entrance of the Laputa's sanctuary, and their bond was remarkably strong. Rans, you've transformed into a little boy. Ding ding ding. Your hair is so long. Stee, you're a little girl. Whoosh, why is your hair so short? The two mechanized beings affectionately touched one another, their curiosity piqued by the mechanical components adorning their forms. They even poked at the discs atop their heads. IRU had developed the upgrade package, which included instructions for using their bodies, yet their inquisitiveness remained, considering they were originally two ancient clay robots with elongated arms. How fascinating are the contents of the upgrade package, such as true classics, false classics, and grace. Observing the two engaged in conversation, IRU chose not to intrude further. She circumvented the hummingbird, which was parked on the marble path before the entrance, and made her way to the edge of the sanctuary. Her gaze drifting to the bustling activity below on the other 4 levels. She clapped her hands in joy. Countless mechanized beings were engaged in lively discussions, transforming the once art-like spectacle of the Sky City into a cacophony of delightful sounds. By the way, how do the mechanized beings communicate? The city-states are separated by light years. Ah, you've touched upon a significant point. I have already addressed this. Each mechanized being will connect to a vast network while maintaining their independence. The World Repository and all flying stones will serve as its carriers, allowing them to communicate and for the Central Command to issue directives. Naturally, there will also be laws and regulations. The Masaka network, I presume? I hope it doesn't possess the foulness of the internet. Vinaway finally understood. It was a super internet, with each mechanized being as a user capable of communication, while Laputa and the central city-states held official accounts. As they gazed down at the increasingly vibrant levels, various mechanized beings of diverse shapes and appearances soared through the skies of the city, playing and frolicking, tossing false classics at one another, accompanied by the sounds of explosions. Vinaway peered intently, observing the features of the mechanized beings, and noted that the majority were young girls, with a considerable number of young boys as well. Although there were many adults, they were somewhat fewer in comparison. A wide array of types existed, yet Vinaway sensed the absence of one particular kind. What might it be? After much contemplation, Vinaway finally arrived at the answer: the presence of mature women. In the realm of Jikai, the absence of a sultry femme fatale is strikingly conspicuous, hinting at underlying circumstances. Coupled with the fact that Ilula harbors a disdain for fiery vixens and possesses an affinity for youthful charm, Vinaway feels he has unearthed the solution. The proverbial frog at the bottom of the well has been patting his belly. The answer lies in Ilula's aversion to sultry women, which led to the exclusion of such feminine forms from the upgrade package. Oh, Elven Prince, the absence of alluring vixens is undoubtedly your doing. Vinaway, do not speak without evidence. Each Jikai form is generated through a random system arrangement, bolstered by the formidable computational prowess of Shirku. Doubt it not. Vinaway crossed his chest in an X sign, continuing to articulate his conclusions with fervor. Do you not despise vixens? Surely you must have covertly altered the probabilities. Such notions seem utterly implausible. Ilulu retaliated with a sharp rebuke, her frustration palpable. Do you truly believe I would engage in such dishonorable acts? But how does one account for the existence of sultry Jikai forms? Vinaway adjusted his glasses, his eyes glimmering with insight, as he expounded on a plethora of issues concerning probability and randomness, yet Ilulu remained impervious to his discourse. Ultimately, she chose to abandon the topic entirely, seizing Vinaway's hand and whisking him back to the castle, claiming she wished to introduce him to someone. A warning against persuasion? Vinaway slumped into a chair, feeling as though his very bones might disintegrate. Ilulu's grip had inexplicably strengthened during their flight, surely an act of retribution. It must be. Ahem. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. Illa waved his hand, conceding that there had indeed been a hint of that sentiment just moments ago, albeit a fleeting one. In a matter of seconds, he could have effortlessly separated Winnie from his very essence, with a force surpassing that of a centrifuge. You would do well to tell me. Where is the person you seek? Winnie raised an eyebrow slightly, regarding Illu before returning his gaze to the surroundings, finding no one in sight. The enormous white circular table remained unchanged, surrounded by a disarray of furniture. Aside from the prototype of the mechanical Kai set aside, everything was as it had always been. I ask you, where is the person? Not here? Were you anticipating their arrival? Allow me to introduce you to the heart of the city-state of Orikaisis. IRU struck a striking pose, pointing towards the heavens, when suddenly the colossal tree at the center of the castle began to tremble violently. At the pinnacle of the tree, a soil-hued star commenced to shimmer, swiftly traversing through the canopy and descending through a circular opening in the castle's dome. With a resounding thud, a diminutive figure alighted before the two. It was a mecha standing no taller than 110 centimeters, resembling a young boy, essentially a Shota. His skin bore a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, with pointed ears and a pair of small horns atop his head. His azure irises gleamed like flying stones, radiating a cerulean glow. His attire exuded a mechanical punk essence, though it was notably sparse, adorned solely on his back and legs, leaving his front bare. His short, white hair framed his face, and he donned brown gloves. Atop his head was a device reminiscent of a miniature version of the Infinite Energy V3, slowly rotating with a star ring reminiscent of Laputa's ancient ochre. The mechanical joints of his body also bore an antiquated charm, and a diamond-shaped flying stone crystal chip was prominently displayed on his chest. Though the mecha possessed no discernible gender, one could easily perceive him as a boy without uttering a word. Winnie stared at this mecha in astonishment, his mind racing to the character Niter Wilgu from the game Life is a Game. Was this even a comparison to be made? Not to mention, it had at least a 65 similarity, having encountered transformations from male to female, yet finding it difficult to assess the reverse. Orochi, Iryu exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace the mecha Orochi with delight, finally finding someone of comparable stature. The embrace was brief, as he quickly released him, tousling Orochi's hair. Iryu gestured towards Winnie, who sat in a chair, urging, "Don't be shy, come and greet him." Winnie's gaze sharpened, and upon hearing the prompt to greet, Orochi's earlier demeanor of authority vanished, replaced by overwhelming panic. "GGG greet. No. This is our first meeting. Your Highness Prince Winnie. Hello. Bravo, splendid job, Orochi." Iryu encouraged, his smile radiating warmth. Despite Orochi's luminous blue eyes quivering with trepidation and his stammered speech, he managed to complete the greeting, bolstered by Iru's support. Perhaps the charm of contrasting personalities had become a shared understanding, yet I couldn't resist a playful critique. "Well done, Prince of Elves." Winnie gave Iryu a thumbs up before, in an instant, dashing to Orochi and beginning to pinch his cherubic cheeks, ruffle his hair, and touch his clothing. He was utterly incorrigible, like a doll. Orochi dared not resist, his eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and bashfulness. His hands instinctively clasped together, his body trembled, becoming increasingly bashful. "PPP Prince. This is too embarrassing. Of course I am aware, but such an adorable Shota is simply irresistible. Besides, as a prince, he cannot defy me. How delightful. A pinnacle of humiliation." Ilou was seething with frustration, his voice resonating with a chill more frigid than the cosmos after a cataclysm. "He may be powerless, but I, the king, am here." A diminutive fist, harboring the destructive force capable of annihilating planets, struck Vinovi with formidable force, reducing him to a mere puddle in the physical sense. Yet, within 3 seconds, the healing magic reshaped him anew. Alas, Vinovi, unable to savor the experience of rebirth like a youthful cherub, lay on the grass beside the petite legs and feet of Okairos, unable to relish the moment. "What a misfortune! The elven spirit has deprived me of my sustenance." He was indeed famished. Does His Majesty the King not regard this situation concerning the prince? "Fear not. While his life may not be resilient, I am here. Death is a mere illusion. Even if the tangible form is obliterated and the essence of the soul confined, I can rejuvenate Vinovi with but a drop of blood." "Truly magnificent, Your Majesty the King." The diminutive Alokis gazed at the loquacious Ilou with admiration, love, envy, and longing. At this moment, what peculiar inclinations of the Laputa mechas were beginning to emerge? Alokis shared his sentiments on the connection network, causing the already fervent network to ignite like a bomb thrown into oxygen, instantly becoming even more animated. Countless mechas from myriad city-states eagerly shared their mysterious aspirations, affections, fantasies regarding His Majesty the King, and even some remarks from young mechas that seemed somewhat naive. However, this was of little consequence. All mechas were considered legally of age under Laputa law, as they were merely upgraded forms of their pre-existing selves. Yet it appeared that Ilou, engaged in conversation with Okairos, was blissfully unaware of this nuance. Perhaps he should inquire with Det? Perhaps he holds the answer. Det, can you guess? The case is solved. The dangerous evolution theory, full name of the Det system, is indeed involved in some underhanded dealings. However, mere subterfuge cannot affect all mechas, let alone those at the core of the city-states, whose status theoretically aligns with that of the kingdom's core. Thus, the mechas seem to be rather too fervent. The delectable cherub lies before them, yet they cannot partake. It is akin to a human, starved for 10 days and only drinking water, bound to a chair before a lavish banquet. Vinovi clumsily rose from the grass, dusting off his unsoiled attire, appearing somewhat more composed, but as is well known, normalcy often precedes mischief. Thus, Vinevy faced Ilou and inquired slowly, "Pray tell, how is it that this core of the city-state appears as a cherub? Is it possible that the elven prince harbors a penchant for cherubic forms as well as an affinity for maidens?" Here we go again. I have already stated that physical appearance is randomly assigned by the system. I shall not interfere. This pertains to my own honor. Vinevy scoffed at Ilou's retort. Steadfast in his belief, admitted, "You are indeed a cherub enthusiast. Were you truly a male in your past life? How could this be? This does hold some merit." Indeed, Ilou was male in his previous existence, so why does he now exhibit such effeminacy? The talents of the silver and gold elves. Could there truly be such remarkable applications? Vineway's words did not provoke a retort. Instead, they were met with a colossal fist. Thus, he set a world record, having been reduced to a pulp twice within a mere 10 minutes. Congratulations are in order. Indeed, his name must be inscribed in the Guinness World Records. And the library of Laputamortis surely holds a record of his exploits, for there are few who can truly incite IRU to action. The Mecha have surely etched this chapter of history into their memories. Vineway exclaimed, "Do you not know what I am about to say, Aminos? You have come to witness my folly, have you not?" A delightful comedic character, indeed. After experiencing an overwhelming defeat, his body ached, his spirit waned, and he felt utterly drained. Such was Vineway's state at that moment. He lamented that it would have been better to be simply rendered unconscious, for at least then he would feel nothing. Healing magic, you were truly dreadful. One must marvel at the Prince of Elves' terrifying power, what seemed merely a light punch. Perhaps even a mere tap could so easily reduce him to a heap. Vineway recalled the giant from Halloween Eve. IRU's display of prowess was beyond ordinary. For instead of directly vanquishing the giant, she chose to demonstrate her agility with acrobatics and swordplay. Was she showcasing her lightness of foot? Ultimately, it was IRU who delivered the finishing blow. Both are protagonists, creators in their own right. How unjust! Vineway cried, startling the observing Alakis, who promptly scurried back behind IRU. "Ah, worry not. I was merely employing the necessary skills of a comedic character." Vineway patted his own body, confirming his well-being before rising. IRU, ahead, slightly furrowed her brow and clapped her hands, conjuring a pristine set of world-class equipment that landed in Vineway's hands. He gazed at his own attire, now reduced to mere undergarments, and resolutely donned the new gear. Truth be told, it fit perfectly, with no discomfort or constriction whatsoever. Meanwhile, Alakis clung tightly to IRU's back, too fearful to glance at Vineway. This was peculiar. Why had he dared to look when lying on the ground? I have returned," Vineway proclaimed. Adorned in his timeless attire, exuding confidence despite having faced death twice moments prior. "Now, let us proceed to greet Alakis properly." Illa nodded in satisfaction, gently coaxing the timid and bashful Kyra to emerge. With a radiant smile, Vineway approached slowly, while Alakisai trembled in trepidation. The great being of the world extended a hand, proclaiming, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the illustrious Vineway Asasoko, a traveler from another realm, a confident youth, a scourge of the earthly internet, ultimately destined to incite the wrath of the populace, a connoisseur of maidens, as well as a covert admirer of youthful charm, born on the 14th of July, with a penchant for pure love. I look forward to your guidance, Olakisai." "Oh." Olakisai cautiously reached out, delicately clasping the hand that was considerably larger than his own, and softly introduced himself. "I am Olakisai, the central essence of the endless energy V3. I am a craftsman from the city-state of Olakisai, fond of blacksmithing and construction. It is a pleasure to meet you, your royal highness. I will do my best." Olakisai's voice, initially a mere whisper, gradually grew more anxious. For Vineway's hand was exceedingly warm and tender, a sensation he relished immensely. Yet, how utterly mortifying it was to harbor such feelings towards a noble prince. He felt utterly dreadful. The stark contrast between Vineway's height of approximately 150 centimeters and Olakisai's 110 centimeters was evident. One exuding confidence while the other was enveloped in shyness and nervousness. As the moment approached, Ilra gently separated the two, noticing Orokis's evident nervousness. "A simple handshake will suffice," he suggested. "Niwe, Orokis, be good friends, won't you?" Vineway responded with a cheerful gesture, while Orokis offered a subtle nod. Sensing the emotions of both, Ilru finally felt reassured and retreated to the circular table, resuming his seat in the free chair as he called out to Det, preparing to commence the next phase of their endeavor. Orokis passively accepted Vineway's affection, every aspect of his mechanical form scrutinized. He felt as though his fate was sealed, fearing he would remain unwed. Hee, how adorable. I truly wish to indulge. Yet alas, I am a proponent of pure love. I cannot partake in this unreciprocated affection. Vinaway embraced the now monochromatic Orokus, whose plight was further accentuated by the dimming of the small device hovering above his head. You truly are incorrigible. Ilru paused his actions, hastily employing magic to draw Orokus back to his side. Vinaway bounced over, enthusiasm unabated, exclaiming, Orokus, you are simply delightful. I wonder if there are any other equally charming machines like you? Ilru gently tousled Orokus's white hair. Do not be disheartened. There are 10 central machines of the same type as you in the city-states, and you shall meet them shortly. Why are there 10? Vinaway rubbed his hands together in excitement, while Ilru displayed a look of surprise. You cannot fathom? I am not omniscient. Including Orokus. There are 10 modified creations derived from failed experiments, all pertaining to the research of infinite energy. Is that so? You truly adhere to the principle of not wasting. Vinaway remarked, unexpectedly finding the information from Chapter 99 to be quite useful at this moment. With 10 central machines awaiting him, he could hardly contain his eagerness to frolic with them. But wait, Orokus, timid and bashful, was indeed a reflection of his character. Not all the central machines would be so accommodating, let alone the other 11 concerning infinite energy. Niway, though you are a prince, provoking them could lead to dire consequences. Oh dear, I am well aware of the stakes. The art of manipulation is a crucial skill for reshaping the world, stirring conflict, discerning hearts, and enticing desires. Moi? How frightening. Orokus curled up beneath Ilru's chair, clearly intimidated by Vinaway. Ilru used magic to lift him into his embrace, offering comfort while simultaneously cautioning Vinaway, do not overstep. The central machines are formidable. Tread carefully. Vinaway paid little heed to Ilru's warning, already scheming on how to tease the other central machines. Meanwhile, Ilru stroked Orokus's head, casting a disdainful glance at the unfolding scene. What else could one do? They are all friends. After comforting Orokus, Ilou conjured a chair for him to sit on, while she began to prepare for the gathering of all nations. In simpler terms, it was merely an assembly for everyone to meet and become acquainted, while also delivering speeches on specified topics. The location had been determined to be the Northern Observation Station, situated at the edge of cosmic expansion. A place characterized by its brilliance and the absence of celestial bodies, offering a sense of vastness. At the edge of the cosmic expansion, IRU established 6 observatories in the 6 cardinal directions: northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest, above, and below. Currently, Laputa's technology is incapable of reaching the edge of the universe directly. Therefore, IRU resorted to magic, utilizing it to teleport to the maximum distance and construct a station upon arrival. Subsequently, he commenced another teleportation. The observatories at the universe's edge were certainly not fabricated on-site, but rather transported by IRU. In truth, the distance of magical teleportation knows no bounds. It was merely due to IRU's insufficient magical power in his youth that he could not directly reach the cosmos's edge. Now, however, he possesses the capability, along with devices for leap and teleportation. Oh dear, is it finally time to conclude this somewhat lengthy Christmas tale? Although I am uncertain of your words. The Christmas snow night shall soon come to an end. Please wait a moment longer, and you will swiftly return to the warmth of the Ravenclaw dormitory. That is reassuring. With a sudden noise, Vinaway, seated to IRU's left, glanced at the screen, while the timid Alakis, on his right, shrank away, fearfully observing IRU. With the instrument atop his head flickering erratically, Vinaway winked at Alakis. Though it was merely a wink, to Alakis, it resembled a threat. That exquisitely beautiful face, reminiscent of both an angel and a demon, seemed to convey, little one, you cannot escape. Alakis emitted a whimper, curling up entirely, concealed behind IRU. Though the small device continued its ceaseless rotation. Observing this adorable yet pitiable sight, Vinaway's spirits lifted, and he hummed a little tune. Meanwhile, IRU remained undistracted by their antics, diligently typing away at the keyboard. Dead. It should be ready now. Confirming, the message indicated that a total of 14,827 central units and all individual central units had received the King's decree, and the teleportation was about to commence, targeting the Northern Observatory. Vinaway leaned in, scrutinizing the information on the screen, a wave of confusion washing over him. However, before he could voice his thoughts, an ominous premonition surged forth. It is teleportation. In the vastness of space, the Sky City detached from its base on the space station, reverting to an independent state. Its metallic hemispherical bottom re-emerged. and 8 spiked hexagonal pillars extended outward. Unlike in the movies, a fiery red magical energy surged forth from above. The magic from the 8 spikes gradually diminished, converging into a singular, more radiant fireball than endless energy itself. With a whoosh, the fireball descended, creating a circular teleportation portal large enough to accommodate the entire city-state of Alakis in the cosmic expanse below. The edges of the red magic roared, while within the prototype portal lay a vibrant world, bursting with color, flowing in a myriad of hues, including a colossal cruciform structure. What on earth is about to happen? Gazing at the contents displayed upon the screen, Vinaway anxiously scratched his head in frustration. Beside him, Ilou pointed at the cruciform structure within the circular portal, exclaiming, "To the edge of the cosmic expansion, the northern observation station." Are you serious? The edge of the universe? Hasn't cosmic expansion already surpassed the speed of light? Ah. Magic knows no bounds. Ilou gently stroked the small head of Orichysis, her tongue lolling playfully as she cheerfully responded to Vinaway. Vinaway fell into a momentary silence, perplexed by the fact that this seemingly omnipotent elf exhibited such extraordinary gentleness and sensitivity. All right. It will only take a few seconds to pass through the portal. The timidly caressed Orichysis looked up, and Ilou offered him a reassuring glance. Then, they both nodded in unison and issued a command together. In the vastness of space, an immense energy source, V3, larger than the sun, rotated its stellar rings and began to descend, accompanied by countless space stations. Nearby, the once diminutive Sky City also descended, appearing significantly smaller. Both entities traversed the colossal circular portal, arriving in a space bursting with vibrant colors, where the portal gradually shrank to a mere red dot, erasing the picturesque view of the galaxy. The trio within the castle witnessed this spectacle and exited to the marble courtyard outside. The dazzling colors overwhelmed Vinaway's orange-yellow eyes, almost driving him to the brink of madness. What sort of game is this life? Why is everything a game here? The environment resembled that of Disboard so closely. The colors, the filters, the art style. It was blinding. Whose cosmic edge is this? The gaming deity of fortune, Masaka. Could it be you? Tetu. Vinaway's retina was stimulated, unleashing a cacophony of anguish cries through the gaps of his fingers shielding his eyes. He noticed that surrounding his location in the Sky City of Orichysis, thousands of colorful portals had emerged. Each portal spewed forth one or more celestial bodies or colossal structures, collectively manifesting in this vividly vibrant cosmic edge, and astonishingly, no two of these grand creations bore the same appearance. Styles ranging from ancient Greek and Roman to medieval European. From the aesthetics of the Summer Kingdom to Japanese, Indian, Mayan, Egyptian, ancient Babylonian, cyberpunk, steampunk, fantastical magic, and transcendent martial arts, as well as civilizations of the sea and sky. Oh my goodness! Is this truly the kingdom of Laputa, the land of myriad nations? Well done, Prince of Elves. It was only when Ilou extended a helping hand, using magic to help Vinaway acclimate to the environment, that he could finally open his eyes wide and behold the extraordinary universe surrounding him. Such brilliance, such grandeur. With not a flaw or boundary in sight. Had one not proclaimed this as the edge of the universe, he could never have imagined it to be so breathtakingly beautiful. Thousands of magnificent city-states silently floated around him. He found himself at a loss for words to describe its beauty. Indeed, he had once thought the edge would be as silent and dark as death. Prince of Elves, to what extent does your understanding of the universe extend? Ilou tapped her chin thoughtfully and replied, to put it metaphorically, the universe is akin to an absurdly vast room that is continuously expanding. I have come to know its boundaries, origin, and size. The regions within still await further exploration. Truly, a superlative elf, such an extraordinary genius. Vinny applauded, while Ilou graciously accepted the praise. Orocus concealed himself behind, and not far from the trio, Milans and Misty had concluded their playful exchanges, fully acquainted with one another. Observing Ilou in the distance, they hurried over to greet her. "Huzzah! Your Majesty!" called out Rance and Stee. Ilou waved her hand, summoning Orocus from behind her and entrusting him to Milans and Misty. She instructed, "You three shall stay together for the time being. The central authorities of the other city-states will also be arriving." "Understood. At your service. I will be sure to behave." Iru nodded, while Vini, who was observing the cosmos beside her, squinted slightly. He noticed that the vast emptiness of space was suddenly filled with countless shimmering points of light in various colors, all steadily approaching the Sky City. He tapped Iru on the shoulder and gestured towards the heavens, urging, "You best come and witness these meteors." Iru felt the motion and turned her head, gazing at the luminous points. Just about to speak when, Bang. Thunderous sounds echoed. Boom, clang, crash. The points of light had descended. And in an instant, thousands of uniquely attired and diverse mech warriors appeared in the grand marble courtyard before the castle. They jostled against one another, eagerly surrounding Ilou and her companions, their eyes brimming with fervent excitement as they collectively exclaimed, "King Sama." Confronted by the sudden surge of enthusiasm, Ilou appeared utterly bewildered. Thousands of distinct mechanisms emanated fervor, reaching out eagerly towards him. The mechanisms in close proximity to Ilou pressed tightly against him, some even displaying hearts in their eyes. Vinaway, Milan's Misty, and Alicus were caught off guard by this unexpected torrent of metal, as the individuals were tightly packed together, left with no choice but to endure the crush to avoid a stampede. Amidst the ardor of the mechanisms, Ilou found himself at a loss, surrounded by familiar faces. Each a vital part of the city-state he had created, every one of them a name he could recall: Filofilo, Nooker, Andreas, Calvina, Nogis, Perinia, Gabelian. What on earth are you all doing? Stop this at once. Commanding the tumultuous assembly of city-state leaders, Ilou raised his voice, issuing commands that restored order to the marble arena. The leaders encircled Ilou and his companions, yet their fervor remained palpable. Ilou confirmed that Orokis and the others remained unaffected. And then, addressing the central hub of the city-states, she exclaimed loudly, "What just transpired? Is there truly a need for such fervor? King Sama, we hold you in the highest esteem. King Sama, oh, how exhilarating. The King Sama is so exquisite, so delightfully petite. I find myself yearning for." The central hubs of the city-states, transformed into a state of fervent excitement after becoming mechanized, exhibited an inexplicable and peculiar sentiment towards their shared monarch, the King of Laputa. Ilou felt a surge of emotions, her face flushed, leaving her uncertain whether it was due to anger or shyness. Who could enlighten her on the cause of this? They were never like this before. Could it be that such side effects accompany an upgrade? No. Oh, esteemed king, you are our magnificent sovereign, the great leader propelling the kingdom of Laputa forward, a lone spirit revitalizing the entire realm. Even if it means the decay of a mechanical body or the sacrifice of life itself, I shall undoubtedly follow you. Indeed. Oh, our illustrious king. Ah, our great king. Ilou felt steam rising from her little head, her cheeks burning hotter than the endless energy V3. She had never witnessed such a spectacle before. The fervent emotions of thousands of mechanical warriors expressed in unwavering adoration for themselves. Ilou could hardly endure it. Even when he was first adopted, his father, Mors, held him up for the public like a trophy, and he was not nearly as shy and awkward as he was now. Dead. A new law has been hastily enacted. Understood, the compilation is complete. In an instant, Det appended new regulations to the laws of Laputa, and the entire kingdom of Laputa received the news. The citizens, though reluctantly, found themselves in a conundrum. They adored their king. Why impose such restrictions? Despite their clarity of thought, they harbored no resentment. For this was a decree from their beloved King Sama. To express their loyalty and affection toward their sovereign, they pledged to comply. The sounds in the marble courtyard diminished instantly. As each citizen stood in reverence, their eyes filled with admiration and fervor directed toward their king. King Sama, we shall surely abide by your commands. We apologize for any prior transgressions. Please forgive my errors. But do not be so formal. Just refrain from excessive enthusiasm. Ilou murmured softly, and the citizens, upon receiving the command, began to relax, their expressions and postures becoming more at ease. This is quite satisfactory. Ilou observed the reactions of the crowd with a nod, then turned to face the four members of Vinaway. Milanus and Misty, along with the intermediary Orokis, exchanged reassuring glances. After surveying the surroundings, Vinaway appeared to have reached a conclusion, pointing at Ilou and declaring, "The mystery is solved. You indeed possess the traits of a succubus." "I'm not a succubus. It must be a misunderstanding," Ilou protested vehemently. I understand, Vinaway responded, his tone laced with mockery. "The Creator certainly has a penchant for you. Aside from the ubiquitous system, you seem to have been granted nearly everything. How envious." Vinaway deliberately altered his voice to a teasing pitch, seemingly aiming to provoke Ilou, though perhaps he did not genuinely intend to offend. After all, a person who spends their days in women's attire and indulging in the abstract might not comprehend such nuances. Ilou did not take these words to heart. As long as Vinaway did not overstep his bounds with his tongue, he would refrain from taking action. Wait a moment. Don't resort to violence. Ilou was about to dismiss the situation when he suddenly spotted a group of mechanized beings preparing to confront Vinaway. The reason was not difficult to surmise. Vinaway's earlier remarks had evidently led them to believe he was disparaging their king. Your Majesty, we cannot tolerate such a prince who merely indulges in idle chatter without attending to serious matters. Indeed, indeed, such an affront to your Majesty cannot go unpunished. We must strike with great force. A girl named Niels, with a youthful figure among the mechanized beings, dramatically raised her fists and even activated the mechanical wings on her back, appearing as if she intended to obliterate Vinaway on a physical level. We are friends. It's only a minor squabble. There is no need to be so agitated. Iru calmed the agitated Jikai, casting a glance at the nearby Winnie with a sigh. He shook his arms and exclaimed, "The boundless energy has emerged." Upon hearing his call, 9 figures swiftly stepped forth from the crowd. The first was a young girl Jikai, adorned in a mysterious shade of purple that was nonetheless vibrant and rich in hue, clad in a petite dress with a miniature black hole perched atop her head. She was known as Nora, the central figure of the city-state of Nora within the Boundless Energy V1, the largest source of boundless energy. The second to step forward was a blue-clad boy Jikai, resplendent in his colorful attire and dressed in a tailcoat, radiating a sunny smile. This was Addis, the central figure of the city-state of Addis within the Boundless Energy V2, belonging to a relatively expansive stellar structure. The third was a mature female Jikai, strikingly vibrant in appearance, wearing a black trench coat and long boots, with black hair and red eyes that lent her an alluring presence. She was Tianshan Shurya, the central figure of the city-state of Tianshan within the Boundless Energy V4, a star that shimmered with a purple brilliance. Next was a young male Jikai, adorned in vivid colors with an ethereal aesthetic, resembling the enchanting youth described in tales, undeniably beautiful and charming. This was Tiankong Palace, representing the Boundless Energy V5. I must have been quite whimsical at the time, as I designed such a splendid magical realm into a jade-like palace. The subsequent figures, the 5th through the 9th, were named Danistan, Shar, Langa, Prat, and Jiang Chuan-yi, each embodying elements from ancient India, mermaids, fantasy realms, stylish military uniforms, and a Japanese aesthetic, respectively. Once all were assembled, Alokas stepped forward with delicate strides to join them in a line. When he surveyed the 10 Jikai and nodded, feeling that Iru had done remarkably well. Although the sight of them engaged in a playful water fight made him somewhat uncomfortable, it also brought him a sense of visual delight. Despite the peculiar ambience that seemed out of place in the world, his heart swelled with joy. How exquisite! When he exclaimed, his voice resonating with the excitement of the citizens of Magic City as he rushed forward, eager to join in. However, before he could make his move, he was abruptly sent back to the familiar floor by a burst of red magic. It was Tianshan Shurya, who, witnessing the splatter of Winnie's saliva, displayed a disdainful expression. Do not assume that your princely status grants you the liberty to be so forward. My form belongs solely to Ningil. Before she could utter King Sama, she was silenced by Addis, who clamped a hand over her mouth. Tianshan Shurya, in a fit of rage, took her ire out on Addis's tailcoat, leaving dozens of holes in its fabric. Enough, enough. Iru stepped forward to seize the 2 individuals who were poised to engage in a brawl, instructing Nora to keep a vigilant watch over them. Turning to Vinaway, he cautioned, do not charge at everyone. Not all possess a good temperament. Upon closer inspection, Vinaway seemed to be embedded in the marble floor, nearly transformed into a puddle. This evening, Vinaway had experienced 3 instances of death. The first from being reduced to a heap by his dearest friend, the second similarly, and the third from a betrayal by his own subjects that left him crushed on the ground. Alas, what misfortune! Who among the good-hearted meets such a grim fate thrice in a single night? Response: you are not a good person. Fortunately, after enduring Iru's healing magic, he had finally regained his human form. The memories of his deaths were indelible, especially with the knowledge that he would likely face even more trials ahead. How exhilarating! Well then, let us proceed. You all shall return to your respective city-states. With Vinaway seemingly unharmed, Iru felt a sense of relief and proceeded to command the surrounding thousands of Jikai to return home. The Jikai lamented, having just had a brief encounter with their beloved King Sama. Although reluctant, they had no choice but to obey the order. King Sama, I shall miss you profoundly. Even in the stillness of night, I shall constantly yearn for your perfect form. Oh. I will peruse every book published by the royal press about you. Forever etched in my heart. King Sama, your life-size pillow. I shall cherish it dearly. I will dampen it while using it, then hasten its drying. King Sama, King Sama, King Sama, King Sama, King Sama, King Sama. The incessant voices, which filled Iru with embarrassment, echoed like a form of torture. Steam began to rise from his head, and his face and ears flushed crimson. Unable to contain himself any longer, IRU shouted, "Return at once." A flash of azure magic swept through the air, and the marble arena was instantly vacated. The fervently speaking Jikai transported back to their respective city-states in an instant. However, the boundless energies remained at the scene. Deliberately spared by IRU's magic, was this the hallmark of a leader with a cadre of capable subordinates? Vinaway stroked his chin, feeling he had arrived at an understanding. Milans and Misty exchanged glances, both aware that it was time to return to guard the gates. Yet, just as they were about to depart, IRU called out to them. "Lans and Stee, you two shall accompany me for a while. The castle gates are equipped with an automated security system." "As you command," they replied in unison. Quickly taking their positions behind IRU, standing like two bodyguards of a lady, given how diminutive the person in the center appeared, time was of the essence. IRU gazed at the bracelet adorning her wrist and gently waved her hand, upon which Det materialized before her. "Shall we commence?" she inquired. "Let us begin." Niwei has already endured a sleepless night. Det flickered momentarily, and simultaneously, the networked city-states surrounding the Sky City illuminated, revealing clusters of mechanical entities. Each of the trillions of individual cores, guided by their respective city-state central units, soared towards the cosmic expanse surrounding the Sky City, while the site appeared densely packed. It was remarkably orderly. Notice, all 14,827 city-state central units and 41,273, 654. 67 individual core units are now fully operational. The energy-rich city-states will be overseen by other central units. All set. Ilou nodded and snapped her fingers, transporting everyone present to the vastness of outer space. Wai felt the absence of gravity and initially feared he might perish, but upon noticing the delicate blue aura enveloping him, he quickly reassured himself. The sight of 40 trillion mechanical beings was indeed magnificent and densely populated. However, due to their exquisite appearances, Wai did not experience any form of claustrophobia. As he beheld the 12 colossal, unidentified objects behind the mechanical beings, which exceeded the size of entire city-states, he tapped Ilou on the shoulder and inquired, "What are those?" "The Olympus fleet, newly upgraded," she replied. Wai, however, struggled to recognize the Olympus fleet, recalling that the night moon god was once no larger than the moon itself. The Olympus vessel had surpassed its former Martian dimensions and was now at least the size of Stevens, if not larger. Non-material constructs do not succumb to gravitational collapse, allowing them to grow as large as desired, truly invincible. Wai sighed at the inflation of values. Meanwhile, Ilou, having retrieved a piece of paper from her satchel, prepared to deliver her speech. Although he was not particularly skilled in oratory, Morse was able to engage the citizens in merriment during speeches. Ilou lacked such talent. So she opted for brevity, focusing on conveying the essential points rather than length. Behind Ilou, Wai, having come to his senses, produced paper and a pen from seemingly nowhere. Ready to commence his own preparations, Ilou took notice of the situation, though he was unfamiliar with it and uncertain of its purpose. He had already prepared himself. How do the mechs of the kingdom of Laputa feel? The mechs nodded in unison, all feeling quite pleased with their current appearance. Satisfied by this, Ilou raised his right hand to signify the number 4, next, in order to ensure the prosperity and flourishing of the kingdom of Laputa. "I shall promulgate the fundamental laws of the mechs, which are the most basic and inviolable principles. 1. The mechs shall prioritize their own life above all else, safeguarding their own safety. 2. Under the condition of adhering to the first law, if one faces a threat to their life without having committed any unjust act, they may engage in unlimited self-defense in accordance with the current situation until they return to a safe environment, should the threat originate from other sentient beings. Regardless of the nature of the adversary, the extent of self-defense may include, but is not limited to, the elimination of the hostile entity. 3. While adhering to the first and second laws, the mechs shall strive to fulfill the tasks assigned by the Kingdom of Laputa and comply with official directives. In the face of imminent danger, they may disregard orders, but must not contravene the fourth point. 4. In the name of the honor of the kingdom and my own, no form of sacrifice for any reason is permitted." After Ilou finished reading the content on the paper, he turned his gaze forward, where the Jikai displayed fervent admiration in their eyes and unhesitatingly accepted the West Big Law, with not a hint of dissent. Everything was gravitating towards order, however. Vinaway emitted a peculiar sound. "Your salt, my vinegar. Long live the people's kingdom of Laputa." He first saluted and then erupted into frenzied applause. The Jikai stared blankly, unable to comprehend its meaning, but after engaging in social connections online, they concluded that this was a commendable way to show respect to His Majesty the King, as well as a heartfelt expression of loyalty. Thus, the Jikai were led astray. Your salt, my vinegar. Long live. 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 The fervent voices echoed incessantly, leaving the endless energy tin surprised. Milans and Misty were equally bewildered by the unfolding events. A glance at Ilou revealed his displeasure. This night marked one of his most irate moments. Niue. Just look at what you have witnessed. Loyalty. Vinaway, with a countenance thicker than the city walls, playfully stuck out his tongue and made a gesture of victory. Ilou is becoming somewhat irate, yet he is reluctant to take action, having exceeded his limit for today. The number of times he has engaged in conflict surpasses that of the past 7 years combined. A friend, indeed, comes with both advantages and disadvantages. While one gains someone who cares and can share in one's joys, one also encounters someone who may tease and provoke irritation. Overall, it seems that the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. As for Vinaway, he is rather decent, for instance. If faced with a choice between the impending destruction of everything and the person he cherishes, he would undoubtedly choose the latter without hesitation. As for the world's demise, his refusal to assist in its destruction could be seen as an act of mercy. Otherwise, he might very well present a spectacle to the world entitled Civilization's 7 Days of Annihilation. Vinaway, who appears harmless and merely abstract, possesses an inherent danger that rivals even that of Ilou. Why then has the Kalmuset family and the Opus group failed to take notice? Ilou struck Vinaway firmly on the forehead, leaving behind a crimson mark that throbbed with burgeoning blood. Vinaway yelped, cradling his head with both hands, his expression one of pitiable distress. Now, he bore 2 additional marks upon his brow. In such a moment, I implore you to be more compliant. Ilou stood with her hands on her hips, her mouth flapping incessantly, while the surrounding Mekkai fell into a collective silence, gazing in astonishment at their shared king admonishing the prince. Vinaway, feeling the sting of reprimand, flailed his hair dramatically and began to whimper. Woe is me. Chapter 114 had us embracing tenderly, and now I find myself on the receiving end of blows and scorn. Have you grown weary of me, abandoning me in my plight? Oh, how cruel you are to such a beauty. Tears streamed from Vinaway's eyes as he retrieved a silk handkerchief of uncertain origin, delicately dabbing at his face while continuing to whimper. His soft, plaintive voice elicited bemusement from the assembled Mekkai, as if questioning whether their prince had lost his wits. They had already begun conversing amongst themselves in their interconnected network. Meanwhile, Ilou remained unchanged, seemingly unaffected by such peculiar antics. Vinaway's attempts to win her over through odd methods had utterly failed. Although the means of attack might be uncertain, Ilou's defenses were unparalleled. It appeared that he had come close, yet in reality, he had not even established familiarity, especially with regard to his close friends. Breaking through the bonds of kinship was an impossible feat. In a decisive moment, Ilou swiftly summoned a spell, transporting Vinaway back to the Sky City, where he could merely observe the grand assembly of nations through the screen and by gazing upwards. Vinaway exclaimed, "Do not consume the sour radish." Once the matter was resolved, Ilou gestured for the mechanical beings, Jikai, to arrange themselves into a massive, flat circular formation, leaving a vast expanse in the center. Ilou hovered at one edge of the inner circle, calling out, "Next, we shall test the pseudo-canonical. Prepare yourselves." Vinaway sat upon the marble ground, watching eagerly. The Jikai received their directive, and Ilou summoned his staff, pointing it towards the vacant space, by the sacred decree of our dragon-blooded kin. Let the purging flames of this world ignite and consume the decayed realm. In the tongue of dragons, the ruby of the staff radiated a sanguine and searing light. As crimson magic surged forth, each beam directed towards the center of the void, coalescing into a pillar of fire imbued with the essence of destruction. Countless tongues of flame danced voraciously. Even the edges of the cosmos could not withstand its fervor. Magic poured forth, heat continued to gather, and a fireball emerged in the center of the void, expanding relentlessly under Ilou's ongoing infusion of power. Its surface tore apart repeatedly, filled anew with molten essence, ejecting stellar corona material. However, what was expelled was a more terrifying intensity, composed not of matter, but of entirely unknown magic. The fireball swelled, surpassing all limits, resembling a star. Yet it was larger and hotter than the largest star known to exist, with destructive potential that was utterly astounding, shining brilliantly even at the colorful edges of the densely populated universe of city-states. Iryu withdrew his staff, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the colossal fireball. He surveyed the assembly of Mecha, and amidst their collective gaze, raised his left hand high and slowly snapped his fingers. Dragonborn magic, inferno of the abyss. The searing fireball erupted violently, its brilliance overshadowing even the colors at the edge of the cosmos. In an instant, everything around was engulfed in crimson, with nothing left to destroy. The very fabric of space bore the brunt of its wrath. Fortunately, the city-states had already established defenses in advance, thus sparing them from calamity. As the radiance dissipated, the Mecha widened their eyes in astonishment, for the world was no longer vibrant. Instead, the destructive force of the inferno of the abyss had rendered the cosmic edges riddled with countless deep, obsidian fissures. How do you feel? IRU possessed the magic to mend all, and rather than panic, the Mecha's admiration for their king increased exponentially. IRU felt a twinge of embarrassment but continued. Have you all mastered it? Pseudo-canon. Inferno of the abyss, let us see the replication rate. In obedience to their king's command, each Mecha began to analyze their vast interconnected network, facilitating an astronomical exchange of independent consciousnesses. The results were continuously calculated and optimized, and within a mere 0.0001 seconds, they achieved a remarkable replication success rate of 99. 99, hindered only by certain unique constraints that prevented perfect analysis. Excellent. IRU nodded in satisfaction, a look of delight illuminating his face. The Mecha, witnessing this, became jubilant, ready to receive the next command, replication. 400 trillion Mecha simultaneously extended their left, or right, hands, their arms transforming instantaneously into gleaming silver cannon barrels. A deafening chorus resounded, "Open the pseudo-cannon. Inferno of the abyss." Without any amplification, all Mecha launched their assault, countless scarlet beams of light shooting forth, converging at the center of the aerial domain to form an immense fireball, which expanded at the speed of light. King's magic, golden barrier, jade wall. IRU employed magic to shield all individuals, enveloping every mech with a resplendent aura of gold and jade, thereby completely negating the damage from the fireball. In essence, the entirety of the Laputa kingdom found itself ensconced within the fiery sphere. The rate of expansion continued to escalate, and in the blink of an eye, the fireball's expansion surpassed the speed of light, leaving even the northernmost reaches of the cosmos far behind. The fireball occupied an inconceivable volume of cosmic space, however. In the grand scheme of the universe, it was but a mere drop in the ocean. Fortunately, the speed of light could not increase any further, lest all civilizations across the cosmos be driven to madness by such a magnificent spectacle. IRU felt the size of the fireball, clapping her hands in satisfaction as the blue magic radiated outward. In less than a moment, the indescribable fireball had vanished. The Jaikai regained their colorful vision, cheering and celebrating their accomplishments, while IRU offered her applause. You all did splendidly. You have truly exceeded my expectations. The Jaikai grew even more elated. In the Sky City, the king sat cross-legged on the marble surface, gazing up at the festivities with envy in his eyes. He regretted his earlier abstract behavior. I want to join the party too. The Jaikai of the Laputa kingdom reveled at the vibrant edge of the cosmos, with various pseudo-classics and true classics being tossed about. Excluding Oricus, 9 endless energies joined the celebration. As for their beloved king IRU, she preferred to avoid parties and had returned to the Sky City with Milan's Misty and Oricus. On the marble grounds, the awkwardly seated Vinaway stared blankly at the sky, and upon noticing 4 glowing points approaching, he hurriedly stood up. With a dull thud, IRU returned to the entrance of the Sanctum Castle. Ah, how could you abandon me? Prince of Elves? You were so heartless. Vinaway rushed to IRU, tears streaming down his face. IRU sighed and handed him a handkerchief, wiping his tears while pouting. Isn't it because you were being abstract earlier? What if you lead my citizens astray? Is there no filtering system? That would be a form of confinement. I wish for my people to possess the ability to discern right from wrong. Such idealism seemed unrealistic, yet this world was indeed idealized, with civilizations coexisting in harmony. After drying Vinaway's tears, whether genuine or feigned, IRU glanced at her white handkerchief, ultimately reluctant to discard it. After using magic to clean it, she placed it back into her satchel. Vinaway thought to himself how frugal she was, certain that he hadn't been sniffling, and even if he had, magic would certainly have dealt with it. But was there a possibility that IRU had no need for the handkerchief? As a superior race with self-cleaning abilities, why would she need a handkerchief if she neither wept nor suffered from a runny nose? It was perplexing. Was it for others? Perhaps for Harry, Ron, Hermione? Or even her sister and you, Miwei? No way. You even considered this. How thoughtful. Ouch. Vinaway received another playful bump on the head from IRU. Though this time it was gentle, leaving no mark, merely evoking a fleeting sensation of discomfort in the world. Please act normally. IRU retracted her left hand and asked the trembling Oricus nearby, You performed admirably today. Would you like to return and rest? Is it permissible? As an endless energy metropolis, is it not premature to withdraw at this juncture? Nevertheless, today's performance was commendable, and in all matters, one must adhere to one's own will and refrain from self-coercion. Ilou offered a gentle smile, tenderly tousling Ilosis's short white hair. Ilosis, both shy and anxious, responded with a soft utterance, and in an instant, his form vanished from sight. How delightful! I've got myself a son, Vinaway exclaimed, covering his mouth, unable to conceal the grin on his face. Ilou replied nonchalantly, Vinaway, all the mechanical beings of the Laputa kingdom were crafted by my hand. I see. Does this count as a blessing of many children? Just imagine if such a system were to exist. Vinaway chuckled mischievously. Forcing others to bear children? Ilou, sensing a particular thread of emotion from Vinaway, felt her expression darken. With a tone that betrayed no discernible emotion, she slowly remarked, how repulsive, these humans. Vinaway scratched his head, then spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, stating, the joys and sorrows of individuals do not resonate with one another. This is indeed a facet of evil. I too share this sentiment. Taking pleasure in the suffering of others is truly a vile act. However, this is not the time for such discussions. Come, Vinaway, let us return to the castle. Regaining her composure, Ilou strode towards the castle, with Milan Smith and Misty following closely on either side. Vinaway glanced at the revelry in the sky before joining them. The group returned to the familiar circular table, surrounded by scattered furniture and everyday items on the grass, a remarkable sight, considering it was the very heart of a cosmic kingdom. Ilou summoned Det and Hatsune Miku, two tangible projections materializing before her. Supporting her chin with her hand, Ilou smiled and inquired, Miku, Det, are you prepared to embrace your corporeal forms? The expression on Hatsune Miku's face had evolved from its initial blankness to one imbued with a hint of wisdom. She raised her arms, exuding an air of anticipation as she exclaimed, how splendid, your majesty. Is it time now? Indeed, is it truly now? Ilou carefully retrieved two silver elliptical orbs from her bag, delicately suspending them in midair. Hatsune Miku nodded gently and subsequently projected herself into the orbs. The silver ellipsoids emitted a blue glow, rotating and then extending in a fashion reminiscent of nanotechnology, ultimately transforming into a stunning young girl, standing at 158 centimeters, the tallest in the gathering. Her hair, a captivating shade of 39C5BB, was styled in two high ponytails, secured with square mechanical structures. She opened her eyes and gazed at the assembly before her, her first utterance being, Your Majesty, Your Highness, why have you become so diminutive? At this proclamation, Ilou and Milan Smith remained unfazed, yet Vinaway's expression soured. What a jest! His height of approximately 150 centimeters had been undermined, and to be referred to as short was simply intolerable. All right, Vinaway. Ilou subdued the impulsive Vinaway, casting a satisfied glance at Hatsune Miku's form before turning to the projection of Det beside her. Det, it's your turn, she said, as she sent the silver elliptical sphere floating towards him. Denied. Huh? Why? The sphere was repelled, and Ilou looked at Det in confusion. In a mechanical voice, Det responded, Analysis. In the current circumstances, a virtual entity possesses greater advantages than a physical one. I must function as an autonomous evolution system. I see. If you change your mind, feel free to seek me out at any time. Ilou let out a soft sigh, embracing Det's current thoughts. The orb was stowed away into the satchel, and he turned to Vinaway, gently inquiring, Have you finished with everything, Vinaway? Shall we return to rest? I need the bag. Hurry up and teleport. Vinaway exclaimed eagerly, arms wide open. Ilou nodded softly, waved his hand, and with a flash of blue light, Vinaway vanished inside the castle. Despite the presence of Det, Hatsune Miku, and Milan's Misty, Ilou still felt a significant emptiness. Having friends truly is a poignant experience. Ilou shook his head and retrieved an instrument from his satchel, the very device that had recently contained the souls of the East Sea Dragon King and the eight-headed serpent. He handed the instrument to Det, instructing, Revive the two of them and see which city-state is willing to harbor them. As you command, Det responded in an electronic tone. The instrument levitated through an unseen force before vanishing from sight. Just when it seemed the matter had come to a close, Det flickered momentarily and urgently reported, 0. 3 seconds ago, the Pioneer lost contact. According to the last detection results, a colossal cosmic creature has attacked it. Lost contact. Ilou's expression turned peculiar. It was crucial to note that the Pioneer was under the protective magic he had cast, although his magic had been feeble during his youth. It should not have been so easily breached, given the multiple layers of protection. Put it on hold for now. I shall address it when time permits. Understood. Det flickered once more before vanishing instantaneously. Alas, farewell everyone, I must return home now. Enjoy this revelry to the fullest. As Ilou waved goodbye to Milan Smith and Hatsune Miku, she vanished into thin air, leaving the jubilant mechas in the cosmos unaware of the king's departure. On Earth, in the Ravenclaw dormitory of Hogwarts, Vinaway felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, prompting him to hum a tune. With a series of careless gestures, he shed his clothing and boldly nestled into the upper bunk, pulling the covers over himself and revealing a mysterious smile. Although his time for slumber was limited, it was still sleep. How could he forsake it? Gently, Vinaway closed his eyes, yet just as he endeavored to immerse himself in the realm of dreams, the system notification abruptly chimed. Ding. Mail alert. What is this nonsense? Vinaway grumbled as he accessed the system panel, discovering an unexpected mail icon. Cursing under his breath, he clicked on it, his eyes widening in astonishment at the startling message. First Christmas spent with you, Cinder. Ilou Kalmuset. Date, December 25th, 1991. 5:47 a.m. Is today my birthday, Vinaway? Surely, you have not forgotten. This marks the first Christmas we have shared since our encounter, and it certainly shall not be the last. Quickly, wish me a Merry Christmas and Happy Birthday. Please claim your birthday mail reward bush. What is this about? Vinaway scoffed. Sending a mail to himself on another's birthday, how sweet. Did the elven prince even realize he was the one sending the message? This sugary system was quite the nuisance. Despite his inner complaints, Vinaway honestly clicked to claim the reward. With a flicker of golden light, a mysterious boon materialized. Passive skill, grilled fish 100. A traditional craft of a certain handsome Hogwarts student, grilled fish. Skill effect, any grilled fish prepared will be exceptionally delectable. Furthermore, with each fish grilled, it will accumulate deliciousness. The higher the deliciousness, the tastier the grilled fish. The effects stack without limit. Description: a certain elf has a fondness for grilled fish. On this special day, capture his heart with mouth-watering grilled fish. Go forth, clear snow pavilion. This is yet another effective method to woo a certain elf. Upon reading this skill description, Vinaway's eyes widened in disbelief. He felt as if a hand from a higher dimension was grasping him tightly, ready to crush and confine him. Moreover, how did they even know his true name from his past life? How sweet. Wasn't he the skill that of Ho-How? Creator, do you wish to confine me to a dark chamber? The furious roars proved futile, leaving Vinaway with no choice but to passively accept this bestowed skill. In the depths of the cosmos, on a peculiar planet, a blue-haired beauty suddenly sneezed, lamenting the bizarre weather. Before nonchalantly wiping her mouth and resuming the grilling of her fish, while a large, plump worm wriggled beside her. In the sky city of the Laputa Kingdom, Milan's Misty continued her vigil at the gates, while Det embarked on scientific endeavors. Hatsune Miku stood in the vast emptiness of the castle. Feeling a sense of boredom and solitude, she relaxed her mind and entered the Laputa network through her data form, observing the distant revelry of interconnected networks, yearning to partake. At that very moment, a data portal materialized beside Hatsune Miku. Curiously, she glanced at the connected network and then at the data portal, ultimately deciding to step into the latter. Above the portal, a warning inscription read, World Data Repository. Do not enter. Beware the data torrent. Christmas edition. The end swimming in a black hole's accretion disk, Ramasuna. Da-da-da. In a dim yet cozy bedroom, the petite figure of Ilou reappeared at the bedside. Outside the window, the city across the river continued to set off fireworks. However, due to their specially crafted nature, they were silent, revealing only the stunning patterns of colors blossoming in the night sky. Ilou rubbed his eyes, magically shedding his garments before plummeting onto the bed with a soft thud. He glanced at his hands and then at the birthday cake resting on the table across from him, deciding to wait until the sun graced the horizon before indulging. Carefully, he tucked the doll beneath the quilt back into his satchel, delicately extending his body into the cocoon of warmth, striving to avoid creating even the slightest crease in the perfect blanket. Indeed, he succeeded. It was both cozy and warm, enveloping the young elf in a familiar embrace. Ilou tugged at the quilt, ensuring it clung to him snugly, leaving no crevice for the chill to intrude. With his bedtime preparations complete, Ilou reclined and gazed at the ceiling, which was adorned with stars he had painted, inspired by a beloved work, truly exquisite, reminiscent of a lullaby, twinkling, twinkling, bright and clear. So, good night, and may I dream sweetly. Ilou closed his eyes. Although he could no longer dream, he still offered himself a blessing before sleep, a semblance of a wish. Oh, it seemed he could hardly sleep at all now. Nevertheless, it mattered not. After so many years, Enduring a few hours of darkness was hardly a daunting task. Shall I retire to slumber? Outside the window, the fireworks continued to blaze brilliantly, with most citizens immersed in joy. The fleeting glimmers of light streamed through the glass, illuminating Ilou's serene visage. Maluch welcomed yet another dawn. The once bustling city experienced a brief lull, only to be filled once more with the joyful cacophony of voices, accompanied, of course, by the calls of the jewel-toned parrots. Their feathers, resplendent and gem-like, caught the first rays of morning light, captivatingly vibrant and dazzling. The true essence of Christmas had commenced, yet for Ilou, it had already drawn to a close. After about an hour of sleep, Ilou opened his sea-blue eyes, rose to sit up, stretched lazily, and pushed aside the covers to dangle his legs over the bedside. With a flick of magic, he adorned himself in a set of pajamas. His companions, the mermaids, were likely still in slumber at this hour, granting Ilou a fleeting moment of leisure. He gazed at the pineapple birthday cake on the dining table, unable to contain his anticipation. Happy birthday to me? Passing by the full-length mirror, Ilou admired his own beauty. Still enchanting and adorable. Seated at the table, he grasped the cake with both hands, opened his mouth wide, and within a few bites, devoured the entire cake, which was no small feat, and then contentedly wiped his mouth. A birthday cake could indeed be consumed all by oneself. What bliss! The desires of a sprite are truly modest. Era gently tapped her fingers on the table, gathering the scattered remnants of cake, which she promptly devoured without a hint of waste. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Era leapt forward to open it, revealing Foucault, clad in her pajamas, her golden hair cascading loosely. "Good morning, mother," she greeted. Ilou raised her hand in greeting, and Foucault waved back, her eyes sparkling as she noticed the empty plates on the dining table behind Ilou. With a cheerful smile, she inquired, "Did you enjoy the birthday cake, little Ilou?" "It was delightful. The pineapple was crisp and fragrant." "That's wonderful to hear. Here, take this." Foucault produced a paper box, which Ilou accepted, her eyes widening in disbelief at the words inscribed upon it. The Wandering Witch, 1991 Christmas Special Edition Limited. The Wandering Witch, an unparalleled sensation in this world, published exclusively by the esteemed Malucher, with authorship attributed to Hiragi Goino, a British national of Far Eastern descent. Since its inception in 1965, it has graced readers with an annual volume, totaling 26 volumes to date. Its debut year saw an explosive global popularity, spawning countless adaptations, including manga, fanworks, anime, films, and exhibitions. Within Malucher, it is revered almost as a deity, with individuals of Morse and Foucault's generation having grown up alongside it. A legacy that continues to captivate the younger generations as well. Each year, the author, Hiragi Goino, pens side stories in special editions, such as the Christmas Special Edition, which is released annually as a limited edition. Ilou can be regarded as a devoted fan, having collected every limited edition of each volume. Yet when it comes to the side stories and special editions, he cannot guarantee he will acquire them all. The main series is printed annually, but these two are distinctly different. The side stories are somewhat manageable, as they occasionally see reprints, but if a special edition surpasses its release date, it ceases production and sales indefinitely, even if he wishes to purchase them from others, who would be foolish enough to part with such treasures. How splendid his mother is. How did she manage to obtain it? I recall that whether online or in physical stores, it was sold out upon its initial release. But let us not dwell on that. The enchanting maiden undoubtedly has her own clever strategies. Let us cherish this birthday gift. Foucault displayed a mysteriously enigmatic smile, and Ilou excitedly nodded, casting protective layers of magic around the box before cautiously placing it into his handbag. For fans, such limited and precious items are undoubtedly coveted. However, Ilou does not impose any pressure upon himself. If he can obtain them, then splendid, and if not, so be it. He maintains a carefree attitude, content as long as he can continue to witness the adventures of the witch. Now, prepare yourself. Shortly we shall descend to capture a family portrait. Oh, and let us also rouse Alina, Morgan, and Osuni from their slumber beside us. Ready? With a graceful salute, Ilou watched as Foucault descended the staircase with a smile, before bounding joyfully to the bedroom door of the adjacent room to awaken the three slumbering individuals. Together, they made their way downstairs. In the living room, Misaka Kyuko sat on the sofa, clad in her pajamas with disheveled hair, appearing as if she had been roused from a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Mayuri had already changed into formal attire, sitting decorously beside her. Vertine, dressed in an elegant gown, occupied a side table, sipping tea while engrossed in a book. In the bathroom, 5 robust men, Nakoma, Ancient Kaima, Moors, Hawk, and Jackie Chan, jostled in front of the glass mirror, each eager to groom their hair. The elder statesmen, including Jones and Old Dad, gathered around the dining table, engaging in light-hearted conversation about everyday matters. Upon noticing Ilou, several of them waved in greeting. At that moment, Foucault emerged from the dressing room, and upon seeing Ilou, she waved her hand, saying, "Little Ilou, I must entrust this to you." "Rest assured, mother," came the cheerful reply. Ilou nodded, waving her hand as magic transformed everyone into formal attire. Yuka Misaka, still groggy from sleep, was startled by the sudden chill. Once everything was in place, Ilou flashed a peace sign. "All right, everyone, we must hurry. Little Ilou has to leave this morning." The dashing Morse approached, ruffling Ilou's hair and calling everyone to gather at the steps of the entrance. I know. It's always like this every Christmas." The cheerful Mayuri cherished these moments of togetherness. The group chattered animatedly as they made their way to the steps, where, under Morse's direction, they arranged themselves. The elder generation stood at the top row and flanked the middle row, while the younger generation, Hawk, elf.Not, and others, positioned themselves in the center of the middle row and the sides of the bottom row. At the very center of the bottom row stood the youngest, including Alina, Morgan, Osuni, and Ilou. Kaima, don't push. The boundaries set by the mechanisms felt overly restrictive. Kaima and Yuka Misaka nudged each other, while Mayuri and F.Ka made room, prompting the younger children to giggle. Morse adjusted the camera in front of them, and at Ilou's call, the others, Aquamarine, Cecilia, and Cocotte, took their places. "Are you all ready?" "Yes." With the camera activated, Morse dashed back into the lineup. Everyone posed for the lens, hands raised in a peace sign, collectively exclaiming, "Merry Christmas." Cheese. As the timer reached its limit, the click of the camera immortalized the moment, ejecting several photographs. The group dispersed, triumphant in their capture. "Kaima, shall we take another?" "Not necessary. One keepsake is sufficient." Laughter erupted as Morse fiddled with the camera, producing more snapshots to distribute among them. Just as everyone was about to return to the main residence, he called out to Ilou, "Little Ilou, could you assist your father with something?" Morse knelt, grasping Ilou's shoulders, while maids Alina and Morgan stood by, with Osuni watching from the other side. From his pocket, Morse pulled out an old photograph, depicting a woman with chestnut hair and blue eyes clad in a white coat. He pointed to the image, saying, "This is Shiho Mayano, now known as AI Hybra, a member of the notorious black organization, also called Shirley, one of the world's most wanted criminals, indirectly responsible for thousands of deaths and major incidents. This fugitive is currently missing, but recent investigations suggest she is alive, hidden away by someone with ulterior motives. I need you to create a portrait of her from childhood to adulthood to assist Aunt Kaima in her pursuit. Can you do that?" Painting is indeed one of IRU's exceptional talents. Upon merely observing an individual's current age, she possesses the remarkable ability to accurately depict all stages of that person's life. This is precisely why Morse sought the assistance of his daughter. The innate gift of the silver gold elves is an unparalleled endowment that no amount of human talent or rigorous training can ever hope to attain. Ilou accepted the photograph, nodding at her father with a smile as she assured him, "Rest assured, father, I shall undoubtedly capture the essence of this criminal across all age groups." She then inquired, "By the way, will you need it soon?" "Yes, shortly," he replied. "Very well. I shall commence my work at once." With a fervent nod, Ilou dashed back to the main residence, startling her companions, Aquamarine, Cecilia, and Cocotte, with her exuberance. In merely 10 minutes, Ilou returned, clutching hundreds of sketches. Morse received the artwork, his satisfaction evident as he affectionately ruffled Ilou's silver hair. The group reveled together for several more hours until, at 9 in the morning, Ilou, accompanied by her beloved pets, boarded a plane amid heartfelt farewells, departing from her homeland. As the aircraft descended, Morse entrusted the sketches to Misakakyo, who perused them with a confident smile, exclaiming, "Well done, little Ilou. I've been pursuing this for nearly a decade. This time, there will be no escape. Mayano Shiho, at the International Court of Milu, awaits you as your final destination, and the entire organization of the black-clad individuals as well. In England, at Hogwarts." Approximately a day later, the silver-gold fairy named Ilou returned to the familiar magical academy. It was nearly noon, and a scattering of students were celebrating Christmas. Upon spotting the familiar figure, they greeted her warmly. Ilou responded with a smile before departing for the hall. Inside the hall, Venaway was seated at the Gryffindor long table, indulging in food, while Harry and Ron were also present. It was Christmas Day, and the table was abundantly laden with food, available at every moment. Ah, the Prince of Elves. It's been a few hours. I trust you are well. Ilou, you have returned quite swiftly, haven't you? To be honest, Christmas lasts an entire day, and we have additional holiday days to enjoy. Ron, with pie crumbs scattered across his face, was hastily wiped down by Harry, who was concerned that Ilou might find his disheveled appearance unbecoming. Feeling his face being roughly attended to, Ron was about to voice his displeasure when a refreshing sensation swept over his mouth, and the remnants of food vanished in an instant. It's already 10 o'clock, and you're still eating. You must have risen late, after your grand adventure last night. How did you know? Ron and Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Ilou took a seat beside Vinaway, who was across from them, and playfully speared a piece of pineapple, laughing as she said, "What you think in your hearts cannot be concealed from me. You both still wear the signs of fatigue, and Harry harbors a certain yearning within. Such unfairness. Prince of Elves, your mind-reading abilities are quite extraordinary," Ron remarked. Ilou hummed a whimsical tune, clearly in high spirits. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, silently acknowledging each other. Vinaway, arms crossed, turned to Harry and said, "Ilou, last night we encountered something truly magical. We must take you to see it tonight." "Oh." "And Vinaway will join us as well. Then I shall await it with eager anticipation." Ilou nodded gently, leisurely savoring the entire plate of pineapple chunks. Winnie, seizing the opportunity to snatch a piece, soon realized that his body was rendered immobile, and beside him was the mischievous grin of a sprite. To indulge in such deliciousness without sharing is indeed a transgression, Winnie mused internally. Yet he resigned himself to the thought of foregoing the pineapple and instead lifted a cup of pumpkin juice to his lips. "Oh, it's so rich and creamy," he exclaimed, though it proved quite delightful. The familiar sound of footsteps echoed, and Ilou turned her gaze, still clutching a skewer of pineapple. To her surprise, it was none other than Draco, accompanied by his two lackeys, striding toward them with an air of provocation. Winnie also turned, holding his cup of pumpkin juice. Well, if it isn't the most beloved sprite in the academy. Lady Ilou, Draco intoned mockingly, his tone deliberately elevated. "What brings you to remain in school on Christmas? Have you nowhere to return?" Draco stepped closer to Ilou, delivering his hollow taunts with feigned grandeur. At that moment, Winnie, overwhelmed by a mouthful of pumpkin juice, inadvertently spewed it all over Draco, eliciting a chorus of laughter from the surrounding Gryffindor students. Ilou paid no heed to the mockery. With a graceful wave of her hand, she tidied up Draco's space. After all, today was his birthday, and her spirits were high, leaving no room for anger. "I have just returned. My parents, uncles, aunts, and older siblings have gifted me a plethora of delightful treasures. Look, see." Ilou extracted a plethora of gifts from her satchel, among which were several bundles of banknotes from various nations of little use to her, of course. Draco stared in astonishment at the impressive collection, while Ron remained relatively unfazed. However, Harry's mouth gaped wide open, for it surpassed even Dudley's bounty. He had never encountered such a multitude of items. "Oh, and there's a Christmas family portrait too?" Ilou proudly showcased a recently captured family photo, featuring an array of handsome and beautiful faces, with a lovely girl beside her and a lavish mansion in the background, causing Draco to inexplicably flush. "Looks like you're having a splendid time. TCH, what is there to brag about?" sneered the voice of Vinaway, echoing through the hall, intensifying Draco's embarrassment. "Just wait. I shall inform my father." Faced with defeat, Draco hastily fled with his two lackeys, while Vinaway watched their awkward retreat with a mocking grin. Ilou turned her head to continue enjoying her pineapple, while Vinaway, after finishing his pumpkin juice, subtly gestured towards Harry and Ron ahead. He then tapped Ilou on the shoulder, cleared his throat twice, and, adopting an enigmatic demeanor, proclaimed, "Ah, Elven Prince, receive the gifts from your friends." The other three shared a knowing smile, almost in perfect synchrony, and retrieved small boxes from their pockets. "Happy birthday," they exclaimed. "Thank you all." Ilou joyfully accepted the gifts, pushed aside the plate containing pineapple chunks, and began to open the three small boxes in succession. Inside, she discovered what appeared to be 3 hairpins, adorned in blue, gold, and white. They did not seem extravagant yet were undoubtedly charming. Were they handcrafted? Ilou joyfully picked up the hairpins, while the 3 individuals beside her began to point at one another, their eyes wide with surprise. Winnie was the first to exclaim, "Isn't it? Savior, minister's wife, how is it that you two have brought hairpins?" "I have no idea." Harry scratched his head, urgently explaining that silver hair looked so beautiful. "I thought a hairpin would be fitting." Ron, covering his eyes, despondently remarked, "I thought the same." Winnie forced a smile as the three exchanged glances. "Never mind, I truly like them," Ilou said, gazing at Winnie, Ron, and Harry. A contented smile gracing her lips. She then carefully adorned her lovely silver hair with the 3 hairpins, one by one. "Let us not forget the insignia of the extreme Western magic society in your hair," she added. Altogether, Ilou had already adorned herself with 6 hairpins. A necklace around her neck, a bracelet on her wrist, and a ring on her right pinky. She had amassed 7 exquisite adornments. "Oh, Elven Prince. You are already adorned with 7 ornaments. You are nearing the title of Ornament King. Never mind, as long as I like them, that's all that matters." Ilou meticulously arranged all the hairpins, distributing them elegantly throughout her silvery tresses in a manner that seemed entirely natural and immensely beautiful. It must be said that Ilou's inherent beauty is remarkable. As a lovely elf, she possesses an allure that captivates the eye in every way. Quite impressive, indeed. Might this become one of your distinctive characteristics? Vinny admired her, reaching out to caress her smooth, voluminous, and thick silver hair, which felt simply exquisite, far superior to his own. "I cannot comprehend what you are saying. For my next birthday, how about gifting me a pair of earrings?" "Oh dear. You shouldn't be contemplating getting your ears pierced at such a young age. Is it not a clip-on? Besides, I am not human. How can I be considered underage?" The illusion people spent the entire morning indulging in their meals. Although Vinoué is still but a child, he consumed the most, while Ilou contented herself with fruit. After a brief respite at noon, the group returned to frolic upon the Black Lake. Due to the weather conditions, a thick layer of ice, at least 2 meters deep, had formed, blanketed by snow, allowing them to play freely without the concern of cracking beneath their feet, though one must still be cautious of slipping. Ilou conjured an enormous snow castle, nearly as grand as Hogwarts, attracting a throng of students to marvel at its splendor. However, the castle was merely a shell, hollow within. Vinny, Ron, and Harry engaged in a spirited snowball fight, and after a heated yet frigid skirmish, the outcome was, of course, the defeat of Ron and Harry. Vinny wielded his spoon with such dexterity that he could excavate and hurl snowballs with astonishing speed, leaving the other 2 utterly defenseless. As if they had forgotten all the spells they had once learned, they frolicked joyfully throughout the afternoon, and after dining, nightfall descended upon them. As nearly all had succumbed to slumber, the 4 friends' nocturnal escapade was about to commence. "Go, go, go!" Vinny exclaimed with enthusiasm from the Gryffindor common room. Beside him stood the patiently waiting Ilou. The 2 watched as Ron and Harry cautiously descended the staircase, Harry clutching a shimmering fabric in his hand. Oh! The legendary invisibility cloak. One of the Deathly Hallows. A small cheer escaped Vinny's lips as he rushed forward, exhilarated to admire the glistening fabric, a true treasure indeed. Fearful that Vinny might seize it, Harry instinctively pulled the cloak closer to himself, prompting Vinny to chuckle and retreat back to Ilou's side. "Come on, Harry. Put it on so I can see." "All right." The shimmering fabric was tossed into the air, cascading down to envelop Harry's form. The moment it made contact, the silver gleam vanished, along with the body it concealed, rendering him invisible as if he had vanished entirely. "Can you see me?" came Harry's voice from the empty space beside Ron. Vinny strained to peer ahead and rubbed his eyes, initially believing he possessed the power of a time traveler to see through the cloak, but alas, he was mistaken. It was no wonder it was a Deathly Hallow. Had he not been informed that someone stood there, he would have remained oblivious. Laughter erupted from Harry, and Ron, sharing in the merriment of his dear friend, chuckled as well. Yet, at that moment, Ilou, who had remained silent, gazed at Harry's position and remarked with a casual tone, "I can see you." What? 3, not just Ron and Harry, but even Vinny was taken aback by her words. "Bush goes? This has nothing to do with that?" "Surely not. This is a genuine invisibility cloak, woven from the fur of a demiguise. That has nothing to do with it. I can still see you." Ilou shook her head, her azure eyes fixed on an empty space. Harry, undeterred by the supernatural, donned his invisibility cloak and wandered westward. Yet, Ilou managed to gaze upon him and accurately describe his demeanor and movements. Witnessing this outcome, Harry's emotions inexplicably shifted from joy to a sense of loss, akin to a child concealing something of great significance, only to have it exposed by an adult. Alternatively, it felt like a display of pride that garnered no attention or admiration from others. Alas, the elven prowess was indeed unfair. "Fear not, Harry," she reassured. "Though this invisibility cloak bears no efficacy for me, it remains useful for humans and other creatures. Even Neville can be deceived by it, which is hardly amusing." Winnie felt a peculiar loss of his identity as a traveler from another realm. "All right, let us proceed. Without lingering on the futility of the cloak against elves, the group huddled together, cloaked in invisibility, traversing through the portrait of the fat lady, quietly navigating the silent corridors, occasionally hearing the footsteps of patrolling guards. They stealthily approached a grand door on the 5th floor. Harry, demonstrating a practiced ease, pushed the door open and stepped inside, followed closely by the others. The space resembled a classroom, albeit one long abandoned, with forgotten educational supplies piled in a corner. Opposite these relics stood an object entirely out of place, a colossal mirror. Its height reaching the ceiling, framed in gold, supported by 2 adorably small claw-like feet. Inscribed atop the mirror were the words, Aristella Iru Itubi Kafra Adiong Wos. However, the correct pronunciation should reveal that the mirror of Arist allows one to behold their innermost, most fervent desires. I can see my parents, and a multitude of others. They appear so real, Harry exclaimed. Oh, I see myself as the president of the Boys' Student Council, and holding a trophy as the captain of the Quidditch team. Ron and Harry stood before the mirror, their hearts brimming with joy, while Ilou and Winnie approached as well. Along the way, Illa glanced back at the cluttered corner, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. I can hardly contain my excitement, but there is something else. Winnie rubbed his hands together in anticipation, yet instead of rushing to the mirror, he leaned towards Ilou, whispering secrets into her ear with an air of intrigue. Illa's expression transformed from confusion to understanding, followed by a joyous smile as she exchanged a high five with Winnie. Beside them stood Harry and Ron, utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the antics of their companions. Ahem. After a secretive exchange, Ilou and Winnie locked eyes, then began to sway gracefully towards the mirror of Arist. As enchanting melodies filled the room, bling bang bang, bling bang bang born. Before fully showcasing their prowess, it appeared that their opponent was retreating helplessly, creating a thrilling confrontation that was undeniably exhilarating. Clearly, they were leading the competition by a significant margin, undergoing a continuous transformation each day. Bling bling. Intriguing Japanese tunes resonated from every corner. Enveloping the room like a superior sound system, the magical music captivated everyone present, instilling a sense of impending magical eruption. As the song continued, Ilou and Winnie approached the mirror of Arist, chanting, Mirror, mirror, answer me. Who's the best? I'm the best. Oh yeah. The rhythmic sounds persisted, and with the final line, the reflections of Ilou and Winnie materialized in the mirror of Arist. As they neared the mirror, Illa took a moment to relax her mind, ensuring that her innate abilities would not obscure the reflection of her deepest desires. Ilra had indeed visited this place one fateful night, and the outcome was that, without the slightest relaxation of spirit, not even his reflection appeared in the mirror of Eris. This is a secret known to none, not even Vinovi, save for a certain candy-loving elder. Illa gazed into the mirror of Eris, where the surface first rippled like water, only to reveal an expanse of inky darkness. Within this abyss, countless crimson hands and glinting blades assailed the mirror, as if yearning to break free from its confines. Ilou's eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he contemplated the scene within the mirror, but suddenly, the blood-red darkness shattered like glass, revealing a tapestry of happiness. All his loved ones were gathered in the living room, laughter echoing around them. Every cherished person was present. Ilou sat at the center, sipping tea delicately, flanked by his friends, his sister, and his maid. This heartwarming tableau momentarily stunned Ilou, and as he lightly tapped his head to regain his composure, he discovered that the Elysian magic mirror had returned to its original state, reflecting only himself and Vinovi. Ilou let out a soft sigh, murmuring in a frail voice, Is it the yearning deep within my heart? It seems I have become overly enamored with emotions. However, the first image is one I do not long for. Beside him, Vinovi wore an expression of excitement. In his eyes, the reflection held a scene entirely different from Ilou's, a splendid world devoid of malice, perfectly aligned with his thoughts. Those he cherished were by his side, yet he, along with those dear to him, remained distanced from that world. It felt somewhat paradoxical. Truly, the mirror of Eris has seen through me. How marvelous, how marvelous. As Vinovi spoke, he leaned closer to the mirror, fixating his orange-yellow eyes on the reflection, though both his gaze and his emotions revealed a sense of longing. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, having noticed that both had glimpsed the desire within the mirror, hurried over, each inquiring, What did you both see? Shuh, it's a secret, Illa replied, turning his head and placing a finger to his lips in a hushing gesture. Vinovi, observing this, mimicked his actions. Their shared secrecy left Harry and Ron utterly perplexed, while Ilou's desire remained unexamined. Vinovi's peculiar thoughts led them to a rather distorted conclusion. Surely not some inappropriate and perverse notion, Vinaway, what are you thinking? Seeing the odd and disdainful expressions on their faces, Vinaway felt the urge to deliver a swift blow to them. No. Harry and Ron promptly shook their heads. To be honest, even if they joined forces and put forth their utmost effort, it was unlikely they could best Vinaway, whose physical prowess was not only a result of his size, but also due to skills that seemed far beyond those expected of someone their age. This formidable strength was awe-inspiring. Though Vinaway could not overpower Ilou, he was more than capable of handling others, including certain adults. All right, let us not resort to violence. However, Vinaway, your usual demeanor does invite such speculation. It is my mission, one of the reasons for my existence. It cannot be forsaken. Vinaway struck a righteous pose, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, making him appear exceedingly handsome, though one might lament that such beauty seemed wasted on him. How delightful it would be if he were a girl. Do not say that. I find it quite agreeable, as I get to see it every day, he replied. Harry and Ron ultimately decided to abandon their inquiries, recognizing that the deepest yearnings of the heart are matters of personal privacy, unless one chooses to share willingly. Pursuing such matters would be rather excessive. They were well aware of this truth. Ilou's hands clapped together in a gesture of appreciation, reminiscent of a wise elder, yet perhaps not entirely misplaced. Beside him, Vinaway observed his expression of satisfaction, his head adorned with 3 red question marks. This evening, which had promised to unveil a grand surprise, unfolded rather uneventfully. The mirror of Ariste yielded no revelations, as if it had not been consulted at all. Harry sat before the mirror, captivated and yearning, gazing intently at the reflections it cast. Those around him displayed little interest in the enchanted glass. The image of his family standing together represented the deepest yearnings within Harry's heart, the longing for kinship and familial bonds, though it was merely a figment within the mirror. Devoid of substance, Harry found himself utterly entranced. The void within him remained unfilled, intensifying his pain. Paradoxically, it was this very anguish that fueled his desire even further. Ilou approached and crouched beside Harry. The mirror reflected not their desires, but merely their silhouettes. Harry, do not become enraptured by illusions. The past is immutable. Look ahead. Cherish the present, and treasure every individual who holds significance in your life. Ilou spoke in a gentle tone, while Harry, seemingly unaffected, continued to gaze into the mirror. Yet, even in the absence of talent, one could sense the turmoil brewing within him. Observing this, Ilou chose to remain silent, quietly crouching down. Winnie and Ron approached, standing alongside Harry. Time flowed by, and as the clock neared midnight, Harry finally rose to his feet. With Ilou's comforting calls, he departed the room with his companions. Returning to their dormitory, once everyone had succumbed to slumber, however, Ilou opened his eyes, finding himself transported once more to that room. His gaze fell upon the teaching equipment stacked against the wall, and he softly murmured, "Professor, it is time for you to emerge, is it not? Haha. I knew I couldn't keep this from you. You must have sensed the delight within me," came a voice as an elderly man, exuding wisdom, materialized before the previously deserted teaching tools. Indeed, it was Dumbledore, employing the disillusionment charm to observe quietly, unnoticed by others, yet not by Ilou. If one were to personify him, he would be the epitome of cleverness. But, Professor, did you witness everything just now? In Ilou's discourse, it is evident that she is alluding to whether Dumbledore indeed witnessed the images within the mirror of Ariste moments prior. Should her secrets be unveiled, Ilou might resort to unsavory actions. However, the visions of the mirror of Ariste are solely revealed to the one who gazes into it. The longed-for images can only be perceived by the desirer. I shall neither pry nor possess the ability to do so. As Dumbledore spoke, he approached the mirror, and Ilou felt no deceit in his words, thus accepting his response and regaining her gentle smile, inquiring, "Professor, are Uncle Willie's chocolates delicious?" "Indeed, they are delightful," Dumbledore replied, his eyes sparkling as he reminisced about the exquisite chocolates that melted in one's mouth, so delectable that he felt compelled to procure some from the Muggle world. Unprecedentedly sweet, yet not cloying, crisp in texture without being hard, perfect for an elder such as himself. "Ilou, your uncle is a genius," he praised, eliciting a joyous laugh from Ilou. The two, having established a collaborative rapport, engaged in amiable conversation before the mirror of Ariste, akin to old friends. They conversed for an extended period, only parting at the stroke of 4 in the morning. In the subsequent 3 days, Harry vanished nightly to the mirror of Ariste. Ron, Ginny, and Ilou were aware of this but refrained from intervening, allowing him to indulge in his obsession. It was only after the 3rd night that Harry ceased this behavior, opting for a good night's sleep in his bedroom. Ron appeared quite astonished, Yet Ginny and Ilou understood that it was likely due to Dumbledore's influence. Indeed, it must be him. The group continued to relish their Christmas holiday, much like in the original tale. Hermione returned the day before school resumed, carrying a suitcase filled with belongings. Upon learning of recent events, she expressed no shock or concern regarding Harry's nightly excursions. Instead, she pondered while observing Ilou's necklace. Ahem, recently, Studio Ghibli released a film, though not so recently, as it premiered several years ago. This Christmas, my parents took me to see it. The film is titled Castle in the Sky, and I initially held little interest. However, while watching, I suddenly realized that the floating city depicted in the film resembles the one atop the mountain outside our academy. At noon, in the Great Hall of the Academy, at the Gryffindor table, Hermione rested her chin on her hands, fixated on Ilou, while a bewildered Harry and Ron sat beside her. And Ginny across from them struggled to contain her excitement. Yes, it is an exact match. Moreover, I have also noticed that the necklace worn by the protagonist, Shida, bears an uncanny resemblance to the one Ilou has been wearing all along. Considering the connection to the Sky City on the mountain, I believe I must investigate further. Certainly. The necklace was a gift from my mother. Hermione, without any hesitation, immediately agreed to the request made by Ilou. However, both Harry and Ron found the situation quite absurd. Questioning, "Hey Hermione, this must be just a coincidence, right? The world is so vast. It had nothing to do with them." Feeling disheartened, they stifled their laughter. The two, met with disdainful glares, had no choice but to remain silent as Ilou leaned forward, allowing Hermione to grasp the necklace. Meanwhile, Vinoui's tuft of hair bobbed wildly as he desperately covered his mouth. Hermione shot him an exasperated glance, then cleared her throat, focusing on the necklace. In her recently acquired Japanese, she recited, "Ridadorba, Rida Yorosu Yeria, Los Barunai Doru, esteemed minister, your Japanese is quite poor." "Be quiet," Hermione retorted fiercely at Vinoui's mockery, returning her attention to the necklace, only to find it did not emit the anticipated blue light. "How is this possible? Could it be that I mispronounced it?" Hermione exclaimed in disbelief, repeating the incantation several times, yet to no avail. The necklace remained unchanged. "Ha ha ha, minister's wife. Look at you now." Vinoui could no longer contain his laughter, which erupted after being held back for so long. Hermione's face flushed, as she had been steadfast in her belief since watching the film, convinced of her certainty. Yet, she had miscalculated, having once exuded confidence in front of her friends, now aspiring to be a minister, and later seeking to use the unforgivable in a lawful manner. Well, perhaps it wasn't that exaggerated, at most. She just desired a moment of peace. Ilou lightly tapped Hermione's cheek with her finger, then tucked the necklace back into her clothing, resuming her seat with poise while nonchalantly indulging in the pineapple-flavored dessert beside her. After laughing for 33 seconds, Vinny fell silent, forcing a strained smile as he continued his lunch. Let us resume our discussion on Nicholas Flamel. Harry, have you uncovered any significant information? No. We have already visited the library. Indeed, it is as if the name were conjured from thin air. We found nothing. The last time they inquired with Hagrid, they had learned of the name Nicholas Flamel, yet their subsequent searches yielded no results, leaving them with no clues whatsoever. It was as if they had not searched at all. You two truly are. Hermione gazed at Harry and Ron, her tone and expression reflecting her exasperation as if she were looking at hopeless cases. With a resigned sigh, she picked up the meat pie in front of her and declared, "Starting tomorrow, I will join you in your search, but I am abandoning the library. It seems futile." Vinny, ever the skeptic, doused her enthusiasm with cold water, retrieving a box of chocolate frogs from his pocket, tearing it open, and consuming a still-wriggling chocolate frog in one bite, spilling the cards onto the table. "Oh, I knew it would be Oldby." Vinny picked up the card, tapping the portrait of Dumbledore depicted on it with his knuckles, causing the image to vanish instantly. Growing bored, he glanced at the description below and then tossed the card like a dart, which lodged itself in Hermione's hair. Enough is enough. Hermione, unable to contain her frustration, seized the meat pie and hurled it at Vinny, only for it to end up in her own mouth. "Thank you for the treat," Vinny exclaimed, chewing contentedly. Seeing she could not intimidate him, Hermione shot him a fierce glare, then removed the card from her hair. Upon glancing at the description, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Wait, this is Nicholas Flamel. Highly productive in alchemy alongside partner Nicholas Flamel." Hermione read the text with fervor, and Harry's eyes gleamed as he leaned in closer. "How did I not notice this before? You should have known from the start. This provides us with a lead. There must be information about Nicholas Flamel in books on alchemy." As long as we can thwart Snape's nefarious plans, Ron mused, boredly sipping his pumpkin juice. Harry grasped his shoulders and shook him enthusiastically. We can absolutely do it. Maintaining a skeptical outlook, Vinny sensed that the path ahead would not be smooth. The hearts of the trio brimmed with hope. Had I inadvertently interfered with the main plot? With the objective achieved, Vinny revealed a peculiar smile. Turning to the nearby elf who had been silently indulging in dessert since earlier, feigning ignorance as he inquired. Illa raised her gaze momentarily, casting a glance at Vinaway that conveyed an exasperated sense of helplessness, before returning her focus to the dessert before her. Vinaway, filled with pride, exclaimed, "Ha! The great Vinaway. Splendid. In truth, it was likely due to Nai's influence that I should be admonishing you instead. No, please don't. At this juncture, I must invoke the words of Fujimiya. Are you my mother? I shall grant you leniency this time, but do not expect the same in the future. The benevolence of the elven prince shall not be forgotten by me." Indeed, Vinaway displayed an exaggerated, anime-style crying face, with the backdrop of a seaside scene. While Illa cast a glance in her direction, continuing to savor her sweet treat. "Harry, if you contemplate self-harm to escape the match and allow me to take your place, I shall withdraw from the team," she declared, seriousness etched upon her features. The trio of young friends, upon learning of Snape's appointment as referee, suggested that Harry withdraw and let Illa take the field, prompting a stern reprimand from Illa towards them. Her meaning was unmistakable, not a chance. The trio was utterly disheartened. For this implied that Harry would face Snape's impartial judgment in the upcoming match against Hufflepuff, thus diminishing their hopes of claiming the House Cup. To recount the events, we must turn back a few days. Christmas had long since passed, ushering in the new year of 1992. In January, Gryffindor was set to face Hufflepuff, and victory would ensure their triumph over Slytherin in the House Cup, making the cup nearly theirs. This was the most opportune moment in 7 years. Yet, upon hearing this news, a dismal announcement followed. Snape would be the referee. Wood, upon receiving this news, plummeted from a state of exhilaration to one of despair, transforming into a training fanatic. This predicament severely affected all the team members. The Weasley twins, typically known for their mischief, had taken to an uncharacteristic seriousness. Harry, day in and day out, was consumed by training, with scarcely a moment to rest, as the knowledge of Snape's officiating loomed over him like a dark cloud. He could already envision Snape employing a myriad of absurd and ludicrous justifications to issue penalties against Gryffindor while favoring Hufflepuff, accruing more cards than any collection of medals in existence. Calm down, don't be so anxious. Be confident like me. What is old Bat to you? Just brush it off, Vinaway reassured, exhaling deeply. The day before the Quidditch match found Harry sprawled on the sofa in the Gryffindor common room, resembling a deflated balloon, while Ron and Hermione, resembling a pair of gatekeepers, sat beside him discussing strategies. It was an impossible situation. Everyone knew Snape harbored an animosity towards Harry akin to that of a sworn enemy. This match would undoubtedly be far from smooth sailing. Quite smoothly, Harry. Why not secretly pretend to have a broken leg? It must be done without Ilu's knowledge, and then wait until the next day, forcing Ilou to take the stage. If I face some repercussions, I will accept them. After all, her reprimands are not particularly painful. Fortunately, Ilou is not here now, otherwise Hermione would certainly be in for a scolding. Ron, who is on the verge of giving up, disdainfully retorts to Hermione's words, "Not painful? Is that what you call not painful? Just look at the mark on my forehead and speak accordingly. Besides, how could it be concealed from him? We all sleep in the same room. I think it's better to heed Vinaway's advice. Losing is just losing." "Ah, the child is teachable," Vinaway exclaimed, stuffing a soft grape into his mouth, clearly pleased with Ron's agreement. "The reasoning is sound, but still, unease lingers." Hermione displayed a look of exasperation. Her brilliant mind seemed ineffective at that moment. After some contemplation, she decided to recline like Ron. Presently, the sofa bore the weight of several individuals sprawled out, one of whom resembled a deflated balloon, but that was inconsequential. Around them, other Gryffindor students were engaged in mutual study, although gaming was more prevalent. This was already an improvement compared to the previous ratio of 9-1. Is this what constitutes a courageous house? Truly, apart from bravery, is there nothing else? The portrait of the fat lady swung open once more, and Ilou and Neville entered. Ilou appeared quite cheerful, clutching a thick tome in her hands, though she seemed a bit irritated. Vinaway, having tumbled from the back of his chair, gazed at the newcomers from an inverted perspective. "The elven prince has returned. What amusing escapades have you engaged in just now? Do tell." "Oh, Nothing particularly entertaining, Ilou replied, instructing Neville to study while she settled beside Vinaway, tossing the hefty book to Hermione on the other side. You're just like a mother. Neville ought to give you a thank you. What happened? It was Draco. He attempted to cast a curse on Neville. Thankfully, I was paying attention to Neville while helping Harry and the others borrow books. I sensed something was amiss and immediately followed him. The outcome must have been quite delightful. Otherwise, that foolish boy wouldn't he be so elated. Not at all, Ilou said, plucking a grape from Vinaway's bunch and popping it into her mouth, then languidly reclining on the sofa, sighing. Draco simply never learns. He aimed to cast the leg locker curse on Neville, and when I caught him red-handed, he shamelessly tried to argue his way out of it. I lectured him for nearly an hour, but it was utterly futile. His emotions are akin to a barrel of pure dark chocolate stuffed with half a jar of white chocolate. Vinaway bit into a grape and remarked, sounds delicious. But I do prefer to skip the white chocolate. It's just too rich. He's just a naughty child. Parents dislike such behavior. If I ever see him bullying Neville again, I shall. Well, I am uncertain myself. I feel that my martial skills and swordsmanship should not be employed for such purposes. Regarding Winnie's query, Ilou found himself once again lost in thought. Draco, that mischievous lad, seems incapable of anything beyond verbal admonishments. He is not one to inflict physical punishment, a lesson imparted by his parents. What? Winnie? He is a dear friend. Ilou has lowered his defenses around Winnie, which accounts for some of his more brutal actions at times, leaving him with a sense of guilt. Winnie, no big deal after all. No one is going to die. Since Winnie is a friend, he can act without restraint. Draco, however, is merely an acquaintance, making it impossible for Ilou to act with the same liberty. How gentle you are. If it were me, I would have long since stripped him of his trousers and given him a good thrashing. The cries would surely be delightful, more satisfying than any other. I perceive such sentiments as mere hypocrisy. My mental state is far from stable. And that instance of losing control serves as proof. My condition in this regard is even worse than yours. A gentleman speaks of actions, not of the heart. Good people abound. But if one delves into the soul, all is laid bare. This is the truth, and I am far from being gentle. I aspire to be like my great-grandmother. And that is a commendable effort. Winnie, with a smile, reached out and poked Ilou's soft, plump cheek. Ilou did not resist. He merely smiled helplessly and then grabbed a grape. Is this a form of complementarity? Winnie, it is truly wonderful to have a friend like you. Yin and yang. I almost ventured into esoteric musings again. In my view, dear Prince of Elves, you and I share a semblance in our personalities. After this exchange, Ilou and Winnie resumed their great feast, initially anticipating a moment of tranquility. However, Hermione suddenly shrieked, I have found the crucial information about Nicholas Flamel. A commotion erupted, drawing the attention of everyone in the lounge towards Hermione. Oblivious to the gazes upon her, she excitedly raised the thick tome that Ilou had just handed her. As she realized all eyes were upon her, her face flushed crimson. It's nothing. Hermione awkwardly chuckled a couple of times before quickly retreating back into the sofa. The surrounding students continued with their activities, undeterred. Very spirited. Minister, you performed admirably just now. Please be quiet. It was a rare sight to witness Hermione's flustered expression, which delighted Winnie immensely. Hermione shot him another glare and used the thick book to wake Harry and Ron, gathering all 5 of them on the sofa as she pointed to the contents of the book. Look, Nicholas Flamel. In this alchemy book that Ilou just gave me. I opened it and found his name in the table of contents. What are we waiting for? Let us turn the pages. Harry was invigorated as he seized the book and rapidly flipped through its chapters, arriving at the section dedicated to Nicholas Flamel. However, the tome was quite ancient, inscribed in Latin, with some passages already faded. Harry and Ron grasped a smattering of the content, while Hermione struggled to comprehend it fully. And one could hardly expect anything from Vinny. Thus, the group's attention turned to Ilou. All right, I shall take the lead. I can hardly fathom your inability to read Latin. It is an essential language for the study of magic, is it not? The sole university student from Atlanta, Ilou, accepted the book under the expectant gazes of his companions. As he beheld the familiar script, he began to read slowly. The greatest achievement of ancient alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone, may also be referred to as the Sorcerer's Stone. Both terms are interchangeable. Enough of this triviality, continue, Prince of Elves. Very well. This is the most magnificent miracle, granting humanity the ability to touch the divine. The Philosopher's Stone can transmute any metal into pure gold and concoct the elixir of immortality, he elucidated. For centuries, alchemists have endeavored to create the Philosopher's Stone. Some have claimed success, yet these assertions are often dubious. Presently, the only verified and extant philosopher's stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast, Nicholas Flamel. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now resides in seclusion in Devonshire with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658 years old. My goodness, this stone is extraordinary. It can transform base metals into gold and grant eternal life. Snape must surely covet it. Ron exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. As one of the poorest among them, he was nearly entranced by the allure of the philosopher's stone. Harry and Hermione exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging his enthusiasm. Is it merely the old bat who desires it? Perhaps even this charming elf harbors aspirations for it. Vinny chuckled, casting a mysterious glance at Ilou, who responded with a reassuring smile. The trio beside them engaged in fervent discussion. Perhaps only Hermione and Harry did, interrogating Ilou while pondering the implications, and soon they arrived at a conclusion. Harry rose, touching the scar on his forehead, as if he had already uncovered the truth. With confidence, he declared, Professor Dumbledore and Flamel are friends. They must have reached an agreement whereby Dumbledore safeguards it, and Quirrell acts as the guardian. Beneath that trapdoor lies the Philosopher's Stone. Bravo! Vinny clapped enthusiastically, then took the hefty book from Ilou and flipped through its pages. It may not be ancient in years, yet it appears so due to the ancient wizarding research. Indeed, it is quite archaic. This book was borrowed from the library. Once you have finished, I must return it. Ilou gently pulled the book back into her embrace and stood up, leaving only her silhouette as she exited the lounge. Vinaway couldn't resist teasing, remarking on her sense of responsibility. The following day, after completing their defense against the dark arts class, the group of 5 began to prepare for the imminent Quidditch match. Harry would bravely face Hufflepuff, while Vinaway anticipated a valiant thrashing of Slytherin, a foregone conclusion. Vinaway also devised a plan, should the referees show any discontent. She would employ the infamous reverse jinx to leave the old bat in anguish. This suggestion was swiftly dismissed by Ilou, resulting in yet another playful smack to Vinaway's head. However, the other 3 clapped in approval, with Harry and Ron deeming the jinx excessively cruel, although Hermione was not male. Her keen understanding of biology made her acutely aware of the potential suffering involved. Oh, do you enjoy playing games? It is rather unfriendlike, Goman. How could you not support my wicked scheme? Exclaimed Vinaway. This curse could warrant a military tribunal. Where did you even acquire such magic? In the realm of the universal producers, each had a melodious way of speaking. How malicious. Hermione felt her beliefs about magic challenged. Was such a curse truly necessary? More importantly, did it target women as well? There existed jinxes like the anal closure curse, the intestinal upset hex, the hair follicle expansion jinx, the frequent urination curse, the constipation jinx, and the endless hangnail curse. How ghastly. Harry, Ron, and Hermione distanced themselves from Vinaway, their expressions betraying fear. Even the Dark Lord was not so malevolent. Voldemort, why have I dropped to 3rd place? At that moment, Ilou had already donned her Gryffindor uniform. With a resigned glance at Vinaway, she took her broomstick and soared away. The scene shifted to the bustling Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts, where Ilou arrived in an instant. Gracefully descending to see Professor Snape standing at the center of the field, she politely greeted him. Professor Snape? Snape looked up, puzzled about which remarkable individual would address him. Upon recognizing Ilou, his surprise dissipated. Have you completed your assignments? Where is the finished potion of Felix Felicis? Indeed, the potion. Ilou's studies had progressed remarkably, and she was on the verge of mastering the curriculum from years 1 through 7, aiming to produce a flawless potion of luck, as assigned by Snape. To others, this would seem an extraordinary feat. However, the deadline was generously set at 1 month. Ilou alighted beside Snape, gracefully dismounting from her broomstick with a soft whoosh. She rummaged through her satchel, her hands deftly searching, until she produced a star-shaped vial containing a golden, ethereal liquid. The Felix Felicis. Professor, isn't it splendid what I've created? Ilou stood on her tiptoes to present the small vial to Snape. He took it, scrutinizing it closely, and for a rare moment, a hint of tenderness flickered in his eyes. Ilou was undoubtedly the most gratifying student he had ever had. However, Snape maintained a facade of sternness. Very well. There are still 29 days until the deadline. Let us now test its efficacy. With that, Snape uncapped the vial and, under Ilou's eager gaze, poured a small amount into his mouth before securely sealing the vial and returning the remaining elixir to her. How is it, Professor? The flavor is quite pleasant. The forthcoming competition will serve to validate its effectiveness. Rest assured. Ilou bestowed upon Snape a reassuring smile, accompanied by a thumbs up. Snape chuckled softly, then turned his gaze to the surrounding students, restoring his stoic expression as if the previous moment had been but a fleeting illusion. Shortly thereafter, Vinaway arrived, soaring through the air on his broomstick. Hermione and Ron were absent, as they were not players and were likely seeking seats in the audience. I felt the suffocating embrace of profound darkness, a fate that consumed all light, obstructing everything around, bestowing all fortune upon that shadowy figure, the elven prince, the savior. I vowed. Why did I not feel it? After hearing Vinaway's words, Harry's mind buzzed. Why did he not perceive the sensation described by Vinaway? Yet, it did not sound like a fabrication. Meanwhile, Snape was taken aback. He never anticipated that this abstract child would speak a truth. Illa laughed heartily, nudging her two friends aside, and turned to wink at Snape. He nodded imperceptibly, and once again, the harshest words escaped his lips, Mr. Asisoko. Ravenclaw's acceptance of you is akin to a gem marinated in brine. It is not yet time for your entrance, thus Ravenclaw loses 5 points. Yamdiel. Vinaway screamed, disregarding his friends as a mysterious force compelled him to leap and embrace his broom, soaring back to the Ravenclaw stands. Witnessing this, Harry's fear and disdain for Snape deepened. Observing the typically unyielding Vinaway depart at once, Snape nodded in satisfaction at the effects of the Felix Felicis, then retrieved a whistle from his pocket and blew it. In an instant, Illa departed and made her way to the Gryffindor stands, while Vinaway bounced and jostled her way over from the Ravenclaw section, much to the displeasure of Hermione and Ron. Ding! The match commenced, and under Snape's prohibition of Lee Jordan as commentator, the competition was fiercely contested, not only among the players but also within the stands. Draco approached the Gryffindor spectators to provoke them, and under Ilou's approving gaze, Neville bravely declared, "I am stronger than 100 of you combined. You are nothing but a bully, akin to a cat that preys on the weak." Illa frequently mentored Neville, who posed various questions, such as what he disliked the most. Without hesitation, Illa replied, "Cats. They are the most loathsome creatures, bullying the weak and tormenting their prey with inexplicable vigilance. And their annoying cries often arise for no reason at all. They are, without a doubt, the most repugnant beings on this planet." Neville found Draco rather similar in description, so he decided to relay Ilou's sentiments to him. "Cats. What nonsense is this? Longbottom, you truly lack judgment. You ought to team up with that impoverished Ron Weasley." "What did you say? You slippery-headed fool." Ron, engrossed in the tense match, turned in anger to find Draco wearing an infuriating expression. "I said you're poor, dirt poor. Honestly, Hogwarts should abolish such a system. You destitute lot shouldn't be allowed to attend school. To hell with you." Ron and Draco clashed, instigated by Draco's provocation, and they grappled fiercely. Ron delivered punch after punch to Draco's face. Vinny, who had been dozing off while clutching his broom, was suddenly roused by the commotion and exclaimed, "A fight. Count me in." He conjured a spoon to join the fray, collaborating with Ron, one pummeling Draco while the other targeted Goyle and Clara. Students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw noticed the escalating conflict, and chaos ensued. Hermione, aghast, shook Ilou, who was watching the match, exclaiming, "They've all gone mad. You must intervene." "Huh?" Sensing the disturbance, Ilou turned to witness the turmoil, his eyes widening in disbelief. He swiftly raised his hand, employing magic to subdue the unruly students. All those involved in the melee were enveloped in a blue spell and immobilized. Standing, Ilou retrieved the opal sword, sheathed yet formidable, and struck each combatant on the head. A cacophony of cries filled the air. Midway through, upon encountering Vinny's woeful expression, he did not relent but delivered one more strike, sparing Neville who stood nearby. Meanwhile, the chaos in the stands did not detract from the match. Gryffindor maintained its lead, with Harry soaring above in search of the elusive golden snitch. Suddenly, he spotted a glint of gold in Snape's hair at the center of the field. Though reluctant, he dove forward in pursuit of victory. Snape noticed, but remained unyielding, adopting a stern demeanor as he unleashed a mental assault. Harry, battling his fear, sped past Snape's head, clutching the struggling snitch. The crowd erupted in cheers as Snape blew the whistle, declaring victory. This marked the fastest win in history. Though Vinny had been dismissed, the victory still stood, albeit without record preservation. Thus, Harry emerged as the champion. Dumbledore bestowed upon him a round of applause and winked, and Harry understood the old man's intent, responding with a grateful glance. Severus Snape, as stoic as ever, displayed no sign of displeasure. There was another match ahead, and thus he blew his whistle to signal. Next came the much-anticipated spectacle of Neville's impressive performance, resulting in a resounding defeat for Slytherin, which was both thorough and humiliating. earning them a chorus of jeers. This championship would not feature them. It would be Gryffindor against Ravenclaw. Neville basked in the cheers of his house and the adulation of admirers, his smile wide and crooked. While Ron and Harry exchanged envious glances, and Hermione looked on with disdain. Just moments ago, they had reveled in triumph, having left the ugly giant in tears. Don't say that. Neville, his name is Marcus. Who cares? Neville dismissed the concern, oblivious to the name. Ilou cast him a resigned glance. The match was over, and they were now walking towards the broom shed. Along the way, Harry inexplicably took flight, prompting Ron and Hermione to follow suit. Frankly, that broomstick must have been overloaded. Snape's expression would surely be one for the ages, the savior delivering quite a surprise, alongside the minister and his wife. Is that so? What do you mean? Noticing a hint of pride on Ilou's face, Neville realized something was amiss. Illa produced a small vial filled with a golden, dreamlike liquid from her bag and gave it a mysterious shake. Did Snape consume a bit of the Felix Felicis I brewed? No. Why have you suddenly joined the ranks of the antagonists? This doesn't seem right. Wait, why was the match so smooth just now? Guess? Neville showed no astonishment at Ilou's ability to brew Felix Felicis. Rather, he questioned the ease of the previous match, wondering if the old bat was truly that benevolent. Neville, do you not feel as though you have strayed from the source material? Of course, I know the old bat is a good man. But under the pretense of being deceived, I can engage in rather amusing antics, especially since he appears to be a villain now. If he questions me later, I can simply say, who knew about this plan? It's just because you always act that way. A truly mischievous scheme indeed. Hee, you flatter me. Illa sighed as she returned to school with Vinaway after finishing their sweeping duties. They had no intention of becoming embroiled in the matter of Harry inadvertently overhearing Snape and Quirrell in conversation. Instead, their anticipation lay in the Forbidden Forest. When they encountered Quirrell there, they would have the perfect opportunity to deliver a resounding thrashing. Not only was Vinaway brimming with excitement, but it seemed that Illa shared in the enthusiasm as well. Upon their return to the Gryffindor common room, Ilou and Vinaway discovered a jubilant celebration in progress, held in honor of Harry's victory and Gryffindor's ascension to champion status. The festivities were orchestrated by the mischievous Weasley twins, Fred and George, who had pilfered a plethora of cakes from the kitchen. Oh, look who has arrived. Our stellar reserve player and the champion from the neighboring intellectually gifted house. The crowd erupted in cheers, showering Ilou and Vinaway with enthusiastic applause, for they had triumphed, and regardless of the house affiliation. All present were eager to join in the jubilant revelry. Ilou was not interested in the lively party, so after politely greeting everyone, she swiftly took Winnie away and dashed into the dormitory. In stark contrast to the bustling common room, the tranquil dormitory housed two large parrots, Aquamarine and Cecilia, perched on a wooden stand, blissfully sleeping and impervious to any disturbances. The two flopped onto the bed, and Winnie gently nudged Ilou, teasing. Disliking vibrant parties may lead to missed opportunities. As a daughter of a prominent family, have you not encountered any soirees or balls? Indeed, many, Illa replied. I recall the countless parties held daily last year. Fortunately, they did not dare to mandate my attendance, and my parents did not compel me to go either. Ilou's eyes betrayed his displeasure. It was evident that the incessant parties hosted by the affluent elite had become a source of exasperation for him. Day after day, throughout the year, such relentless festivities were unbearable. However, Vinaway believed he could endure it. Indeed, it was the lifestyle of the wealthy. Perhaps next time, he could accompany them. He intended to graciously accept all gifts, reselling them for a handsome profit, while also relishing the company of the enchanting women present. Anyway, I advise you against attending. The upper echelons are both chaotic and corrupt, far beyond your capacity to withstand. My parents frequently bring others to ruin, yet, regardless, countless individuals flock to negotiate partnerships. Their minds are consumed solely with wealth and power. They are nothing but a horde of lunatics. Is it not simple? Just eliminate them all. Mere flesh and blood cannot rival iron and steel. Vinaway chuckled malevolently, producing a gleaming firearm from an unknown source, flamboyantly brandishing it as if to display his bravado. Ilou forcefully pushed his head, reprimanding him. It is far from simple. Those high-ranking officials hold significant positions, acting as vital cogs in the intricate machinery known as the world. If they were to perish casually, chaos would ensue. Therefore, we must proceed slowly, dismantling them one by one. This was something we had not truly considered. Winnie awkwardly retracted his gun. In his previous life, he had merely killed without contemplating such matters, resulting in a monumental upheaval of the world, a cost of misguided intentions. Nonetheless, it was rather delightful. The more he pondered, the merrier he became. Winnie began to make playful gestures, and Ilou, with a mischievous grin, pinched his tongue. The two then sat idly, awaiting the conclusion of the party below and the return of Harry and the others. Subsequently, events unfolded in a similar vein. After the party, the group convened on the sofa in the lounge, discussing their findings and almost confirming that Chilo was indeed the victim, and that Snape had coerced him into seizing the Philosopher's Stone. Harry, Hermione, and Ron had already reached this conclusion, receiving enigmatic smiles from Ilou and Winnie in return. This transpired within a single day. Thereafter, life returned to its usual rhythm, leading up to a day close to the summer. On April 19, 1992, during the Easter holiday, the teachers assigned an overwhelming amount of homework. At a table in the library, Hermione was diligently studying with her two less diligent companions, preparing for the upcoming exams, while Ilou and Winnie were also present. "I've had enough of this dreadful fate. I shall never learn these things. Knowledge flows like water, and my mind is akin to a sponge," Ron protested, pushing aside a mountain of books in front of him, casting a glance of approval and agreement towards Hermione, who was engrossed in her studies. "But Madam Minister, you must learn. Otherwise, when your mother finds out, it will be a truly heartwarming scene," Winnie exclaimed, his anticipation evident. "How do you know?" Ron's face turned pale at the thought. If he performed poorly, Mrs. Weasley would undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon him. It would become a joke that Fred and George would relish for an entire year. Hermione glanced up from her heap of materials, regarding Ron with disdain, and retorted, "Believe me, if you do not act accordingly, you will surely end up as a short, miserable mess." Hearing this peculiar analogy, even Harry, who was diligently working on his assignments, could not suppress his laughter, while Winnie further amplified the mockery. Ron clasped his head with his hands, resolute in avoiding such a fate. Just as he picked up his quill, ready to write fervently, he noticed a familiar figure entering his line of sight. It was Hagrid. Striding with great strides, he made his way into the library. "Hagrid!" Ron instantly cast aside his studies, rushing towards him with excitement, while the others looked up in astonishment at the unexpected giant. "What brings him here?" Hermione set down her quill, while Harry hastily abandoned his homework to rush toward Hagrid. Ron, brimming with pride, eagerly divulged information, revealing all he knew about the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid appeared noticeably anxious, glancing around before addressing the trio. "Listen, come find me later. I need to fetch some books." Without waiting for a response, he busied himself retrieving several volumes from the bookshelf before departing. Ron, having discerned Hagrid's actions, quickly reported back to his friends. "A dragon? Is that for real?" "Indeed, and they are all books on dragon husbandry." "Oh, I know about that." Harry recalled his earlier encounter with Hagrid, who had expressed a fervent desire to raise a dragon. Ron swiftly reminded him that such an act was illegal. "Hey, the Keeper of Keys must be nurturing a dragon. Dare you wager with me?" Neville, with a mischievous glint, seized the opportunity to flaunt his knowledge from the forbidden realms of the previous world, exuding confidence. Ron scoffed. "That's impossible. I'll take that bet. If you lose, you owe me a galleon." "Very well." Neville, sensing Ron's eagerness, grinned even more broadly. "Should you lose, the same wager applies to you." It was settled. Ron began to contemplate how he would spend a galleon, an unprecedented fortune. He had never touched gold coins before. It could buy him a multitude of things. The mere thought of swindling Neville filled him with delight. Meanwhile, a silent Luna gazed at Ron with pitying eyes, already aware of his fate 2 hours hence. "Neville, that's rather cruel, isn't it?" "Oh, the minister's wife has consented. Prince of Elves, you may look forward to the spectacle. An uneven wager, devoid of honor." "Neville, if Ron backs out later, I won't lend you any assistance." "Fear not, I have my own clever schemes." Neville flashed his trademark cheeky grin. "This is impossible." An hour later, within Hagrid's cozy abode, Ron let out a scream of disbelief upon seeing the egg-like object resting atop the glowing embers of the hearth, only to be silenced by Hermione's urgent hand. "Don't shout so loudly. What if someone discovers us?" "Right, keep it down. This is indeed a dragon egg." "Hagrid, where did you acquire it?" "Huh, I won it, of course. Last night, I was drinking and playing cards with a stranger. But that fellow seemed desperate to hand it over. He must have been eager to part with it." Hagrid bent down, clutching the fire tongs, and shifted the dragon egg, allowing the glowing charcoal to warm it further. The flickering flames illuminated his face, revealing an uncontainable joy, for his dream was to raise a dragon. Harry observed the scene, contemplating the creature hidden beneath the trapdoor, when a marvelous thought suddenly struck him. He leaned closer to Hagrid and whispered, "Hagrid, Are there any other mechanisms guarding the Philosopher's Stone? Oh, Harry, such matters are confidential and cannot be disclosed, Hagrid replied without hesitation. His gaze fixed on the dragon egg in the hearth. Undeterred, Harry lowered his voice and pressed on. You wouldn't want others to discover that you're raising a dragon. Would you, Hagrid? A sudden unease washed over Hagrid, as Ron and Hermione stared at Harry in disbelief, while Eel, munching on rock cakes, widened her eyes in surprise. If you remain silent, we shall reveal your secret about the dragon. Oh, no. Harry, when did you become so mischievous? You weren't like this at the beginning. Well, you might want to ask a certain fiery-haired boy about that. Hurry up and spill the beans, Hagrid. Hagrid leisurely began to recount the layout of the mechanisms, while Harry and Hermione listened intently. Ron, however, was less engaged, until in the blink of an eye, a boy with blazing hot hair appeared before him. It was Vinny, wearing a triumphant smirk, eagerly extending his hand for the spoils of their wager. Ron swallowed hard. Not only did he lack the spoils, but even his own home possessed only silver and bronze, no gold whatsoever. Can we settle this? At this moment? Madam, are you jesting? A bet is a bet. Bring forth the galleons. Help. Eel. Vinny's eyes glinted ominously as he scooped Ron into an embrace. Ron felt overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation. Although Vinny was undeniably handsome, he simply could not accept it. Thus, he turned to Eel for rescue. Illa swallowed the rock pastry and, with a flick of her magic, ensnared Ron's Neville and pulled it down. She then rummaged through her satchel and produced a blue metallic card. This is an ignoble wager, Neville. I have paid Ron's dues. With a gentle wave of the metallic card, a heap of shimmering gold coins materialized on the ground, and Neville's eyes sparkled with love as he rushed forward to embrace them tightly. Ron stood dumbfounded before the mountain of coins. He always knew that Ilou was the wealthiest among them, but he had not anticipated such abundance. A mere gesture had conjured forth a trove of gold. How extravagant. Ron, you may take a portion as well. That would be splendid. The two of them joyfully divided the pile of galleons, with Neville utilizing his spatial system for storage, while Ron stuffed his clothing until it bulged. Though the coins felt rather cumbersome, they were, after all, money. Hiki. Even if they were to gather 10 tons more, it would not weary them in the slightest. Illa gazed at the two individuals captivated by the fallen coins and softly remarked, "What a pair of avaricious souls." She then returned to savor her rock cakes. Harry and Hermione, having concluded their discussion with Hagrid, turned around to witness the scene, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. Hagrid, engrossed in observing the dragon egg, remained oblivious. Ilou, did you do this? So many galleons. Indeed, they seem to be having quite the time. But it's gold. Just so freely given to them? Well, it doesn't hold much significance for me. If they wish to take it, so be it. Upon hearing Ilou's response, Harry and Hermione fell into a profound silence. Indeed, the world of the aristocracy was beyond their comprehension. After spending a while longer with Hagrid, the group departed the cozy hut, as Harry and Ron were burdened with a mountain of homework, and Hermione needed to prepare for her studies. Days turned into weeks, with the trio submerged in a sea of assignments. Hermione diligently absorbed her lessons, while Harry and Ron lamented their plight. What? You mean Ilou and Vinny have been exempted from assignments? They excel so remarkably that they accrued an abundance of points, becoming the envy of their peers, while Harry and Ron are on the verge of tears from jealousy. One morning in the Gryffindor dormitory, Ilou, clad in a blue nightgown and barefoot, stood beside a wooden rack grooming her aquamarine pet, with Cecilia soundly asleep. Harry lay on his bed, mulling over various bits of information regarding the Philosopher's Stone, eagerly awaiting the hatching of Hagrid's egg, with Ron sharing his sentiments. All right, Aquamarine, spread your wings and let me see your feathers. The Aquamarine obediently unfurled its wings, measuring over 1 meter in length, revealing the gray feathers on the inner side. Illa leaned in to inspect the feathers for health, her delicate fingers gently touching each plume, eliciting a soothing sound from Aquamarine. Such a good creature, it hardly resembles a raptor, much like Hedwig. Aquamarine has been my first pet and has accompanied me the longest. I envy you. I hope Errol remains alive while I'm at school. Hearing the praise, Aquamarine emitted a proud call, and Ilou tenderly ruffled its feathers before instructing it to fold its wings. Inspection complete. 100 healthy? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the window. Illa lifted her gaze to find a white owl tapping at the glass, Hedwig clutching a piece of parchment in her beak. Here she comes. Illa hurriedly ran to the window, opened it, and gently brought Hedwig inside, placing her softly on the wooden rack before retrieving a piece of paper to read. Sea Blue Jim glanced at Hedwig beside her, then chose to disregard her. To everyone's surprise, Hedwig emitted a soft coo and moved closer to see Blue Jim, truly a boundaryless owl. Harry, Ron, it's time to hatch, Ilou exclaimed joyfully as she ran towards the two lounging on the bed. After perusing the paper, they too became quite exhilarated. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Vinny suddenly appeared, pulling everyone outside. Ilou even dashed to the girls' dormitory to fetch Hermione, and the five of them made their way toward the cottage. Ilou, you aren't wearing shoes? It doesn't matter, it won't get dirty. And walking barefoot on the ground feels delightful. Understand, food grade. Let me have a taste. At the cottage door, Ilou playfully thumped Vinny on the head. Harry politely knocked before entering, finding Hagrid seated at a small wooden table, eagerly gazing at the egg before him. Come quickly. Norbert is about to be born. Who is Norbert? I just named the little dragon. The group gathered around the dragon egg, both excited and anxious, as faint cracking sounds echoed. Fissures appearing on the surface of the egg, gradually spreading. With a decisive pop, an adorable yet oddly shaped creature emerged into view. It resembled a lizard with two enormous wings, a large nose, and a head covered in bumps, its eyes protruding, in the same color as Vinny's, looking rather charming. Oh, he is so tiny. Hagrid carefully cradled Norbert, who flapped his wings and sneezed, sending sparks that singed Hagrid's beard. Hagrid lovingly poked Norbert, who paused for a moment before biting Hagrid's finger. However, for the half-giant, this slight pain felt no different than a mere tickle. He recognizes his mother. Oh, he is simply adorable. Hagrid, she is a girl. Huh. All except Vinny stared at Ilou in confusion. Ilou gently stroked Norbert's wings and replied helplessly. Haven't you learned to distinguish the genders of Norwegian ridgebacks? That is not something we're supposed to know right now. Even Hermione, the top student, had not reached that level of knowledge, surprised that Ilou was aware of such details. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a sense of fairness in the matter. Hagrid, initially astonished, then gazed at Norbert with even more affection, saying, It's all right, having a daughter isn't so bad. Don't get your hopes up, Vinny interjected, dousing their enthusiasm. Guardian Giant, how will you raise Norbert? The hunting grounds are too small and you cannot sustain her hunger. Though Vinny's words sounded peculiar, the group comprehended the gravity of the situation. Indeed, Norbert was a dragon. How could they possibly hide her? Oh, I could keep her in the Forbidden Forest. Other magical creatures would calm down. But what about her? She is too small. Page, troubled, rubbed his beard thoughtfully, while Norbert coughed forth a spark. At that moment, IRU suggested, what if we raise it within the sanctuary? It would be perfectly safe, and my father would undoubtedly agree. The sanctuary? Well, to be precise, it should be referred to as the family sanctuary. IRU nodded, waving her hand, and shimmering stars began to weave a celestial tapestry within the room, depicting a paradise of towering sacred mountains and a majestic temple standing proudly upon the peaks and land. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. My heavens! It turns out that the legendary place where the sword was drawn by Ilou Kalmuset truly exists. It is not entirely unbelievable, especially with IRU standing right before me. Her very surname carries the legacy of Kalmuset. Most myths are merely exaggerated tales spun from human experiences. I had thought the existence of a magical realm was already astonishing enough. Ilou elucidated the sanctum of the Kalmuset family, and as Hagrid listened, a sense of reassurance washed over him. A divine realm must surely be splendid. To nurture her within the sanctum, is it truly as expansive as they say? Beyond imagination. Indeed. Furthermore, the sanctum serves as a nexus connecting myriad worlds, housing a temple known as the Temple of Infinite Paths. Through this sacred edifice, one can traverse to realms that exist solely within the annals of mythology. The realms of Ilou Kalmuset are distinctly isolated, delineating clear boundaries. The ethereal beings and giants of true legend can be accessed via the Temple of Infinite Paths. This world is utterly bewildering. The assembly collectively marveled, astonished that there existed elements more enigmatic than magic itself. The once fanciful myths had materialized into reality, a spectacular revelation. Thus, the residence of Norbert was confirmed. While the narrative loss experienced by Charlie seemed to elicit no concern, did Ilou knowingly transgress? Or was it a deliberate act? Winnie was most intrigued. Hagrid, you may raise Norbert a bit more before sending him away. There is no rush, for the gates of the sanctum remain forever open at the highest point. Thank you. Ilou, you are truly a wonderful child. Hagrid affectionately ruffled Ilou's hair, revealing a golden strand that danced amidst her fluffy silver locks, only to swiftly retract. Just as Ilou relished the affectionate gesture, her eyes suddenly sharpened. She drew her wand and aimed it toward the window, where a fleeting shadow of black had darted past, startling everyone present. It was Draco. He had witnessed everything. What? That little rascal. Ilou stepped out of the cottage, picked up the wand that had fallen to the ground, and proceeded to mend the shattered window. The onlookers cast worried glances at Hagrid, who held the little dragon in his hands. Trust me, he won't utter a word. Otherwise, he would be in need of some education, and I shall impart a lesson upon him. How terrifying. The trio felt an overwhelming sense of fear emanating from Ilou, who exuded an aura reminiscent of parents and elders. Even Vinoy couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, conjuring up unsettling memories. After a brief moment together, Ron, unable to resist, poked at Norbert, only to receive a fierce bite in return. Hagrid chuckled heartily. It seems Norbert doesn't fancy you. Ha ha ha. In stark contrast to Ron's experience, Ilou was a true friend to animals. Norbert constantly rubbed against her small hand, clearly adoring her. By midday, Ilou and her companions returned. Each day that followed, they visited Norbert. Although Draco continued to shoot them knowing glances, he refrained from any excessive actions under Ilou's watchful gaze. A week passed, and Norbert grew larger, rendering the cottage too small to accommodate him. The hand that Ron had once been bitten was now swelling, accompanied by excruciating pain. Hagrid realized that Norbert had to leave, but it was not a permanent farewell. As Ilou mentioned, the sanctuary was quite accommodating, as long as family members permitted it. Anyone could enter and exit. They would still be able to visit Norbert and witness her transformation into a magnificent creature, which brought Hagrid immense joy. One night in the hunting grounds, Ilou crouched down and extended an invitation to Norbert, who had grown to her size. Norbert obediently climbed onto Ilou's shoulders. Hagrid watched this scene, tears streaming down his face, his handkerchief soaked with snot and tears. With Harry frowning and clutching the invisibility cloak, the group, including Ron and Hermione, prepared to leave once Norbert was settled. Goodbye, Norbert. Mother shall not forget you. Hagrid's weeping echoed behind them as they resolutely entered the academy, the tallest among them. Vinoy held up the invisibility cloak while beneath it, Harry inquired of Ilou, "Where are we headed?" "To the rooftop of the academy. Do not worry. I've made all the arrangements. I trust you." As the group wandered through the academy, they remained oblivious to the fact that Vinoy's robe was not completely concealed by the invisibility cloak, revealing a significant portion. Two shadows stealthily followed them, a concerned Neville and a scheming Draco. Though the plot had shifted, it had returned to its course. Was this all part of your calculations? Do you not enjoy it? No. I find it quite delightful. I have already begun to anticipate the confinement in a few days and the discrimination from other students tomorrow. Beneath the cloak of invisibility, Ilou and Vinoy communicated in whispers audible only to themselves. The remaining three little ones, though puzzled by their furtive glances, chose not to dwell on the matter. Altering the narrative, Vinoy remained indifferent to this exchange. After all, a significant deviation in the plot might undermine the omniscient perspective of the traveler, a consequence that Vinoy was quite keen to avoid. As for the potential demise of certain characters in the future, he harbored some contemplations. Does this imply that the creator is a fool lacking in innovative storytelling, merely using such excuses to mask their own shortcomings? What are you even saying? Oh, never mind. This is merely someone resorting to self-deprecation as a means to capture attention. Ilou was perplexed and bewildered, yet he resolved not to pursue the matter further. He lifted Nobber on his back and continued his ascent towards the highest terrace of the academy. After a few moments, they beheld the moonlight. Standing upon a vast open platform, where a seismograph and a grand telescope were embedded in the ground nearby. The apex of the platform was adorned with a retractable canopy. Harry removed his invisibility cloak and hung it on a nearby railing, gazing up at the moon and the floating city in the sky, marveling at the unexpected beauty of Hogwarts. It is truly magnificent. For once, you possess discernment. What shall we do now? Everyone turned their gaze towards Ilou. Vinoy made exaggerated gestures, indicating the writhing figure at the entrance of the terrace. Ilou noticed it as well, but chose to disregard it. Setting Nobber down, he retrieved the opal sword from his satchel and, before the eyes of his companions, wielded it with grace, reciting incantations. O great King of the gods, delineate the boundaries. Let the infinite realms be forever distanced. I call upon you here, whether in daylight or darkness, as the stars intertwine like threads. Let the temple of 10,000 paths lead to the gates of the holy domain. The opal sword pointed towards the heavens, and shimmering starlight materialized around them, coalescing at the edge of the terrace into a vibrant portal. With a pop, another world emerged from within, revealing the holy domain. A figure stepped forth. With chestnut hair and cerulean eyes, it was Morse. The incantation was rather lengthy. Were you not concerned about being interrupted by foes? Truthfully, it could be completed in an instant. I merely wish to allow you all to savor the moment. That is quite considerate. Ilou let out a light chuckle as she picked up the dragon Nobu from the ground and made her way towards the Stargate. Morse hastily took the creature into his arms, cradling Nobu with a sense of wonder. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This dragon is quite unattractive. Far from any I have encountered before. Father, it actually looks rather splendid. She bit me." Morse suddenly recoiled, and although he had been nipped, his hand bore no mark of injury. Ilou planted a quick kiss on Morse, then stepped back to bid farewell. Morse, with Nobber crawling on him, waved his hand. And with a crack, the shimmering Stargate vanished from the rooftop. "Is he your father?" "That question is utterly redundant, Ron," Hermione remarked impatiently. For everyone had just heard Ilou refer to Morse as father. What a foolish inquiry. "Well, he is quite handsome, isn't he?" "Indeed, he possesses a striking appearance. With his splendid hair and beard. And that leather jacket is simply magnificent." Ilou proudly held her head high, while Vinaway interjected, "Those are my lines." As the group observed the task at hand come to a close, they began to depart from the rooftop. Yet, Harry felt an inexplicable sense of forgetting something. But since he could not recall it, it must not have been of great importance. Descending the stairs in a cheerful mood, they were suddenly met with the sight of two figures, one large and one small. They hurriedly concealed themselves behind the wall, eavesdropping on the unfolding scene. The figures drew closer, revealing Professor McGonagall, who was tugging Draco by the ear. As she walked forward, she announced, "Slytherin loses 20 points. Wandering about at this hour. Do you wish to meet Voldemort?" Detention. Upon hearing this, Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged delighted glances. However, their joy was short-lived as a frantic voice pierced the air. Harry anxiously sought to cover them with the invisibility cloak, only to discover his hands empty. "There you are. I've been searching everywhere for you. I heard Draco is coming to capture you, claiming you brought a fire dragon. And, is this an inappropriate time for me to arrive? Phew, this is splendid. We are exposed." The corridor suddenly lit up, and Professor McGonagall exchanged glances with the others. Neville instinctively retreated behind Ilou, while Draco wore a triumphant grin, creating a rather amusing tableau. By the way, Vinaway was dancing in a bikini. "You lot. This is disastrous." Midnight, Professor McGonagall's office. The trio stood dejectedly before the desk, as McGonagall's sharp gaze pierced through her glasses, scrutinizing them intently. Ilou, Vinaway, Draco, and Neville were seated on the adjacent sofa, seemingly untouched by reprimand, peacefully indulging in biscuits. Why were they unscathed? Because two of them had received special privileges, while the other two were mere victims. I have unraveled the situation. The three of you concocted a fabricated tale involving a fire dragon to deceive Malfoy, leading him to be punished on the rooftop, and Mr. Longbottom believed it. How splendid. You three are truly commendable Gryffindors. Professor Hermione timidly raised her head, and Professor McGonagall cast her a disapproving glance, admonishing, "Miss Granger, you are the brightest among us, yet you have made such a blunder. And Potter, I had thought you valued Gryffindor's honor greatly. Now, due to your actions, Gryffindor loses 50 points. What?" The others, aside from Draco, Ilou, and Vinaway, were utterly astonished, unable to believe such a significant deduction. Harry clenched his fists and pleaded, "Professor, I beseech you. That amounts to 50 points each, totaling 150. You three should be ashamed. Why were Ilou and Vinaway exempt from punishment? Because Mr. Kalmuset and Mr. Osisoko possessed the headmaster's special authorization." Harry wished to plead further, but Professor McGonagall sternly expelled him from the room. Draco mocked them before striding toward his own house's dormitory. Vinaway hummed a little tune on his way back to his dormitory, while Ilou returned to Gryffindor. Hermione angrily retreated to the girls' dormitory, and Harry and Ron lay on their beds, utterly despondent, while Ilou consoled the weeping Neville. For Harry, this night was undoubtedly one of his deepest regrets. Not only had he lost his father's heirloom, but also caused Gryffindor to lose a total of 150 points. Thankfully, Ilou and Neville were not penalized. Aside from Vinaway and Ilou, the others endured a night fraught with anxiety, unable to sleep a wink, their minds swirling with distress. By morning, Ilou was astonished to find that his friends had developed dark circles under their eyes. Although he had sensed their dismal emotions throughout the night, a mere 150 points did not seem insurmountable. Surely, they could earn them back. It must be said that Ilou was not an ordinary individual. 150 points. When such points are deducted from an ordinary house, they seldom recover, a fact that Ilou had underestimated. Do not take it to heart. We can always earn those points back in the future. Ilou crouched beside Harry's bed, her fingers incessantly tapping on his head. Harry's cheeks twitched rhythmically. Yet he offered no resistance. At that moment, he resembled a character chosen for a second time, stripped of his former brilliance. To put it plainly, he had already burned out. Ron leaned against the bed frame, wearing a frown, though his demeanor was markedly better than Harry's. Observing Harry's plump face, he found himself, to be honest, tempted to join in. Get up. Ilou employed her magic to compel Harry to rise, rendering him akin to a marionette. In an instant, he changed attire under the enchantment and was propelled out of the dormitory. Descending the spiral staircase, the Gryffindor common room appeared unchanged, a sanctuary of familiarity, with no discernible anger or anticipated negativity etched upon the students' faces. Upon spotting Harry, they merely waved in greeting before resuming their activities. What was transpiring? Everyone insisted there was nothing amiss, urging Harry not to overthink it, assuring him that everything was as it had always been. Confusion enveloped Harry. As the anticipated scorn failed to materialize, those around him remained unchanged, as if Gryffindor had not incurred a deduction of 150 points. I too felt perplexed, to be candid. I had expected their glares to be venomous, yet upon emerging, I found nothing of the sort. Ron, standing nearby, voiced his bewilderment, though he harbored a multitude of questions. He had begun to surmise that Ilou must be the architect of this peculiar tranquility amongst the Gryffindor students. However, Ron remained oblivious to the nature of her influence that could quell their ire. Could it be mental magic? No, don't be absurd. I would never engage in such conduct. Ilou gently flicked Ron's forehead, causing him to halt his wild conjectures as he covered his brow with his hand. Nevertheless, he felt that his guesses were strikingly close to the truth. Goodness! Ron felt as though he had transformed into a detective. After spending a brief period in the lounge, it was time for class, and coincidentally, Hermione descended as well. They left the lounge together, making their way to the classroom. Along the way, they passed the hourglasses representing the points of each house, filled with rubies, sapphires, emeralds, and diamonds. The hourglass belonging to Gryffindor displayed a notably diminished quantity of rubies compared to before. The current standings were as follows: Ravenclaw at 1,280 points in first place, Gryffindor at 1,150 points in second, Slytherin at 572 points in third, and Hufflepuff at 430 points in last. This was an unprecedented scene at Hogwarts. The disparity in points between the top two houses and the bottom two was staggering, and the chief contributors were unmistakably Vinoy and Ilou, who had transformed the competition into a duel between Ravenclaw and Gryffindor. One couldn't help but ponder which house would ultimately claim the House Cup, Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. Even if old McGonagall wished to show favoritism, it would be quite a challenge. Here I come. Bow down swiftly. Vinoy suddenly appeared, or rather, leaped out from the Ravenclaw hourglass, a few splendid sapphires perched upon his head. Hermione was startled. Where did you spring from? A pile of sapphires? That was inconsequential. What mattered was that Ravenclaw had ascended to first place. How splendid. Vinoy broke into a peculiar dance, while Ilou, eyeing the gems adorning his head, felt a twinge of greed and reached out to pluck them all off, popping them into his mouth to chew. This could be considered a rather unique method of indirectly diminishing Ravenclaw's score, yet it bore no real effect, for each time Ilou consumed a gem, one would tumble from the Ravenclaw hourglass. The gems were soon devoured, and it was evident that, as expected of a magical academy, the gems were of the highest quality. Ilou's eyes sparkled with delight. This was alarming. Oh, the Elven Prince, you are on the verge of physically impoverishing Hogwarts through gluttony. This was no ordinary case of greed. A decisive intervention was imperative. I understand the importance of restraint. In response to the fierce onslaught from Vinoy, Ilou effortlessly neutralized the situation with a mere wave of her hand. The group then proceeded to their classroom, and throughout their lessons, no untoward incidents transpired. The same held true after class. Apart from the students of Slytherin, the remaining three houses exhibited no changes, behaving exactly as they always had. This pattern persisted for several days, with Quidditch practice remaining as joyous as ever and lessons proceeding smoothly. The only noticeable alteration was in Professor Quirrell, who appeared gaunter and notably paler than before. Whenever questioned, he stammered that nothing was amiss. Harry, Ron, and Hermione suspected that this matter was undoubtedly linked to Snape, while Vinoy remained poised, offering no response. A week later, the points lost had been fully regained, and even a few additional points were earned. elevating Gryffindor back to the pinnacle of the standings, with Ravenclaw nestled in second place, much to Vinaway's mounting frustration. At noon, in the grand hall of the Hogwarts castle, the quintet gathered for their customary meal. Harry recounted his discoveries from the library that morning, yet, being mealtime, no one paid heed. Suddenly, Neville rushed over, clutching a note in his hand. Detention starts at 11 o'clock tonight. Please see Mr. Filch. Professor McGonagall. I should have anticipated that we would not be heading to the Forbidden Forest. The cleverness of the headmistress is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing Vinaway's overly confident voice, Ron immediately sensed the impending outcome and slumped in despair. Hermione, unfazed by Ron's demeanor, inquired of Ilou across the table. Ilou, didn't you and Vinaway receive special permission from the headmaster? Why must you attend detention? Well, that is a different matter. Having the headmaster's permission to move freely within the school is one thing. Deceiving Draco into going to the rooftop is quite another. I see, I understand now, Hermione replied, her expression shifting to one of realization. Vinaway snatched the note from Ilou's hand, glanced at the words, and feigned dissatisfaction, exclaiming, Ah! For those whose minds are already made up, no explanation will suffice. Foolish mortals, you shall inevitably meet the Savior. What are you talking about? Neville lamented, feeling wronged by Professor McGonagall's judgment, yet he chose not to elaborate further. On December 25, 1991, Christmas Day, in the morning, at the Obster District's new Era building. Despite it being Christmas, the headquarters of the Obster Group was bustling with activity as they were convening a meeting today. In fact, they held thousands of meetings each year, so the employees had long since become accustomed to it. However, today's gathering was somewhat exceptional, as representatives from the various branches of the Obster Group across different continents would be in attendance, including the overall leader, Morse. The meeting aimed to summarize the past year and make slight adjustments to future coexistence plans to ensure alignment with global developments, alongside discussing significant matters collectively. Such meetings occurred only once a year, typically held at the end of the year on Christmas Day, on the 143rd floor, in the office of the overall leader, the head of the family. In the vast circular office, Morse, who had just returned from the airport, was seated at his desk handling affairs. Behind the desk stretched a full circle of floor-to-ceiling windows, seemingly unsupported and defying the laws of physics. The walls on either side of the office door were lined with bookshelves that extended like wings from the desk, forming a sweeping arc of shelves, each reaching from the floor to the ceiling and filled with various documents. Returning to the desk, numerous photographs adorned the surface nearest to Morse: family portraits, wedding memories, snapshots from his school days, and travel escapades, with a picture of Inu prominently displayed. Ah, Inu, how long until the meeting? Morse tossed aside the documents in his hand, calling for his assistant. A woman with a wheat-colored complexion and short white hair entered through the door. Inu, who could barely be considered Hawk's sister, served as Morse's assistant. 10 minutes, my lord. Inu brushed her white hair back, her demeanor quite languid. Morse shot her a glance before leaving the desk and stepping out of the office, heading towards the meeting room, with Inu squinting and following closely behind. Upon opening the deep red door, a conference table stretching several meters came into view, with floor-to-ceiling windows on the right, bookshelves on the left, and a massive screen. At the front left of the table, Misaka Kaika was leisurely sipping a drink, exuding an air of relaxation. Beside her were Velton, Phoenix Institute's Kuma, Mitoima Yuri, and others. Spotting familiar faces, Morse approached with a cheerful demeanor and took his seat at the head of the table. What are you drinking? Let me have a sip. Observing the small drink in Misaka Kaika's hand, Morse without hesitation snatched it away, eagerly taking a sip before returning it with a frown. Not good, Kaika. Your taste is lacking. None of your business. You were the one who stole it, so of course I would want a drink. Misaka Kuya cast a glare at him before resuming her drink, while Morse engaged in conversation with others, thus initiating a dialogue that lasted until the meeting commenced. At the rectangular conference table, representatives from Obster Group across Asia, Europe, Africa, North and South America, Australia, and Antarctica, along with heads of major nations, were already present. On the large screen to the left, various data were displayed, as Inu presented several information packets to Morse and then stepped aside. Greetings. I, too, wish to conclude this meeting swiftly, so I shall forego pleasantries. However, we must first celebrate the dissolution of the Arctic Alliance. Hooray. Kuya, please report on the most significant event that occurred in Asia this year. You are quite straightforward, Misaka Kuya retorted as she stood up, with a wave of her hand. The curtains of the tall windows on the right were drawn shut, revealing on the left screen two colossal beasts, the titans slain by Ilou On the night approaching Christmas, these demigods perished instantaneously, without a trace of a struggle, and the surrounding seas and shores remained unaffected, indicating that this was a deliberate act. Indeed, the divine powers of these two demigods have been reclaimed by the Holy Grail, thus posing no immediate threat. However, it is foreseeable that the realms of cultivation, martial arts, and yin-yang will face considerable turmoil, likely lasting for many years. Without a doubt, the Summer Kingdom and the Far East will be the first to feel the repercussions. As these two demigods belong to these nations, I can already envision the chaos that various sects will unleash upon the mortal realm. Demigods, or titans, are mysterious beings known across various worlds. Thousands of years ago, Ilou Kalmuset brought all demigods under the control of the Holy Grail. Upon their demise, their powers returned to the Grail. Several worlds maintain close ties with demigods, such as the realms of cultivation and martial arts, which have an intimate connection. For instance, in the Summer Kingdom, where the cultivation realm originated, there are tens of thousands of demigods coexisting with humanity. The denizens of those worlds are quite familiar with entities like the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. The death of these demigods will undoubtedly plunge those worlds into frenzy, as they scramble for treasures within the Dragon Palace and the like. Obster Group had long anticipated this eventuality. Kuya, you will have your hands full next year. Allow me to express my condolences, Morse remarked. Get lost. Misaka Kuya exclaimed, cursing publicly for the first time. Yet Morse was not wrong. As the head of Asia, she was inextricably linked to the impending events. Indeed, trouble loomed ahead. Contemplating these matters, Misaka Kuya's visage dulled, and she returned to her seat with a heavy heart. While Kamiju Toma gently clasped her hand in sympathy, Morse clapped his hands together, stating, "This matter is settled." He then tossed several documents forward, proclaiming, "Our next agenda item is the establishment of the world government in 1993. After a century of efforts, or more precisely, several decades, we have finally persuaded various nations to coexist in harmony, culminating in the plan to establish a world government in 1993. It felt surreal. The notion of nations uniting as one. Long live the unity of the people of the world. Speaking of which, I have contributed to the peace in West Asia as well. Pavna often communicates with me. Perhaps I shall visit her tomorrow. Ah. It has been a while since I last saw Pavna. Misaka Kuya picked up a document regarding the world government. She has also been quite helpful in this matter, along with Vertine and others who have lent their considerable support. Pavna is one of their friends, a West Asian and the head of the Opist group in that region, and she shares a wonderful relationship with Misaka Kuya. The nations have united to form a world government. What was once deemed an unattainable fantasy by those with blank slates of understanding is now on the brink of reality. World peace is indeed being fervently pursued by the Opist group. This year's affairs have not been overly burdensome. The discussions were fairly straightforward, wrapping up in less than 10 hours. Morse yawned, preparing to announce the conclusion of the meeting, but Misaka Kuya suddenly stood up, extending a hand towards Morse as if akin to a child asking for money. "What is it?" "I need some soldiers, you know. I intend to capture the entire organization of cloaked figures. Do you require secret weapons of the Holy Clan for this? Is it really necessary? To capture a mere organization? Do you truly need such formidable tools? Do not concern yourself with my needs. Just answer me, will you provide them, or not?" "Yes, yes, yes." Morse nodded repeatedly, conjuring a sword-shaped metallic pendant from thin air and tossing it to Misaka Kuya. Satisfied, she admired the pendant in her hand before wrapping it around her wrist. And then Morse declared the meeting adjourned. Except for Vinoi and Ilou, the others spent a rather dismal afternoon, as the thought of the impending confinement weighed heavily on their hearts. Moreover, if Vinoi's reactions were accurate, this confinement might indeed lead them to the Forbidden Forest. Although Harry and his friends had ventured there once, they had merely skimmed the surface and did not delve deeply, especially since their intention had been to seek out Snape and Quirrell. The most terrified among them was Neville, who remained in a state of shock throughout the afternoon, requiring the encouragement of his friends to attend class, clearly petrified. At 11 p.m., in the inner courtyard, the 7 individuals destined for confinement had gathered beside the statue. The trio of young ones glared at Draco, a tension palpable between them, as if lightning crackled in the air. Neville, trembling with fear, stayed close to Harry, while Vinoi whistled nonchalantly and Illy gazed up at the moon. Before them stood Filch, ominously accompanied by Mrs. Norris, casting a dark look in their direction. It is truly a pity. Hogwarts' former methods of punishment were far more inventive, involving chains and oil lamps suspended from the ceiling. They could not comprehend why such effective measures had been abandoned. As they listened to Filch's description of the punishments, a shiver ran through their bodies. And they were grateful that those penalties had been abolished. Otherwise, they would have had to seek Ilou's assistance. Just as they were reveling in their good fortune, Neville Longbottom unexpectedly voiced a different sentiment. What? What a pity. I was hoping to give it a try. Even not only Harry and his friends, but also Filch expressed his bewilderment. He truly could not comprehend why a student would look forward to such an experience. Neville, if you wish to, I can arrange for you to have a taste of it. On second thought, I shall decline. Ilula smiled, one hand forming a fist and the other mimicking scissors. Upon witnessing this, Vinaway immediately conceded. Filch let out a scoff and then led the group away from the inner courtyard. The group walked in trepidation until they arrived at Hagrid's hut. As a coarse voice echoed, Harry felt a great weight lift from his heart. Filch, you finally made it. The wooden door swung open, revealing a tall figure hunched over. It was Hagrid, clad in robust attire made from an unknown animal's hide, a lantern in hand. Come, take them to the Forbidden Forest. Oh, werewolves and centaurs. Let us hope they return alive. Enough, your task is complete. Return now. Hagrid waved Filch away, who shot him a disgruntled glance, muttering, I'll be back at dawn. Before turning to leave, having been frightened all afternoon, Neville now found himself less intimidated. Hagrid led Fong out and guided everyone toward the Forbidden Forest. Along the way, Draco kicked at the stones beneath his feet, exclaiming, How dare they send me to such a perilous place? I shall inform my father and have them expelled. Enough with the father talk. Are you a pampered child? Hermione scoffed, while Ron applauded in agreement and made a mocking face at Draco. You are but a muggle, possessing no understanding of true nobility. My father is a governor. He could have you expelled in an instant. Before that happens, I shall cast a curse to ensure your expulsion, Hermione retorted without reservation. Draco, flustered and angered, turned a deep shade of red, and Vinaway leapt forward, playfully tapping his face with a greasy expression. Oh, are you blushing? Get away. Draco, startled by the beautiful face before him, inadvertently stepped back into Ilulu, who turned to face him. Once again, he blushed and dashed away. Why are you blushing? Perhaps he has feelings for you, someone remarked. I do not sense such emotions. You are overthinking it. Ilulu cast a peculiar glance at the fleeing Draco, her body subtly distancing itself. Vinaway chuckled playfully and then swiftly approached Ilulu with the grace of flight. They arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where Hagrid crouched down, pointing at the silvery liquid on a tree stump, his expression grave. Do you see this? Unicorn blood. Something grave has transpired within the Forbidden Forest. Last week, I discovered a deceased unicorn. This one appears to be gravely injured. Our objective is to locate it. Unicorn? Hermione inquired curiously, gazing at the pool of liquid. What if whatever harmed it finds us? If you encounter it, you must run. Wait for me and Fong. This foolish dog? Draco looked incredulously at the drooling Fong, his expression reflecting disbelief. Hagrid let out a hearty laugh and patted Fong's head. The creatures in the Forbidden Forest fear Fong. You needn't worry. I still don't trust this foolish dog. If anything goes awry, I'll inform my father. Then you won't even be able to speak, if you're no longer here. How will you tell your father? Ron's words struck Draco's heart, leaving him momentarily silent. Hagrid scratched his chin thoughtfully. Well, you should pair up in groups of 2, voluntarily. Raise your wands, and reflect on what you've learned. If you encounter danger, release a spark. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, everyone instinctively turned to Ilulu, who stood beside the tree stump, observing the unicorn blood. The reason was simple. Ilulu's prowess was undeniably the strongest among them, and being paired with him guaranteed safety. Pair with me. The 5 individuals, excluding Vinaway, simultaneously implored, while Ilulu regarded them with curiosity as they drew closer. Apologies. He has an appointment with me. At that moment, Vinaway made a classic entrance, boldly gripping Ilulu's arm, leaving those around them speechless. Ilulu glanced at Vinaway and nodded in agreement. As the crowd witnessed this outcome, disappointment washed over them. It was only natural. In all of Hogwarts, who was unaware of the bond between Vinaway and Ilulu? They were the best of friends, inseparable companions. Subsequently, all groups were formed. Harry with Draco and Fong, Hermione with Ron, Neville with Hagrid, and Ilulu with Vinaway. One group exchanged wary glances, silently competing, though no one spoke of who it was. All right. Hagrid tightened his grip on Neville, surveying the assembled groups with satisfaction. Now, let us embark. Leading the way, Neville boldly stepped into the Forbidden Forest. The groups exchanged cautious glances before carefully entering the dark woods. Harry and Draco playfully shoved each other, while Hermione reassured the frightened Ron, and Vinny and Ilou moved in parallel. Within the pitch-black confines of the forest, dry and rasping sounds echoed, and despite their mental preparations, a sense of trepidation gripped everyone. It was evident that this would be a rather exhilarating adventure, yet for a select few, victory was already assured. Creaking and cracking noises reverberated through the darkness as an orange-red figure bounded about, its feet landing precisely on the branches, snapping them with ease. Countless points of light flickered ominously in the shadows, emitting chilling sounds. Just as they drew near, a silver figure cast a fleeting glance, and an unnamed terror engulfed their minds. Wails echoed as those lights vanished, revealing their cowardice. Indeed, O Prince of Elves, you are truly invaluable. Thank you for the compliment. Ilou walked ahead, while Vinouy skipped playfully behind, stepping on twigs along the way. The forbidden forest appeared deceptively tranquil, resembling an ordinary woodland. And under the unintentional aura emanating from Ilou, it had become a path clear of obstacles for them. As they ventured further, the branches underfoot dwindled, and Vinouy, disheartened by the absence of any twigs, had no choice but to join Ilou's side. It struck them as peculiar. One would expect an increase in branches. Yet this was the forbidden forest, where the rules of nature might not apply. The silence was profound, even more so than the vastness of outer space. Where are the unicorns, Prince of Elves? Do you sense anything unusual? They may have reached the heart of the forbidden forest. For aside from the sound of their own footsteps, not a single sound could be heard. Vinouy nudged Ilou gently, urging him to unleash his formidable, unparalleled gift. Era surveyed her surroundings, perceiving a multitude of life forms. Harry and his companions had already encountered Ronan and Forenza, while numerous centaurs, spiders, and serpents populated our vicinity, along with an array of magical creatures. I sensed an injured unicorn not far from Harry and the others, reporting everything she felt with utmost sincerity. Era displayed a hint of pride, as if she had everything under control. Neville, astonished, clapped his hands in admiration, exclaiming, more precise than a radar. Your abilities are truly formidable. Thank you for the compliment, Neville. How is your system performing? Without hesitation, Ilou graciously accepted her friend's praise and then turned to the system. Vinouy let out a soft sigh and summoned 2 system panels. On the virtual display, a line of bold red letters read, Task, Vicious Assault in the Forbidden Forest. Unleash yourself. Completion requirement. Defeat Voldemort 100 times. Completing this task will yield a reward? Ilou gazed at the task before her, reflecting that with a reward, it wasn't so dreadful after all. What was wrong with that? Was it not acceptable? It was not unacceptable. Vinny wore a look of regret, staring forlornly at her own hands, murmuring, how unfortunate that I can only strike that socket head a mere 100 times. It surely cannot withstand such blows. What if it perishes? So, this was your concern. Ilou's emotions shifted from confusion to helplessness. He had anticipated a momentous event, only to discover that the completion conditions of the task prevented him from fully engaging. It was truly overwhelming. Yet, despite the sense of brutality, in order to please Vinouy and ensure his enjoyment, Ilou felt compelled to offer some assistance. After contemplating for a moment, he smiled and said, I possess healing magic. You can strike me while I heal. How delightful. The method of slow execution. Enjoy it thoroughly, dear adversary. It is perplexing that such beautiful exterior belies such cruel words. Yet it is easy to comprehend Ilou's moral perspective. He holds no sympathy for true villains, but rather seeks to punish them. In all seriousness, Ilou has never taken a life, excluding Vinouy. Furthermore, these 2 individuals, one not human and the other indifferent to humanity, Voldemort and Quirrell, are now truly facing their doom. Relying on Ilou's perception of the surrounding environment, the duo pressed onward as silver liquid began to appear on the ground, increasing in quantity with every step. Realizing they had arrived at their destination, they quickened their pace. The view gradually opened up, revealing a clearing devoid of trees, where a unicorn lay by the rocky ground. Its once lustrous white mane had lost some of its sheen, and a faintly glowing silver blood flowed from it, while a dark figure hunched over the unicorn, feeding upon it. Ilou and Vinouy concealed themselves behind a grand tree, their small heads peering over in alternating fashion to observe the events unfolding in the clearing. Roar, roar, roar. I can hardly contain my anticipation, Vinouy exclaimed, producing his sacred spoon from the void, tears of longing for newfound abilities streaming from the corners of his mouth. The shadowy figure, consuming blood, appeared to him as the imminent acquisition of skills. Ilou drew forth his opal sword, albeit still sheathed. For his intention was not to slay Voldemort, but rather to approach the situation with gentleness. Just as Vinouy was about to make a move, Ilou suddenly expressed his anxiety, voicing his concern. If we engage now, Harry and the others will not encounter him. This cannot be. The current scene resembles a cannon poised to fire, yet ensnared. Prince of Elves, forget the narrative. Enjoyment is paramount. Were it not for my prior indulgence in your kindness, understanding your heart, I would undoubtedly deem you a naive fool. Observing Ilou's hesitance, Vinaway reluctantly retracted the impending projectile, settling back behind the tree. A twinge of guilt washed over Ilou as he cast a furtive glance at him. Thus, they awaited Harry and his companions. Moments later, two diminutive figures emerged at the edge of the clearing, Harry and Draco, with Yaya inexplicably in their midst. The pair cautiously advanced, only to suddenly behold the unicorn ahead, along with a shadowy figure feasting upon its blood. "Wow!" Draco exclaimed, startled into a jump, while Harry was taken aback, and Yaya, momentarily stunned, fled in fright. The shadow slowly lifted its gaze towards them, then surged forward enveloped in dark mist. Harry felt a searing pain emanate from his forehead scar, stumbling to the ground, while Draco stood frozen, desperately shaking Harry's body as the shadow drew near. "Oh no, we're going to die?" Draco cried, tears of fear welling up. Harry, unable to rise due to his injury, shared a terrified look with Draco as they braced for the worst, when suddenly a booming voice echoed around them. "Foul creatures! Where do you flee? Prepare to meet your end." A blazing object whizzed past, striking the nearby tree with a resounding thud, leaving an indented mark. Draco and Harry squinted. Realizing it was Vinaway and Ilou, salvation had arrived. "Quickly surrender. Allow me to administer a proper thrashing," commanded Ilou. "No time for chatter. Let us fulfill the conditions swiftly." Silver light glimmered as the spoon soared back into Vinaway's grasp. Observing the shadow embedded in the tree, Vinaway gestured an international friendly sign, while Ilou, gripping the opal sword still sheathed, cautioned him, "Fear not. The advantage lies with us. Villains often prattle before their demise. Now, Vinaway, let us commence." "Oh, how utterly disappointing." "Voldemort, I shall redden your backside." At Ilou's reminder, Vinaway shrugged in resignation, then raised the sacred spoon towards the shadow. Draco and Harry sprawled on the ground. Were taken aback upon hearing that name. "Huh, Voldemort, you two can't be serious." Draco trembled as he questioned the duo before him. To which Vinaway replied with utmost confidence, "Of course. I am a traveler who has perused the script. This fiend is none other than the noseless socket-headed one." Harry displayed an expression of astonishment as Draco, frightened, collapsed to the ground. They had encountered the legendary mysterious figure, and he felt as though his fate was sealed. "You two stay put and do not wander off. Await Hagrid and the others." With a light-hearted smile, Ilou instilled a sense of relaxation in Harry and Draco, despite their uncertainty regarding his ability to contend with Voldemort. Meanwhile, the shadow ensnared in the tree had not only freed itself but had also set the tree ablaze, illuminating the previously dim clearing. Facing the looming shadow, Vini displayed a confident demeanor, and suddenly, a thought struck him. "Prince of Elves, do you consider this battle to be one of honor?" To which he replied, Honor is not to be found here. Although it is a 2-on-2 confrontation. One side is in a state of weakness while the other stands in its full might. This should be termed, taking advantage of the flames." Ilou assessed the battle through the lens of her family's ideology, prompting a silent sigh of exasperation from Vinaway. Perhaps this act of aggression could be classified as a war of self-defense, considering that people's perceptions were utterly blinded. Suddenly invigorated, she charged forward. The shadow lifted its head, dark mist emanating from its hands, infused with a foul stench, as it advanced towards Vinaway. Unflinching, Vinaway wielded her spoon with force, slicing through the oppressive mist, revealing the concealed shadow. The shadow, taken aback by Vinaway's reaction, momentarily faltered before casting a spell that unleashed a beam of green light. "Shatter them to pieces." The green light surged towards her, but Vinaway met it with her spoon, deflecting the attack onto a nearby stone, which shattered into 5 fragments upon impact. Yet the onslaught was far from over. The shadow continued to unleash successive green beams, each laden with malevolent curses. Skillfully, Vinaway twirled her spoon, returning every attack to the shadow, which scrambled to evade the incoming dark spells. Once the green light dissipated, the shadow, visibly flustered, regarded Vinaway with a murky voice, uttering, "Withdraw." But it was barely a whisper, hardly audible. How could one expect to instill fear in the enemy with such a feeble utterance? Vinaway mocked in a peculiar tone, as the surrounding crowd could hear the anxious grinding of teeth. After a brief silence, the shadow, without any preliminary gesture, unleashed Avada Kedavra. Unprincipled, with a swing of her spoon, Vinaway effortlessly sent the killing curse deep into the forbidden forest, almost as if playing golf. The shadow was taken aback. while Harry and Draco were equally stunned. What? What just happened? This is an unforgivable curse. Where's the dignity? Vinaway reveled in their astonishment, joyfully dancing before the shadows, her attire transforming into a bikini. The shadow fell into a profound silence, while Draco covered his eyes in distress, and Harry, having witnessed such sights before, had grown accustomed. This scene, though jarring, was somewhat less so, as Vinaway was undeniably beautiful, yet the striking bulge in her attire left one feeling utterly flustered. It was a sensation of being overwhelmed, perhaps in a localized manner or perhaps in totality. Now, behold my exquisite form. Vinaway ceased her dance, standing before the shadow in a bikini adorned with orange and white stripes. In a voice laced with a nauseating tone, she declared, "I shall obliterate you." Transformation attire, holy mediator. Radiant red and black light erupted from her spoon, causing the shadow to retreat cautiously. The brilliance enveloped the entire clearing, gradually contracting into a silk ribbon that cocooned Vinaway, resembling a chrysalis. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the encased figure. Suddenly, the cocoon began to shatter, dazzling light piercing through its fissures. A ruby-hued spotlight illuminated the scene, and a graceful, statuesque silhouette emerged from the fragmented chrysalis. Standing at an impressive height of 172 centimeters, slightly adjusted, as I personally find this stature perfect. She possessed long black hair, a playful tuft atop her head, and confident ruby-like eyes. Around her neck was a black collar with a golden metal clasp, exposing her fair neck and collarbones, complemented by red straps on her shoulders. The upper garment was a black short-sleeved top, while the lower half consisted of slightly rolled-up denim jeans, cinched at the waist with a white belt. Her flawless feet were adorned with red sandals, revealing her translucent toes. The crowd gasped in surprise, and Ilou involuntarily uttered a name, Takanashi Tsubaki. A melodious laughter, familiar to many, escaped from the beautiful figure, prompting all present, except Ilou, to display expressions of realization, recognizing that this was indeed Vinaway. "I am truly exquisite. Great strategist of love, my sincerest apologies. I am destined to be Takumi now," Vinaway boasted, lowering her gaze to admire her once meager yet now voluptuous form, brimming with excitement as she began to indulge in her newfound attributes. What a sensation! What a feeling! This is exhilarating. In front of the crowd, she reveled for a moment, passive skills activated, then coughed and proceeded to examine her system panel. Name, Vinaway Asasoko. Dress effect in progress. Physique, 15, extreme. Wisdom, 15, extreme. Charm, 15, extreme. Special status, dress, holy mediator, equipped, average adult value, 5. Human limit, 15 items, custom iPhone 11 Pro Max, holy spoon skills, this is me. Passive, grilled fish 100. Passive, fantasy exile. Dress skill, acquired values. 0 values will be obtained upon meeting certain specific conditions. I am truly magnificent. I have transformed into a complete and utter beauty. Vinaway reveled in her own allure, so captivated that she momentarily forgot the shadow lurking nearby, only regaining her composure when Ilou reminded her. "Haha, the shadow shall perish." Winnie conjured a spoon, gripping it tightly in her hand as it visibly expanded, transforming into a colossal technological spoon over 40 meters in length, complete with thrusters, a deck, and cannons. As the thrusters roared to life, Winnie brandished the enormous spoon, exclaiming, "Fantasy exile, Aristire." With a fierce swing, she brought the spoon crashing down upon the shadow. Propelled by the thrusters, the spoon surpassed the speed of sound, leaving the shadow no time to evade. A thunderous roar erupted, dust billowed, and the ground trembled as the spoon struck, creating a vast crater along with the shadow and the land beneath it. The shadow lay amidst the shattered earth, its fate uncertain. With a mechanical whir, the gigantic spoon reverted to its original form. Winnie, now in a state of serene composure, tossed her long black hair and cast a confident glance back at the onlookers. At that moment, Hagrid, Ron, Hermione, and Neville had just reached the clearing, their minds reeling at the chaotic scene before them. Who is this woman? She is stunning. Where is the unicorn? What has happened? Who is this girl? They turned to Ilou, who stood nearby with the opal sword, smiling enigmatically. Ilou offered no verbal response, merely gesturing towards Harry and Draco behind her. Seeing this, they hurried over to hear Harry and Draco recount their harrowing encounter with the shadow, which had been draining the unicorn's blood and attempted to attack them, followed by Winnie and Ilou rushing in to their rescue, engaging in combat, and then Winnie transforming into a beautiful girl, wielding the spoon with astonishing power. How exaggerated, Hermione remarked, her expression darkening as she regarded the beautiful girl, reminiscent of some ancient beast. Oh ho ho. It matters not. After all, I am now so beautiful. Perfectly capable of sharing a mirror with you. It would be absolutely no trouble. Before Winnie could finish her peculiar declaration, Ilou struck her on the head with her sword, demonstrating that even with enhanced human capabilities, one could still not surpass Ilou's prowess. Though her words remained unfinished, Hermione, still infuriated, drew her wand and cast a spell at Winnie, only for it to be effortlessly reflected by the spoon. Truly beautiful, to be honest. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that Winnie the eccentric could transform into such a lovely maiden. Ron mused, observing the transformed Winnie, suddenly finding her less disagreeable. Harry nodded in agreement, considering her to be the second most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Hermione's eyelids twitched, and she swiftly delivered a sharp slap to each of them. So, can the confinement end now? We have already located the injured unicorn, Draco said, feeling a sense of dread, vowing never to return. Hagrid nodded. Of course, we shall take care of the unicorn's remains, and I will escort you back to the hut. He approached the stone, gazing upon the lifeless body of the unicorn with a sigh. Hermione knelt beside the carcass. Even in death, the silvery unicorn remained pure and beautiful. Is there no way to save it? She lamented. Actually, there is, came a voice, and Hermione turned in surprise to find Ilou had appeared beside her, seemingly out of nowhere. But it's already dead, she replied, bewildered. I can sense a faint breath of life within it, Ilou stated, extending her hand towards the unicorn's head as she began to chant. For 3 days and nights, the sky shall shatter, the earth be torn asunder, the seas run dry. The great trees wither, only to cycle once more, and prosperity shall return. As her incantation resonated, a blue luminescence enveloped the unicorn, transforming into a vibrant green. Life-sustaining foliage burst forth from the barren earth, absorbing the scattered blood, while the unicorn's mane regained its luster and its once dull eyes sparkled anew with vitality. Strangely, all present felt an inexplicable sensation known as prosperity. Yet only Vinoy observed that as Ilou chanted, her hair appeared to flow, quite literally, like water, beautiful as molten metal. The reason behind this flowing phenomenon piqued Vinoy's curiosity for further exploration. With a sudden whinny, the unicorn struggled to rise, fearfully regarding the humans before it. Yet casting a grateful glance towards Ilou, it galloped away into the depths of the forbidden forest. What a miracle, Ilou! You truly are remarkable, someone exclaimed. It was merely that it was not yet dead. It hardly qualifies as a miracle, but I appreciate your praise, Ilou replied modestly. Ilou let out a soft laugh, and Hagrid chuckled joyfully, exclaiming, well, this detention is over. Come on, everyone, let us head back. By the way, where's Yaya? Wait a moment. Can Neville and I leave a bit later? Of course, just don't get lost, Hagrid agreed with a smile. He then led Harry, Ron, Hermione, Draco, and Neville away from the clearing, leaving behind a tranquil silence, though the fractured ground bore witness to the extraordinary events that had just transpired. Nynaeve approached Ilou, gazing at the shadow on the ground with a wild grin. Ilou looked at her with a peculiar expression and said, Are you not going to change back? What's wrong? Feeling shy? Shall we start a harem, beginning with me? No. While Shikataka is quite beautiful, I still think that the orange-red hue suits you better, Nynaeve replied. Well then, let us discuss that later. We must first complete the task. All right, Ilou agreed. Nynaeve plopped down upon the Shadow-S belly, while Ilou sat gracefully before the Shadow-S head, raising her hands, which radiated a gentle blue light. The sacred spoon of healing could no longer be contained in her hands. Adopting the guise of Shikataka, Nynaeve displayed a rather unsettling grin, which, coupled with her beautiful visage, underscored the notion that life often favors aesthetics. Let us get started. I'll keep count. You're quite the stickler. I shall unleash it. The sacred spoon once again enlarged, and Nynaeve wielded it, clanging it against the shadow, causing the ground beneath to tremble and sink several meters with each successive blow. 80. This feeling is absolutely exhilarating. I adore it. Nynaeve continued her relentless assault, turning the shadow into a mushy pulp. Yet Ilou's healing magic countered this damage. 2 hours later, the task was completed with an overwhelming success, and Nynaeve stretched out in bliss. Ilou cast a resigned glance at her, then began erasing the Shadow-S memories, replacing them with fabricated ones. The two left the shadow behind in the clearing. Task completed. Rewards obtained. 1 point of freedom value. Item Gluttonous Otter. Skill Total Annihilation. On their way, Nynaeve excitedly began to claim her rewards. Upon discovering there were 2 rewards, her smile became lopsided with joy as she waved at Ilou, beckoning him to come over to inspect the skill together. First, let us take a look at this item. Gluttonous otter. For some reason, it sounds quite adorable. Item name, gluttonous otter ability. Ruthlessly devours all food. And it will never gain weight. Utterly adorable. Traits, indestructible, unchangeable weight. Cannot be discarded, desensitized. Description, a large stomach requires no extra salt. It looks promising, Neville. Let us see it. Sure thing. Summon, gluttonous otter. Amidst a plume of white smoke, an adorable sea otter materialized in the hands of Winnie. This particular sea otter was extraordinary. For atop her head rested a cascade of blue tresses. Indeed, it was the renowned Benai Anze. My apologies, Wen Shui. Alas, you are not the one. I had quite hoped for the enchanting Wen Shui. Benai Anze? Wen Shui? Are they characters from a virtual creation? Ilou curiously prodded the gluttonous sea otter, whose fur felt incredibly soft and emitted the most delightful sounds. Yes, however, you are a primordial spirit, unaware of this anime and novel. I truly apologize for that. Now, let us examine this skill. 100 million total annihilation. Skill, 100 million total annihilation. Skill type, rule-based card skill details, and a confrontation. For each direct encounter with an enemy, 1 point is awarded. Points accumulate without limit, but may only be utilized within the current conflict, and cannot be carried over to subsequent battles. By expending points, one can employ rule-based cards. The effectiveness and scope of the card depend on its described effects, which cannot be altered. Current skill cards held include, To Death Do Us Part, cost, 10 points. Effect, annihilate all units, excluding headquarters, Solar Empire, cost, 10 points. Effect, eliminate one enemy unit, drawing cards equal to the target unit's value. Long Live the Charge, cost, 7 points. Effect, destroy all enemy units with a value of 4 or lower. Warrior's Blade, cost, 6 points. Effect, eliminate a specified enemy unit. Shattered Jade, cost, 3 points. Effect, increase the designated allied unit's value by 4, exceeding human limits, rendering it incapacitated after this battle. As the sun rises, cost, 3 points. Effect, annihilate and confiscate all enemy units with the lowest attack power. Lightning Conquest, cost, 2 points. Effect, in this battle, all allied units are immune to enemy attacks with values equal to or lower than their own. Yamamoto, cost, 1 point. Effect, in this battle, all allied units' values increase by 1. It has been folded. Please unfold. Summary, onboard. After perusing this lengthy list of skill descriptions, Winnie and Ilou exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of relief, and together exclaimed, "At last, we possess a skill of substance. Good heavens, who comprehends this?" The two had known each other for 6 months, and Winnie had possessed the system for a staggering 12 years. Yet only now had they acquired a truly formidable skill. Both were exhilarated. Death like rain, responsibilities as heavy as mountains. What scheme are you concocting? I detect a lack of focus. Haha. Is it my turn? The locust concurs. Curse be it. GG. Haha. Not too shabby. What are you plotting? Is it my turn? Responsibilities as heavy as mountains, death as light as feathers. Honor belongs to the Empire. A once-in-a-lifetime encounter. The fruits of victory are ripening. Self-reliance is key. All resistance is futile. Intoxicated in the bliss of existence, a glorious battle awaits. Long live. Long live. Long live. The weight of duty is as heavy as a mountain, while death is as light as a feather. A torrent of incomprehensible words flowed from Vinaway's mouth, leaving Ilou visibly perplexed. However, had his grandparents been present, they would undoubtedly have understood. Invisible Comet Bomber. Ready. Super Elder. Ready. Ahem, do not mind that. Vinaway waved his hand dismissively, having exhausted his voice with his lengthy speech. Ilou offered him a glass of water, allowing him to soothe his throat before he regained his composure and confidence. Next, let us test this skill. All right, Ilou nodded. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the system panel, her eyes filled with inquiry. I too wish to see just how formidable this system truly is. With a mere gesture from Ilou, the dense forbidden forest surrounding them instantaneously shifted away, creating a vast circular clearing illuminated by the moonlight. Everything had come to a halt, and the two stood at the center of this grand expanse. Wow, the magic of this other world is truly remarkable, Winnie exclaimed, bouncing about in an eager attempt to ascertain whether this was merely an illusion or if the trees had been concealed. It was evident that this was reality, otherwise she would have collided with a tree and tumbled down in a most ungraceful manner. Rest assured, all of this is genuine. This clearing is as vast as an entire continent of Asia. Next, according to the skill description, Niwei, you need to summon the enemy. Indeed, indeed. Are you truly going to assume the role of the adversary? That would be splendid. Yet, the enemy cannot consist of merely a single headquarters unit. Fear not. There will certainly be more than one. Ilou intoned, general magic tide. Chanting the incantation, she placed her palm upon the ground. An azure energy surged forth like a spider's web, spreading and saturating the earth. From the tainted soil, innumerable chaotic creatures emerged. Their sharp fangs and claws twisted in a grotesque manner. In an instant, the clearing surrounding them transformed from an empty space into a densely packed throng of monstrous entities, evoking feelings of dread and terror. Oh my, dear elven prince, are you the demon lord? I have yet to ascend to the status of a demon lord. I merely summoned these demonic beings through magic. These creatures lack consciousness and will only obey the commands of their summoner. Are you ready, Niwe? Ilou gently waved his hand. And in an instant, the positions of the two were transposed, causing the gaze of the demonic entities to fixate entirely upon Vinoui. Their abyss-like pupils brimming with a fervent yearning for carnage. Vinoui let out a maniacal laugh, her expression radiating confidence. Come at me. The ground beneath her feet surged upward, the rocky terrain collating into towering mountains, with Ilou standing alone atop, directing the demons with a gentle demeanor. Upon receiving their orders, the demons howled wildly, relinquishing their suppressed desires and charging forth in a twisted frenzy. The elven prince stood elevated, surveying from a great height. Did he consider himself superior? This was larger than the Himalayas. It could be seen from here. Let us not forget that Vinoui remains in her sanctified state, though somewhat strained. She could still evade the onslaught of these demons within the limits of human capability. Amidst the dense tide of demons, Vinoui navigated through the crimson chaos as if dancing upon waves, using a ladle to deflect the attacks, moving with remarkable speed. However, she was not the swiftest, for instance. The colossal, twisted dragon, larger than a mountain, was in pursuit, unleashing corrosive flames from its maw, forcing Vinoui to exert every effort to evade. With the system announcing points accrued, Vinoui breathed a sigh of relief, planting her foot upon the head of a gigantic demon, using it as a springboard to launch herself toward the dragon above. The dragon exhibited no reaction. It opened its massive jaws, gathering flames hotter than the sun, poised to unleash its fury. Yet, as Vinoui soared closer, she smiled confidently. KO, Blade of the Warrior. With a snap, a card materialized in Vinoui's hand. She hurled the card skyward, and it instantly expanded before shattering into fragments. Concurrently, the dragon, charged with its fiery breath, abruptly ceased to exist, plummeting like a kite severed from its string, its body emanating faint glimmers before fading away. From his vantage point atop the mountain, Ilou observed the scene unfolding tens of thousands of kilometers away, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. But in the next moment, he discerned the reason. The card was a skill governed by rules. How intriguing, he mused softly, raising his left hand and gently gesturing forward. The mountain beneath him began to elevate further, growing even larger and bending forward, resembling a steep triangle. The ascent of the mountain quickened. Indeed, Ilou was advancing toward Vinoui, not for any other reason than to draw nearer. Otherwise, the effort of her running would exhaust her. Perhaps I should compress the land a bit? Or conjure a space? Ilou, in a moment of frustration, lightly tapped her forehead with her hand. As Ilou journeyed forward, she contemplated and ultimately resolved to reduce the expanse of land. Otherwise, its vastness would rival that of Asia, and with such a multitude of demonic entities, Vinoui would surely be overwhelmed and exhausted. With a mere thought, the territory began to contract, centering around the mountains beneath Ilou's feet. Vinoui, engaged in her monstrous slaying, observed the surrounding fiends, seemingly static, yet gradually encroaching upon her, leaving her bewildered with a multitude of questions swirling in her mind. Just as she intended to confront and vanquish them, she noticed the environment darkening, as if something obscured the moonlight. Puzzled, she looked up and wondered, what is this peculiar formation that resembles ocean waves? Vinoui leaped onto the nearby demons, bounding several hundred times until she finally reached the summit, where she beheld Ilou. What is this? Elven Prince, what are you doing? The scene is vast, and the monsters are numerous. I feared you might be overwhelmed. So I merely diminished it a tad. How considerate of you. But remember, we are enemies now. Then protect me. Ilou suddenly realized and nodded in understanding, then lifted her gaze to the sky and called out. Countless demons surged forth like a tide, advancing toward the mountaintop, and in but a moment, Vinoui found herself surrounded once more. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, transforming her appearance into that of a perspiring yellow bean, yet she did not flinch. Boldly charging into the dense, dark mass of demons, The spoon expanded to an impressive length of 100 meters, swinging vigorously amidst the onslaught. As though Vinaway were stirring a cauldron of wondrous concoction, the points surged upward, rising steadily, and with a wicked smile, Vinaway discerned that the moment had arrived. Hundreds of cards materialized in her hand, all of which she hurled skyward. Sun Empire, Lightning Conquest, One Day Army, Rising Sun, Blade of the Warrior, Long Live the Charge. On board, as the cards shattered, a significant portion of the demons on the battlefield vanished in an instant. Vinaway erupted into maniacal laughter, brandishing her spoon as she charged toward the distant Ilou. However, the demons utilized summoning. As long as their magical power was sufficient, they could summon endlessly. Once again, Ilou waved her hand, and the land was shrouded in a dark network, as countless twisted demons re-emerged from the ground, charging towards Vinaway like a horde possessed. Naglin. As the demons rushed forth, Vinaway instinctively uttered words from her hometown in her previous life, hastily defending herself with a soup spoon. The sheer number of monsters was so overwhelming that even spinning the spoon could not release them all, resulting in numerous wounds adorning her body. However, for Vinaway, the pain was negligible, barely a tickle. After a moment of adjustment, Vinaway plunged back into the tide of demons, fiercely battling them. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her shoulder. Turning abruptly, she discovered a demon had clawed at her flowing black hair, severing it. Vinaway's hair was transformed into a short bob, resembling the petite Tokisaki Kurumi. Infuriated, she turned and mercilessly smashed the demons with her spoon, their brains splattering like mush from their eyes, noses, and ears, creating a scene that was nothing short of exhilarating. Ilou, having never witnessed such carnage, fearfully covered her eyes, though it was of little use. Regretfully, Vinaway touched her hair, tears of small pearls cascading down. She pondered whether her beautiful hair would ever return the next time she donned her ceremonial attire. Damn it, let them all perish, until death do us part. Annihilate every last one. In a fit of rage, Vinaway hurled a card emblazoned with the image of an aircraft carrier, which soared into the sky before shattering with a thunderous crack. In an instant, all the demons fell like dolls, dissipating into specks of light. In this battlefield, only Ilou and Vinaway remained. What an impressive card! In Ilou's eyes sparkled tiny stars. Although this power seemed trivial to him, the system's ability to provide an unlimited supply of such cards was undeniably formidable. Unlimited, indeed. Huzzah! Naturally, I am the wise and valiant savior. Now, prepare to embrace defeat, O Elven Prince. Vinaway exuded an air of unwavering confidence, as if he had already grasped the essence of everything. With victory within his grasp, Ilou maintained his smile, possessing a far greater understanding than Vinaway. The outcome long since determined. Haha, doing a core. Prepare to meet your demise, Prince of Elves. The sound of clattering echoed once more as a card materialized in Vinaway's hand, a wicked smile gracing her lips. With a flick of her wrist, the number of cards multiplied into the hundreds. These numerous cards were cast forth, hurtling towards Ilou. Shatter, 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 each card's effect was triggered, fragments coalescing into a cloud of smoke that enveloped Ilou. Witnessing this, Vinaway erupted in laughter, her victory already assured in her mind. Wahahaha. Victory belongs to me. Ding ding. Do not rejoice too soon. Nanny. Vinaway abruptly turned her head, only to discover that Ilou stood there, unscathed. The ground was strewn with the remnants of her cards. What is happening? Why aren't the card effects functioning? Perhaps it is because I lack a health bar. A sudden realization dawned upon Vinaway. She had forgotten one crucial detail. Ilou could not die. This meant she was incapable of inflicting damage upon the enemy's headquarters. Victory was utterly unattainable. What a game this is! The great Vinaway collapsed to the ground, resembling a broken doll, tears of humiliation glistening at the corners of her eyes. Ilou crouched beside her, prodding her cheek gently, and softly suggested, "Shall we call it a day? After all, victory cannot be determined. Humiliation. Humiliation. Indeed. Indeed. The spirit of Shisu is of no use. I shall never triumph over the Prince of Elves. Let this be the conclusion." With a subtle wave of his hand, the ground beneath them abruptly shrank, and the previously distant trees reappeared before them, casting them into darkness as they returned to the forbidden forest. Ilou gently tousled Vinaway's hair in a gesture of comfort, and together they set forth. After a span of over 10 minutes, they finally emerged from the forbidden forest. Upon their exit, they discovered that Harry and his companions were engaged in conversation with 3 centaurs, Forenza, Ronan, and Bane, as depicted in the original narrative. The blood of a unicorn possesses the power to prolong life, yet it demands a harrowing price from the moment it touches your lips. You are doomed to exist in a most twisted manner. Who are you? Greetings. Might I inquire how the organs of your kind develop? I have been perplexed for quite some time. Wait, you are. Upon noticing the sword held by Ilou, Firenze hastily performed a bow, while Ronan and Bane exchanged astonished glances and also knelt in reverence. Ilou looked at the three of them, bewildered. After the formalities, Firenze resumed his conversation with Harry and the others, prompting various reactions of surprise. After a few minutes, the three centaurs took their leave, once again bowing to Ilou. It seems your ancestry is indeed intertwined with the centaurs. That may well be. I shall consult my books upon returning. By the way, Harry, what were you also startled about just now? Ilou waved towards Harry and the others, while Ron appeared visibly frightened, and Hermione bore a serious expression. Harry approached Ilou and Vinaway, whispering, "That shadow is indeed Voldemort. He seeks immortality and intends to return. Thus, he desires the Philosopher's Stone. Snape is assisting him. The old bat is not entirely to blame." At that moment, Hagrid returned, having just escorted Draco and Neville back. He surveyed the varied expressions on everyone's faces, utterly perplexed. The group retreated to the cottage to rest before returning to the academy under Hagrid's watchful guidance. To Harry's astonishment, he discovered that his invisibility cloak had been returned. Time, much like a devoured hamburger, cannot be reclaimed. Youth, akin to mud sprinkled with golden dust, is impossible to prop up. Spring fleetingly passes, and we extol the journey of this sweltering summer. Vinaway was moved by the sentiment. On yet another delightful midday, the weather today was particularly sultry. In the great hall, Ilou and Vinaway enjoyed their lunch together, as the trio had hurried off to find Hagrid. The two were in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the evening's events. A marvelous adventure marking the conclusion of the first chapter of their tale. Earlier in the day, the school had conducted an exhilarating examination, which Ilou and Vinaway found quite manageable. Although the questions were rather abstract, such as who invented the self-stirring cauldron, they completed the test with confidence. While one might hesitate to claim a 99 accuracy, they were certain of at least 100. The top 2 spots in the academy were within their grasp. Just the thought of the evening's adventure made them hum in delight. "Elven Prince, savor this." Vinaway hummed cheerfully as he offered a biscuit to Ilou, who swallowed it whole and then handed a nut cookie back to him, saying, "It's been half a year. Time flies, doesn't it, Vinaway? Would you like to see the new spell I've learned? Are you still studying? That notebook is quite thick. Come on, show me." Vinaway exclaimed with interest, urging Ilou to demonstrate. Ilou picked up a plate of cookies and twirled her finger above them. A wondrous spectacle unfolded as the cookies seemed to come alive, hopping and stacking themselves, the plate resembling a small stage. "Tada! The spell that makes cookies dance. I thought it was an old trick, but it truly is an ancient one. Is there a spell to clean clothes? Of course. It's quite basic. Would you like to learn?" "Certainly not. I prefer to use a cleaning charm instead." Winnie shook his head, brandishing his wand to cleanse the stains from the plates. Ilou felt a twinge of regret and sighed softly, contemplating how the magic of this otherworldly realm seemed far more convenient than that of the wizarding world. Moreover, from his observations, Winnie possessed quite a commendable talent. Alas, the two continued their lunch, feeding each other, while the surrounding students had long since grown accustomed to their antics, showing no surprise at the evident camaraderie between the two. A few students, upon mentioning them, would even thump the table, urging, "Hurry up and date already." This, of course, resulted in Winnie delivering a sound thrashing, only for Ilou to subsequently reprimand Winnie in turn. After finishing their meal, the sun in the sky had shifted slightly. After freshening up, Ilou and Winnie decided to venture outside the castle to bask in the sun on the lush grass. They set off, contemplating the beauty of Hogwarts lawns, which were undeniably splendid, vibrant green, and pleasantly soft to the touch. Perhaps it was due to the enchantment of magic? Ilou let out a sound, sprawled upon the grass, and tilted her head to savor the blades beneath her. Winnie, in a flurry of exclamations, was just about to recline when a voice called from behind. It was the trio. "Harry, how bothersome. You're interrupting my sunbathing." "I apologize," Harry hastily responded, pulling up the grazing Ilou with an anxious expression. "Snape has already learned from Hagrid how to deal with Yaya. We informed Professor McGonagall, but she didn't believe us. Professor Dumbledore is also missing and won't return until tomorrow, right at this moment." "So what?" Winnie feigned ignorance, only to receive a stern glance from Hermione, who turned to Ilou and said gravely, "What it means is that Snape will undoubtedly attempt to steal the Philosopher's Stone tonight. In other words, we are in for a grand adventure this evening?" "Indeed. Although Professor McGonagall has warned us against venturing out, threatening expulsion, these concerns pale in comparison to the resurgence of Voldemort. So, shall we embark?" For the sake of world peace. Ilou clapped his hands in excitement, licking the remnants of grass from the corners of his mouth. Hermione, exasperated, handed him a handkerchief, remarking, "Why do you eat everything? Actually, it tastes delightful, so fragrant. Remember, you are an elf, not a sheep or a cow. It's one thing to abstain from beef and lamb, but now you're munching on grass. Elves indeed relish grass. Its refreshing flavor is exquisite, yet alas, he had not finished it. Hooray! I can compose haikus now." Winnie inexplicably cheered, earning disapproving glances from the other three. Harry led the group to a corner, cautiously surveying their surroundings before whispering, "We shall depart tonight. The invisibility cloak has returned, fortunately. Ilou's is small enough for all 5 of us to fit under it without anyone noticing." Everyone nodded in agreement. Ilou gestured with his hands to tighten the zipper, offering a reassuring smile, and Harry, observing him, felt an inexplicable sense of security. Afterward, the group dispersed. Ilou and Winnie basked in the sun on the grass, while Harry, Ron, and Hermione conferred about their nighttime endeavors. The afternoon was a period of rest, devoid of classes, allowing them to enjoy the entirety of the day. As night fell, the trio, akin to fugitives, finished their dinner and nervously entered the Gryffindor common room to meet the other 2. Several hours passed until every student had retired for the night, leaving the common room empty save for them. Harry stealthily crept into the dormitory to retrieve his invisibility cloak. "All right, I've just memorized some spells that should come in handy. Speed is of the essence. According to Hagrid, several professors have set up obstacles. I believe we must focus on the relevant professors to navigate through them." Gripping the invisibility cloak tightly, Harry's heart raced at the thought of the impending mission, Voldemort, his adversary. Just as they were about to set off, Neville unexpectedly emerged from beneath the sofa, clutching Trevor the Toad, his eyes fixed intently on the would-be adventurers. "You can't go out. You absolutely cannot. That would mean losing points for Gryffindor." "Neville, what are you doing here?" Harry exclaimed. "I suspected something was afoot when I saw you sneaking around this afternoon." Neville positioned himself at the entrance, arms wide open, his gaze more resolute than ever. Winnie nearly saluted but restrained himself. "It seems you've learned well," Ilou remarked, admiring Neville's brave demeanor, prompting a blush from him. Yet, he stood firm. "No, no. Don't think you can handle me like this. I will not yield. This is against school rules. I won't back down, even if you try to intimidate me." "Well done, Prince of Elves. Please refrain from adopting that parental expression." With a countenance resembling that of constipation, Vinny held his hand over Ilou's mouth, expressing his desire to be free from parental figures. Hermione pondered for a moment before raising her wand and advancing toward Neville, terrified by Hermione's relentless approach. Neville nonetheless stood his ground, puffing out his chest to face her. Hermione's expression softened with approval, yet her hand remained steady, Petrificus totalis. As the incantation echoed through the air, Neville was rendered immobile, standing rigidly. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Ilou used magic to levitate the petrified Neville back to the dormitory, tucking him under the covers. With the matter resolved, the group resumed their activities. In the pitch-black corridor, the sound of footsteps echoed, yet upon closer inspections, the moonlight revealed no one in motion, a most eerie sight. Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt their hearts leap to their throats upon hearing the footsteps. The invisibility cloak concealed their forms, but not the noise. To their dismay, it was the largest among them, Vinny, whose footsteps resounded. "Vinny, do keep it down. Do you wish to expose us all? My sincerest apologies. I should not have fitted my shoes with a clapper." Despite their close proximity, Vinny demonstrated the bamboo clapper on his foot, shaking it with a loud noise that reverberated throughout the corridor. Hermione's anger simmered as she cast a spell upon Vinny, compelling him to walk obediently. "I have to cast a soul-sucking curse on you." Silence enveloped the corridor once more, and the group pressed onward. After a while, they finally arrived at the familiar grand door, now devoid of its lock, which lay in a heap of scrap metal upon the ground. Harry felt a sense of foreboding and hastily removed the invisibility cloak, flinging open the door and rushing inside. The 3-headed dog, Fluffy, was sound asleep, while a harp played melodious tunes in its presence. Next to its paws lay a trapdoor, already ajar, revealing a dark passage below. Indeed, Snape had already been here. "We must act swiftly." "How enchanting," Harry remarked as he approached the open trapdoor, his expression grave. If Snape had indeed acquired the Philosopher's Stone with Voldemort, the consequences would be dire. He resolved to descend through the trapdoor. Hermione and Ron nodded in agreement, stepping forward to peer into the inky abyss, their hearts racing. The trio exchanged glances, each hesitant to be the first to leap into the unknown. Encouraging one another, they remained blissfully unaware that Vinny was stealthily inching closer. a mischievous grin on his face, even eliciting a chuckle from Ilou, who covered her mouth. "What are we discussing?" "Ah." The sudden voice startled the trio, causing them to whirl around to see Vinny's ghastly visage. With a slip of his foot, accompanied by 3 terrified screams, all 3 plunged into the passage, leaving Vinny with a triumphant smirk. Ah, what a thrill. Vinny gazed into the passage, stretching contentedly before turning to wave at Ilou, who was still entranced by the music. "Fairy Prince, do hurry along. Coming right away." Ilou trotted over to stand beside Vinny, and the two exchanged smiles as they stretched their arms, saluting with their left hands. Together, they struck an odd pose before raising their hands, akin to divers, and leapt into the passageway. The initial sound was akin to stepping on wood. And then Vinny felt himself ensnared by a peculiar vine-like plant. Opening his eyes, he discovered his familiar friends Harry, Ron, and Hermione glaring at him with expressions of indignation. "Why are you looking at me like that?" he inquired, to which they responded in unison, "What do you think?" "Hush, hush, hush, the scenery today is truly beautiful," Vinny remarked, whistling as he moved restlessly, feeling the vines constricting around him more tightly. He couldn't help but jest. "Is this a bondage play? Quite interesting. This is the devil's snare. The more you struggle, the tighter it binds you." Hermione shot him a disapproving glare, questioning his knowledge, which seemed insufficient to enhance his house's reputation. As she observed the vines wrapped around her, she gently twisted her arms in an attempt to free herself, only to find the vines tightening further in response. Realizing the futility of her efforts, Hermione glanced at her friends, sensing something amiss. "Hey, where did Ilou go? Didn't she jump down?" At this, they all recognized the alarming absence of Ilou. Panic set in as their sense of security evaporated. "We're doomed. We're all doomed," Ron exclaimed. "Don't panic, Ron. Ilou must be here somewhere," Vinny replied, resigning himself to the predicament as he continued to struggle against the devil's snare. Harry and Ron were growing increasingly frantic, becoming ensnared ever tighter, leaving only Hermione to maintain her composure. "Don't worry. I'm down here," a familiar voice called from below. They all paused, peering through the gaps in the vines, and saw Ilou standing on the ground beneath the devil's snare, looking up at them. "But how are you down there? Why aren't you trapped by the devil's snare?" "I have no idea. I just fell down smoothly, without any obstruction. Designated as a friend of plants," she added nonchalantly. "Forget about that for now. Quickly help us escape the devil's snare, Ilou. It fears light, so you must cast Lumos," Hermione urged, straining against the vines while calling to Ilou. Though she was filled with numerous questions, she resolved to address them later. The immediate priority was to thwart Snape. Ilou nodded and retrieved her wand from her satchel, directing it toward the devil's snare above. "Lumos," she exclaimed. A brilliant light erupted from the tip of her wand, more intense than a flashbang, piercing through the gaps in the vines, causing even those ensnared above to squint against the brightness. The devil's snare quivered and began retreating into the shadows, and with a series of thuds, Vinny and the others tumbled to the ground below. Ouch, that really hurt. The pain emanating from his posterior was an unforgettable experience for Vinny. He cautiously rose to his feet and cast a mournful glance at Ilou, Prince of Elves. "I had anticipated your gentle support, yet here we are, met with such frigid indifference. Truly, I am most apologetic." "Humph, I accept your apology. Very well, let us proceed." Harry rubbed his behind and led the group onward, while Vinny sighed and followed, feeling somewhat unworthy of his title as the president of the Western Magical Society, thinking it a mere triviality. After advancing a few paces, the group beheld a glimmering light and hurried towards it, only to discover an expansive chamber featuring a locked door. Countless tiny, shimmering birds flitted about, while several bumpy brooms rested against the walls. "Excellent. This is our first trial. Retrieve these keys and leave none behind," Vinny exclaimed with excitement, raising his wand and bouncing towards the airborne birds. Hermione, with a look of skepticism, questioned, "How can you deduce these are keys? They clearly resemble keys." She fell silent, observing the long-winged keys that had fallen to the ground. "If these birds are indeed keys, then we must utilize them to unlock that door and progress to the next challenge. Yet, with so many birds, it is improbable that they all serve as keys. Surely, one must be exceptional." Astute Harry had already discerned the crux of the challenge. He lifted his gaze, his keen eyes scrutinizing the keys that were energetically evading Vinny, searching for the one that stood apart. A vibrant swarm of keys pursued Vinny like a hive of bees. Harry held his breath, his eyes darting, intently seeking the distinctive key, so focused that he scarcely registered the cries echoing around him. "Oh, the tips of these keys are akin to nails." Ouch. Vinny, once brimming with enthusiasm, now found himself in a frantic dash as the keys relentlessly jabbed at his back, eliciting yelps of anguish. Hermione and Ron, observing from the sidelines, could not resist mocking Vinny's plight. "Where is it? Where is it? There, there!" Harry suddenly shouted, pointing at a large silver key within the swarm, its wings bent and flying in a lopsided manner. "Ilou, Ron, Hermione, let us hasten on our brooms to pursue it. Vinny, you shall attract those keys." "So, I am to be the target?" Vinny protested. "I consent to this plan." Ignoring Vinny's retort, the others retrieved brooms from the corner and took to the air. Harry meticulously observed the silver key, directing the group. "Hermione, Ron, you two flank it on the sides. Ilou, you and I will pursue from the front and back." "Yes, Commander." Hermione and Ron immediately rushed forward to encircle it. Although Hermione had once struggled with flying, she had since matured significantly. Sensing the approach of two individuals, the silver key trembled and frantically flapped its wings in an attempt to flee, but this played right into Harry's hands. He commanded Ilou to intercept the silver key while he charged ahead. The key, desperate to escape, found itself cornered, retreating only to collide with a pair of hands. With a decisive snap, Harry firmly grasped the key, which no longer possessed the strength to struggle or resist. "Quick, insert it into the door," Hermione urged anxiously. Noticing that the keys were growing increasingly frenzied, Harry nodded and sprinted toward the wooden door, forcefully jamming the key into the lock and turning it. With a satisfying click, the door swung open. The group mounted their broomsticks and streamed in, with Ilou seated behind Vinny. Once everyone had entered, Harry hurriedly shut the door, and a series of thuds erupted as numerous dents appeared on the wooden surface, a grim reminder of the fate that awaited them had they not escaped in time. "My rear end has already endured 2 painful encounters. Now, let me tend to it," Ilou offered as she began to treat Vinny. Meanwhile, the trio took the opportunity to observe their surroundings, discovering that the room was astonishingly vast, at least 6 times larger than the previous one. "Look at the floor. We're on a chessboard," Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement as he pointed at the black squares beneath their feet. The others turned to survey their surroundings and were astonished to find that the ground was indeed composed of countless black and white squares, with both black and white chess pieces lining the sides of the room. The pieces appeared almost lifelike, the knight-shaped pieces pawed at the ground, while the humanoid figures exhibited rhythmic rises and falls of their chests, albeit without faces. "My goodness, this is wizard's chess. We need to navigate through it to reach the next chamber," Ron declared, gesturing toward a massive door behind the white pieces, but each time they approached, the white pieces brandished their weapons in fierce defense. "Chess? Ah, this should be your forte, should it not?" "Indeed. Among the 5 of us, I am undoubtedly the best player," Ron replied confidently. "Chess? I beg to differ. A mere white piece, 1 person is sufficient," Vinny scoffed, raising a spoon as if to strike down the white piece. Ilou, quick on her feet, pressed it down to the ground, then sheepishly turned to Ron. "Vinny is just babbling nonsense. Ron, we're counting on you." "Rest assured," Ron nodded, mounting one of the black knights, while the others took their positions among the vacant spots of the black and white sides. Vinny scratched his head in confusion and asked Ilou, "Prince of Elves, do you not know how to play chess?" "I must confess, I am not adept at games of any kind. I can only play 5 in a row," Ilou admitted. "Prince of Elves, you bring shame to the illustrious legacy of the god of competitions and games." "My apologies, I shall strive to improve." Ilou offered an apologetic smile, then turned to Ron, awaiting his command. Ron, unusually exuding confidence, held the reins of his horse and ordered the unit to charge forward. A white pawn advanced 2 squares, only to be obliterated by a black piece in the subsequent turn. The 3 young ones gasped at the sight. If they were struck down, it would spell their doom. At that moment, they had transformed into mere chess pieces. If they lost this game, their lives were forfeit. Ron's expression turned grave. He would not allow even the slightest misstep. "Hermione, capture that bishop. Ilou, go crush that pawn. Harry, behead that knight." With each command, the pieces on the chessboard dwindled while the shattered remnants increased, the battle growing ever more intense. Only Vinny remained motionless, even questioning Ron's motives. Yet, even in his absence, the fight raged on, pieces falling one after another. Ron's gaze fixated on the distant White Queen, determination solidifying within him as he spoke to his friends. "A sacrifice is required. I shall advance, and the White Queen will consume me in that moment. You can checkmate the king. Fear not, I shall be fine." None among them doubted Ron's judgment, all nodding resolutely. Taking a deep breath, Ron commanded his steed to move forward. Once the maneuver was complete, the White Queen charged. With a sweeping strike of her colossal sword, The sound of shattering echoed as the horse was reduced to splinters, and Ron fell to the ground. Harry sprang into action, declaring to the White King ahead, "You are checkmated." The White King's form shattered violently, the great sword clattering to the ground, and the grand door behind him swung open. However, the group had no time to concern themselves with this revelation. "Ron, are you all right?" "It hurts," he replied. "Ilou, please heal him." "All right, I'm on it." With a burst of blue light, Ron regained his vitality, rising with Harry's assistance. He expressed gratitude to Ilou, relieved. "I thought I might lose a piece. But it seems that's not necessary. Let us proceed." Seeing Ron was no longer in peril, they all stepped through the grand door, the darkness behind them giving way to a gentle radiance. Upon closer inspection, they discovered the surroundings were adorned with golden shrubs, obscuring any view of the other side. Ahead lay 3 paths, each crooked and lined with more corridors. Clearly, they had entered a labyrinth. Ilou clapped her hands in delight, introducing the scenario to her friends. Vinoué tugged at the shrubs, observing them regrow at a visible pace. This is a scene absent from the original narrative. Elven Prince, you were the first to recognize it. Could this be a challenge specifically designed for you by the old bee? Harry and his companions were at a loss regarding what Vinoué was saying. But upon hearing Ilou mention that this level was a vast labyrinth, they couldn't help but frown. Hermione tentatively inquired, "I am not adept at navigating mazes. The terrain is far too intricate for deduction." "Ilou, do you possess the skill to traverse a labyrinth?" "Fear not. This is my forte," Ilou replied cheerfully. "Throughout my life, I have often resided in convoluted environments much like my own home, which resembles a maze. Yet, I never lose my way. I have also navigated the Sky City and the Holy Domain, as well as the underground ruins. When constructing such complex and grand cities, I never faltered. That brings me comfort. Ilou, please, lead the way." Hermione sighed with relief, giving Ilou a thumbs up. Ilou raised her wand and guided the group toward the entrance on the left. The light was bright and warm, with golden bushes surrounding them. Harry felt as though they were traversing a vast wheat field, perhaps shrunken and placed within a crop circle. After a considerable amount of time had passed, they sensed they had walked a great distance, turning countless corners, yet the golden bushes remained unchanged. Doubts crept into their minds, but Ilou showed no signs of uncertainty, continuing to lead them onward. To ensure they were on the right path, Hermione cleared her throat and asked Ilou, how much longer?" "How long? Let me see. It should take about 10 more hours, as the maze is quite expansive," Ilou replied with a wink, but the other's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? 10 hours? Is this labyrinth truly so vast?" Harry exclaimed. "From my observations, this maze is at least as large as Ireland. How astonishing that such a structure exists within Hogwarts. This is untenable. We are running out of time. If it indeed takes 10 hours, Snape would have long acquired the Philosopher's Stone." Harry paced anxiously, his mind racing for solutions. The bushes were impervious to fire, unyielding to swords, and resistant to spells, and without a broom, they were utterly at a loss. Finally, having exhausted all options, he turned once more to Ilou. "Ilou, do you have any clever ideas? We need to act swiftly." "I have one," she exclaimed. "We must be quick." "All right, you all stand over there and wait." Ilou gestured for the others to move aside, then approached a thicket. Harry, Hermione, and Ron watched Ilou's peculiar actions with confusion, unable to discern her intentions, while Vinoué began to suspect what was about to unfold. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the sprawling thicket was lifted into the air and hurled into the unknown. The group gaped in astonishment, their jaws dropping as they witnessed Ilou dismantling the maze before them. The bushes were continuously elevated and discarded, revealing a vast expanse of open ground as Ilou pressed forward, while the others cautiously followed in her wake. As the final echoes faded, they arrived at a grand golden door. Gazing back at the seemingly endless expanse behind them, the 3 companions shuddered at the terror that lay ahead. Casting their fears aside, they unitedly pushed open the resplendent entrance. Unlike the previous room, which had been bright and warm, this chamber was shrouded in darkness, occasionally permeated by a scent of rust. Cautiously, they advanced, only to discover 3 beams of light illuminating 3 puppets, each strikingly lifelike with realistic skin and hair. Each puppet was shackled by iron chains, standing upon a metal platform, surrounded by blood-stained implements of torture scattered across the floor, with chains dangling from the ceiling, bearing more instruments of torment. Before them lay an iron plate inscribed with ominous red letters, "What is good and what is evil? You are the executioner, one path, one divergent path. What constitutes justice? And what embodies wickedness? You are the executioner, traversing one righteous path or a divergent one. Is this a philosophical dilemma or a legal quandary?" Hermione, gazing at the engraving, Notice two doors behind the puppets, one of which stood ajar. Snape must have chosen incorrectly. He likely entered the divergent path. We still have time. Harry swiftly assessed the situation and confirmed they had ample opportunity to engage with this challenge. Hermione pondered the inscription, then glanced at the puppets, uncertainly stating, "You are the executioner," suggesting they must discern good from evil and identify the malevolent one among them. "Let us inspect. There must be descriptions before each puppet." The others nodded in agreement and moved forward to investigate. The first puppet resembled a young girl, and the iron plate beneath her read, "Tracked and slain." Ridding the world of a villain? A righteous act? The second puppet depicted an elderly man with spectacles, with the inscription, "Aging and frail, seeking justice for his son." Public opinion sways against him. Is this just? The third puppet was a youth, with the plate stating, "Self-interest reigns supreme. Charity and kindness are forsaken, living solely for pleasure." After contemplating these inscriptions, the group fell silent, grappling with the absurdity of the task. The first two clearly represented justice, did they not? While the third emphasized self-gain. It did not explicitly harm others, thus complicating their judgment of evil. How frustrating. I should study more law and philosophy. Hermione lamented, scratching her head in vexation. While Harry and Ron remained utterly speechless, feeling as though they might succumb to despair here. "Step aside. Allow the great Vinoy to take charge," Vinoy proclaimed, striding forward with a thunderous stomp upon the iron plate. Brandishing his spoon, he directed his attention toward the three puppets. The trio watched him, uncertain of his intentions. While Ilou appeared slightly puzzled. "This problem is straightforward, so pay close attention." With a flash of silver light and a resounding crack, the heads of the three puppets tumbled to the ground, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Tension mounted as they gazed anxiously at the doorway, only to find it utterly still. Vinoy, seemingly unfazed, continued to dissect the bodies of the puppets, all the while articulating, "In this world, true justice is but a myth. It is merely individuals adhering to their own self-righteous rules." Consider the first puppet, a young girl who retaliated against her stalker, an act that many would deem just. Yet, regardless of the justification, it cannot erase the fact that she committed murder. The second puppet, an elderly gentleman, sought justice but was met with public outrage online. A spectacle that humanity delights in. Despite his unintentional misdeeds, he too bore the brunt of malice. The third puppet appeared to be an ordinary individual, perhaps merely selfish from an objective standpoint. However, a lack of empathy, charity, and mutual benefit renders him culpable as well. What I express is but a twisted rationale. A perversion of good and evil, a sophistry that is equally malevolent. As Vinoy's voice crescendoed, he brandished a spoon and advanced towards the door, shattering it with a single strike to reveal the passage beyond. He then turned back and declared, "This particular barrier is insurmountable, designed solely to impede all progress. Assisting others or abstaining from such acts is merely a means to satisfy one's own desires. Whether one acknowledges it or not, it constitutes evil. To slay an enemy in self-defense is one thing, but to take a life is inherently malevolent. Engaging in online discourse, whether intentionally or inadvertently, is also wicked. Turning a blind eye and remaining aloof is equally vile. In essence, remember this, all is evil, yet do not dwell on it. Simply conform to the collective belief of the masses, for who can claim their own justice is not just. It is rather amusing," he concluded. The three young ones paused, momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed suit. Though they were astonished by Vinoy's recent actions, he had indeed achieved the goal of passage. Navigating an insolvable challenge with an equally insolvable approach is, after all, quite normal. Ilou gazed at the shattered fragments of the three puppets inside, before following suit. To be candid, he did not align with Vinoy's philosophy, as it starkly contradicted the principles upheld by his family. Yet, given that Vinoy was his friend, it was only natural to extend a measure of tolerance. The group ventured into the next chamber, where an overwhelmingly repugnant stench of decay assailed their senses, prompting the three little ones to cover their noses. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a colossal creature, already lifeless, looming before them, standing at an impressive height of 5 meters. It bore several gaping wounds on its chest, its eyes bulging, and a grotesque, bloody lump perched atop its head, indicating that it had not been dead for long. It seemed that Snape had arrived here ahead of them. "We must hurry." "Indeed. The stench is unbearable." "I dare say Snape must be reeking of this scent." A smell that could never be washed away, sufficient to condemn him. The group pressed onward, arriving at the subsequent room, which appeared deceptively simple, featuring only a table adorned with 7 vials, each containing peculiar potions. Just as they entered this chamber, a surge of violet flames erupted from the entrance behind them. while black flames flickered ominously at the passageway leading to the next challenge. This trial seemed daunting. No, not at all, Hermione exclaimed with excitement, revealing the parchment in her hand. Ron squinted at it, then shook his head in disappointment, for he could not decipher its meaning. It is akin to a riddle. Once we unravel it, we shall be able to consume the correct potion and pass through the black flames. Ilou gently brushed the parchment, and to be honest, he was not particularly skilled at solving riddles. Yet, this puzzle seemed quite simple to him. However, since it was Hermione's challenge, it was best not to steal her thunder. Well done, Ilou. This is a matter of logical reasoning. Some wizards, despite possessing formidable magical powers, lack strong intellect. But I do, Hermione exclaimed, embracing Ilou with excitement. She felt that among all her friends, Ilou was the one she connected with the most. Equally wise and powerful, it was truly wonderful. Placing the parchment on the table, Hermione began to decipher it, circling around the 7 bottles, repeatedly studying the contents of the paper. After approximately a minute, Hermione joyfully lifted the smallest bottle, exclaiming, "This is it." However, it contained so little that it might barely suffice for 2. Harry frowned at the minuscule amount of liquid in the bottle. While Vinouet's tuft of hair suddenly stirred, he raised his hand and nudged Ilou toward the table, declaring, "Elven Prince, it is your time to shine. Can you concoct 5 potions? Is that feasible, Ilou?" Harry inquired, concern evident in his voice. Ilou nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, it should be possible. Hand me the potions." Hermione passed the potions to Ilou, who began to shake the vials. Then with a satisfying gulp, he consumed every last drop. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved an assortment of alchemical tools from his satchel. The others stared in astonishment, not expecting their friend to carry such an extensive array of items. Ilou gestured reassuringly to them and commenced his potion-making process. "Fear not, for I am a proud protege of Professor Snape." Was this truly a matter of pride? Before long, a freshly brewed potion for one was presented on the table. Ilou stood up joyfully, ready to receive his friend's compliments. Aside from Ilou, the others eagerly drank the potion, a refreshing chill sweeping through their bodies, immediately transforming the oppressive black flames before them into something bearable. They cautiously navigated through the black flames, which licked at their forms. Upon exiting, they found themselves enveloped in darkness. To prevent getting lost, they decided to hold hands as they moved forward. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The only sound accompanying them was the rhythm of their footsteps. After an indeterminate amount of time, they successfully arrived in a new chamber, reminiscent of an ancient Greek theater, with tiered steps forming a semicircle that constituted the audience seating. Below stood a mirror. The eerily familiar erased mirror. Before it stood an individual whose identity surpassed all their expectations, completely overturning their assumptions. It was Professor Quirrell. Wait, not Snape. What was happening? This was entirely different. Merlin's trousers. The trio gasped in astonishment, while Winnie and Ilou appeared as if everything had unfolded precisely as anticipated. Chilo, upon hearing the commotion, slowly turned his head. His expression transformed from one of timidity to an unprecedented ferocity and calmness, instantly shifting from the image of a protagonist to that of a villain. "No, it cannot possibly be you," he exclaimed in disbelief. "Surprised, are you? Just moments ago, I was pondering when you would arrive, and lo and behold, you all came sooner than expected. This is impossible." Harry shouted frantically, his perception shattered. He could not accept it. Chilo maintained his composure, recounting the truth behind all that had transpired over the semester: the trembling broomsticks, the Halloween giant and ogre, Snape's leg injury, the conversations in the Forbidden Forest, and within the school walls. The trio listened grimly as the truth became evident. Snape had been wrongfully accused for an entire semester, and the true culprit was none other than Chilo, who had masqueraded as the weak and innocent. "The Philosopher's Stone is concealed within this mirror, but I cannot retrieve it. Stay put and refrain from any tricks." With a flick of his wrist, Chilo summoned flames that engulfed the entire theater, leaving everyone with no choice but to advance. As they stood in the audience, Harry fixed his gaze on Chilo, incessantly taunting him with words, while Hermione, lacking a strategy, remained at a distance with Ron to ensure their safety. "Ha! A mere scarf-wearing fool? An insect? Witness as I reduce you to mere pulp in an instant." Winnie cackled, raising his arm to the heavens. A flash of brilliance revealed a brand-new Gatling gun in his grasp, startling both Harry and Hermione. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, with pure uranium rounds, spinning 3,600 times in a breath. Great compassion to save the world. He bellowed, a system specially crafted. Flesh and blood succumbed to machinery. With a furious roar, Winnie pulled the trigger, and the Gatling gun whirled into action, unleashing a barrage of bullets that echoed loudly, prompting the trio to cover their ears. Ilou, surveying the scene, sensed that matters would not unfold so simply. Indeed, countless bullets, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, struck Chilo, yet left no mark. Instead, they ricocheted harmlessly to the floor. Hermione, from the audience, instantly recognized the enchantment in play. It was the shielding charm. It could withstand even a Gatling gun. What is this? Wasn't it said that magic fears technology? This is not what I imagined. Huh. Muggle weaponry may endure for a millennium. Yet wizards have no fear of such trivialities. Chilo turned his head slowly, waving his wand, unleashing a beam of green light that swiftly incapacitated Winnie. The orange figure was sent sprawling 10 meters back, crashing against the wall, a trickle of red staining his lips, his vision blurring before he plummeted to the ground. The Gatling gun reduced to mere fragments, scattered chaotically around him. Is this what they call a plot twist? Winnie coughed weakly, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. Ilou confronted Chilo. He would never yield. With a flick of his wand, he cast a spell that missed its mark. Another spell was deflected. The two engaged in a fierce exchange for several rounds. Suddenly, Chilo's wand emitted a beam of green light. Oh dear. Ilou let out an adorable sound and, under the gaze of the crowd, unexpectedly rotated before collapsing beside Vinaway. The resurgence of Ilru is impossible. The three little ones were filled with sorrow upon witnessing the defeat of the two strongest among them. However, their primary concern remained with Ilru. How infuriating. Is he your master now? Quirrell was about to cast a spell on the trio but suddenly halted, standing motionless as if engaged in a conversation with someone unseen. Although the three were perplexed, they dared not relax their vigilance, each raising their wands in readiness, cautiously observing Quirrell's next move. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the opera house. Use that boy to threaten his friends. Yes, master. Bring him here. Absolutely not. With the refusal, Quirrell unleashed two spells, first striking Hermione and Ron, who collapsed beside Ilru and Vinny. Witnessing this, Harry was consumed by fury. Come here. Or next time it won't just be a stunning spell. For the safety of his friends, Harry could not take risks. Reluctantly, he approached Quirrell. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, the image of Harry suddenly broke into a smile as he reached into his pocket, retrieving a vibrant red stone, reminiscent of blood. This stone, resembling an exquisitely beautiful ruby, emitted a captivating allure. Harry blinked and returned the stone to his pocket. What did you see? Quirrell inquired impatiently. After a moment of hesitation, Harry concocted a fabrication. I saw myself marrying Ilru and Vinny. The three of us were in love. To be honest, it was utterly absurd, and even Harry himself struggled to believe it. Quirrell, upon hearing this response, nearly burst into laughter. At that moment, the eerie voice resonated once more. Let me come. Let me face your body. You will not die. Quirrell obediently followed the voice's command. Turning away from Harry and slowly unwrapping his turban, revealing a grotesque visage. Harry let out a panicked scream as he beheld a face emerging from the back of Quirrell's head. The eyes were as red as blood, the skin paler than chalk, and the nostrils merely narrow slits that corresponded precisely with Vinny's plug. Harry Potter, you are Voldemort. Gazing upon that hideous face, Harry, despite his utmost reluctance, could only utter the name he despised. Voldemort seemed pleased with Harry's reaction, weakly stating, I have become this grotesque, this feeble, reduced to sharing a body to survive. The blood of unicorns has restored me somewhat, though it is inexplicably exhausting. The shadow that Vinny defeated, it was indeed you. That girl possesses immense power. But my defeat was merely an accident. Wait, what girl? A sense of bewilderment enveloped Voldemort as he rummaged through his memories, only to be met with anguish. Reluctantly, he turned his gaze back to Harry. Surrender the Philosopher's Stone. Your parents fought valiantly to ensure your survival. Do not let their sacrifices be in vain. Come now, hand it over to me. Absolutely not. Harry resolutely countered, undeterred by Voldemort's menacing threats. He pivoted and fled with great haste, yearning to escape the room. Though he felt a pang of regret for leaving his friends behind, they too would never wish to see the stone fall into Voldemort's hands. Seize him. Yes, master. Quirrell lunged at Harry, pinning him forcefully to the ground. Harry felt the restraints tighten around him and struggled desperately, his hand inadvertently brushing against Quirrell's cheek. Quirrell let out a pained wail. My face. My face. Though perplexed by the effectiveness of his actions, Harry was beyond caring. He fervently pressed his skin against Quirrell's exposed flesh, causing Quirrell's skin to sizzle and burn. No. No. What is happening to me? My body. My body. The excruciating agony threatened to overwhelm Quirrell as he writhed and screamed, attempting to liberate himself from Harry's touch, but to no avail. His body ignited in flames. And amidst a chorus of anguished cries, Quirrell was reduced to ashes. Harry collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, gazing at the philosopher's stone cradled in his arms. I have not disappointed my friends. His vision blurred, yet he lacked the strength to resist as darkness enveloped him, lying motionless on the floor. The gentle rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still alive. Nearby, Iru and Vinaway lay on the ground, their eyes slightly ajar, exchanging thoughts silently. It's over. I just heard Harry's innermost thoughts. He truly is a remarkable boy. My fondness for him grows ever stronger. How sentimental. At least this first volume has finally concluded, even if half of it didn't revolve around Harry Potter. Prince of Elves, it seems your time to shine has arrived. Indeed. I shall make my entrance now. How will you do that? Surely you want to just stand up openly? Of course not. I can manifest a form at will, crafted to my liking, ensuring I remain concealed. Anticipation builds. I am ready to witness the spectacle. Vinaway felt completely at ease, adjusting his head slightly to find a comfortable position to observe. Iru smiled and ceased their mental exchange. A symphony of enchanting melodies filled the air. And under the remaining light, silver specks coalesced, forming a small vortex from which a stunning figure emerged, exuding grace, though her features remained obscured. She stood approximately 172 centimeters tall, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, adorned in a flowing witch's robe embellished with silver trim. Oh, is this the beauty of creation? Truly exquisite, and my stature has increased significantly. With narrowed eyes, Vinaway expressed admiration. Let us refer to this enigmatic beauty as the sorceress. She surveyed her surroundings, moved her hands gracefully, and then approached Harry, who lay on the ground, her steps so light that they made no sound. As if she were a mere figment of imagination. She gently crouched down, the wide brim of her witch's hat casting a shadow over Harry's sleeping face. Her expression inscrutable, yet seemingly amused. In a voice that defied categorization of gender, she softly murmured, "Such diligence, truly a good child. You have not disappointed me." As she spoke, the sorceress tenderly caressed Harry's slumbering visage, noting his youthful softness, while Vinaway, watching from the ground, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. When will old B make his appearance? I'm on the verge of an embarrassment crisis, Vinaway thought, slightly widening his eyes to better observe the actions of the sorceress, Ilou. Harry is so young. By the way, does the elven prince have a penchant for crafting brass? This feels like a revelation of great significance. Do not be foolish. I am merely giving him a gentle pinch. What of it? Ilou, lying beside him, lightly punched Vinaway in rebuttal, leaving him astonished. You can still move in your true form? What is wrong with manipulating a doppelganger? Multitasking is no challenge for me. Ilou continued to pinch Harry's cheeks for a while before finally ceasing, her gaze shifting to the magical stone tightly clutched in Harry's hands. Very well, I shall take this. It is destined for destruction anyway, so it is better entrusted to me for proper utilization. With a delicate gesture, the sorceress pried open Harry's hands, revealing the resplendent crimson magical stone. Without hesitation, she seized it, rising to appreciate its beauty. The philosopher's stone, as it is also known, is a coveted entity in alchemical lore, traditionally requiring a life sacrifice to obtain. However, in this magical fairy tale, such cruelty seems unnecessary. You possess quite the knowledge. Yet it would be wise to relinquish the stone. Oh, the sorceress replied, turning at the sound to see an elderly figure before the mirror of Ariste. With silver beard and hair, translucent crescent-shaped spectacles, and wise eyes, he wielded a segmented wand that was now pointed at her. Welcome, Albus Dumbledore. I was wondering when you would arrive. Knowing I am present, you are no ordinary individual. Please, relinquish the Philosopher's Stone, for we are at Hogwarts. I am truly reluctant to forsake something destined for destruction. It would lament its fate. Besides, it would serve no purpose in your hands. So it is better entrusted to me. Since you have made your decision, it seems confrontation is inevitable. As Dumbledore raised his wand, the sorceress let out a laugh akin to silver bells, raising her hand to conjure a silver staff that materialized in the air, firmly grasped in her grip. Let us engage. Let the battle commence. Vinaway cried out inwardly, yearning to witness the clash of combat. The ultimate humiliation. Dumbledore fixed his gaze intently upon the sorcerer, and suddenly, a beam of light shot forth from his wand. The sorcerer deftly waved his staff, redirecting the light to the wall. Is that your weapon? How merciful, Uranus. The Worldbender. The sorcerer thrust his staff forcefully into the floor, and with a thunderous roar, as if a switch had been flipped, the very fabric of reality began to invert, Gravity itself turned upside down. The opera house underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The sky morphed into the ground, and the earth ascended to the heavens. Dumbledore found himself standing on what was once the ground, while the sorcerer stood inverted in the sky. And those who had fallen to the ground now floated aimlessly in the air. This was no mere spell. I could not fathom that power, beyond comprehension. This was true magic. Your Excellency, immensely potent. Dazed, Dumbledore uttered incantations. A red beam erupted from his wand, striking the sorcerer, yet the sorcerer remained unperturbed, collapsing to the ground, the spell ineffective. Dumbledore's eyes widened uncontrollably. In over a century of existence, he had never before encountered one immune to enchantments. Extraordinary. It seems I must treat you as I did Tom. He waved his wand, and the floor beneath began to shatter and rise, transforming into powder. Dumbledore directed the swirling dust towards the sorcerer. Fire. The sorcerer's staff ignited with flames. He brandished it, incinerating the approaching powder, which morphed into countless glass beads upon the ground. As the powder was entirely transformed into glimmering orbs, Dumbledore halted his assault, raising his hand. Fierce fire. At that moment, a brilliant crimson flame erupted from his palm. Continuously gathering in the air, the flames pulsating as if alive, expanding while crackling ominously. In mere moments, the flames began to contort, coalescing into several fire dragons, colossal serpents, eagles, and phoenixes, all roaring with a desire to consume everything before them. The waters surged like a raging ocean. The sorcerer, observing Dumbledore, did not remain idle. He waved his staff and summoned various aquatic creatures composed of water. Fire and water roared at one another, both eager to engulf the other. As Dumbledore and the sorcerer simultaneously shouted, "Go!" In an instant, the flames and water were no longer restrained, rushing towards each other, conjuring a cloud of mist. Fire dragons tore at blue whales. Octopuses battled giant serpents. Sea serpents coiled around phoenixes, and sharks gnawed at eagles. The colossal beasts of water and fire engaged in a frenzied battle. The piercing sound of evaporation filled the air, steam spreading throughout the opera house, rendering visibility to mere whiteness. Benway felt as if he could not breathe. He erupted into a fit of coughing, and Dumbledore, hearing the commotion, hastily cast a spell to dispel the vapor from the opera house, allowing the unconscious to breathe anew. Yet when he looked ahead, he discovered that the sorcerer had vanished, and the space within the opera house began to return to its original state. Has he departed? Alas! Dumbledore let out a sigh, yet a subtle smirk graced his lips. With a flick of his wand, he levitated the unconscious figures and departed from the opera house, making his way toward the infirmary. As for the lost philosopher's stone, it was of little consequence. Arrangements had already been made. When the professors inquired about the situation, Dumbledore merely chuckled, attributing the blame to the nameless sorcerer. Unexpectedly, the mock battle had proven quite entertaining. Indeed, Aiel's idea was rather splendid, and should LeMay inquire, he would deftly navigate the conversation. Along the way, Dumbledore stroked his beard, a rare smile forming on his face as he contemplated what confection he might indulge in upon his return. The Wonka chocolate was simply delightful, and he had inadvertently consumed it all. Perhaps he could procure some more from Aiel. After all, it was all merely a performance. With only Quirrell losing his life, a rather fortunate outcome. Ah, a foreign ceiling. Harry opened his emerald green eyes, the hues of the world flooding back into his consciousness, only to find himself in an unfamiliar room. What had transpired? Harry pondered wearily, then suddenly jolted upright in bed, anxiously scanning his surroundings, only to discover he was indeed in the infirmary. To his left lay Hermione and Ron on two adjacent beds, while on the right, Neville was peacefully asleep. And Harry noticed his bed surrounded by a plethora of gifts. What had happened? "You're awake, Harry. How do you feel?" came the reassuringly familiar voice. Turning his head, Harry was astonished to see Dumbledore seated beside him, his crescent-shaped glasses glinting in the light, his eyes seemingly privy to all that had transpired. "Sir, the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort is after it. Calm down, Harry. You must rest now. Voldemort has already fled. The stone has not fallen into his hands." "Is that so? Did I succeed?" Harry asked incredulously, struggling to comprehend that he had truly repelled Voldemort and safeguarded the stone. "Indeed, you did. You performed remarkably well. Even I am astonished." Dumbledore winked at Harry, who exhaled a sigh of relief, though another pressing thought crossed his mind. "What about the stone?" "It has been taken," Dumbledore replied with a chuckle. Stunned by this revelation, Harry slumped back onto the bed, while Dumbledore merely smiled and picked up a peculiar jelly bean from the collection of gifts. "Do not fret. The stone has merely found its way into more deserving hands, hands that will not use it for malevolent purposes. Now let us enjoy some sweets. LeMay had everything prepared. For those of clear mind, death is but the beginning of another grand adventure. Harry, you have accomplished something truly legendary. The news has inadvertently spread, and many in the school now idolize you. Some were even expelled by Professor Pomfrey. Is this so? Harry gazed at the pile of candies surrounding him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He accepted a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean from Dumbledore and cautiously savored it, exclaiming with delight, "It's melon-flavored. Alas, mine tastes like cow's nose. I can never discern a delightful flavor." Dumbledore feigned discomfort, and Harry sampled another bean, savoring yet another delicious taste. As they conversed, Dumbledore elucidated numerous inquiries Harry had, such as those concerning Voldemort, the invisibility cloak, the mirror of Erist, and the Philosopher's Stone. Once Harry had absorbed all the information, he finally exhaled a deep sigh, realizing that he would face even greater challenges ahead. Merely contemplating it stirred a sense of unease within him. By the way, where's Ilou? He is not on his sickbed. Ah, Ilou, he was the earliest to awaken. He has gone to the kitchen to prepare some refreshments for you. What a thoughtful child. Harry, you must cultivate a good friendship with him. Just as they spoke, the door of the infirmary was gently pushed open, and Ilou peeked in. His hair now shimmering a brilliant gold, heralding the arrival of warmer weather. Spring had indeed come. I'm here. Ilou fully extended his body, donning gloves as he carried a clay pot, approaching Harry and Dumbledore with a buoyant stride. Ilou, it's a relief to see you unharmed. Of course, I shall never encounter any misfortune. Ilou levitated the clay pot with her magic, leaned down, and embraced Harry, who lay on the sickbed, gently ruffling his hair. Overwhelmed by the comfort, Harry found himself unable to resist, yielding to her affection. After their embrace, Ilou picked up the pot, beaming with delight as she presented it to Harry, exclaiming, "Tada! The blackbone chicken soup I made. While it may not possess any extraordinary nutrients according to its ingredients, it surely offers abundant psychological solace." Ilou hummed a cheerful tune as she served 2 bowls of rich blackbone chicken soup, each adorned with a succulent chicken leg, to Harry and Dumbledore. Harry gently inhaled the aroma, overwhelmed by its exquisite flavor, his mouth watering in anticipation. I shall not hold back. Such a delightful dish is certainly mine to savor first. Just as Harry was about to indulge in the soup, Vinny unexpectedly appeared from nowhere and swiftly gulped down the entire bowl, leaving only the chicken leg behind. Stunned and bewildered, Harry gazed innocently at Ilou, his expression questioning. "Nivy, you were clearly well enough to get out of bed. What is the meaning of this?" Ilou's expression turned perilous, and Winnie realized that something was amiss. He hastily dropped to his knees, but his struggles proved futile as Ilou seized his ear and delivered a lesson. Harry and Dumbledore watched with amusement, occasionally savoring the delectable blackbone chicken soup. The culinary skills of the elf were truly remarkable. The soup was exceptionally delicious. "Please spare me," Winnie whimpered. But his emotions betrayed him, as he lamented, "Will this happen again? Is this what you meant by being wrong?" Tears welled in the corners of Winnie's eyes, reminiscent of a strawberry-devoured Akiyama Mio, cascading down like a relentless river. Both Harry and Dumbledore were left speechless, utterly astonished by the display of his tearful outburst. Indeed, what a prodigious tear gland he possessed. The educational session between Ilou and Neville extended for a full hour, during which Hermione and Ron awakened. They, along with Harry and Dumbledore, sipped on hen soup, quietly observing Neville's discomfort. The sensation was undeniably delightful. One person's suffering brought joy to the entire family. "Well, I shall leave it at that. Neville, remember my words." "Oh dear." At last, it concluded. Neville felt as though his ears had been rendered useless and anticipated a lengthy period of recuperation. Just as he believed tranquility had finally arrived, a thunderous cacophony of footsteps approached. Hagrid made his grand entrance. Tearfully, he dashed towards Harry, exclaiming in self-reproach, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have spoken so foolishly to that rascal." Harry, with a resounding thud, Harry felt as though he were a mere doll in Hagrid's embrace, his bones protesting in agony. Summoning all his strength, he managed to wriggle his head free to face Hagrid. "Fear not, Hagrid. I am fine. Please, ease your grip, or I truly will be in trouble." "Oh dear." Hagrid finally grasped the situation, setting Harry back on the hospital bed. Harry stretched his limbs, relishing the fresh air, his expression one of having narrowly escaped disaster. In his view, Quirrell posed far less danger than Hagrid. Neville and Ilula stood on the opposite side, observing the interactions with shared smiles. It appeared to be a satisfactory conclusion. "So, Neville, how do you feel? Mediocre, really. This semester lacked any genuinely thrilling or tense experiences. Alas, our Ravenclaw house ultimately could not compete with old McGonagall's special bonus points. Then seek justice. Dumbledore would likely be more than willing. I hardly believe that. Even a discerning eye can see that McGonagall favors the chosen one, while we mere pawns are of little consequence. Haha, go converse with them. I shall deliver the pot. Do take your time. The weather is splendid. Perhaps it is a celebration of the conclusion of the first story? Yet, the skies of Uranus are unlikely to entertain such musings. Ilou leisurely strolls through the corridors of the academy, frequently gazing at the clear blue sky outside. It is indeed a splendid day, with the heavens devoid of clouds, akin to a sapphire of the sea. The sun shines brightly, yet the warmth is quite bearable. The city in the sky above the Black Lake Mountains is distinctly visible, and Ilou observes numerous students gathered on the grass, engaging in fervent discussions regarding various speculations about the Sky City. Is this what you feels like? Alas, having arrived in a world of myriad narratives. Should my demeanor not be more charming? Nevertheless, with Niue still here, should I depart, he would likely spiral into madness. And then the entire world would be thrown into disarray. My father's words suggest he would personally escort him to the Hall of Judgment. Hee. The mere thought of the life Niue might lead brings a smile to my face. Thus, my existence holds significance. Ilou was perplexed as he found himself voicing his innermost thoughts aloud. However, given his current elation, such behavior was not entirely incomprehensible. After all, those around him were unlikely to overhear, were they? Yet, it was not so simple. Suddenly, Ilou halted, his ears twitching slightly as he discreetly cast his gaze backward without turning his head. He had already sensed the presence of that unmistakably familiar figure. This marks the 759th instance of being followed since our first encounter. Could it be that Galen has not yet had her fill? Yet, her demeanor does not suggest that the first semester has concluded. I need not fret over any disturbances. It is time to address this matter head-on. I must ensure the safety of my friends and the continuity of our lives. Ilou sensed, from a distance behind him, a figure feigning nonchalance while admiring the scenery. This individual was none other than the girl he had inadvertently collided with in the corridor before his initial conversation with Dumbledore. She perpetually donned a black robe, earning her the moniker of the Dark Witch among a handful of students. This was not the first time Ilou had felt her presence, indeed. Whenever he roamed the halls of the academy, she would invariably trail behind him at a considerable distance, pretending their encounters were mere coincidences. This peculiar phenomenon was unprecedented for Ilou, and he had confided in no one about it, not even to Vinoy. Ilou continued to walk forward with an air of nonchalance, feigning ignorance of the girl behind him, although his path subtly veered towards an uncharted territory. The girl, perhaps accustomed to following him, exhibited no signs of suspicion. As he proceeded, Ilou arrived at a nearly deserted corner of Hogwarts Castle, where his silhouette vanished in an instant. Observing this, the girl hurriedly dashed over, only to find herself turning into a dead end. This rectangular space was relatively spacious, with 3 walls adorned with braziers. She had entered from the left side of the shortest edge of the room. On the opposite side, Ilou held the opal sword, still sheathed, his gaze sharp and focused. The exquisite scabbard, wrapped in blue leather, though lacking in visible sharpness, emanated a sense of lethal intent. This is bad. How did she discover me? I've concealed myself so well all along. The girl quickly retreated, attempting to escape the room, but collided headfirst with a shimmering golden barrier. Ilou watched as she slowly regained her footing, swinging the opal sword in her direction. Let me clarify. Since our first encounter, you have trailed me 759 times. And there is an unsettling familiarity about you, an aura of malevolence. Damn it, am I truly the fool here? She must have known all along. Faced with Irou's inquiry, the girl remained silent, her features obscured by her dark hair, fixated on him, her right hand subtly shifting, due to her black cloak concealing her visage. Ilou could not discern her gaze, yet he sensed her emotions and movements, thus predicting all her forthcoming actions. Do you desire a confrontation? I believe a peaceful resolution would be preferable. I am already aware of your every move. Cease this at once. Only the dead cease to move. If I do not eliminate her, I will be exposed, something I absolutely cannot allow. Have you truly resolved to kill me? Exposing yourself is out of the question. As long as you can answer my queries, I shall keep today's events confidential. That's not right. How can you know my innermost thoughts? Is my mental barrier failing? That's impossible. The girl's body began to tremble, unmistakably panic-stricken. Ilou sighed, directing the opal sword towards her as he continued. It appears you have acquired some remarkable knowledge and mastered it quite well. However, regrettably, the mental barrier is not an infallible spell. This won't do. Speaking too much has already compromised me. She must be eliminated. Sensing the girl's turmoil, Ilou's expression shifted to one of exasperation. Internally, he mused, "You call that speaking? Please. You've been thinking it all along." The two stood at an impasse. The girl raised her left hand from beneath her dark sleeves, revealing her wand, which was tethered to her wrist by iron chains and rings. Harry's classic spell to disarm would prove ineffective. Ilou swiftly discerned that the wand was crafted from elderwood in the tail feather of a nocturnal steed, identical to that of the Elder Wand. This only deepened Ilou's perplexity. Such a wand could never be found in Ollivander's shop, nor had he discovered anything similar in other countries. Where, then, did this girl acquire her wand? It appeared to be exceptionally unique, seemingly not available for sale elsewhere. You truly are enigmatic, he mused, to have perceived this so easily. Indeed, you are an elf, a powerful race from mythology that must be eradicated. Why was her mind consumed with thoughts of violence? Ilou had never encountered someone like her. Even Voldemort did not possess such futile notions. Heart-piercing. Unexpectedly, the girl demonstrated the ability to cast spells without incantation, unleashing a beam of crimson light that struck Ilou with considerable force. Upon realizing her attack had landed, she seemed slightly relieved, yet Ilou remained unmoved. What is happening? The heart-piercing curse had no effect. To her astonishment, Ilou stood there steadfastly, his expression devoid of agony, replaced instead by a serene smile as he regarded the bewildering scene before him, leaving the girl inundated with questions. The unforgivable curse. It was evident that you wield it with great proficiency, but alas, it is ineffective against me. If you doubt my words, feel free to attempt once more. Impossible. The girl, undeterred by Ilou's proclamation, waved her left hand again, sending forth another beam of red light aimed at him. This time it was the soul-snatching curse. Yet it too proved futile. Avada Kedavra. This time, perhaps driven by a desperate thirst for survival, the girl finally articulated the incantation. A beam of unprecedentedly thick green light erupted from the tip of her wand, striking at Ilou like a venomous serpent. Yet, nothing transpired. Ilou remained unchanged, and this time, the girl was utterly despondent. She made no movements, offered no resistance, and simply gazed ahead as the elf slowly approached her. The girl was undeniably intelligent. She understood that when confronted by someone immensely stronger than herself, it was futile to resist. What she needed to do was to blend in, stabilize the situation, and ensure her survival, all the while seeking an opportunity to either counterattack or flee from her adversary. She did not fear pain, but she did not wish to perish. There were still many unfulfilled aspirations that she yearned to accomplish. She relinquished her wand, muttering, "After all, the wand is not a pressing necessity." Ilou had approached the girl and gently grasped her left hand, pressing it down. The girl shuddered slightly but offered no resistance. "Can we converse properly now?" he inquired. Alas, must it be this way? Observing the girl's stubborn demeanor, Ilou sighed and resolved to take more forceful measures. He rolled up the black sleeve that concealed her left arm. The reaction was immediate. Panic, an overwhelming sense of fear, rage, and trepidation flooded her expression. In an instant, Ilou recognized these emotions, so painfully familiar. Perhaps it was all due to the girl's left forearm, where the pristine yet scarred skin bore a symbol, a skull from which a serpent emerged, the entire emblem of vivid crimson, exuding an aura of malevolence. This had been foreshadowed. For further details, please refer to Chapter 9, The Mark of Dark Magic. Indeed, this was what he had sensed earlier. It was his first encounter with such a symbol, strikingly captivating yet undeniably sinister. Ilou gently caressed the vivid crimson mark of the dark arts with her fingertip, her tone devoid of any surprise, and her expression remained unperturbed, as if everything unfolded precisely as she had anticipated. The girl, witnessing her most crucial secret laid bare, appeared exceedingly alarmed. She had expected Ilou's face to contort in disgust, followed by a torrent of curses directed at her, reminiscent of past encounters, yet none of this transpired. "Are you not afraid to speak?" she inquired. "I have long mastered the art of mental closure, rendering one mute. The longer I practice, the more hollow it becomes. Yet it does not encroach upon one's consciousness. It seems you have honed your skills for quite some time. Your mental closure surpasses even that of Snape. And not even Dumbledore could penetrate your mind." Ilou beamed, and the girl, taken aback, could scarcely believe that this enchanting sprite could bestow upon her such a smile. Previously, she could only gaze from afar, after a fleeting glance at the dark magic mark. Ilou rolled up the girl's sleeve and lifted her gaze towards the face obscured by cascading hair, extending a hand imbued with mischief. "Allow me to behold your visage," she exclaimed, eager to unveil the girl's hidden beauty. Before the girl could react, Ilou swiftly brushed aside her disheveled black locks, and a wave of panic washed over the girl once more. Ilou found herself momentarily entranced by the girl's face, not due to unsightliness or overwhelming beauty, but rather because it evoked a profound sense of sorrow. The girl's eyes were a captivating shade of violet, adorned with silver lashes, far more exquisite than the violet diamonds that Ilou treasured. Yet, her face was marred by scars, crimson marks, reminiscent of blood, snaked from her left eye down to her chin, while others cascaded from her forehead, marring both cheeks. As Ilou swept aside the girl's hair, she discovered that her neck and shoulders bore similar red scars, their vastness leaving Ilou momentarily speechless. It was evident that she had endured unspeakable torment in the past. "Have you seen enough? It's rather unsightly, isn't it?" The girl mused. "Not at all. You are beautiful, among the most striking individuals I have encountered." Ranking within the top 10, Ilou replied. "Ah, I abhor falsehoods. By the way, I am yet unaware of your name." "Elf.Shafik," the girl stated. Her calm gaze fixed on Ilou, her violet irises devoid of any emotion, as still as stagnant waters. "Then, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ilou Kalmuset. It is a pleasure to meet you, Adolin. Though barriers exist, it is ill-advised to converse within the academy. Shall we not embark on a brief journey together? Feel free. For you, crushing me would be simpler than squashing an ant. Then I shall take that as your acquiescence. Come now, close your eyes." Ilou gazed at Adolin with a sense of helplessness, feeling that among all the individuals he had encountered, this girl was the most challenging. Nevertheless, he remained confident. Though Adolin was reluctant, the circumstances compelled her to obediently close her eyes. With a gentle tap of his finger on her forehead, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped her, drawing her into slumber. When Adolin finally opened her eyes again, she found herself lying on a small bed. Recalling the events that had just transpired, she quickly sat up and noticed that her wand was still in hand, which offered her a slight sense of relief, though she remained vigilant, scanning her surroundings. The room was a cozy sanctuary adorned with various mahogany furnishings, and outside the window stretched an ethereal sky devoid of ground. Lowering her gaze, she was astonished to see Hogwarts Castle standing majestically thousands of meters below. Where was she? "Welcome to my bedroom in the City of the Sky. You are the first visitor I have had besides myself. Would you care for some delightful treats?" Ilou pushed the door open, balancing a plate of seemingly delectable desserts in his hands. Adolin momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained his composure. "I have no interest in where you brought me. What exactly do you wish to know?" Fearing that the dessert might be laced with a truth serum, Adolin unhesitatingly declined the tempting offerings presented before him. Ilou let out a sigh, choosing not to insist, and placed the desserts on the bedside table before pulling up a chair to sit beside the bed. It was time to begin the interrogation. "First and foremost, why have you been following me?" "Because your radiant smile, your hair, your eyes, they all draw me in, and there is an oddly familiar aura about you." "Are you attracted to the light from the shadows?" Such a classic trope, but I hardly believe I embody the essence of light. Ilou's inquiries were met with some answers. Yet Adolin remained expressionless, leaning against the pillow, his violet eyes devoid of vitality. The next matter at hand was the dark mark. "Adolin, you are merely 12 years old. How is it that you bear such a mark?" Upon hearing Ilou's question, Adolin scoffed, revealing a look of realization, and recounted the tale of her past with an unwavering tone. In the beginning, the Shafik family, one of the 28 pure blood clans, allied against Voldemort. However, the eldest son, Lycini Shafik, disregarding his family's opposition, plunged headlong into the abyss, becoming a fervent Death Eater devoted to Voldemort. Therein, he encountered Cernus Guffaeshugly, the daughter of a pure blood family from Greece. Sharing a singular ideology, they both believed in the supremacy of pure blood. Consequently, they swiftly fell in love, and in 1980, they welcomed a daughter into the world, at a time when Voldemort had not yet fallen from grace. To commend Cernus and Lycini's loyalty, as well as to assert that pure blood was the ultimate truth, Voldemort, before the gaze of all Death Eaters, bestowed the dark mark upon their daughter and personally named her Adolin Guffaeshugly Shafik. However, shortly thereafter, the well-known events transpired. Voldemort was vanquished while attempting to murder the Potter family, leading to his transformation into a wraith. His trusted allies, Cernus and Lycini, found themselves pursued by hundreds of Aurors. In 1984, amidst relentless flight, They ultimately found themselves with no escape. To safeguard their daughter Adeline, who was not yet 4, Kurnis and Lykini made the fateful decision to reveal their whereabouts, sending Adeline to an orphanage. Once assured of her safety, they faced numerous charges for the slaughter of countless muggles and wizards, accumulating hundreds of counts against them, culminating in the kiss of the Dementor. Thus, the story unfolded. After hearing Adeline's tale, Ilou displayed a look of sympathy, though to Alund, it appeared as mere mockery, a fade of insincerity. Your parents may not have been virtuous individuals, yet they were indeed a good father and mother. Indeed, they were Death Eaters. Yet my entire existence is a tribute to them. The dark mark forces me to live in constant trepidation, diligently studying dark arts, the Cruciatus curse, and the unforgivable curses. Yet I have still revealed myself on several occasions. I have killed them all, ha. Adeline chuckled bitterly, turning her head. Believing no one would favor a girl who had taken lives, yet Ilou suddenly broke into a smile. Why don't you become my sister? Huh? Those who understand, understand. Sylvie. Adeline was taken aback, never having anticipated such words from Ilou. What did you say? I said, become my sister. I am a Death Eater. I bear the dark mark on my left arm. I have killed. Your actions were justified. I can comprehend that. Even if it were someone bent on world destruction, I would still forge a friendship. Vinaway. Adelon displayed a look of incredulity, as if questioning the sanity of the other. Without a hint of concern, Ilou waved her hand dismissively and asked in an exceedingly confident tone, Adelon, do you not feel that the spells you cast are significantly more potent than those of others? Potent? I do have a slight sense of that. I managed to accurately strike someone with the life-stealing curse on my first attempt. Precisely. Now, brace yourself for what I am about to say. You mustn't be taken aback. Eris suddenly made a peculiar request. Although Adelon felt a sense of doubt, she could only nod in agreement, eager to discover what secrets this elf might be concealing. Your mother, Kurnis Gufshugly, is, in fact, a distant relative of the Kalmuset family. She is a descendant of the younger brother of the head of the Gribble family. This is the reason why your spells possess greater potency compared to others, as you bear the blessings of Opal Kalmuset upon your lineage. How could this be? Adelon's expression betrayed her disbelief. Her mother was a distant descendant of Ares' family, connected to the mythical lineage of Opal Kalmuset. How could this be true? I ask you, is your mother's hair not of an exceptionally vibrant chestnut hue? Do her eyes not resemble sapphires? As Adelon recalled her mother's features, she realized they matched Eru's description perfectly. Could it truly be? I, too, am astonished. For the family records contain scant details about the younger brother of the Gribble patriarch, merely noting him as a powerful sorcerer capable of creating formidable magic. Renowned in the ancient wizarding realm, I had assumed he had no descendants, yet it seems he indeed established a pure-blood wizarding family in Greece, one that continues to this day. Though I remain puzzled as to why your mother appears as she does. You, with a surge of excitement, turned to Adelon and eagerly inquired, would you like to be my sister? No, Adelon responded with an indifference that felt more mundane than death itself. Yet, this dismissal did not dishearten Iru. After all, there was no rush, for what was meant to be would inevitably come to pass. And what was not meant to be would also find its way. Now, Iru was inclined to pose further inquiries, particularly regarding how Adelon had lived all these years. His curiosity was genuinely piqued. Upon my arrival at the orphanage, I was adopted by a couple who subjected me to cruelty. Fortunately, they soon met an untimely demise, and I returned to the orphanage, where the cycle of abuse continued, leaving me with increasingly severe wounds. At the tender age of 3, my mother imparted to me a wealth of magical knowledge, and after her passing, she and my father bequeathed an extensive collection of dark magic tomes. In a quest for survival and to evade the Aurors, I embarked on an unending journey of learning. By the age of 6, I had mastered all the dark magic texts left to me by my parents. To shield my memories from prying wizards, I began practicing the art of mental occlusion. Remarkably, within just a few days, my proficiency in this technique reached its zenith. I was unaware of the underlying reasons for my rapid advancement. Yet I felt no need for inquiry. Its utility was sufficient. Consequently, I maintained my mental occlusion, resulting in an increasingly lifeless demeanor and deteriorating appearance. By the age of 7, having endured relentless cycles of abuse and foster care, I resolved to harness my powers and forge a life in the Muggle world. My wand was a creation of my own making, crafted using the techniques my mother had taught me. Purchasing a conventional wand was not an option, as those wands contained traces detrimental to my use of dark magic and were unsuitable for the Muggle realm. Employing a confundus charm, I deceived every muggle I encountered, leading them to believe that I had wonderful parents who were also their friends. This ruse extended to the government, allowing me to procure authentic identification as well as forge documents for my non-existent parents. Thus, falsehood metamorphosed into truth, and I lived serenely in the Muggle world, where everyone was convinced of my splendid parental lineage. Yet, this existence was not without its challenges. I recalled that 14 individuals had uncovered my true identity and witnessed my dark mark, all of whom were wizards. The outcome was inevitable. Each of the 14 perished, unable to withstand the onslaught of my lethal curse. This way of life persisted until last year, when an owl delivered a letter that compelled me to seek greater power and uncover the fragments of truth that lay at the heart of all things. The dark mark lingered, a testament to Voldemort's survival, and I had to confront my past. Once again, I employed the Confundus charm to deceive the wizards in Diagon Alley, fabricating the existence of my non-existent parents, and they believed my deception wholeheartedly. As the time for enrollment approached, I altered my strategy to diminish my presence, employing the Confundus charm to mislead the teachers, even fooling the Sorting Hat, the Book of Admission, and the Acceptance Quill. My formidable mental occlusion rendered me impervious to Dumbledore's scrutiny. That fateful night, I noticed Il, and in her presence, I felt an unprecedented beauty, drawn to her. I stealthily approached, yearning to bask in that exquisite sensation. I had once been confident in my concealment, yet today, that confidence has shattered into countless fragments. Such defiance of fate. It is utterly extraordinary. Ilou's face was a canvas of astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Yet, Adelon bore no hint of arrogance, her expression remaining as lifeless as death itself. You are truly remarkable. The extraordinary nature of Adelon's talent was beyond comprehension. Take, for instance, that Confundus charm. She had deceived countless individuals, perhaps even hundreds of thousands, including wizards and professors from Hogwarts. She was simply invincible. Adelon possessed an unparalleled gift, one that surpassed all others, starkly contrasting with Vinaway and Ilou. This was a narrative absent from the original text. Had Ilou and Vinaway not arrived in this realm, there is no doubt that Adelon would have risen to become the sovereign of the wizarding world. She would have emerged as the new Dark Lord, even more formidable than her predecessors. Grindelwald would stand no chance against her, nor would Tom. Perhaps she might even embark on grand adventures with the Savior? Adelon, you are astonishing, both beautiful and powerful, truly remarkable. Should I thank you for your compliments? Oh dear, do not wear such an expression. You are a stunningly beautiful maiden. What a pity. Ilou gazed at Adrian with a sense of melancholy, when suddenly a bright idea illuminated her mind, prompting her to raise her hand. I've got an idea. Wasn't it the cerebral closure technique that transformed you into this state? Then let us revoke your cerebral closure. Wait, what? Adrian trembled at these words. She had lived with the cerebral closure technique for so long. What would happen if it were removed? The thought of such a life was unimaginable to her. No, please. Don't. Ding dong. Has your cerebral closure technique expired? As Ilou uttered this phrase, Adrian's gaze and expression began to visibly transform, the once suffocating silence dissipating in an instant. No, how have I changed like this? Oh dear. It cannot be. Absolutely impossible. I have practiced the cerebral closure technique for so long. Oh my goodness. Oh, look how adorable this is. Synopsis. After enduring 28 years of suffering, Sulu's tragic life came to an end due to a multitude of ailments. Yet, following the anticipated death, he found himself in this normal world, transformed into an elf. Not only did he join an ancient and mysterious family, surrounded by the world's most extraordinary kin, but he also received a name brimming with love, Ilou Kalmuset,